This guy, Ye actually transmigrated from another world into this wild cultivation land. But here is the bizarre twist. The system Ye awakened required him to recruit exactly 108 disciples. Only when every single one of them reached the absolute highest cultivation stage would the system finally let him defy his fate and resurrect. So he slept for 3 centuries before his last disciple reached Saint stage. That final breakthrough was the key to defying his fate. Inside the dark sarcophagus, Ye snaps his eyes open. He is actually alive again. Feeling this level of youthful energy coursing through his veins is just mind-blowing. The very first thing Ye does is grill his system to find out which troublemaking disciple took so long to break through. But this system apparently has some professional boundaries. It absolutely refuses to reveal which of his disciples had the worst talent and broke through last. So Ye changes his strategy. He asks when his second-to-last disciple managed to reach the saint stage. The system happily answers this one. That breakthrough happened 230 years ago. Hearing this makes Ye absolutely lose his mind. If that final slacker had just achieved sainthood a bit faster, he would have been resurrected over 2 centuries ago. Just wait, rebellious disciple. You will definitely feel my 300-year delayed love soon. While Ye is inside his coffin shouting curses, the system stays focused on its job, initiating his grand resurrection sequence. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, slamming directly into the mausoleum where Ye slept his 300-year slumber. But get this, a group of respectable-looking men arrives with one goal to rob this tomb. Leading them is a late-stage half-saint Taoist named Li. After shattering a section of the barrier sealing Ye's palace, he leads his band of lackeys right inside. Armed with shovels and picks, these guys are absolutely determined to dig up every single valuable treasure hidden inside. Pushing open the massive wooden doors, they find themselves staring into a jaw-dropping, magnificent grand hall. Towering pillars support the ceiling, completely wrapped in beautifully carved dragons holding glowing pearls in their mouths. Right in the center rests an incredibly luxurious coffin. These grave robbers immediately recognize that it was crafted from a massive, rare heaven and earth tree. This is the prime material for keeping ultimate spiritual weapons a luxury beyond measure. As they slowly close in on the coffin, they can feel a thick, overwhelming spiritual energy radiating from inside. Naturally, the whole gang assumes the coffin must be packed full of legendary treasures. The greedy Taoist Li steps up, unleashing his powerful cultivation base to pry the heavy lid open by force. Opening the lid, the robbers freeze, staring straight at a sleeping Ye. Wait, is this guy really dead? Why does it look like he is just taking a nap? He is definitely gone, right? Another robber steps closer to examine him, still skeptical, but reassures the group that he is dead for sure. They heard the Supreme Demon Emperor died of old age and weakness. But seeing him up close, he looks exactly like a living person fast asleep. Because of his pristine condition, the grave robbers assume someone must have placed a treasure in his mouth to keep his corpse from rotting. Whatever that thing is, if it keeps a dead body looking this fresh, it has to be a priceless relic. Taoist Li cannot hold back his greed, reaching down to pry open Ye's mouth. But before those dirty fingers can even touch his face, Ye suddenly snaps his eyes wide open. This is enough to give anyone a literal heart attack. Paralyzed with absolute terror, the robbers stumble backward in shock, staring with wide eyes as the figure inside the coffin slowly sits straight up. Check this out. Ye bursts out laughing, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Are you boys seriously robbing my grave? You have some nerve. Who the hell are you, and why are you in there? One clueless idiot demands, pointing right at his face, which makes the situation even more hilarious to Ye. This entire tomb was built specifically for me, so who do you think I am? Ye sits fully upright so they can see him clearly. Hearing his calm words, the grave robbers fall deeper into complete panic. You are the Supreme Demon Emperor, no way. That is impossible. They immediately reject the idea, because the legendary Supreme Demon Emperor drew his final breath 300 years ago as a weak old man, not some young teenager standing right in front of them. Taoist Li also assumes that Ye is just talking utter nonsense. He scans the boy's power level only to discover Ye is just a weak cultivator at the spirit condensation stage. On top of that, he only recently broke through to the spirit condensation stage, making them assume Ye is just like them. Seeing himself completely looked down upon by a bunch of low-life grave robbers, Ye can only let out a soft laugh, completely at a loss for words. But that smug smirk on his face is really starting to push their buttons. A few of these guys lose their patience completely. They draw their swords directly at his face to demand answers. Stop playing tricks. Why are you here? Talk now. And where is the treasure hidden? Without even giving Ye a single second to reply, the guy cuts him off immediately. Since you refuse to talk, do not blame me for getting rough, the guy sneers, but to Ye, this is just absolutely laughable. This is a textbook example of someone who simply does not know his own limits. As the young cultivator charges forward with his sword, the rest of the gang expects him to finish Ye off instantly. But get this, what happens next completely blows their minds and leaves them utterly speechless. Bei just stands tall and catches the incoming blade with only 2 fingers, freezing the weapon in place so the attacker cannot move it a single inch. The arrogant attacker is frozen in shock, and that arrogance quickly turns into pure, shivering terror. He put his entire strength into that strike, yet this stranger stopped it effortlessly. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the guy tries to pull back. Absolutely no chance. Bei is not going to let him escape, effortlessly shattering his sword into 100 tiny pieces. And before the poor guy can even process what is happening, Bei reaches out, grabs his neck, and lifts him up like a stray dog, a mere garbage. Divine Court Realm Cultivator, rushing to his own funeral. Is your life so incredibly boring that you cannot wait to die? As Bei squeezes his throat, choking him out, the guy desperately wheezes to his allies, "What are you waiting for? Attack him together." With those final, desperate words from their dying comrade, the rest of the frozen grave robbers finally snap back to reality and realize they need to fight. Immediately, another idiot charges forward with his weapon, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Drop him right now." "Shut up," Bei whispers quietly. Yet the sheer pressure behind those words is suffocating. "Who gave you permission to raise your voice in my presence?" With a single, brutal squeeze, the Divine Court Cultivator is crushed like an ant. Blood sprays across the tomb, splashing directly onto the face of the idiot who is still charging forward. The thick smell of blood stops him dead in his tracks. This terrifying master, Bei, just casually obliterated a late-stage Divine Court expert in a fraction of a second. That proves he is a monster beyond their wildest dreams, but realizing it now is way too late. Vanishing into thin air, Bei completely disappears from sight, only to reappear directly behind his back. With one effortless swipe, he cleanly separates the man's head from his shoulders. Seeing the severed head landing with that shock still frozen on its face, the remaining grave robbers break into a cold sweat. Keep in mind, both of these guys were late-stage Divine Court cultivators, not weaklings at all. Yet, Bei effortlessly slaughtered both of them in a matter of seconds. His power is simply way beyond anything they could have ever imagined. Just waking up from a 300-year slumber only to be disturbed by petty thieves, Bei has absolutely no problem hosting a bloody banquet to welcome them. No stopping now. He has zero intention of stopping with these 2 minor cultivators. Who is next? In this moment of absolute crisis, the entire squad looks to Taoist Lee for hope, much like how esports fans rely on their legendary mid laner to save the game. But unlike their expectations, the old man has already run away to save his own pathetic skin. Seeing their leader tuck his tail and run, the rest of the gang has absolutely no reason to stay behind. But as we know, Bei has no intention of letting them leave so easily. Before Taoist Lee can even reach the exit, the ancient master begins casting a spell. A massive surge of raw power spreads through the entire mausoleum like electricity. No one within this domain can escape. Bei has just cast a massive formation that completely seals the entire tomb. The crushing pressure forces these weaklings straight to their knees, shivering in terror as they mumble, "Wait, is this a grand formation?" Taoist Lee mutters in panic, wondering how on earth a formation could suddenly appear when there was absolutely nothing here earlier. Could it really be him? He thinks. If so, how powerful is this monster? Is he a half-saint, a saint, or something even higher? Only now does he truly believe that this guy is a genuine, real-deal, Supreme Demon Emperor. But this realization comes far too late, because Bei is already standing right behind him, wearing a twisted smile that chills everyone in the room to their very bones. The thieves desperately bow their heads, begging for their lives. They cry out that they are merely hired help, and that Taoist Lee is the true mastermind behind this entire operation. But hired help or not, Bei has absolutely no intention of showing mercy to anyone who dared disturb his eternal resting place. Wherever he walks, the kneeling thieves instantly disintegrate into ash, amidst their own agonizing screams. This horrifying sight sends the fake Taoist, who only has a half-saint level, into absolute panic. At this point, Bei is not even human anymore. He is a literal demon. He desperately grovels on the floor, begging for mercy while promising to hand over every single treasure he owns to Bei, all just to save his worthless life. Sensing the old man might still be useful, Bei holds back his strike, asking this Lee guy instead if he knows who actually built this massive tomb. He froze. Hearing that question only plunges him deeper into despair. This place was built ages ago, so how could he possibly know the creator, let alone their current whereabouts? My lord, I honestly have absolutely no idea. The old man keeps blubbering about not knowing which master built the tomb, causing Bei's gaze to turn ice cold. What use is keeping you alive? His voice is soft, yet it drips with suffocating killing intent. Scared out of his mind, the Lee guy bangs his head on the floor again, rambling so fast he almost bites his own tongue off. Please, my lord, while I do not know, I can contact the Brocade Shadow Unit in Yunfan City. They definitely have the answers. Brocade Shadow Unit. Hearing that name suddenly makes Bei freeze in surprise. He demands the man repeat those exact words, and Taoist Li confirms he indeed meant the Brocade Shadow Unit. According to him, it is a top-tier intelligence network founded by some mysterious figure 200 years ago, capable of digging up absolutely any secret for the right price. Just think about it, a spy network so massive it literally keeps tabs on the entire Central Plains. Total silence. Hearing this, Yebei falls into a deep, heavy quiet. A familiar face from his past comes to mind, someone who might be connected to this group. Meanwhile, Taoist Li gets extremely anxious, seeing his captor remain silent. "My lord, whatever you want to know, they will surely find it. I will gladly guide you to them. Just please spare my miserable life." Watching this pathetic display, Yebei finds the whole situation quite hilarious. With a quick snap, Taoist Li dissolves into dust, warned too late that his greed only leads to ruin. Those are the last words the terrified Taoist hears before completely vanishing from this world. Just like that, Yebei finishes sweeping the entire area, leaving absolutely nobody alive. News about the break-in at Yebei's Grand Tomb quickly begins to spread. Soon, it reaches Zhuge Fu, the Supreme Grandmaster of the Central Plains and also one of his 36th-tier disciples. Absolutely furious. She immediately orders every single member of the Chen family to prepare themselves immediately. No mercy. She will show the world that anyone targeting her master's tomb meets a brutal end. She also vows to find the ancient celestial array capable of resurrecting Yebei. Meanwhile, our main character has already wandered out of his own tomb, eager to explore the modern world. After 300 years of sleep, Yunfan City is indeed far more bustling than before. Hunger strikes. After just a few steps, his empty stomach growls loudly, having not tasted food in 3 whole centuries. So, Yebei decides to fill his empty stomach before getting down to actual business. Resting inside such a lavish tomb means he naturally has plenty of buried gold and precious jewels on him. Casually tossing 2 gold coins to a nearby street vendor, he asks where to find the absolute best food in town. The vendor points him toward a highly popular restaurant nearby owned by a female chef, bearing a golden sign that reads Hai Sen Lao. Down the street, a massive crowd is indeed lining up just to get a seat inside. Strolling closer, Yebei spots the signs for Hai Sen Lao and McDonald's, completely baffling his ancient mind. Seriously, with names like those, did he somehow transmigrate all the way back to Earth? According to a local weapon seller he met earlier, this entire city actually owes its massive prosperity to that legendary female chef, whose unique worldly recipes have drawn in endless crowds from all over. Unfortunately, she has recently broken through to the saint stage, meaning she rarely interacts with common folk anymore. He kept gushing about her peerless beauty, claiming her face is enough to topple entire empires. Anyone lucky enough to see her is blessed. Yebei ponders this, realizing a female saint cultivator in this era could easily be one of his past disciples, and the absolute best cook among his followers was definitely Fan Xiaotong, his 40th tier student. Eager to solve this mystery, Yebei heads inside to check out the place, but scanning the menu reveals nothing special besides a dish called Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Just then, the loud, boasting voice of a wealthy playboy at the next table catches his attention. He announces to his dates that he will treat them to the city's famous spirit beast version of Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Claiming the dish costs 10,000 gold coins, he brags that nobody else in the entire city could possibly afford to spend so generously. That arrogant boast instantly rubs Yebei the wrong way. Who is this guy to claim that nobody else can afford to order this dish? Annoyed, he orders a portion for himself, but the waiter explains that they require payment up front, either in gold coins or valuable spirit stones. 5 spirit stones. Yebei casually tosses them down without a care. He does not even bother asking for change, leaving the waiter staring at the table with wide, gleaming eyes. His flashy move quickly catches the eyes of everyone else in the tavern. Whispers immediately start buzzing from all directions. Did we just see that right? Young Master Pan ordered the spiritual Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, and this kid did the same. He was actually way more generous, casually throwing down 5 spirit stones without even batting an eye. Who is this mysterious teenager anyway? Let us see how young Master Pan takes this, because he is seriously ticked off. Right then, his order arrives first. Eager to show off for the 2 beauties clinging to his arms, his mood instantly brightens. He boasts, "How about this? It is incredibly delicious, and it even boosts your cultivation level." The 2 girls wriggle in delight, demanding that he feed them with his own hands. Their combined whiny voices make Yebei highly annoyed, almost splitting his ears. He quickly takes his first bite of the dish, wondering if it matches the flavor Fan Tiodong used to make. But right after swallowing, Yebei slams his hand onto the table in pure rage. The loud crash forces the entire tavern to stare. Who made this trash? Yebei roars out in anger. Is this disgusting stuff even meant for human consumption? This harsh criticism completely offends young Master Pan, who cannot take the insult and immediately stands up to shout back. "You little cricket. What did you just say?" He snaps. "Do you not see that I ordered the same dish? Are you saying I am not human?" His 2 companions quickly intervene, telling him not to waste his breath on a country bumpkin like Yebei, which barely calms him down. But right at that moment, Ye Bei drops another comment, like throwing fuel onto a blazing fire. This unswallowable garbage can only fool the simple minds of brainless fools like you, he sneers. Young Master Pan is absolutely furious now, forcing the waiter to quickly step in and try to stop them. He nervously informs Ye Bei that this dish was personally cooked by the head chef of their tavern. Ye Bei refuses to drop it, demanding the waiter bring out the head chef immediately. Within moments, the head chef himself makes an appearance. Even though he works as a humble cook, he is actually a powerful Shenting realm cultivator named Dong Lu. Welcome, guest. Even young Master Pan from the Xiang sect is a big fan of my cooking, so tell me what exact issues do you have with it? Dong Lu asks, his voice dripping with obvious displeasure. Seeing his cold attitude toward Ye Bei, young Master Pan grins with absolute satisfaction. A mere Ningxian realm kid actually has the nerve to challenge a chef at the late Shenting stage. Keep your eyes on this, because a major showdown is coming. The entire tavern begins crowding around to witness the upcoming drama. None of them know Ye Bei's true identity. They just see him as a crazy kid causing trouble at this prestigious Hai Sen Lao restaurant. Even after spending those 5 spirit stones, he will not leave here in one piece. Speak up, boy. What exactly displeases you? Dong Lu demands again, his massive frame towering over Ye Bei to make him look small. But a smaller build does not mean his mouth is any less sharp. He takes a deep breath and starts spitting facts like a seasoned rap champion. First, the main ingredients of the dish must be sun-dried for 49 days to draw out the most vibrant flavors. Yet Dong Lu used completely fresh ingredients instead, skipping this process entirely. In Ye Bei's eyes, he is completely unfit to be a chef. Dong Lu never expected to face a master of culinary arts, and the very first remark completely shuts his mouth. But Ye Bei is far from finished. He immediately starts pointing out a whole list of Dong Lu's cooking errors. The ribs were roasted on poorly managed fire, a failure. The green-spotted fish maw was ruined. The abalone was overcooked and tough, another failure. His watery broth lacked heat, making it a total disaster. Every insult from Ye Bei feels like a hard slap to Dong Lu's face. Cold sweat completely drenches the chef. He never expected a young guy like this to possess deep culinary wisdom that easily surpasses even his own master. After finishing his rant, Ye Bei asks coldly, "How dare you call this garbage your signature dish?" Totally defeated, Dong Lu takes a step back and drops to his knees, begging for forgiveness. "You are a true master, an absolute senior. My foolish eyes failed to recognize your greatness. Please, forgive me." This shocking submission from the head chef leaves the entire restaurant completely jaw-dropped, and young Master Pan is absolutely no exception. He expected the chef to teach Ye Bei a harsh lesson, not grovel on his knees before him. Burning with intense embarrassment and rage, young Master Pan rushes forward, grabs Dong Lu by his collar, and begins screaming. He calls your food garbage, yet you bow your head to him. Has your brain completely rotted? But his critique is pure wisdom. Dong Lu stammers back compared to his standards. "My dish truly is absolute trash," Dong Lu mutters, driving young Master Pan even crazier with fury. The head chef admitting his own food is trash is basically a direct slap to the young master's face. In other words, he loves eating literal garbage. Ye Bei is not about to stop there. Seeing his reaction, he drops another blow, saying, "You really cannot be blamed for this. A piece of trash like you is only fit to eat garbage," he says. "What did you say?" Young Master Pan is still grabbing Dong Lu, but he screams at Ye Bei at absolute maximum volume. "Hear me? I said someone like you is only fit for eating garbage." He slowly repeats every single word. "Can you hear me clearly now?" he asks. Young Master Pan is pushed to his absolute limit and snaps. A blazing fireball ignites. He hurls it straight at Ye Bei. But get a load of this, the attack totally misses, and Ye Bei just slams his head into the table. Ye Bei uses nothing but raw physical strength, bypassing his high cultivation to make the humiliation even worse. Asking, "What kind of trash are you to act so arrogant before me?" Ye Bei asks coldly. His move actually scares the restaurant crowd half to death, since that arrogant playboy is a favored genius of the Qiang sect. Who would even dare to lay a finger on him? The Qiang sect will never let this slide. Ye Bei's move is basically declaring war on the entire sect, but while normal people fear them, Ye Bei is not bothered at all. He figured young Master Pan would have some real skills, but the guy turns out to be more useless than common grave robbers. His hand presses his neck down, giving him zero chance to look up. Young Master Pan keeps barking threats for Ye Bei to let him go, but he actually cannot match his opponent's raw physical strength. No mercy. Ye Bei throws this complete idiot right out of the building. Even though the Haishan Lao staff did nothing wrong, the incident still happened on their property. Terrified customers flee the place in crowds to avoid getting dragged into the mess. Young Master Pan is beaten to a pulp by Ye Bei, though honestly, it is mostly because the guy is just too weak. He could not even withstand a single strike from him. Looking at his miserable state, Ye Bei feels absolute disgust. After sleeping for 3 years, even dogs try to act tough. Too quiet. A sleeping tiger gets mistaken for a harmless kitten. Donglu witnesses the entire show and cannot help but feel terrified. He can clearly perceive that Ye Bei only carries the aura of a first-tier condensation realm cultivator. Can you believe he crushed a late-stage mystical profound master on the verge of breaking through in one simple blow? Donglu is so terrified his teeth are chattering, crying out that the senior has caused a massive disaster. What are you afraid of? I only destroyed his cultivation, not his life, Ye Bei says, leaving Donglu even more paralyzed with fear. Wait, what? A ruined cultivation is honestly worse than death itself. Especially since young Master Pan is the prized genius of the Qiang sect, those people will definitely stop at nothing to get revenge. Out of pure admiration for Ye Bei, Donglu actually wants to help buy some time so he can escape. After all, the Qiang sect is currently the most dominant force in Yunfan City, with several of their elders already reaching the formidable Saint Realm. Their sect master even broke through to the Saint King Realm 100 years ago. Since Ye Bei destroyed their best disciple, how could they ever let it go? Donglu genuinely wants to help him flee. But from the very beginning, Ye Bei has absolutely no intention of running away. Do not worry, it is just a tiny Qiang sect. I will break every last one. Ye Bei speaks in a completely nonchalant tone, since his biggest problem right now is simply filling up his very empty stomach first. Donglu can barely hide his sheer confusion as he stares at Ye Bei. How can he remain this calm after offending the Qiang sect? What kind of god or immortal is this guy? Or is he just a complete madman who fears nothing under the heavens? Donglu has no other choice. Since all the customers were scared off by Ye Bei, he can only lead him inside to enjoy a private table alone. While eating, Ye Bei asks about the head chef of this restaurant, who also happens to be Donglu's culinary master. But unfortunately, Donglu has no idea since she has been wandering the world for decades. The last time he saw her was already 5 years ago. Does she normally not bother managing any of these restaurants in Yunfan City then? Ye Bei asks. Donglu smiles, saying, Senior Ye, you must be joking. All these businesses of the lady boss have already been handed over to her disciples. Not easy. Finding his own disciple is going to take some real work. Ye Bei then asks Donglu if he knows where the Brocade Shadow Unit of Yunfan City is located. But this is actually the first time Donglu has ever heard of them, thinking it was just some sect. It seems that intelligence agency operates quite secretly, keeping its name unknown to the public. Ye Bei does not press Donglu any further, simply telling him to arrange his food and lodging for the next few days. Meanwhile, the crippled young Master Pan has already been carried back to the Qiang sect. Unsurprisingly, seeing him reduced to such a pathetic state after visiting Haishan Lao makes the Qiang sect master absolutely furious. How dare this kid, Pan Xiaotong, lay a hand on someone from the Qiang sect, he roars, clutching his teacup so hard it nearly shatters. Pan Wenhong's subordinates quickly report everything that happened back then. He had been beaten into this pathetic state by a mere youth who outwardly only had a Tier 1 spirit condensation cultivation. Most importantly, his entire cultivation was instantly wiped out in a single move, meaning his opponent possesses a power that is definitely not ordinary. Calm down, Sect Master. The priority is that our third elder took 13 or 14 men to Ye Huang Tomb for treasures. We should not cause more trouble. I hope you will reconsider, Sect Master. Hearing this, the Qiang Sect Master agrees. He immediately sends spies to track the two elders and Ye Bei. For now, he fully plans to settle the score once their own third elder finally returns. Meanwhile, Zhuge Fu and her 20th senior sister, Lai Yushan, the builder of this grand tomb, have already arrived at the scene. Finding out that those bastards looted the grave and their master's remains are gone, both of them are absolutely red-eyed with rage. Their master's highly refined body transcended normal cultivation, making his remains completely useless to any ordinary person. But if a sacred land master got hold of it, Lai Yushan cuts herself off, leaving Zhuge Fu incredibly anxious. What if a sacred land master has it? Lai Yushan simply declares she will never forgive whoever stole her master's remains, even if she has to put her own life on the line. Neither of them knows that Ye Bei has actually resurrected, so they just assume the Tomb Raiders carried his body away. Suddenly, Zhuge Fu senses that something is quite off. She detects someone trying to force open the barrier outside to shatter her array. Saber drawn. Her eyes burn with absolute chilling hatred. Perfect timing. If we do not give them a brutal lesson, they will start thinking they own this place. Just then, loud cheers of praise echo from outside. All hail the mighty Third Elder. His mastery of arrays is truly peerless, breaking through this complex barrier in just a few seconds. And look at this, it's the grave-robbing squad led by none other than the Qiang sect's Third Elder. But here is the truth. He did absolutely nothing to trigger it. The array opened so easily before he even touched it, leaving him completely baffled. Before he can even process this, he spots Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu standing inside. Huge mistake. You have some serious guts, daring to rob this grave. The Qiang sect's Third Elder flinches in shock, but he quickly regains his composure. He even points right at Lai Yushan's face, yelling out, "Why act so high and mighty when we both want the exact same thing?" He demands they leave the treasures behind if they want to live. Zhuge Fu sneers, quietly asking Lai Yushan how many of these pathetic fools they should spare. Zero mercy. Lai Yushan is definitely not a kind soul. Aside from that loudmouth third elder leading them, she has no intention of sparing a single soul. Their absolute cold confidence completely dampens the morale of the Xianxia thieves. They are surrounded by multiple divine court stage cultivators, yet they show absolutely zero fear. Instead, they radiate pure killing intent. Too bad this arrogant idiot has no clue he just cornered the real-deal disciples of Ye Bei, so he keeps barking. If you block us, do not blame us for hurting a couple of defenseless women. The moment he orders the attack, over a dozen Xianxia disciples standing behind him charge forward at once. With weapons drawn, the battle-ready disciples charge forward, desperate for a bloody fight. But Lai Yushan does not even bother to lift a finger, leaving the entire mess for the Grand Array Master Zhuge Fu to handle. She effortlessly activates a massive array, instantly spawning smaller circles right beneath their feet. Once the setup is complete, she is ready to strike. Zhuge Fu unleashes her soul-snatching array, instantly wiping out over a dozen lives in the blink of an eye. No mercy. Exactly as Lai Yushan requested, Zhuge Fu spares only the pathetic life of their leader. Now watch him squirm. The third elder shakes violently in absolute terror, realizing she just used the soul-capturing array. His teeth chatter in terror. Even worse, she has not even used her full power yet. He screams, "What is your connection to that soul-devouring devil? And how do you even know the soul-capturing array?" Too lazy to even reply, Zhuge Fu gathers a deadly but beautiful glow of light in her hands. He begs her not to kill him as his strength completely fades, collapsing right onto her glowing magic circle. Zhuge Fu whispers, "Soul Search." With just those quiet words, her overwhelming presence feels just as legendary as her master's. In an instant, she drains the third elder's memories, siphoning away his entire life force at the exact same time. Acting mercifully for once, Lai Yushan delivers a quick finishing blow so he does not suffer any longer. Dropping her serious look, she turns to her junior sister with a playful grin, teasing her that she still hasn't improved much over the years. "This memory-stealing skill of yours is still a far cry from masters." Pouting, Zhuge Fu huffs loudly and replies that their master's divine realm is something she can only look up to, never reach. Lai Yushan laughs it off, saying she was only teasing. With their path clear, the two head for Yunfan City to settle the score. While his two young disciples are out there going on a massive killing spree on his behalf, Ye Bei is just chilling inside a carriage, completely focused on his cultivation. He realizes that even though his true power hasn't dropped too much, to everyone else, he looks like a weak first-layer soul condensation cultivator. Looks like he still has to grind all over again. But thanks to his cheat-like body that can literally defy fate, his cultivation speed after coming back to life is absolutely insane. In just half a day, Ye Bei breaks through from the first layer of soul condensation to the second. At this rate, his path to the top is pretty much guaranteed. But right as Ye Bei is enjoying this little win, a loud, chaotic commotion from outside breaks his focus. He steps outside and spots Donglu eagerly trying to get a piece of the action too. According to him, a massive flying ship about the size of a whole mountain just sailed right across the sky of Vanfam City. Hearing the words flying ship and mountain-sized, Ye Bei instantly realizes which disciple is behind this. So he drags a confused Donglu along to watch the drama unfold. Poor Donglu runs as fast as his legs can carry him, but still somehow manages to lose him. That's when he notices something pretty bizarre. Just yesterday afternoon, Ye Bei was only at the first layer of soul condensation, yet by this morning, he has already broken through. Is this guy a god or some kind of monster? Ye Bei couldn't care less about the exhausted Donglu though, and honestly, we should keep our eyes on that sky too. No mistake about it, this is indeed Noah's Ark. And who else could possibly build something as crazy as this, if not his 20th disciple, Lai Yushan? But wait, Donglu suddenly yells out that the massive flying ship is heading straight toward the Qiyang sect. Could that flying ship actually belong to them? Hearing the name of the Qiyang sect, Ye Bei gets incredibly excited. If Lai Yushan is paying them a visit, a massive show is about to go down. So, he immediately drags Donglu along to watch the drama. Sure enough, Lai Yushan's Noah's Ark lands right at the sect. The second she steps out, she screams out Su Yuanho. "Get your pathetic self out here right now." This wild entrance instantly catches the attention of the entire area. Nobody knows who Lai Yushan is, but seeing her openly insult a powerful Saint Realm leader makes them all think she has got a serious death wish. Squeezing through the chaotic crowd, Ye Bei finally gets a clear view of the girl hovering high up in the air. There is no doubt about it, he has finally tracked down his very first disciple. While he is pretty smug that he doesn't have to lift a finger against this sect himself, he is still kind of confused why his 20th disciple is so furious with them. As for Lai Yushan, she is absolutely bursting with pure rage. Over the past 2 years, the Qiang sect raided the Night Emperor's tomb 13 times, getting greedier and more disrespectful with every single visit. She usually couldn't be bothered to settle scores, But now that her master's body has gone missing, she is completely done playing nice. That's when a voice booms, "Girl, who are you? Where did you come from? And who gave you permission to speak our master's name?" Finally, someone steps up to face her, but it is not the sect leader. Instead, it is their great elder, a man whose strength is absolutely no joke. This guy recently broke through to the 8th layer Saint realm. His swordplay is even more terrifying, capable of splitting entire mountains and rivers with just a casual swing. With his grand arrival, the crowd grows even larger, and honestly, we are about to see some serious sword skills. But Lai Yushan has absolutely zero patience, immediately flipping him the middle finger the second he shows his face. She tells him not to be in such a hurry to die, because it is not his turn yet. Talk about complete and utter disrespect. Driven absolutely insane by the insult, the Great Elder unleashes a devastating sword slash. Lai Yushan doesn't even bother to dodge, using her raw internal energy to trigger a massive explosion right back at him. The shockwave leaves the Great Elder completely dazed and dizzy. He initially figured she was just some arrogant brat looking for trouble, but he never expected her to possess such devastating power. Not giving him even a second to recover, Lai Yushan launches her next strike, and that's when the Great Elder genuinely starts to panic. Knowing he is at a massive disadvantage if this keeps up, his sword begins to swing wildly in desperation. When his blade collides with Lai Yushan's overwhelming power, it triggers another massive, blinding explosion. Thick smoke and fire completely cover the sky, but this is actually just a cheap smokescreen to block her vision so he can make a quick escape. Too bad for him, these petty tricks don't work on her sharp eyes. Raising her massive blade, she instantly summons a giant magic array that covers the entire area. The Great Elder looks back, feeling a sudden chill down his spine as the array locks him down completely. He takes a direct, devastating hit from Lai Yushan's blade, leaving the shocked onlookers staring with their mouths wide open. If a powerful 8th layer Saint Realm Master can get absolutely destroyed like this, just what kind of monster has the Qiang sect provoked? After all this absolute chaos, Marquis Su Yuan finally makes his entrance, bringing along a few of his top disciples. The moment he spots Lai Yushan, his face turns incredibly sour, though he still tries to play it polite and humble. He mocks that he wondered who had the guts to target his Qiang sect, only to find out it was the divine bamboo fairy. He asks what could possibly make her this incredibly furious. But Lai Yushan remains freezing cold, pointing her blade straight at the Qiang sect master's face. She demands that they hand over every single item they looted from the Night Emperor's tomb. She will spare the others, but as for him, he has to die. With that, Lai Yushan raises her heavy blade once more, unleashing a brutal and decisive downward slash. But Marquis Su Yuan is the sect master for a reason, and his raw power completely eclipses their Great Elder. Even after taking her devastating hit, he stands completely unharmed, his polite mask instantly slipping away as he snarls that this is his sect, and she has zero right to cause chaos here. He mocks her, asking if a mere auxiliary cultivator really thinks she can kill him, telling her to wake up from her daydream. That auxiliary path he mentioned is just a cultivation route focused entirely on basic life skills, things like cooking, construction, blacksmithing, or brewing medicine. But right as he finishes speaking, he unleashes his full combat power, successfully blocking Lai Yushan's strike with raw, brute force. And honestly, seeing his power actually match the divine bamboo fairy makes this old guy incredibly smug. He boasts that if he puts an end to a demon cultivator like her today, the whole world will surely cheer for him. Oh really? Lai Yushan lets out a cold laugh, saying he will need to prove he actually has the skills first. With a quick wave of her hand, her massive Noah's Ark flying boat hovers directly overhead, preparing to attack the entire Qiang sect. At her command, a massive barrage of sharp swords begins raining down from the giant ship, target locking the Qiang sect below. Seeing this terrifying sight, Marquis Su Yuan, who was looking incredibly smug just a second ago, instantly turns pale with absolute horror. He quickly forms hand seals, desperately ordering his disciples to activate a defensive array to block her attacks. But Lai Yushan is always one step ahead, as the endless stream of swords keeps shredding the sect below. Watching his home get absolutely demolished, Marquis Su Yuan can only stutter out that she is definitely a demon cultivator. Down on the ground, the crowd of onlookers starts running for their lives, because staying to watch this madness is pure suicide. One stray sword from that storm is enough to wipe them out instantly. Now look at this monster boat with me. It is literally a giant flying weapon of mass destruction that can level an entire cultivation sect in just a few minutes. Donglu freaks out seeing everyone flee, desperately wanting to run away too, but Ye Bei stubbornly stands his ground just to enjoy the show. High up in the sky, Marquis Su Yuan erupts with explosive killing intent. He snarls, demanding if she truly thinks he is some peaceful saint who does not kill. He weaves complex hand seals to strike back, while his disciples fall into perfect formation behind him, sync casting their own spells. The massive energy blast from their new joint formation shoots straight toward Lai Yushan. Yet even when facing a cheap group attack, She remains incredibly calm. Suddenly, clenching her fists, Lai Yushan lets out a fierce battle cry as her outfit flashes into a fiery red battle armor that is incredibly eye-catching. Watching his disciple pull off this magical girl transformation, Ye Bei cannot help but burst out laughing, prompting a very confused Donglu to ask what could possibly be so funny. He asks if the armor is not extremely badass, pointing out it is actively shielding her from the sect master's terrifying sword energy. And yeah, Ye Bei agrees that it is pretty awesome. Nodding along to humor him, Ye Bei silently praises his gorgeous student, thinking she is not just ridiculously powerful, but those dangerous curves are absolutely top tier. With her transformation complete, her overall combat stats skyrocket instantly. Moving like a total blur, she easily blows away his annoying disciples, making this look like a completely one-sided victory. But in a split second of distraction, Marquis Su Yuan catches her off guard, trapping her limbs with a dark formation. The old man snarls that she forced his hand, conjuring a massive, glowing energy blade targeting her directly. But right before his massive strike can land, an icy voice echoes from high above, warning him that if he dares to touch her senior sister, she will grind his entire sect into dust for formation materials. The sect master freezes mid-swing, completely caught off guard. Zhuge Fu, clad in crimson robes, dives down from the flying boat like a deadly arrow. The old man did not expect them to be together, but he quickly hardens his heart, deciding to kill Lai Yushan first. Zhuge Fu hurls her sword, aiming to shatter the chains binding her beloved senior sister. But the moment her sword strikes those cursed iron chains, Lai Yushan lets out an agonizing scream of pain, leaving Zhuge Fu completely frozen in horror. Marquis Su Yuan is looking incredibly smug. "You wretched brat," he sneers. "Did you honestly think your tiny bit of skill could ever break through my supreme sword Dao?" Down below, Zhuge Fu starts completely panicking because his senior sister Lai Yushan is still bound tight, helpless under the enemy's massive net of deadly blades. Seeing this, Marquis Su Yuan feels even more satisfied. Letting out a loud laugh, "Go to hell," he screams. "Every last one of you." But wait, his evil plan completely falls apart. Here is where the ultimate savior finally makes his grand entrance. Out of nowhere, Ye Bei flashes forward and shields Lai Yushan. "With me here," he challenges. "Who dares lay a finger on my disciples?" He effortlessly blocks the strike. Marquis Su Yuan feels like he just got slapped hard across the face. That attack was literally the absolute strongest move he could possibly muster. Yet this mysterious young kid blocks it without breaking a sweat. On top of that, he does not have a single scratch on him. A single burning question echoes through Marquis Su Yuan's mind. At that very moment, who on earth is this guy? Even though his rebirth gave Ye Bei a young body instead of his previous withered old look, his disciples would recognize their beloved master anywhere. Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu freeze in shock for 2 seconds before instantly dropping to their knees to bow to their master after 300 years apart. Ye Bei has no time to catch up with his disciples right now. After all, that annoying eyesore Marquis Su Yuan is still standing there. His previous strike easily shattered the villain's physical shell, but his primordial spirit is likely still lingering, waiting to be completely destroyed. Luckily, with his 2 powerful saint-level disciples by his side, wiping this guy out for good should be an absolute piece of cake. But just as Ye Bei thinks this, Marquis Su Yuan's body begins to twitch. His disciples immediately sense a terrifying aura of a great emperor flooding the area. Ye Bei cannot fully make out what's happening just yet, but he can clearly feel that something is seriously off about Marquis Su Yuan now. Sure enough, the villain's face twists into a completely different, arrogant expression as he looks down his nose at them with utter disgust. "I am the Qi Shui, great emperor of the Xingyao Holy Palace," he booms. "You mere ants. Who dares slaughter my loyal subjects? I will grant you one merciful chance to end your own lives." He sneers. "Cripple your own cultivation this very instant. Otherwise, I will force everyone around you to be buried alive." Even under this absolutely suffocating pressure, now that their master has returned, Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu would rather die than surrender. On top of that, Ye Bei does not show a single trace of fear toward the foreign soul occupying Marquis Su Yuan's body. Instead, he just laughs and mocks him. "You are just a measly, pathetic sliver of an emperor's soul." Ye Bei mocks, "Did you seriously think the real god had descended?" Down below, the massive crowd of gossiping onlookers starts gathering again. Everyone is left completely speechless, watching Ye Bei block that earth-shattering sword energy with absolute ease. The crazy part is, his aura shows he is only at the 2nd stage of the spirit condensation realm. That is literally impossible. He must be hiding his real power. Some clever onlookers quickly realize that his weak realm is just a clever disguise. Normal spirit condensation cultivators cannot fly, yet this guy is casually standing right there in midair. While the crowd down below whispers, Qi Sui, great emperor occupying Marquis Su Yuan's body, starts running his mouth again. "What is wrong with you?" he demands. "Do you actually think you can disobey my absolute command? Across this entire central province, everything belongs to my Xingyao Holy Land." But before he can even finish speaking, A sudden burst of power completely swallows him up. Qi Shui, Great Emperor's soul, is instantly kicked straight out of Marquis Su Yuan's physical vessel. As for the Marquis's physical shell, it plummets down like a falling meteor, completely helpless. Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu stare at this chaotic scene with their eyes completely wide open. The two disciples turn their heads back simultaneously. Sure enough, their master caused this. You are way too noisy. Ye Bei mutters so. Xingyao Holy Land, is it? I couldn't settle our score 300 years ago, but now it is finally time to collect that old debt. Back at his palace, that stray piece of Qi Shui, Great Emperor's soul, flies back to its true owner. Sitting on his throne, the old man is absolutely furious. He wonders what kind of pathetic ant would dare crawl out of some hole to resist his supreme power. They are actively challenging the sacred majesty of our Xingyao Holy Palace. But right then, a glowing divine needle suddenly appears floating directly over his head, making Qi Shui's eyes pop out. What on earth is this? He gasps. This needle was supposed to have perished along with my clone, so why is it still here? He panics. But before he can even process the thought, that divine needle moves with a mind of its own and coldly drives itself straight into his skull. Instantly, the old man gets knocked off his throne, face-planting onto the cold floor in a highly humiliating way. His loyal subordinates are scared completely out of their wits, instantly causing a massive, chaotic panic throughout the entire hall. Some scream to find a legendary medical saint, while others rush to notify the other great emperors. Suddenly, the massive palace doors burst open as Li Huo, Great Emperor, walks in. Seeing this, Qi Shui's frantic guards feel as if they have just struck gold. They quickly tell him everything, explaining how their master was suddenly struck out of nowhere by a strange divine needle and ended up in this pathetic state. Hearing this, Li Huo, Great Emperor, rushes over in a panic, only to find Qi Shui lying there with his eyes wide open. His mouth is just twitching, stuttering out broken words like second stage, spirit condensation. Speak up, Qi Shui. He urges, what on earth do you mean by spirit condensation? What does this have to do with the spirit condensation realm? Li Huo asks in a rush, but Qi Shui cannot speak another word. He quickly checks the older man's pulse, only to uncover something incredibly unusual going on inside. Great Emperor Li Huo checks Great Emperor Qi Shui's body, realizing this is no surface scratch. It is a severe internal trauma. He stands up, his mind racing with endless questions. If Qi Shui did not cultivate the soul path as a subspecialty, an injury like this would have shattered his soul long ago. Think about that for a second. Who could Qi Shui have possibly crossed to end up in this absolute nightmare? Outside, a massive crowd falls to their knees, wrapped in a heavy, suffocating silence. They cannot even process what just went down, their minds completely paralyzed with fear. Senior Ye Bei actually wiped out the Void Great Emperor in a single strike, and he is the master of these two. Up in the clouds, Ye Bei is currently just a divine sense. Lai Yushan hurriedly cries out, Master, I missed you so much, you finally came back to visit us. Zhuge Fu kneels right beside her, weeping as she speaks up, Master, do not worry. I found an ancient immortal king's secret realm. There must be an ancient immortal array inside that can resurrect you. I swear, no matter the cost, even if it costs my own life, I will definitely bring you back to life. Looking at his two pitiful disciples, Ye Bei gently coaxes them, stop crying, or you won't be my beautiful disciples anymore. Lai Yushan gasps in excitement, Zhuge Fu, am I dreaming right now? Did Master really say that? Zhuge Fu can barely stutter out a reply. It has been 300 years. I have waited so long, and finally get to see Master this close. Lai Yushan pulls her sleeve, pleading, hurry, slap me. Zhuge Fu shyly holds onto her outer robe, stopping her from pulling it away. Ye Bei gently smiles, pointing at the two girls, you silly girls. You didn't think my power ran out and my divine sense was just going to fade away, right? Lai Yushan emotionally asks, is it really you, Master? He smiles confidently, indeed. Your master has resurrected, and I am finally back. She hugs Zhuge Fu tightly, acting like a happy but worried child. Zhuge Fu, can you please slap me? I am so scared this is all just a dream. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, reunited with 1 out of 108 disciples. Host cultivation speed increased tenfold. Reunited with 1 out of 108 disciples. Reward: 100 years of disciple cultivation. Note that the host version is only for you, while the disciple version is strictly for your followers. He looks at the spiritual energy gathering in his palm and realizes his absorption speed really did jump tenfold. Just imagine if he finds a few more of his disciples, his training speed would multiply to 50, 100, or even more. But how do I actually use this 100-year disciple cultivation reward? The system replies, simply make physical contact with the disciple and distribute it with a thought. He processes this, thinking that simple? Just getting close is enough? The system quickly responds, yes, indeed. Ye Bei just holds a whip, smiling. Lai Yushan stares in absolute disbelief at the weapon he holds. It is the God-striking whip. Master really is alive. This is completely unreal. He looks at his disciples, pointing out their mistakes. You are support classes trying to kill a top-tier sword cultivator. Are you two begging to get killed? 10 whips each, and do not dare resist. The two girls quickly chant in unison, we know our mistakes. Please punish us, master. He raises the whip without hesitation, though Ye Bei is secretly worried inside. If I had not happened to be in Van Pham City today, those two stupid girls would have been toast against Marquise Kai Nguyen. Zhugfu gasps in shock and delight. What is this? My cultivation is suddenly surging rapidly. She wonders if Master is behind this. She whips her head around, crying out, Master, what are you doing to us? Sobbing, she begs him to take this power back. They committed a major crime and cannot accept such a massive gift when he is only just resurrected. Ye Bei replies calmly, your master has his own plans. Just take your punishment. After finishing the strikes, he gestures for them to stand up. Both girls stand up beaming, their bodies completely revitalized with pure spiritual energy. After they thank him for his grace, Ye Bei begins plotting his next moves. He needs to track down his combat-focused disciples soon, as these support-type followers lack the raw offensive power to protect themselves. Inside the brightly lit courtyard, familiar voices begin echoing from deep within the building. Master, we are completely useless. We failed to protect senior sister. Please punish us. After hearing them out, Ye Bei realizes that the culprit who forced his disciples apart is none other than the 9 great sacred palaces. Since I am back, we are going to settle every single one of these debts. Suddenly remembering something, Lai Yushan gasps, oh right, master, I almost forgot to mention. Senior sister Tai Bai is also in Trungwen City, but seeing her sister's distress, Zhugfu quickly cuts in senior sister. Ye Bei asks what happened to Tai Bai, wondering if her incredible talent over the last 300 years has already made her an emperor. Both girls suddenly look down, and Zhugfu replies with a heavy heart after she broke through to the half-emperor realm. He charged into the astral sacred palace all by himself, relying entirely on his own strength, and no one ever saw what happened after that. Ye Bei thought with some annoyance it was that astral sacred palace again. He then asked, where is Tai Bai right now? Zhugfu replied she is at the Tai Bai Sword Manor in Luoguang City. Once Ye Bei understood everything, he made a decision. He originally wanted them to hide here and stabilize their cultivation realms for a couple of days, but now there was no time. We set off for Luoguang City immediately. Zhuge Fu and Yushan bowed in agreement. 3 days later, deep inside the Nuoya chamber, Ye Bei was quietly meditating and refining his energy, but he felt quite depressed, checking his inner energy. In 3 whole days, he had only broken through 5 minor realms. To him, this cultivation speed was pretty slow. Outside the door, Zhugfu looked at their master with deep envy and whispered to Yushan, Master is already back to cultivating, and yet normal cultivators cannot even break through a single realm in 3 long years. Yushan just mumbled in agreement. Inside, Ye Bei clenched his fist with determination. Very well, he thought, now it is time to push even harder and break through straight to the Tongshuan realm. Now watch as they fly across the desolate mountains and an excited voice suddenly rings out. When that happens, he could finally unlock another card. A day later, inside a local tavern, the waiter's eyes lit up like stars, as if seeing shiny gold coins floating around. Ye Bei got straight to the point, tell me absolutely everything you know about the Tai Bai Sword Manor. The waiter leaned in cautiously and asked honored guest, are you also planning to attend their upcoming martial arts wine feast? Ye Bei frowned and questioned a martial arts wine feast. The man explained that the manor mistress had been severely injured long ago, and her strength was rapidly declining. Rumor has it that her cultivation is almost entirely gone now, so she spends every single day drowned in alcohol, even trading her precious family treasures just to buy more wine. The man sighed with deep regret, recalling how the manor was once packed with legendary sword cultivators who traveled thousands of miles just to seek guidance. Such a shame, truly a tragedy. Yushan suddenly slammed the table in absolute fury, startling the waiter who instantly feared he had said something wrong. Fourth sister, Ye Bei softly called out to calm her. Yushan lowered her head and apologized. Forgive me, master, your disciple was far too reckless. Ye Bei comforted her, noting that although he did not know what happened to Tai Bai, her master was always the best at waking people up. Wait till you see this. Over at the Tai Bai Sword Manor, the rowdy crowd is already shouting out. When a fine flask of wine was placed on the counter, everyone turned to look, and the crowd of attendees immediately began whispering among themselves. Setting aside the actual wine inside for a second, that elegant flask alone is easily worth several top-grade spirit stones. With a container this beautiful, the wine inside must be truly extraordinary. It looked like this young man would have no trouble making a trade. The registrar's eyes gleamed as he stared at the exquisite flask, but Ye Bei pulled the flask back, dodging his greedy gaze. Hold on, he said, leaving the record keeper looking completely confused. What is the meaning of this? The man asked. Ye Bei calmly poured the liquid into a tiny cup and replied, this wine is incredibly precious, so 1 cup for your mistress is plenty. The registrar secretly grumbled that a single cup was incredibly stingy, but the moment he took it, a heavenly aroma wafted straight to his nose. His face turned purely ecstatic as he thought, with a fragrance this rich, getting just one sip would make a man's entire life complete. Yi Bei then looked at him and added, "Please convey these 2 messages to your mistress." "Of course," the butler replied very politely. "Please go ahead, young master." Yi Bei spoke first. "Tell her that this wine will make her so drunk she forgets where her home is. And second, a poem, a jar of wine, a song, and a single sword at the edge of the world." The butler bowed respectfully and promised to bring it to her. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Qishan was busy practicing her sword strikes. Countless empty wine jugs lay scattered across the floor as Tai Bai slumped back in her chair, slowly sipping away. Qishan bowed and softly pleaded, "Master, you have been drinking for days now. Please stop." Tai Bai muttered in a daze, "Shaner, you are too young to understand." She pointed out a mistake in Qishan's posture and noted, "Your swordplay is decent, but you are putting far too much rigid focus into it. You must let your body flow naturally, uniting with the blade until your movements become profoundly mysterious and entirely unpredictable." Hearing that, Qishan gripped her sword and asked softly, "Master, is it because the anniversary of Grandmaster's death is coming up that you are acting this way?" Tai Bai quickly looked away and said, "Take a break, Shaner, then get back to practice. Besides, my next batch of wine should be arriving soon." "Understood, Master," Qishan replied. Right then, the butler walked in with deep respect, holding up the tiny cup of wine he had just received. Tai Bai sat up, quite surprised at why there was only a single cup. But before she could finish, she suddenly sprang forward to grab it. She stood frozen in absolute shock, immediately realizing this drink was a legendary celestial-grade immortal brew. As she lifted the cup to her lips, a sudden wave of deep longing hit her, causing tears to overflow and stream down her face. "Maybe only in a drunken state can I ever see my beloved master again. Master, I miss you so much," she whispered, before looking up. "Old Wei, did this wine also come from someone waiting in the line outside?" The butler replied respectfully, "Yes, master. He seemed like a young lord from a great clan. He is at the 7th stage of the soul condensation realm, and he wanted me to pass 2 sentences to you. Quite interesting," he mutters for the butler to speak. The old man recalls Ye Bei's words. The first line only makes the master drunk, wondering where his home is. Upon hearing that first line, her wine cup slips and crashes to the ground. Her hands tremble in sheer shock. Completely losing her composure, she grabs his shoulders and frantically demands to know what the second line is. Stuttering in pure terror, the butler says that the second is a poem, a jar of wine, a song, 1 sword at the horizon. Tai Bai yells out, demanding to know where that man is right now, and seeing her this agitated, the butler answers quickly. "He is waiting right outside." "What is wrong with you, master?" Tai Bai vanishes instantly, leaving the butler behind, completely unable to finish his warning. Watching his master fly off, he scratches his head, completely confused about what just happened to her. Seeing Tai Bai approaching, Jugfu whispers that their 4th sister has finally arrived. Yi Bei looks at his approaching disciple and tells them to discuss things quickly so they do not give themselves away, then slips on a demonic mask while Lai Yushan smiles in pure excitement. Appearing right before the 3 of them, Tai Bai demands to know if that cup of wine from earlier belonged to him. He confirms it belongs to him. Observing his disciple, he silently notes that his 4th student has really lost her edge over the years. But even if she has turned into scrap metal, her master will sharpen her back into a fine sword today. She asks if those 2 lines of poetry also came from him, and when he confirms it, her entire body trembles with intense anticipation. Getting incredibly worked up, Tai Bai demands to know who exactly was the person who told him those 2 lines of poetry. A violent gust of wind erupts from her body, prompting Ye Bei to ask if she is still not satisfied with his wine. Staring at the 3, she wonders why they feel so familiar, before loudly demanding to know who he really is under that mask. Ye Bei replies that he can tell her who he is later, but they should finish their wine transaction first. She agrees immediately, saying she is highly pleased with his wine, so he should name whatever it is he wants in exchange. With a dangerous look, he claims to be a swordsman too, demanding the Magnaling lower her cultivation to match his level for a duel, and no matter what happens, she must not restore her power until their match is completely finished. She quickly agrees. At the training grounds, Tai Bai draws her sword and warns him that her time is limited, so they only have until sunset. Yi Bei runs his fingers along his sword, quietly sizing up his opponent. Tai Bai is quite cooperative, lowering her power to the 1st stage of soul condensation, which is actually perfect. This makes teaching her a lesson much easier. Jugfu and Lai Yushan hold hands, trembling with worry as they pray their 4th sister survives the massive trouble she just brought upon herself. Silence falls over the entire training ground, broken only by Tai Bai's loud, confident voice. She tells him to begin and use his absolute best swordplay. Otherwise he will not even last 2 rounds against her. Ye Bei smiles skeptically, asking if that is so, before rushing forward like lightning with his sword aimed straight at her. He warns her to be careful. Tai Bai stands still, tracking his movements and realizing that while his sword energy is vast, it has clear traces. She moves gracefully to dodge every single strike he throws. She even offers some feedback, noting that his swordplay is decent but far too stiff and lacking flexibility. He quickly circles to her right, raising his blade to strike, while she quickly anticipates that he is planning a sneak attack from that side. She leaps back to evade, preparing a finishing blow while feeling slightly disappointed that she has already completely read all his moves. But as she strikes, the wind surges, and he suddenly vanishes from her sight, making her gasp in utter disbelief. While she scrambles to find him, Ye Bei appears right behind her, leaping into the air and telling her to aim properly before swinging her sword. Once again, he completely vanishes, leaving her alone. Are you guys seeing this speed? Unable to see his shadow, Tai Bai panics, wondering how this is even possible. Before she can recover, a massive sword strike hits, causing a deafening explosion to echo through the courtyard and leaving her badly injured, though she still struggles to stand. Ye Bei begins to tease her, warning the master not to underestimate her opponent, as doing so on a battlefield is a fatal mistake. From the sidelines, Zhuge Fu sighs that their fourth sister has indeed lost the very first round. Lai Yushan agrees, adding that the master is just as powerful as he was back then, while Tai Bai slowly stands up, admitting she underestimated him. Tai Bai raises her sword, focusing her mind while cursing herself. She admits she was careless, but promises it will not happen again as her sword energy surges, preparing the second form of her lotus swordplay called Divine Stroke. Hearing the attack name, Zhuge Fu is shocked to see her lotus swordplay. It is her ultimate technique, and as she unleashes sharp, deadly strikes toward her opponent, her sword energy completely hides her figure, turning the move into a guaranteed kill. Ye Bei just stands there, making no move to block her oncoming attack. He raises his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy straight at Tai Bai, slicing through her defenses and forcing a painful scream from her lips. She crashes hard, a screeching thud. Standing over her, Ye Bei makes a mocking offer. Villa Master, why not raise your cultivation to match mine? Hearing his blatant challenge, her face goes completely dark as a massive wave of pure fury explodes inside her. Channeling her strength, Tai Bai leaps up, swinging her sword Green Lotus Sword Art, third form, Green Lotus Sword Song, but her attack never lands. He swings his own blade, sending hers flying with a deafening clang. Off balance, she drops to her knees. Only now does she think things through. Once is carelessness, twice is a coincidence, but 3 times has Tai Bai suspecting she must have met this mysterious youth before. This kid is somehow incredibly familiar with both myself and my entire sword technique. It is so familiar that every time I change my stance, every attack I throw, he predicts it. Lowering her eyes, she asks, "Who on earth are you?" He turns the question right back on her. Who am I? Before she can even process this, he orders his allies to strike. Whirling around in surprise, Tai Bai sees Zhuge Fu approaching from behind, her lips chanting some strange, incomprehensible spell. A massive array suddenly forms directly above her. Shrouding herself in protective sword energy, Tai Bai curses silently. Damn it, I fell right into his trap. Imagine her horror. Her cultivation level is rapidly plummeting. What is even happening here? Before she can react, the glowing array slams down on her, forcing a panicked scream from Tai Bai. How is this possible? The crushing force of the array pins her down, making her feel as if her limbs are tightly bound. Shaken to her core, she curses, damn it. From the moment he gifted that wine, he was pulling my strings. First, he used those 2 lines of poetry to shake my composure. Then, he made me suppress my cultivation, weakening my senses, before finally trapping me in this soul-binding array. Just then, a worried voice echoes from outside. Master, looking at Qishan, Tai Bai yells out an urgent command. San Yi, get out of here, do not come any closer. Refusing to listen, she stubbornly charges straight toward Ye Bei, desperate to save her master. No, I will never let anyone hurt you. Powerful pressure freezes Qishan in her tracks. Seeing her apprentice in grave danger, Tai Bai snaps, her eyes shifting color as she cries out in pure panic. San Yi. With that cry, a massive wave of raw power erupts from her body. Ye Bei sneers, facing death, and yet you still try to protect others. Waving his hand to launch an attack, he declares it is useless. Today you both die. Gritting her teeth in absolute rage, she spits back. Do you really think sealing my cultivation leaves me completely helpless? Their massive energies clash violently, kicking up a blinding storm of dust and wind. Watching from the sidelines, Lai Yushan nudges Zhuge Fu and whispers, hey, do you think Master is taking this too far? Because it really looks like fourth sister is about to fight him to the death. Zhuge Fu whispers back, nervously twisting her fingers together in deep anxiety. No matter what, we must stay patient and hold back. We just have to trust Master. Meanwhile, Tai Bai unleashes an even greater burst of power, her aura shaking the surroundings. Look at that speed. Ye Bei is closing the distance faster than ever. Tai Bai panics. How is this possible? His cultivation should be sealed too. So why is his speed not dropping at all, and somehow even faster than before? Channeling immense force into his fist, Ye Bei prepares to clash as their strikes head toward an epic collision, but her fist completely misses. Misses, leaving her utterly stunned. What? Seizing the opening, he delivers a brutal punch to her torso, sending her crashing into the dirt and tumbling away. Dust swirls where she lands, her entire body racked with pain, and her mind spiraling into despair. How is this guy able to shatter my defenses so easily, every single time? Why? Why? Step by step, he slowly walks closer, utterly disappointed in her. Do you really think you are strong when you cannot even protect those closest to you? What right do you have to fall this low? Standing over her, he coldly mocks himself. And as for your master, you turning out like this makes your master the primary culprit. His harsh, stinging words strike her mind like a sudden bolt of lightning. A sharp strike flashes out, sudden, catching him off guard. He quickly leaps backward, but his sleeve is already torn. Ye Bei is shaken, thinking that was incredibly close. Despite her internal injuries, Tai Bai glares coldly. Insult anyone you want, but never my master. Today you die. Staring at the burning hatred in her eyes, the shattered sword has been beaten and recast. Now comes the final step, tempering the steel, as a system notification suddenly pops up, reunited with the third of the 108 disciples. Reward Disciple Edition. Xuanyuan Sword Intent. A mysterious energy pools in his palm. He commands the system to extract the Xuanyuan sword intent, causing their surroundings to shatter like glass, floating in space. Instantly, the sky churns as a fierce gale kicks up, drawing massive clouds toward a single focal point above. Far in the distance, top-tier powerhouses witness this terrifying phenomenon and begin whispering among themselves. That direction looks like Tai Bai's sword manor. Could some rare treasure be showing up? The other guy replies, you got it. This crazy clash is just like a legendary treasure appearing, so everyone's rushing over to watch the show. Move, let's go check it out. We can't let anyone else beat us to the prize. A bizarre phenomenon like this hasn't happened in 100 years. This is definitely our big break. Right then, a golden sword tip slowly emerges from the clouds right above her. Tai Bai panics inside as the whole world spins around her, with sharp waves of sword energy locking onto her. Qi Shan screams out in absolute terror, "Sister!" Tai Bai turns around only to see Qi Shan blocked by those two jade corals. A sudden surge of raw energy explodes inside her body once again. No, she can't die yet. She has to protect San San, find her fellow disciples, and track down their master. Qi Shan's face is filled with pure despair as she lets out a heartbreaking scream, but the devastating attack doesn't stop for her, crashing straight down on Tai Bai in an instant. Qi Shan turns around and grinds her teeth, her eyes burning with pure hatred. You bastards, I'll take you down with me. She swings her sword at Catfuck, but Catfuck simply raises a hand to block. Unable to dodge, all she sees right in front of her is Catfuck's massive chest. Qi Shan plants her face right into Catfuck's chest. Her face turns bright red, making Catfuck cry out in complete shock at the sudden impact. Qi Shan backs away in absolute panic. A confused Catfuck asks her master what is going on, while Ye Bei stays quiet, lost in deep thought. Qi Shan stands frozen with clenched fists, watching the three of them chat right in front of her. She watches them with extreme caution, and the whole area falls dead silent as she and Ye Bei lock eyes. Ye Bei breaks the silence with a pretty harsh critique, asking how her sister can drink herself silly every day and neglect her training. Where is her loyalty? Where is her grand path of the sword? He needs to beat some sense into her. Qi Shan instantly fires back, "Don't talk about my sister like that. She's the absolute best person in the entire world to me." He puts his hands behind his back, stating that if he doesn't handle her sister, nobody in this world can. Now, I'm just as baffled as her. Who on earth is this guy? How can he talk so big? Qi Shan frowns and demands to know what they did to her sister. Will she be okay? He looks straight at the glowing light and tells her that she won't die. If she can control and absorb that powerful sword intent, it'll be a massive breakthrough for her. Up in the sky, powerful figures start gathering together. Her heart sinks as she spots the terrifying guests above, including the patriarch of the Changsun family, along with the sect master of Chongshao and the lord of Zhulong Mountain Villa. Every single one is a Saint King expert, so what should she do? Her sister still hasn't woken up yet, so she hesitantly glances toward Ye Bei. The young man spots Qi Shan staring and looks back in utter confusion, forcing her to point frantically at the high sky. Hey, those guys are the top powerhouses of Luoguang City. Your two divine court stage servants are absolute nothing compared to them. So how can you stay so incredibly relaxed? The lord of Zhulong Mountain Villa asks the Changsun patriarch if that isn't the female master of Tai Bai Sword Manor. It looks like she's currently refining some legendary treasure. The Changsun patriarch snaps back, obviously. I literally watched her cultivation soar from the 7th stage of Saint King straight to the legendary half-emperor level. The Chongshao sect master gasps, "Goodness gracious! I've never seen such speed. This is definitely a supreme sword treasure." The Zhulong Lord says with sheer jealousy that if he gets this treasure, he's golden. Honestly, who wouldn't want a shortcut to the Emperor level? He tells the Changsun Patriarch they cannot let her finish refining it, so they should strike immediately. But the old man quickly steps in to hold him back. "Hold on, do you want to die? Did you forget how bizarre Tai Bai sword manner is?" The other guy scoffs in total disdain. "That was probably just a random coincidence. Plus we've got all these massive forces ready to charge together. Would anyone actually dare to pick a fight with so many of us?" Just then, Catfuck steps forward to issue a warning, declaring their master is unlocking the Grand Sword Path. "Right now, if anyone dares to take a single step forward, you'll be an absolute enemy of Tai Bai sword manner. Suffer the consequences." The Lord of Zhulong Mountain Villa scoffs, swinging his blade straight toward Lai Yushan, a mere 5th-tier Divine Palace cultivator. "Yet you talk so big, you're seriously underestimating us." In response, she calmly unleashes a giant hand. Lai Yushan warns them once more, she already said it, "Take a single step closer, and you'll pay the ultimate price." That giant hand not only shatters the Zhulong Lord's blade into tiny pieces, but keeps pushing forward right toward his face. A massive splash of crimson blood stains the crumbling ruins, while those massive fingers literally draw a physical boundary between them. The Changsun Patriarch whispers to the Chongshao Master, "There is no way a standard Divine Palace cultivator could ever pull off this kind of strike. She has absolutely hidden her true strength." The old sect master is equally terrified. This woman is simply too powerful. She must be at the peak of the Saint King stage, or maybe even a half-emperor. Seeing this total destruction, Lai Yushan sighs with slight regret. "I only planned to deal with one guy, but things got a bit out of hand. I'll pay more attention next time." Furious screams and curses erupt from the sect master. "What do you mean you didn't control it well? Damn it, you actually want it next time?" Inside the barrier, Tai Bai is pushing herself to refine her power faster and faster. The Zhongshao sect master curses in rage. Damn it, she actually raised her power all the way to peak half-emperor. Feeling quite terrified, the Jiangsun family head realizes this powerhouse could easily take control of the entire city. Just one more step, and she'll reach the legendary Great Emperor realm. Inside the formation, Tai Bai finally awakens, her eyes flashing with sharp golden light. Seeing her sister safe, Qishan cries out in pure joy, like a child reuniting with someone she thought she'd lost forever. She lands gracefully on the arena floor. Tai Bai glances over at Qishan, quietly breathing a sigh of relief. Pointing her sword straight at the man sitting before her, she demands, "I'm asking you one last time, who on earth are you? Get ready for this reveal." Under that mask is a warm, smiling face as Ye Bei speaks softly. "Tai Bai, I got here late." Staring at him, she nearly collapses from shock. Stammering, "Master?" But doubt immediately creeps in. "No, it's impossible. My master passed away 3 years ago. Plus, your cultivation is only at level 7 of the spirit condensation realm. With such poor talent, her master couldn't even break past the basic body refining realm." To prove his identity, Ye Bei quietly pulls out a very familiar whip. She's utterly shocked. That's the God-striking whip. Suddenly, 2 bunny-eared girls leap out, calling out, "Fourth senior sister, it's been a while. Congratulations on breaking your shackles and completely transforming your body and bone marrow." They joke that they can't help if master punishes her later. Tai Bai solemnly drops to one knee, saying, "Your disciple, Tai Bai, greets master." He steps forward and gently pats her shoulder, saying, "Tai Bai, you've really suffered all these years." Hearing those words, her tears immediately start flowing. "Master," she cries out, sobbing uncontrollably, "your disciple has finally waited long enough for you to come back home." Ye Bei gently comforts her, "Good girl, stop crying, or my heart will ache." Watching this, the Jiangsun family head stands completely frozen in shock. Can you even blame them for losing their minds? A legendary powerhouse calling this kid master is completely insane. Good grief. The master of a peak half-emperor powerhouse must possess unimaginably terrifying power. Instantly, all 4 leaders drop to their knees, begging Emperor, "We were wrong. Our Jiangsun family is willing to serve the Tai Bai Villa from this day on. Please forgive us, Emperor." The others quickly beg for mercy too, pledging their total submission. But Ye Bei just snaps, "Shut up." Tai Bai then coldly asks, "Did you come here to drink tea?" The 2 leaders stammer nervously, unable to find their words. Seeing their hesitation, Ye Bei's face suddenly darkens, asking, "What is it?" He warns them that maybe they want to stay for a final death feast. He glares at them and roars, "Scram!" Terrified, they instantly leap over the walls to escape. Yes, we are leaving right now, Emperor," they squeal. Only after they flee does Tai Bai finally calm down. She turns to him, saying, "Master, I have a tiny favor to ask of you." Ye Bei gently cuts her off, replying, "Speak." Tai Bai explains that a secret realm thousands of miles away will open in 3 days. She wants to ask her master to accompany young Qishan there for some training. He asks why she doesn't just go herself. and she replies, I'm worried she'll depend on me too much, so I'd rather protect her secretly. She looks highly discouraged as she explains, Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but this realm enforces a strict law that completely blocks anyone at the Tongshuan realm from entering. Tai Bai tried to force her way in once, but failed. This secret realm only opens once a year, allowing just 300 cultivators inside. 100 years ago, when I was a half-emperor, I tried breaking in but failed miserably. That powerful law is so absolute that even a great emperor couldn't bypass it. Ye Bei ponders this deeply. She adds that 3 powerful sacred lands pay close attention to this secret realm whenever it opens. Every single time it activates, they monopolize the slots to send in their elite disciples. Tai Bai then pulls Qishan closer, smiling, but with since you're completely invincible, visiting this place to expand her horizons should be incredibly easy. Plus, she can take care of chores and act as a reliable assistant for you. Ye Bei nods, agreeing, all right, in 3 days, I'll take this little girl along. Tai Bai smiles gratefully, thank you, Master. Meanwhile, Qishan stands next to them, her face turning pale. She complains, wait, did you seriously just sell me out like that? Later, Ye Bei enters his room. The system suddenly chimes, congratulations, host. You have unlocked 5 cultivation cards. The host can choose one of these cards to refine. Without hesitating, Ye Bei makes his choice and begins the process. Once completed, crackling lightning starts dancing around Ye Bei's fingertips. This tiny spark is the legendary 4-9 lightning art, a basic heaven-grade technique from the immortal realm. Sitting cross-legged, he quietly closes his eyes. Even if it's considered the lowest-rank lightning technique back home, in this mortal world, it is still godlike. Its destructive power cannot be underestimated. Outside, the sky turns dark as violent thunder cracks and heavy winds shake the roof. The disciples run out to the porch, staring up in awe as one asks, is Master doing this? The other replies, I don't know. I've never seen such power before. Suddenly, lightning strikes like an explosion. Qishan panics, sister, look at our house. But Tai Bai is somehow still optimistic. It is fine, she says, a huge chunk is still standing. Plus, your sister Lai Yushan is right here, and she is a divine bamboo master. Finally, the storm clears up. From the west room, a coughing voice calls out, Tai Bai, bring your master some clothes, so she heads inside. Coming, master, she answers. Meanwhile, Zhuge Fu gossips he is probably hiding because of that crazy lightning blast. I bet he does not have enough clothes left to cover up. Lai Yushan frowns, yeah, probably. But when Tai Bai pushes the door open, she freezes. Ye Bei is sitting there completely naked. Blushing red, she stammers, master. But he is not ashamed at all. Why are you standing so far away? He teases. Are you afraid I will eat you? She just looks down. She stammeringly agrees, but she still has to step closer. Tai Bai desperately shifts her gaze away to avoid seeing his bare skin. In an instant, Ye Bei grabs her wrist. It has been hundreds of years, he says. Has my dear disciple really grown this distant from me? Then he suddenly pulls her close. Tai Bai loses her balance, letting out a sharp gasp as she falls forward, landing right on top of him. He internally panics. He really messed up this time by pulling way too hard. This is getting way out of hand. Right then, the door bursts open as someone calls out, Master, are you feeling better now? I prepared the medicine. But seriously, looking at them, this position is so incredibly easy to misunderstand. Startled, they snap their heads toward the door. Tai Bai scrambles to sit up, frantically stammering, I am so sorry, Master. I did not mean to. But as she scrambles, she accidentally brushes right against Ye Bei's bare thigh. Now, it is his turn to freeze in absolute panic. Wait, do not move around, he thinks. This is bad. Something is definitely starting to change here. Realizing what is happening, Tai Bai goes pale and freezes. She lets out a sudden loud shriek that catches the attention of the girls outside. They bust the door open to check on her. But what they see is their senior sister sprawled on the floor right in front of their totally naked master. Zhuge Fu stammers in embarrassment. Lai Yushan wears a mischievous grin, teasingly asking if master and senior sister were hiding in the room without inviting the rest of them. She quickly shoves Lai Yushan out, telling the couple to carry on as they excuse themselves, despite Lai Yushan complaining. Lai Yushan begs to play. Ye Bei clears his throat, telling Tai Bai to notify the little girl to prepare for departure. Blushing, she agrees. Left alone, Ye Bei breathes a sigh of relief. He mutters that joking around only hurts himself. Soon, the 5 of them head to the courtyard to board their boat. Tai Bai presents a glowing gem, explaining it is a spatial treasure packed with all the daily essentials they will need. Ye Bei looks at her warmly, thanking her. With farewells over, he and Qishan board the vessel. He bids them farewell, telling Tai Bai, Lai Yushan, and Zhuge Fu to take care. After days of sailing, they finally land, but Qishan looks completely lost, and you have to wonder if they even got the coordinates right. Ye Bei confirms that they must travel on foot because the secret realm has activated, making the surrounding space dangerously unstable. If they get careless and get sucked in, they will be in serious trouble. Qishan finally gets it. As a few other cultivators head toward the same destination, a stranger suddenly approaches them, asking the young lady if she and her companion have lost their way. The three from Tianqi Holy Land introduce themselves. They warn them about the dangers nearby, inviting them to travel together to the secret realm. But Qishan remains highly cautious and politely declines their offer. She politely declines, but check out the devious smirk on Yebei. He is clearly plotting something terrible for these unsuspecting guys. He thinks it is perfect since they practically delivered themselves to him. However, the stranger refuses to back down, pulling out a token and calling their meeting a twist of fate. He hands over the token, noting the journey to the secret realm will take at least half a day. He claims showing the token will keep troublemakers away. Qishan tries to reject it, but Yebei steps in and accepts the token anyway. Yebei plays along, accepting the token with mock gratitude and thanking the Tianqi Holy Land for their incredibly generous help. Playing the saint, the stranger claims helping others is only natural. Having achieved his hidden goal, he quickly departs. He wishes them luck before taking his leave. Qishan watches the group depart, feeling a bit relieved. She muses that the outside world is not nearly as terrifying as her sister warned, with plenty of kind souls around. Yebei gives her a knowing look. Why do you think that guy came over to talk to you in the first place? Was it just because he thought you were pretty and wanted a chat? Hearing this, Qishan seriously ponders maybe he wanted to take us to the secret realm to show some goodwill. She blinks in pure innocence and asks, wait, is that not the case? After all, we have no money, and our apparent strength is definitely no threat to them. Yebei facepalms in complete disbelief. This silly girl got totally bought over and is actually defending them. Qishan tilts her head in curiosity. Seeing him react like this, she points at the token and asks what it is. Yebei moves his hand to pull a glowing tracking formation right out of the token. Look at this, he says, leaving Qishan completely stunned. He displays it for her, explaining that opportunities inside are limited. Any extra competitor just makes things way harder. Only now does Yebei explain their real motive. Remember that strange question? Exactly. They wanted to test our background. And now he finally shows how angry he is. But you just went and spilled everything, saying we are independent. Qishan shrinks back, apologizing for her mistake. She promises to listen from now on. Yebei pats her hair, reminding her that he is far more ruthless than she can imagine. He is 1,000 times dirtier. Qishan bows in remorse, promising to remember her master's warning. Suddenly she wonders. But master, if they already tested our strength, why did they not attack us right then? Why? Because there were just too many other eyes watching them. They cared too much about their sacred land's pride to strike. They are likely waiting for another opportunity. Qishan worries that if that is the case, they should just throw this token away before someone comes to cause trouble. Yebei just smiles mysteriously, calling this a great thing. She looks totally confused, but we know he is actually begging for them to try something. Cut to the Tianqi Sacred Palace, where crowds of cultivators stand before the secret realm's massive gateway, waiting. Walking in, the master and disciple overhear an older man giving instructions to his young disciple. He explains that once they enter, they can stay for 10 days, after which the realm automatically ejects the survivors. Those 10 days will fly by, and anyone holding a realm token will receive different tiers of rewards. The more tokens you have, the more precious the reward. The disciple bows respectfully as a red-robed cultivator shares the news. Word is, the 3 great sacred lands have wanted one thing most for hundreds of years, all 100 realm tokens. But since the Senluo one first discovered, nobody has ever done it. A muscular guy in black nods in agreement. He adds that if anyone ever manages to collect all the tokens, they can completely monopolize the entire Senluo secret realm, while also claiming the ultimate reward that only appears once every 50 years. Yebei strokes his chin, realizing why the Tianqi Sacred Land did not attack earlier. They are just waiting to reap all the benefits. He silently maps out their plan first. Tag us with a tracking token, then wait until we enter the realm to strike and take it. Simple. This completely protects their sacred land's reputation, without offending whatever powerful backing we might have. It is quite a smart strategy, but Yebei absolutely looks down on their pathetic little trick. Sacred land, do you have no shame left? Hundreds of years have passed, and your greed is still this ugly. Just then, Qishan walks up. She asks if he has found anything, but Yebei chooses not to share his dark thoughts, telling her they should just wait. The cave entrance finally begins to crack open, revealing a pitch-black abyss as a long-haired man in green robes steps forward. A red-robed cultivator guesses it is starting, prompting Qishan to urge her master to go, though he remains completely unbothered and calm. The realm is massive. Entering a few minutes early or late makes absolutely zero difference. Qishan glances at her master in confusion. Honestly, you have to wonder what insane plan he is cooking up while everyone else rushes inside. About 10 minutes later, absolutely everyone has gone inside. Just as the entrance is closing, the master and disciple leisurely step through the flashing gateway. First, we see the female disciples of Xianxia Sacred Land, followed by a group of purple-robed youths from another powerful sect, leaving only our duo standing alone as Elder Yan loudly bellows the official command to begin. He tells his disciples that the final reward is entirely up to them, speaking with the authority of a Xianxia sacred land elder. The disciples obey instantly, but before they can even make a move, a massive rumble echoes. Elder Yan spins around. Where is that coming from? What follows are targeted magical slashes, striking the Xianxia disciples, throwing them into utter chaos before they can even raise a defense. "Stop!" he screams out in rage. But Ye Bei keeps slashing relentlessly while they stutter in panic. Elder Yan is absolutely furious, but Ye Bei and Qishan easily fly right past him, declaring they are taking their leave first. Screaming at them to get back here, the furious elder conjures a giant spectral hand in midair to capture the duo. But Ye Bei instantly counters by unleashing a massive wave of brilliant, blazing fire to burn through his foolish attack. With that, the duo soars into the sky while Ye Bei looks back to give a smug wave goodbye. Elder Yan is absolutely livid. Just as he prepares to chase, a giant phantom fist strikes. The violent collision triggers an earth-shattering boom. Flying debris and shattered rocks scatter everywhere, knocking Elder Yan flat on his back. A gray-haired guy sighs those two have massive guts to dare pluck the wool right off the Holy Land's back. Another guy chips in and those two sneak attackers? One seems to be at level 6 Profound Mystic Realm, while the other is only at level 1. The last one smiles like he is watching a comedy show. Once they come out in 10 days, they are dead meat. Still absolutely furious, Elder Yan roars, "Who are they? Who exactly were those two? It has been centuries since anyone dared steal from our Xianxia Holy Land." Cupping his hands, a disciple stammers, "Elder, I actually ran into those two before." Surprised, Elder Yan listens closely as the disciple explains how he handed out the entry tokens to Ye Bei and his companion a few days ago. Bowing low, the disciple mumbles, "That is exactly what happened. I would never dare hide anything from you." Elder Yan stares silently at the token. Elder Yan tosses the two tokens, and the representatives from both the other Holy Land and Xingyao Holy Land catch them. Holding his own jade, the elder explains these are tracking jades, and the trails of those two thieves are locked inside. One woman chuckles, "Old Yan, do not be mad. Since we owe you one, I will make sure my disciples bring you their corpses." Elder Yan scowls and snaps back, "Get lost, just get lost. Do not speak a single word to me from now on." Nursing this bitter grudge, he vows to crush them the moment they step out. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret realm, only the gentle rustle of leaves breaks the quiet. Honestly, you have to wonder, along with Qishan, what kind of absolute monster did she actually team up with? He did not just rob elite Holy Land disciples of all their tokens, he even had the guts to openly provoke a half-emperor of Xianxia. After letting Qishan stare in awe for a bit, Ye Bei finally asks, "Scared?" She quickly replies, "With Master here, there is absolutely nothing to fear." As they walk, Ye Bei explains, "With a shameless faction like that Holy Land, we have no reason to be polite." Even knowing this, she still feels uneasy, "But, Master, we haven't even found any treasures yet, and we have already made a massive enemy out of the Xianxia Holy Land. They will definitely hunt us down, so what are we supposed to do once we have to leave this place?" Not caring in the slightest, Ye Bei shrugs. They started this fight, so they brought this on themselves. Besides, they only have a few half-emperors. There is nothing to worry about. Qishan shivers at his words, calling powerhouses like half-emperors mere nobodies. My master really knows how to drop a bombshell. But right in the middle of their talk, oh no! A massive serpent slithers out, forcing a terrified Qishan to cling to Ye Bei's arm. Pointing with a trembling finger, she warns him, "Master, look, that is a heart-piercing viper. It's highly venomous, at level 3 Profound Mystic Realm, incredibly fast, but its attack power is just average." Ye Bei sighs, "What is so scary about a brainless beast like this? With your current strength, you could easily take it down yourself." In her absolute panic, she does not even realize her chest is pressing right against his arm, whimpering, but I am just terrified of snakes." Shifting away to get some space, Ye Bei immediately hands down her first official test. "Then your task for today is to kill this snake. Do it, or I will leave you behind right here." On the verge of tears, Qishan gazes at Ye Bei with puppy dog eyes, begging, "Why are you doing this to me, Master? You are the absolute best, Master, and your little disciple is truly terrified of snakes." But Ye Bei remains completely unmoved, telling her acting cute will not save you. Pouting in frustration, Qishan huffs, "Fine. It is just a stupid snake, right? I will just kill it." Suddenly, the viper snaps its jaws and charges. Shaking with fear, she jumps up and wraps herself around him, pressing so closely against his face that it leaves Ye Bei completely annoyed. Immediately, two loud bonks echo as Ye Bei peels her off, scolding, "Why are you hiding? I already told you, this creature's attack power is practically non-existent." Staring down the slithering beast, Ye Bei warns her, "But if you let it wrap around you and constrict, even I won't be able to save you." Gulping, Qishan nods, brandishing her sword as she resolves to prove herself to her master once and for all. This is my moment to shine and show master what I can really do. The serpent lunges with blinding speed, its mouth open wide to reveal razor-sharp fangs. Unleashing her technique, vibrant lotus flowers suddenly bloom in the air all around her. It's the first stance of her green lotus sword art, the solitary lotus of the ocean. Leaping forward, she swings her blade high above the giant serpent. With a single clean strike, she slices the beast's head clean off, sending it straight to its grave. She lands gracefully as a cloud of dust billows behind her. Looking at her work, Qishan beams with pride. I actually killed a giant serpent beast all by myself. I am seriously amazing. Suddenly, a sharp wind whips past, slicing off a lock of her hair. Qishan glares up at the trees in sheer annoyance. Before she can complain, Yebei cuts in you, let your guard down, and if you keep this up, I will discipline you on behalf of your senior sister. Qishan pouts, but why? I defeated that giant snake completely on my own. Why are you lecturing me? But as she looks back down, she spots something strange coming from the severed head. Pointing to the head, Yebei explains for ordinary snakes, hitting their weak point 7 inches down is fatal. However, a spirit beast's raw life force is incredibly resilient, far stronger than any normal wild creature. You must completely obliterate its brain to deliver a true killing blow. Realizing her mistake, Qishan hangs her head in embarrassment. Yes, master, I understand now, and I will definitely remember that. Blushing furiously, she feels absolutely mortified. Meanwhile, Yebei extracts a glowing red spirit stone right from the snake's head, tossing it over as he tells her, here, kid, take this. Qishan looks at the slimy sludge in her hand, pretty grossed out, but she has to admit something. It is incredibly nauseating, but there is definitely a strange, mysterious power humming deep inside the goo. Yebei speaks up, telling her that normal monsters at the profound realm do not have cores, making this unique to this secret zone. He tells her to channel her spiritual energy inside to unlock its secrets, and Qishan quickly obeys her master. As her energy flows into the pearl, the gem begins to glow. Suddenly, Qishan breaks through, jumping from the 6th level of the profound realm straight to the 7th. Staring at her hands, she happily cheers that she actually made a breakthrough. She cannot believe she advanced to the 7th level of the profound realm without facing a single bottleneck. Yebei smiles knowingly. It is exactly as he suspected. This strange pearl is the key treasure of this forest, boosting cultivation while easily shattering any bottlenecks. Overjoyed, Qishan thanks him, secretly thinking her master really does care for her. After all, the moment he found something amazing, he gave it to her first. Wait, do you hear that? Someone is screaming for help from deep in the woods. Intrigued, Yebei suggests, although Qishan is pretty suspicious, asking if this could be an obvious trap set just for them. He just gives her a highly amused look, saying they have hunted enough monsters, so it is finally time to hunt some humans. They find a weak girl reaching out to them, sobbing and begging for help, while Qishan watches her warily, wondering if they should actually step in. Something is off. Yebei suddenly flashes a wicked grin and unleashes a lethal strike right at the crying girl. The victim easily dodges, landing gracefully right in front of them with a smirk, teasing Yebei for being quite handsome yet surprisingly cold-blooded. She adds that his dark heart explains how he managed to steal all the tokens from the disciples of the Xianxia Holy Land. Qishan stares at the girl in shock, recognizing her as an elite from one of the outer sacred lands. She panics, wondering how this girl could have tracked them down when her master had already wiped out the entire Heavenly Pool group. Within seconds, fighters from the Star Brilliant Sacred Land surround them, but Yebei remains completely relaxed, looking around with a calm smile. He mockingly asks why the great Star Brilliant Sacred Land needs to rely on cowardly sneak attacks just to deal with 2 low-level cultivators, making the woman's face turn red with anger. She snaps back that she can easily crush 2 pathetic brats with a single hand, while Qishan nervously clutches onto her master's sleeve. Her self-esteem takes a hit as she realizes she is completely useless right now. It is incredibly frustrating that she could not even sense a whole squad of enemies hiding right under her nose. Yebei gently comforts her, telling his disciple not to beat herself up, since the enemies all have higher cultivations, making them naturally hard to detect. The two then tag team to roast their attackers, mocking Star Brilliant Sacred Land for being the absolute best when it comes to the art of being sneaky thieves. Qishan covers her mouth with a giggle, promising to remember his wise words. Absolutely furious, the female leader unleashes 2 deadly energy slashes, screaming that anyone who dares mock the Star Brilliant Sacred Land is going to die today. Ignoring the incoming attacks, Yebei casually turns to his disciple, asking if she knows the 9th form of the Green Lotus sword art, and she nods. As the blade energy rushes toward them, Qishan frantically warns him, but Yebei simply waves his hand, effortlessly shattering the lethal strikes into thin air. The enemy disciples gasp in horror, but their stubborn leader refuses to yield, immediately channeling energy for a massive final strike. She unleashes a massive wave of energy directly at them, forcing Yebei to quickly grab Qishan as they leap high into the air. While soaring through the sky, he reveals a secret, explaining that her sister probably never told her that the ninth form is actually meant to be performed together. Look at that. The enemies down below think they finally have our heroes cornered in the sky. She shrieks that they are trapped in the sky, completely unaware that her seemingly powerful attack is totally useless against them. Ye Bei looks at Qishan, promising to show her the true, ultimate form of the legendary Green Lotus sword art right now. With those words, a massive, brilliant lotus blooms in midair, scattering glowing petals as raw spiritual energy wraps around his blade. The terrified disciples stare up in shock, wondering what kind of monster they are facing. Since this boy is supposedly only at the first level, it makes absolutely no sense. How could a weak kid easily shatter a full-power attack from a peak divine court realm expert? Raising their swords together, Ye Bei and Qishan channel an overwhelming wave of energy that violently crashes down on the helpless crowd below. The earth-shattering blast leaves a massive crater behind, completely vaporizing the entire enemy squad, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Staring at the crater, Ye Bei sighs at how weak they were, then turns to Qishan to gently ask if she is scared. Her heart skips a beat as she imagines a sweet, romantic moment, deeply touched that her master is actually checking up on her like this. She starts to sweetly say that she is safe by his side, but Ye Bei bluntly cuts her off, saying that is good, before completely crushing her high expectations. He tells her to clean up the bodies and loot all their tokens. She clings to his arm with the most dramatic, tearful pout, wishing she could avoid dealing with dead bodies, while Ye Bei casually asks if there is an issue. Qishan turns away in disappointment, reluctantly obeying her master's orders. Yes, master, she grumbles, picking up the tokens while muttering that her teacher clearly has zero sympathy for a delicate lady. Ye Bei stares at her, knowing her future is doomed if this girl does not train hard. She will just end up a useless, pretty face. Sometime later, she hands all the collected tokens over and proudly reports master. The secret boundary plates and the tracking pendants are all fully gathered. Ye Bei holds the tokens and praises her with a smirk. Well, girl, you might lack other skills, but you are pretty great at cleaning up messes. Qishan beams with joy and cheers. Thank you for the praise, master. I will work even harder next time. Ye Bei nods, saying it is good to see her trying so hard. But then he looks at her with a cold, cold stare. Perfect. From now on, all cleanup duty belongs entirely to you. Keep working hard. Qishan quickly spins around to correct him, crying out, Wait, master, please let me explain. That is not what I meant at all. Wait up for me. He places the tokens onto a map, making Qishan walk over and stare at it in absolute confusion. Master, why are there so many blue dots this time? Ye Bei explains without any hesitation. The Heavenly Pool sacred ground definitely shared our tracking signals with the other two Holy Lands, allowing them to use copycat secret arts to churn out all these tracking devices. Hearing this, Qishan fumes with anger. This is too much. These Holy Lands are just as despicable, as Master always said. But Ye Bei remains totally calm, replying that it is fine because this will actually do them a huge favor instead. She freezes in confusion, but watch his face here. Ye Bei stares at the pile of tokens with a dark, menacing grin. It is time to turn the hunters into the hunted. Early that same morning, bare trees stand quietly in the thick forest. High up in the branches, two disciples from the rival sacred ground watch the cave entrance closely, whispering that they found his hiding spot but need to stay alert because that brat is pretty cunning. The group begins creeping inside with extreme caution, as one of them mutters, No matter how sly he cannot take us all. So let us split up and make sure we do not ruin his corpse. They remind each other that the elder ordered them to bring the body back, and the nearby ally nods in understanding. The leader spots a token lying on a rock, his eyes widening in pure horror as he realizes the truth. We are doomed. It is a trap. He screams back to warning his allies. Get back! Everyone get back now! He shouts. But a white boot suddenly steps forward as she wonders how on earth that brat knew they would arrive tonight. He whips around and spots her standing there. The other disciples freeze instantly as they feel a cold, murderous aura creeping up behind them. Their bodies lock up, unable to move a single inch. Qishan charges from the shadows, her face obscured as terrified screams echo through the cave while she completely obliterates the disciples of the sacred ground. She looks down at them with a smirk, thinking that thanks to her master's formation, catching these fools was incredibly easy. Ye Bei strolls over and tells Qishan, Girl, you do not need to dispose of the bodies this time, just loot all their belongings. She turns around and complies immediately, and within just 2 minutes, Ye Bei dissolves the corpses until not a single trace remains. Qishan watches in awe, daydreaming about how convenient it is and wondering if she could learn a bit of array magic since master arrayists seem so powerful. Reading her mind instantly, he bursts her bubble. Give up on that dream. Girl, being an arrayist does not suit you at all. Qishan pouts in frustration, grumbling to herself that her master is great in every way, except for his incredibly blunt, annoying mouth. Stepping outside, Ye Bei quickly urges her forward. Move it. The next round is already about to start. Filled with curiosity about this next round, she looks at him and asks innocently, "Master, you have already targeted the second sacred ground. Where are we going next?" Yibei replies that she should just focus on using the spirit crystals to raise her cultivation. Once your level is high enough, you will naturally understand everything, prompting Qishan to reply with immense pride, "Yes, master." Deep down, her admiration grows. Realizing exactly why he is her older sister's master, his godlike foresight is honestly pretty terrifying. Back at the cave entrance, a large search party from the sacred ground arrives. Looking around in confusion, where did everyone go? Suddenly, a faint glow sweeps past their feet, igniting a massive array as their furious leader spins around to warn them. "This is bad. It is a trap. Retreat now." Watching them from a high branch, Qishan laughs mockingly at how predictable they are. The same scent, the same hunt, even their desperate warnings sound exactly the same. Talk about zero originality, right? "Do it, girl," he commands. As his magic instantly cascades down from the canopy, he deploys several more arrays in midair, allowing Qishan to leap through while screaming her favorite line on it. "Master, you guys are totally dead." Clashing steel and terrified screams echo loudly, completely shattering the quiet wilderness. Afterward, they sit together examining their massive haul. As a thrilled Qishan cheers Master, "In just 3 days, we have already gathered 76 secret boundary tokens. Let us quickly track down the remaining 24. But Ye Bei shakes his head, advising her that there is no rush. She should focus on using the crystals to boost her cultivation first. He tosses the token in his hand with a confident smirk. Tossing the token, he promises to find the remaining 24 once her cultivation grows. Qishan instantly agrees to follow her master. Qishan focuses deeply on her training, her body wrapped in a soft blue and pink energy. Nearby, Ye Bei calmly meditates as a fierce red light glows all around him. 4 days pass just like that. His expression darkens as he corners another group, demanding they hand over their tokens if they want to get out alive. Qishan backs him up with a cold, terrifying glare. Scared out of their minds, the group quickly surrenders every single token before running away as fast as they can. Watching them flee, Qishan wonders if she is really that terrifying to scare them off in an instant. She turns to her master with a bright, excited smile, celebrating that they have finally collected all 100 tokens today. What kind of rare treasures will they get once this secret realm finally closes? Her imagination runs wild as she mentions hearing about legendary treasures. If you put them together, they fuse, creating an ultimate item of supreme power. Excited, she asks if these special secret realm tokens might actually work the exact same way. Skeptical, but curious, Ye Bei decides it is worth a try, and gathers all the tokens into a tight pile. The tokens instantly fuse together, releasing a strange, highly unstable energy. Ye Bei pales in absolute horror, realizing they have made a massive mistake. "Look at this." Ye Bei instantly gathers his spiritual energy, unleashing a sharp, crescent-shaped blade of light. A deafening blast shakes the area as a creepy purple light spreads across the sky in all directions. Ye Bei's pupils shrink in pure shock. Just then, a familiar voice calls out for him, and he glances back to see Qishan running toward him. Heart racing, he reaches out his hand, desperately calling her name to get her away. But his fingers grasp only empty air. She vanishes right before his eyes. His face drops as panic sets in. Fusing those tokens must have triggered a hidden mechanism, forcing the secret realm to end early. Now, the laws of space are expelling every single survivor. Ye Bei furrows his brows, cursing under his breath. Outside, powerful factions and the 3 great sacred lands are waiting. If she is sent out alone, the consequences will be devastating. Closing his eyes, he desperately asks his system how he can escape this place immediately. Right on cue, the system responds. It happily congratulates him for successfully collecting all 100 tokens, unlocking a special reward. He has actually unlocked ownership of the entire secret realm. By focusing his power to refine it, he can escape and take this whole pocket world with him. Hearing this, Ye Bei opens his palm, quickly condensing his spiritual energy. He begins the process, but is filled with anxiety, not caring about any stupid rewards right now. If anything happens to that girl, he thinks, I will never be able to face Lao Tu again. Even if she is not Lao Tu's sister, she called him master countless times over these 7 days. He has to risk everything to save her. With that, Ye Bei pours all his focus into refining the world as fast as possible. Meanwhile, a blinding flash of light erupts in the main hall outside. Suddenly, cultivators from various sects are spat out of the light all at once, their faces filled with utter confusion. A master yells, demanding to know why they are out already. Was there not 3 days left before the trial closed? The panicked disciples immediately rush to explain the chaotic events that unfolded inside to their shocked masters. "Master, someone stole our tokens," they cry. Another disciple shouts to his elder that a mere first-stage profound heaven realm kid stole his as well. Another cries to his patriarch that the exact same weak kid robbed him too. Qishan is suddenly expelled from the portal, crashing hard onto the stone floor of the Grand Hall. Look at this, Elder Yan suddenly appears right in front of Qishan. Grabbing her by the throat, he roars in pure fury that he has finally caught them. Elder Yan squeezes his tight grip on her throat. He lifts her off the ground, demanding to know where that young boy is and if he is still inside. Qishan turns pale, kicking herself for being so incredibly foolish. Why did she have to suggest that stupid combination idea to her master in the first place? She cannot stop blaming herself, realizing she brought this disaster entirely on her own head. Seeing her remain silent, Elder Yan growls that if she will not speak, she can just die. Qishan gasps out that her sister is a half-emperor. Elder Yan narrows his eyes at this. He coldly sneers that he will kill her first and then deal with her sister. A mere half-emperor of the exact same level as him poses absolutely no threat. Qishan struggles, gasping that her sister is Thon Lequang, the master of the Taibai Sword Villa. Her sister is at the peak of the half-emperor realm, and their master just broke through to the legendary Great Emperor tier. Hearing this, Elder Yan gasps in total shock, demanding to know what she just said. Once Qishan reveals that her sister is actually a half-emperor, everyone present in the hall freezes. They all stare at each other in disbelief, a peak half-emperor sister and a great emperor master. Oh my god, with a background like that, she could walk all over any sacred land she wanted. Elder Yan starts growing cautious, glancing over to ask Elder Mu for his take on this. Do you think her words are actually real? But Elder Mu is not so sure either. He hesitates. And while Elder Yan is still debating whether to finish Qishan off, a cultivator from the nameless sacred land suddenly speaks up to confirm it. He yells out, Lord Half-Emperor, I am from Luoguang City and can prove she is telling the truth. His companion quickly backs him up too. That is right. Everyone back in Luoguang City knows about this. He explains that 10 days ago, crazy heavenly phenomena erupted over Luoguang City for 3 straight days, all coming from Taibai Sword Villa. Hearing this, Elder Yan finally lets go, sending Qishan collapsing to the ground. He watches her cough hysterically while cursing himself, thinking he almost caused a massive disaster. Elder Yan frowns deeply, realizing that if he had actually killed this brat today, that peak half-emperor sister and her great emperor master would absolutely hunt him down. At that point, things would be way worse than losing 20 Mystic Realm tokens. Thinking of this, Elder Yan asks Qishan with a cold voice, what is your connection to that boy? Qishan weakly responds, he is then she quickly corrects herself, he is my senior brother. Elder Yan strokes his chin, lost in thought. A senior brother, he mutters. Qishan firmly replies, that is right. Secretly, Qishan is calculating her next move. Her master told her to wait until the Mystic Realm closes before dealing with these half-emperors, so she cannot be careless. Besides, this half-emperor does not seem to want to attack her anymore. She just needs to hold out until her master comes back. Meanwhile, deep inside the Mystic Realm, Ye Bei urgently asks the system how long it will take to fully refine this thing at his current speed. The system instantly replies at the fastest, it will take 1 full day. Ye Bei shrieks in disbelief, what, a whole day? If I wait that long to get out, everything will be completely ruined. He is burning with anxiety. Even if his clever little disciple can stall them for a bit, there is no guarantee they won't suddenly lose patience and strike. He decides to pull out a divine remedy and swallows a berserk pill. There is no other choice now, he has to risk it all. As soon as the berserk pill goes down, Ye Bei's eyes flash with wild light. A terrifying aura erupts from his body as he roars, refine. Instantly, a creepy crimson light wraps around him as he mutters, hang in there, girl. Now watch this back in the main hall. A blinding portal suddenly opens up, leaving everyone totally stunned. Could someone be coming out already? But just as the light appears, it suddenly snaps shut. One of them sighs with clear disappointment, it is over. But the elder from the nameless sacred land refuses to accept it, shouting out in denial, this is impossible. Only 7 days have passed. Aren't there still 3 days left before it ends? The elder from another sacred land also senses that something is seriously wrong. Wait a minute, where are our disciples? Why has not a single person from our sacred land come out? Instantly, a flood of confused questions erupts. What the hell is going on? Where did the desert secret realm go? Elder Yan's face instantly darkens as he mutters, what on earth is happening? Right then, Elder Yan's eyes suddenly dart over toward Qishan. He instantly flies into a furious rage, roaring out, wait, where did that little brat go? Standing nearby, Elder Mu guesses that she must have used a secret movement art to slip away while everyone was distracted. Elder Yan snarls, how bold, trying to run right under my nose. I will have to break both your legs. With that, he waves his hand, unleashing a burst of powerful energy as he presses 2 fingers onto a glowing seal. In an instant, that seal transforms into a freezing beam of light, locking straight onto the path Qishan fled. Sensing the terrifying power tracking her down, cold sweat pours down Qishan's face. Boom! A massive explosion rocks the area, and with a painful shriek, she gets blasted to the ground. Qishan bites her lip in pure agony. I am still way too weak. She pushed past her absolute limits to escape, yet she still got caught in seconds. As she watches Elder Yan's devastating attack tear through the air right at her, Qishan cries out in complete despair, I swear, if I can just survive and escape today, I will train harder than ever before. Right after, a massive explosion shakes the earth. Qishan slowly opens her eyes, and standing right in front of her is Ye Bei. He catches her in his arms, making her burst into tears of pure joy as she cries out, Master. Ye Bei's lips curl into a smirk as he says, Girl, remember your promise to train hard. Overjoyed, she tightly hugs him. You actually made it out of the realm, Master, she gasps happily. But Ye Bei's gaze suddenly lands on her neck, and his brows instantly furrow. On Qishan's delicate neck, the violent, deep bruises left by Elder Yan show just how brutal he was. Ye Bei looks at Qishan with eyes full of pity, telling her she suffered too much back there. Qishan's cheeks flush bright red as she leans into his chest, softly whispering to her master. As long as my master is here, Sunny is finally safe. Qishan happily rubs her cheek against him, finding his warm embrace incredibly comforting. Suddenly, the ring on Ye Bei's finger begins to glow with a brilliant, sparkling golden light. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bei teleports Qishan safely inside the spaceship, leaving her completely dazed. She asks where they are, but Ye Bei has no time for long explanations. Quickly handing her the glowing golden ring, he commands her to tell her older sisters to use the massive crystal energy inside it to rapidly level up their cultivation. Qishan stares blankly at the glowing ring now resting on her finger. While she is still processing everything, Ye Bei suddenly steps right out of the vessel. He slams the door shut to stop her from following him, prompting Qishan to cry out in panic. No, Master, what about you? She screams. Ye Bei just smiles to reassure her, telling her to leave first because her presence limits his true power. With those words, he channels his energy into the spaceship, and it instantly begins to lift off. Right then, Elder Yan catches up and roars in absolute fury, if you think you can run, get back here. Ye Bei's eyes turn ice cold as he instantly unleashes his devastating technique, multiple lightning punishment. Just look at this massive bolts of crackling lightning strike down, tearing straight into the spatial gateway connecting the secret realm to the real world. Looking through the window, Qishan cries out through her tears, Master, please wait for Sanyi. You must stay safe. Once I reach the Taibai Sword Manor, I will bring my sisters to help you. Meanwhile, Ye Bei's apocalyptic lightning strike leaves the entire forest shattered, with massive trees snapped like twigs. As the thick dust slowly clears, Elder Yan's figure is finally revealed. He sneers, Kid. You found some crazy opportunities inside this realm, did you not? Jumping from the first tier of the profound realm straight to the ninth, his face contorts with dark, murderous intent as he asks with a mock grin if he should offer his congratulations. Ye Bei glares with absolute coldness, so you are the one who dared to hurt my girl. Elder Yan mocks, and what if I did? If I had caught her, I would have ground her bones to dust. Do you really think having a half-emperor sister and a great emperor master means you can offend our 9 great sacred grounds? The elder's sheer arrogance completely ignites Ye Bei's fury. Clenching his fist, he channels a terrifying sphere of crackling purple energy right at the tips of his fingers. His movements are a blinding blur, leaving the crowd unable to even track his action. Instantly, the ground beneath their feet begins to violently shudder. Complete confusion washes over Elder Yan's face in an instant. He wonders what that was, a communication, talisman, or some kind of secret treasure. Suddenly, his expression completely twists in horror as an immense, invisible force locks onto his legs with an absolutely crushing grip. The elder shrieks out in panic, only to be dragged violently straight into the ground. Struggling to sit up inside a deep, pitch-black crater, Elder Yan panics. How is this even possible? My spiritual energy and supreme Grand Tao power have completely vanished in an instant. Before he can even process this, a glowing golden rope wraps tightly around his body. He screams in utter horror. Look at him squirm now. Looking down from above with a cold expression, Ye Bei pulls the golden restraint with immense force, letting its terrifying power show as he violently drags the helpless elder. Elder Yan's body slams violently into a massive, towering boulder, unleashing an absolutely earth-shattering crash across the battlefield. Seeing Ye Bei's brutal assault on their elder, the disciples of the Tianqi sacred ground yell out in anger. You are incredibly cowardly. If you have any real skill, fight our elder in a fair one-on-one duel. Ye Bei merely scoffs. Do not worry. Once I finish off this old man, you are next. Meanwhile, a completely battered Elder Yan struggles to breathe, coughing as he furiously curses his captor. Let me go if you dare, he screams. Ye Bei casually replies, too bad, I do not have any. Struggling wildly, Elder Yan shrieks, Elder Mo, Elder Tran, what on earth are you two just standing there for? Hearing their names called, Elder Mo and Elder Tran finally snap out of their daze, both of them instantly breaking into a heavy, cold sweat. Elder Tran hesitates to make a move. Seeing their deep reluctance, Elder Yan quickly resorts to desperate, loud threats. If I die, I will haunt you both forever. he screams, leaving both Elder Mo and Elder Tran absolutely terrified by his curse. Unleashing their ultimate moves together, they charge Ye Bei. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the earth as thick dust blankets the area. But as the smoke begins to clear, a shocking sight leaves everyone completely frozen in disbelief. The Tianqi disciples stammer they could not even dent that massive black coffin. How tough is that thing? Not even 2 half-emperors striking with all their might could break it. What kind of divine ability is this? The elders gasp, left completely stunned by the unbreakable defense. How is this possible? Elder Chen hastily orders his disciples, "Everyone, charge together. I do not believe we cannot break this turtle shell with our numbers." Inside the coffin, Ye Bei remains perfectly calm, completely ignoring the relentless attacks outside. Kneeling below, Elder Yan looks terribly pale. It is obvious the kid had countless chances to kill him, yet he did not make a move. That makes sense. I am a half-emperor of the Tianqi Holy Land. If he kills me, he is declaring war against our Holy Land. Thinking of this, a sneer creeps onto Elder Yan's face. He snorts coldly, "Brat, just you wait. Once I recover, I will definitely chop you into 1,000 pieces." Outside, after exhausting their strength to destroy the black coffin, everyone is completely worn out. Panting with hands on his knees, Elder Mu growls, "Damn it, we cannot even scratch this with our full power." He breaks into a cold sweat. Trembling, he thinks forget it. Even if this freak is pretty strong, he can only destroy Elder Yan's physical body. Besides, a half-emperor's divine soul is not easily snuffed out. With the seal active, his system warns that time is almost up. Watch how he handles this. Ye Bei's face suddenly darkens. Dead silence. Pure killing intent erupts from him. Terrified, Elder Yan stammers, "What on earth do you want?" Slash. Ye Bei's blade flashes, cleanly slicing off Elder Yan's head without hesitation. Watching this, Elder Chen yells out in shock, "Has this kid gone completely mad? He actually did it." Elder Mu is completely speechless. Does he not realize that executing a half-emperor is basically begging for total and absolute doom? As Elder Yan's severed head rolls across the floor, his soul immediately escapes his physical body. The divine soul takes the form of a bright blue sphere of energy. It frantically tries to fly out of the coffin, but the moment it hits the solid black walls, it gets violently bounced right back. Elder Yan panics, "What is this? I cannot get out." The members of the Tianqi Holy Land are utterly dumbfounded, and frantic whispers erupt through the crowd. This black coffin can even seal a divine soul? Damn it, what kind of heaven-defying ability is this? He is only in the profound void tier, yet he somehow easily annihilated a half-emperor's body. Who is this kid? Even though Elder Yan is completely trapped inside the black coffin, he does not seem afraid of Ye Bei at all. In fact, he arrogantly mocks him. "You damn brat, you actually ruined my physical body. But now that I am a soul, none of your attacks can even touch me." Frustrating, is it not? Seeking his own death, the elder keeps provoking Ye Bei. "Unless you reach the Saint Realm, you have absolutely no way to harm my soul." He laughs smugly. "That black coffin technique of yours is about to run out, is it not? Once it disappears, I will capture you with my bare hands." Before the elder can even finish, Ye Bei suddenly whips him right in the face, coldly muttering, "Shut up. You are too loud." Elder Yan screams in pure agony. Impossible. How can this be happening? Standing behind, the Tianqi Holy Land experts dare not act rashly. They can only try to talk Ye Bei into stopping. "Brat, you better release him. He is the personal disciple of our Tianqi Holy Land's Netherghost Great Emperor. If you actually go through with killing him, even your own master will not be able to protect you. Just let our elder go, and we swear we won't touch you once that coffin disappears." Inside his head, Ye Bei sneers, "Do these fools really take me for an idiot, or do they think I have no brain?" Their eyes are literally dripping with murderous intent. Sure enough, the Tianqi crowd looks incredibly ruthless, their faces twisted with fake grins as they plot his death. Their voices sound incredibly hypocritical as they offer to spare him. Suddenly, Ye Bei's eyes flash with killing intent. "Spare me?" As if I would believe that. With a swift strike, he ruthlessly cleaves Elder Yan's soul. In an instant, the senior spirit splits cleanly in half like a ripe watermelon. Elder Mu turns pale as a ghost. Did you see that? He really just destroyed a half-emperor's soul. Having just witnessed Ye Bei execute Elder Yan without showing a shred of mercy, Elder Mu's face darkens completely as he growls a mere profound void tier practitioner actually slaughtered a half-emperor. Standing nearby, Elder Chen nods grimly. "If we let this freak grow, he will become an absolute nightmare for the 9 great holy lands." Murderous intent flashes in his eyes. He wants blood. Exactly. This brat clearly holds a grudge, especially since we sent so many of our experts into the secret territory to hunt him down. Cold sweat suddenly begins to drench Elder Mu's forehead as a horrifying thought strikes him. Wait a minute. He glares at Ye Bei, shouting, "Kid, did you slaughter all the disciples our Jingyao Holy Land sent into the secret territory?" Meanwhile, Ye Bei is casually looting Elder Yan's corpse. He pulls out a shiny golden ring, completely ignoring Elder Mu's furious questioning. Ye Bei calmly replies, asking if he is only just realizing it now, mocking that the half-emperor's brain must be pretty slow to catch on. Elder Moore clenches his fist so hard his knuckles crack, utterly consumed by a silent, boiling rage. You, Elder Moore stammers, unable to form a real sentence as he glares at Ye Bei, wishing he could crush him with one strike. The disciples of Tiantree Sacred Land point furiously at his face, angry that he actually stole the treasure off Elder Yan. They scream at him, demanding the half-breed drop their treasure immediately. Ye Bei casually murmurs that a powerful half-emperor like him must surely have some pretty good loot on him. Since that is the case, he decides to take everything before calmly slipping the spatial ring away. The Tiantree Sacred Land crowd grits their teeth in absolute fury, nearly dying of sheer anger. Right then, the system chimes in to warn Ye Bei that his black coffin will dissolve in 90 seconds, telling him to watch the clock. Ye Bei turns to the raging crowd and delivers a chilling, cold warning. He gives them a final chance, telling them they have exactly 1 minute to get out if they want to live. Leave now, or regret it when it is far too late. Hearing this, the Tiantree Sacred Land crowd loses their minds, roaring in absolute outrage. He is about to die and still acts tough. They sneer, waiting for that black coffin to vanish. They mock that a tiny, profound realm cultivator could never hope to survive against 2 half-emperors and more than 10 Saint King experts combined. The system countdown begins. 45 seconds left. Just as the Tiantree group is hyping themselves up, someone suddenly speaks up, wanting to back out, apologizing. The Red Lotus sect group suddenly claims they have urgent business, and Elder Moore quickly makes excuses too. Hearing this, an angry Saint King calls them cowards, yelling out that the kid is clearly just bluffing to scare them off. He acts brave, but the moment the coffin breaks, he will run for his life in absolute disgrace. Inside the coffin, Ye Bei remains completely relaxed, calmly counting down the final 10 seconds as they slowly tick away. His heart grows cold, having genuinely wanted to spare their pathetic lives. But since they refuse to recognize mercy, they seem dead set on rushing straight to their graves. Talk about absolute fools. The Tiantree group has no idea a massive disaster is coming, still acting incredibly arrogant and looking ready to tear Ye Bei to shreds. The moment the countdown hits 0, the black coffin shatters, and the Tiantree crowd charges forward to strike him. They scream at him to die, but a sinister grin creeps onto Ye Bei's face as he tells them not to blame him. He gathers overwhelming spiritual energy into both of his hands, sending a sudden wave of deep dread straight through Elder Moore's chest. He feels as if the Grim Reaper itself has materialized right next to him. Absolute terror grips his soul, turning his face instantly pale as ash. A single thought flashes through Elder Moore's mind. This suffocating feeling in the air is pure death itself. That realization nearly scares him to death. Suddenly, the entire forest echoes with blood-curdling screams of pure agony. Run away, the Tiantree group screams, scrambling in absolute panic. As they scramble toward the edge of the forest, a freezing, ominous wind suddenly whips past them. Ye Bei's commanding voice echoes out as a massive bolt of purple lightning suddenly tears through the sky, crashing down. The Tiantree group scatters like a broken beehive when, boom, a massive explosion erupts, shaking the very earth and sky. Immediately after that, a continuous chain of devastating explosions erupts, wrapping everything in thick smoke as violent streaks of purple lightning tear across the entire sky. Soon after, every single member of the Tiantree group is left sprawled helplessly across the dirt, coughing violently in a state of absolute, pathetic ruin. Elder Moore stands there completely drenched in blood. With a trembling voice, he wonders what kind of divine ability this is, gasping that even a great emperor's strike couldn't possibly be this terrifying. No wonder that brat dared to kill a half-emperor, another gasps. Elder Moore frowns, realizing why the kid was always so incredibly calm. He had planned all along to use this trump card to take them all down with him. Pure rage spreads across Elder Moore's heavily bruised and beaten face. Gritting his teeth, he curses Ye Bei, realizing just how terrifying this kid truly is. Meanwhile, deep inside the ancient forest, space itself cracks open as a series of sharp fractures tear through the secret realm's portal, and Ye Bei's eyes suddenly widen. Gasping heavily for breath, he curses, frustrated that he cannot channel even a single drop of his spiritual energy right now. The system interface pops up, explaining that although he used a pill to successfully refine the secret realm's core in 2 hours, this forcefully boosted his cultivation from the first level of the profound realm all the way to the 9th, which completely ruptured his meridians and locked away his spiritual power. Hearing this, Ye Bei collapses exhaustedly under a tree. He groans, forget spiritual energy. Even moving a muscle is brutal right now. He starts doing some quick math. Staying in this barren spot with 0 spiritual energy means recovering his broken body will take forever. It is going to take an eternity. Even so, he slowly forces his hands to form hand signs. After a moment, Ye Bei sighs heavily. He needs to escape this place fast and absorb natural energy from the outside world to heal up. Reaching his hand toward a spatial crack, his eyes suddenly go wide. He peers straight through the tier to look inside. He laughs in utter disbelief. Damn it. Where's the energy to absorb out there? Are we stuck inside a spatial void or what? Pulling back, he looks at the pile of spirit stones laid out on the ground and scratches his cheek, muttering, "This is close enough to a win." Now his only option is to rely on these stones to slowly heal. A day passes, and the flying ship carrying Qishan finally makes its return to Taibai Sword Manor, slowly descending onto the steps. Qi Taibai is already waiting there to greet them. She asks in surprise if their master has returned. Chu Zhugaifu looks confused. Wait, the Senluo mystic territory has only been open for 8 days. Lai Yushan agrees, nodding that it was supposed to take 10 days to end. The three of them walk toward the ship together as the heavy engine rumbles in the air. Suddenly, a wave of dread washes over Qi Taibai. She frowns deeply, her eyes narrowing as she wonders what is going on. Stepping onto the deck, Qi Taibai calls out cautiously, "Master, are you in the middle of training inside?" Something bangs hard against the glass partition. Right after that, Qi Shan's familiar, shaking voice calls out, "Big sister." Qi Taibai freezes in her tracks, completely caught off guard. Behind the glass pane, Qi Shan is crying her eyes out. She keeps sobbing for her sister. Confused, Qi Taibai calls her name, then suddenly realizes something and quickly asks, "Hold on, where is Master?" Sniffling, Qi Shan cries that the flying ship has been forcefully locked from the outside. Lai Yushan turns to Qi Taibai, confirming that this lock technique is definitely their master's handiwork. Now watch this. Realization hits Chu Zhugfu hard as her pupils shrink in horror. She gasps out, "Master is in deep trouble." Cold sweat instantly breaks out across Qi Taibai's forehead. Her voice trembles as she realizes the trouble must be massive. That is why he sent Qi Shan back alone while he stayed behind. She quickly undoes the door's seal. Throwing her arms around her sister, Qi Shan weeps, blaming herself for everything. She cries that it was all her fault for dragging their master into such a dangerous trap. Qi Taibai gently pats her back, telling her to calm down and explain first. After explaining everything in detail, Qi Shan finishes sharing every detail of the ordeal with her sisters. Sobbing, she tells them that it was entirely her fault for bringing trouble to their master. Hearing this, Qi Taibai's face darkens as a heavy wave of killing intent erupts. She growls under her breath, "Tianqi Holy Land. Damn it, I will never forgive you bastards. You 3 Holy Lands can just wait. I am going to slaughter every single one of you for daring to lay a hand on my master." She sneers, "Tianqi Holy Land. Fine. Very fine." Realizing Ye Bei is in serious danger, Qi Taibai takes Qi Shan and the others, boarding the flying ship with Chu Zhugfu and Lai Yushan to rush to his aid. Once they are airborne, Qi Taibai asks Qi Shan if their master left any specific instructions before sending her away. Her brow furrows as she thinks back to her master's usual style. Knowing him, he would always put the big picture first and prepare a solid backup plan. Hearing this, Qi Shan claps her hands excitedly. "Yes, you are totally right. Master did mention something." She quickly pulls out a glowing golden ring that Ye Bei gave her, explaining that their master specifically instructed her to hand it over to her older sisters. "He told me you should use the resources inside to cultivate hard and wait for his return." Hearing this, Lai Yushan gasps out in disbelief. The words hit Chu Zhugafu and Lai Yushan like a bolt of lightning from the blue. Trembling, they ask Qi Shan if he really said that. Qi Shan nods innocently, but her confirmation sends a sudden wave of pure dread through the other three. Face completely pale, Chu Zhugfu leans over to whisper into the ear of her equally terrified sister, "If Master ordered us to go back and train, going to find him now might get us into serious trouble with him." They all realize it. Defying their master's orders means their immediate future is looking incredibly grim. Qi Taibai tells herself that if they get scolded, then so be it. Yet, her trembling voice betrays her anxiety as they arrive. Look at that, looking down at the forest where Ye Bei sent Qi Shan away. A massive, bottomless black crater now scars the earth. Qi Shan is in complete shock. Everything was totally fine yesterday. How did it suddenly turn into this? Staring down, Qi Taibai can only suspect one thing: Master must have used a forbidden technique. Qi Shan's eyes immediately sparkle. Oh my god, did Master really cause all this destruction? This is too terrifying. Lai Yushan suggests they should get moving, explaining that her senses tell her there are absolutely no signs of life nearby. Qi Shan softly asks Qi Taibai for her opinion, wondering if they should stop searching for Master, especially if he is currently in danger. Zhugfu suddenly cuts in, telling his little sister she is seriously underestimating their master, since only someone as powerful as him could unleash such overwhelming might. Zhugfu earnestly advises Qi Shan that they should just listen to their master and head back to focus on their training, because he might return in a few days to test their progress. Lai Yushan agrees with Zhugfu, noting that since Master just resurrected, He probably wants to stretch his legs and clear his head anyway. Chi Taibai nods, agreeing it makes sense. And with her sisters on the same page, Chi Shan naturally tags along, agreeing to their plan. Meanwhile, deep inside the chaotic spatial turbulence, Ye Bei focuses on cultivating to heal his ruptured meridians, gripping a spirit stone tightly to absorb its raw energy. After a short while, Ye Bei opens his eyes, checks his own injuries, and lets out a heavy sigh. Over the past few days, he has drained every spirit stone inside his half-emperor ring, yet his damaged meridians have only recovered 10%. His expression turns dark as he realizes he must find a way to escape this chaotic spatial turbulence as quickly as possible. He did not resurrect just to waste his precious time here, so Ye Bei stands up, stares directly at a spatial rift, and mutters that it is the one. Extending his hand, a surge of incredibly powerful spiritual energy instantly gathers inside his palm. Purple light flashes in Ye Bei's eyes as he unleashes a devastating lightning strike, sending a massive barrage of thunderbolts crashing straight into the spatial rift. The wind howls. Ye Bei knits his brows, determined because he is only one step away. Instantly, Ye Bei dives headfirst, launching himself straight through the chaotic spatial torrent. Once he successfully breaks out of the spatial turbulence, Ye Bei finally lets out a sigh of relief, glad to leave that hellish place behind. Suddenly, he freezes in his tracks as the view in front of him makes his eyes widen, and he yells out in sheer shock. And believe it or not, the second he breaks out of that portal, he finds himself in a terrifying freefall. Amused yet frustrated, Ye Bei reassures himself not to panic, knowing that with his insanely tough physical body, he will only suffer minor scratches even without protective spiritual energy. His body streaks through the air, crashing straight into the ancient forest below, landing flat on the cracked earth with a bitter smile. He mutters that since he is already heavily injured, it does not matter much anyway, as long as he finds a quiet place to cultivate and heal, forcing a grin. His mouth twitches up. Staring up at the blue sky and drifting clouds, Ye Bei notes that these past 2 days have already restored half of his spiritual energy, and his damaged meridians are finally starting to heal much faster. Ye Bei pushes himself up to evaluate his physical state, realizing that while sitting up is no problem, traveling on foot is still going to be pretty difficult. Suddenly, a slender female figure dashes past Ye Bei, pursued by a group of men laughing wickedly, yelling out that she has absolutely no chance of escaping them. The young woman running for her life looks incredibly beautiful. In stark contrast, the thugs chasing her are rough, shameless, and vulgar, with their leader immediately shouting a disgusting and threatening warning at her. He barks that the entire Sunghu Heavenly Realm is hunting down everyone from her Renren Hall, so she might as well surrender peacefully. Another thug snarls at him to shut up, saying it was not easy tracking down such a valuable target. If they capture her alive, they can claim a legendary Saint-grade cultivation manual, urging them to pick up their pace and corner her. Hearing the name Renren Hall instantly catches Ye Bei off guard, and honestly, we all know exactly who he is thinking of. Using their numbers to bully her, the vile thugs continue to shout repulsive things, telling the beautiful girl to stop running so they can be gentle with her. Luo Xuan looks back at her pursuers with growing desperation, deciding that if she cannot escape today, she would rather die than drag the hallmaster down. When Ye Bei suddenly calls out, telling her to come over to him, Luo Xuan turns toward his calm, steady voice, only to see Ye Bei offering a reassuring smile and softly telling her to come over. No time to hesitate. Luo Xuan leaps forward, flying straight toward Ye Bei. Landing right in front of him, Ye Bei calmly asks if Renren Hall practices medicine as their supreme path. Luo Xuan respectfully bows and confirms it, prompting Ye Bei to slowly stand up and softly ask if she knows someone named Bai Yuling. Luo Xuan honestly replies yes, adding that Guild Leader Bai is indeed the legendary founder of their Renren Hall and their greatest healer. Ye Bei falls into deep thought, amazed by how this stroke of bad luck brought him unexpected fortune, allowing him to stumble upon a clue about his 99th disciple. Though he wonders why she is here in the Sunghu realm running Renren Hall without contacting her sisters all these years. They are here. Luo Xuan quickly hides behind Ye Bei, her voice shaking as she stammers that they have caught up. Sure enough, those despicable men in black have chased them all the way here, their leader sneering, running away. Are we? Why stop running? Seeing them, Luo Xuan instantly freezes, grabbing tightly onto Ye Bei's robes. Luo Xuan has such a petite frame, looking just like a frightened little rabbit, which only makes these wicked bandits laugh in delight as they mock her. Do you honestly think some kid at the 4th level of the Thonghuian realm can save you? Just give up already and come into our arms. Another bandit quickly jumps in to agree with a nasty grin. Exactly. If you behave, we promise we will go easy on you later. Ye Bei steps up, shielding Luo Xuan behind him. He speaks up coldly. I wonder if you have ever heard the old saying about heaven. Heaven is watching. Evil deeds bring evil ends. Retribution is not absent, it is just a matter of time. The bearded leader sneers at him. A half-crippled nobody like you really thinks he can play the hero and save the girl? His rat-faced sidekick joins in, laughing at the joke. But Ye Bei just points toward the sky with a mysterious, knowing smirk. He whispers, just like right now, "Can you not feel that someone is watching you from above?" Check this out. The second he stops talking, a sudden lightning bolt strikes one of the bandits dead on. Instantly, the guy is turned into sizzling black charcoal, leaving his two partners drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror. It was a clear sky, yet a lightning strike of this level just came out of absolutely nowhere. The pig-faced bandit turns to Ye Bei, stammering in shock. "Did you do this, you little punk?" With a sudden boom, another terrifying bolt strikes the pig-faced bandit directly. He's gone. Pure panic. The last survivor immediately turns and runs for his life, crying out about ghosts. Ye Bei watches him flee with a cold smile. "Oh right. I forgot to tell you one last thing. When you feel like you are seeing ghosts, do not doubt it, because you are absolutely right." Just like that, a massive strike of land thunder rips down, hitting the final bandit and completely obliterating his soul. She is utterly stunned. Witnessing this incredible power with her own eyes, Luo Xuan is left in complete awe. This young man clearly has a weak aura, yet he stood entirely still and wiped out 3 Thunding Realm experts in an instant. The threat is gone. Ye Bei quietly turns to look at Luo Xuan as she finally snaps out of it. "I am Luo Xuan, manager of the 5th branch of the Nandung. Thank you for saving my life, senior." Ye Bei speaks in a calm, authoritative voice. "Tell me every detail about your president, from beginning to end, without skipping a word." Luo Xuan bows and begins to lay out everything she knows about the situation for him. 300 years ago, while hiding from the Holy Lands, President Baik accidentally exposed her true identity. She was immediately captured by the experts of the Thean Tree Holy Land. Although she refused to join them, she was locked away inside the Thean Tree Holy Temple for a full century. Luo Xuan looks utterly devastated as she speaks, making Ye Bei furrow his brows in concern. Shaking off her grief, she continues. By the 150th year, she finally managed to win some of their trust. The Thean Tree Holy Land allowed her to recruit medical talents in the Sunghu domain, but she was always under the constant surveillance of a powerful female Saint King. After enduring 250 years of humiliation, she finally managed to establish the Nyandung. She quietly built the faction up, letting it grow incredibly powerful beneath their noses. She even sent people to search for the path of resurrection, and this is where things get really intense. Searching for the path of resurrection, he instantly realizes exactly what the president was trying to achieve. Seeing Ye Bei suddenly lost in his thoughts, Luo Xuan calls out to him. "Senior?" He quickly snaps back and tells her to continue. After 50 years of stable growth, she finally managed to break through to the Saint Realm just a few weeks ago. But out of nowhere, the second holy son of the Thean Tree Holy Land asked the Holy King. He wants to force the president to marry him. Obviously, she refused, immediately ordering the entire Nandung to rise up and rebel. They had to escape the Sunghu domain at all costs, while sending messengers to spread the news to other regions. Recalling that fateful day, Luo Xuan remembers the president handing her a recipe, telling her the Nyandung would understand what to do. Bowing her head in sorrow, she quietly counts the days. There are only 15 days left until the wedding, and our president previously swore to her closest allies that she would rather die than marry into that holy temple. Suddenly, a massive wave of power erupts out of nowhere, shaking the ground violently as thick dust fills the air. After a while, the dust slowly clears to reveal 2 figures, one standing tall, the other on the ground. Luo Xuan lies sprawled on the ground, her face filled with terror as she asks in a shaking voice if the senior is all right. Ye Bei looks incredibly grim, clenching his teeth as he tries to suppress his rising fury. Those shameless cowards from Thean Tree Holy Land have zero honor. They imprisoned my disciple for 300 years, and now they want to force her into a marriage. Hang on, my little disciple, just endure this suffering for 15 more days. Once those 15 days are up, your master will deliver a massive gift that will shake Thean Tree Holy Land to its core. Cooling his anger, he gently reassures Luo Xuan, saying he is fine, and that he actually just returned from the Void Domain, where he and her president are old friends. Hearing about all of this naturally made his blood boil with pure rage. Suddenly remembering something, Ye Bei quickly asks Luo Xuan how skilled she is in medicine. Filled with complete confidence, she boasts that as long as it comes to healing, she is unmatched. She claims that no matter how severe the injuries or how close to death the patient might be, she can pull them back from the brink. Hearing this, Ye Bei immediately tells her to give him a checkup. She obediently agrees. As Ye Bei glances at Luo Xuan's youthful, highly energetic figure, a cold sweat starts to bead on his forehead, leaving him wondering if she is actually a wet nurse. Luo Xuan gently takes hold of Ye Bei's wrist, focusing completely on reading his pulse. She is quietly stunned. This senior's physical foundation is incredibly tough, and it is a complete miracle he is even breathing in this state. Seeing her face go dead silent and serious, Ye Bei prompts her and asks what is wrong. He asks if there is a cure. Luo Xuan hesitates, explaining that while a treatment exists, His current state means they can only try a high-risk method with a very low success rate. Before she can finish, he suddenly cuts her off. He guesses the treatment is acupuncture, then asks how many days she would need to heal him if she went completely all out. Luo Xuan bravely answers that she needs at least 7 days. Ye Bei nods and points down, telling her to start with the lower half first. Nodding obediently, she channels her spiritual energy into her palms, immediately beginning to treat Ye Bei. Meanwhile, our boy is already planning his next massive move. If he cooperates fully with her therapy, he should be completely healed in 4 or 5 days at most. He needs to utilize these days to break through from the 9th tier of the Mystic Profound stage to the Divine Court level, unlocking his 3rd ultimate trump card. Since that shameless Holy Land captured his youngest disciple 300 years ago, it is highly likely that his other disciples are locked in their dungeons too, and even if they are not, the enemy of his enemy is a friend. Looking up at the blue sky, he realizes 15 days is incredibly tight, but push hard enough, and it will be plenty. A sharp, icy gleam suddenly flashes in his eyes. Once Luo Xuan has prepared all of her silver acupuncture needles, she turns to him with a deep blush, asking him to strip off his shirt. He calmly agrees and begins to undress. He stands up, his clothes rustling as he takes them off. Luo Xuan's face turns bright red, and she stammers that he does not need to strip completely. In a flash, he is half naked, though he still keeps his modesty intact. He only loosens enough clothing so she can easily reach his acupuncture points. She breathes a sigh of relief, thankfully. The senior is not going completely bare. Still feeling her cheeks burning hot, she shyly tells him that she is going to begin now. Time flies by quickly, and 2 days later, sentries are patrolling the outer palace of Xianxia Holy Land in constant shifts. Peeking from behind a massive boulder, he's scouting the layout, and you just know he's preparing to pull off something incredibly wild here. He runs through the detailed layout directions that Luo Xuan gave him earlier. The Holy Land has a strict hierarchy, dividing the outer and middle rings into training grounds for outer and inner disciples. Deep inside sits the cultivation area for the Great Emperors, Half-Emperors, and High Elders. Pointing directly to the center of the map, Luo Xuan revealed that President Bai is under house arrest in the deepest zone. Having fully memorized the entire layout, Ye Bei immediately gives her an order. He commands her to relay this intel to Tai Bai Sword Manor immediately so they can split up and move. Luo Xuan happily agrees, and returning to the present moment, Ye Bei finally steps out of his hiding spot, quietly making his way toward the main palace of Xianxia Holy Land while calculating his options. Even though his meridians are fully repaired and his severe wounds are no longer an issue, but her previous intelligence makes it clear that this operation requires pure stealth and brainpower rather than brute force. Suddenly, a sentry outside the gate barks out, breaking his train of thought. Who goes there? This is Xianxia Holy Land. No entry without a direct command token. Ye Bei calmly pulls out a token, flashing a friendly smile to show he is one of them. The 2 guards squint at the token, murmuring to each other, when suddenly, a hand strikes out in a brutal surprise attack. Ye Bei squeezes the throats of the 2 guards with both hands, instantly silencing them. Their heads spin as their entire bodies go completely stiff. In a flash, the scenery violently shifts. Looking around, they stammer, "Where are we?" A sharp wind suddenly cuts through the air. A handsome figure slowly descends, his voice incredibly deep. "This space belongs to my own domain," Ye Bei says, holding a whip in his hand with a pretty cold smile now. "I ask and you answer." The guards still have no idea they just crossed a god of death. And one of them even barks out, "Who do you think you are? To order us around? Do you know we are from the Heavenly Pool Holy Land?" But Ye Bei has zero time for these nobodies, immediately slashing the whip right across the loud guard's face. Taking the hit, the guard collapses onto the ground, screaming at the top of his lungs about how much it hurts. Ye Bei glares at the remaining guard, sending cold sweat down his spine as the man immediately drops to his knees, begging for mercy. "Please, what do you want to know? I will tell you everything," he stammers, as Ye Bei coldly gives his command. "Tell me every single detail about the Emperor Transformation Pool in your Heavenly Pool Holy Land. Do not leave out a word." The guard honestly confesses that the pool is almost the size of a lake, located deep inside the core disciple zone. It is easily the most secure treasure in the entire Holy Land, heavily guarded by powerful Saint King tier experts who rotate shifts to inspect it daily. Because of this, the guard concludes that stealing from the Emperor Transformation Pool is completely and utterly impossible. "Now check this out," Ye Bei coldly says, "just because others are useless does not mean I am." With those words, Ye Bei instantly transforms into Elder Yan, heading straight toward the Emperor Transformation Pool. He calculates that since the incident in the secret forest just happened, and the 2 lands are separated by a whole region, news of the Heavenly Pool Half-Emperor's death should not have reached here yet. Since that is the case, he will just borrow this Elder's identity for a little while. Just like that, disguised as Elder Yan, Ye Bei casually strolls toward the Emperor Transformation Pool. Standing right at the entrance are 2 powerful Saint King tier disciples. As soon as they see Elder Yan approaching, they quickly clasp their hands together to greet him with respect. Ye Bei calmly reaches out and pushes open the door. He is pretty sure that unless he runs into a great emperor or a half-emperor, ordinary people would never be able to see through this disguise. As long as he crosses this door without getting noticed by anyone in the core zone, he will. But suddenly, a cold voice rings out right beside his ear. Elder Yan, why did you return so quickly this time? Did you get your hands on some great loot? Cold sweat breaks out on Ye Bei's forehead as he curses his luck crap. What he feared most is happening. Just as he is about to enter, a Saint King powerhouse shows up to block his path, making him break into a cold sweat as he quickly plans his next move. His ultimate goal is right in front of him. He does not want to back out now and start all over, so he just needs to trick this Saint King guy. Taking a deep breath to keep his composure, he calmly asks the powerful cultivator, why exactly are you here so late? The Saint King expert pulls out a letter with a huge grin, saying he had to save up points for 100 years, all just to trade for a single day of training inside the Emperor Transformation Pool, which was incredibly hard to get. Ye Bei glances at him, letting out a quiet sigh of relief, so this guy is also headed inside. Masking his face with a pretty satisfied look, Ye Bei casually praises him. Not bad. Instead of being thrilled, the Saint King expert finds this sudden praise quite strange, slowly stroking his beard while secretly studying the elder's face with a million questions running through his mind. Is it just him, or does Elder Yan seem kind of off today? Not wanting to chat, Ye Bei coldly orders him to go ahead with his training because he has other business to attend to, and the Saint King quickly bows in respect. Yes. Farewell, Elder Yan. But when he looks back up, Ye Bei is already nowhere to be found. The cultivator's eyes instantly light up in awe, thinking a half-emperor level power is truly terrifying. He silently wonders when he will ever be able to reach such a legendary level of strength. But here is the crazy twist. This guy has no idea that the master he is praising, Ye Bei, actually went invisible and is hitching a ride on his shoulder. Late at night, under the bright moonlight, the area is dead silent as the Saint King expert finally arrives at the Emperor Transformation Pool. Seeing someone approach from afar, one of the two guards sighs in disbelief. It has been 200 years. But someone is finally here to train. The Saint King expert immediately hands over his letter, and the guard opens it up to check before nodding in approval. The other guard thoroughly searches the Saint King's body before finally declaring that everything is clear. With clearance granted, the massive gates of the Emperor Transformation Pool slowly creak open, and the Saint King confidently steps right inside. The Emperor Transforming Pool really has some magical scenery to it. It is like a literal paradise with a jade-green lake and peach blossoms gently swaying in the spring breeze. Nearby, that Saint King expert eagerly strips off his robes. He cheers excitedly since every single minute in this place is pure gold, and wasting even 1 second would be a total crime. But as his cloak hits the ground, a tiny bead slips out, which is actually where Ye Bei is hiding. The bead rolls a few times, stopping right at the edge of the pool, where it just sits completely still. Inside that transparent glass bead, Ye Bei rubs his chin with a very smug grin, quite satisfied that he actually managed to hitch a ride and sneak inside. Otherwise, if he relied on his own power, he really might not have bypassed those incredibly strict security checks at the gate. Thinking it over, Ye Bei pieces things together from what those guards were just saying. It seems very few people ever come here. But even so, this is still not the perfect moment to make his move. Thinking about his next move, Ye Bei frowns deeply. Since this is the absolute core of the Heavenly Pool Sacred Palace, any weird energy spike will instantly draw out a half-emperor, or even an actual emperor. A whole day passes, and a guard walks in to sternly remind the Saint King expert that his time is up and he needs to leave. The Saint King expert nods, saying he is leaving right away, and quickly grabs his robes to get dressed. As the man slowly walks away from the pool, Ye Bei manages to secretly cling onto his clothes in the nick of time. He uses this chance to carefully memorize the exact rotation schedule of the pool guards. With every step the Saint King takes, Ye Bei analyzes their movements, knowing that with this kind of daily patrol frequency, his plan must be absolutely flawless and extremely careful. This is where things get interesting, with the pool falling completely silent. With a quiet splash, the bead sinks deep into the jade-green waters, slowly soaking up the massive amounts of spiritual energy around it. Safe inside his bead, Ye Bei focuses entirely on healing his injuries as a magical blue aura wraps around him. Before long, Ye Bei looks down at his hand quite satisfied, realizing that simply training inside this pool yields crazy fast results. His progress is easily 10 times faster than the outside world, and there is even a mysterious power mixed into this liquid. It feels incredibly close to the power of natural laws, but right then, his eyes snap open as he senses something very strange. Wait. With spiritual energy this ridiculously thick, there might be an even more shocking treasure hidden deep below. Eager to find out, Ye Bei guides his bead straight toward the dark bottom of the lake. Back in the day, besides training his disciples, he spent his time taking them through dangerous secret realms to find heavenly treasures, and every single one of them ended up leveling up like crazy. They unlocked incredible forms like the innate Tao body, the Nine Yin Saint body, the Sword Vein body, and so on. Yet his voice carries a touch of bitter regret, because almost none of those legendary power-ups ever suited his own physical body. Even if he found something, it only boosted his mental state or his weapons, but he never stumbled on a miracle to actually fix his trash physique and change his fate. A confident smile finally plays on his lips, thinking that luckily, things are going to be different in this new life. With a gleam of hope in his eyes, he knows his comeback is finally here, as he dives deeper into the Emperor-transforming pool. But watching the violent currents thrashing outside his protective bead, his brow suddenly furrows with concern. The water pressure down here is so insane that if he steps out now, he will instantly get crushed into a pile of mush. Meanwhile, we finally get a heartbreaking look at little Yu Ling, who is staring out the window with her eyes completely filled with sadness and utter despair. Whispering in grief, she softly calls out for her master. She wonders if she will be joining him in death soon, asking if he is lonely down there as tears silently roll down her cheeks. Sobbing gently, she says she wanted to bring him back to life, but she probably will not survive long enough to see that day. Thinking of her martial sisters makes her heart ache even more, crying because she is still so worried about leaving them behind. If any of them get hurt, there will be no one left to heal them. And in this painful moment, her longing to see Ye Bei again grows incredibly intense. She silently wishes that her beloved master were still right here by her side. Meanwhile, Ye Bei has finally reached the very bottom of the massive pool. Everything down here is pitch black, except for a faint, magical blue light glowing from some mysterious stone slabs just a few feet away from his bead. Stunned for a moment, Ye Bei guides his bead closer to the glowing stone before suddenly crying out in absolute joy. He laughs triumphantly because this is the real ultimate treasure of the pool, thinking the Xianxia Holy Land is so wasteful to only produce 3 emperors with this kind of power. Rubbing his chin, he wonders how he is going to safely store this ultimate treasure inside his personal pocket dimension. If he steps out, he can already picture the disaster. Now, the moment he leaves this desolate space, the terrifying spiritual pressure around will instantly crush him into a bloody pulp. At that point, even his soul might not survive. An idea flashes. Ye Bei immediately unleashes his lightning punishment on the rock. A series of deep purple lightning strikes rain down on the stone surrounding the supreme treasure, successfully slicing the rock apart. Ye Bei notes that due to this supreme treasure, the hardness of the surrounding rock has indeed undergone a massive, insane change. While channeling his inner power, he carefully calculates that he can only unleash 36 lightning strikes in a single day. Looking at this situation, every single lightning strike must be used like a precise blade. He cannot afford to waste them. With those words, he continues his lightning punishment, accurately targeting every single weak spot on the massive stone. An earth-shattering sound rings out as the bottom of the pool undergoes a terrifying quake, causing the rocky surface to shake violently before everything slowly quietens down. He steps closer. It only chipped a tiny bit. Ye Bei is completely stunned. Ye Bei seriously calculates that to fully extract the supreme treasure, he probably needs 70 more lightning strikes, meaning he must stay in this pool for at least 2 more days. Realizing that harvesting the supreme treasure will take at least 2 full days, Ye Bei sits down and quickly enters a state of deep meditation. Forming hand seals, he begins to absorb the rich spiritual energy directly from the Emperor melting pool. He tells himself to make the best of it, since the energy here is many times denser than outside, making it the perfect spot to cultivate. Ye Bei figures that since he is at the very bottom, the guards patrolling above won't detect any abnormalities. He then closes his eyes, fully focusing on his cultivation. 2 days pass. Ye Bei slowly opens his eyes. Looking down at his palm, he happily assesses that his cultivation has already reached the divine cauldron realm. This rocket-like training speed is truly unheard of. Ye Bei stands up and approaches the supreme treasure with a sarcastic tone, thinking if only he had this insane luck and natural talent before his reincarnation. In 300 years, how could those 9 sacred lands have only lost their half-emperors to him? My turn to shine. With those words, he immediately unleashes his lightning punishment. Get ready. Because after a relentless barrage of powerful lightning strikes, the massive stone finally shatters completely, revealing the glowing supreme treasure that was hidden inside. The supreme treasure falls right before Ye Bei with a heavy thud. A smirk curls on his lips as he happily says, "It seems that after collecting this supreme treasure, except for that terrifying spiritual energy at the bottom of the pool vanishing, everything else remains completely unchanged." Saying so, he leaps high into the air and stores the supreme treasure inside his spatial ring. In an instant, the water in the Emperor melting pool is swept directly into Ye Bei's spatial ring. The guards outside suddenly sense something abnormal happening inside the Emperor melting pool and decide to push the door open to check. Seeing it completely dry, they scream in absolute panic, saying the Emperor melting pool is gone. A guard frantically hits the switch to sound the highest emergency alarm, instantly throwing the entire Xianxia Holy Land into absolute chaos. As absolute panic spreads, A young girl asks in confusion, "Is that the highest warning alarm?" An expert standing right next to her replies in panic that he has absolutely no idea. "As far as I know, this is the very first time such a disaster has happened since our founding." Another disciple chimed in, saying that this alarm only sounds when a catastrophic event happens, while a senior cut him off, shouting for everyone to shut up and prepare for an all-out battle. The chaotic news of this crisis quickly reaches Yuling's ears. She snickers to herself, hoping they make such a massive scene that the wedding ceremony gets completely cancelled. Meanwhile, inside his spatial ring, Bei sighs in relief. Luckily, he broke through to the divine court realm, as his previous strength would never have allowed him to pull this off. He grins confidently. "My cultivation has finally broken through. The supreme treasure is mine, so it is time to move." Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the ground, startling Bei. Now, here is a twist we did not see coming. The absolute strongest experts from the sacred land are here. Bei quietly peeks to see who has arrived. By the dried pool, two guards kneel in absolute terror, trembling as they greet the sacred lord and the supreme elder. The powerful figures are indeed the black-robed sacred lord and the blue-robed supreme elder. Completely crushed by their suffocating aura, the guards tremble so hard they can barely even speak. Stammering, the guard tries to explain, but with a sudden, devastating strike, the brutal sacred lord slams him violently into the stone wall. He immediately blacks out. The remaining guards shake in absolute terror. The sacred lord reaches out, his face dark as a terrifying fury burns in his eyes. With a sudden grab, his powerful hand tightly grips another guard's throat and lifts him off the ground, snarling as he demands to know why this disaster happened and warns them not to dare lie. Gasping for air, the terrified guard begs for his life. "We really check diligently every day without seeing anything unusual, but the Holy Lord gloomily demands to see the guard logs from the past few months." The other guard quickly pulls out the record book and respectfully presents it. "Here you go, Holy Lord." Flipping through the pages, the Holy Lord looks pretty surprised as he realizes the last recorded usage was only 3 days ago. The Supreme Elder standing nearby immediately offers to lead a massive hunt for clues across the entire city. But the Holy Lord quickly raises his hand to stop him. He tells him to stay calm as a flash of purple energy flares in his eyes, sharply claiming that the thief is still hiding somewhere nearby. This sudden claim absolutely shocks the guards. "Wait, the thief is still right here?" It doesn't just scare those low-level guards, even Bei is caught off guard by this sharp deduction. The Holy Lord then turns to his Supreme Elder, ordering him to lock down the entire city immediately. They must thoroughly search every single inch around the Emperor's Finger ruins, leaving no stone unturned, and the Supreme Elder quickly bows to obey. A sudden wave of unease washes over Bei as he mutters that he might have slightly underestimated these guys. It looks like his plan to deliver that massive surprise in a few days needs to be handled with extreme caution. Slipping away, Bei quickly tracks down where Yuling is locked up, but as he reaches the hall door, he stops in surprise. Weren't there supposed to be an entire squad of powerful Saint Kings guarding this place? He wonders as he slips through a crack in the door, did they somehow know I was coming and decided to clear out early? Once inside, Bei carefully channels his spiritual energy to sweep the area and map out the threat before making his move. It doesn't take long for him to pinpoint exactly how many guards are on patrol and sense their power levels. Pulling back his energy, he lets out a relaxed yawn. A smirk plays on Bei's lips because the strongest person in here is just a basic saint, meaning he can make himself right at home. With that, Bei lunges straight at a servant sweeping leaves, who gasps in pure panic at the sudden intruder, stammering out, Who are you?" Bei just snorts, telling him to shut up and go to sleep, before delivering a solid, painful knock straight to the guy's head. The servant drops unconscious on the spot, but right at that exact moment, a voice from down the hall starts calling out for him. He asks if Nguvarn is done sweeping because they need to head downstairs to clean next. Getting absolutely no reply, the annoyed guard stomps over to the sweeping area while shouting for his lazy partner, eventually poking his head into the room to see what's going on. But Bei has already used his transformation technique to disguise himself as Nguvarn, quickly playing dumb and calling back that he's coming. The angry guard snaps at him, calling him a complete idiot. He complains that he yelled so many times and only got a single reply, making him think something bad had actually happened. Bei quietly breathes a sigh of relief, glad he moved fast, before the guard tells him it's time to get going. Soon, they reach the 3rd floor of the underground prison, with the guard leading the way and acting like a senior who knows it all. He explains that almost nobody visits for weeks, so he just needs to look busy whenever one of the high bosses shows up. Following behind obediently, Bei nods and looks around, noting that this 12th floor seems to be reserved for relatively light punishments, pointing out that this floor handles much harsher punishments. But to move forward with his real plan, he needs to shake this guy off, when suddenly, his gaze locks onto a massive black door. He points and asks what's inside, but the guard quickly warns him that they are absolutely forbidden from entering. As Bei nods, the guard leans in and drops his voice to a quiet whisper, warning him that the cells back there hold the absolute worst of the worst criminals. These are powerful prisoners whose cultivation was completely destroyed, kept alive only because they're still useful. They are heavily suppressed under powerful sealing arts, and the guard smugly explains that breaking these seals is nearly impossible. It requires someone at the Saint King realm or higher executing the exact release spell to set any of those monsters free. Yibei just nods thoughtfully, and as they reach the end of the hall, the guard yawns and tells him to handle this area alone. Nodding in agreement, Yibei waits for the guard to leave before quickly shifting back into his original form. He steps right up to the high-security cell door. Using the guard's fresh information, he places his hand on the surface to crack the locking mechanism, confident that passing through a low-tier restriction barrier like this will take him only a few seconds. Sure enough, Yibei easily shatters the lock in a matter of seconds. Pushing the door open, Yibei steps inside and freezes in complete confusion, seeing that every cell in here looks like a separate kitchen spaced a few meters apart. He rubs his chin, deeply thoughtful. Since this is the deep fourth floor of the underground prison, he figures a tiny commotion down here won't attract any unwanted attention. As Yibei lost in his thoughts, a raspy voice suddenly echoes out, "Looks like the higher-ups sent another little brat today, failing to break me. They're trying the soft approach." Yibei reflexively spins around toward the source of the voice, where a white-haired old man sneers with a pretty cold, mocking laugh. Yibei walks up to the iron bars and asks calmly, "What is your identity? If you are strong enough, I might free you." The old man suddenly knits his brows, feeling a massive, suffocating pressure radiating powerfully from the young man before him. Cold sweat breaks on his forehead as his eyes shrink in pure shock. "Who are you?" he gasps. "How can a mere first-tier divine court cultivator be here?" Yibei coldly turns, "You missed your chance." Next, quickly stopping him, the old man begs for another chance to speak, finally gritting his teeth to reveal his identity. "I am Lian Yuande, former second elder of Heavenly Pool Sacred Palace, locked here for 700 years. Hearing this, Yibei stops in his tracks, finding it highly amusing that a former elder of the Sacred Palace is actually locked up. This sacred land is something else. And watch, he just snaps the bars with his hands. The old man stares blankly at the youth, utterly shocked that he broke the heavy metal bars with bare hands completely unscathed. Lian Yuande is completely shocked. This is too strange. The boy clearly has the spiritual energy of a first-tier divine court, yet that display of raw power was equal to a saint-level strike. Yibei steps up. "Serve me for 10 years. After that, you are free. Give me a piece of your soul if you agree. Otherwise, I will not waste my time." Lian Yuande does not hesitate at all, immediately offering up his answer in a split second. "If he can truly get me out of here, even 100 years is better than rotting in this dark pit." He immediately extracts a soul fragment. He hands his soul fragment directly to Yibei. He takes it with a pleased smile, praising his decisiveness, while guessing his hatred for the sacred land runs incredibly deep. Now all he needs is to break the seal. Yibei reaches out his hand, channeling his power to shatter the forbidden magic. Purple lightning crackles around them, forcing the old man to scream. Yibei mutters a low chant, isolating and restructuring the soul fragment he just acquired to establish a binding master-servant contract. Instantly, Lian Yuande drops to his knees, calling out reverently that his humble servant bows before his new master. Looking down coldly, Yibei introduces himself as Yibei. "Just call me master, do not worry. I always keep my word, and will free you after 10 years. The old man bows in absolute obedience. Yibei calls upon a lightning strike, instantly shattering his chains. With a wave of his hand, a barrel of water suddenly materializes as he calmly asks, "This should help restore your power." As the old man stares blankly at the barrel, Yibei explains that this is actually the legendary water of the Emperor transforming pool. He gasps in utter shock, "This is incredible, but how did you even get your hands on this legendary water?" Brushing the question aside, Yibei simply tells him to drink up and ask for more if needed, leaving the old man nodding eagerly. "More than enough," he quickly stammers, stepping forward to guide his master. "You must want to recruit the other prisoners here. I know most of them and can guide you. Please follow me," he says respectfully. Suddenly, a nearby prisoner spots them. Talk about bad timing, now everyone is staring. Soon, other prisoners realize this too and immediately start shouting, asking Old Man Lean how he managed to escape. "Was it really that first-tier divine court kid next to you who broke you out? There are powerful saint kings guarding the exit. How could a weakling like him break through all our ancient seals?" Yibei glances at Lian Yuande and signals him, "Your turn to show off," and the old man nods immediately. Right away, a massive wave of power explodes from Lian Yuande, shaking the area. The other prisoners gasp in total shock. "His powers are back. Teach us your secret, old man. Free us from this dump and I will serve you for a century." But Lian Yuande tells them he cannot help. "I am now merely a humble servant, under the command of my great master. Everything is up to him, as he is the one who shattered my seals and chains." His extreme submissiveness leaves them completely speechless. They whisper, "Is that really the stubborn elder?" More importantly, that kid actually broke his seal. He is insanely strong. Walking past the cells, Yebei rubs his chin in deep thought. Impossible, how is he not here? Standing behind him, the elder asks if he is searching for someone. At this moment, Yebei remembers, wait, doesn't he have a former elder of the Holy Land right next to him? He turns and asks Lian Yuande directly, tell me, is there a fifth floor to this heavenly prison? Lian Yuande answers without hesitation, Lord, the heavenly prison only has 4 floors. Lian Yuande's eyes suddenly light up and he suggests, Lord, are you looking to recruit someone even more powerful? There are 2 secret cells for high-risk prisoners on the 4th floor. Want to look? Just like that? Yebei's face completely lights up with excitement. He figures a secret room on the 4th floor is perfect. She must be locked up right there. A few minutes later, Yebei and Lian Yuande stop directly in front of a completely bare wall. Lian Yuande confirms this is the spot. Yebei reaches out to manifest his spiritual power, thinking to himself that this is brilliant. The Holy Land actually hid things pretty well, placing a high-level cloaking array right here in secret. Channeling spiritual energy into his hand, a strange array appears on the wall and in an instant, he shatters the seal completely. Just like Lian Yuande said, a secret passage hides behind the wall. The elder cautiously warns Yebei, Lord, the prisoner is in the cell ahead. I heard she is extremely dangerous. She caused massive trouble for the Holy Land back then. If 2 elders hadn't teamed up, they probably never would have captured her. Yebei doesn't even care. He places his hand on the heavy cell door, using his powers to peer inside. He instantly spots a tiny girl heavily bound by thick iron chains. When she looks up at him, Yebei pauses, wondering if he somehow got the wrong person. Yebei's brows furrow in confusion as he finally gives Lian Yuande a direct order. Open it, Yebei commands. The elder quickly obeys as the heavy stone door slowly slides aside. Yebei freezes in shock. Standing before him is a girl with her head bowed, messy purple hair falling over her shoulders. He steps up to Zhongli Mo and asks in a deep voice how she ended up here, but she coldly snaps, get lost. I will level this entire Xianxia temple sooner or later. Mid-sentence, Zhongli Mo suddenly pauses, finding his voice strangely familiar as a deep sense of disbelief flashes through her mind. Wait, that voice is familiar. Zhongli Mo looks up. Seeing the beloved figure of Yebei standing there, her tears instantly overflow as she chokes out, Master. Yebei looks at her with a gentle, pitying gaze. He softly pats Zhongli Mo's head, whispering that his silly disciple has suffered. Sobbing and sniffing, Zhongli Mo cries out that her troublesome disciple has finally found him. With that, Zhongli Mo suddenly leaps up and tightly hugs Yebei, leaving Lian Yuande completely jaw-dropped at the sight. Wait, the most dangerous prisoner in the cells is calling this lord her master? Oh my god, what kind of terrifying master did I just serve? Meanwhile, Yebei shatters Zhongli Mo's heavy chains. Smiling gently, he places his hand on her shoulder and asks her to explain how she ended up here. But Zhongli Mo quickly avoids his gaze and looks away in embarrassment. She laughs nervously, Master. If I said I accidentally let myself get captured, would you please go easy on me later? Yebei's eyes immediately flare with anger as he yells, Are you kidding me? You walked in here on purpose? Zhongli Mo shrinks back and begs him, Master, please just let me explain everything first. Suppressing his rising rage, Yebei finally sits down and orders her to tell him what stupid thing she did. Zhongli Mo honestly confesses that 130 years ago, right after she broke through to the Saint King realm, she accidentally overheard some rumors. Apparently, this Holy Land's heavenly prison had some super powerful experts locked on the 4th floor, so she immediately started hatching a plan. After all, if she could turn them into her own undead puppets, her personal strength would skyrocket. Thanks to her deep mastery over her necromancy Dao, she easily got herself labeled as a legendary high-risk threat by the sanctuary. Eventually, 2 half-emperor-level powerhouses had to team up just to stop her. She scratches her cheek and chuckles, explaining that is how she got locked up on the 4th floor. Hearing this, Yebei's face turns dark as he growls, Normal people run away from this place, but you literally threw yourself right into the trap. You even delivered yourself directly to the lowest cell in their entire prison. Hearing his scolding, Zhongli Mo quickly clings to Yebei's arm, acting cute. Master, I will never do it again. I promise to listen to you from now on, so please do not be mad at me. Unable to resist her adorable behavior, Yebei's anger completely melts away. He closes his eyes and sighs, letting the matter slide with a soft smile. Suddenly, the system alerts Yebei that he has found his 4th disciple out of 108. His reward is the Dao Resonance ability, allowing him to share power with a disciple for up to 24 hours. This skill has a 10-day cooldown, and the currently available Daos he can share are Necromancy, Sword, Array, and Construction. The system asks him if he wants to resonate, yes or no. Hearing the notification, Yebei's eyes instantly light up. Where should he resonate? This is clearly some awesome Dao power copied from someone else. His lips curl up. There are still 10 days left until the grand wedding of the Holy Land, and he absolutely has to save this ability for that big day. Zhongli Mo stands behind him, channeling her spiritual energy and showing off, bragging to her master. She proudly tells him that even though those Holy Land bastards sealed her cultivation, her undead summons can still keep training inside her summoning space. She adds that while locked in the 4th tier of Heaven Prison, she even harvested the souls of 4 half-emperors and over a dozen late-stage Saint Kings. Ye Bei's face goes completely stiff, and he raises his hand to tap Zhongli Mo on the forehead. His tone is full of sheer disdain as he asks if trash like that was really worth risking her life for. Ye Bei knocks her on the head and scolds her, saying if she wanted stronger undead, she could have found them literally anywhere else. He lists ancient battlefields, outer war zones, and primordial ruins, asking if any of those are worse than this place. If the Holy Land did not intend to keep her alive, she would be an undead herself. Knowing she is wrong, Zhongli Mo bows her head to apologize, promising she will never dare to do it again. Watching the master and disciple bicker from the side, Lian Yuande can only gape in shock, muttering curses in disbelief. Suddenly remembering something, Zhongli Mo looks up at Ye Bei and asks softly why her master is even here. After giving her a quick explanation of what happened, Ye Bei wraps up the story, making Zhongli Mo's gaze instantly turn sharp and incredibly cold. She curses the Heavenly Pool Holy Land for daring to lock up her junior sister for 300 years, swearing a blood oath. She will definitely refine their entire Holy Land into undead servants. Setting down a barrel of water, Ye Bei commands her to reach the half-emperor stage within 10 days, no matter what method she has to use. Zhongli Mo bows to accept the master's orders. She immediately dives into intense cultivation, fully resolved to risk everything to save her junior sisters this time around. Ye Bei glances at her, thinking to himself that if he is not strict with this silly girl, she will never learn. Noticing Lian Yuande watching with teary eyes, Ye Bei tells him to stop staring because he will get his share in a bit too. Lian Yuande happily thanks him, while Ye Bei turns his back to give orders to both Zhongli Mo and Lian Yuande. Now that they have flattened the 4th tier of Heaven Prison, they both need to go and recover. Sneering, he promises that the Heavenly Pool Holy Land is about to receive an absolutely massive gift from him. And now, get ready for this. 7 days later, bright sunlight shines over the capital. Ye Bei appears, looking extremely serious as he walks side by side with Zhongli Mo. The welcoming guard asks which faction the young master belongs to so he can report it, but Ye Bei only replies with a freezing cold voice. He says he has no faction and only came to join the fun, wondering if the Holy Land will welcome him. Shaken by his cold look, the guard meekly welcomes them and quickly ushers the young master inside. Zhongli Mo whispers to her master, suggesting they charge straight in to rescue her junior sister right now, catching the enemy off guard before those great emperors can even react. She worries that if they wait for everyone from the Holy Land to gather, saving her will become absolutely impossible. But Ye Bei stops her, telling her not to rush because he wants to wait for every single target to gather so he can wipe them out at once. Hearing this, Zhongli Mo gasps in utter shock, reminding her master that the enemy has 3 great emperors on their side. Ye Bei just asks if great emperors are really that strong, leaving both Lian Yuande and Zhongli Mo standing there completely stunned. They ask if great emperors could possibly be considered weak. Ye Bei shrugs as if it is obvious, stating that with their high talent, becoming great emperors is just a matter of time anyway, so why fear them? Ye Bei cheerfully says that once they all arrive, he will take on 2 of them himself, while leaving the last one for them to practice on. This makes Lian Yuande break out in cold sweat, wondering if his lord is seriously going to fight 2 at once. And here is where the real show starts. A massive commotion breaks out as someone yells that they have finally arrived. 3 great emperors of the Heavenly Pool Holy Land descend from above. Beside the sect master and 2 elders, Yu Ling appears with her face completely hidden behind a heavy veil. Lian Yuande explains. According to the traditional wedding customs of the Heavenly Pool Holy Land, the bride and groom will now walk to the very center of the hall. They must hold hands, kneel to pay respects to the Holy Land, and take their official vows while the groom stands right across from his bride. Yu Ling tells herself that it is almost over. Staring at the second holy son before her, she realizes taking his life in front of everyone would be absolutely perfect. The host announces the start of the ceremony, and suddenly, a golden whip cracks sharply through the air. The whip lashes directly toward Yu Ling, throwing all the surrounding maidservants into a state of absolute panic. As her veil is pulled away to finally reveal her face, Ye Bei suddenly materializes out of nowhere, placing a firm hand on her shoulder, and coolly announcing that this bride is actually his. Hearing his voice, Yu Ling quickly turns around, as Ye Bei speaks to her with a very gentle tone. "Oh my girl, you have suffered so much." With that, Yu Ling buries her face in Ye Bei's chest and starts sobbing. She tearfully cries out, "It is you, master, the one I missed day and night, you finally came back." The watching guests start whispering, "Wait, is that mysterious kid from earlier standing next to the bride? No way. Seriously, is this really happening right now?" Is this an ex-husband crashing the wedding? The crowd goes wild with gossip as the second Holy Son screams, "Let go of my Lin Ni." He unleashes a massive wave of fire straight at Ye Bei. But with a casual flick of his wrist, the master shields Yu Ling completely. Blown away. Ye Bei easily deflects the blazing fire with a counter. Holding a glowing relic, the Holy Lord asks coldly where this brat came from to dare disrupt his son Virni's wedding. The crowd watches in absolute shock. And look at this suddenly. A massive magic circle starts glowing overhead, gathering wild bolts of lightning that completely blast the roof open. A blinding pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens, leaving a massive crater in the floor. Right in the middle floats a legendary sword crackling with lightning. Yu Ling instantly recognizes this power. It is her fourth senior sister. Tai Bai and his allies drop down from the sky, demanding they hand over his junior sister. Then he gasps inside. It is really them. Yu Ling eagerly calls out to her sister. Ye Bei smiles. Perfect. They are all here now. Now, Heavenly Pool, Holy Temple. It is time for you to receive the special gift I have personally prepared. Ye Bei and his legendary disciples stand tall, staring down the Holy Lord and everyone else remaining inside the grand wedding hall. Each of his disciples radiates an incredibly powerful aura. Ye Bei calmly warns the crowd, anyone who does not want to die better leave now. I will give you 10 seconds. Hearing this, the guests scramble to escape. Panic erupts as people scream at each other to stop watching and run for their lives before the real fight begins. Seeing his beautiful bride running straight into the arms of another man, the second Holy Son charges in a blind rage, screaming, "Get your filthy hands off. Do not dare touch my Lin Ni." Yu Ling shrinks back in fear from his raw madness, hiding right behind Ye Bei. But Zhongli Mo instantly steps in to shield them, her entire body radiating an incredibly heavy wave of pure killing intent. Lai Mac's eyes flash as she flashes a confident, yet deadly smile at her incoming opponent. The furious second Holy Son thrusts his hands forward, preparing his next strike. Two blazing energy blasts tear through the air toward Ye Bei. Seeing his son attack, the Holy Lord also steps up, unleashing a devastating beam of his own. The massive red blast surges with raw power straight toward Lai Mac. The Holy Lord bellows in fury, "How dare you!" But Lai Mac is not just standing there. Leaping high into the air, she counters with a highly destructive strike that shatters the space around them, completely neutralizing the Holy Lord's powerful assault. His brow furrows as pure killing intent fills his eyes. Channeling his energy, a highly concentrated spark of chi forms at the tip of his finger. The Holy Lord sneers, challenging her to see how many times she can survive. But suddenly, Lai Mac warns him, "Do not move." But look at this somehow. Lai Mac is already standing right behind the second Holy Son. She locks both hands firmly around his head, instantly silencing his arrogant demands. Her cold eyes are filled with an absolute, chilling bloodlust. She smirks, warning the Holy Lord that if her hand slips even a little, his precious son will become another soul in her collection. The Holy Lord, the Grand Elder, and their elite guards all freeze in absolute shock. He immediately suppresses his glowing energy, her threat striking them like a sudden lightning bolt. One of their top guards grits his teeth, staring at her in sheer panic. She is the girl who uses cursed soul magic. The Holy Lord steps forward with pure contempt, sneering that he wondered who dared to intrude, only to find some escaped convicts causing trouble. Frowning deeply, he relies on his usual arrogance to challenge Lai Mac, asking her what she actually plans to do next. He asks if she really thinks taking his son hostage will buy her escape. Hearing this, Ye Bei merely chuckles with a dark, plotting glint in his eyes. "Sorry, but I do not need hostages." Instantly, Ye Bei points his finger, calling down a massive bolt of lightning that strikes the second Holy Son, leaving him completely charred. The Heavenly Pool guards watch with wide eyes, completely paralyzed in horror as they witness this brutal execution. Even though the blind Grand Elder cannot see, he senses the grim fate of the second Holy Son, sweat instantly dripping down his face. Unable to contain his rage, the Holy Lord's eyes burn with power as his overwhelming energy erupts violently. The Holy Lord channels all his strength into a devastating palm strike aimed directly at Ye Bei, roaring in despair, screaming out his dead son's name, Virni. His raw fury peaks as he pours every ounce of his remaining strength into one final, desperate, world-shaking attack. "You dared to kill my Virni, now die." Seeing the sheer scale of this attack, a worried voice screams out in absolute panic. "Watch out, my lord, that is the Heavenly Pool, Holy Lord's ultimate move, the mysterious Heaven Palm." But Ye Bei does not even flinch, immediately tapping into his spatial laws to counter it. To Ye Bei, it is just a basic palm strike. With a wave of his hand, his spatial law completely shatters the Holy Lord's grand attack into pieces. One massive clash. Absolute chaos as fire erupts everywhere. A massive crater rips right through the wedding hall. As thick white smoke fills the air, panicked cries echo from the terrified crowd. Even the Holy Lord is left standing there completely frozen. His face goes pale with shock. Looking like he just got struck by lightning, his mind spins in absolute chaos as he struggles to comprehend the sheer strength of spatial laws. Frowning, he closes his eyes to inspect his inner soul realm. Deep inside his spiritual consciousness, there are no actual signs of damage from Ye Bei's recent spatial attack. The Holy Lord frowns, a cold sneer returning to his face. He is clearly unimpressed by the legendary spatial laws that Ye Bei just used. The Holy Lord snarls through his teeth. Only a few dozen meters? That is a real pity, because your miserable fates will not change today. His loyal subordinate stands nearby, trembling as he stares at the battlefield. Terrified of what he is seeing, he quickly alerts the Holy Lord. My lord, things look bad. It seems they are not even running away. Look at the sky now. A bizarre phenomenon suddenly appears, gathering deadly lightning bolts that strike down. A creepy, suffocating aura of death fills the entire place. Limac quickly weaves hand signs as her eyes glow. A massive wave of dark energy erupts from her body as she screams out, "Undead disaster!" Seals shattered. Hordes of demonic spirits howl as they swarm down like a terrifying dark wave. The terrified subordinate and the Supreme Elder are cut off by the spirits. These ghouls open their jaws wide, eager to swallow both of them whole. Sensing imminent danger, the Supreme Elder frantically yells to the subordinate beside him. We must kill this undead brat right now, otherwise, our sacred ground is going to suffer massive losses today. But out of nowhere, Tai Bai leaps into the air. She swings her blade at the two men, catching them completely off guard. She completely crushes their wicked plans, mocking them in your dreams. You should check if you actually have what it takes first. As her deadly sword strike rains down, the subordinate and the elder desperately scramble out of the way. Suddenly, Jugfu joins the fray, rushing straight toward the subordinate. Meanwhile, the Supreme Elder finds himself ruthlessly ambushed by Tai Bai. The elder grits his teeth, cursing under his breath, "Damn it, who on earth are these crazy female devils?" Blurry, lightning-fast sword strikes continuously rain down upon the Supreme Elder and the subordinate of the Heavenly Pool Temple. While the Holy Lord is busy fighting off the undead disaster, his subordinate suddenly notices something in the distance. He freezes in shock before screaming out, "Look over there, it is that kid." High in the sky, Ye Bei is channeling spatial law, gathering a massive storm of dark energy. He whips out a sacred treasure to activate a massive formation, his body continuously radiating a terrifying, destructive power. Gasps of awe and disbelief erupt from the crowd as they witness the hidden depths of Ye Bei's real power. My goodness, is this guy even human? That speed of power accumulation is absolutely terrifying. Surely this has to be some kind of temporary secret boost, right? But jumping so many cultivation tiers at once, is he not afraid of a lethal backlash? Ye Bei's eyes gleam crystal clear as his aura pierces the heavens. Seeing his terrifying form, the Holy Lord's faction is utterly petrified. Has this monster completely lost himself to the demon path? Good grief! His power level has actually reached the half-emperor tier. Yuling cries out in shock. What is he trying to do? Lost to the demon path? Who has ever seen a demon with eyes that calm and sharp? Besides, this is our master. Even real demons are nothing compared to him. Thick dark energy swirls around Ye Bei's body as he embraces the power. This surging demonic energy is one of the 5 trump cards he unlocked after breaking through his divine court realm. The Supreme Demon Bone. The Holy Lord charges forward. I must stop him. Spotting him from afar, Yu Ling screams out in terror. Master, watch out! The Heavenly Pool Holy Lord is closing in on you. Ye Bei snaps his head back, warning Old Man Lian, "Old man, protect the girl. If she loses even a single hair, you will pay with your life." Old Man Lian clasps his hands and bows deeply, promising, yes, this old servant will protect her with his very life. Even before reaching him, the Holy Lord manifests a massive fiery hand of the mysterious heaven palm to crush Ye Bei, who calmly invokes spatial confinement. Are you trying to stop me from running away again? Ye Bei mocks as he raises his palm to charge up his own devastating counterattack. Too bad for you, because I am fighting to the end. Even if I must reveal every single trump card, I will completely destroy this Heavenly Pool Temple. Die, Holy Lord. With a thunderous roar, Ye Bei hurls his attack, manifesting a giant energy hand that collides head-on to block the fiery strike. The collision of the 2 massive palms sends shockwaves ripping through the area, pushing Ye Bei back and rattling the Holy Lord just as badly. Curse it, the fuming Holy Lord thinks outwardly, I might seem to have the upper hand. But in reality, his powerful palm strike just heavily threatened my soul, and I barely managed to escape. Recognizing the boy as a dangerous monster, the Holy Lord finally abandons all his arrogance. One tiny slip-up now, and this kid will definitely end his life. Ye Bei flies forward, mockingly asking if he hasn't eaten yet, calling the great Tianqi Holy Master incredibly weak. Enraged by the mock, the Holy Master scowls, shooting lightning to split the giant hand in front of him before unleashing a raging fire at Ye Bei. Ye Bei smiles faintly, preparing to strike back, and as their giant palms officially collide, the intense pressure begins to warp the surrounding space. While the Holy Master struggles to cope, Ye Bei remains totally relaxed, showing zero fatigue. Sensing things are going south, The Holy Master realizes both this brat and those female devils below are truly giving him a hard time. Frowning as he studies Yebei's fighting style, he notes their terrifying talent, making it only a matter of time before they become great emperors. He knows he must eliminate him immediately, fearing that if they reach the great emperor realm, the Xianxia sacred palace will be completely wiped out today. Summoning even more spiritual energy for his ultimate move, a dragon coiling around him suddenly merges straight into that massive blazing hand of fire. Yebei quickly realizes his enemy is putting everything into this next strike. An earth-shattering explosion shakes the entire world as Yebei gasps and vanishes, his Yuantian palm suddenly disappearing as he mutters in total shock. The Holy Master used a dirty trick to trigger another massive blast, leaving Taibai, Zhuge Fu, and Yushan screaming for their master. He sighs in relief, believing he finally killed this freak, but we know better. Taking this blow would cripple even a great emperor, and looking ahead, the entire landscape before him has been completely blasted to pieces, let alone a mere teenager who boosted his power to the half-emperor realm using some secret technique, leaving only a burning crater behind. Smugly, the Holy Master declares that with this troublesome brat gone, it is time to finish off the rest. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, warning him that if he wants to touch them, he has to ask for permission first. He stares at the fiery crater in sheer disbelief, gritting his teeth as he mutters, "How is this possible? He's still alive." Rising proudly from the burning crater, Yebei leaps up, shocking the Holy Master while his stunned disciples quickly rush forward to greet their master. Yebei silently reflects that if not for his supreme demonic bone protecting him, that direct hit would have surely taken his life. Behind him, the Holy Master flares up, pure, absolute rage. His face turns completely pale, as all of his carefully laid plans instantly fall to pieces, making him wonder how this could even be a human body. How could a kid using a secret technique to reach the half-emperor level have defense this mind-blowing? Yebei's expression turns chilling, his voice eerie. "I was going to hold back, but this is pointless." With a cold look, he commands his system to activate his divine ability, Dao Resonance, as a glowing screen pops up before him, showing his currently resonated Daos, which include Undead Summoning Dao, Sword Dao, Formation Dao, and even Construction Dao. Prompted to choose a target, Yebei immediately selects the Undead Summoning Dao. A giant magic circle forms around the area as everything bends to Yebei's will, swirling intensely inside a wild magical vortex. Look at his face, the Holy Master instantly panics, realizing this is the water that went missing from the Emperor transformation pool. He stole it. The Holy Master screams to kill him now. Following the Holy Master's orders, both the Supreme Elder and Elder Mu prepare to carry out their mission with absolute seriousness. But Taibai, Zhugfu, and Zhongli Mo suddenly intercept them, declaring that they are their real opponents now, unleashing their legendary technique, the Green Lotus Sword Dance. A devastating slash that tears the ground in half, instantly separating the Supreme Elder and Elder Mu. Enraged, the Supreme Elder curses, wondering why these two female devils are so tough to handle, while Zhongli Mo crosses her arms with a dark expression, channeling a mysterious spiritual energy before yelling out. Yelling, "Undead prodigies," as a horde of terrifying purple beasts slowly begins to emerge from the shadows. This puts the Supreme Elder in a tight spot, making him yell in fury at the disgusting creatures, telling them to stay away and die. But he quickly shifts his focus, back to Yebei. Reaching out with a palm strike, he roars for the brat to stop, but Yebei simply orders his summons to block him, triggering a fierce, endless clash between the two sides. Yebei points his finger to the sky, activating his dimensional summoning as an eerie, creepy atmosphere instantly blankets the entire area. No one could have predicted that the soldiers summoned from this rift would possess such bizarre and grotesque forms. Shaking in midair, the Holy Master stammers, asking what this is, just as one of the summoned soldiers opens its massive jaws, drawing in pure spiritual energy. The Holy Master's face turns completely white, no color left. Suddenly, a beam of destructive power blasts from the soldier's mouth, resembling a massive tornado from afar that swallows up everything in its path. Yet, somehow, the Holy Master miraculously avoids the entire devastating blast completely unharmed. He charges straight at Yebei, knowing that if he can just kill this freakish brat, all of his summoned creatures will instantly vanish. His furious charge triggers a violent shockwave that kicks up thick dust, but from within the dense smoke, a figure suddenly bursts out, unleashing a terrifying aura of pure killing intent. Yebei turns around in shock, watching him charge straight at the soldiers he just summoned. It hits him now that kid was pulling a classic diversion. His target was never me, but Elder Ho and the others. Damn it, he is such a scheming coward. Right after, the Saint Lord completely tears those summoned soldiers to absolute shreds. But the moment one falls, another lunges right back. Thick clouds of smoke and dust keep erupting into the air. The Saint Lord stands in the hazy smoke, completely exhausted as he thinks. These weird beasts do not fear pain or death, and their combat skills are insanely high. What are they? Over here, Yebei points straight at the Saint Lord, ordering them to kill him. Following his command, they all charge at the Saint Lord, shouting Master. His eyes grow sharper as he braces for impact. They all leap back together. Ye Bei looks highly concerned as he yells out, "Watch out!" Suddenly they get warped to a strange, barren place where the wind howls. Zhuge Fu grunts in frustration, "Damn it, he escaped into the void." Ye Bei refuses to let him go and orders a chase. Qi Tai Bai immediately complies. As the wind rustles through the dense forest of the Heavenly Pool Temple, he stomps on a tree trunk, launching himself high into the air. Flying right beside him to guide the way, Qi Tai Bai warns Master. This path leads to the absolute strangest place inside the temple. Leading the group, Ye Bei asks Old Man Lian, "Is there anyone stronger hiding in this holy land?" Flying behind him, Lian Yuande answers. Reporting to Master, "The Saint Lord is the strongest here." Ye Bei frowns, thinking this is pretty weird, and starts analyzing the situation. The Saint Lord could easily outrun them, but he is slowing down. You feel that too, right? He is totally baiting them into a massive trap. Moments later, they land in a deserted area. Lian Yuande gasps, asking if this is the restricted forbidden grounds. It makes absolutely no sense. Why would the Saint Lord come here? They walk a bit further and find a sealed cave door, staring straight at it. Lai Mak takes a step forward, warning the group that he senses an incredibly powerful undead presence lurking nearby. Lian Yuande also walks up to the door and adds, "Only the reigning Saint Lord can enter this place. For anyone else, stepping inside is strictly forbidden." He recalls that back during his time as an elder, plenty of disciples snuck into this forbidden ground to seek opportunities, but none of them ever came out alive. Determined to go inside, Ye Bei wastes no time and orders them to open it. Touching the door carvings, Lian Yuande complies. "Yes, Master." Instantly, the complex magic array on the door glows, reacting to his touch. As the heavy stone doors slowly creak open, ominous purple mist starts pouring out from within. He warns everyone that they must be extremely cautious once inside. The girls nod in agreement. Deep inside, sensing intruders, a surge of dark demonic energy begins to creep outward. The mist spreads through the deepest chambers. Smirking in the dark, the Saint Lord realizes his bait worked. They actually followed him. Standing before the ancestral memorial tablets, he cries out, "Ancient ancestors, our sacred land is facing its greatest crisis. Please show yourselves and lend your aid." Suddenly, the sealed banners start vibrating with absolute rage. "You unfilial disgrace. Is this how you ruin our legacy?" But the Saint Lord just smiles, thrilled that his enemies have walked straight into his trap. Ye Bei points and yells, "There he is, giant beast, obey my command, burn him to absolute ashes." A massive stream of burning flames surges forward to consume him, but the Saint Lord stands his ground, smugly defying them. The ancient ancestors refuse to stay quiet as dark energy floods the room. "This is our turf. You dare act wild here?" They launch a counterattack, blasting right through the wall of fire. The giant beast roars in pain as a massive wave of opposing energy slams forward and gets blocked. Ye Bei is the one casting an offensive array to retaliate. Watching this, Qi Tai Bai asks, "What on earth is that?" Zhuge Fu yells for everyone to look. Now check this out, those dark swirling mists are actually forming the creepy, grinning faces of dead old men. Lian Yuande asks in total shock, "Wait, aren't those the faces of the past Saint Lords of this holy land?" This instantly catches Ye Bei attention as he demands, "What did you just say?" Trembling with tears in his eyes, he gasps, "But the very first Saint Lord died nearly 10,000 years ago." Like a whiny kid running to his parents, the Saint Lord points at them, "Ancestors. These jerks ruined our temple and summoned those giant monsters." Suddenly, a streak of dark, demonic energy shoots out like a sharp sword, stabbing straight into the Saint Lord's chest before he can even finish speaking. His eyes go wide in shock, letting out a painful gasp. The shadow behind him grins go on, "Pass away peacefully. This is the last useful thing you will ever do for us." Instantly, the Saint Lord begins aging at a terrifying speed. Qi Tai Bai, Lai Yushan, Li Mak, and Lian Yuande stare in absolute horror. Meanwhile, Ye Bei remains completely focused, analyzing the threat. The Saint Lord is nothing but a demon now. Terrified, young Yuling cowers close to Ye Bei. The monster mutters that although this girl has the weakest cultivation, he likes her. Suddenly, a long dark tentacle lashes out, targeting a completely defenseless Yuling. Luckily, Ye Bei intercepts the strike just in time. "You think you can lay a hand on my disciple?" he asks with a smug grin. He is only at the 8th tier of the deity court. This generation's holy lord is genuinely pathetic. He cannot even defeat an 8th tier trash. Seriously, what a pretty complete waste of space. If we just absorb your origin essence, we might finally escape. Yet Ye Bei holds the burning chains tight, making everyone worry for their master's safety. "Do not rush. Your turn is coming soon." The monster laughs crazily, but suddenly, a strange demonic energy starts pouring from Ye Bei's own hand. The demon freezes. "Keep going," Ye Bei says. "Why did you stop?" he asks in a mocking tone. "Who on earth are you?" the enraged demon screams out. Hearing this, Ye Bei calmly replies, I am the man who came to flatten your entire heavenly pool sacred ground. No, let me go. Boss, you guys have to come and help me right now. This brat is pure evil. He is actually draining my absolute origin power. The panicked demon screams. Just like that, our main character completely turns the tables. But look at those chains, they are trying to strike him down from behind. Master, watch out. But Ye Bei simply grabs the incoming chains, crushing them together. This pathetic, demonic power of yours is not even close to mine, he sneers. His absolute disrespect completely shatters the demon's pride. This is impossible. How can a mere human resist our demonic force? Boss, help. This guy is carrying an incredibly pure source of demonic energy. Terrified, the monster begs, please spare us. My lord, we were wrong. We beg for your mercy. We will gladly serve you as our master. Behind him, the disciples look at each other, wondering why their own master carries such dark power. Serve me as your master? Sorry, but you pathetic creatures are not even close to being worthy. Ye Bei coldly shuts them down. With a squeeze, the demons wither away, turning into dry skeletons. Ye Bei steps forward to finish them off, leaving everyone completely speechless. That thing is hidden in the deepest area, right? Yes, my lord. You are correct. It lies right here. Lord, I never did anything bad. Those other guys forced me. I am innocent. Please spare me. But begging him is completely useless. Ye Bei simply turns away. Limak, remember this stench. Until you become a great emperor, do not ever attempt to tame demonic creatures like this as your undead servants. She nods immediately. Understood, master. Let us go and see what exactly turned those creatures into such pathetic, shriveled skeletons. Absorbing the energy of those evil spirits did not raise my cultivation level, but it significantly boosted my compatibility with the supreme demonic bone. Tai Bai then asks, Master, did those 4 evil spirits transform from normal souls after being corrupted by some highly demonic artifact? They lived forever, but this cursed object kept them permanently trapped here. Yes, exactly, Ye Bei replies. Now that everyone understands the truth, the massive final gate slowly begins to creak open before them. I am going to investigate. You all wait here for my return. Leaving his disciples behind, Ye Bei walks inside alone, feeling his supreme demonic bone throb with intense heat. The moment Ye Bei places his hand onto the glowing magic circle, a massive, towering creature suddenly materializes. Ye Bei stares in pure shock. Is this corpse actually a demon? Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he realizes this creature must have died tens of thousands of years ago, and its royal bloodline suggests a very high rank. The demon race is notoriously terrifying. They boast overwhelming raw strength, incredible talent, near-endless lifespans, and a deeply rooted urge to destroy everything in their path. And yet, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon race was completely wiped out by an alliance of humans and beasts. Why on earth is a demon corpse appearing here now? Luckily, a helpful spirit floats up with a wild idea. Just ask the prisoner in his space. In a flash, Ye Bei teleports straight into his pocket dimension. The terrified prisoner begs, please spare me, but Ye Bei just points a finger. Silence. His face turns incredibly cold. Tell me everything about that demon corpse right now, and do not leave out any details, or else. The old man nods quickly. Yes, Lord. I stumbled upon that body in the outer regions of a secret realm in the central continent. At that time, the demon was heavily injured and barely clinging to life. Driven by pure greed, I kept him alive and secretly dragged him back to our sacred ground. Using his body, we discovered a path to near immortality. But we fell right into the demon's trap, becoming permanently bound here as hideous monsters, looking neither human nor ghost anymore. Over time, I gathered several generations of our holy lords to aid me. After 1,000 years of effort, we finally had a chance to break free and reclaim our freedom. But then, Ye Bei sneers, but instead, you met me. The heavens saw every single crime you committed, and this is your ultimate retribution. No! The old man screams in sheer terror, but Ye Bei simply clenches his fist. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning erupts. The old man instantly explodes into pieces. Ye Bei stands in deep silence, troubled that the demon race has somehow survived after all this time. Returning to the forbidden area, he stands before the massive stone coffin, thinking that for this entire cultivation world, the return of the demons is terrible news. Ye Bei raises his hand toward the rectangular block and begins to activate the formation. The block slowly rises into the air, then shoots straight up like a rocket. In midair, the majestic Qiangkun cauldron suddenly manifests. With a deafening boom, the cauldron lid slams shut as Ye Bei calmly orders it to burn. The cauldron spins in midair, wrapped in a blazing red light with absolutely terrifying power. Ye Bei folds his hands to refine it, his body radiating a brilliant green aura. Ye Bei's disciples are completely amazed. Yu Ling looks up at Chi Tai Bai and asks, Fourth senior sister, has Master really become this insanely strong? Chi Tai Bai replies, Master was already this powerful back then. She adds, even if a saint descends, Master can easily slay them with his body-refining realm cultivation. Standing nearby, Zhongli Mo gently rubs Yuling's head, chiming in with an amused tone. Since Master's cultivation has already reached the Shenting realm, slaying a great emperor wouldn't even surprise me. Basically, our master is just way too powerful. La Yushan grins, saying that 300 years ago, Master was the one she admired and respected most, and nothing has changed now, as Zhuge Fu agrees while Yuling's eyes sparkle. She thinks whether Master protects us or we protect Master, just being by his side is more than enough. An hour passes inside the Forbidden Palace as columns of bloody mist rise, filling the area with a deep red glow before slowly fading away. Yi Bei hurriedly walks over to his disciples and says, "It is all done. Let's get moving. Everything is wrapped up here, and they have obediently agreed to cooperate." Yuling looks on like a startled deer, wondering why. Even though Master's cultivation level seems exactly the same, he somehow feels like a completely different person now. Sensing her hesitation, Ye Bei asks what's wrong, making Yuling blush furiously as she quickly looks away, stammering that nothing is wrong. Ye Bei looks her up and down before offering a warm compliment. He tells her that she looks absolutely stunning in her wedding dress, causing her to blush so hard steam practically flies out. He admits he was too busy fighting earlier to admire her. Chi Taibai is stunned by his rare gentle side, while Zhongli Mo nods in agreement. Zhuge Fu shyly scratches her ear, complaining that Master never gave them any compliments like that when they finally reunited. La Yushan chimes in, sounding a bit jealous of her sister. Back then, they got whipped and scolded, but Zhongli Mo laughs, celebrating that she only got lectured instead of beaten. Annoyed, La Yushan snaps back, arguing that tough love is just how Master shows he truly cares about them. Extremely flustered, Yuling stammers out a quiet thank you. Yi Bei frowns, feeling deeply guilty as he admits that he arrived way too late, letting her suffer so much in this cold place. Her eyes widen in surprise as she reassures him, saying that reuniting with him is the happiest moment of her life. He gently pats her head, calling her a silly girl, and promising that her master and sisters will never let anyone hurt her again. Yuling whispers that she wants to stay by his side forever. But Ye Bei suddenly pauses as a thought hits him. Closing his eyes, he internally calls out to the system, demanding to know where his reunion reward for this girl is hidden. It has been hours since they met up, so why hasn't any notification popped up yet? He stares intently into Yuling's eyes, wondering if her long imprisonment somehow altered her system trigger condition compared to the other disciples. Confused by his sudden gaze, Yuling blushes as Yu Bei opens his arms, asking her for a warm hug. His request leaves Yuling blushing like crazy once again. Honestly, the other disciples look like they just got struck by lightning, completely losing their minds in pure confusion. Flustered, Yuling wonders what on earth her master could possibly mean by this. Could it be because he missed her so much? Before she can finish her thought, Yi Bei suddenly lunges forward with lightning speed. Her eyes widen in shock as Ye Bei pulls her into a sudden, tight embrace. Chi Taibai, Zhuge Fu, La Yushan, and Zhongli Mo all blush furiously at the sight, while Lian Yuande quietly marvels at his lord's unexpected gentle side. Meanwhile, Ye Bei is just internally complaining, wondering why his usually energetic little disciple is being so slow and hesitant today. Startled but overjoyed, Yuling sinks into the hug, while Ye Bei impatiently asks the system if this is finally enough. He's gone this far, so why is there still absolutely no reaction? Finally, the system alerts him that reuniting with disciple 5 out of 18 boosts his cultivation speed by 20 times. Ye Bei grins, thrilled to have his speed increase 10 times more. Not bad at all. His smile leaves Yuling totally baffled as Ye Bei places his hand on her head to lecture her. Yuling, you need to work harder to reach the 3rd tier of the Saint Realm immediately. You are probably the weakest of all your sisters, to which Yuling respectfully promises to put in everything to catch up. Ye Bei smiles with satisfaction and grunts as they all make their way back to the Heavenly Pool Palace. On the road, Ye Bei asks Sansan he remembers that every 10 years, they would travel to the Dar Wanglung to pay him respects. La Yushan nods, yes. Then Ye Bei asks her, isn't this year the scheduled time for the ceremony? Stroking her chin with a thoughtful expression, La Yushan answers, yes, master. By her count, next month is indeed his Memorial Day, but since he is back alive, she thinks they should just seal up the Dar Huanglung, because keeping it feels pretty unlucky. Ye Bei quickly stops her. No, this year's ceremony will go on as usual. Hearing this, his disciples all shout out in total surprise. What? Every single disciple is left completely stunned and confused by his unexpected words. Quite skeptical, Zhongli Mo frowns and asks for confirmation. Not only are they not destroying it, but they are actually continuing the ceremony. What is the master planning? Qi Taibai speaks up. She believes the master definitely has some deep purpose here. Chu Zhugfu agrees, admitting it makes sense. Outside the sunlit Thean Tree Sacred Ground Hall, Ye Bei and his crew finally arrive. Limac deduces that while they were gone, something big happened. The convicts the master released from the celestial prison alongside his undead forces have completely annihilated the remaining enemy factions. Very good, Yebei comments, while Taibai asks what they should do with this massive territory now. Lian Yuande gazes around and remarks that this place is a prime cultivation spot, filled with endless natural treasures and spiritual energy. But before he can even finish his sentence, Yebei suddenly cuts him off with a furious roar. If we do not destroy it, are we keeping it to celebrate the holidays? Stunned like by lightning, Nguyen Duc stays quiet, while Lai Mak voices his anger. The master is right. This cursed place imprisoned junior sister for 300 years. Keeping it is nothing but bad luck. With teary eyes, Yuling softly calls out to her master and senior sister. Clenching his fists with a sharp glare, Lai Mak volunteers to level the place immediately. Yebei stops him. Wait. He plans to wait a few days, as they have a far more important task to handle first. Suddenly, Qishan runs toward them, happily calling out to her sister and master. Taibai looks up, quite surprised to see Sani here. Curious, Taibai asks why she came. Burying her face in Taibai's chest, Qishan replies that the master was the one who summoned her. Yebei smiles. Very good. Now that everyone is here, it is time to start our main task. A dense purple-pink aura rises as Yebei clasps his hands, activating some sort of powerful array. The blazing universe cauldron manifests right in front of them. Yebei speaks next. Whoever among you has the greater talent will gain the most. One of them wonders what he's planning. La Yushan has a hunch. It looks like they are entering a cultivation state once again. As Taibai looks up in absolute confusion, Yebei commands them all to sit down and prepare for a massive cultivation session. Perhaps the master intends to use his divine power to break through his cultivation level, helping them progress at the same time. The other disciples politely agree. Suddenly, the ground rumbles violently as Yebei spreads his arms, his entire body radiating a pretty thick green aura. In absolute shock, Lian Yuande shouts out, "This is an underground spirit vein." Right then, a massive green pillar of light shoots straight into the heavens. Lai Mak is shocked, and honestly, you'd never expect a massive spirit vein to be hiding down there. La Yushan marvels that no wonder this place flourished for 10,000 years. Taibai is shocked that her cultivation and secret techniques are advancing automatically. With her mouth wide open in utter disbelief, she thinks it is incredibly miraculous. Levitating in the air, Yebei sits cross-legged inside a floating sphere as hundreds of incredibly powerful energy streams explode around him. Eyes shut tight, Yebei continues his intense training. A whole day later, looking at the chaos spark in his palm, he wonders if he has hit his limit. The first real trial any cultivator must face is breaking through to become a saint. Though this bottleneck has stopped millions of talented geniuses, Yebei roars from within his sphere, "Break for me!" Chanting the technique to activate his supreme demon bone, he commands it to refine everything. Right then, a chaotic light flashes from his forehead. The chaotic light expands, growing incredibly bright, until massive tears suddenly crack open in the space around him. Standing up, Yebei shines with a blinding golden aura, shouting in triumph, he did it, he became a saint. Although he is only at the first layer of the saint realm now, but future progress will only get tougher, especially since he practices the absolute hardest technique, the Chaos Samsara art. He feels slightly worried this time, absorbing the entire Sacred Land's energy, and half of the Emperor transforming pool barely got him this breakthrough. What about next time? Suddenly, thunder rumbles as pitch-black lightning clouds gather overhead, leaving Yebei completely stunned. These are tribulation clouds. He looks down at Kitai Bai, who is currently wrapped in a thick green aura, and ponders. Over 20 days ago, she already hit the peak of the half-emperor realm. Influenced by him today, is she finally about to become an emperor? If she wants to break through, then let her. Taibai suddenly calls out Master. Should she suppress her aura and move somewhere else to break through? She has no idea how terrifying an emperor's tribulation is, but she refuses to let it harm her master and junior sisters. Yebei calmly replies, no need, just soar up and face it with everything you have. Leave everything to me if you miss this fated chance. Who knows when it will ever come again? Taibai respectfully replies, yes, I thank Master for making this possible. With that, she rockets straight up into the sky. Her eyes light up, and she silently thinks that without her master, she would have been a total failure her whole life. She would be long dead by now, or still drowning her sorrows in wine back at the Taibai Sword Manor. She charges straight into the lightning from the tribulation clouds, knowing she would not have today without her master. The bolts strike like merciless fists pounding down from the heavens. Activating her ultimate technique, Taibai thinks to herself, Master is my father, Master is my entire world. She raises her hands, and a glowing barrier instantly forms to protect her. She encourages herself, the Emperor Tribulation has 9-fold lightning, each wave stronger than the last. Survive them all, and I will become a great emperor. Yebei watches her with absolute focus. But something is different this time. Chaotic energy starts radiating from Taibai's body. She unleashes the Xuanyuan sword intent, slashing her blade forward. Dozens of magic arrays instantly manifest, releasing massive waves of overwhelming energy. A blinding light flashes. Seeing Taibai freeze with no response, the disciples below cry out in panic, "Senior sister, fourth sister." Yubei is shocked this is actually the inner demon Thunder. Taibai grits her teeth in agonizing pain. But look at this, right as Taibai writhes in pain, a colossal dragon suddenly materializes out of nowhere. Its massive body wraps around Taibai like a living shield, tanking every brutal lightning strike from the clouds. Zhang Mo remarks that the energy packed into this strike is insanely strong, far worse than 8 bolts combined. Even Zhuge Fu is panicking. What do we do now? Can their senior sister survive this in her current state? Keisha frowns, clasping her hands together as she silently prays and cheers for her sister. Hang in there, sister, you have to make it. The dragon circles Taibai as the massive bolts from the myriad thunderstrike rain down, threatening to tear everything apart. But the beast just opens its maw and swallows the lightning whole. From high above, Yibei steps in to protect his disciple. Taibai looks up, apologetically saying, "I am so sorry, master. I got distracted for a second." Terrified, she realizes she was just a hair away from letting those inner demons consume her mind. Luckily, she remembers her master, Keisha, and all her fellow martial sisters in the nick of time. Yebei nods silently. It is good that she is awake, but a massive magic circle is now forming right above them, spinning like a giant vortex. As Taibai stands frozen, Yebei explains that interfering with an emperor tribulation triggers the tribulation wrath, which brings ultimate destruction. Filled with guilt, Taibai admits her mistake, but is shocked to see Yebei fly straight into the center of the magic array. With her jaw dropped in utter disbelief, Taibai screams out, "Master, what on earth are you doing?" Yebei calmly replies, "The tribulation wrath is actually perfect. I have a supreme treasure that can only be refined in lightning. This is my chance." Talk about absolute madness, he charges straight into the eye of the storm, right where the lightning strikes the hardest. Zhang Mo wonders if Master will be alright, asking if they should jump in and help. But Taibai lands right next to them and speaks up. "Don't go, one person interfering already caused this much trouble, and adding anyone else will only make things worse for Master." She grits her teeth, muttering that if Master is ever in real danger, she will personally slash these tribulation clouds to pieces. Having reached the center of the array, Yebei unleashes his devastating technique, the flowing origin fire. The two mighty forces collide head-on in a massive explosion, scattering hundreds of violent lightning bolts everywhere. As the smoke finally clears, only a trace of chaotic energy remains. Taibai tells them to stay and cultivate below while she guards their master. Lai Yushan politely nods and agrees. "Yes, senior sister." Taibai takes flight to enter the array, but before she can even cross the barrier, Yebei emerges. He has his eyes closed, frowning in exhaustion. But Taibai beams, "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the Saint Realm and refining the supreme treasure." Yebei smiles, "I should be congratulating you on becoming a great emperor." Suddenly, a system notification pops up. 5 disciples have reached the Great Emperor realm, and the reunion feature is upgrading. Stunned and thrilled, Yebei thinks, "Wait, what? I already have 5 disciples who became great emperors?" Intrigued, Yebei asks Taibai about it. Yebei asks Taibai which number she thinks she is to break through. Holding up 5 fingers, she replies, "Probably 5th. Yebei is taken aback. "How did you know?" Taibai confidently shares, "Master, during my breakthrough, I suddenly had a gut feeling that told me I was the 5th one to make it." Yebei grins, grabbing her by the shoulders as he asks if she can somehow sense their exact locations right now. Taibai quickly answers, "Master, I actually already tried doing that." Pointing into the distance, she explains that whether it's her sensing ability acting up or the extreme distance, they seem to be in the southwestern part of the Central Continent domain. Yebei gasps, "The Central Continent? Isn't that where the specter evil creatures discovered the demon clan?" He then instructs her, "Taibai, I have a task for you." Taibai answers immediately without a second thought. "Master, just say the word, and your disciple will do everything in her power." Yebei explains that next month is the Memorial Day, so she and the others must use the Qini Shadow Unit and any other means to call back every single sister disciple they can reach. Taibai gasps in complete surprise, "Master, but why?" And honestly, you cannot blame her for being totally confused here if her master is already alive. Why hold a memorial? Yebei explains that it is finally time to officially declare war on the 9 great sacred lands, smiling as a powerful aura radiates from him. Or rather, the 8 great sacred lands. Taibai respectfully adds, "Master, from what I have gathered, their strengths actually vary quite a bit. The Tianqi Holy Land is the weakest of them all." Yebei tilts his head slightly, responding with cool indifference. "I already know that," he says, then asks, "Where does the Xingyao Sacred Palace rank?" Taibai hesitates slightly before speaking. Xingyao, she thinks to herself, now that she is finally a great emperor, she can hold her own against them, but declaring actual war is different. Pondering for a moment, Taibai speaks up, "Xingyao is ranked 3rd. On the surface, the Xingyao sacred land only has 3 great emperors, but rumor says those 3 are fellow disciples trained by the previous sacred master. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she continues that old master is not dead, but has been in closed-door cultivation this entire time. 1,000 years have passed now, so he has probably broken through to an even higher realm. Yebei chuckles softly, thinking that the true foundation of these sacred lands is far beyond normal comprehension. But even if the other 8 are powerful, so what? Once the Memorial Day arrives and I gather more disciples, my overall strength will easily skyrocket. By then, declaring war on all 8 remaining sacred lands will be a walk in the park, Yebei boldly declares. Chi Tai Bai, after that Memorial Day, the Xingyao sacred land will be our very first target. Chi Tai Bai clasps her hands, responding with total clarity. Your disciple understands, she says, quietly reassuring herself that if her master says it can be done, it will happen. She then asks if they should tell the others about his revival when contacting them. Yebei smiles, giving them a massive surprise on the day would be much better. Walking ahead, he continues, your master wants to see exactly how much those little girls have grown after 300 years. Yebei suddenly turns deadly serious, questioning how Linger could be locked up in the Tianqi Holy Land for so long without anyone noticing. When your master hands out the punishment, everyone gets whipped. Terrified, Chi Tai Bai quickly drops to her knees. Qi Shan and Yu Ling are utterly baffled to see their 4 sister disciples on the ground, so they immediately drop to their knees as well. Yebei raises his hand, using his aura to gently lift his 2 youngest disciples up. He grunts in anger, why are you 2 kneeling? It was their senior sisters who failed in their duty. His face darkens as he snaps, if I had been delayed by 200 years. Would Linger have spent all that extra time locked away? Yu Ling trembles in fear. She cries out in a panic, Master, you cannot blame my senior sisters for this. It was completely my own fault. Please do not punish them. Hapfuck actually smiles happily and thinks to himself this warm family scene has not occurred in so many years, and he never expected to witness it again after 300 long years. Yebei waves his hand with a mix of helplessness and deep fondness, telling them to all stand up since he has other important tasks to attend to. He emphasizes his point. I have already explained your tasks to Chi Tai Bai. They all shout in unison that they understand. Chi Tai Bai asks curiously, Master, are you heading to the central continent? Yebei answers, your master will go and return quickly. He plans to find one of his emperor disciples in the central continent, but more importantly, he hopes to gather clues about the demon clan there. Yushan happily presents a small, upgraded flying vessel. Its top speed is easily on par with the Noah vessel, meaning they can reach the central continent realm in just 2 days. Yebei is delighted, calling it perfect and shouting, next month, we will gather at the Yi Emperor tomb. Hapfuck respectfully acknowledges the order. Meanwhile, in Vermilion Bird City within the central continent realm, a massive, restless crowd has gathered. They shout in pure frustration, protesting against the unfair treatment and calling it the most ridiculous discrimination they have ever seen. Furious about the Beast Clan's decision, they demand to know why magic beasts entering the city do not have to queue or go through inspections, calling the blatant bias completely absurd. A pink-haired youth finally raises his voice to explain the situation. The separate line is not discrimination, but rather because the Beast Clan is offering massive rewards to find top alchemists in the central continent. Yebei happens to be standing nearby and overhears everything, learning from the chatter that Yamao Demon Venerable of the Beast Clan is rapidly approaching the end of his lifespan. The 4 great beast emperors issued an announcement across the entire central continent. They are desperately searching for any method to extend his life, promising rich rewards for anything that works. Though, after several years, almost every hopeful attempt has failed completely. Yebei casually approaches them from behind to ask for some details. Who exactly are the 4 great beast emperors you just mentioned? His surprisingly clueless question catches both of them completely off guard. What? You seriously have no idea who the 4 great beast emperors are? The 2 of them kindly explained, naming Golden Wing Emperor Jin Peng, Bird Village, Qing Yu Emperor Niu Fen, Demon Emperor Da Feifei, and Qitian Great Emperor Sun Wuxiao. Out of those 4 names they just listed, he noticed that very last name, asking in utter shock, You just said the last emperor's name was what? The pink-haired young man confirmed that it was indeed Qitian Great Sage Sun Wuxiao, though it makes sense you have never heard of her, since this emperor is incredibly legendary. From what he knows, her talent among the demon race is easily a once-in-a-10,000 years miracle. Just 200 years ago, she was still a saint king, but already calling herself the Qitian Great Sage. Hearing this, Yebei was absolutely sure. There was zero doubt about it, the emperor he mentioned was definitely Sun Wuxiao, master of the Great Tao of Strength. She is my 5th disciple, and going from Saint King to half-emperor, then Great Emperor, took her just 100 years. With that in mind, he wanted to ask more, asking why Sun Wuxiao also wanted to help Demon Venerable Jia Mo find a lifespan-extending pill. The pink-haired guy cleared his throat to continue, saying that goes back to the glorious history of Sun Wuxiao. He recalled how she once single-handedly swept through half of the demon race territory, before finally earning the respect of Jia Mo, the demon emperor, who kept her close to nurture her. He even wanted to take her as his disciple, but she flatly refused. Jia Mo, the demon emperor, did not get angry, only asking that if the demon race ever faced disaster, she would not just sit back. Sun Wuxiao agreed, and as time passed, after she became a great emperor, she went and attacked the Shangming sacred land. Not only did she slaughter thousands of their top experts, but she even made off with their ultimate sacred weapons. At this point, the pink-haired youth smiled, wrapping up his story by saying if Jia Mo, the demon emperor, had not stepped in to protect her, she probably would have been crushed by the sacred land's emperor. Hearing this, Ye Bei can only chuckle awkwardly, and we all know exactly what he's thinking. Man, if I had known this would happen, I never would have told her journey to the west back then. This monkey really thinks she's the Qitian great sage. A second later, his expression suddenly turned incredibly serious, remembering that after breaking through to the divine court realm, he had unlocked the 9 Heavens lifespan pill card, though he wondered if it could work. The system quickly answered his doubts. It was a level 7 pill recipe, designed to increase a person's lifespan, where level 1 was the lowest and level 9 was the highest, but it required extremely precious heavenly treasures to refine. Once crafted, each pill could grant an extra 100 years of life to the consumer, but only worked once, taking more yielded 0 effect. Absorbing this knowledge, he realized how it worked. Time passed, and half an hour later, the registrar calmly asked Yi Bei if he was an alchemist, or if he brought pills with him. He lazily replied that he was an alchemist. The man kept asking for his details to write down, questioning what level he was. His simple reply was level 7. Look at the registrar's face, he's totally normal at first, level 7? But the next second, pure, unhidden panic hits his eyes as he stares at our main character. Wait, level 7. His eyes narrowed as he strictly warned him, asking if he knew the demon race absolutely detested liars. Do you even know what a level 7 alchemist represents? He then began to lecture him without stopping. Currently, the most powerful alchemist on the continent is level 9 master Yao Xingchen. Even she only broke through to level 7 upon reaching the Saint King realm. This name was incredibly familiar to Ye Bei. What an unexpected surprise. Yao Xingchen. The registrar had not finished speaking, questioning who Yao Xingchen actually was. She has the absolute strongest alchemy talent seen in the last 10,000 years. Your cultivation is only at the 7th tier saint realm. Who do you think you are compared to her? Being looked down upon like this, Ye Bei really wanted to fire back right then and there. That girl is my 22nd disciple and I am her master, so who do you think I am? But the man did not believe a single word, directly shooing him away, telling him to just get lost. He walked away, muttering under his breath about how he had never seen such an arrogant boaster. Fortunately for him, Ye Bei was not a petty person at all. What can he say? Does no one believe the truth anymore? Since you praised my disciple so highly, I will let it slide and won't hold it against you. On the streets of Vermilion Bird City, recruiters were continuously shouting out in every single corner, calling for alchemists to register. Anyone at the Saint Realm or above, and level 3 alchemists can register. Do not miss out. Come join the Yanyu Alchemist Guild. Accepting from the late Divine Court Realm, with no level limit on alchemists, as long as you have the talent for alchemy, you can join. Ye Bei was also standing nearby, walking up to a man ahead to ask a quick question. Excuse me, do you know where the Xingchen Alchemist Guild is recruiting? Just like the registrar from before, this guy also gave him a highly look of disdain. Your cultivation is only at the 7th tier saint realm? Hearing that, Ye Bei's expression instantly froze, feeling incredibly awkward. So what if I'm a saint? Do saints deserve to get looked down on like this? Is it impossible for a saint to be a level 7 alchemist? Right then, a girl by the street softly called out to him, pointing out that the red building behind was the Xingchen Alchemist Guild. As she speaks, she gazes toward the building with eyes full of pure admiration. But an elite guild like Xingchen would never recruit ordinary bypassers like us. Their standards are extremely high, requiring exceptional talent and a 4th-rank alchemist title. In stark contrast to her excitement, Ye Bei remains completely indifferent, muttering a casual, "Is that so?" She even tries to invite him to join her own alchemist guild. She offers to introduce him because of his extraordinary aura, but before she can even finish her pitch, he simply turns around and walks away. He politely declines, leaving her desperately shouting behind him for the young master to wait. Before long, Ye Bei arrives right outside the Xingchen Alchemist Association, where a disciple immediately asks if he wants to join. The disciple quickly ushers him inside. Turns out, they are actually incredibly friendly, defying all rumors. They invite him in, leaving Ye Bei completely surprised by how incredibly simple it is. No other questions? Inside the hall, a massive crowd of eager alchemists has already gathered very early. This massive turnout speaks volumes about their reputation. The Xingchen Guild is clearly the real deal, drawing talent from everywhere. On stage, Baishan steps forward and warmly welcomes everyone to the Xianxia Guild. He calmly announces that the very first test is about to begin, his voice echoing through the hall. Introducing himself as Baishan, he is a formidable peak Saint King. He acknowledges they came for the guild leader, but explains his master is currently in seclusion, leaving him to conduct the exam. His presence instantly sparks whispers. A 7th rank alchemist? And Yao Xingxian's direct disciple? That is huge. With both titles, his authority is undeniable. How exactly will the Xianxia Guild test them today? Baishan is about to give them their answer. Every single nervous eye locks onto him. In the next instant, a glowing array of spiritual sense erupts from his eyes, instantly engulfing the entire room and pressing heavily upon everyone present. It sends everyone into a panic. Seriously, what kind of trial is this? But Ye Bei remains completely calm, a knowing smirk playing on his lips as he instantly realizes what is going on. Baishan explains that alchemists must maintain undivided focus, completely immune to distractions. If an unexpected crisis strikes mid-refinement, they must stay perfectly calm. This sudden wave of spiritual pressure was actually their first test. Rare alchemical ingredients are often one of a kind, meaning a single slip-up could ruin a masterpiece you can never replace. Thus, anyone who flinched, closed their eyes, or panicked is officially disqualified from this. He orders everyone who failed his mental scan to leave the hall immediately. Just like that, the disqualified alchemists are kicked out before they even got to brew, leaving them incredibly frustrated. They complain that it is far too sudden and unfair. Why did they not test actual refining skills first? Starting and ending the exam so suddenly feels completely unfair to all of them. Unlike the grumbling crowd, Ye Bei finds this test pretty clever. Everyone else is just venting their anger. An arrogant girl snaps that his pressure only matched a mid to late Saint Realm level. She claims anyone could endure that with warning. Her snobbish tone only makes Ye Bei frown in annoyance. Ignoring the complaints, Baishan strictly enforces the rules, ordering the disqualified candidates to exit the hall immediately. They leave sighing, muttering that the Xingchen Alchemist Association is simply too hard to enter. Some point out that barely anyone ever survives the first 2 tests, yet they never lower their standards. Yet the association never lowers its bar, since only the most brilliant alchemical geniuses are allowed to enter. As the crowd thins out, the selection continues, and Baishan addresses the remaining candidates. He instructs them to follow him to the next hall, announcing the second round starts in 10 minutes. Ye Bei is pretty impressed, noting that Yao Xingchen really knows how to choose people. Baishan possesses excellent aptitude, a calm demeanor, and sharp eyes. As he walks past Ye Bei, he cannot help but stare back. He wonders in disbelief how this teenager only has a first-tier Saint Realm cultivation. Despite having the lowest cultivation in the room, he cleared the first trial with effortless ease. Sensing the gaze, Ye Bei locks eyes with him without flinching. His razor-sharp look sends a jolt of shock through Baishan. Hold on. Compared to his master's gaze, this kid's eyes are somehow even more. Baishan tried shaking his head to snap out of it, unsure if it was just an illusion. He really couldn't believe the sensation from earlier. Could he have just misseen it? How could a teenager in the Saint Realm have a look like that in his eyes? Soon, the 10 minutes are up. The first test only measured their mental state, which doesn't really prove anything. It is this second exam that will truly test their core alchemy talent. A scroll for the Qingxin pill has been placed on everyone's table. Baishan steps forward to explain the exact requirements to the candidates. The second trial is raw alchemy. I will provide the recipe and the ingredients, and all you need to do is refine a single finished Qingxin pill to pass. Hearing the rules, a few of the alchemists in the crowd start showing a pretty clear disdain for this round. One candidate sneers, "Is it really that simple?" As a 4th rank alchemist, even if I have never made this 2nd rank Qingxin pill, I can easily pull it off. A female alchemist cannot hold back any longer, looking pretty eager to get started right away. Just wait, she declares in a single hour. I will refine an absolutely flawless pill. But get this, Baishan is about to announce the craziest twist yet. He casually mentions, "Oh, by the way, using a cauldron is completely banned." Outrage erupts instantly. What? No cauldrons? Is this some kind of sick joke? Without a cauldron, how are we supposed to refine anything? This is completely impossible. Ye Bei seems entirely unfazed by this constraint. He smirks to himself, "Xingchen, you are still as mischievous as ever." Meanwhile, Baishan has no choice but to explain the rules again. You all think this is an impossible task. But let me tell you this, back in the day, when my master was only a 2nd rank alchemist, she successfully refined a 3rd rank pill without using any cauldron at all. His eyes and voice are filled with pure admiration whenever he speaks of his Grandmaster. Grandmaster always said that nothing is impossible, only unthought of. There is simply nothing that cannot be done if you just set your mind to it. For some reason, hearing these words, Ye Bei cannot help but feel it all sounds so ridiculously corny. Oh boy. That cauldronless refining method was obviously born because that silly girl accidentally blew up all her own cauldrons and desperately needed to cook up a pill on the fly. He really doesn't get how that got twisted into some cheesy, inspiring quote. Suddenly, the tension in the room shoots straight through the roof. All the confidence those alchemists had earlier has completely melted into pure anxiety. They only have one set of ingredients. A single failure means instant disqualification. Trying to refine without a cauldron usually takes countless attempts to even stand a chance. But now they have to get it right on the very first try, which is pretty much impossible. While everyone is completely lost, Ye Bei is already moving to finish his exam. His swift movements immediately draw the eyes of almost everyone standing around him. What on earth is this guy doing? The Xianxia pill requires over a dozen main ingredients and 8 secondary ones. Is he seriously planning to dump them all in and hope for the best? Wild whispers and guesses echo all around the room. The extraction timing, the blending order, and the heat control must be absolutely perfect. A single mistake will instantly ruin the whole batch. Ye Bei pays absolutely no attention to the noise around him, focusing entirely on the flame. It isn't just the crowd who is shocked, even Bai Shan is deeply impressed. An alchemist. This is the rare presence that only a true master of the craft possesses. The sheer control he is displaying forces Bai Shan to respect him. To see a kid at the first tier of the Saint realm with this aura is just mind-blowing. But no matter how insane of a genius he is, this is too much. By now, he has already reached the stage of merging the ingredients. Now pay close attention because the next split second decides everything. The other candidates have completely forgotten about their own exams, staring at Ye Bei in awe. What kind of flame is that? He is refining way too fast. Is he cheating? Even if someone used a top-tier cauldron to melt the profound ice flower and strip the impurities, it should still take at least 2 full breaths. Standing in the center of the hall, Ye Bei radiates a rare presence, his flawless movements guiding the fire with absolute precision. In no time at all, he moves on to the final tempering stage. At this point, Bai Shan simply cannot doubt his abilities anymore. Could it really be, that this kid's alchemy talent is actually 100 times stronger than my own grandmaster? With a simple flick of his finger, all the separate ingredients instantly fuse together. Bai Shan watches, completely speechless as his mind is blown. This teenager does not just possess godlike alchemy talent, he is also a master of arrays. To walk both paths simultaneously. Just what kind of monster is he? The other alchemists soon realize the fusion is done, but the absolute hardest part comes next, solidifying the pill. If he pulls this off, the Xianxia pill will be complete. Ye Bei is now just one step away from victory. He channels every ounce of his focus as the spiritual energy condenses into a single point. The intense pressure begins to take a toll on his internal energy. His brows knit together tightly under the strain. Noticing this, Bai Shan assumes the boy is about to fail. What a shame. If he had controlled the flame just a bit better, he might have succeeded. But a collective gasp of pure shock from the crowd instantly shatters any doubts he had. Look over there, that young man is not done yet. He is still refining his pill, suddenly letting out a pretty massive shout. The pill shape is already taking form, but everyone else assumes he is failing. To them, it looks like an absolute disaster. Makes sense, right? He has only been refining for a few minutes when a real pill takes at least 3 hours. With his level, a failure is guaranteed. But check this out, Ye Bei just flashes them a pretty mysterious smile. The object in his hand begins to crack, and as the outer shell completely flakes away, a misty fog gracefully wraps around it. Master alchemists know exactly what this means, and they are fully aware of how insanely rare it is. Pill bones. Oh my god, he did not just make a normal pill, it actually has pill bones. A top-tier heart-cleansing pill. This thing is 5 times stronger than any standard pill. Seriously, is this guy even human anymore? Ye Bei holds his final creation, smiling to himself quite happily, not bad at all. Plus, who knew that 20 times speed bonus would boost efficiency? It is not quite 20-fold, but it is easily 10 times stronger. A second later, he looks at Bai Shan and asks, I wonder if this pill of mine is valid. The young man does not answer yet, but whispers, young master, can we speak in private? Hearing this, he agrees right away that is exactly what I was thinking. As soon as they enter the room, the boy asks, what is your esteemed name, young master, and do you already have a master? He calmly replies, my name is Ye Bei, and I have no master. This response catches him completely off guard. No master, yet he reached this unbelievable level. It seems he truly underestimated the guy's genius. Since Ye Bei said so, the young man decides to offer a massive proposal. Ye Bei, if I introduce you to my esteemed master, who is President Yao Xingchen of the Xingchenan Guild, would you be willing to become her disciple? Hearing this, Ye Bei is not excited at all, feeling pretty speechless. Seeing his totally frozen expression, Bai Shan quickly tries to explain further. I know your talent is extremely high, but the path of alchemy gets pretty brutal later on. 130 years ago, my master broke through to rank 9 alchemist. Her cultivation is peak half-emperor, just one step from a legendary heavenly master. But that is a step she has failed to take many times. Now, Ye Bei finally understands his real goal. He brought me here not to join the guild, but to make me bow to that little girl, Xianxia. Since the boy is being quite sincere, Ye Bei decides to play along. I have no issue with that, but I can pretty much guarantee your master will never accept me. Bai Shan has absolutely no idea about their real history, so he naively responds that is impossible. If my master meets you, she will definitely be overjoyed. Actually, Ye Bei completely agrees with him on that. Right, if that girl Xingqianan sees me, she will cry tears of pure joy. He can already picture her hugging him and sobbing out, "Master, your disciple missed you so much." There, do not cry. Honestly, he is really looking forward to that day. Suddenly, Bai Shan adds, counting the days, "My master is about to finish her secluded training." She said she would head straight to the central province once she is out. Ye Bei gets curious and asks, "Did your master visit this place recently?" The young man then carefully explains the details. Yes, right when news broke that Demon King GMO was dying, Tondar Thine, one of the 4 monster emperors, came to find my master. Sadly, even my master had absolutely no way to extend the life of Demon King GMO. That is why the Central Province released an official request searching for other master alchemists or longevity pills. Hold on, does this sound familiar to you? This dying Demon King's tragic situation is the exact same as his own past life. If that is true, he is pretty sure a normal rank 7 longevity pill will never work on Demon Emperor GMO. A wild idea flashes through his head, making him laugh, but what if it is not a normal pill? He turns to Bai Shan, smiling warmly. "All right then, I will stay right here and wait for your master." The boy replies with real excitement, "That is perfect." Bai Shan even makes a special offer: if you need alchemical herbs, you can just take any common materials we have. For rare ingredients, we can sell them at our member prices. It is a way better deal than buying outside. Hearing this pitch, Ye Bei is not pleased at all. Seriously, how did this conversation suddenly turn into a sales pitch for raw materials? If he did not know the kid was Xing Chenon's disciple, he would honestly think he was dealing with some scam guild. Either way, he asks the boy to gather a pretty specific list, including longevity fruit and 3 origin sky azure flower, red star lingzi, yin condensing herb, gold ningzi, and blue star celestial leaf. Ye Bei wants to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill right now. Hearing these legendary names, Bai Shan is pretty shocked because he knows how valuable they are. Every single item is insanely rare and worth a whole city. Is this guy seriously planning to use all of these for a single pill? Curious, Bai Shan asks Ye Bei. "What rank alchemist are you anyway?" He pauses for a few seconds before replying quite casually, "You can consider me rank 7. Refining at this level is still nowhere near enough for him, especially now that his speed is 10 times faster. Combined with the black flames of his supreme devil bone, grade 7 becomes the absolute lowest tier he can produce. Getting back to business, Ye Bei tells Bai Shan that if there is nothing else, he needs those pill materials gathered as fast as possible. Bai Shan is more than happy to help, saying he will go right away. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, he already rushes back. He hands over the materials, cheerfully pointing out that this chamber has a top-tier cauldron capable of refining grade 8 pills, or even higher. Nodding, Bai Shan carefully sets everything down, offering to leave if his assistance is no longer needed. But Ye Bei actually tells him there is no need to go and that he can stay, giving him an unbelievable opportunity. Not about to refuse such a rare chance, Bai Shan gratefully accepts. With that settled, Ye Bei immediately begins his refining process. Right from the very first step, Bai Shan gets his mind blown. Look at this crazy move. Is he really trying to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill by just tossing the herbs straight inside? Bai Shan stands completely frozen, unable to take his eyes off a single movement. This phantom cauldron is just as effective as any physical one. Even better, Ye Bei executes every single step flawlessly, working several times faster than anyone else. The intense process continues all the way until noon the following day, when Bai Shan suddenly catches some loud noise outside. People outside are shouting for everyone to look, and their noisy voices start to seriously irritate him. During refinement, an alchemist must never be disturbed, as any distraction can easily cause the whole process to fail completely. Worst case, the cauldron explodes, destroying their cultivation path forever. Realizing this, Bai Shan rushes outside to investigate the commotion. But what greets him outside leaves him totally stunned. Absolute bolts of lightning are tearing through the sky. This is a pill tribulation, a phenomenon straight out of ancient legends. Grade 7 pills could never trigger this. In fact, even standard grade 9 pills cannot summon tribulations, unless we are talking about a peak grade 9 or some heaven-defying medicine. This leaves Bai Shan with only one logical explanation. Did his friend Ye Bei actually summon a full-scale tribulation? Suddenly, a figure blurs across the rooftops, moving so fast that Bai Shan cannot help but watch them closely. Rushing after the figure, he bows deeply before Zhu Kui, greeting the powerful lord and noting it has been a while. Zhu Kui looks equally startled to see him here, asking if this lightning storm was not actually summoned by Bai Shan. As the half-emperor of Zhu Kui City, He initially assumed that Master Xingqianan himself was refining pills inside the pavilion, but he is quickly proven wrong when Bai Shan explains that his master is not arriving for another few days. Instead, the alchemist inside is actually just a close friend. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Ye Bei completes his legendary work. The exact moment the pill is formed, a brilliant pillar of light pierces the roof, shooting straight into the heavens. The immense spiritual pressure forces Zhu Kui and Bai Shan to immediately rush over to investigate. They watch in awe as Ye Bei taps a purple halo, causing it to burst into flames and redirect the lightning. Bai Shan and Zhu Kui are left utterly speechless by the sight. He actually succeeded. In his mind, Bai Shan realizes that with this unbelievable level of expertise, Ye Bei is absolutely not a mere grade 7 master, but a true grade 9 legend. From inside the pavilion, Ye Bei tosses the freshly refined pill outward. It floats through the air before stopping directly in front of Bai Shan. Ye Bei simply commands Bai Shan to test the pill, prompting him to bow deeply and thank his senior. Standing nearby, Zhu Kui is practically burning with envy, asking why he was not chosen to test such a flawless, godly pill for himself. Saying nothing, Bai Shan swallows the pill to begin refining its potent energy. 10 minutes pass, and he is still absorbing it. Suddenly, he turns completely pale. Wait. Is the pill backfiring on him? Suddenly, a massive pillar of spiritual aura erupts from his body, shooting straight into the clouds. Completing the refinement, Bai Shan exhales deeply and stabilizes his new power. Zhu Kui quickly rushes over, congratulating Bai Shan on successfully breaking through straight to the half-emperor realm. He suddenly gasps in shock, noticing that his friend's alchemy rank has somehow advanced as well, prompting a joyful nod. Bai Shan thanks the city lord, confirming that he has indeed made progress and finally stepped into the grade 8 rank. Shocked, Zhu Kui repeats the words grade 8. While the jump from 7 to 8 seems small, it actually represents two entirely different worlds. From inside the pavilion, Ye Bei's voice echoes out, asking how much his lifespan has increased. Hearing this, the crowd below breaks into a frenzy, wondering why he would ask about lifespan instead of cultivation breakthroughs, or even his alchemy breakthrough. What does lifespan have to do with any of this? Wait, what kind of crazy medicine did this mysterious senior refine? Bowing deeply, Bai Shan respectfully reports that his lifespan has indeed increased by 3 full years. Zhu Kui rushes over and pulls Bai Shan back by his shoulder. Brother Bai, tell me, if we give this pill to Lord Jia, will it actually work? Bai Shan has no idea how to answer. To get that answer, the city lord will have to personally ask the senior himself. Zhu Kui agrees. Inside the pavilion, Ye Bei holds the last remaining pill in his hand. He silently calculates, while the effect is fine, the success rate is a bit too low, only 4 reach transcended quality, while the other 5 are just ordinary top-tier pills. Where exactly did things go wrong? Bai Shan and Zhu Kui finally step inside the pavilion. Entering the room, Zhu Kui quickly looks up at the boy, wondering if a mere first-tier saint is really enough. Seeing how respectfully Bai Shan bows his head beside him, he gets even more curious. Wait, Brother Bai Shan's eyes are filled with pure respect for this kid. But Brother Bai Shan is an 8th rank alchemist and an 8th stage emperor, so he surely knows the kid's cultivation level. Zhu Kui eyes Ye Bei up and down, so this first-tier saint youngster really is a genuine 9th rank alchemist. Ignoring the two newcomers entirely, Ye Bei remains totally silent, continuing his mental calculations. It seems the issue lies in channeling the lightning tribulation during fusion. It wasn't perfect. Bai Shan calls out, Senior Ye, this is the city lord of Zhu Kui. He wishes to speak with you. Ye Bei turns his head and asks what they want, leaving Zhu Kui momentarily stunned by his casual attitude. Waiting for Ye Bei to sit, he softly asks if the senior knows about the situation with Demon Venerable Jia. I must ask you, Senior Ye, will the pill you just refined actually help Lord Jia? Ye Bei responds instantly yes, but the effect will be severely weakened, extending his life by 100 years at most. Zhu Kui gasps in disbelief. What, 100 years? Are you telling the truth? Ye Bei nods, confirming it. Zhu Kui immediately bows deeply in deep respect. He asks if the senior has time to travel with him to the demon clan's core territory. Ye Bei calmly pours his tea and simply says, Sorry, I refuse. Hearing this, Zhu Kui and Bai Shan widen their eyes in shock. Bai Shan stammers, Wait, what? Zhu Kui bows again, pleading, Senior Ye, please hear me out. If you agree to come with me to the demon clan's core territory and completely cure Demon Venerable Jia, we will satisfy any request you could possibly make. Sitting in front of them, Ye Bei casually sips his tea, acting as if he didn't hear a single word. This completely irritates Zhu Kui. He frowns, cursing under his breath. How annoying. No one has ever dared to ignore me like this. He glares at the jade ring on Ye Bei's hand, thinking that if his guess is correct, those superb pills must have been stored inside it. Now look at this guy. Zhu Kui glances over at Bai Shan, contemplating if he should just take the pills by force. Even though Brother Baishan just reached the half-emperor realm, I can definitely overpower him in an instant. Then he looks back at Ye Bei and schemes, and Senior Ye's cultivation is merely at the first-tier saint level. Suddenly, Ye Bei speaks with a dark expression. Well, do you feel like soft words won't work, so you are planning to rob me? Hearing his inner thoughts laid bare, Zhu Kui panics. Ye Bei gently sets his teacup down and offers a deal. How about this? I will give you two choices. He raises a single finger first. You can try to take the pills from me by force, if you think you are strong enough. Then he raises a second finger. Second, go call your great sage over here, and have him personally invite me. Ye Bei thinks to himself, normally I have to hunt down my disciples, but maybe this time I will finally get to experience one coming to me. Hearing these conditions, both Baishan and Zhu Kui stare in absolute shock. Cold sweat pours down Baishan's face. Is Senior Ye completely out of his mind? Zhu Kui as a half-emperor stealing whatever he wants would be child's play. Zhu Kui also frowns, wondering how anyone could expect the short-tempered great sage, the fiercest of the 4 demon emperors, to come and personally invite him. Unleashing his demonic energy, he makes his decision and asks if the senior is a man of his word. Ye Bei simply replies, of course. Seeing the tension, Baishan rushes to stop them. He yells out, Senior Ye, don't do this. Unfortunately, he lacks the power and gets instantly blown away by Zhu Kui's blast. Baishan crashes into the opposite pavilion. He quickly scrambles up. Cursing, damn it, this is going to be a massive disaster. Senior Ye has taken such good care of me, I have to stop Zhu Kui, no matter what. He immediately flies back toward the main pavilion. Suddenly, intense bolts of lightning erupt from inside. Baishan screams in panic, shouting out the senior's name. He charges inside, furious, screaming that he won't forgive Zhu Kui. But the moment he sees what's actually happening, he freezes in his tracks. And here's the crazy twist: that agonizing scream from earlier actually came from Zhu Kui, not Ye Bei. Across from him, Ye Bei continues to taunt, saying that's not bad, keep it coming. Zhu Kui lies collapsed on the floor, stammering helplessly. You Baishan watches in absolute shock, thinking, wait, isn't Senior Ye's cultivation only at the first-tier saint level? Zhu Kui struggles to push himself back up, growling that he was just careless. A second later, he roars, I am absolutely taking those pills today. He summons a circular magical weapon and hurls it straight at Ye Bei. Ye Bei just curls his lips into a mysterious, confident smirk. Instantly, a cage made of lightning bolts completely traps Zhu Kui. He looks around, panicking, thinking to himself, oh man, this is bad. In human form, there is just no way to handle this much lightning energy. But revealing my true beast form just to deal with someone in the saint realm is way too embarrassing. After a long pause, Zhu Kui finally gives in and yells, Senior Ye, I surrender, I admit defeat. Ye Bei is not letting him off that easily, replying with a playful grin. I definitely can't stop it now, after all. Once unleashed, my lightning cannot be recalled. A second later, the lightning strikes, lighting up the entire pavilion as Zhu Kui lets out a painful scream. Shaking and barely standing, he stammers you. Ye Bei just chuckles and asks, well, how was that? Do you want to get struck by my lightning one more time? Zhu Kui shivers quite a bit in fear, realizing that although those strikes looked terrifying, they completely avoided his vital spots. This Senior Ye definitely held back his true power on purpose. Damn it, I am a proud beast of the demon tribe, yet a saint realm human just showed me mercy. This is so embarrassing. He quickly transforms back into his true bird form, taking off into the sky. As he flies away, Zhu Kui yells back, Senior Ye, make sure you remember your promise. I will go and deliver your message to that person right now. Watching Zhu Kui disappear into the distance, Ye Bei smiles, wow, his flying speed is just as fast as my modified flying machine. Riding him as a mount would look incredibly cool. Ye Bei then turns to Baishan. All right, he won't be back anytime soon. Since we have time, why don't you show me around Zhu Kui City? Baishan respectfully agrees, but in his mind, he can't help but feel a sudden wave of deep anxiety. Senior Ye, you are way too calm. A great saint is literally on their way here. Is it really fine for us to just stroll around? Arriving at the heart of the demon territory, Zhu Kui turns back into his human form and lands on a grand pavilion, bowing deeply. He calls out Zhu Kui has urgent news for the great saint. Please let me in. A moment later, someone approaches. Zhu Kui quickly drops to his knees, saying Zhu Kui pays respects to the great saint. Wait, look who just showed up on screen. She is actually the gorgeous 5th-ranked great emperor, Sun Wuxiao. Sun Wuxiao frowns and asks, why are you looking for me? Zhu Kui bows low, answering her. Great saint, I have found a pill that can extend Lord GMO's lifespan. But before he can even finish, Sun Wuxiao grabs him tightly by the neck. She asks him furiously, do you have any idea how many people have told me that exact same thing? Ever since the announcement went out across the Central Continent domain, I have heard this dozens of times, giving me hope only to crush it every time. Zhu Kui begs desperately, great saint, I saw this with my own eyes. Plus, that senior is currently at the Xingchen Pill Association. Hearing this, Sun Wuxiao freezes. The Xingchen Pill Association? She lets go of his neck, allowing him to explain, as he confirms yes, that senior is actually a ninth-grade alchemist. He quickly explains further. I personally saw Brother Bai Shan consume his pill, not only breaking through to half-emperor, but also becoming an 8th-grade alchemist, extending his lifespan by a whopping 300 years. Most importantly, he personally guaranteed that this pill can extend the lifespan of Lord GMO by at least 100 years. Hearing this, Sun Wuxiao finds it pretty interesting, thinking a guarantee to extend old man Jiamo's life by 100 years? Now that is interesting. She lifts Zhu Kui's chin with a cold, threatening glare. If I go there and find out you lied to me, your pathetic bird life is mine. Zhu Kui breaks into a cold sweat and stammers, I wouldn't dare. Great saint. Everything I said is absolute, genuine truth, not exaggerated at all. Seeing him suddenly hesitate, Sun Wuxiao glares at him with pure menace. Spit it out. Now. Zhu Kui quickly bows, adding that 9th-grade alchemist said, if you want the pill, you must personally go there to invite him to see Lord GMO. Sun Wuxiao sneers, he actually wants me to personally go and invite him? She smirks coldly. I will just have to see if he really has the guts. Meanwhile, back in the bustling streets of Zhukwei City, Bai Shan walks alongside Ye Bei, looking off into the distance with a highly anxious expression. Even though this city is quite far from the central demon territory, Zhukwei's insane flying speed will get him there quickly. He should be back in just 2 or 3 hours. But check out Ye Bei, he is totally unbothered, casually eating street food and shopping without a single care. Suddenly, Ye Bei strikes up a conversation, asking Bai Shan, why don't you tell me about your master? I'd love to hear it. Bai Shan bows his head respectfully. Yes, senior. High above, Zhu Kui arrives, carrying Sun Wuxiao and yells down Bai Shan. Senior Ye, I have brought the great saint here. Come up and meet her. Hearing that familiar name, Sun Wuxiao frowns deeply. Senior Ye? The surname Ye is incredibly rare. In my entire life, my master is the only person I have ever known who carried that name. Standing on Zhu Kui's head, she demands, Zhu Kui, is that 9th-grade alchemist you mentioned really surnamed Ye? Do you happen to know his full name? Zhu Kui replies quickly. This senior Ye is only in the 1st level of the Saint Realm, looks like a teenager, and commands powerful lightning. Sun Wuxiao feels pretty disappointed, thinking I am definitely overthinking things. If my master was still alive, with his monstrous talent, after 300 years, he would have reached way beyond the Saint Realm. A moment later, Zhu Kui swoops down, landing right in front of where Ye Bei and Bai Shan are standing. He respectfully says, Senior Ye Bei, I brought the Lord here, so what do you want to say to him? Suddenly, Nortio's eyes widen in shock, as a sudden force hits Zhu Kui directly in the head, causing Nortio to fall. Bai Shan quickly tries to explain Ye Bei's action. Bai Shan stammers, Great Sage, please calm down. Senior Ye Bei did not mean any harm. Ye Bei then grabs Bai Shan's shoulder and steps forward as Bai Shan tries to stop him. Senior Ye Bei, you. Up above, Nortio suddenly drops straight to her knees. Zhu Kui and Bai Shan are utterly stunned by this. They wonder how the Great Sage could possibly kneel before Senior Ye Bei like this. Ignoring their shocked faces, Nortio says with tears in her eyes, this unfilial disciple pays respects to her master. Ye Bei asks seriously, foolish girl, how do you know I am actually real? Nortio respectfully replies, I might fail to recognize anyone else, but you are the only one I will always know in this lifetime. Looking up with teary eyes, she remembers hearing that nickname 200 years ago, right before her eldest senior sister said goodbye to her. Ye Bei looks at his disciple with genuine admiration, thinking she recognized him instantly thanks to her sharp eyes, while Bai Shan stands behind them, completely dumbfounded. Wait, what? This senior Ye Bei is actually the Great Sage's own master? Soon after, Nortio quickly orders Zhu Kui to take them to see Lord Jiamo, to which he respectfully agrees, while Ye Bei gives a task to Bai Shan. He instructs Bai Shan to wait here for Xingchen and tell her to meet them at Lord Jiamo's place if she arrives. Bai Shan bows deeply and says yes, Grandmaster. Shortly after, Zhu Kui flies at maximum speed to carry Ye Bei and his disciple to meet Lord Jiamo. Riding on Zhu Kui, Ye Bei asks Nortio, did you really attack the Thungmin sacred land just for this old wooden staff? She shakes her head and replies, Master, those sacred lands deserve to be destroyed, and if I had another chance, I would completely flatten them. As they talk, the system chimes in, announcing a reunion with his 6th disciple out of 108, awarding a Great Emperor skill card. Ye Bei's eyes widen in absolute surprise. He claps his hands, remembering something. He remembers the system mentioned upgraded rewards after he broke through to the Great Emperor realm in Tai Bai, wondering if this is that special upgraded reward. Ye Bei commands to use the Great Emperor skill card, and the system immediately announces he has acquired a unique skill for the Great Tao of Strength. The Kaioken technique can instantly double or multiply combat power for a short duration, with the maximum multiplier depending entirely on the cultivator's current level and power limit. This skill can be taught to disciples of the great Tao of Strength. Just look at him staring at his fist. The Kaioken? Isn't this that legendary technique from some anime in my past life? Well, it is definitely a pretty amazing skill. Too bad I am only in the Saint tier right now, meaning I can only unleash 5 times the power of the Kaioken. He turns back to Ngortio and calls her over, saying he will teach her a divine ability to try, and she eagerly nods in agreement. Agreeing instantly, she watches as her master Yebei taps her forehead to transfer the divine technique. Ngortio absorbs this massive power and floats up before delivering a sudden, incredibly heavy punch right onto Zhu Kui's back with a loud crash. He groans in absolute pain, pleading with the great sage to go easy since she is hitting his back, not a piece of solid stone. Ngortio kneels down to thank her master for gifting her such an incredible divine ability that perfectly matches her fighting style. She secretly thinks that if she had this technique back then, those emperors from Thungmin Sacred Land could never have chased her down. Smiling happily, she marvels at her master's greatness for giving her such a massive gift the very moment they reunited. Yebei steps closer and asks her how many times she can multiply her strength if she unleashes the Kaioken at full power. Ngortio politely answers that she can probably multiply her power 50 times. She proudly raises her arm, explaining that she can feel this technique unlocking even greater potential as her strength grows, which leaves a completely shocked Yebei stumbling backward in surprise. Oh my god. I can only manage 5 times, while this crazy girl can easily push it to 50. He mentally weeps, realizing the difference between a normal human and a divine monkey is just too insanely massive to comprehend. At the heart of the beast region, Yebei looks down warily, sensing the powerful aura of a great emperor. Ngortio yells out, "What is a stupid cow like you doing here? Do you want me to smash you to death with my staff?" Below them, Nufan yells back mockingly, "You damn monkey, come down here if you dare, because Lord Ngu is going to fight you today to settle this once and for all." While Ngortio fumes with pure rage, Yebei steps in front of her, looking at Nufan with a look of genuine interest. Seeing Yebei lost in thought, Ngortio assumes her master is angry and quickly tries to explain herself. "Master, please believe me, I do not cause trouble anymore. I have really changed." She hurriedly explains that the stupid cow is actually the one to blame. He feels she stole his rank among the 4 emperors, leaving him sitting right at the very bottom of the list. So every single time I show up, he forces me into a fight. Just for this, he has blocked my path over a dozen times. Yebei chuckles and tells Sun Wuxiao she can easily ignore a clingy guy like Emperor Than Yu, or beat him until he submits. Sun Wuxiao asks Master, "What do you mean?" Yebei nods, "Go ahead, just do not beat him to death." Sun Wuxiao replies, "Got it, Master, your disciple understands." She expands her Ruyi Jingu staff and strikes at Ngufan, shouting, "You dumb bull, take my staff." Ngufan claps his hands in defiance. Unleashing demon energy, he calls her a damn monkey, and transforms into his true form to block Sun Wuxiao. She laughs in delight, "You foolish bull, I was holding back. Prepare yourself because you are about to feel some real pain." Ngufan frowns, who knew your bragging skills would level up so much after just a few days. Sun Wuxiao stops talking and focuses all her raw power right into her fist, roaring as she strikes with 10 times Kaioken. Dismissing it as child's play, Ngufan activates his secret technique. Look at that storm of demonic energy crashing down. Sun Wuxiao barely dodges, snapping, "Damn it, this dumb bull is playing for keeps." Sending a beam of light skyward, Ngufan roars, "You stupid monkey, just drop dead for me already." Her eyes widen in shock, but she quickly launches a counterattack. Double Kaioken. Her punch whips up a gale, but then, she suddenly freezes. She panics, realizing that even this double power has pushed her body way past its absolute limits. No choice left. She pours all her remaining energy into a final strike, as 2 terrifying forces collide. Watching from above, Yebei snaps at Zhu Kui, "Stop freezing up. Fly higher. Fly up higher right now." Zhu Kui quickly ascends, replying, "Yes, senior." Below them, the massive energies of Ngufan and Sun Wuxiao crash together. The direct collision triggers a colossal explosion, and the sheer shockwave even blows Zhu Kui back quite a distance. Yet Yebei remains completely unbothered, calmly watching the chaos unfold below. Looking at the massive crater, Zhu Kui thinks in awe this great sage is absolutely terrifying, capable of fighting mid-stage Great Emperor Ta Than Yu. Down in the crater, Sun Wuxiao is slumped. Beside her, Ngufan lies unconscious. Yebei gestures to Zhu Kui, "All right, go down and pick her up." She quickly obeys, "Understood, senior." Landing next to Sun Wuxiao, Yebei gently asks, "Can you still move?" She quickly replies, "Master, could you please pull me up?" She closes her eyes tiredly because right now, I cannot move a muscle. Lifting her up, Yebei says, "Let us go." He begins to analyze her condition based on the recent clash. Think about it, using 20 times Kaioken completely wrecked her. Pushing her body to its absolute limit has left her unable to move for now. Ye carries her to Juque. She whines, "Master, it hurts." He gently comforts her right away. "All right, I will be gentler." Watching this, Zuke is completely shocked. What is up with this sudden pitiful act? Is this really that hot-tempered great sage who fights on sight? Ye asks, "How high was your last Kaioken?" Sun Wuxiao grins happily, 25 times, "Master. This divine ability of yours is honestly completely overpowered." There is a massive gap between each stage of the Great Emperor tier. Yet this technique lets someone jump levels to challenge stronger foes, which is absolutely mind-blowing. Ye warns her to learn her lesson right now. You should only use 10 times at most, because your physical body cannot handle 25 times yet. Sun Wuxiao nods happily, "Yes, Master, your disciple understands." 10 minutes later, the three of them arrive as she leads the way, saying, "Master, we have made it." Ye signals to move forward. Sun Wuxiao softly obeys before introducing him Master. "This is Demon Lord GMO." Glancing over, Ye narrows his eyes in silent thought. He scans the old demon, wondering why a faint trace of demonic energy is drifting off him. Based on the reaction of his supreme demon bone, he can tell. This dark aura is actually many times stronger than all the evil spirits of the Heavenly Pool's sacred ground combined. As Demon Lord GMO opens his eyes to look at him, Ye ignores the gaze, wondering how such a powerful demon lord could possess demonic nature. Could it be the curious Demon Lord GMO starts to ask, "Human brat, your reaction is just like how Yao Xingchen reacted." Sun Wuxiao proudly replies, "Elder, last time Yao Xingchen was my junior sister, but now this man is my master." Ye politely introduces himself, saying, "I, Ye pay my respects to GMO Yutone." A shocked GMO Yutone double-checks, "Monkey girl, are you saying this guy is your master?" Sun Wuxiao happily boasts, "Exactly. When it comes to master, he can do anything. Absolutely anything at all." Hearing this, Elder GMO asks with curiosity what brings them to his place today. He says if she wants to leave the central continent, he won't stop her this time, as long as she remembers their agreement. Nortio casually replies that she indeed plans to leave, but before going, she is absolutely going to resolve his fading lifespan issue first, and then, she dramatically points her hand toward Ye boasting that while others cannot solve this problem, it is barely a minor inconvenience in her master's eyes. Ye is completely speechless and slightly pale, wondering why this unruly monkey is acting exactly like the Green Ox Emperor after 300 years apart. Her bragging skills have improved so rapidly, since she definitely was not this dramatic in the past. Venerable GMO slightly bows his head, politely turning down the confident offer from Nortio. He tells her to just leave with a peaceful mind, explaining that his fating to consume it immediately, while she stands guard to protect him during the refinement process. Elder GMO swallows the medicine, wondering why she is in such a massive rush. After all, he is not on his actual deathbed yet. As he consumes it, Ye whispers to Nortio that there might still be a way to save the venerable elder. He strictly instructs her that no matter who comes next, absolutely no one must be allowed to disturb him. Nortio obediently nods, telling her master to unleash his full power without worry, as she will punch any troublemakers who dare to disrupt them all the way back home. She is absolutely thrilled, thinking this is fantastic news. Since her master says Elder GMO can be saved, it will definitely happen. Meanwhile, the elder sits down to focus on refining the potent pill. Suddenly, dark demonic energy begins escaping his body, leaving GMO pale and drenched in cold sweat. Unbelievable, this dark energy instantly devours his spiritual force, completely swallowing up everything he just tried to gather. Frowning deeply, Venerable GMO realizes those wretched dark forces are acting up again. Every time he takes a longevity pill, these parasites devour it completely, hiding inside his meridians to slowly drain his remaining life force. Suddenly, a voice echoes directly in his mind, asking if these are indeed his old internal injuries from years ago. Startled, Venerable GMO snaps his eyes open to see a phantom projection of Ye, realizing this is the monkey girl's master. Ye calmly offers to purify the demonic corruption left behind by the demon clan, which surprises the elder, though he quickly agrees to the help. Telling him to give it a shot, the elder reasons that very few people in this world can even recognize this demonic corruption. Since this young man can spot it so easily, he might actually have a real solution. With a faint smile, he promises that if he succeeds, he will owe him a massive favor for as long as he lives. He would even help him destroy a sacred temple if needed, though he assures Ye that failure is totally fine too. Having endured this agony for tens of thousands of years, he does not mind his remaining 30 years. Meanwhile, Ye summons his cauldron. Declaring that it is time to begin, the phantom cauldron suddenly expands, breaking right through the ceiling and rotating into the dark space. Ye forms rapid hand seals as spiritual energy bursts from his palms, commanding the flames to rise. The cauldron blazes with intense heat, making the dark spirits shriek in agony as GMO laughs, shouting to burn them all to ashes. At that moment, the young master's phantom makes a crucial suggestion, Since the deep corruption has already penetrated his bones, completely purging it requires the elder to unleash his true beast form to avoid experiencing absolutely unbearable pain, to which he immediately agrees. Giamo groans, "Bring on the pain, little friend. As long as you can purge this demonic energy, do whatever you must." Yibei requests, "All right, elder, show us your true form now. I am about to begin the process." A massive dark shadow looms with a deafening roar, blotting out more than half the light. Yibei stares at the colossal ancient turtle, materializing before him in absolute shock. "Damn," Yibei mutters, "if I knew his true form was this massive, I wouldn't have asked." Beside him, Sun Wuxiao explains, "Master, the elder's true form is the Haoshan ancestral turtle, which is said to carry an ancient, legendary lineage. Its power can shake the heavens and earth." Spiritual energy erupts from Ye Bei as he says, "Sun Wuxiao, I am starting. Pay close attention." She nods, "Yes, master, do not worry." Raising his hand, Ye Bei commands, unleashing the supreme black flame to refine the demonic bone. The thick demonic corruption wrapping around Giamo is now being aggressively melted away by Ye Bei's pure spiritual energy. In his massive turtle form, Giamo marvels, "I never expected that Monkey Girl's master could wield such a devastatingly wild black flame, but as long as it forces this cursed plague out of my body, I will gladly endure 10 times the pain." Suddenly, Giamo's giant turtle eyes flash with brilliant, blinding light. Half an hour later, Sun Wuxiao watches in absolute awe. "My master is truly on another level. At this rate, the old man might fully recover after this session." Suddenly, Niu Fen's angry voice roars from the distance. "You damn monkey, what are you doing to Lord Giamomo?" Sun Wuxiao snaps back in irritation, "You brainless bull, are you blind? My master is literally treating the old man." He bellows back in pure rage, "You liar. Do you really think I can't feel Lord Giamomo's life force growing weaker by the second?" She completely ignores Niu Fen. "Believe whatever you want. If you want the old man to get better, shut up and stand over there." He sneers, "Humph, I'd be crazy to trust you. How many humans actually want Lord Giamomo to survive? Tell that bastard to get down here right now, or I will fight you to the death." Sun Wuxiao's brows furrow in deep annoyance. This stupid bull is hopeless. If I knew he'd be this annoying, I would have knocked him out for a few months earlier. Ignoring him, she turns back to watch. Suddenly, Diao Zuo appears, "Great sage. What on earth is going on here?" This is the second-ranked great emperor of the demon race, Golden Rock Emperor Diao Zuo. Sun Wuxiao turns to explain, "The man up there is my master. He is saving the old man. Believe it or not, but if you want to fight, let's go." She suddenly glares, shifting her tone, "Then I choose not to believe you." Both girls flare up their spiritual energy, ready to tear each other apart as Sun Wuxiao yells, "Bring it on. Like I am scared of you." But look at this, a new arrival suddenly stops them. Elegant legs step forward as 9 fluffy tails sway beautifully behind her. Wuxiao glares, recognizing her immediately. Da Feifei struts over with effortless grace, casually brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Diao Zuo glares at her. "Da Feifei, what are you doing?" "Lord Giamomo's safety is on the line. That human up there must be stopped immediately." Da Feifei calmly replies, "Everyone, just quiet down for a second. I can feel that the human harbors zero malice toward Lord Giamomo, and he is likely trying to save him, just as the great sage said." She suggests we should just wait quietly. If anything goes wrong, it won't be too late to act. But Niu Fen immediately objects to Da Feifei's plan. "But that is a human. The demon clan is in a fragile state right now, and most humans are plotting against us." Da Feifei casually flicks her wrist, sending a binding spell straight at Niu Fen, freezing the loud bull in his tracks instantly. Her face grows cold as she issues a stern warning, "My decisions are not for you to question." She turns to Sun Wuxiao and says, "Great sage, I trust your words, but for now, you will have to bear with this slight injustice." Diao Zuo is completely powerless to resist this blatant double standard, and even the frozen Niu Fen has to agree, it is pure favoritism. Sun Wuxiao also finds herself pinned down, struggling in vain to break free. Watching her struggle, Diao Zuo gloats, "Stop squirming, it is completely useless." This locking spell is one of the ultimate innate abilities of the legendary Heavenly Fox clan. She adds with a smug grin, "You are only an early-stage great emperor. Even Niu Fen couldn't break this." Sun Wuxiao sneers back with a challenge, "Hey, birdie, how about a little wager? If I break this seal within 1 minute, from now on, you must call me Master Sun whenever we meet." Diao Zuo naturally scoffs, "As if you could." Sun Wuxiao flashes a mysterious smirk and begins channeling her secret technique. "And if I fail to break free in 1 minute, I will call you Master Diao Zuo and bow deeply every time we meet. How about that?" Both Diao Zuo and Da Feifei freeze, turning their eyes to stare at her in absolute shock. Niu Fen quickly senses something is off, muttering, "Wait, is that damn monkey planning something?" Diao Zuo eagerly accepts, "As long as Da Feifei does not help you, you have a deal." And here's where it gets wild. Sun Wuxiao drops into her stance, powering up to use her tenfold Kaioken technique. Diao Zuo sneers in utter contempt. So what if you can activate a forbidden self-buffing technique? To shatter Da Feifei's divine spatial lock, you would need to be at least a late-stage Great Emperor, or even at peak level. She totally blocks out the outside world, pushing her king's domain power to 15 times, then 20, then 25 times. Da Feifei anxiously tries to stop her, yelling out, "Great sage, stop it. You cannot keep going like this." Sun Wuxiao just grits her teeth, eyes crackling with wild lightning, pushing to 30 times king's domain. Today's bet is not just about her pride, it is about her own path of Tao. In the pitch-black night, a brilliant speck of light shines, fearless as she pushes past her absolute limits. This is it, guys. If she survives this, she breaks through. Suddenly, a massive wave of energy explodes, and none of them can tear their eyes away. Niu Fen is completely stunned, muttering, "Man, this shockwave is just too terrifying to look at." Now, Sun Wuxiao floats in mid-air, leaving the three onlookers below watching in absolute awe. Aside from a few fractured bones and broken meridians, her blood vitality and powerful aura have actually increased instead of dropping. Normally, forbidden arts drain your cultivation or eat away your life force, but she is built different. The more she uses them, the stronger she gets. While Sun Wuxiao is still absorbed in her forbidden technique, a stern, booming voice suddenly cuts through the air. "Are you trying to destroy my demon god temple?" Da Feifei, Niu Fen, and Diao Zuo gasp in shock. "Lord GMO." They all anxiously ask together, "Lord GMO, are you all right?" He smiles, quite pleased. "I am great. For 20,000 years, this is the first time I feel this amazing." Da Feifei feels incredibly relieved, murmuring, "How many years has it been? This is the first time I have ever seen Lord GMO this happy." Diao Zuo finally believes it, realizing Sun Wuxiao was telling the truth. That human really is helping our lord, and it turns out we were just being way too paranoid. GMO then sternly commands all four of you, "Stay put and behave." They quickly obey. Meanwhile, Lord GMO looks at his hands, feeling a wave of deep emotion. The demonic energy that tortured him for 20,000 years is now 1/3 gone. And whether it can be completely destroyed or not, this human has already done a massive favor for the demon race. Meanwhile, Ye Bei remains deeply focused, putting all his energy into refining that dark power. This raw demonic energy actually acts as a perfect counterpart to his own supreme demon bone. He can absorb the corruption straight into his own body to thoroughly refine it. Seeing this, GMO asks, "Little friend, are you transferring that evil energy to yourself?" Ye Bei admits, "That is exactly my plan." Instantly, he drags all the lingering demonic energy straight toward his body. The dark mist surges violently as it gets sucked inside him. He vanishes into thin air, and GMO gradually shrinks back down. Returning to his human form, GMO lands safely. Sun Wuxiao rushes over, asking old Jia, "How are you feeling? Why is my master gone?" He hesitates, looking deeply troubled, before replying, "I am completely fine now. But to protect us, your master carried all that toxic corruption straight into the void to refine it alone." Deep in the silent void, Ye Bei pours his focus into purifying the energy. Sitting cross-legged, he realizes this dark force is incredibly fierce, and only the heavenly pawn treasure can barely keep it under control. While pondering, Ye Bei grabs a strand of the drifting dark energy. But if his supreme demon bone can fully refine this power, the massive burst of energy will easily rocket his cultivation up several tiers. Get ready for this. Down below, GMO and Sun Wuxiao watch in awe as Ye Bei's breakthrough explodes, rocketing him straight to the peak of Saint Realm. Sun Wuxiao joyfully runs forward and throws her arms around her master, refusing to let go of him. "Old Jia, the demonic energy has been fully refined, so do not worry. But tell me, how is your body holding up now?" Bowing deeply, GMO smiles with a glowing, radiant face. "This old man truly thanks you for saving my life and extending my lifespan. By 10,000 years, Niu Fen, Da Feifei, and Diao Zuo are completely stunned. He solemnly promises that if Ye Bei ever needs help, the entire demon race will repay this debt. Finally, the master and disciple let go of their hug. "Then it is a deal!" Suddenly, Da Feifei steps forward, turning on her charms with big, sparkling eyes. "From this day on, this humble girl is willing to serve our great benefactor every single night." Niu Fen immediately shoves her aside, telling her to beat it. "Great benefactor, I respect you so much. Why don't we become sworn brothers? You can be my big brother." Sun Wuxiao immediately shuts him down, snapping, "Get lost. If you become his sworn brother, wouldn't that make you my uncle?" Diao Zuo crosses his arms, watching their silly antics with absolute disdain. Sun Wuxiao scoffs, "You stupid bird. You already saw my master's power and you're still acting arrogant?" But then, Diao Zuo suddenly drops to one knee, declaring, "Father, please accept your son's bow." Ye Bei's eyes pop as he practically spits out his drink, completely speechless at how fast this guy claimed a dad. Niu Fen is totally blindsided, muttering, "Man, I never expected you to be this kind of person, or rather, this kind of bird." De Feifei giggles on the side, teasing as expected of someone who knows how to adapt. Diao Zuo definitely graduated with perfect scores. Yi Bei quickly waves his hands to decline, telling them to forget about the father thing before turning to GMO to discuss serious business. GMO tries to guess, asking little friend, is this about that remaining demonic energy? Yi Bei strokes his chin in thought time. The two sit opposite each other, while Sun Wuxiao, Diao Zuo, Feifei, and Niu Fen stand right beside them. Yi Bei mentions that deep inside the Xianxia sacred palace, they kept a demon race skeleton. He still clearly remembers those remains. Though he has never seen a living demon, just looking at the skeleton is enough to feel an incredibly bad aura from it. Hearing this, GMO slams his hand down in rage. Those sacred land bastards deserve death for daring to raise a demon. Yi Bei calmly reassures him not to worry, because he already destroyed them, leaving the old man swallowing in absolute shock. How is that even possible? Even for our monster clan, taking down the Tianqi sacred land would require at least 3 great monster emperors joining forces. But he quickly sighs in relief. Well, it is good they are gone, because if it were him, he would have destroyed them too. He clarifies the situation. Although they no longer have to worry about the Tianqi sacred land, he still knows very little about the demons. That is why he wants the elder to explain how humans and monsters allied against the demons tens of thousands of years ago. GMO reminisces. Back then, the Xuanhuan continent was several times stronger than it is now, and our monster clan alone boasted 7 emperor powerhouses. The human race had more than double that number, but even so, during that long war against the demons, we still suffered far more defeats than victories. On top of that, they were natural-born killing machines. They were the ultimate nemesis of all mortal beings. And it was only 20,000 years ago, after taking massive losses, that we finally defeated them. He closes his eyes with a sigh, explaining that the demons then retreated into hiding, completely vanishing. Before GMO looks up and smiles, he tells his young friend that if he wants to investigate those hidden domains for demon traces, the monster clan is fully willing to join him. Yi Bei raises a doubt, Elder. From what you said, those demons are highly unpredictable, so let us not alert them and prepare properly first. He silently calculates that these demons are clearly not going to be easy to deal with. Right now, he needs to get his body to peak condition. Now look, the elder immediately offers to help him with any preparations he needs. Yi Bei writes down all the required materials on a paper. Within 3 days, he needs plenty of alchemy ingredients and heavenly treasures. The more, the better. He hands the paper to Fei. You must handle this with absolute dedication. Fei bows happily. Fei accepts the order, and she will definitely not disappoint her senior benefactor. Then Yi Bei stands up. The 3 of you have nothing to do, right? Come and spar with me. He says, I will not use divine abilities, and you do not use monster energy. He strips down to show a powerful chest for pure fist fighting. He thinks about the surging energy filling his body. The refined energy of that demonic aura was just too overwhelming. Absorbing only a small fraction to boost his cultivation directly pushed him to the peak Saint realm. He pumps his fist to hype himself up, realizing that using all of it solely on cultivation would be a waste. It would be better to use the rest to temper his physical foundation. Meanwhile, Niu Fen cracks his shoulders in excitement. Since the senior put it that way, a little sparring is totally fine. But he honestly wonders if a human body can survive even a few of his heavy punches. Diao Zuo also wants to test him. Although the senior possesses vast powers, even the strongest human struggles to match the physical dominance of a monster. Since he is so confident, they should see how much weight his fists actually carry. Having just leveled up, Sun Wuxiao cracks her knuckles with sheer excitement. Oh well, she can never refuse her master's direct orders. Niu Fen kindly warns him that he is about to strike with full force, while Yi Bei gets into stance, telling them to begin. Immediately, Sun Wuxiao takes the lead. Grabbing a wooden staff, she charges forward to swing it high before slamming it down hard directly against Yi Bei's body. He effortlessly blocks the strike with his bare hand, staring at his toned, muscular arms with complete and utter satisfaction. Great. This portion of demonic energy has been fully forged into his foundation, completing a perfect, seamless fusion. Right after, Niu Fen lunges from behind. See this madness, it becomes a relentless, earth-shattering brawl among all 4 of them. He realizes a truth: humans really must get beat up to grow. They must endure countless hits to unleash their potential. As another powerful fist comes flying, the match turns into a fierce 1 versus 2 struggle. Yi Bei fiercely swings his arm to knock Sun Wuxiao flying, while his other fist punches Niu Fen right in the face, leaving him casually rubbing his stiff shoulder. This is how it should be if you are going to fight. You must fight to your heart's content. Nearby, a black-horned guard watches with worry. He nervously asks the Demon Lord if they should really let the 3 monster emperors and Senior Ye keep fighting like this non-stop. GMO simply focuses on watching this wildly unbalanced battle, noting that it is fine, as they are just sparring to temper their bodies and will stop before anyone gets hurt. Watching the 3 of them get completely pulverized, The guard can only scream internally. This does not look like holding back at all. 3 days later, everything below finally falls quiet again. Yebei speaks up, looks like I accidentally fought you guys for 3 whole days and nights. Releasing all that pent-up demonic energy leaves Yebei feeling incredibly refreshed. After going through such intense high-level training, all the energy refined from that chaotic demonic power has completely fused into his core foundation. He can feel himself growing so much stronger. You can bet that even the terrifying powers of the demon race won't touch him now. Ingufun collapses onto the dirt, groaning in total exhaustion. He tells the bird, next time I want to fight anyone, you better hold me back. Meanwhile, Diota pants heavily, barely standing. They got beaten more in 3 days than they did in a century. Sitting behind them, Tongortio points out the silver lining getting thrashed by Master Hertz. But did you guys not notice? The progress we made over these 3 days is almost equal to 10 whole years of training. Diota checks his own body. He admits, wait, you are actually right. My bones and muscles feel quite a bit stronger. Ngufun stares at his hands, suddenly craving that feeling again. He mutters, I think I actually want another beatdown. Just then, GMO walks over to express his gratitude. He says, thank you, my friend, for helping train those 3 troublemakers while consolidating your own power. Yibei responds humbly, not at all, it was just a side benefit. Before they can even talk further, Dop Fei Fei rushes up. She bows deeply and respectfully, greetings, Lord GMO and Senior Yebei. She opens her hand to show what they were searching for. Here are the alchemy ingredients and treasures we gathered over the last 3 days. Picking up a glowing herb, Yebei marvels at the massive pile. If his disciple Yao Xingchen saw this, he would literally lose his mind with envy. He bids them farewell. Take your time recovering. Now that you are free from those 20,000-year chains, your cultivation tier will surely skyrocket. Hearing this, GMO feels truly grateful. He thanks him, saying it is all because of your blessing. Yibei smiles and gets ready to depart, saying then I won't disturb you any longer. I am taking Tonangor Tio with me to investigate the demon race. GMO looks a bit downcast at the news. Patting the kid on the shoulder, he says, let's go. It's time you return to your master's side. Tonangor Tio eagerly nods, but suddenly, Dap Phi Phi steps in and stops them. With teary eyes, she pleads, Lord GMO, Senior Yebei, please let me come along too. Annoyed, Tonangor Tio snaps, my master is leaving. Why are you trying to tag along? Swishing her fluffy tail, Dap Fei Fei gently replies, that is not fair, great sage. My Heavenly Fox clan territory is right next to that hidden area, so I know the layout pretty well. She winks playfully, adding, besides, isn't there a saying about how having a local guide makes everything much easier? If I go with you, I might actually be of some help. Yebei ponders for a moment before agreeing having a local guide is indeed pretty useful. He looks at Dap Fei Fei, alright, you can come with us. Hearing this, Tonangor Tio complains loudly, Master, wouldn't it be much better if it was just the 2 of us? Why bring along this annoying chatterbox? Seeing them leave, Ingufun secretly wishes he could tag along with Yebei to train some more. Meanwhile, Diota is plotting. Since she's always bossing them around, he's definitely not letting her monopolize this opportunity, and honestly, can you blame him? He quickly steps forward, Lord GMO, Senior Yebei, I definitely want to join this mission as well. Even Ingufun immediately chimes in, me too. Diota tries to make his case the demon race is cunning and strange. Having a powerhouse like me around would be like giving a tiger wings. He looks at Jamo for backup while Ingufun just nods along, echoing me too. Yebei can only stare at them, completely speechless, groaning. He thinks I am not Tang Sanzang. Why do I need a demon squad? GMO chuckled softly, saying I do not mind, but it is all up to our young friend here. Excited, Diota eagerly pitches himself, I can carry everyone on my back. After all, who in this world can fly faster than me? My golden peng wings fly 90,000 miles in a flap. Ngufun echoes me too. Tonangor Tio yanks hard on Ngufun's longhorn and snaps, you are just a land-dwelling bull. How are you going to fly? Listening to them, Yebei ponders. He thinks to himself, true, I was going to ride Vermilion Bird, but compared to a golden peng, that is like riding a snail. Making his decision, he quickly agrees, all right, you can come along as well. Overjoyed, Diota bows, thank you, Senior Yebei. Ingufun stammers out, what about me? GMO pats his head to comfort him, saying with the other 3 gone, we need 1 demon emperor to stay and guard the region, right? Ingufun pouts silently, feeling left out. Tonangor Tio bows to GMO, saying, Elder Gia, we will take our leave now. Yebei playfully whines, take care, old man, I will miss you. Diota bid farewell to Lord GMO, announcing that they are ready to depart. With a flash of light, Diota shifts back into his massive bird form, gathers the group, and takes off into the endless sky. Yebei softly praises the golden-winged Great Peng for truly living up to its legendary reputation, while Da Fei Fei suddenly speaks up, saying they need to head toward the secret territory. It is as massive as Juke City, serving as Zhongzhou's main trade hub where you can buy absolutely anything. She slowly adds that it is a completely lawless zone, packed with countless factions of all sizes, where whoever has the strongest fist rules supreme. As their giant bird mount rushes swiftly through the sky, it suggests that they should land and carefully proceed on foot. Yibei quickly agrees, telling the beast to land in the nearby forest just ahead. With that, the giant bird glides down and touches land inside the thick woods. Soon, the four of them step out and stroll forward, chatting on their way to the city gate about how this legendary secret territory is famous for its convenient transit and its emperor-grade secret realm. Yibei asks, confused, if an emperor-grade realm means only emperor-level cultivators are allowed inside, or does it just contain emperor-level opportunities that anyone can enter to find? Dafei answers that it is indeed the latter. Though there is no cultivation limit, the dangers inside are so extreme that even actual emperor-level experts would not dare underestimate them. Plus, the entry requirements change every year, and they are incredibly brutal. Just look ahead with us, she points right toward this year's extremely bizarre entry test. Inside, they find the streets absolutely packed with people. Merchants yell from all sides, offering ancient chess manuals for just 10 high-grade spirit stones. Customer, why not grab an introductory chess book? If you gain some quick insights, you might just secure a direct pass into the secret territory. Want to use the world's chess formations to comprehend the Great Tao or break through your bottlenecks? We even offer personal training to pass the very first round. The price is cheap, so stop waiting and ask now. Dafei then points to a giant drawing of a go board on the wall. A chess test? Yibei strokes his chin, confident that his decent chess skills will get them through easily. He suggests they take turns playing chess with the old man, adding in a low voice that he has a strong feeling this emperor-grade realm is deeply tied to the demons. Sun Wuxiao hesitates and calls out to his master, prompting Yibei to turn back with a puzzled look. Asking what is wrong, Sun Wuxiao, Fei, and the bird flash awkward smiles and admit they have no clue how to play chess. Yibei sighs to himself, fully expecting this outcome. Just then, a man nearby groans loudly, complaining that he has played 10 games straight and still cannot win the qualification to enter. Another bystander quickly chuckles. Since you are a terrible player who just loves to play, you should find Quan Hong and buy an entry secret book instead. Sure, his secret guides are single-use only, but they guarantee safe entry for absolutely anyone. Hearing this, a very puzzled Ye Bei wonders what this secret book business is all about. He turns to the bystanders and politely asks where they can find the person selling these secret entry books. The man immediately points the way, telling him to head straight down this road, take a left, then 2 rights to find Quan Hong. Following the directions, Ye Bei quickly comes across a massive crowd. In the center, a loud voice booms out, announcing only 2 books are left for the highest bidder, and that they accept rare treasures instead of spirit stones. The desperate crowd instantly starts shouting out bids, with the Feilong Pavilion offering a bottle of dragon pills, while the Jingguang sect offers up a high-grade saint weapon. Even the moon-gazing demon tiger clan joins the bidding war, offering 10 profound-grade natural treasures or better. And here we are, Ye Bei arrives at the chaotic stall, murmuring that this is definitely the place. Quan Hong flashes a sinister smile, thinking that if he scores some great treasures today, his master will surely reward him handsomely. A sharp gleam flashes in his eyes as he points right at Ye Bei, telling the kid that he likes his look and wants to see what he has to trade. The greedy onlookers immediately start whispering among themselves, plotting to rob and kill this random kid the very second he gets his hands on the secret book. But Ye Bei coldly refuses, saying he never buys sketchy goods. Standing up, a snarling Quan Hong snaps that the kid has a big mouth, but since he values fate, he will ask what origin he wants. Otherwise, he would have thrown him out already, demanding to know what exact origin he is looking for. Ye Bei bluntly shoots back, asking if he is currently possessed by demons, or if he is just acting as their loyal dog. Hearing that, the man completely freezes in utter shock before instantly baring his sharp claws and lunging forward, screaming at the kid to shut his mouth. But Sun Wuxiao suddenly charges in, using a single hand to slam him ruthlessly into the dirt. With his face swollen and pinned to the floor, he does not dare move a muscle, as Ye Bei coldly points out that he stinks of foul, disgusting demon energy. Dafei mockingly adds that a mere half-emperor has no right to be this arrogant. The crowd goes wild with whispers, suddenly recognizing them as the 3 mighty demon emperors and wondering why on earth they are here. Could that mysterious youth actually be the demon venerable? Meanwhile, Ye Bei demands to know why a human would ever sell his soul to the demons. Pinned down, Quan Hong stubbornly spits out a threat, warning them that they had better let him go right now. If I die, the demon lord will gut you like fish. Ye Bei reaches out his hand and begins his spell, muttering that he really is a loyal dog. Since you refuse to talk, I will just extract your memories and see for myself. The intense magical force hits him instantly, making him scream out in absolute, agonizing pain. Suddenly, a grotesque face crawls out of Quan Hong's mouth, surrounded by swirling dark demonic energy as it screeches out thief. And check this out from inside that thick black mist. A voice sneers directly at our main character. Ye Bei remains silent. Definitely a demon. Disgusting black sludge suddenly spews from Queen Hong's mouth as he begs for help. Save me, my lord. But the demon leaving Queen Hong's body simply grabs his face, draining his very life force. You did your job, helping me gather priceless treasures all these years, but now you are useless. The demon rips Queen Hong's body in two and dives into a black teleportation portal, sneering that he has no time for them now. Nortio rushes forward to intercept the fleeing demon, yelling, "Where do you think you are going? Get back here." Fei Fei and Dielta charge in to assist. "Great Sage, we are right behind you." Too late. The demon slips into the dark portal, and they instantly dive in right after him. Nyanma appears, furiously berating his subordinate for ending up in such a pathetic state while monitoring Qian Hong. The lackey desperately begs his master to calm down. He stammers that while he failed, he successfully lured 3 demon emperors right to their doorstep for his master. Now the lord can feast. Nanma glares at the 3 demon emperors as Fei Fei, Ngortiu, and Dielta enter the portal, shouting for the demon to show himself. You will pay for the agonizing suffering Lord Jia Mo had to endure for 20,000 years. Nyanma laughs mockingly, reaching out his massive hand while sneering for them to come trim his nails. The trio barely dodges as Nyanma's giant hand swipes at them. Scowling, Fei Fei gasps, "What is with this insanely powerful demon? Even the 3 of us as demon emperors can barely resist him." Smirking at their useless struggle, the demon strikes again. Their faces turn pale as they realize how terrifying the demons actually are. No wonder their master was so cautious. Nyanma's hand reaches out from the darkness, booming that since they dared to spy on the demon race, he will take his time crushing them. But wait, a massive bolt of lightning crashes down, stopping his hand. Yi Bei arrives to save his disciples, unleashing his devastating black flame divine wrath. Burning in agonizing pain, Nanma screams, "Damn it, who could possibly counter my demonic divine powers?" Observing the demon, Ye Bei realizes this beast possesses god-level strength to survive his lightning and fire. He cannot be underestimated. Qian Hong points at Ye Bei, warning Nyanma that the intruder is merely at the peak of the mortal realm, yet he dares to fight you with strange tricks. Nyanma snaps back, "You absolute fool. Do you not have eyes? This human hides deep secrets that could ruin my entire plan," he shouts. "So we must kill him immediately." Qian Hong asks if his lord truly intends to use his real power on a mere, insignificant human. Lightning and heavy demonic energy erupt from Nyanma's eyes as he growls, "I will make sure you die right here." The demon releases his full, terrifying divine power, unleashing an aura so intense it makes the entire sky flash with energy. Ye Bei raises his hands, activating a massive Dao formation to block the incoming barrage of lightning. Gritting his teeth with fierce determination, he stares ahead, fully aware that the mortal realm rarely witnesses such an overwhelming source of energy. Fei Fei, Ngortiu, and Dielta quickly rally behind their master, with Ngortiu offering to help him fight. Holding up the massive formation, Ye Bei urgently orders them to flee and leave the battle to him. Sparks crackle across the dark divine light, and Ngortiu can only watch with growing dread. She hesitates, staring back at Ye Bei, while Fei Fei and Dielta prepare to pull back. Dielta warns her that none of them can withstand the power of this dark divine light. As Nanma pours his brutal force into the divine light, Ye Bei stands his ground and roars for everyone to get back. With a massive roar, Nanma's divine power shatters the light barrier, forcing Ye Bei to cross his arms and brace for impact. The explosive energy slams directly into the ground, completely vaporizing everything in its path. A devastating shockwave rips the earth clean in half, sending crackling red lightning along the jagged edges. As the smoke clears and the shockwaves fade, only crackling remnants of electricity linger in the empty air. The sky is choked with dust and bizarre cosmic anomalies while Nyanma flashes a smug, mocking grin. His eyes glow with malice as Qian Hong floats beside him, looking down at the absolute destruction they left behind. He then blurts out a tiny insect like you easily loses its soul before the master's true power. But this move drains too much stamina, so I must retreat deep into the realm. Diao Jie spreads her wings, carrying Da Fei Fei and Wu Xiao through the air to search the ruins for any sign of Ye Bei. Then, a sudden voice rings out, completely shattering the quiet. "We are nowhere near the Demon Emperor's level." They say, "How on earth did Lord Jiamo manage to fight off these monsters back then?" From high up, the ruined houses look cold and dead, while screams of absolute panic echo through the desolate streets below. People shout to run for their lives. What kind of monstrous attack is this? Forget the Emperor-tier realm. Staying alive is what matters. They warn others to stay away from the entrance because the demons are actually real. Diaoji flies the 2 girls close to where that shockwave just struck, realizing that anyone who didn't escape the hidden land in time has probably been completely vaporized along with the towns. Wu Xiao anxiously yells out, "Master, where are you?" Diaoji tries to reassure them, saying that with Senior Yebei's insane power, he should be fine, but look closely. Right now Yebei is actually clutching his chest, hiding behind a giant boulder. His robes are now completely torn and ragged, and Yebei heavily scowls with an incredibly serious expression on his face. He quietly mutters, "Luckily, the Supreme Demon Bone shielded me, so it's only a minor injury." He looks straight ahead, his eyes flashing with absolute determination as he begins to weigh his options. Initially, he thought exploring this hidden secret realm was just an option he could easily skip. But things have changed now. Yebei realizes he absolutely must go inside. It takes quite a while before Diaoji, Da Feifei, and Wu Xiao finally spot where Yebei is hiding. They rush over to him in a total panic as Wu Xiao frantically asks if he is all right, letting out a sigh of relief. She immediately throws her arms around Yebei in a tight hug, tearfully crying that she honestly thought he was a goner. Yebei hugs her back to calm her down, teasingly asking if she really thinks so little of her own master. Then, turning to Diaoji with a slightly surprised look, Yebei quickly barks out an order, telling her to return to the clan elder's side right now to report the entire situation. Diaoji bows, promising to carry out Senior Yebei's direct orders. Transforming into her massive beast form, Diaojie takes off into the sunny sky, leaving Yebei to turn back to Da Feifei and Wu Xiao. He tells them he must head into the realm to investigate, advising them to stay behind and recover from their internal injuries. Worried, Wu Xiao tries to stop him, telling him there is no rush and that he should wait until she and Da Feifei recover so they can enter together. Yebei rests his chin in his hand, thinking deeply for a moment before making his final choice. There's no time to lose, he warns, leaving both girls standing there as he takes off into the sky. In an instant, he is standing right before the secret portal. After a brief hesitation, Yebei reaches out to touch the barrier, only for a powerful repelling force to violently snap his arm back. He stares into the portal with a deeply puzzled look, shifting his gaze from his own hand back to the swirling barrier. And this is where things get really interesting. He realizes that if the demon race can easily strike through this barrier, there must be a trick to unlocking it. Suddenly, dark demonic energy surges from Yebei's hand, glowing with an ominous, wicked purple light. Without a single second of hesitation, he presses that raw demonic energy directly onto his own face. Thick black smoke immediately begins pouring from his face and hands as his eyes glow a fierce blood red, completely wrapping his entire body in a terrifying, demonic aura. In this sinister new form, he flashes a chilling, wicked smile, his eyes burning with dark energy as he mutters, "This should do the trick." With his dark aura active, he effortlessly walks right through the barrier, leaving both Wu Xiao and Da Feifei staring in awe at his retreating back. Before fully disappearing, he warns them to have Diaojie bring the clan elder to completely seal off this entire hidden realm. He tells them he is heading in first, then, without another word, he dives deep into the abyss. Inside, the sky is pitch black, revealing nothing but jagged rocky mountains and completely dead, barren trees. His theory was correct. Temporarily taking on a demonic form is the perfect key to slipping in undetected. Still maintaining his dark demonic disguise, he slowly makes his way past the withered trees, while recalling the mind-altering spell he had previously cast on Quan Hong. Stroking his chin, Yebei remembers that although his soul-searching spell on Quan Hong was cut short, he still managed to extract some vital secrets. As he looks around at this dreary scenery under the dark sky, ancient memories begin flashing back to him. During the apocalyptic war 20,000 years ago, the demons desperately fought to keep their bloodline alive. They sent their most elite members to seek refuge right in this desolate place. Staring into the dark distance, Yebei suddenly gasps out the supreme demon bone. He grits his teeth, his gaze burning with absolute resolve. He grits his teeth as a realization hits him. Absolutely nothing in his entire life has ever triggered such a powerful reaction from his supreme demon bone. Yebei's eyes seemingly lock onto the mountain range ahead, sensing that something is a bit off. Doubts cloud his mind because he suspected that peak the moment he entered the secret realm. Deciding to find some answers, Yebei leaps into the air and flies straight toward it with zero hesitation. As Yebei approaches the summit, he spots countless supreme demon bones gathering down below. Witnessing this, he mutters to himself that the real treasure drawing these demon bones is definitely sitting on the peak. Staring down at the massive horde, he realizes there must be at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them. If this entire army manages to escape the secret realm, the consequences will be absolutely catastrophic. Oh man. Here comes the twist. A massive, crushing pressure suddenly hits him. What? Yebei gasps in shock. In an instant, he plummets straight to the ground right before the eyes of the ugly demon lords. Rubbing his heavily spinning head, Yebei curses quietly under his breath at this sudden turn. The crushing pressure radiating from the mountain works just like a specialized no-fly zone for this specific area. Turning around, Yebei overhears the demon lords talking, with a black-haired one mocking him for trying to act clever. You think the sacred mountain is that easy to climb? Another demon, hands on hips, scoffs that as long as the stone tablet stands on the peak, Even the greatest demon lord must walk. Hearing their banter, Ye Bei is completely caught off guard. A red-clothed demon struts forward to intimidate him, telling the newcomer to register first, or else he cannot join the pilgrimage. Scratching his head, Ye Bei offers a pretty awkward smile. He claims that he entered seclusion 20,000 years ago, asking the demon to explain what this pilgrimage actually means. The demon shoots him a look of pure disgust, mocking him as some clueless country bumpkin, while Ye Bei catches sight of a massive stone tablet towering ahead of them. The demon warns him, just stepping within 1,000 meters of that giant stone monument lets you feel the incredibly dense, mysterious laws radiating directly from its ancient surface. Raising his hand in a gesture of pure reverence, the demon explains that once they scaled the mountain, the 6 demon emperors and the demon lord himself fully unlocked the secrets of the demon path. Ye Bei cups his chin, deep in thought. This legendary monument sounds like a celestial treasure, but clearly way more powerful. If he can somehow claim it for himself, he'll hit the absolute jackpot. Lost in thought, Ye Bei is suddenly shoved aside by a rough-looking, blonde-haired demon pushing past him. Looking extremely annoyed, the guy harshly snaps at Ye Bei, telling him to register or get lost. He barks out in pure contempt, shouting that a tiny weakling like him has absolutely no business trying to scale the sacred mountain. Not one to back down, Ye Bei smirks and fires right back, asking if the guy is really that confident. Ye Bei suggests let's turn this into a race. The demon scoffs but accepts, and their climb begins. Gritting his teeth against the steep, vertical stone stairs, the blonde-haired demon glares over and yells at Ye Bei, "If you can't handle it, get down because weaklings have no right to walk this holy path." Ye Bei just stares in silence, and you already know this arrogant fool is about to get completely and utterly humbled. While Ye Bei casually strolls up the steps, his rival is practically crawling. Ye Bei looks down, teasingly asking if that's all he's got. Otherwise, he should just slide down. Gasping for air, the exhausted demon wheezes that he's totally done. Resting his hand against the cliffside, Ye Bei gazes deeply ahead as he tightly clenches his fist. He realizes he is extremely close to the summit now. Even the sleeping demon bones can feel the stone tablet. Suddenly, his eyes widen at the sight ahead. His brow furrows, expression turning dead serious. Right next to that tablet, the eye demon is hovering with his eyes closed. Looking up in absolute shock, a wave of curiosity and surprise washes over him. The old bastard who shot at him twice is actually right here. The eye demon suddenly rouses and laughs, using the monument's power to heal. He mutters in relief that their Chaos Stone tablet is a miracle, boasting he'll be completely healed in under an hour. Ye Bei quietly closes the distance, and noticing the sound of approaching footsteps, the old man turns. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the intruder, but Ye Bei simply waves and smiles warmly, acting like they never had a death match. He cheerfully greets him as senior, while a dark, calculating thought instantly runs through his mind. Talk about an awkward reunion. He decides to keep him calm first and strike when the perfect opportunity arises. The eye demon looks down on him, noting how impressive it is to climb this high, and asks which clan he belongs to. Approaching him, Ye Bei gestures with open hands and politely explains that he's just a rogue cultivator with no clan ties. He scowls, his sheer irritation clearly written on his face. The old man tries to tempt him, pointing out that rogue cultivators lack steady resources and offering him a spot under his own Grand Emperor clan. Meanwhile, Ye Bei slowly edges closer, slipping his hand inside his coat. He flashes a bright smile, offering to hand over some healing medicine to the old demon. "Senior, you really have good intentions." "Senior, aren't you currently injured?" "I happen to have a few healing pills right here with me." Yanmo quickly explains to him, saying, "I appreciate your good intentions, but my injury is not." Before the old demon can even finish speaking, Ye Bei suddenly launches a brutal surprise strike directly at Yanmo. He snorts coldly, huffing that even though he managed to dodge this incredibly powerful strike, the old demon still lost a huge chunk of hair. Yanmo is absolutely furious, his face darkening as his eyes flash with intense killing intent. Yanmo stutters, while Ye Bei reaches his hand toward him, having just fully activated his supreme demon bone. Ye Bei glares at Yanmo with absolute determination, thinking that the pressure from this stone tablet is intense, and only his fully activated supreme demon bone can barely withstand it. Yanmo glares fiercely at him, his eyes flash with pure rage. The demon roars in anger, shouting, "It is you, human." Seeing him prepare to counterattack, Ye Bei calmly asks if he is going to use that same move again. Ye Bei flies up high, leveling himself right with Yanmo's eyes. With a dark, smug expression, he mocks the demon, saying that unfortunately for him, this distance is just too close, forcing Yanmo to quickly shut his eyes. Ye Bei recalls that his black flames from earlier did not actually damage the demon's core foundation. Gathering all his strength, he focuses his attack and growls, "Now try this." Yanmo throws his head back, screaming in absolute agony. Arg! Demonic energy pours from his giant mouth, but Yanmo will not be killed so easily. The demon screams, You don't have what it takes to kill me. He then takes a massive breath, his cheeks puffing up unnaturally. Still holding onto the giant eye, Yebei wonders if the demon is choosing to blow himself up just to avoid being burned to death. But then, Yebei senses something is off. He's suspicious. This is definitely not a self-destruction attempt. Yanmo unleashes his Heaven Demon Soul Devouring technique, redirecting a torrent of demonic energy straight at Yebei, who stands his ground without dodging. Just watch him stand there as the demonic storm rushes in. Yanmo sneers, confident that this blow is impossible to block. Seeing his attack close in, Yanmo screams out, "I am going to devour you completely, from the inside out." Yebei simply raises both hands to block, but the dark demonic energy strikes his arms and easily penetrates deep into his body, leaving him utterly stunned. Once inside, the demonic forces begin to corrode his body, slowly merging directly with his physical form. Smirking, Yanmo asks mockingly, "How does it feel, kid? Having demons inside your body must feel like 10,000 ants gnawing at your bones." Yebei's expression turns deadly dark as he gives the demon a chilling, icy response. "You are right. The pain makes me wish I were dead, but I really must thank you." With that, Yebei suddenly ignites his own supreme demon bone, triggering a massive self-detonation of his aura and divine power. Demonic energy scatters wildly, out of control. As Yebei calmly turns to walk away, the stunned demon screams out in sheer disbelief. "What? No, I will never accept this." He reaches out his hand, desperately trying to grab Yebei, driven completely mad as he finally realizes his opponent's true objective. "You never realized that from the very start, my black flame was not formed by gathering spiritual energy, but originates from my own supreme demon bone itself." Yebei reaches out and grabs Yanmo's divine soul, looking like a terrifying demon himself, with eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. He growls coldly that failing to know your enemy is the sole reason for your defeat, as the demon shrieks, "My divine soul is burning." Holding the soul, Yebei ruthlessly crushes it without showing any mercy at all. As the surrounding demonic aura slowly dissipates, Yanmo's divine soul is completely obliterated, shattered into absolute nothingness by Yebei. Looking ahead with a completely blank face and dark eyes, he mutters to himself that now, absolutely no one is left to stand in his way. With this Chaos Stone tablet and the Heavenly Pool Supreme Treasure, training his 108 disciples to the Great Emperor realm is highly promising. Standing before the massive stone tablet, Yebei looks up at it, then takes heavy steps forward, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack apart. Watching this unfold with a serious look, he grows concerned as the suppressing pressure becomes exponentially stronger with every single step he takes. The ground beneath him begins to shake violently, and he swiftly delivers a powerful punch straight onto the stone floor. Facing this intense pressure, he feels slightly anxious, realizing that even with his supreme demon bone, it is exhausting, and he can only advance inch by inch. Looking ahead seriously, Yebei overhears distant voices asking what is happening by the tablet, claiming they heard Yanmo and need to investigate. The pilgrimage to Cheng Mountain is extremely vital for the demon's ascension to emperor rank. This cannot fail. Instantly, Yebei realizes that these two incoming powerful auras actually belong to demon emperors. Two demon emperors suddenly appear behind Yebei, as one of them sneers, well, a human? Where on earth did Yanmo go?" Yebei grits his teeth as his mind races, realizing he is completely out of time to disguise himself. Lao Dao and Lao Gong stare intently at Yebei's back, using their demon eyes to peer through the thick demonic mist filling the air. Lao Dao waves his hand and the demons gradually scatter. Having figured it out, he frowns and mutters to Lao Kung, "Looks like that trash-eye demon was killed by this guy." Lao Kung quickly notches an arrow, warning Yebei to step away from the Chaos Stone tablet. He promises to spare his life, but before Yebei can even answer, Lao Kung fires an arrow straight into the sky. This is a clear warning to Yebei. Two arrows shoot straight up into the clouds, carrying a level of power and speed you cannot ignore. Instantly, a blazing red fireball erupts overhead. Yebei freezes in place, completely stunned by this massive display of force from the two demon emperors. His eyebrows knit together, staring up at the giant fireball with a pretty doubtful look. A sudden wave of worry washes over Yebei. Seriously, are those two arrows actually nuclear warheads? Staring at Lao Kung and Lao Dao, both are legendary demon emperors, meaning their combat power is absolutely massive. Yebei quickly calculates that he can handle one demon emperor at best, but fighting both together is going to be incredibly tough. Now we see his survival instinct kick into absolute overdrive. He makes a very wild choice and stops worrying about the risks. Suddenly, a system warning blares in his mind, predicting his reckless attempt to force the Great Tao resonance while it is still on cooldown. Dramatic music swells. The system warns him that forcing this will cause severe backlashes for a whole week, but he completely tunes out the robotic alerts. Yebei clenches his jaw, his eyes burning with intense killing, intent as he growls through his teeth. Great Tao of strength. He grips the massive stone tablet with both hands and lets out a deafening roar, causing the giant monument to shake and start cracking. Seeing his absolute madness unfold, Lao Kung grits his teeth and calls out in disbelief. Lao Dao, look at him. Is this kid seriously trying to uproot the Chaos Stone tablet? Yi Bei grins, his eyes glowing with fierce power as he replies, that is exactly what I am doing. Lao Kung immediately draws his massive bow, releasing a rapid barrage of arrows while screaming, not on my watch. But Ye Bei confidently fires back, your weak arrows cannot touch me here. Right at that moment, two deadly arrows materialize directly behind Ye Bei. They fly at insane speeds, but before they can even graze his clothes, the tablet's immense power completely locks them in place, leaving them to fall and shatter. Completely furious, Lao Kung grates his teeth and curses out, damn it! I forgot the suppression gets stronger the closer you get to that Chaos Stone tablet. Lao Dao realizes this too, stepping forward to shield his ally while calling out, looks like this punk knows exactly how to handle ranged fighters like you and Old Eye, so step back and let me chop him to pieces. Lao Kung tightens his fist into a ball, his face turning freezing cold as he vows to take Ye Bei's life. I will go rally the other 3 demon emperors. We cannot let him steal that Chaos Stone tablet. Lao Dao slams his foot down, shattering the ground beneath him. Gripping his massive blade, Lao Dao roars out his absolute promise with this single strike. I am slicing you cleanly in half. Meanwhile, Ye Bei is still pouring every ounce of strength into holding the massive Chaos Stone tablet. With one final earth-shaking roar, he completely tears the massive monument out of the ground and chucks it forward. Right at that moment, Lao Dao lunges in to deliver his deadly strike. He swings his blade forward with terrifying force, but Ye Bei is already a step ahead, leaping onto the flying tablet while smirking, catch you later. And honestly, you just have to love his absolute confidence. He leaves the old demon swearing in pure rage. He screams out, you bastard, how dare you? But Ye Bei does not care, cheering happily as he rides away. Ignoring the demon's absolute fury, Ye Bei calmly calculates his next move, using this massive momentum to head straight for the Secret Realm's exit portal. Seeing this massive block of power flying right at them, the nearby demons start screaming in panic, get out of the way, something is crashing down the mountain. Ye Bei just folds his arms, completely relaxed. While the overwhelming suppression power of the tablet radiates outward, the pressure makes it impossible for the chasing demons to catch up as thick black smoke and dust consume the entire area. Outside the exit, everyone is waiting anxiously as Du Ta calls out, I have brought Lord GMO. Has Senior Ye Bei still not emerged from the portal yet? GMO stares intently at the gateway, closely analyzing the unstable situation. Suddenly, both the giant Chaos Stone tablet and Ye Bei burst right out of the portal. Ye Bei slams his palm onto the ground, shouting out to recall his treasure. He sticks a perfect landing on the ground, right in front of GMO Demon Venerable. Closing his eyes, he urgently calls out, Elder Jia, you are finally here. Quick, lend me a hand. We need to shut this portal, and GMO quickly nods, all right, I know a bit about sealing arrays. Immediately, both of them start weaving hand seals together. A massive magic array instantly glows beneath the gateway, forming a powerful barrier to seal off the demon realm. Elder Jia's ancestral formation merges perfectly with a portion of the raw suppression power drawn from the tablet. Watching the portal rapidly shrink, Lao Kung cries out in absolute panic, this is bad. Lao Dao, the exit is being sealed shut. Realizing they are in deep trouble, Lao Dao barks out an order, I see it. Quickly stop them before it is too late. With the array fully formed, Ye Bei decisively yells out close. Instantly, deafening sounds of impact echo all around. Old Saber and Old Bow find their bodies completely crushed under the weight of the array, forcing Old Saber to bitterly curse. Their faces turn pale as cold sweat drips. Old Saber whispers, Old Bow, the demon venerable is going to kill us. Old Bow replies with pure anxiety on his face, shut up and start brainstorming some excuses. Quick. Looking at the sealed secret realm entrance, Demon Venerable GMO calmly asks, with a seal like this, even an Emperor Venerable cannot escape. My young friend, what did you see in there? Ye Bei does not hide a single detail. I basically saw the Demon Venerable leading several thousand demons in there, along with 6 demon emperors, and I already took one of them out. Hearing this, everyone is absolutely blown away. And honestly, who can blame their shock? Killing a demon emperor is beyond insane. Demon Venerable Jia Mo cups his hands in deep, sincere gratitude. If young friend Ye Bei had not risked his life, those demons would have run wild. I am truly grateful. Ye Bei casually waves his hand, telling him he is far too kind. Then, patting Wu Xiao on the head, he announces that the demons are no longer a threat for now. I have some private business, so I am taking Wu Xiao away from Zhongzhou. Demon Venerable Jia Mo, Bird Sister, and Da Fei Fei watch him prepare to leave, offering absolutely no objections. They agree right away. The other 3 demon emperors and I will take turns guarding this seal, so you and Wu Xiao can go in peace. Hearing this, Wu Xiao excitedly turns to Ye Bei. Master, where are we heading now? He holds his head high and calmly replies, we are off to attend my 300-year grand memorial. Just then, Bird Sister steps forward. Her expression is desperate, completely pleading. "Senior Ye Bei, I will be your mount." Hearing this, both Ye Bei and Wu Xiao turn back, absolutely shocked. Ye Bei places a hand on his chin, carefully weighing his options. Though she cannot match Jin Peng, they currently need him to guard this place. Zhu Kui is actually pretty fast. After pondering for a moment, he speaks up, "We are taking a quick trip to the Star Alchemist Guild first." Bird Sister quickly transforms. She shifts into her majestic Zhu Kui form, making Wu Xiao cheer with pure excitement. Hooray! The weather is pleasant. Clear blue skies and warm sunlight wrap around the entire area. Wu Xiao cups his hands and yells out, "Hey, Yao Xingchen, stop meditating in seclusion and get out here." Right on cue, the doors swing open. Yao Xingchen steps out with a warm smile, asking him, "Fifth senior brother, it has been a few months. Have you been doing well?" Standing right in front of Wu Xiao, she suddenly hesitates, her voice turning soft and incredibly nervous. Lord GMO's condition is extremely tricky to handle, since it stems from an old wound, meaning pills can only stretch his lifespan by a few years at best. Seeing her struggle, Wu Xiao puts his hands on his hips to comfort his junior sister. "Silly girl, old man GMO was cured a long time ago. Your sources are way behind the times." Wu Xiao chuckles, pointing his hand toward the entrance with a knowing look. "Just look who finally decided to drop by." Spotting Ye Bei standing right by the doorway, Yao Xingchen completely freezes in absolute shock. Her mind goes blank, while Ye Bei just flashes her a deeply affectionate smile. He opens his arms and calls out her name, making Yao Xingchen blush deeply. Covering her mouth as tears well up, she chokes out, "Master, is that really you?" Ye Bei simply winks and teases her, "If I am a fake, you can always exchange me." Without waiting another second, Yao Xingchen drops to her knees and pays her utmost respects. Disciple Yao Xingchen greets Master. Looking up with tears still pooling in her eyes, her emotions completely overflow. "I missed you so much, Master." Placing a warm hand gently on her head, Ye Bei chuckles, "You are the Grand President of the Alchemist Guild now. Why are you crying?" Ye Bei looks down at the woman before him, smiling with endless affection. "You are not that little kid who kept blowing up her furnaces anymore." She softly nods in agreement. Right then, his system chimes with a notification, "Reunited with Disciple 7 out of 108, awarding a half-Emperor skill card. Congratulations on unlocking your exclusive skill, a personal spatial teleportation array." Staring at the system screen, his eyes completely bug out. Ye Bei rubs his hands in sheer excitement, and let's be real, having this cheat makes traveling anywhere way too easy. He eagerly pulls up the interface. He stares at it intently, falling into deep thought. It basically works like an online game, even though this entire fantasy continent has never seen anything like it before. As a massive map populates his screen, a big grin spreads across his face. Now he can find some perfect spots and set up spatial coordinates wherever he goes. Suddenly, Bird Sister walks back in and asks him, "Senior Ye Bei, are we ready to set off again?" Without a moment of hesitation, Ye Bei replies, "Let's go." A little while later, at the majestic Ye Imperial tomb, harsh sunlight beats down. The four of them soon stand before a colossal set of doors. Looking inside the massive entrance, Bird Sister cannot help but marvel at the sheer size of this tomb. She honestly cannot help but compare. Even a legendary great emperor would never dare to construct a tomb on this ridiculous scale. Ye Bei summons his sword right from his palm and gives a quiet command, "Zhu Kui, go ahead and pick any spot you like to rest." Then he uses his sword tip to slowly carve characters into the ground. Xingchen watches him concentrate on the carving, completely puzzled by his strange actions. Her curiosity gets the better of her as she asks, "Master, what are you planning here?" Soon enough, clear writing appears on the soil. Ye Bei turns back to face his two disciples and hands down a specific order to each of them. "Wu Xiao, you stand behind the word double, and Xingchen, behind 2. Without hesitation, Xingchen quickly struts over to the double character anyway. Wu Xiao has to settle for the character 2 instead. Very quickly, both girls are standing exactly where Ye Bei wanted them to be. Xingchen is the first to speak up, asking if standing by these different characters means their master is about to hand out rewards. Wu Xiao puts her hands on her hips and fires back. Obviously, when has our master ever treated any of us badly? Suddenly, surprised voices begin to echo through the gaps in the door from the outside. Wait, is there already someone inside? You have to wonder who could have possibly gotten here faster than us. Tai Bai, Zhongli Mo, and Yu Ling lead a crowd straight into Emperor Ye's tomb. Spotting Ye Bei and the others, Tai Bai gasps in awe. As expected of our master, and I cannot believe Wu Xiao and Xingchen are already back with you. Hearing this, Wu Xiao gives an excited thumbs up. Long time no see, Sister Tai Bai. I had no idea you already reached the great emperor realm. But Ye Bei quickly turns to cut their chat short. He tells Wu Xiao, "Let me split you all into teams first, and you can catch up right after." Ye Bei points toward the other carved characters on the ground and commands Tai Bai, "Get behind 5. Xiao Fu, Xiao Shan, and Zhongli Mo, stand behind 1. The moment those words leave his mouth, Yu Ling timidly tugs at his robes and awkwardly asks Master, "Did you completely forget about Yu Ling?" Not wanting her to worry, Yi Bei quickly places a small vial into her hands. "Hold on to this first, and distribute it to everyone when I say so." Looking down at her hands, she stares at the green vial with total confusion, completely lost. But then, a sudden voice cuts through the air, catching Tai Bai totally off guard. "Sister Tai Bai, did you guys really get here ahead of me?" Tai Bai glances over at the approaching woman and calls out Fan Xiaotong. Fan Xiaotong arrives carrying a packed food box, a sweet smile lighting up her face. This lovely girl is actually ranked 40th, mastering the great Tao of food. She gently sets her heavy lunchbox down on the ground. Tai Bai approaches, surprised that she brought so much food with her. Fan Xiaotong excitedly replies that she prepared some offerings for their master's 300th memorial. Looking around, she gasps with excitement. "Wait, is fifth brother here too? And junior sister Yu Ling? It has been years." Suddenly, Ye Bei lets out a couple of deliberate coughs. He casually strolls right up to her with his arms crossed, speaking in a very gentle voice. "Hey Xiaotong, did you miss me?" Out of nowhere, her hair stands straight up as her entire body freezes. Staring blankly at the man in front of her, she completely loses it and screams, "Oh my gosh, our master's ghost has come back to life." The sheer shock is too much, and Fan Xiaotong completely faints on the spot. Ye Bei sighs, shaking his head at how easily she still gets scared. He waves a hand and mutters to the others, "Someone carry her over to the side so she can rest up." Just then, the sound of urgent footsteps echoes from the hallway. Standing close by, Tai Bai quickly alerts her master. "Master, another guest is arriving." And you can already feel the cold, dangerous aura of the figure stepping into the room. This is Ouyang Leng, his 8th disciple, who walks the path of the Asura. Seeing her, the group starts to whisper. For the past 300 years, Sister Ouyang Leng has never missed a single memorial service to pay respects to their master. Those who follow the Asura Tao are notoriously ruthless, and she respects absolutely no one except for their master and the eldest sister. As Ouyang Leng walks closer, tears are already streaming down her face. Her voice trembles heavily, completely choked up with raw emotion as she speaks. Yi Bei stays quiet, a wave of complicated emotions hitting him. Ouyang Leng tightly clenches her fists as she growls. This is infuriating. She suddenly gnashes her teeth, her voice dripping with rage. Hearing her name being called out, Zhang Limo freezes up in absolute confusion. "Wait, what?" Suddenly, Ouyang Leng lunges forward and chokes Zhang Limo, who struggles to breathe as she gasps, "Sister, what are you doing?" Ouyang Leng glares with deadly eyes, demanding answers in a harsh tone. "Did you turn our master into some kind of undead spirit?" Even while choking in pain, Zhang Limo desperately tries to defend herself. "How could I ever do something so horrible? Just listen to me first." Zhang Limo groans, wondering if this crazy sister has completely lost her mind. Out of nowhere, a whip strikes Ouyang Leng right across the back. She gnashes her teeth and whirls around, her eyes widening in absolute horror. Yi Bei walks over with a dark face, tightly gripping the whip. Yi Bei snaps in a cold tone, "Attacking your junior sister the moment you meet. Where did you learn such terrible habits?" He raises his whip, lecturing Ouyang Leng. "8th disciple. I always taught you to observe carefully, think calmly, do not act recklessly." Yi Bei questions her in a harsh tone, asking if she forgot. He then slams his whip heavily right next to Ouyang Leng's feet. Recovering from her absolute shock, she finally calms down and stammers a question. "Master, have you really returned from the dead?" Still holding on to some doubt, Ouyang Leng steps closer and places her hand over Ye Bei's heart. She analyzes him very carefully, processing her thoughts. He is definitely not some mindless phantom. His blood is warm, and his life force is fully overflowing. Ouyang Leng leans in even closer, sniffing him to be absolutely sure. Pursing her lips, she recalls how his whip struck her soul, and that painful sensation was definitely real. Because she is too close, this sudden contact causes blood to suddenly drip from Ye Bei's nose. Seeing this, she quickly drops to her knees, bowing with deep respect. "Your disciple Ouyang Leng greets you, master." Pressing her entire body to the dirt, she performs the highest ritual of her Grey Wolf tribe. Ye Bei leans down and gently takes her hand, speaking softly. "Rise up, my disciple. It has been pretty hard on all of you these past years." Suddenly, another hand reaches out from the side, grabbing Ye Bei's robe. This unexpected action forces him to turn around and look. It is Xiao Tong, kneeling on the ground and sobbing. "Master," she cries, "fate has dealt such a brutal blow to your poor disciple. I honestly thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Master, please hit me twice with your whip too, just to wake me up." Hearing her plea, Ye Bei asks with deep concern. "Xiao Tong, my child, when exactly did you wake up from your slumber?" Ye Bei smiles warmly, patting her head to comfort her. "All right, Xiao Tong, Xiao Leng. Both of you go and stand in your designated places. Go stand behind those numbers." Standing firmly before his disciples, Ye Bei warns them. Since you all gathered here first, your master is going to teach you some discipline. Suddenly, his expression turns dead serious as he snaps. Do you all even remember what your master taught you back then? Unity is absolute power. Yet right now, so many of your fellow brothers and sisters are completely out of reach. Pointing at Yu Ling, who hangs her head in sadness, he continues. Your youngest sister, Yu Ling, was completely unreachable for 3 whole centuries. Why? Because she was locked up by the Tianqi Holy Land for 300 years. His words hit them like a sudden lightning bolt. What about the others? Are they also trapped in some other sacred lands, imprisoned for 3 long centuries? You must be pretty curious about those numbers under your feet. Well, the truth is quite simple. Under his intense scolding, Sun Wuxiao stays silent, not daring to argue. Ye Bei barks. 1 stands for 100 whips, 2 is 200, and 5 is 500. Suddenly, the spot where Sun Wuxiao is standing turns into her worst nightmare. Ye Bei immediately points his finger right at her and declares, Xiao Wu, do not bother guessing. The number you are standing on means 2,000 lashes. Sun Wuxiao gapes in absolute terror, utterly speechless. But master, she stammers. Ye Bei frowns deeply, his sharp glare piercing her. As my 5th disciple, you were the first to break through to the great emperor realm. Yet what have you actually achieved? Do you think 2,000 lashes is too much? Sun Wuxiao quickly drops to her knees in deep regret. No, even if it were 20,000, your disciple will gladly accept it. Kneeling next to her, Qi Taibai speaks with absolute seriousness. I am also willing to take 2,000 or even 20,000 lashes, Master. Li Mo and Zhuge Fu join in firmly. Master, let us bear this punishment together with our senior sisters. Immediately, Ye Bei issues a cold order, keeping Qi Taibai and Sun Wuxiao together. The rest of you, get back to your original spots. Holding his disciplinary whip, he says with visible anger. Now, each and every one of you, think long and hard about what you have been doing all these years. With that, a sharp, deafening crack of the whip tears cleanly through the air. Brutal screams echo endlessly throughout the halls of the Yi Imperial Tomb. Outside, Niaoji blushes furiously and stammers. What on earth are they doing in there that sounds so intense? Qi Taibai lies flat on the ground, turning her head back as she gasps through choked sobs. Ye Bei turns to Yu Ling and gives a calm order. Yu Ling, now that the punishment is complete, go ahead and distribute these medicinal pills to them. Uncorking the small medicine bottle, he explains in a warm tone. This pill was refined using rare treasures gathered by Da Feifei of the Beast Clan. Even though I punish you, I never want these lashes to leave any lasting internal damage. Yu Ling carefully applies the liquid medicine, drop by drop, onto Qi Taibai's wounds. Ye Bei stares closely at the spatial fragments in his palm. Now, watch this, it is finally time for their major breakthrough. Focus and comprehend the power of laws while your master guards you here. Even if your breakthrough triggers a massive tribulation, I will block it. Meditating quietly, Yao Xingchen replies with a firm yes. With everything set, Ye Bei feels a pretty deep sense of relief. While they cultivate, he decides to establish his first spatial teleportation node, right here at the Ye Imperial Tomb. Without wasting any time, Ye Bei buries the spatial beacon deep underground. Meanwhile, in a completely different area, urgent, heavy footsteps echo along a dusty path. The 5 Element Sisters sprint at absolute full speed, while one of them urgently yells out, Sisters, keep running, the tomb of the Night Emperor is right ahead of us. Today is Master Memorial Day, so everyone is here. They will definitely help us escape these relentless pursuers. Soon, the 5 Element Sisters arrive at the tomb of the Night Emperor, and the female gatekeeper spots them. She quickly blocks the entrance and cautiously demands to know who they are. Senior Yi is busy inside, and outsiders are strictly forbidden to enter. The sisters shout back together, all 5 of us are disciples of the Master. Let us inside immediately. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes from inside the tomb. Is that you, my 5 Element Sisters? One of them gasps in absolute shock, wondering if this could really be their master, as the massive door slowly swings open. Stepping out from behind the door, Ye Bei appears with a confident smile. He nods approvingly, saying that out of all his disciples, only the 5 of them remained truly united, which brings him great comfort. Then one of the sisters quickly speaks up, Master, the Xingyao Holy Land is seeking revenge and ambushed us on our way here. Hearing this, Ye Bei scoffs with utter contempt that Xingyao Holy Land really does not know their own limits. One sister seriously warns him that the enemy knew they were outmatched, so they went and hired an incredibly powerful ally. Right as she speaks, a group of 3 pursuers finally catches up. They roar in anger. The grudge from that needle attack 1 month ago nearly shattered our imperial soul. But get this, they declare they will destroy their souls today, warning that they must not be careless, even with backup. The masked man calmly reassures the other 2, you 2 great emperors are worrying far too much. No matter how skilled he is, with me standing right here, you have absolutely nothing to fear. Spotting the group, they instantly shout out, we found them, that Brat and his 5 disciples are all gathered right here. While Qi Shui and Quan Hong watch silently, Ye Bei taunts them without a shred of fear. You dare challenge me, you overconfident fools. Floating high in the air, Qi Shui knows his limits and keeps a safe distance, only daring to shout down his challenge from afar. I know I cannot beat you alone, which is exactly why I brought a helper. Out steps Marcellus, an elder of the XX Holy Land. Laughing arrogantly, you summoned me just to handle this little brat. It seems the Xingyao Holy Land has truly fallen. Ye Bei frowns, remembering that this XX faction is a powerful Western group that came from far away. They claimed their own territory on this continent, consisting of 20 core members and thousands of martial warriors. In their native tongue, the number 20 is written as the letter X. So over time, everyone called them the XX Holy Land, known for bizarre foreign techniques. Marcellus sneers, completely looking down on his opponent. He raises his chin in challenge, boasting that it only takes one axe strike to render his target completely defenseless. Marcellus grips his weapon and leaps into the sky, telling his opponent to take this strike as he rains magic down on Ye Bei. Consecutive beams of blinding light crash down, forming a powerful cage that traps him completely. Wait for it, Ye Bei just stands there completely unbothered, mocking, "Is this the only trick you've got?" Immediately after, he launches a swift counterattack, clenching a fist with one hand while casting hand signs with the other. Slowly pulling a glowing sword straight out of his palm, he slashes directly at the oncoming beams of light. But bizarrely, his strikes do not leave even a single scratch on them. Ye Bei frowns, clicking his tongue in confusion. He wonders if this cage is made from the 10,000-year spiritual tree, which cannot be cut by sharp blades and suppresses divine abilities. Marcellus praises his keen knowledge, but Ye Bei refuses to submit, instantly changing his tactics and summoning a bright flame. If slashing fails to cut it, I will just roast you alive with my supreme devil bone instead. But the flame instantly dies out in midair, vanishing completely and leaving Ye Bei utterly baffled. The system suddenly pops up to explain that because the host ignored prior warnings and stubbornly used Dao resonance, he is officially banned from using his supreme devil bone for 1 full week. He grumbles in frustration, completely forgetting about that penalty. High above, Qi Shui gloats as he unleashes a massive sea of blood to submerge the world, mocking that killing the trapped Ye Bei will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Ye Bei quickly turns around and barks orders. Jin Peng, 5 element sisters, quickly form a barrier to keep this blood ocean out of our master tomb. On the other side, Qi Shui commands his blood waves and shouts, "Li Huo, Marcellus and I will handle Ye Bei, so you deal with the rest." Li Huo smiles dangerously, agreeing to the plan, while Qi Shui boasts that once anyone touches his sea of blood, they will die in a single second. Since you cannot access the Void Realm, you can only sit there and wait for death. The raging sea of blood forms a massive vortex, completely surrounding his cage. Ye Bei channels his spiritual energy, thinking that his enemy only knows half the story. They know he cannot escape underground, but they are totally clueless about the rest. Placing a hand between his eyebrows, he teleports elsewhere, while Bird Sister struggles to maintain the barrier on her trembling legs as the rising sea of blood pounds against the magic wall. From afar, Li Huo attacks, mocking that a mere half-emperor dares face his astral holy land. Suddenly, Ye Bei's sword streaks across the sky, leaving Li Huo completely bewildered as he watches this mysterious, wind-splitting object flying straight toward him. Once he recognizes it, Li Huo gasps in shock. How is Ye Bei's sword here, when the relic of the 20 Holy Lands should have him trapped? How is this possible? Striking Li Huo, the blade immediately flies straight back to its master. Reaching out, Ye Bei catches the weapon, standing tall with a look of absolute disdain on his face. Did they really think a trashy birdcage could trap him? And while holding the barrier, Bird Sister anxiously asks if Senior Ye is all right. He stays silent out of caution, knowing that even though he escaped, his teleportation skill still needs a pretty long cooldown period to reset. Getting trapped again by the elders of the 20 Holy Lands would be a massive headache. He must suppress him first before dealing with Qi Shui. With that plan in mind, Ye Bei charges forward, only for a furious Marcellus to block his path. The man yells that while he doesn't know how Ye Bei escaped, he will take his life in a single strike. Power erupts from Ye Bei's blade as he coldly mutters, "I never fall for the exact same attack twice." High in the air, Qi Shui screams, "Blood shall flood this world." Dark red waves violently crash toward Ye Bei, but he effortlessly leaps into the air, dodging every single ripple with expert precision. His eyes turn razor-sharp as he schemes, and you just know he is about to cook up something wild. But those 20 Holy Lands elders have relics that restrict magical powers, making them tricky to handle until a smirk crosses his face as an idea hits him. Dropping to the ground, Ye Bei raises his head to throw a direct provocation. He taunts Qi Shui to come take his revenge, telling him his head is right here, and this completely infuriates the great emperor. Pointing a trembling finger, the old man snarls that Ye Bei cannot fool him with such cheap provocation to lure him close. Raising both hands, Emperor Qi Shui proudly boasts that his bloody ocean will completely destroy Ye Bei's soul. Smiling calmly, Ye Bei prepares to form a hand seal. He asks who said anything about drawing him close. And instantly, massive bolts of thunder strike down, tearing the bloody sea apart. Realizing something is terribly wrong, the old emperor's eyes widen as sheer terror grips his face. Yi Bei's strike pierces the blood, hitting Qi Sui directly. Seeing the disaster unfold, Marcellus grits his teeth and gasps they are finished, leaving him and Quan Hong completely frozen. The moment he witnesses Qi Shui's bloody domain completely disintegrating, Marcellus's face turns incredibly pale with dread. He realizes this brat figured out that the Crimson Sea spell did not actually originate from Qi Shui's own power. It was channeled from the Land of Dead Silence, and without enough power, it is impossible to control, leaving Qi Shui completely vanished. A bright red umbrella spins slowly as a calm voice echoes. He knew the sea of blood was pulled from the Land of Dead Silence. Once Qi Shui's energy ran out, the magic would collapse. Strange creatures emerge from the blood, speaking. Seriously, who raises their hands like that just to get crushed as their bloody magic collapses to the ground? Marcellus screams that his relic can only suppress divine abilities, but it can never block the cursed water of the Dead Silence domain. Opening his umbrella, Ye Bei repeats his cold mockery about them, setting traps only to have them blow up in their own faces. Shielding himself from the falling rain of blood, Ye Bei stares at them with a deadly, frozen gaze. Talk about poetic justice, a system notification suddenly rings out, announcing that Emperor Qi Shui has been struck dead by Ye Bei's lightning. Marcellus of the 20 Holy Lands dies at the hands of Emperor Qi Shui. Ignoring the massive pool of blood before him, he tells his disciples to enter the mausoleum and train alongside their fellow sisters, who eagerly agree. A mysterious bottle lands in Bird Sister's hands. Ye Bei smiles, telling her that this is a premium pill he crafted himself, and she bows deeply, expressing her profound gratitude for the gift. She is incredibly grateful for such a generous gift from Senior Ye, but their moment is cut short, as massive dark clouds suddenly gather overhead. Looking up, Ye Bei solemnly notes that an emperor tribulation is approaching, and it is surprisingly a double cloud one. As lightning starts to crackle, he wonders which two of his disciples are currently breaking through to the emperor stage. Meanwhile, deep inside the Yi imperial tomb, his disciples are completely focused on their intense cultivation. Yao Xingchen frowns as a thought crosses her mind. With the protective medicinal pill given by her master, and the fact that her great Tao tribulation clouds are not too strong, she is absolutely sure she can get through this safely. In an instant, the lightning strikes begin to crash down. An immense shield of energy wraps around Yao Xingchen, making it impossible for the lightning to break through. Right then, a system chime rings out with a notification. Great Emperor Yao Xingchen, of the Alchemy Great Tao. Outside, Tai Bai sighs in relief, and says junior sister Yao Xingchen is passing her tribulation so smoothly. This is truly fortunate. Hearing this, Sun Wuxiao gets worried. That other cloud is insanely intense. Who could it be? Suddenly, golden eyes flash. By now, Ouyang Leng is completely enveloped in a deadly aura. Heavy lightning begins raining down onto her. Immense power radiates from Ouyang Leng. Without even breaking a sweat, she casually unleashes a single strike that blasts the incoming lightning right back. Both forces crash. Seeing this, Tai Bai screams in sheer panic. Hold on, is Ouyang Leng actually losing her mind here? Her eyes flash as she goes berserk, screaming in absolute madness. Shielding her eyes from the raw shockwave, Zhang Limo squeezes them shut and yells at the top of her lungs. How powerful is she actually to literally catch a lightning tribulation with her bare hands? Giant hands manifest behind Ouyang Leng one after another, releasing a terrifying pressure that leaves everyone completely paralyzed with shock. Sun Wuxiao grips her weapon, frowning, and turns to Tai Bai and says, "Fourth senior sister, our only option now is to work together if we want to suppress her." Tai Bai quickly replies, "At this point, we have no other choice. We cannot just stand by and let her go completely berserk and go on a killing spree." Ouyang Long launches her assault, accelerating straight toward the duo. But out of nowhere, Ye Bei leaps right in front of Sun Wuxiao and Tai Bai, shouting out, "Wait a minute." Ouyang Leng goes wild, charging straight ahead with her eyes burning with a murderous, deadly light. Ye Bei effortlessly dodges her attack, simultaneously activating his soul-snatching technique to stop her in her tracks. Moving with blinding speed, Ye Bei gently taps Ouyang Leng on the forehead with his soul-snatching technique. Her eyes go wide in shock as focus slowly returns to her pupils. Within seconds, Ouyang Leng closes her eyes and peacefully reverts back to her normal state. Ye Bei quickly uses his power to suppress the darkness in her soul. Once she stabilizes, Ye Bei calmly explains Ouyang Leng cultivates the Asura Great Tao, also known as the Tao of Slaughter, which is extremely fierce and violent. Fighting her during a breakthrough is like throwing fuel on a fire. You have to counter her aggression with gentleness while guiding her chaotic energy. Following Ye Bei's guidance, Ouyang Leng sinks to the ground and sits down. Sitting cross-legged, Ouyang Leng tries to stabilize her Tao of Slaughter. A powerful aura of pure intent wraps around Ouyang Leng as she focuses her mind to absorb this massive power. Now, look at this, a massive flood of system alerts starts going off. Great Emperor Ouyang Leng, Asura Great Tao. Reunited with Disciple 8, 9, 10, and 11 out of 108. Reunited with Disciple 12, 13, and 14 of 108. On top of that, the system continues to roll out his reward details. 1 Great Emperor skill, 6 Half Emperor skills. Also, host does not have the Asura Great Tao, unlocking the Great Tao Foundation exchange function. A rare foundation requires 10 Half Emperor skill cards, while a super rare foundation requires 20 cards. An epic tier foundation requires 50 Half Emperor skill cards, and if you want a legendary mythical tier foundation, that is going to cost you 100 Half Emperor skill cards. After listening to all these system announcements, Ye Bei is absolutely furious, cursing silently in his head. Damn it, this useless system kept such a critical feature hidden until literally right now. Ye Bei is not happy at all. He quickly asks the system about the exchange rate for Great Emperor cards. It turns out 1 Great Emperor card is worth 10 Half Emperor cards. Once his anger subsides, he cools down and returns to his normal, calm state to evaluate his options. Doing the math, he already has 10 Half Emperor skill cards, so he definitely needs to save up 50 to exchange for that epic tier foundation. The scene shifts as the massive iron gates slowly creak open. A voice echoes out, announcing that the official ceremony is about to start at noon. A respectful yet playful voice rings out, greeting them, "Senior sisters, how are you all here so early?" Reunited with rank 70 Mo Fengsu of the Wind Great Tao, and rank 75 Yan Shan of the Wind Control Great Tao. The system announces reunited with Disciple 15 and 16. Ye Bei cheerfully welcomes them, saying you two finally made it, Little Feng, Little Yan. Seeing him, they gasp in utter shock. Master. Meanwhile, the system keeps spamming reunions with disciples 17, 18, 19, and 20 of 108. Ye Bei sits proudly on his throne while his disciples chatter excitedly below. Ah, so it really is, Master. After some time, his face turns exhausted as he realizes only 20 of his disciples have actually shown up. La Yushan says in total confusion, even for our 10-year minor ancestral ceremony, at least 45 sisters always show up, so why is it like this today? She respectfully tells Ye Bei, Master, today is definitely weird. He agrees with a solemn nod. I know that with some disciples in secluded cultivation for 8 to 10 years, absences are normal, but this is too quiet. But this time, only 20 people can attend the grand ceremony, which is highly unusual. His eyes sharpen as he mutters in a heavy tone. When things get this strange, trouble is definitely brewing. Right then, Odung Line steps forward with an answer, saying, Master, I think I know where our other fellow disciples are. She starts explaining that after the Memorial Day 10 years ago, our eldest senior sister asked me to go with her to seek opportunities. But since I was stuck in a cultivation bottleneck back then, I politely declined. She goes on to share her theory. Since most of the sisters who attended the last memorial ceremony left the Central Plains region, along with our eldest senior sister, so my best guess is they are currently inside the foreign battlefield. Hearing this, Ye Bei feels a jolt of pure shock. Master Ye Bei asks in a heavy tone, did that stubborn girl leave any message before she took off? Oh Dung Line respectfully replies, there was nothing else. But then she remembers something and adds, though they did mention this journey was somehow related to the Great Tao of Time. His eyes grow incredibly sharp, and with a dead serious expression, he repeats, the Great Tao of Time. Standing nearby, Lair La Yushan speaks up, asking, Master, are we setting off for the foreign battlefield right now? Ye Bei calmly replies, there is no need for that just yet. Now check out his face, that smirk says it all. He adds, with clear amusement, a massive show is about to go down right here. Looking at his disciples, Ye Bei commands, since you all just had breakthroughs, it is time to find some sparring partners. Hearing this, one of his disciples asks in confusion, sparring partners? Farm Teal Dong asks out of curiosity, other than our own fellow sisters here, who else could we possibly trade blows with? Right then, Qi Tai Bai and Ngor Tio say in unison, the Starlight Holy Palace. Hearing this, Yu Ling says thoughtfully, you mean that group under Emperor Lirt Hua that we let go? If they ran back to call for backup, they should be arriving right about now. Ye Bei's eyes grow sharp as he calmly plots. Instead of attacking their sect directly, it is much better to just wait here for them to show up. Elsewhere, a mountain floats in the midair. Qian Hong kneels flat on the ground, respectfully reporting, Holy Lord, Si Shuiet has been killed. Both his body and soul were utterly destroyed. Please deliver justice for us. Lying lazily on her resting chair, Thian Lirt casually scolds them. You acted on your own and brought this upon yourselves, so how can you blame anyone else? Our Starlight Holy Land has no use for such embarrassing trash. Hearing this, Qian Hong's entire body shivers in terror, as a sudden arrow flies forward and pierces straight through him. Qian Hong's eyes widen in absolute pain and helplessness as his body quickly collapses. Thian Lirt casually continues, but since they dared to insult my Starlight Holy Palace, I won't let them off. Back with Ye Bei's group, He looks over at his disciples and speaks up. Right on cue, Tildong brings out a massive feast. As they eat while waiting for the enemy to attack, Pham Tildong happily chimes in, saying, "Sisters, I have got every flavor you could want." Namson friendly asks, "Senior brother Xing Chenan, didn't junior sister Teen Leert travel to the central state with you back then? Where is she now? Why isn't she here?" Xing Chenan stammers, We split up after that." That name immediately catches Ye Bei's attention. "Here we go," he turns and asks, "Did you say Thien Leert?" Xing Chenan, "Tell me what is going on with Thien Leert. Just be honest with me." Ye Bei's eyes grow sharp as a flood of past memories begins to play out in his mind. When he ranked his disciples, he did not base it on their strength at all. Although Thien Leert was ranked 100th, her natural talent was exceptionally high, allowing her to master cultivation extremely fast. And her chosen great Tao was completely different from the others. Obsessed with the Tao of greed, her heart was constantly filled with insatiable desire and ambition. She did not just challenge the other senior sisters to steal their ranks, she even dabbled in dark, unorthodox arts. He lost himself in thought. If he had stayed in the world, he would have easily corrected her path, but his lifespan ran out, leaving her unsupervised. Now, with a dead serious face, Ye Bei realizes, looking at things now, Thien Leert has indeed gone down the wrong path. She hesitates, muttering, "Master," regarding junior sister So, she looks up at Ye Bei, carefully choosing her words. Junior sister Thien Leert joined the Thien La Holy Palace 50 years ago. Hearing this, Ye Bei's face turns dark. The other disciples cry out in utter disbelief. No way, how could junior sister Thien Leert possibly join a Holy Land? O Dung Lung rubs her chin and speculates. There must be some misunderstanding here. Junior sister Thien Leert was probably forced to join them, right? Senior brother Xing Chenon. Was junior sister Thien Leert captured by them and forced into joining? Right then, another disciple stomps her foot, clearly furious. Ngor scoffs in contempt. Do not paint her out to be so innocent. She grits her teeth, adding, she joined the Thien La Holy Palace entirely of her own free will. Namsun looks at her in total disbelief, asking, how is that even possible? Senior Ingor could it be? But Tone Ingor cuts him off. Stop right there. I know exactly what you want to say. Ye Bei's calm voice rings out. Nortio, if you know something, just speak up. Clicking her tongue, she replies, out of all the Holy Lands, Tianla Holy Land ranks second, but the place Tianlai wanted to join the most was not the Tianlai Holy Land, but the top-ranking Wuji Holy Palace. Her hands involuntarily clenched into tight fists as she growled under her breath, though no one knew why. After being rejected by Wuji Holy Land, she finally joined Tianla Holy Land instead. At first, when I heard this news, I did not believe it either, thinking she just wanted to infiltrate deep into enemy lines. But after a moment, she calmed down and continued. But not long after he joined Tianla Holy Land, several opportunity spots that Master worked so hard to find were seized by their people. Not only that, but several junior brothers had their identities exposed at the same time, hunted down and forced to surrender by Tianla Holy Land. Sun Wushao gritted his teeth, asking in anger, tell me, is this all just a coincidence? Do you honestly believe that? Ouyang Leng remained completely silent, while Chi Taibai stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to reply, as Ye Bei's face turned incredibly grim with a heavy, suffocating killing intent. Jing Chen's entire body trembled, clearly feeling the raw weight of Ye Bei's dark mood. She thought to herself that Master was truly furious, as this was the very first time she had ever seen him like this. Look at this, a flying dagger suddenly shoots out from behind the open door, and Chi Taibai barely senses its approach. She leapt in front to block the attack, shouting out, Master, watch out. The weapon slammed into her sword with an absolutely terrifying force. Staring at the weapon, Chi Taibai thought in pure shock, it is just a peacock feather, how could it carry such insane power? Right then, Ouyang Leng and Sun Wushao both shouted together, fourth senior sister, we are coming to help you. The three combined their strength to block the peacock feather, but they were instantly blown back as an excited voice echoed out. Even three great emperors joining forces could not hold it back, which made Ye Bei smirk as he spoke. A golden peacock feather looks like that Xingyao Holy Master is finally getting restless as the weapon rushed furiously straight toward Ye Bei. But he did not even flinch, casually unleashing a defense technique with just a single hand. The impact pushed Ye Bei back slightly, but he caught the weapon and crushed it easily, speaking with cold, absolute authority. Perfect. I have been holding in all this rage anyway, and now these fools come knocking right on my door. The door swung wide open, revealing several shadowy figures lurking high above, as the ignorant crowd outside began shouting in excitement. No matter how incredibly powerful that demon who slaughtered the Crimson Blood sect is, taking a direct hit from our Holy Master leaves him dead or crippled, and his disciples are nothing but a useless mob. With over 20 great emperors and half-emperors on our side, wiping them out is too easy. Ye Bei led his disciples out of the tomb, telling them to stretch their legs after meditating for so long. Talk about instant karma, those arrogant fools are already lying unconscious all over the cold ground. One survivor, grabbed tightly by his collar, trembled in sheer terror. Oh my god, how is this possible? How are they all so insanely strong? Holding him in a death grip, Yebei calmly commanded, "Go back and tell your master that if he wants to face me, he should show his face instead of hiding away and throwing a tiny feather like a total coward." Then, with an effortless throw, he launched the guy high into the air, yelling out, "Get lost!" Sun Wuxiao quickly stepped up to ask Master, "Why don't we use this chance to follow him, storm the Xingyao Holy Land, and end that birdmaster once and for all?" Ye Bei raised a hand to stop him, explaining although the Xingyao Holy Land suffered heavy losses this time, and they will not dare to act recklessly. Their leader is still at their headquarters, and he is not someone to be underestimated. Plus, there are rumors of an emperor-level ancestor who is constantly in seclusion, so do not act rashly, as I have my own plans for them. Then, Ye Bei seriously commanded, "For now, we head to the outer battlefield to search for someone." Before his face relaxed into a soft smile. He thought to himself, "Luo Shuichang, we are finally going to meet again." Ye Bei glanced at the person beside him, requesting Sister Bird, "I will need you to take us there," and she respectfully replied, "As you command, Senior Ye." With deep authority, Ye Bei spoke once more, "Qi Tai Bai, Sun Wuxiao, Wu Yang Leng, you three are coming with me to the outer battlefield." Those whose names were called shouted back in perfect unison, "Yes." Ye Bei continued, "It is not convenient to take too many people this time, so the rest of you disperse and focus on your training." By now, Sister Bird had returned to her true form, letting out a sharp, piercing cry before soaring into the sky, while elsewhere, a pair of legs dangled as a hand choked his neck. His face turned completely pale as he gasped out, "Holy Master, spare me," but the gripping hand only tightened with even more crushing force. Tianlai released his grip, cursing in utter disgust, useless trash, before scowling and starting to scheme. If he gathered another massive crusade of this size so soon, it would definitely alarm the ancestor, forcing him to temporarily let that Ye Bei go. But suddenly, a mysterious power overtook his body, and a mocking voice echoed from his own mouth. "The radiant Holy Master displays her might, yet her surviving soldiers are absolute cowards." Tianlier's eyes widen as she roars, "Who dares speak such insolence?" The voice continues to echo, "The radiant Holy Master displays her might, yet her remaining soldiers are absolute cowards." Furious, Tianlier roars with raw rage, "Ye Bei, you brat, I swear I will skin you alive." But then, another mysterious power suddenly surges out of nowhere. Suddenly, a deep, heavy voice rumbles, "Why is it so incredibly noisy out there?" The voice startles Tianlier as Dayton Lao To appears and asks, "Saint Master Disciple, what happened?" Tianlier instantly kneels, replying respectfully, "To answer Dayton Lao To, it is merely a bold fool using a voice transmission spell to challenge us, disturbing your sacred secluded cultivation. Your disciple deserves 10,000 deaths." He chuckles, repeating, 10,000 deaths indeed. Then he says, "In that case, use this ordinary mirror to look at yourself, and let us see if your current pathetic look matches the small matter you claim." To his surprise, Tianlier covers her eyes and trembles. "Day Ton Lao To, please, do not. You know my biggest fear is looking in mirrors. Why punish me like this? Of course I know you fear mirrors. Was this not just a little test for you?" Then he vanishes, leaving behind a mocking laugh and his final words, "What a truly fine Saint Master." Right after that, she stops trembling so violently and regains her composure. A sly smile creeps onto Tianlier's face as she looks into the mirror, striking a highly seductive pose. Her cheeks flush red as she whispers, "Dayton Lao To is actually pretty good to me. Besides, I really wanted to check if my hair was messy." At the entrance to the outer battlefield, a giant bird beast continuously flaps its wings, its powerful form soaring high above. Seeing this, a guard spots it and yells, "Who goes there? Show yourself. Do you not know that flying is strictly banned at this entrance?" The guard immediately points his finger and barks, "Get down here right now, or I will slaughter you brainless beast for breaking the rules." Before he can even finish, a green spear slams directly into his face. Tell me you did not see that coming, because that powerful hit absolutely obliterated him. The green spear stabs into the ground as she questions their rules. Sun Wuxiao smiles smugly and adds, "For our beast clan, the stronger fist is the only rule." Another man steps forward, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, great sage. My little brother was foolish. Please forgive us." Behind him, a severely wounded companion is seen sitting slumped against the cliffside. Sun Wuxiao glances over and coldly orders them to scram. Hearing this, they feel spared, quickly helping the wounded man while nodding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, we are leaving right now." Suddenly, another group of people appears nearby, calling out with deep respect, "Greetings, great sage, greetings, great emperor, greetings, great sage equal to heaven." Sun Wuxiao generously replies, "No need for formalities. I am not petty like that Kim Bung." Once the area is cleared, she looks up at the sky and calls out, "It is all clean down here. Bring Master and the others down." The giant eagle immediately lands, its fine feathers drifting in the wind, as Ye Bei and his group appear before everyone. The crowd stares in complete disbelief, asking us, is he really the legendary master of Sun Wuxiao? Another person marvels. He is just a young man, yet he stands in the place of honor between two human emperors. Just then, an old woman approaches Sun Wuxiao and whispers, Great sage, great sage. She turns around and asks, What is it? The old woman replies, Just now, those black-clothed men calling themselves the Night Demon Sect asked me to pass a message. They want to meet you. Sun Wuxiao curiously repeats, Night Demon Sect? Finally, she softly instructs, Invite them over, and the rest of you can disperse. A messenger of the Night Demon Sect steps forward and bows respectfully. The Night Demon Sect messenger greets, Pay respects to Lord Sun Wuxiao. Suddenly, Odung Line speaks up, making Sun Wuxiao's group jump in surprise. Junior sister, do you know these people? He asks. As Odung Line and Qi Tai Bai walk over, the Night Demon Sect members quickly bow. The Night Demon Sect messengers greet, Pay respects to Lord Qi Tai Bai and Lord Ao Dung Line. Qi Tai Bai glances over, her mind filled with suspicion. Who are they? She wonders, as they silently lock eyes with each other. Eighth junior sister, are they your friends? Sun Wuxiao quickly denies, saying she has no friends. Hearing this, Odung Line is slightly taken aback. Right then, Ye Bei slowly walks over, noting, Night Demon Sect. That name sounds quite familiar to me. He rubs his chin and softly commands, Since it is familiar, stand up and speak. As the Night Demon Sect members rise, their leader looks at him with intense curiosity. Who are you? May I ask what your name is, Great Lord? This story actually goes back 10 years. When Luo Shuang left behind a legendary prophecy, our Grandmaster is not dead, and one day he will surely appear before us again. She even warned them that when that day finally comes, everyone must absolutely obey his every command and remember his name forever. That sacred name? Ye Bei. Hearing that legendary name, the entire crowd instantly drops to their knees again, respectfully shouting in unison. Greetings, Grandmaster. Ye Bei is completely stunned by this massive display. Grandmaster? Wait a second. Is not your actual sect leader Luo Shuishuang? The crowd immediately bows, confirming that it is indeed true, ancestor. Ye Bei thinks of Luo Shuishuang once again, before calmly telling them all to stand up. He asks them straight up they did not come all this way just to pay respects, right? The leader respectfully answers that the ancestor is absolutely correct. 10 years ago, before entering the dangerous outer battlefield, their sect master handed them several portraits. He opens his palms. 2 empty hands reveal nothing yet, revealing 2 green jade pendants inside. He adds that they were ordered to hand these over if they ever met the person in the portrait. As Ye Bei reaches out, a sudden formation activates on the jade. Soon, a glowing map coordinate begins to materialize right before his eyes. He examines the 2 pieces for a moment, realizing there is a hidden map inside. A red dot marks a specific location, likely the land of opportunity that Luo Shuashang found. Having delivered the jade, the man asks for further instructions on what they should do next. He has a plan. Ye Bei will take his 3 disciples to find their master. But first, he has a mission for them, search everywhere for the secrets of the Starry Sanctuary. He must know the enemy to ensure absolute victory. The man immediately kneels and shouts his understanding. Behind him, the others instantly leap away. Ye Bei calmly states that it is now time for them to head into the outer battlefield. It is a place crawling with constant danger, so they must watch their own backs. Qi Tai Bai turns to his side, speaking with deep concern. He and Tone Nortiel will be totally fine. But their 8th sister? She will definitely unleash pure, bloodthirsty chaos in there. Before they head out, he gives one final warning to keep her in check, then orders them to set off. The 3 approach the formation, but Tone Nortio suddenly looks back in confusion. Their master is actually stuck right at the entrance, helplessly calling out that he is still over here. How incredibly awkward. He rubs his cheek, wishing he could just disappear. This stupid battlefield actually has a strict cultivation limit. But watch this, he is not about to let that stop him. Fine, he will just break through right now. Sitting down, he immediately enters a deep meditative state as light wisps of energy wrap around his hands. A spark of light flashes at the peak, suddenly erupting into a massive beam that blindingly illuminates the entire sky. Instantly, system notifications begin to flood his vision. He has successfully broken through to the Saint King realm and officially entered the outer battlefield. Because of the world laws, anyone entering will be randomly sent to entirely different locations. They must fight ruthlessly against opposing factions. Here, only cold-blooded power rules, and everything revolves around battle merits. These merits serve as the main currency here to buy items and passes. Everyone starts with a small initial amount, but they must kill to earn more. Ye Bei looks down at the faint, swirling aura enveloping his body with a satisfied smile. He remembers his previous life, struggling desperately just to make any progress. Now, achieving a breakthrough is as easy as breathing. Another notification pops up as the random teleportation triggers, causing the bodies of Tongortiu and the other two to glow. Staring at his hands, Ye Bei notes that once their factions are chosen, they will be forcefully separated and sent to different areas. Listen up. He gives his disciples one final command to remember. Hold on to your map pendants. Once inside, meet up at the coordinates marked by your eldest sister. The group quickly replies in unison, understood. The four transform into beams of light, shooting off in different directions. One streak cuts through the mountain peaks before landing in an open clearing in front of a silver tent. A glowing array manifests right outside the cave. Ye Bei steps out. He stands right in the light. At the Warwolf camp, two men walk out from the tent. The leader remarks that another newcomer has arrived, wondering what kind of weakling got sent to their spot this time. Meanwhile, Ye Bei remains focused on his status. This number must be his merit point balance. 300,000 is quite a lot. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him as the lead thug approaches. The man offers a hand, saying it is pretty dangerous for a mere Saint King here. Need a guide? Big brother here can show you around this place. Ye Bei shoots him a sharp, calculating look, noticing a white cloth tied around the man's arm. Simultaneously, the stranger's eyes lock onto something. 300,000. That massive number is currently flashing on his wrist device. Instantly, the man's fake smile turns into pure greed. Throwing an arm around Ye Bei's shoulder, he warmly asks if this is his very first time in the outer battlefield. No companions around, right? But he is already analyzing a fatal loophole. Here's where the real plotting begins. If members of the same faction kill each other, their points vanish completely instead of transferring. Yet, the system allows a dirty trick at an outsider to murder your teammate. Then slay that outsider yourself to easily claim the entire pool of lost points. Right now, the thug's partner is already resting his hand on the hilt of his weapon. Reading the situation, Ye Bei acts completely naive, replying that they had 4 people but only he got sent here. Watching his defenseless act, the thug secretly makes his move. This naive kid is probably some pampered disciple raised on endless resources in some sacred palace. He has 0 real-world experience and is basically a simpleton, the perfect target for a trap. Finally, he leads him over to a massive, towering stone pillar. Pointing up at the top, he proudly explains, "Look here, brother. These sturdy black towers are scattered all over this outer battlefield. 2 stone tablets stand right in front, marking out the god-slaying and battle merit rankings. Getting onto either list makes you a famous powerhouse in this warzone." Listening to this, Ye Bei suddenly notices something interesting as he stares at the 2 stone tablets in front of him. He realizes his demon sect leader, Luo Shusheng, is ranked 12th on the battle merit board, and her name is on the god-slaying list too. How recklessly did that girl fight? Well, it makes total sense, since her whole cultivation path is built on the absolute Tao of destruction. But look at this, one thug whispers to his boss, asking if they should finally make their move now. The other thug chimed in, "Let us destroy this kid's cultivation and feed him to the beasts. 300,000 battle points are ours for the taking." Quickly, the thick-eyebrowed leader stops them. "Do not rush." Grasping his blade hilt, he whispers, "This naive kid totally bought into my friendly act and dropped his guard completely. So let us strike him down now." He draws his weapon. Then, he creeps up behind Ye Bei as a faint, menacing light glints off the sharp metal edge. Just then, Ye Bei calmly speaks up, "By the way, why did you all suddenly freeze up back there?" he asks, spinning a glowing orb of light in his hand while turning around with a treasure they might want to see. A swirling, colorful crystal suddenly appears right inside his open palm. He asks them how they like this item, and the thugs instantly stutter out a response. This is some serious good stuff. The crystal unleashes an overwhelming pressure, along with a blinding light, causing a massive tremor that physically distorts the leader's face in sheer panic. This crushing pressure traps them entirely inside. As one of them whimpers, "Boss, we cannot move a single muscle." The leader is pinned flat. Meanwhile, Ye Bei hums a little tune and casually sits right in front of him. Ye Bei pulls off the cloth covering the thug's wrist, revealing his high score shining clearly on the display. Rubbing his chin, Ye Bei praises the score, 10,000 battle points. Not bad at all, because robbing robbers is truly the fastest path to getting rich. Then he tells them to reveal the other scores. Ye Bei sits in front of the thug holding 390,000 points, looking quite unimpressed. 390,000 points is pretty weak. You look way stronger than the boss, but your score is somehow lower than his. Sweat dripping down his face, the leader desperately begs, "Please disable this technique. We swear we will not lay a finger on you. Dangers lurk everywhere in this outer battlefield, and forming a team with us is your only real chance at survival here." Ye Bei mockingly asks, "Back when you play dirty tricks on others, it always comes back to bite you. When you robbed those innocent people, did you ever show them a shred of mercy?" He sinks into deep thought, adding up all 8 of you. That makes 3,800,000 points, which is actually quite a haul. Hearing this, the boss panics. But with a quick snap of his fingers, Ye Bei leaves him completely brain dead. Standing up and tapping his chin, he wonders who he can find to carry these guys off and finish the job. Under the blazing sun, he drags the 3 unconscious bodies deep into the woods, where beams of light filter through the dead trees. Once he reaches a clearing, a massive green giant carrying a giant club suddenly appears, standing tall on a nearby boulder and looking down with a growl. "Leave those bodies right here, kid, and scram." Ye Bei looks up as the beast, flashing red eyes and razor-sharp fangs, snarls, "Did you not hear me, kid?" Without a word, he tosses the 3 bodies right over to him. "If you want them, take them," he says. And as they fly over, the giant swings his giant club. Glancing down with his glowing red eyes, the giant notices his wrist screen rising up to 3,800,000 points, laughing that he hit the absolute jackpot today. Suddenly, a voice whispers right behind his shoulder, "You are not getting rich today, my friend, because I am." Seriously, how did Ye Bei even get back there? The giant just freezes in absolute shock. Condensing a sphere of pure energy right into his open palm, Ye Bei coldly orders him hand it all over right now. A series of loud impacts shatters the silence, and the defeated giant collapses flat onto the ground. The points displayed on his wrist immediately start draining away into blank lines. Watching his own points shoot up rapidly, Ye Bei looks more and more satisfied with his work. 4,260,000 points. Not bad at all. This will buy some pretty amazing loot at the Black Tower. Finally, he pulls out his jade slip and whispers time to head over to the treasure land marked by my disciple. Suddenly, 4 bright red dots light up on the screen. Checking the map, he concludes that his current position is pretty far off, and even traveling at full speed will take at least 4 hours. Suddenly, a large rock comes flying out of nowhere, but he reacts instantly and catches the projectile easily with his bare hand. Crushing the stone to dust, he glares over into the shadows and demands to know who is there, as a pair of slender female legs emerges. Juggling a few remaining rocks in her hands, Ko Tianyi steps out and asks if he is indeed Ye Bei, the founder of the Night Demon sect. Ye Bei chuckles and notes how incredibly fast news travels to this outland battlefield, since even a little girl already knows. Ko Tianyi scoffs in annoyance, snapping that it is not about the news being fast but her own massive social circle. Suddenly she demands to know his relationship with Luo Xuesheng. But instead of answering her, Ye Bei coldly fires back a question of his own, asking who she even is. He adds that their relationship is none of her business. But Ko Tianyi proudly boasts that she is the only daughter of the Shadow Moon Palace Master. She proudly declares that she has been chasing Luo Xuesheng for years. Claiming they will eventually become cultivation partners, she makes Ye Bei turn away in complete boredom as he mutters that Luo Xuesheng has no such taste. Feeling completely ignored, Ko Tianyi angrily yells at him to look back. She screams that just because he is the patriarch of the Night Demon sect does not mean she will not attack, demanding to know his connection to Luo Xuesheng. Suddenly, Ye Bei turns the tables by asking if she actually likes Luo Xuesheng. Asking if she confessed yet deals a pretty massive emotional blow to her. Blushing deeply, Ko Tianyi stammers out a confused response about confessing. She argues that liking someone does not require confessing, making Ye Bei realize it is just a one-sided crush. He ruthlessly delivers several more critical emotional hits, mockingly asking why she would ever keep her feelings secret and avoid confessing. Mockingly, he asks if she honestly thinks she is some untouchable fairy who can avoid rejection, pushing Ko Tianyi past her limit until she furiously challenges him. She demands a one-on-one duel, promising to leave immediately if he can defeat her. But if he loses, he must reveal Luo Xuesheng's current whereabouts. Though Ye Bei completely ignores her and just keeps on walking. He says to forget it because if she loses, she will just run crying to her dad, the second-ranked powerhouse on the Godslayer list. This makes Ko Tianyi quickly promise that if he can actually defeat her right now, she guarantees her father will absolutely not cause him any trouble. So Ye Bei agrees to a simple bet: if she can even touch his robe, she wins. He is in a pretty decent mood today anyway, so he figures he might as well play around with this stubborn girl for a bit. Now watch this. She instantly charges right at him as he calmly pulls out a piece of chaotic stone crystal. Since he is only facing one opponent, this small gravity suppression field is more than enough to freeze her completely. Her eyes widen in pure disbelief as Ye Bei stands over her triumphantly, turning to leave while tossing out a final, parting remark. He warns her that he spared her pride as a girl by not completely flattening her onto the dusty ground. Warning her to stop clinging to him, he suddenly feels something incredibly wrong the moment he tries to lift his foot. Realizing he cannot move, Ye Bei is stunned, while Ko Tianyi smirks from the ground and notes he is not the only one with suppression powers. Determined to win, she focuses all her raw energy on Ye Bei, telling him he is not escaping this time. Feeling a heavy pressure weighing down on him, Ye Bei glances back and realizes this girl is actually wielding the power of laws. He instantly recognizes the gravity law as Ko Tianyi grits her teeth, warning him not to treat her like some clueless princess. Ye Bei sighs once more before delivering a verbal slap, pointing out that a spoiled princess is indeed still a princess. He mocks her for getting immediately cocky over a tiny advantage, which makes her absolutely furious as she demands to know what he just said. Ignoring her anger, he quietly chants his thunder spell, instantly wrapping his entire body in violent, crackling bolts of lightning. You feel that sudden shift in the air? A massive, terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly crashes down with unbelievable force. As the blinding light and thick smoke slowly fade away, Ko Tian-ni is left collapsed on the stone ground, with tiny electric sparks crackling across her skin. Yibei casually rubs his wrist and points out that she completely abandoned her defense to attack, leaving her wide open to a headshot. He adds that he was holding back his thunder spell's power just enough to knock her down safely, as a frustrated Ko Tian-ni slowly pushes herself up off the ground. She complains that he is totally shameless for not waiting until she was ready. But he fires back, telling her to actually use her brain. Imagine she encounters a real, vicious enemy on the battlefield and asks to pause for a quick bathroom break if she honestly thinks they will wait, making her scream that a powerful great emperor should not talk so vulgarly. She calls him completely gross, but Yebei does not care at all. He waves his hand dismissively, telling her to clean her face and go her own way, which only makes her stomp her foot in absolute rage. Suddenly noticing her right behind him, he turns around and asks why she is still following him. Since she lost the bet, she was supposed to leave. But Ko Tian-ni just huffs and retorts that they are simply traveling on the same road. She stubbornly claims she never actually admitted defeat anyway, adding that she still has plenty of trump cards left but is simply too tired to fight today. Hearing her ridiculous excuse leaves Yebei completely speechless. Realizing how incredibly stubborn she is, he sighs and reluctantly agrees to let her tag along. As they walk, Gu Xianer suddenly pipes up Yebei. "Where are you headed anyway? Is Luo Sheng there with you?" She puffs her cheeks in frustration right after. How could an annoying guy like him even know Luo Sheshang? What kind of complicated history do those two even share? Meanwhile, as they cross into the Insect King territory, skulls on the ground are being hollowed out by creepy little pests. They slowly walk past them. A white snake flicking its tongue on a pillar scares Gu Xianer half to death. Creepy cocoons dangle from the cavern ceiling as she whimpers out in fear. "Yebei, let's take a detour." But he quickly shut her down. This rotting area is massive, and a detour would add days to their journey. "If you are that scared, let's split up here," he suggests. She immediately turns away in a huff. She proudly declares, "I am the daughter of the Emperor, a powerful cultivator myself. There is no way I am scared." Wait, hear that? A sudden echo rings out, making her wonder if there is trouble right ahead. Down below, a girl is unleashing incredibly skilled sword strikes. Watching from above, Yebei quickly recognizes her. It is indeed his disciple, a Leng. Ouyang Leng is busy slashing through endless waves of larvae, clearly annoyed by these sticky pests. The bugs keep coming as her blade unleashes relentless waves of energy. No matter how many of these pests she slices, they just won't die. With two final crossing slashes, Ouyang Leng stands atop a massive mountain of sliced-up insect corpses. Catching her breath, she realizes there has to be a powerful mother bug nearby controlling this swarm. If she doesn't kill the leader soon, she will drop from exhaustion. Suddenly, the fallen bugs spit out sticky silk. The sticky threads tightly wrap her twin swords, completely trapping her as the tide of battle turns. Her swords are bound. She gasps, "This soft silk is countering my strikes." Two massive silk threads shoot straight at her, and with her body completely bound, she curses inwardly, "Damn it, I cannot dodge this." Yibei flashes into action, reaching out with his bare hands to grab the incoming silk. Ouyang Long gasps out in shock, "Master!" He grips the threads tight, taking this moment to teach his disciple a lesson. "Your style is all about raw power, a Leng. It works wonders against brute force, but it falls short against flexible traps like this." He recites the incantation for his supreme demon bone burn, and a dark energy instantly wraps around his body. The power surges down the threads, exploding right into the swarm and blasting the bugs away. He calmly explains a dense formation like this is just like chained ships. Burning them with fire is your best bet. Just then, Gu Xianer catches up with them, crossing her arms as she offers a reluctant compliment. This annoying guy actually has some tricks, burning down so many bugs instantly. Ouyang Leng is startled by her sudden appearance. She watches them, and wonders who is this girl traveling with Master. Could she be related to eldest senior sister? Yibei casually sits down and picks up one of the dead larvae. It looks absolutely disgusting, but he notes that it smells pretty good roasted. And then, he pops it straight into his mouth. He remembers eating roasted silkworms at street stalls in his past life. Chewing happily, he asks if either of them wants a bite. Gu Xianer recoils in disgust, "No way. Absolutely not for me." Ouyang Leng stammers in pure horror. Even if it is a command from her master, she cannot, but suddenly, a booming voice echoes from the shadows. "Insects eat humans, not the other way around. I am going to make you pay a heavy price for this insult." Ye Bei is not surprised at all, since he knew this would happen. Look at the ground, it is shaking as something massive starts breaking through the cracks. Yibei quietly stares right at it. A giant, slimy mouth emerges right in front of them. He quickly barks out, "Aleng, take Guxianer and break out, they are after me." Ouyang immediately obeys as endless waves of insects start crawling toward them from every direction. Guxianer refuses to be left behind and unleashes her own power. "Do not underestimate me," she snaps, activating a crushing wave of gravity. The intense pressure clears a small space around them, even as the swarm keeps closing in. Yebei quickly conjures a glowing array beneath their feet. "You want to win with numbers," he mutters. "Then I will do the opposite." He slams his hand down and activates the Summon Dao resonance. "Call forth the undead." A massive undead warrior rises right in front of them, leaving Ouyang wondering what her master is planning. Guxianer scoffed, "You summoned a weak corpse like that? What is it going to do?" But Yebei just tells the zombie to go play. The zombie rushes forward while making some incredibly bizarre noises as it charges into the fray. It dives headfirst into the swarm, enjoying the impact before spinning at high speed to send the bugs flying in all directions. Guxianer cries out in confusion, facing the massive swarm of insects blotting out the sky. To her, a single zombie is totally useless in this situation, so she frantically tells Ouyang they need to rush in and rescue Yebei immediately. But Ouyang calmly tells her not to be so reckless. While nearby, the larvae begin to gnaw on the zombie. Their razor-sharp teeth tear the flesh apart bit by bit until their eyes suddenly glow green, rapidly mutating their entire bodies. Guxianer is completely shocked into silence. Yibei explains that these insects are eating infected zombie flesh, and soon, the virus will multiply exponentially from 10 to thousands. With that, he waves his hand, ordering them to fly out. "Unleash, my zombie insects." The moment he speaks, countless infected larvae swarm and viciously tear into the unmutated ones. Whether they get bitten or bite others, the virus spreads like wildfire through the entire swarm. As the uninfected larvae scatter in panic, Yebei orders a halt and watches from a cliff, leaving Guxianer asking why they aren't giving chase. Yibei simply replies, "Don't be so reckless, because I've already got everything completely under control." Hearing this, she silently curses them both, thinking they are truly master and disciple with how underhanded they are, before asking what their next move is. The master answers with a single word, "Wait," as two glowing lights appear. Wuluwang growls in pure rage, furious that her swarm couldn't even handle a single human, forcing her to step in herself. But check this out, an insect suddenly bites her leg, leaving her shocked to realize his virus had a hidden incubation period. As the virus invades her bloodstream, Wuluwang clutches her head in absolute agony, as her painful screams echo out from the deepest parts of the ravine. Up above, Yebei and his group are waiting patiently, knowing the time is right, as massive spider legs emerge from the fissure. Guxianer screams in pure excitement as the giant spider form of Wuluwang finally reveals itself right before their eyes. Yebei calmly notes that Wuluwang's points have transferred, showing she is officially dead. He wants to see how much the 50th place on the merit board is worth, as a long string of numbers appears right in front of him. Guxianer loses her mind, screaming that it is over 3 million points, but Ouyang knows that is nothing given his master's godlike power. Yibei agrees, adding that besides these massive merit points, they got another huge harvest. Reaching his hand toward Wuluwang, a crystalline light shines forth as he notes a powerful bug queen like this will be highly useful later. For now, he orders her to temporarily guard the primal chaos stone stale and the heavenly pool treasure. With Wuluwang completely dealt with, they finally set off on their journey again, Yebei noting they are now very close to the snow mark. Ouyang agrees they should press on under the clear blue sky, while Guxianer warns them not to dare leave her behind. Beneath the giant tower, a large crowd murmurs in pure excitement, telling each other to look at the merit board as someone gets completely knocked down. Seeing the commotion, Sun Wuxiao points and calls out to her fourth senior sister, Qi Taibai, that they should go over and check it out. But Qi Taibai shows zero interest and tries to drag her away instead. She warns her not to meddle, reminding her they must meet at the designated location marked by their eldest senior sister. But Sun Wuxiao excitedly pulls her back, saying it won't take long. Squeezing into the crowd, both of them are completely stunned as they look up at the ranking board. From a distance, the merit board is filled with glowing characters, featuring a very familiar name currently sitting right at the 50th spot. You see, Sun Wuxiao is dazed, since this board has not shifted in years. To her, their master's sheer speed defies all logic, while Qi Taibai silently ponders, knowing their master likely didn't just surpass the 50th ranker but directly slaughtered him. While the crowd is focused on the board, a man suddenly appears high up on the stage. He holds up a prize, loudly shouting that a brand new auction is starting now. Presenting a glowing green crystal to the crowd, he introduces it as the coordinates of the 50th ranker on the board. Coordinates of the human Yebei with 325,876,277 points start at 3 million. Baishan tells his ally 3 million is worth risking for 300 million. He suggests they team up and split the massive bounty, but his ally disagrees, arguing anyone who can make that board is definitely no ordinary fighter. Thinking they should avoid looking for trouble, the auctioneer continues, giving out details to fire up the crowd. Hearing Ye Bei is just a sectless Saint King, the crowd below instantly goes wild. They mock him as a mere kid at the Saint King tier, who must have gotten incredibly lucky to score so many points. Believing he stumbled onto some treasure, they urge each other to pay the millions just to go hunt down this weak kid. With a huge bounty of over 300 million waiting for them, nothing could possibly be more profitable, and hands immediately start shooting up to bid. The bids rapidly skyrocket past the starting price, rising to over 3,500,000 merit points as they fight to win. Chitai Bai frowns and mutters that 4 million should be plenty, but bids 5 million anyway, confident no one can beat that price. Their master might be incredibly powerful, but drawing this much attention from the crowd is bound to bring massive trouble. Sun Wuxiao watches as some guy raises a finger and bids a massive amount. He bids 10 million, turning every head in the room. Someone asks if that is Ji Wudi from the Wuji Holy Land. The guy arrogantly shouts out, "I, Ji Wudi, bid 10 million. The crowd goes wild, whispering about why the Holy Son of the Wuji Holy Land is even here. Others whisper that even if someone had more than 10 million, they wouldn't dare challenge him. Offending the Wuji Holy Land never ends well. Up on stage, the auctioneer calls out if there are no other bids, then it goes to the Wuji Holy Land. And just like that, Ji Wudi wins the auction, immediately snatching the prize straight out of the auctioneer's hands. Perfect. With this tracking stone, he can easily find that brat Ye Bei. Now get this, he smugly stares at his crystal, thinking about how easily those 300 million merit points will be his as a red dot flashes on screen. The dot blinks on the dark background. Meanwhile, Ye Bei holds his own tracking jade, sensing their target is just up ahead. Ouyang points ahead with excitement. "Master, look, it must be right there, just past those tall stone pillars." She turns and mentions hearing some rumors during her fights here. Apparently, her senior sisters are all training in one of the absolute most dangerous zones here. Ye Bei looks quite thoughtful as he ponders this. This place is right on the main road, and yet, it is completely deserted. Those 3 white towers probably have some sort of deadly trap keeping normal people far away. Suddenly, his eyes dart downward as a powerful surge of energy rushes in, crashing hard onto the ground. Emerging from the smoke, the intruder laughs, "Found my 3 million merit points." Ji Wudi stands right before them, holding up his tracking crystal. He arrogantly yells out, "Hand over your head obediently, and I will give you a quick death." Ye Bei remains completely unfazed, calmly muttering, "Looks like another dog sniffing around for blood." A moment later, Gu Xian'er finally catches up, complaining, "Hey, why did you run so fast? Wait for me." Seeing her, Ji Wudi gets even more excited. The spoiled mistress of Shadow Moon Palace? Talk about a buy-one-get-one free deal. Only now does Gu Xian'er notice their uninvited guest. Recognizing Ji Wudi, she immediately yells, "The outer battlefield is not a place where your Wuji Holy Land can run wild, so bring it on if you want to fight." He just laughs. What a joke. He raises a fist in pure contempt, asking if she really thinks she can stop him. Instantly, he slams his fist down, unleashing a shockwave that sends rocks flying. Pure terror. Caught in the shockwave, Gu Xian'er gasps such power. Having trapped Gu Xian'er, the guy rushes straight toward Ye Bei, shouting, "Brat, take this punch." Terrified, Ouyang screams, "Master, that punch is too strong, do not block it head on." But Ye Bei completely ignores the warning, gently pushing Ouyang aside. "Master, look out. He is still charging right at you," she screams. Ji Wudi mocks him, asking if he is trying to save his disciple from dying with him, claiming it almost makes him cry. As the fist nears, Ye Bei squints and asks, "Is that so? Then I am really looking forward to seeing you cry," Ye Bei says, calmly raising a single hand to catch the blow as a shockwave ripples outward. He caught it. In absolute shock, Ji Wudi gasps, "This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. That punch used 60% of my power. Even a great emperor-level cultivator should not be able to block it." Ye Bei calmly admits the attack had enough kick to actually sting a little. "Did you say you cultivate the great Tao of invincibility?" he asks, before adding, "If you want to defeat me, you should practice a Tao that specifically counters Ye Bei." Hearing this, Ji Wudi roars in pure rage, "How dare you be so incredibly arrogant?" He throws his other fist at him, but Ye Bei counters instantly, throwing a heavy punch right into his face. However, the hit only pushes the guy back a few steps, making Ye Bei stare at his fist and realize something about that strike felt off. Finding his footing, Ji Wudi sneers, "Strong punch, but it is utterly useless against me," boasting that his invincible great Tao is truly as peerless as its name suggests. Ye Bei mocks him again, "Your attacks are weak, even if your defense is decent. You should just change your name to Ji Black Turtle instead." Furious, Ji Wudi charges again, swinging his fists so fast through the rising dust that they become a complete blur. Gu Xian'er is completely speechless. So this is how Ye fights when he gets serious, holding his own against Ji Wudi. But Ouyang Lang immediately corrects her, saying it is not a tie at all. She calmly explains that their master is simply cracking open a giant crab. This weird comparison leaves Gu Xianer feeling completely lost and utterly confused. Cracking a crab? As the dust begins to clear, Ye Bei stands tall and declares that the fight is already over. But Ji Wudi, flat on the ground, just bursts out laughing, calling Ye Bei's moves weak and powerless before lunging right back into the fight with arrogant pride. Ye Bei tells him that he can make countless mistakes, but the moment his opponent makes just one, death is the only option. He calmly lifts his leg and delivers a brutal kick straight into Ji Wudi's stomach. Taking the massive blow directly, Ji Wudi's face twists in agony before he crashes violently into the solid cliffside. Ye Bei frowns and grinds his teeth. Wasting time here with this iron turtle of a man is a terrible idea. Yet Ji Wudi manages to stand tall, mockingly shouting that Ye Bei only has this tiny bit of actual skill. So just wait until I slowly grind you to death, Ji Wudi sneers. On the other side, Ye Bei catches something highly useful in that trash talk. With a subtle smile, he summons a long, sharp object, noting that his opponent's suggestion is actually pretty solid. The strange weapon rips open a massive rift, unleashing an endless torrent of zombie larvae that begins pouring out by the thousands. Ye Bei jokingly tells the black turtle that he is just finding him some new friends to play with. Ji Wudi sneers in pure disgust, yelling that these puny bugs are a joke and complaining about being so insulted. Instantly, he unleashes a massive burst of energy to blast the swarm away. Ye Bei simply waves his hand and turns to leave. He warns him that killing 10 bugs only makes the Swarm King spawn 100 more, enough to keep him busy for a year. He then adds that he has real business and no time to waste. Ji Wudi throws a furious punch at the swarm, screaming in rage as he tries to clear them out. He yells at the bastard to stop, but the massive swarm keeps piling on. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he curses as the bugs somehow keep multiplying. Leaving him behind, Ye Bei tells Ouyang Lang to let the fool play with his new pets while they make their exit. Now get ready for this. 2 hours later, they stop, and Ye Bei's jade token confirms they've finally found the spot. 2 young women guard the entrance ahead, immediately calling out to demand who they are as the group approaches. They warn that this is a forbidden temple closed to outsiders, while Zhu Ying whispers to the others, asking if that girl is Gu Xianer. Li Kuei joins the gossip, noting that she actually chased the sect master all the way to this temple. He wonders if they should praise her persistence or just call her an absolute pest. Gu Xianer overhears the whispering and snaps instantly. She demands to know who they are calling a pest, telling them to mind their own business. Ye Bei finally steps in to calm things down. At that moment, both Zhu Ying and Li Kuei finally take notice of his arrival. Stunned by his extraordinary aura and appearance, they realize who he is when he asks if they are members of the Night Demon sect. Dropping to their knees, Zhu Ying and Li Kuei of the Night Demon sect pay their respects to the ancestor. Ye Bei calmly tells them to rise and lead him to Luo Xueshang. As they reach the massive gates, one of the disciples nervously addresses the ancestor. She explains that this is the sect master's zone of opportunity, but entering it requires spending a massive amount of battle merits. Hearing this, he turns to Ouyang Lang, instructing her to stay outside with the others to guard the perimeter. He will head in alone, to which she quickly agrees, but as Ye Bei steps through, Gu Xianer rushes forward and yells for him to wait. Ouch, a heavy thud echoes as she slams right into the wooden doorframe. Gu Xianer drops to the ground, clutching her bleeding nose as she spots a message demanding 10 million points. She screams in pure disbelief, asking if the system has gone completely mad. What kind of demonic place requires 10 million points anyway? Inside, Ye Bei smirks, finally getting to reunite with Luo Xuesheng. Outside, Gu Xianer points angrily at the gates, accusing them of doing this on purpose. She complains that Sister Luo Sheng's previous guests couldn't possibly have paid 10 million points each. Zhu Ying explains that this place has a very special feature, allowing one person to cover the entry fees for everyone. Li Kuei agrees, recalling that the points were deducted directly from the sect master, and they spent over 300 million points back then. Meanwhile, Ye Bei is teleported to a mystical, dreamlike hall. He slowly climbs the floating stairs, heading toward a grand pavilion. Squinting, he examines the towering white structure, recognizing it as a trial tower worth 10 million battle merit points. He pushes the door open and steps inside, not caring about the 10 million point entry fee. At the center of the hall stands a stone lion glowing with a mystical blue light. The statue speaks up, informing him that to learn the skills on each floor, he must pass its trial first. Ye Bei stands below, lost in thought. Contemplation and trials, he mutters, asking if he really looks like someone with that much free time. The stone lion warns him that failing the trial means wasting those 10 million points. Ye Bei ignores the warning entirely, reaching out his hand and telling the statue that he does not need a reminder. Sweating in panic, the stone lion tries to stop him, crying out to wait. Without a single word, Ye Bei grabs the statue and flings it high into the air, ordering it to stop talking and open the path to the second floor. A doorway swings open above, revealing a long staircase. He takes his time, slowly climbing up to reach the second floor. The moment Yebei steps onto the floor, he spots 5 young women sitting around an incense burner, noting that only the 5 of them are present. One of the girls suddenly gasps and opens her eyes. Looking to the side, she realizes this voice belongs to Master. Instantly, all 5 girls whip around. "It really is Master," they cry, hoping this isn't another second-floor trial. He must have sensed eldest sister in danger and showed up to save her. If it is really him, then she will definitely be safe and sound. It must be so. Hearing Luo Shushang's name, he quickly demands, "What about my eldest disciple? Tell me everything." One incense burn later, Yebei now understands the situation and quietly starts to analyze it. It turns out this entire time trial tower is heavily layered with time laws. Because of that, time flows differently on every single floor. On the first floor, 1 day outside equals 2 days inside, a 1:2 ratio. On the second floor, 1 day outside equals 5 days inside. That makes a 1:5 ratio. The third floor is 1:10, and the fourth is 1:50. On the fifth, it is 1:100. The sixth floor is 1:200, and the seventh is 1:500. The eighth floor is 1:1000, while the ninth floor is 1:2000. The pink-haired girl adds, "Eldest sister wanted to master the time laws, so she determinedly challenged all 9 floors of this tower. It took her 20 years to clear the first 8 floors, which means she used up 1,000 years of lifespan inside." Yebei starts calculating. For normal humans, cultivating to the semi-emperor realm grants 3,000 years of lifespan, and breaking through to the great emperor realm extends it to 10,000 years. Hearing his analysis, the 2 disciples behind him sigh in relief. If that is the case, eldest sister shouldn't worry about lifespan since she still has nearly 9,000 years. But then, Yebei suddenly remembers something crucial and asks, "Wait a minute, how long has Luo Shuang been stuck on the 9th floor?" The pink-haired girl answers it has been over 4 years since she first stepped up there. Another disciple softly adds, "That is 4 years calculated by the time in the outside world." Yebei bites his finger, muttering and calculating in his head. Over 4 years outside, meaning with the 9th floor's time flow, Luo Shoshang has already spent nearly 8,000 years inside. He bites his nail even harder as his thoughts race, until the terrifying math finally clicks. Let that sink in with her previous 1,000 years gone. She barely has any life left at all. A disciple casts her eyes down and says over 30 sisters tried to storm the 9th floor to convince her to leave, but let alone the 9th. In the last 10 years, not a single soul has managed to even reach the 8th floor. Yebei finally decides, "All right, keep practicing. Now that I am here, you don't need to worry." His face hardens with determination. "You silly girl, just wait for me." In one breath, Yebei charges straight up to the 8th floor, where a massive tower guardian blocks the vast path. Yebei leaps up, shooting forward. Right in front of him, the tower guardian steps forward with a sharp, icy warning. "I am the tower guardian. If you dare try to ascend to the 9th floor, there will be no mercy." As he speaks, the guardian's eyes flash with light, but before he can even raise his hand, Yebei unleashes a devastating downward strike, roaring, "Get out of my way." With a violent crash, the guardian is slammed hard onto the ground, his body instantly sliced clean in half. Using the guardian's head as a springboard, Yebei vaults high into the air, determinedly dashing up the steps at blinding speed. He glides across a field of lush green grass before finally sticking a landing. Looking around, he mutters coldly at long last, "The 9th floor." Suddenly, he turns his head and notices something on the ground, a stone tablet carved with ancient writing. Glancing over, he reads the words carved on it, "Defeat your inner demon within the time limit." He sighs and mutters in a scolding tone, if only this silly girl could let go of the obsession in her heart, she would have crushed her inner demon and cleared this floor long ago. But right then, the ground violently trembles, and a massive black tentacle ruptures the earth, shooting straight up. "Look at that absolute monster." Yebei stares up in utter shock, shouting in disbelief as this colossal serpent-like beast looms before him, towering with immense majesty. Embedded in its forehead is an oval gem, with a faint silhouette trapped deep inside. It is the very person he is searching for, Luo Shoshang, completely unconscious. The massive black beast roars, "Arrogant brat, how dare you insult the time trial tower? This great emperor girl's lifespan is nearly depleted. She is about to become my feast." Its glowing eyes lock onto him as it continues, "And with you showing up, it is like adding extra seasoning to my meal." Down below, Yebei grips his sword tightly and fires back, "You are just a loudmouth snake, borrowing the power of the time laws." Enraged, the beast snarls, "You dare insult me? Fine. I will use a mere saint king like you as an appetizer first." It stretches its giant jaw wide open, revealing razor-sharp fangs, dripping with a sickening pool of toxic venom. Yebei prepares his stance and scoffs, looking down on a saint king. "I only need this blunt sword to put you down." The moment he speaks, a powerful blaze in his hand sweeps cleanly and decisively right across the serpent's head. A cracking sound echoes as the gem on its forehead begins to fracture, followed by a loud boom that completely shatters the seal on Luo Shushang. Falling backward, she drops right into his arms as he catches her perfectly. Ye Bei looks down at her and whispers, "Silly girl, we finally meet again." But seeing her still completely unconscious, his mind starts running the numbers. With only 300 years left here, this floor's time ratio means her real-world lifespan is down to just 60 days. 2 months later, and she would have been gone. Suddenly, she slowly opens her eyes. Floodgates of memory suddenly open inside her mind, with Ye Bei's voice still echoing from long ago. He opened his arms with a warm smile. "I am Ye Bei, what is your name?" Back then, they were just tiny kids. She looked up with innocent eyes, stammering Locke, Luo Shusheng. Now, waking up in his arms, she mutters those exact words in a daze. "Yes." But she bites her lip. Shutting her eyes, her voice overflows with bitterness. "Now watch this." She glares Time Tower. "Did you change the trial because my life is ending?" She snaps Time Tower. "I do not need your cheap deathbed comfort." Ye Bei sighs gently, "Silly girl. I am sorry I came so late." Luo Shushang presses her hand against his chest to channel her spell, her voice still completely bitter. "Mind demon. Playing the emotional card now?" She sighs, "At least try to make it believable. My master could not even break past the body-tempering realm before he died, so how could he reach a level this high?" Suddenly, her bloodshot eyes snap open. She roars, "Do you want to die?" Even Ye Bei is stunned by her sudden rage. She slams a powerful palm strike into his chest, making the entire ground around them shake violently. Purple lightning crashes down as blood drips to the floor. Blown backward, Ye Bei clutches his chest, shocked by her devastating destructive power. He groans, "Damn girl, are you trying to turn me into an actual mind demon with that blow?" Pulling himself together, he quickly summons a long whip glowing with a brilliant golden light. Ye Bei figures this whip is my personal weapon, so surely this will finally make her recognize me, right? But Luo Shueshang mockingly laughs, "A divine whip? Nice trick, you finally conjured up something new." Ye Bei bites his lip, annoyed. This stubborn girl is still as hard-headed as ever. Ignoring him, she charges straight forward again. Refusing to back down, Ye Bei instantly unleashes his golden whip right at her. An intense clash explodes, shaking the heavens. Dust and debris blast outward as they trade brutal blows. Soon, Ye Bei backs off and stops attacking. He snaps Luo Shang, "Have you had enough?" She slams both hands onto his chest, her face turning completely dark. Seeing her intense gaze, Ye Bei softly murmurs her name. Wait for it, before he can even finish his sentence, she pulls him in for a sudden kiss. A deeply passionate moment. Then, they slowly pull away from each other. Resting her head on his chest, she whispers, "Mind demon, let me pretend you are my master, just for a moment." Ye Bei says nothing, listening in silence. Her voice drops into pure sadness. "Master, I am so useless. 9,000 years have passed, yet I still could not beat this tower to master the laws of time and revive you." Looking up, she pours her heart out, confessing that over these 9,000 years, she only missed him more and more. Shutting her eyes, she leans back against him, wondering if he still remembers their happiest days together. Like when he tried to teach her cooking, and she was always so clumsy and constantly lectured. With teary eyes, she remembers him teaching her how to make cotton candy and fireworks. She whispers, "Ye Bei, I might join you in death very soon. I honestly hope that day comes a little bit sooner." Letting her finish, Ye Bei gently comforts her, "Silly girl. Is your master really worth all this pain?" Tilting her chin up, he looks straight into her eyes. "If you never grow up, how can I ever leave you on your own?" He pulls her close. "Let me teach you one more time." As massive cracks rip across the time tower, Ye Bei carries her right through the rift to the outside, landing safely on the ground. Realizing they are outside, she gasps, "Wait, is this outside the tower?" Ye Bei just smiles gently. Confused, she stammers, "How is this possible, mind demon?" She quickly leaps out of his arms, taking several cautious steps back. Complete shock. She stares, whispering, "Master, is it really you?" Smiling warmly, he chuckles, "Just a second ago, you were cursing me out, and now you are calling me master?" He then pats his chest. "If I were some fake, those 2 insane, destructive strikes of yours would have completely obliterated my soul by now." She freezes. Absolute panic. "What do I do now? I just kissed my master out of nowhere. And then I said all those insanely embarrassing things. What do I do now? What do I do?" Ye Bei just smiles at her, saying in a gentle, teasing tone, "You silly girl, always worrying about the smallest little details. No wonder you got stuck in there for 9,000 years. It really was your ultimate trial." He clears his throat and speaks up, "Silly girl, begin your breakthrough right now. Your master will protect you and your whole clan." She looks at him in disbelief. "Master, it is not that I do not want to," she says, "but I am terrified I cannot survive the Emperor Tribulation." But Ye Bei just stands there, totally confident. "Silly girl," he smiles, "if you do not pass this, how can I hold your hand and grow old with you?" Hearing that, Luo Shang completely freezes. Yi Bei cannot help but tease her. Why are you spacing out? Do you really hate the idea of being with your master that much? She stammers out, yes, I do. Luo Shuishang is willing. With that, Luo Shang turns around and flies straight up into the air master. I am starting now. Down below, Yi Bei cheers her on, waiting for her triumph. She charges forward, yelling, let the Emperor Tribulation come. High in the sky, Luo Shuishang begins her highly dangerous breakthrough process. True to his word, Yi Bei stays right there, his eyes locked onto her as he carefully watches every single step of her tribulation. Meanwhile, Gu Xianer is pacing around with anxiety, muttering to herself, why are they not out yet? Suddenly, her eyes go wide with pure shock as she points and shouts, hey, look over there, Zhu Ying. Li Kuei looks up too. Zhu Ying gasps, that is not our sect master. Gu Xianer shouts the Emperor Tribulation. You can see her panic here. She wonders, how is Luo Shuishang breaking through to the Emperor realm so fast? High above, the lotus core glows fiercely. Gu Xianer can only watch in awe back then. My own father had to prepare for a whole 1,000 years just to face this same tribulation. Back on the ground, Yi Bei takes a slow step forward, looking up with immense pride. The tribulation adjusts its deadliness based on the cultivator's own path. These terrifying clouds are definitely channeling the grand Tao of destruction. Right after that, violent gold lightning strikes down from the sky, instantly aiming directly at a single point. Inside the storm, Luo Shuishang casually blocks the lightning strikes with just a single hand, her massive energy shattering the bolts into pieces. Shattering them, she sneers, way too weak. But the lightning strikes back even harder this time, condensing the energy into 3 faceless, shadowy figures. Luo Shang watches closely and analyzes the threat. They were all legendary geniuses once, supreme beings who ruled over their own vast regions. Yet after falling to this tribulation, they became mindless, shattered souls sealed away inside the storm forever. The 3 shadows merge into a glowing orb, shooting a massive beam of golden light straight at her. But Luo Shuishang remains completely calm. The dead should act like they are dead. There is no place for you in this world anymore. Then, she screams out, perish. At her command, rings of destructive power erupt outward, tearing through the wind to blast her enemies. Watching from a distance, Luo Shuishang's junior sister shouts in shock, look over there. Is that not our eldest senior sister? Master is there too. Another disciple yells in total excitement, oh my god, the Emperor Tribulation. Up in the sky, Luo Shuishang continues to mock the storm, show me whatever else you have got. Instantly, the golden energy conjures a massive army of giants. Luo Shuishang just closes her eyes, completely unfazed and not caring at all. Gathering energy in her hands, she sneers at the sky, I will show you how pathetic and arrogant you really are. But check out her face now, she completely flips into beast mode, unleashing the grand Tao of destruction. Amidst the roaring shouts, a massive beam of purple lightning crashes down, forming a towering pillar of light. Luo Shuishang stands on top of the pavilion, surrounded by a titanic surge of power. The terrifying lightning is now reduced to tiny sparks. Yi Bei, satisfied, calmly smiles, she actually succeeded. The system alerts Ghost Empress Sect Master Luo Shang, Early Emperor Realm. Yi Bei flies straight up to stand before Luo Shuishang, opening his arms wide as he teases, come on, give your master a hug to celebrate reaching the Emperor Realm. Blushing, she looks away shyly, master, all my junior sisters are watching us. Is this not a little inappropriate? But down below, her incredibly supportive junior sisters shout up, do not worry, eldest senior sister. We will cover our eyes and look away. And just like that, they share a deeply romantic embrace. He praises her gently. Congratulations, my silly girl. You truly are the eldest senior sister everyone can look up to. Then he turns to the crowd and proudly announces, my disciples, your master has returned. You have all suffered so much over these past years. He adds, from now on, anyone who dares bully us will pay the price. Before touching down, he declares whoever looks down on us, we will slap them right back. From this day forward, we will never fear any master or back down from any powerful sect again. Declaring this, Yi Bei walks forward with pride, as system notifications begin ringing out one after another in another dimension. It starts with 22 out of 108 disciples, but then a massive wave of reward notifications rolls in for 61 of them. Looking at the screen, Yi Bei smiles in satisfaction and immediately starts running the math to see exactly what he scored. 1 Supreme Emperor skill card, 1 Great Emperor skill card, and 52 Half Emperor skill cards. A rare Great Tao costs 10 Half Emperor cards, super rare costs 20, and epic tier requires 50 of them. To get a mythical Great Tao, he needs 100 Half Emperor skill cards. Thankfully, 1 Great Emperor skill card is worth 10 of those Half Emperor ones. With the math done, he asks the system, hey, is this Supreme Emperor skill card worth 100 Half Emperor cards? The system responds instantly, 1 Supreme Emperor skill card is only equal to 50 Half Emperor skill cards. Disappointed by that stingy answer, Ye Bei clenches his fist and lets out some pretty colorful curse words. Damn it. I knew it, he grumbles. How could this trash system ever be generous? But at least he can finally exchange his cards for a mythical great Dao. After carefully counting everything one last time, he makes his move system. Do the trade. I want to exchange for the mythical great Dao. The system processes the request, and a new chime rings out. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mythical great Dao of creation. This broken tier lets you stack on another completely different Dao. Ye Bei reads through the description, focusing on the creation part. It seems there is a catch listed in the footnotes. The system opens up a new window to display the brutal requirements needed to unlock the legendary tier. First, the host must fully master the power of another great Dao. Second, he needs his own mini-world. Third, he must have a divine artifact to stabilize it. Since he fails the check, the system blocks him from obtaining the legendary great Dao for now. He snaps in frustration. I worked my butt off for 100 cards just for you to lock me out? But complaints will not help. Ye Bei shifts his focus back to the requirement of owning a mini-world. That barren territory of his should work perfectly. Mastering another Dao is also quite simple. The only real issue is finding a divine weapon. Ye Bei raises his hand, summoning a glowing stone. Immediately, its stats and description pop up in front of him. It is the Chaos Stone, a high-grade Emperor weapon. He sighs in mild disappointment as expected. It is just high-grade. Where is he supposed to find a true divine artifact now? Suddenly, it hits him. That is it. Looking up at the white structure, he calls the system again. Tell me, what grade is this white tower? The system answers this is the Super Time Tower, a peak-grade Emperor weapon just one step away from becoming a divine artifact. Hearing this, a wicked grin spreads across Ye Bei's face. He strokes his chin, cooking up a wild, dangerous plan. Just watch him search the place. Every unique structure has its own core. Once he locates the core of this tower, everything else will be a piece of cake. But one major question bothers him. Is the core hidden on the 10th floor? Without even being asked, the system pops up a warning. To access the hidden 10th floor, he must pass the inner demon trial on the 9th. Before he can react, a small hand gently grabs his sleeve. He spins around in surprise. Behind him, Luo Shoshang whispers, Master, please let me face the inner demons by your side. Agreeing to her request, he soon sits completely still inside the tower's 9th floor, closing his eyes. Bring it on, inner demons. Swirling green smoke suddenly pulls his mind into a strange room. He looks around in shock and realizes this was his rented apartment before he transmigrated. The inner demons are already trying to mess with his mind. Transmigration, disciples, the battlefield, it was all just a long dream. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Ye Bei touches his face, asking, is this the real me? The voice of the inner demon keeps whispering in his ear, insisting that his true self has finally returned. It was only a long dream that he could not wake up from. But as he stands by the large window, staring at the sky, Ye Bei's gaze hardens with absolute resolve. Nice try, inner demon, but you made one huge mistake despite all your clever tricks. He stands by the glass for a long time, watching the illusion outside become incredibly clear before he finally speaks. Before I transmigrated, the city I lived in was always choked with heavy smog. It was never this clear and beautiful. He walks forward, laughing mockingly at himself. So, returning to that painful yet beautiful world was my deepest fear all along? If I ever have to return, I hope I will not be going alone. Suddenly, back in the real world, Ye Bei snaps his eyes wide open. He glances to the side and sees Luo Sheng fast asleep right next to him. He whispers softly, are you sleeping? I wonder how long it has been since this girl last had a decent rest. He gently strokes her hair, murmuring that this posture cannot be comfortable. Smiling, he decides that the core and the hidden 10th floor can wait until she wakes up. After all, this is the 9th floor of the Time Tower, a place where they have all the time in the world. 2 full days pass in the blink of an eye before Luo Sheng finally starts to wake. Under a shower of drifting flower petals, Ye Bei asks, awake already? Luo Shuishang sits up in pure joy, crying out, Master, you are still here. This is wonderful. It is not a dream after all. Luo Shuishang looks at him with curiosity, asking when her master passed his inner demon trial. She blames her own carelessness and begs him for punishment, but Ye Bei gently replies that he only finished it a few minutes ago. But then Ye Bei covers his mouth with a smirk and teases that she is the real silly girl here. She slept for 2 straight days and almost drooled. Luo Shoshang turns red with embarrassment, shouting at her master in frustration. Smiling, Ye Bei pats her head to comfort her, telling her to visit her junior sisters once she wakes up fully. Luo Shuishang pouts her cheeks cutely. Before Luo Shuishang can even say anything, Ye Bei adds that he has already broken through the 9th floor. Now he is going to challenge that hidden 10th floor. In a flash, Ye Bei vanishes into thin air, leaving Luo Shuishang standing there alone. The scene shifts to a pitch-black abyss where a single droplet of water falls. Ye Bei looks around and realizes this hidden zone is incredibly pitch black, so dark he cannot even see his own 5 fingers. Suddenly, a glowing bubble appears right in front of him, which happens to be the core of the Tower of Time. Without hesitation, Ye Bei reaches out to touch it. As his hand pushes inside, the backlash instantly causes his skin to wither and dry up. Wherever his skin touches the light, it instantly shrivels and wrinkles. This is exactly as he expected from an Imperial time weapon, meaning he must end this quickly. A moment later, he summons the mysterious Chaos Stone. Ye Bei commands his Supreme Demon Bone to fuse the Tower of Time and the Chaos Stale together, working hard while calculating his next move. Fusing them will skyrocket their overall grade. But if he fails, the weaker Chaos Stale will be completely crushed by the absolute power of time itself. A fish must leap the Dragon Gate to transform, so he gambles. Moments later, the stone cracks and shatters to pieces. Talk about an absolute disaster right in front of him. Ye Bei grimaces and curses out loud. Damn it, Chaos Stale. You are an upper Imperial weapon. How could you just wait? What is happening? Before he can even finish his sentence, a brilliant idea strikes him. He realizes he can use these broken shards, and his hands immediately form hand seals to act. Since forced fusion is out of the question, he will use the Chaos Stale shards as raw reinforcement material to upgrade the Tower of Time instead. He begins channeling his raw energy directly inside. The shattered shards swirl rapidly inside the glowing bubble. Full of hope, Ye Bei tells himself it is absorbing successfully, and now it is a matter of sink or swim. As the 2 powerful relics slowly merge, Ye Bei concentrates every ounce of his energy, causing half of his hair to turn completely white. He realizes this raw method of reinforcement is still far too crude and rigid. Suppressing the intense rejection from the Tower of Time is his main focus now, leaving him with only one desperate choice. Chanting the Demon Bone Blast incantation, he decides to let the energy flow directly into his own spiritual realm to control it. This lets him refine and strengthen the weapon simultaneously, as surging energy floods into the glowing sphere. Gritting his teeth, Ye Bei pushes harder, telling himself it is merely an Imperial weapon. So what if it is top tier? He refuses to believe he cannot conquer this relic. Soon, the Tower of Time vanishes into his arms, and the true form of the Chaos Demon Bone emerges. Standing before the giant entity, Ye Bei mutters that it looks perfect. The Tower of Time is slowly absorbing the shards, elevating it into a powerful pseudo-divine weapon. If this fell into anyone else's hands, the initial refinement phase alone would easily take 80 to 100 years, and that is not even mentioning the time needed to fully master it. The massive true form of the Chaos Demon Bone holds the Tower of Time, with everything playing out exactly as Ye Bei planned. But because he prepared the Chaos Demon Bone, which has the power to devour everything, pushing at maximum speed will allow him to completely refine and upgrade the Tower of Time in just 8 months. Finally, he stares down at his withered palm and does the math. Now that the divine relic is dealt with, the rest is just a matter of time, and Ye Bei suddenly materializes right behind Luo Xueshang. He softly calls out that he is back, and when Luo Shang turns around, her face is filled with pure shock. She gasps at his face. But here is the kicker. Ye Bei pretends to lean on a walking stick, lying in a trembling voice that his life is basically over. Horrified, she instantly throws herself into his arms, crying that if her master is going to die, she is going to die with him. Burying her face in his chest, she tearfully tells him that she can never bear the excruciating pain of losing him ever again. Ye Bei gently cups her cheek and scolds her warmly, calling her a silly girl. He tells her never to talk about dying together again. Luo Sheng tries to argue, but Ye Bei suddenly pulls out a small jade bottle out of nowhere. After popping the cork, he pours several glowing yellow pills straight into his mouth. With his eyes shut tight, the wrinkles on his face suddenly vanish without a single trace. Pointing at the bottle, he casually explains it was just temporary skin decay, and a single custom-refined youth pill is all it takes to fully recover. Seeing this, Luo Shoshong pouts and turns her face away, complaining that if her master keeps teasing her like this, she will ignore him forever. Ye Bei has to follow behind to coax her, promising that it was his mistake and he will never play such jokes on her again. As their figures disappear over the mountain peak, Ye Bei tells Luo Shoshang that Qi Tai Bai and Ton Nor Tiu should have arrived by now. He calls for Luo Shoshang to head out, and she replies that she already moved all her junior sisters out of the trial grounds, leaving them with absolutely no reason to stay here. Suddenly, a giant blue tail emerges. Its translucent body flashes with sharp white teeth as a beam of light slices right through it, and Kotia Ni, standing on its back, complains about the low battle points for such a massive beast. She looks down at her hands, forced to accept her situation. Believing 10 million battle points is worth risking everything to meet Luo Shang, she vows to push forward, while Qi Tai Bai watches this display with deep admiration. Wondering if this girl has always been so hyperactive, Li Hui, the secret incarnation of the sect master, simply agrees with him. Ton Ngor Teal just sighs against a pillar, while Odung Line stays silent, and honestly, can we blame them? After finishing off the beast, Ko Tianyi turns to Li Kuei, announcing she is off to farm battle points elsewhere. She begs her to send a message the moment Luo Shushang emerges, and Li Kuei readily promises to keep her updated. But deep down, she has absolutely no intention of telling her a thing, as a massive reincarnation vortex begins to swirl right before Ye Bei and Luo Shuishang. Right then, Truk Ung and Li Kuei bow down in deep respect to greet their founder. Welcoming their grand leader back, they eagerly announce that the entire Night Demon sect is completely ready to celebrate, demanding a massive, grand inauguration ceremony to honor their returning founder. Happily waving it off, Ye Bei says sincerity is far better than wasting resources. The two quickly obey, while Tongmortio runs up to Luo Shuishang, begging for a warm, long-awaited hug from her eldest sister. Qi Taibai chimes in, saying everyone has missed her dearly, prompting Luo Shuishang to smile warmly and note how long it has been since they last met. She notes Tongmortio and Odung Line are now great emperors, but warns that stopping their cultivation is like rowing upstream, they will fall behind. Cautious about their future training, Tongmortio obediently accepts her words, right when a loud and extremely excited voice suddenly echoes from inside the courtyard. Pointing to a massive jar of wine on the table, she exclaims that such a perfect day demands a proper celebratory drink for their master and eldest sister. Curious, Ye Bei asks where she got it, and Odung Line admits she brought it along because her journey here was pretty dull. Hearing about her tribe's legendary brew, Ye Bei admits he has heard of its fame long ago but never got to taste it before. With the cups quickly laid out, Odung Lan raises hers high, cheering to the wonderful reunion of all their sisters. Toasting both their master and eldest sister, everyone clinks their cups, and Ye Bei downs his drink, immediately praising its rich, incredible flavor. Looking over with concern, he reminds her that her alcohol tolerance was never great, so she should feel free to take it easy. Turning around, Ye Bei realizes Luo Shuishang has already downed her entire cup in one go, placing the empty vessel back onto the table. Already feeling quite tipsy, her face turns completely red as she slurs that since her master and junior sisters finished theirs, she cannot just hold back. Dragging Li Kuei into the fun, Tongmortio insists she must drink, since she is their eldest sister's disciple, leaving the poor girl sobbing in protest. Drunk. Quite drunk. Tongmortio babbles about keeping the drinks flowing because there is always another cup waiting. Udung Line joins the chaos, teasing that her sister still has 3 more cups to go, while Luo Shuishang desperately tries to refuse. Insisting one bowl is her absolute limit, Luo Shuishang claims she quit drinking, but a very drunk Odung Line challenges her to a one-on-one drinking battle, warning her she will not be responsible for carrying her to bed. A dizzy Tongmortio snaps back, asking who is actually drunk. Meanwhile, sitting quietly with Luo Shuishang, Ye Bei sighs softly while watching their silly antics. Pointing out that they are bickering again, he smiles, noting it is just like 300 years ago. Luo Sheng softly whispers his name as she leans her head right against his shoulder, making him realize she is completely drunk and needs to go outside for some fresh air. Watching their retreating figures slip out the door, Qi Taibai can't help but wonder where their master and eldest sister are heading off to. Promising her the cool night air will help her sober up, Ye Bei leads her outside, but she stubbornly mumbles that she is completely fine and not drunk at all. Softly teasing her, he says she is definitely drunk, but she only responds by snuggling even closer to his warm chest. Denying it, she stares directly into his eyes, completely lost in a warm, romantic atmosphere that makes the distinction between sober and drunk completely fade away. Qi Taibai starts putting the pieces together. And guys, are we actually about to see this romance finally happen? Suddenly, Ko Tianyi calls out for her sister, instantly ruining the moment as both realize they completely forgot she was even there. But the moment Ko Tianyi sees them together, she stops dead in her tracks, completely frozen by the scene. Luo Shuishang bluntly waves her hand, coldly reminding her that she made it very clear last time to stop clinging to her like this. With tears welling up in Ko Tianyi's eyes, Luo Shuishang demands to know if she thought her warnings were just some silly joke. Ye Bei chimed in to warn her Twitung, do not go killing anyone else. She quickly replied, do not worry, master. I am just being a little tough, so she backs off. Behind them, Tianyi stammered out Sister Tuet Thung, please. Summoning crackling lightning orbs, Tuet Thung coldly cut her off. I told you a million times already, do not call me that. With everyone gathered there, Dung Lin spoke up excitedly. Turns out she reached the Emperor Sovereign tier. Tai Bai chimed in too, noting how this aura was night and day compared to their eldest sister back then. Shouting out, Tuet Thung unleashed her power like sharp swords. Tianyi raised her hands to block, but someone suddenly rushed in. Hain's son put his hand on his hilt, shielding her. The lightning clashed directly with his sword energy, and one clean strike deflected the orb, chopping down a massive tree behind them as the power blasted deep into the forest. This display left Tianyi completely stunned. The master of Shadow Moon Palace, Emperor Sovereign Kohan's son, finally arrives. Han's son silently watched, shocked that she had already managed to break through to the Emperor's sovereign tier so quickly. Her power was definitely on par with his, and since she had so many allies backing her up, finding a peaceful way to settle this dispute was definitely his best option. Tuet Thung snapped angrily, "Kohan-sun, how much longer are you going to keep babying this spoiled brat of yours?" He raised his voice too. "So it is, Sect Master Lack. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to the Emperor's sovereign realm. My young daughter acted recklessly. She must have disturbed you just now, so please be generous and forgive her." Tianyi was completely shocked behind him, stammering, "Father, why are you doing this?" Seeing her speak, he snapped, "Shut up." He could only think to himself. His stubborn, completely unreasonable daughter had been deeply obsessed with Tuye Thung ever since their very first meeting, falling insanely hard for her. He knew she would cause a massive disaster sooner or later. Hanging her head, Tianyi finally fell silent. Tuethung replied coldly, "Show her mercy. Kohan-san, out of respect for our regular relations, pay 100 million points and lock her up for 100 years. How does that sound?" Han Son thought it over. 100 million combat points was steep, but it was only like losing a small chunk of flesh. It would not actually damage his foundation. Grounding Ko Tianyi was also a perfect way to make her cool down those feelings. With his mind made up, he spoke out. "Sect Master Lack is incredibly generous. This way our Shadow Moon Palace can definitely continue maintaining its close ties with your sovereign knight sect. Truly a wonderful thing." Meanwhile, Tianyi clenched her fists until they were shaking. "Sister Tuet Thung, you are being too harsh. Why are you so incredibly cold? I only like you and want to stay by your side, that is all. Why do you treat me like this?" Gritting her teeth, she figured it must be because of that random man who had suddenly popped out of nowhere. That Ye Bei is definitely driving a wedge between me and Sister Tuet Thung. Damn him, she thought. This was all his fault. If he just disappeared from this world, then maybe Sister Tuet Thung would finally accept her. Look at this, startled. Ye Bei saw Tianyi erupting with a terrifying, explosive power. Kohan Son widened his eyes in fear. This rebellious daughter, is she trying to make a move? This is bad. Tuet Thung's face darkened with cold, killing intent. What do you think you are doing? Infuriated, her terrifying aura expanded to threaten them. If you dare target my master, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Han Shon quickly jumped in front of Tianyi, begging, Sect Master Lack, please stay your hand. I am willing to pay any price. Just please spare my daughter. Radiating pure killing intent, Tuet Thung replied, blame your own daughter. Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, squeezing gently to calm her down. Ye Bei seized this perfect chance to demand a massive price. She is just a kid who knows nothing. And besides, did he not offer to compensate us handsomely? Wearing an amused expression, he asked, so tell me, how exactly do you plan on compensating? Timidly raising 2 fingers, he offered 200 million combat points, and my daughter will never show her face to you again. Does that work? Ye Bei hummed, stroking his chin in deep thought. As Tuet Thung stared, his master about to use his favorite bargaining trick again, he immediately doubled the price, 400 million, and I will even let you pay in installments over the next 100 years. Her jaw dropped in complete shock. Meanwhile, Hansun silently cursed, 400 million is absolutely extortion. He wanted to complain, but their lineup was far too terrifying, so he quickly gave up. Under these conditions, he had no choice but to pay. Bowing her head, Tianyi started stammering out, Father, I. Furious, he immediately slapped her across the face. How dare you speak, you worthless child. Clasping his hands, Han San bowed, thank you Lord for sparing my daughter. The first 200 million combat points can be collected once you return to the frontline camp. Feel free to collect it from my Shadow Moon Palace at any time, and we will gather the remaining 200 million soon. Hearing this, Ye Bei happily agreed. Excellent. The co-father and daughter bid you farewell then. We shall disturb you no longer. With that, they both leaped into the air and fled. Ye Bei gets a sweet deal and hands out some praise. This Shadow Moon Temple Master is actually pretty decent. Ye Bei hands down his command. Tai Bai, you and the others rest here and recover. She obeys instantly, and then he calls Luo Shushang over. Luo Shueshang, let us take a walk outside. I happen to have something to tell you. She obediently follows him out. Yes, master. The scene shifts 10 miles outside the land of opportunity. Only the 2 of them are here. Master, is there something you want to tell me? Ye Bei warns her beforehand. Once I tell you this, do not get too excited. Just stay calm. Luo Shushang's mind begins to wander. What does master mean by this? Is it something incredibly awkward? How should I react after hearing it? Luo Shushang imagines herself blushing shyly and holding her master's arm. Meanwhile, Ye Bei takes a deep breath to steel himself. Ye Bei finally breaks the bad news. Cho Tianli has joined the enemy faction, the Tianla Holy Palace. She is utterly speechless. Cho Tianli actually betrayed them. He pats her shoulder to comfort her. There are still 3 months until the Heaven Board rewards reset. Once they are released, we will make our move. After all, what is done is done. A few days early or late makes no difference. Ye Bei closes his eyes and sighs in absolute helplessness. This sweet girl is awesome, but she still fails to see through certain things. And just like that, some random loudmouth starts screaming his name. Both of them turn around. Who could it be? It is Ji Wudi, trying to challenge him. Ye Bei, do not think controlling those Ulu King bugs can exhaust me. I will not stop. Ye Bei sneers at him. Oh, after fighting those creature slaves for so long, you still have the energy to hunt me down? Pretty impressive. But before he can even finish his sentence, the guy faceplants, completely motionless. Ye Bei chuckles. Well, looks like I overestimated you. Only now does Luo Shuisheng realize what happened, saying in disbelief, Master actually took care of this already. You controlled that Ulu King. Thinking back to when I first fought him, he was incredibly tough to deal with. But Ye Bei shrugs it off like it is nothing. He humbly waves off the praise. It was just pure luck. Otherwise, if it were anyone else on the battle list, I might have lost. I probably would not be their match. Suddenly, a dark shadow oozes out from Ji Wudi's body, devouring him and causing him to violently spasm. A voice speaks from the darkness. Ji Wudi of the limitless Holy Land is nothing but a brainless fool. Ye Bei and Luo Shuisheng watch the scene unfold. Ye Bei is genuinely surprised. Ji Wudi's own shadow is devouring him alive. Yingju corrects him. I am not this piece of trash's shadow. I merely used him to bait a big fish. Turns out, this newcomer is from the Dark Shadow clan. Luo Shuisheng explains their traits. They are humanoid but not human, masters of assassination and stealth, and they usually carry massive wealth on the outer battlefield. I once killed 2 Shadow Clan Great Emperors. One was worth 80 million battle merit points, and the other was worth 100 million. Ye Bei is highly intrigued. Oh, if that is true, then this guy must be a massive fish. He pinches his fingers to calculate. As a Shadow Clan Emperor, you must have at least 300 million points on you, right? Then, Ye Bei fires a ring of spiritual energy at Yingju. Yingju tilts his head to dodge that glowing blue ring, keeping it far away. Yingju quickly summons a magical beast and offers a rare compliment. You can actually see through my shadow domain and sense my exact cultivation level. Kid, you are not simple. Ye Bei stands perfectly still, silently looking down at his feet. The magical beast creeps closer and sniffs the hem of his robe. Over on his side, Yingju senses something. Wait, you have a highly familiar scent on you. It is faint, but I can definitely smell it. After pondering for a moment, Yingju clicks his tongue. I remember now. This is the scent of the demon venerable GMO from 10,000 years ago, the absolute nightmare of the outer battlefield. No matter how many times the Double Heaven board refreshed, that demon venerable GMO could always rely on his monster strength to easily dominate the top 5 slots of the rankings. What a shame that right when I gathered the full strength of the Shadow Clan to assassinate him, he suddenly abandoned the outer battlefield for some unknown reason and never showed his face again. Ye Bei quietly sighs. Who knew demon venerable GMO was this formidable in his youth? Meanwhile, Luo Shuisheng ponders gathering the entire Shadow Clan just to kill him. She deduces that if she is not wrong, he ranks 37th on the Godslaying board and 40th on the Battle Merit board. Exposed, Yingju does not care at all. Well, look at that. You recognized me. Ye Bei gently pushes Luo Shuisheng behind him, telling her, my disciple, you just broke through to the Emperor realm and need to stabilize your foundation. Leave this guy to me. Yingju scoffs at him. You are just at the peak of the Holy King realm, yet you reject all help to face a Grand Emperor like me alone? Ye Bei is about to make this guy regret his life choices. Fine, since you all love to look down on my rank, let me just break through real quick. Ye Bei unleashes his spiritual power to initiate his breakthrough into the half-emperor realm. Though slightly surprised by his latent talent, Yingju simply shakes his head in mock pity, easily rising to a half-emperor. Are we? What a tragic shame that such a brilliant talent has to die right here. He refuses to wait any longer, activating his 9 insect slaughter array, sending tens of thousands of bugs to encircle Ye Bei as he dives in himself. Surrounded on all sides, Ye Bei does not panic one bit. Can you only attack like a swarm of annoying flies? This is getting pretty irritating. Ye Bei sweeps out his spiritual energy to shield himself, blocking the dark flames summoned by Yingju. Realizing his move failed, Yingju pivots his strategy, shifting into a massive, devouring abyss. Anku sneers that a regular half-emperor has less than a tenth of his strength, but Ye Bei is actually worthy of him getting serious. Calling upon spatial laws, Anku finally draws his sword, showing exactly why a double-ranked elite is on a completely different level. Having something as advanced as spatial laws is impressive, but using it just for clones and giant forms is a pretty pathetic waste. Switching to his shadow secret technique of body reconstruction, a massive mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth snaps shut, leaving absolutely no escape. The monstrous jaws expand even wider as Anku brags he has only practiced spatial laws for under 100 years. He is still somewhat rusty with them, but his Shadow Clan's secret techniques were mastered a long time ago. Your sword can never match my regeneration, and once you exhaust yourself, I will swallow you whole into this spatial void and grind you to absolute dust. Yi Bei does not even bother arguing. If his opponent wants to look down on his swordsmanship that much, he is done talking. Summoning his Shuradao resonance, countless spectral arms holding swords erupt from Yi Bei. Let's see if your healing speed can keep up with this. Using his body reconstruction, Anku swallows Yi Bei into the spatial void, opening a massive, terrifying maw lined with rows of sharp teeth and giant, staring eyes. Anku sneers coldly, mocking that Yi Bei's strength is still pretty lacking. His words are instantly cut short as two massive flashes of sword light rip through the dark sky, unleashing an overwhelming aura that completely crushes his foe. Yi Bei fires a relentless barrage of devastating sword strikes straight at Ankuyu. As the spatial formation completely collapses, Anku clutches his bleeding body, gritting his teeth in absolute agony. Pulling back his aura with some stray sparks still crackling around him, Yi Bei sighs, admitting he is already pretty bored of this little game. Turning his head with a cold, mocking glare, Yi Bei tells him to do better and show him a different spell already. Clutching his shredded shoulder, he stares at the young man in total disbelief, his mind racing with a single question: how is this even possible? Yi Bei was clearly swallowed whole and trapped deep inside his isolated spatial barrier just a second ago. His Shadow Clan regeneration simply cannot keep up with the blinding, relentless speed of those 6 swords slicing him apart. But check this out: just as he turns to make a quiet escape, Yi Bei is already standing right there to completely block his path. Noticing his silence, Yi Bei mockingly asks if he is still trying to figure out why those spatial laws failed to kill him. Honestly, with such a sloppy, half-baked mastery over spatial powers, you cannot even scratch my supreme demon bone, let alone stand a chance at actually leaving a mark on my real body. I told you before, putting spatial laws in your hands is a complete, utter waste of a divine gift. With that, Yi Bei unleashes a searing aura that burns Anku alive, making him scream in agony before his very soul is entirely obliterated. Holding his sword, Yi Bei looks at the enemy's fading soul, speaking in a slow, calm voice. An assassin trying to fight me head-on is just pure stupidity. This miserable end is entirely the result of your own arrogance. Snatching the spatial law treasure, Yi Bei smiles with total satisfaction. The spatial law belongs to him now. Tuet Thung quickly steps up to his side, her voice filled with genuine joy as she congratulates her master on his prize. When she asks about the bonus contribution points from the kill, Yi Bei answers that with 1.5 billion added, he now has a total of 1.8 billion. Looking over, Yi Bei suddenly remembers to ask how many points his disciple has managed to gather. Counting on her fingers, Tuet Thung casually replies that she has 6,578,000,000. Yi Bei rubs his chin, wondering if over 6.5 billion points only ranks 12th. Where on earth does that leave him? Tuet Thung just giggles at his curiosity. She tells him he will find out once they return to the front line, since claiming rewards himself is way more exciting anyway. Besides, only rewards for the top 20 are actually worth his time. He wouldn't care about anything lower. But glancing at the leaderboard, Yi Bei notices his rank has climbed all the way to 34. With all the major trouble finally cleared out, Yi Bei tells Tuet Thung he has some rare free time to sort through his massive haul. Looking over his manuals, he decides the Supreme Demon Bone Chaos Reincarnation is something he absolutely needs to cultivate right away. Meanwhile, the core of the Time Tower is still refining. The spatial laws also demand some deep meditation to master. As peace returns to the sky, Tuet Thung tells him to go into seclusion without any worries. She will first use the Yama sect secret technique to completely mask his presence from the world. Then, she will instruct Tai Bai and the others to stand ready for orders. A few days later, his chamber doors finally creak open. Resting his chin inside, Yi Bei sighs heavily about how slow his progress is. He flinches as he notices his disciple standing right in front of him. Shyly, Tuet Thung asks if he wants to make a breakthrough to the Great Emperor tier right now. It might just bring some pretty surprising results. Yi Bei silently contemplates. This makes sense, but breaking through to Great Emperor is nothing like his past level-ups. He needs to focus absolutely every bit of his strength. Realizing this, Yi Bei sits cross-legged to concentrate on his breakthrough. Seeing her master enter deep meditation, Tuet Thung watches in silence. Next, she summons Tai Bai to distribute orders. She, Tai Bai, and the 5th sister must quickly move. They will form a defensive array with the 8th sister to shield their master. Tai Bai bows, accepting the command. Dark clouds swarm the sky, and massive lightning begins to gather overhead. Seeing this, Ngortio is absolutely shocked. She gasps, noting that while Master's tribulation cloud has arrived, this lightning storm looks incredibly bizarre compared to anything they have seen before. Ngortio asks the others if that is actually white lightning. It is her first time witnessing this, especially as the clouds rapidly expand outward. Over in a mysterious land, 3 figures stand on a rooftop, with Fei Fei breaking the silence. She calls out to Lord Jiamo and Ingu Fun to come witness this bizarre sky phenomenon. Meanwhile, check this out over at the Starry Holy Land. Dark clouds smother the horizon in a deeply unsettling atmosphere. An old cultivator silently watches the anomaly, wondering if some supreme emperor is about to ascend to the heavens. Sensing a dark omen, he mutters anxiously. A massive storm is brewing. Suddenly, the lightning turns bright gold, expanding across the dark sky as a massive glowing sphere wraps directly around the flashing bolts. Near the mysterious area, Ungu Fun, Fei Fei, and Deal Ta watch this rare, terrifying sight unfold together. Fei Fei is absolutely terrified, wondering if this is actually Ye Bei undergoing his tribulation. Meanwhile, in his palace, the majestic Starry Alliance leader spots the golden path. He mutters in disbelief. Is someone ascending? Ngor Tiu, Tai Bai, and Dung Lin all look up at the brilliant rainbow forming beneath the celestial gateway, calling out to her master with deep worry. She asks if he knows how many deadly powerhouses this celestial ladder will attract. A glittering ladder descends from the vortex, shining directly onto the mortal world. Standing in his formation, Ye Bei really did not want to show off. After all, he is just breaking through to the great emperor stage. Truk Ung and Li Kuei can only stare in sheer shock. Truk Ung mutters that even their sect leader's ascension did not cause this much chaos. Tuiet Thung holds her head high, asking what they expected. She proudly claims him as her master. The others quickly back down, admitting their own ignorance. Tuiet Thung's face suddenly darkens as she senses the surroundings, scanning the area with deep caution. She warns them that she can sense multiple hostile Emperor-level auras locking onto this exact location. She immediately orders everyone to get ready to defend their master. They shout together, promising to follow her orders. Meanwhile, Ye Bei looks up in satisfaction, noting the ladder is pretty high. Right on cue, 7 dark silhouettes fly up to circle the glowing ladder as the disciples whisper that they have arrived. Tai Bai gasps in utter shock. 7 Emperor-level experts have just appeared. Keeping his eyes locked, Duong Lan asks his sister if she is getting scared. Step by step up the path, Ye Bei calmly notes that his breakthrough would certainly make front-page news if he casually slays 7 Emperor-level experts while doing it. Frowning slightly, he figures that would make the ultimate headline. But right now, those 7 Emperor-level experts have completely surrounded him with absolutely no escape. Hain Sun speaks first, admitting he never expected their reunion to happen right here on the celestial ladder. A muscular giant with a massive axe introduces himself as O Dick Lee, while a mysterious hooded figure steps forward next. His eyes quietly lock onto them. 2 women step up next, introducing themselves as the twin fairy emperors, Than Ha and Tu Ha. Tuet Thung is highly irritated. Their combined battle achievements do not even equal half of hers. What are they even babbling about? A figure from the Holy Land suddenly appears mid-air to question her. He demands to know if Luo Shueshang understands the terrifying catastrophe this anomaly of Ye Bei will bring upon their entire continent. Looking up, Tuet Thung's eyes narrow as they darken with rage. She immediately recognizes exactly who this uninvited guest is. He continues his interrogation, asking if she even knows their continent's history, the ancient pavilion, or the secrets of ascension. Unleashing her terrifying energy, she boldly declares that anyone trying to block her master's path to greatness will die. Kohan Sun throws his hands up, instantly cutting in to mock their nonsense about history and ancient legends. He directly criticizes Barkhor Fap, calling them out for having absolutely no shame at all. All 7 of them show up to gang up on him while lecturing about history. He asks if they think the entire continent is too stupid to know about the ancient texts and the immortal ladder. Barkhor Fap looks utterly confused. The protector asks if they are actually 7, including him. This sudden response completely startles Kohan Sun, while Ye Bei sits directly across from him. Quite confused by the weird math, Ye Bei rubs his chin as endless question marks pop into his mind. Right then, Ye Bei looks over and asks, "Hey, Gu Hongshan, you did not lead this group here to ruin my tribulation, did you?" Hearing this, Gu Hongshan panics, quickly pointing at the 2 guys beside him to explain. "Lord Ye Bei, do not listen to their lies. How would this old man ever dare interrupt your tribulation? Just look at this coward standing before Ye Bei's massive vision." Gu Hongshan denies absolutely everything. "I really had no idea this vision was from your tribulation before arriving with this crowd." Ye Bei just stares back, his eyes filled with deep suspicion, as Gu Hongshan spreads his arms and continues with a tense smile. Ancient legends claim that cultivation in our Tianquan plain is completely capped at the emperor level because this entire world was locked away by a powerful curse. Furrowing his brows with a very serious expression, he explains that breaking this limit requires relying on just one hope. Looking up at Ye Bei's massive tribulation, he explains it is the legendary immortal ladder the Lord is currently trying to climb. Once you actually succeed, you will instantly reach the legendary immortal realm, and our entire Tianquan plain will benefit immensely from it. Growing tired of the long explanation, Ye Bei waves a sluggish hand and tells him, "Are you done talking yet? If so, get lost." Hearing this, Gu Hongshan is visibly overjoyed and quickly nods, "Yes, absolutely, right away." Though he prepares to depart, He hesitates with a lingering look, clearing his throat well. Lord Yibei, my daughter caused trouble recently and still owes you big time. Yibei closes his eyes slightly, pointing a finger as he suddenly understands. I see, so that is why you suddenly stepped in to help me. No worries, it is a minor thing, you can leave. Bowing deeply to express his sincere thanks to the master, Gu Hongshan instantly dashes away at full speed, leaving the remaining demon emperors behind to face the heat. Black Protector begins preparing his next attack. Laughing loudly, we really must thank that coward Gu Hongshan. His useless babbling just confirmed everything, making it absolutely clear that we must eliminate you before your breakthrough is fully successful. Offering a calm, effortless smile, Yebei replies to Black Protector with total composure, why are you waiting to make your move? Go ahead and try, or else climbing this boring, immortal ladder will be way too easy. Yebei waves his hand, staring arrogantly. He speaks up, asking if that fortune teller over there wants to go first. Trembling with pure rage, White Protector hisses that he absolutely hates being called a fortune teller, as he casts a massive summon array to call a swarm of insects. White Protector raises his hand, roaring for the insect god to honor their ancient blood covenant, dominating the world for 10,000 years. The army rises again. Tai Bai stutters in terror at what he is doing, while Luo Shueshang commands the junior sisters to protect their master no matter what. Luo Shueshang frowns deeply as she keeps her eyes locked onto White Protector's terrifying summon formation, clenching her hands into tight fists. She declares with absolute resolve that they will not let these monsters disrupt their master's immortal ascension. Wu Xiao looks ahead with her mouth open in utter horror, gasping out, what is that? A massive, pitch-black swarm of insects flies directly toward Yebei's tribulation, as Black Protector raises his hand high with a cold, smug look. He sneers, mocking that the foolish youth should have enjoyed life instead of trying to ascend to godhood, glaring at Yebei as he yells out the consequences. As he speaks, he waves his hand and unleashes a powerful blast toward Yebei, but the attack suddenly vanishes into thin air halfway through, leaving Black Protector completely frozen in absolute shock. Watching him try to play this off is hilarious, narrowing his eyes, claiming it was just a careless mistake. I totally forgot about you pests. Suddenly, Luo Xianxia, Tai Bai, Yang Ling, and Wu Xiao step forward together, blocking the blast right in front of the master's tribulation. Luo Xiaoshang glares with pure, deadly intent. She loudly commands the others behind her, warning that even if they must die, they will hold the line until their master succeeds. The dense swarm of insects fills the air, slowly closing in on Yebei, who just stands there watching with an incredibly cold and dismissive gaze. Yebei sneers, mocking that trying to chew up his immortal ladder with a bunch of bugs is pretty amusing, but did you really think you could stop me with nothing but tiny pests? Drawing in her inner energy, Luo Shueshang channels a highly powerful golden aura right out of her open palm as the swarm draws near. Instantly, the golden aura floods the entire space, unleashing a massive blast that literally tears right through the sky. Luo Shueshang lowers her hands with the remaining energy still glowing bright, while the blonde man slowly claps in false appreciation. That devastating strike completely wiped out the insect army. Wearing a sinister grin, he looks at Luo Shueshang with eyes full of malice, muttering that it is unfortunately way too late. Suddenly, White Protector of the Holy Land materializes right in front of Yebei, letting out a mocking laugh that actually catches the master off guard. Standing with his hands behind his back, he smirks confidently, Hey Yebei, why do you not let me climb this immortal ladder for you? Ngo Tio half freezes. She stares wide at it by Korfap and curses, damn it, when did he even sneak in? Standing nearby, Dunglin grows incredibly uneasy at his sudden arrival. Terrified, she calls out to her master. Master, seeing how incredibly tense they both are, Yebei raises his hand. He says to leave this opponent to him while they handle the rest. Then, his massive aura erupts skyward. Barkor Fap lets out a cold smirk seeing this action. Instantly, Yebei charges straight at him, while the Protector unleashes his own dark demonic energy to meet the attack head-on. Yebei strikes. A massive palm blast explodes forward. The Protector counters with an incredibly powerful blow. Their moves clash with absolutely devastating force, and the resulting shockwave blasts both Yebei and Bakor Fap backward. He struggles. Bakor Fap barely stands firm. His dark aura flickers and weakens slightly. Still, he refuses to back down, noting that the kid is somehow stronger than expected. Flying right behind him, Tuyet Thung cannot hide her panic as she calls to her master. Yebei just glances back, calmly holding his other wrist. He then orders her, big girl, you command thousands of followers now. Go do what you must. Do not worry about me. At his insistence, Tuyet Thung closes her eyes and accepts the heavy command. Bowing deeply, she gives a firm response, understood. As she turns to leave, Yebei notes this is a perfect chance for his disciples to grow. No more worry. Yebei's gaze hardens with pure determination. His eyes overflow with a flash of cold killing intent. Frowning, he tells Bakor Fap that he will play with them, The two Dark Sanctuary members stand tall with hands behind their backs, demonic energy pulsing as Ye Bei stands straight to face them. Leaving her master's side, Tuet Thung quickly regroups with the others, now watch as they prepare for a massive clash. Seeing her arrive, Ngor Tio Ha calls out senior sister. Facing their opponents, Tuet Thung takes charge of the group. She firmly commands her junior sisters to choose an enemy and slaughter them all in their master's name. Ngor Tio Ha grits her teeth, glaring at her target. He just looks back and unleashes a highly provocative, mocking smile. Tai Bai frowns with intense hostility, locking her eyes right onto the hooded enemy. Just as Tuet Thung prepares to choose an opponent, Zhonglang raises her hand to stop her, staring at Tu Ha and Theng Ha with eyes sharp as knives. Power radiating from her, Dung Lin requests senior sister, "Leave these two women to me, I want to test something. I need to see just how strong I have actually become after my breakthrough." Trusting her, Tuet Thung nods with pretty high expectations. "Good. I trust you completely, but Than Ha sighs, asking if this is a 2-on-2. Turning her back, Tuet Thung still leaves behind a cold, sharp warning directed straight at both Tu Ha and Than Ha. "To deal with weaklings like you, my junior sister alone is more than enough." Her bold words show absolute, unwavering confidence in Dung Lin's power. Tu Ha mockingly strokes her chin, trying to provoke Dung Lin with some pretty nasty insults. "Oh, a dark-skinned little girl playing with blades, are you even fully grown?" Grasping her sword, Dung Lin lets her fierce aura surge down the steel. She responds coldly, "Why talk? Just bring it on." Leaving Zhonglang to her fight, Tuet Thung flies right back to Ye Bei, softly calling out to him from behind. Glancing back, Ye Bei is quite confused as to why she returned, so Tuet Thung politely explains that their 8th junior sister wants to test herself by taking on 2 emperor-level opponents completely alone. Huk Horfap speaks up, so what, in the end, it is still a 2-on-2 battle. Suddenly, Ye Bei reaches out his hand and tightly pulls Tuet Thung close by her slender waist, making her blush deeply with embarrassment. Love this part, Ye Bei just looks at them and chuckles. "I actually want to thank you guys for delivering yourselves today, just so my disciples can farm some experience." Hearing this, Bark Horfap laughs and raises his hand. He concentrates power into his palm and shouts, "Arrogant brat. Fine. Today I will put an end to you." This will eliminate an extremely dangerous variable for the outer battlefield, and his palm gathers a massive storm of dark, demonic energy, forming a vortex. Ye Bei looks toward Bark Horfap, giving a calm order to Tuet Thung, "Listen, big girl. That Huk Horfap is all yours." Glancing toward her target, Tuet Thung accepts the order, having wanted to fight him anyway. Huk Horfap mockingly sneers that a peerless demon sect leader, ranked 12th on the legendary god-killing board, is acting cute and snuggling in some guy's arms. Seeing this truly makes him feel absolutely disgusted. Hearing this, Tuet Thung's face falls as her eyes lock onto Huk Horfap with pure killing intent, her dark aura erupting like wild flames. She furiously growls, "You can insult me, but how dare you insult my master and my deep feelings for him?" Gathering energy in her palm, destructive power quickly builds up as she yells out in pure rage, "Prepare for your ultimate punishment." The moment she finishes speaking, Luo Zhoshang fires a fierce palm strike straight at the Black Protector. Her destructive energy flares like razor-sharp claws, ready to rip the Black Protector right open. Standing completely still with hands behind his back, he calmly faces Luo Zhoshang's explosive fury. Only at the very last second does the Black Protector leap backward, narrowly dodging her devastating attack. The Black Protector locks eyes with her and clicks his tongue, admitting that her destructive power is pretty terrifying, but before he can even finish, his eyes widen in pure shock. Look at that speed. Luo Zhoshang flashes forward, appearing right in front of his face in a split second. Luo Zhoshang pours all her strength into a direct punch at the Black Protector. He panics, his eyes popping out in total disbelief at what's happening right before him. Luo Zhoshang is so insanely fast that he barely crosses his arms to block the impact. Then, in an instant, both of them completely vanish into thin air. Ye Bei facepalms and looks into the distance, sighing that his silly disciple is still as hot-headed as she's always been. Meanwhile, the White Protector isn't just standing around. He starts casting a dark spell, unleashing waves of demonic energy and a massive swarm of crawling insects. The White Protector taunts him, asking if he really has time to worry about others when his real opponent is right here. Ye Bei tenses up, his eyes turning pretty cautious. But then he crosses his arms, confidently looking at the White Protector and calling him a mere kid. "If I guess correctly, this bug swarm of yours is the legendary Heavenly Starfire, isn't it?" The massive swarm rushes forward like a raging storm. Controlling his bugs, the White Protector smugly asks if Ye Bei wants a first-hand taste of hellfire. Ye Bei doesn't bother talking. He just stretches out his hand, causing bright sparks of electrical energy to crackle wildly across his palm. Ye Bei coldly replies that he was hoping for exactly that. On the other side, giant rocks float into the air as Dada's entire body erupts with dark demonic aura. He points a finger at Wu Xiao and swings his massive axe right at her, screaming at the top of his lungs. He screams a wild battle cry as Wu Xiao just smiles, clenching her fist with absolute confidence and fierce determination. "Ha," she mutters to herself. "This guy is actually pretty strong." Wu Xiao channels all her energy into her fist, building up an incredibly powerful force. She yells out 30 times Kaioken as Dada swings his deadly axe straight down at her. Clashing with her devastating Kaioken punch, Dada charges forward like a maniac, his eyes glowing blood red as he screams. Meanwhile, Tai Bai is putting on a show of his own, unleashing incredible sword techniques and overwhelming haki that makes him look absolutely unstoppable. At the same time, violent sparks of electricity start crackling all over his one-eyed opponent's body. The two slam into each other, sparking a blinding flash of light that completely fills the area. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Qing He casually touches her nose. She closes her eyes and remarks that those sisters are honestly pretty impressive. They are holding their own in these one-on-one matchups without showing any weakness. He watches this, then mockingly asks Yang Leng how she expects to fight both of them with just one set of hands. Yang Leng's entire body glows with powerful energy as she delivers a highly confident comeback. "Well, who on earth said I only had one pair of hands?" Immediately, she draws twin swords and activates a massive magic array. A glowing magic circle spins behind Yang Leng, completely wrapping her entire body in pure energy. He smiles, calling it interesting but adding that they have no intention of fighting her head-on. With that, she unleashes a massive wave of energy. Look at that. A massive, swirling vortex rips open in midair, radiating an absolutely terrifying amount of power. Staring at the vortex, Yang Leng gets pretty startled. The oppressive pressure forces her to grit her teeth and squint her eyes. This raw power is simply too overwhelming, Yang Leng thinks to herself. Back with Wu Xiao, a relentless storm of massive rocks forces her backward as she struggles to keep her footing against her opponent's fierce momentum. Wu Xiao's eyes widen in brief shock as she looks ahead. Neither she nor Tai Bai understands what's happening, but they struggle to stay grounded as giant boulders around them suddenly float up. Seeing how bad things are looking, Wu Xiao calls out to Tai Bai. She asks her fourth sister what's going on. Tai Bai, staring blankly ahead, finally regains her composure and warns her that a highly powerful force is pulling them both in. Everything around them seems completely turned upside down, with shattered rocks and debris getting dragged right into that massive vortex created by Zihi. Gritting her teeth to resist the powerful pull, Wu Xiao curses that they need to destroy that thing immediately. Just then, Yang Leng flies right over to Wu Xiao to help her out. She reassures her fifth sister not to panic, promising that if they combine their strength, they can easily wipe that thing out. Though surprised by her sudden appearance, Wu Xiao acknowledges her. Right then, Tai Bai initiates her signature Green Lotus sword dance technique. Her sword glows brightly as violent arcs of electricity surge down the blade, sparking with energy. Wu Xiao simultaneously unleashes her own 10 times Kaioken punch, which is way more devastating than her previous strikes. Yang Leng coordinates her own swordplay, closing her eyes and gathering every ounce of her strength to unleash the ultimate Shura Rising Slash. Tai Bai flies forward with a massive strike, sending powerful currents of energy ripping through the air. Her swordplay is incredibly graceful, yet sharp, while Sun Wuxiao counters with brutal, equally devastating fist strikes. Meanwhile, Duonglan coldly unleashes a flurry of decisive slashes, triggering a massive, fiery explosion. This absolute chaos of pure destructive energy fills the battlefield as Ye Bei and the White Guardian quietly watch. Ye Bei is highly satisfied with his female disciples' rapid growth and quick instincts, noting how brilliantly they cooperate with each other. Right then, Luo Shushang lunges straight at him, forcing the Black Guardian to instantly throw up a defensive shield. She delivers a devastating lightning-infused kick straight to his face, but he casually keeps one hand hidden and counters with the other. Shattered rocks fly wildly through the air, while the other cultivator from the sacred land stands back, calmly observing. Watching from a safe distance, Ye Bei smiles proudly, noting that his disciples have improved so much he has nothing to worry about. But suddenly, the enemy lunges straight at Ye Bei, launching a spell and mockingly asking if he should really be worrying about others. He warns him to worry about himself first as bizarre, monstrous insects with razor-sharp teeth suddenly swarm the area. One massive beast snaps its jaws, ready to swallow him whole, but Ye Bei just stands there with his hands behind his back. And just look at this incredible burst of raw power, completely blowing the surrounding area apart. Channeling pure force through his hand, the Black Guardian mockingly asks Luo Shushang if she even knows the history of this plane. With blazing fire radiating from his weapon, he yells that a 2,000-year-old master like him is about to teach her a lesson. Luo Shushang stares in shock, and as another explosion rips through the air, she quickly leaps backward to safety. His eyes gleam with malice as he yells not to bother running, immediately throwing a circular axe spinning right at her. Right before it hits her, the spinning blade suddenly stops as Ye Bei casually motions with his hand, "Come here." The weapon completely redirects under Ye Bei's influence, leaving the enemy gritting his teeth, while Luo Shang calls out to her master. With his back turned, Ye Bei effortlessly controls the flying weapon and remarks that this snake mountain axe is perfect for squashing bugs. A sudden blast erupts, and Luo Sheng calls out with wide eyes, begging her master to leave some action for her. Furious, his eyes glowing blood red as dark energy wraps around him, he draws his ultimate weapon and screams for them not to underestimate a 2,000-year-old elder. Luo Shushang glares back with sharp eyes, invoking the powerful path of destruction. She releases a massive beam of destructive magic straight ahead, leaving the White Guardian absolutely shocked as he screams out for Caligula. Instantly sensing something is wrong, the enemy panics and you can see him lunging for a cheap sneak attack. He screams that Ye Bei will never ascend to the immortal realm as a blinding light erupts, leaving Ye Bei completely baffled by the sudden change. What on earth is happening? A massive, long-nosed face appears as Hong Zhen manifests his gigantic form with glowing eyes. He loudly warns that those without qualifications can never dream of ascending. As Ye Bei stares in utter surprise, the elder raises his hand to unleash a blinding dome of magical energy that wraps around everything. Ye Bei silently observes and easily dodges, but the sacred land cultivator is not fast enough to escape the blinding blast. His whole body gets violently electrocuted, making Ye Bei smirk and whisper, "Serves you right." Giant stairs suddenly materialize as the elder stands at the peak, radiating immense power, before looking down to demand if the kid standing before him is indeed Ye Bei. Ye Bei calmly replies, "That is right, I am Ye Bei." Looking down, the elder remarks that the Tianshuan plane has finally managed to produce someone worthy after all this time. He explains that he is a guardian of the Tianshuan plane who reached the false immortal stage, and is here today specifically to test him, prompting a highly confident Ye Bei to accept. Ye Bei tells him to bring it on, but the elder smirks and says he has to sing to pass. Suddenly, he pulls out a microphone and a disco ball, singing at the top of his lungs that Hong Zhen is the best and strongest, begging Ye Bei to sing along. "Hong Zhen is the best and strongest. Now sing along with me." "That is right, Hong Zhen is the best and strongest." Ye Bei just stares in utter disbelief at this ridiculous display, wondering if this crazy old man was actually the very first legendary master to ever ascend from their realm. His 3 disciples stand there totally dumbfounded, questioning if the upper realms are just filled with weirdos, before Ye Bei snaps and yells at him. He demands to know why the elder is not helping him clear out the trash enemies instead of forcing him to sing and dance like a fool. Pointing a finger right back at Ye Bei, the elder tells him he still has 9 steps left to climb. As Ye Bei slowly takes a step forward, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes right in front of him, forcing him to dodge. An absolutely furious Ye Bei yells to ask if the old man is playing pranks, but Hong Zhen just stands there smirking with glowing eyes. Seriously, this is no prank at all. The final steps of the ascension staircase are incredibly brutal. With every single step you take, an irresistible trial triggers, bringing a massive risk of destroying heaven and earth. Ye Bei boldly takes another step. "Just one more step, let's see what else you can do." Furious, the old man growls, "Are you really sure you won't sing?" Ye Bei calmly replies, "I came here to climb the ascension staircase, not to put on a concert." But suddenly, his body completely freezes. Damn it, he thinks, what is this? His frozen limbs refuse to budge. The old man just stands there, folding his arms with a smug grin. "Kid, I actually respect your stubbornness, but if you refuse to listen, my hands are tied." The final trial of this ascension staircase is simply impossible to resist. Massive bolts of lightning crackle violently above, but he refuses to back down, pressing onward and upward. He feels a strange sensation, as if something from above is physically pulling him in. Tai Bai screams out, "Master, he is gone." Instantly, Ye Bei gets teleported into a vast realm of endless clouds. He quickly realizes this place is definitely not the entrance to the void immortal realm. Standing alone in the middle of this endless sky, he yells, "Hong Chen, get out here right now." Look behind him, a massive, floating face suddenly materializes. It is none other than Hong Chen, claiming this distorted zone is completely out of his jurisdiction. Ye Bei grabs his beard with a cold smirk. "You old dog. I climbed the entire ascension staircase, yet here I am, still locked out of the void immortal realm. What is this?" Screaming in pain from the beard pull, he begs, "Stop pulling already, okay? I really just wanted to tease you." The old man whines, looking at Ye Bei in utter confusion. "When on earth did you actually finish climbing the staircase? Are you just acting? As the prime guardian of the Tianshuan plane, do you really think I cannot see through your tricks?" Ye Bei's eyes turn ice cold as he delivers a chilling reply. "Oh, really? Then why don't you tell me what I am faking?" The old man's expression instantly twists into pure anger. "Look, kid, you and I are both smart enough to know that someone desperately wanted to stop your ascension. They blocked the passage leading into the void immortal realm, right at the exact moment that lightning struck you, forcing you to use every ounce of your power to bend space-time." Ye Bei just smirks, raising his hands. "Old Hong Chen, you are only half right, because I only used half of my strength." Stunned, the old man gasps, "What? I really only used half of my power back then too. Right now, Yebei's hands begin to glow with massive energy, radiating a bright golden light on one side and a deep purple on the other. As these two forces merge, Hongchen's jaw drops in utter shock. What are you trying to do? A blinding light mixed with crackling lightning begins to manifest. My eldest disciple, your legendary Tao of Destruction can easily be recreated inside your master's hands. The old man praises him in shock. Okay, this kid is seriously impressive. You are using the Tao of Destruction to gather an overloaded mass of energy, forcing space-time to bend once more. You are actually hijacking the barrier energy to forge a reincarnation mark of hell. Right then, violent lightning bolts rain down from the sky. Down on the ground, Zhu Ying, Li Kuei, and Hang Shan watch in sheer disbelief. Zhu Ying points a trembling finger toward the sky. Look, is that the celestial vision? Hang Shan sighs in relief. I seriously thought Lord Ye Bei was a goner, but as expected, absolutely nothing can stop him. Flying high, Ye Bei uses his massive power to force the gateway open, laughing out loud. So the gatekeepers of the void immortal realm love playing hide-and-seek, huh? He raises his arm high, his aura growing more violent by the second. Climbing this staircase was supposed to be a standard trial, but you tried to steer me toward total destruction. If I was even a tiny bit weaker, I would have died 100 times over. Since you play dirty, you do not deserve to exist anymore. Pointing a finger at the center of the lightning storm, he triggers a massive, ear-splitting explosion. Instantly, another wave of dark power flows out from a special card in his hand. He bellows out, "Detonate!" A massive explosion rips through the sky, shattering space itself like a giant sheet of glass. And just like that, the real celestial gate finally opens up. You can practically feel the sheer power from that pure light radiating from within. A warm, blinding celestial light instantly wraps around both Wu Xiao and Yang Leng. Wu Xiao mutters, "What is this?" Yang Leng smiles, "This light feels incredible. It is like my cultivation is being deeply nourished with raw power." The light wraps around Ye Bei too, and he can feel a shockingly dense concentration of divine energy flooding the area. But why did I only reach the Emperor realm after all that? Is this staircase just extremely stingy with breakthroughs, or is it actively trying to mess with me? Suddenly, a cold voice echoes out, "If you want a piece of my master, you have to get through me first." Surprised, Ye Bei spins around. A whole crowd of high-level cultivators has appeared, with Luo Xueshang standing guard right in front of them. One of them snarls out, "Ye Bei, you just reached the Emperor realm and already caused this massive scene. Do not get too cocky." Ye Bei raises an eyebrow. Well, 10 Emperor realm experts showing up all at once? Are these the people who submitted when I brought the energy of the Ascension staircase back to the Tianshuan plain? Spotting Ye Bei, Luo Sheng calls out, "Master." Luo Sheng grins, "Master. These 10 late-stage emperors must have nothing better to do than show up here to cause a scene." Ye Bei chimes in as well, "Just a bunch of useless bums with nothing better to do." A cultivator from the realm sneers. "The stairway to heaven opened the Jade Pavilion with such massive power, yet you only reached the Emperor realm. How completely useless." Another one mocks, "You might as well hand all that energy over to us instead." Ye Bei just crooks his finger, daring them to come and get it. Calmly, he tells them if they have the strength, they can try to take it. Down below, the mob stares up at Tuet Thung and Ye Bei hovering in the air, with some shouting to kill him and steal the pavilion power. Without even opening his eyes, Ye Bei sighs that they completely overrate themselves. Here is the moment we have been waiting for. His eyes snap open, unleashing a terrifying wave of raw pressure. Blinding beams of energy crash down as he throws a single punch, instantly obliterating the crowd. Tuet Thung watches in shock, stammering, "Wait, are they all dead?" She is completely amazed. A single strike just wiped out 10 late-stage Emperor realm experts. Ye Bei glances over at Tuet Thung, asking his disciple if she believes there are still plenty of people refusing to submit. Tuet Thung quickly replies that of course she trusts her master, but it still feels pretty absurd since they are only doing what benefits themselves. Ye Bei smiles grimly, noting that the rebellious crowd runs deep as more and more cultivators from the realm start swarming in. Suddenly, O Dongline, Tone Ngortio, and Kitai Bai materialize right behind the two of them. Ye Bei speaks up, "The more the merrier, because besides myself, my disciples need some real combat practice too." Then he issues a direct order. "Go forth, my disciples, and slaughter every last Emperor realm fool here. Eventually, you must sweep both leaderboards and claim all their massive power for yourselves." And with that, the three charge straight into battle. The enemy cultivators also rush forward, screaming to kill them all because they need that power too, proving to Ye Bei that greed has no limits. Calling them trash, Ye Bei coldly says that beside the rebels, there are also jealous, delusional fools in this world. These people are truly pathetic. And suddenly, the aggressive cultivators find themselves blasted by a barrage of powerful light beams. They grit their teeth and force their way forward, as blinding, razor-sharp streaks of neon light intersect, completely enveloping the entire battlefield in an intense, violent glow. Ye Bei nods. Exceptional progress from everyone. Tuyet Thung happily claps her hands, cheering that they should all celebrate everyone's massive improvement, while Ye Bei watches calmly with folded arms. As a mob of cultivators charges directly at them, Ye Bei hands Tuet Thung the god-striking whip, calling out to her. "Let's leave these suicidal fools to my oldest girl," he says, telling her to take this, leaving Tuet Thung stunned by the god-striking whip. Seeing her weapon, the enemies smirk and mockingly ask what kind of useless trash a mere whip could possibly be against them. "It cannot even scratch us," they sneer. But a terrifying aura suddenly erupts from Tuet Thung as she snaps back at those ignorant fools to come and try it. She snaps the whip, unleashing a barrage of long, glowing bindings toward them, leaving one cultivator completely frozen before the ropes wrap tightly around his body. No matter how hard the trapped cultivators struggle, the constraints only squeeze tighter, offering absolutely zero escape. Tuet Thung looks on coldly as the bound enemies die. Kohan Son breaks into a cold sweat watching the scene, feeling incredibly relieved as he realizes that this monstrous girl can crush Emperor Realm experts as easily as squashing flies. Luckily, he chose the right side earlier, but the enemy cultivators are already panicking and turning back, shouting that they miscalculated because these monsters are no ordinary emperors, so they must retreat now. But Ye Bei? Absolutely not letting them go. Reaching his hand forward, he yells for his disciples to chase them down and not let those delicious experience points escape. Tôn Ngộ Tiểu, Ki Tai Bai, Âu Dương Lãnh, Tuyết Thương, and Tuân Lair lead the hunt, and days later, the official leaderboard updates with the new rankings. Number 49 on the God-killing board, Tôn Ngộ Tiểu from the Heavenly Profound Plane. Number 48 on the same board, Ki Tai Bai from the Heavenly Profound Plane. Number 47 on the God-killing board, representing the same plane, O Dung Line. Number 45, Ye Bei from the Heavenly Profound Plane. And number 35 on the God-killing board, Kohan Son from the Heavenly Profound Plane. But look up, a shimmering magical rift suddenly tears open in the sky, forming a strange gateway. Moving closer, it reveals itself as a majestic dimensional portal, with waves of raw, glowing energy swirling fiercely all around it, until two figures step out, namely, Fa Qing and Tring Fuk. Fo Xing immediately remarks with a thick sneer, "The spiritual energy density of this trash plane is so utterly pathetic, it actually makes me sick." Tring Fuk nods in agreement. "You are right. If not for this mortal girl, even that Ye Bei guy could train for a whole year and accomplish absolutely nothing." Fa Qing tells him to focus, saying they must quickly complete the mission assigned by the Immortal Lord, as the two hover silently in the empty sky. Then he adds that either way, if it were not for Ye Bei ascending, they would never have had this chance to descend to the lower realm. Tring Fuk nods his head. The Realm Lord is pretty accurate about this. A portal only opens when someone blocks the path, giving us a rare chance to descend to the lower world. Fu Zheng chimes in following the Immortal Lord's decree. "I will head to the Tianluo Sacred Land to help them rebuild." Zheng Fu then adds, "The Lord is right. Now I will go to the Tianxi Sacred Land to gather some intel." With a swift motion, they soar straight into the clouds, vowing to meet again once their missions are complete. Meanwhile, pale feet rest in a clear lake as Ye Bei and Luo Shang enjoy a relaxing soak. As he rests, Luo Shoshang holds the god-beating whip and says, "Master, here is your whip back. It was a massive help this time around." Ye Bei, showing off his sculpted six-pack, replies, "Just keep it. Consider this a gift from your master to you." Luo Shueshang points her finger down and smiles gently, "Master, I also have a special gift for you. Take a look down under the water." Ye Bei suddenly vanishes beneath the surface, leaving nothing but a stream of bubbles in his wake, before popping right back up. He holds up a glowing blue crystal and laughs, "Found it." Luo Shuang excitedly tells him this contains the files on the double heaven list rankers. "With this, we can easily break into the top 5. Ye Bei praises her great job, but this roster data is only enough for one person to use. Since she gathered this for him, she happily says your disciple went through a lot of trouble to fetch this for you. So of course it goes to you. Standing in the wilderness, Ye Bei shakes his head, "No way. This is a massive matter for our sect." Tomorrow, we head to the Black Tower Square to find the exact clues we need. Up in the air, hands suddenly scatter a shower of yellow flyers. A loud voice echoes, "I, Luo Shesheng. Need all information on the top 20 of the double heaven list. Name your price and I will buy it." And watch this. Our duo stands tall as Luo Shuesheng makes a pretty bold declaration. "In 2 days, bring all your info to the Black Tower Square. Anyone with useful clues will be rewarded handsomely." Her words send a wave of excitement through the crowd, and someone shouts, "We are hitting the jackpot." The air turns electric as everyone smells easy money. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd rings out, "You do not need 2 days." Ye Bei looks around in surprise. Who said that? A blue-haired guy and a red-haired girl with a lute stand back to back. They introduce themselves. "We are the premier musical duo of this outer battlefield, Dragon Phoenix Legend." Ye Bei and Luo Shueshang exchange confused glances, wondering if they are just buskers. Striking a professional pose, the blue-haired guy says, "Please, call us singers." The red-haired girl chimes in, we are here to deliver some easy experience points. Our duo just stares blankly at them. Yibei points to his own face. Experience points? The singer gets a little frantic. Whoa, wait a minute, we do not mean turning ourselves into experience points for you to harvest. Yibei gets it, though he is still pretty amused. The two singers grin, explaining, look, we travel all over these outer battlefields and meet countless warriors, even more than the songs we perform, which is why we can help you rack up points. She confidently adds, when it comes to the double heaven list rankers, nobody knows them better than us. Mistaking Yebei and Luo Shoushang for husband and wife, the guy admits, we have admired you two lovebirds for ages and always wanted to collaborate. He keeps going, we have every bit of data you need, but we do have one condition. You can see her blushing as Luo Shueshang stammers husband and wife. Yibei raises an eyebrow, negotiate with me? The singer holds up a glowing blue square and says, we just need you to show your faces on this. He twists the device, showing their reflections perfectly on the glossy glass like a magic mirror. Yebei asks, what on earth is this? The singer replies, it is a phone, as it shoots up a massive screen. Holding the device, he makes his pitch, do us a favor. If you climb the ranks, your heroic battle stances will broadcast across this entire channel. Yebei looks puzzled live streaming. He turns to Luo Shueshang and says, eldest disciple, why do you not test it out first? She taps the start button and nods, looks good. The singer excitedly points to the giant screen, look. Instantly, their live video stream goes active. Seeing her face on the screen, Luo Shueshang gets super excited. Wow, she gasps, can it really do stuff like this? The blue-haired guy motions to the screen, just imagine. Having your glorious moments broadcast on here like a legendary rock star is going to look incredibly cool. He gestures toward the buzzing crowd below and says to the pair, look at that. That is your raw star power. We will stir up major hype across every outer battlefield. Yebei finally sees what these traveling singers are plotting. He chuckles, I get it. Streaming our battles makes you guys way more cash than any bounty ever could. The duo is not even surprised to get called out. The blue-haired guy just grins as expected. Absolutely nothing gets past the great Lord Yebei. What are you waiting for? This jade pendant and the list of powerhouses belong to you two now. Yebei crosses his arms, sounding pretty amused as he says, works for me. Luo Shang happily agrees, nodding along. On the screen, Luo Sheshang easily takes down a bald man, and the official leaderboard rankings start updating. She hits rank 20 for Godslayer and 26 for combat medals, then 15 and 18. Next up, Yebei flashes on screen. He claims rank 10 on Godslayer and 14 on combat medals, while Luo Shueshang slays another monster. She hits rank 9, then 11. Right after, she reaches 7 and 10. Absolutely insane pace. Over on Yebei's side, he clears his own batch of monsters, hitting rank 6 on Godslayer and 8 on combat medals. Next is rank 4 for Godslayer and 6 for combat medals, as the duo continues clearing out their quests. Finally, their final ranks show Luo Shang sitting at rank 3 for Godslayer and rank 4 for combat medals, while Yebei secures rank 2 for Godslayer and rank 3 for combat medals. Suddenly, rainbow light bursts across the sky. The red-haired girl chimes in, saying, as expected, in just 10 short days, you two actually made the top 3 of both leaderboards. It's so amazing being this close to our idols. All thanks to their timely help, of course. Yebei thanks them for all the valuable intel they shared. But right then, the blue-haired guy remembers something and speaks up, oh right, Lord Yebei. During yesterday's tour, a fan from the Heavenly Pond Sacred Land mentioned that the team you left over there has been completely wiped out. Yebei freezes in shock. Who did it? He scratches his face innocently, admitting he doesn't know about things outside the city gates, and suggests Yebei check it out himself. Yebei turns around, completely baffled. Yebei nods, thanking them for their help over the last few days, before turning to Luo Shoushang, big girl, we don't need to grind ranks anymore. Once tomorrow's leaderboard rewards are handed out, we are heading straight to the Heavenly Pond Sacred Land to see what's going on. 3 days ago at the Heavenly Pond Sacred Land, Trinfuk shows up and yells, who did this? Who's behind this? Yebei's ally cracks his knuckles, scowling as he asks who thinks they can make a racket in this place. Don't you know this is Lord Yebei's territory? Instantly, Trinfuk grabs his neck and hoists him up, prompting the struggling ally to gasp, who are you? How dare you touch me? Lord Yebei will end you. But the attacker just sneers, who does that Yebei guy think he is anyway? The Heavenly Pond Sacred Land belongs to our immortal master, yet he dares claim it. Struggling, Yebei's ally tries prying the brute's hand off him, and grinds his teeth, gasping, Lord Yebei conquered this sacred land all by himself, just so we could guard it. Furious, the giant squeezes his hand, and Yebei's ally is instantly vaporized, leaving nothing but a sudden burst of blood. Wearing a vicious expression, the killer sneers, how dare you murder my disciples? I will wipe out your group on behalf of our master. Yebei, this means war. Meanwhile, a massive crowd gathers below, waiting for the leaderboard results. A guy in brown tells his friend that the Double Heaven leaderboard rewards are finally dropping, making everyone wonder what kind of epic prize they will get. The guy in black nods, replying, "Honestly, we all know monsters like Ye Bei and Luo Sheng are about to awaken some truly insane power." Suddenly, a portal splits open between two lines of light, drawing everyone's gaze to a mysterious glowing sphere, swirling with ancient power. Standing right in the very center of the crowd, Ye Bei and Luo Shueshang are suddenly engulfed in intense flames that completely wrap around them and lift them up. Floating right inside a massive ring of blinding light, they both feel themselves getting hit by an incredibly intense wave of mystical energy. Struggling with the heat, Luo Sheng gasps, "Master, my body is burning up." Ye Bei quickly reassures her, saying, "Hang in there, disciple. This intense heat just proves our reward is going to be incredibly massive." Down below, a bystander looks up with his jaw on the floor. That energy is insane. Is this the power of the Double Heaven rewards? Green light and glowing purple sparks begin wrapping around Ye Bei as this ancient power slowly sinks directly into his entire body. Suddenly pulled into a completely different dimension, Ye Bei looks around and mutters, "Wait, what exactly is world power?" A system notification pops up, stating that a world tree is growing inside him, and a glowing plant slowly starts taking shape on his chest. Ripping his shirt open, he stares in awe as a tiny glowing tree roots itself inside his chest, radiating a bright golden light. The system reveals that his world power rank is currently 0, granting him space-time teleportation and the ability to perceive the consciousness of others. By accepting, the host can reshape the entire barren world to build a brand new environment, while simultaneously linking his mind directly to every single living creature inside. The level-up condition requires 1,000 people. Floating in this endless space, Ye Bei stares at the notification and frowns. 1,000 people. Looks like they want me to go on a killing spree. Looking around this endless space, Ye Bei sees the notification and wonders. Ye Bei figures out that with this world creation power, his mini-world is completely under his control. He is the ultimate creator of all things, meaning not only space, but even time itself can be changed at his will. Ye Bei rests his chin on his hand, wondering if he can actually conjure up a clone of his disciple, Luo Sheng. The system immediately sounds a warning: danger, danger, humans cannot be created in this current world. Hearing this, Ye Bei sighs, "Alright, fine, I get it." He walks toward the glowing portal and mutters, "Let us go outside and see how my eldest disciple is doing." Down below, an onlooker complains that after killing 2,000 people on the God of Death leaderboard, they only got a high-grade gem. Another voice replies that is actually not a bad reward. "I only got a single ancient book, so I wonder what kind of treasure Lord Ye Bei received." The orb glows with a wild, blinding light, making the crowd gasp in awe. Everyone gets super excited, and someone yells that power is absolutely insane. As Ye Bei steps through the portal, he notices a nearby sphere pulsing with a truly intense amount of energy. He smiles. Looks like his eldest disciple made some massive gains here. Ye Bei presses 2 fingers to his forehead. "Get ready for this." He peeks through his fingers, his sharp eye completely focused on her. Right before him, a sphere of deep purple light crackles with raw, overflowing power, as fierce bolts of lightning arc wildly around the hidden energy source. Floating inside is Zhu Shang, completely focused with her eyes closed. She does not have a single shred of clothing on, with only the swirling, brilliant light veiling her body. Catching a glimpse of this, Ye Bei instantly blushes red. Amidst the blinding aura, he completely panics and kicks everyone out, yelling, "All of you, scram right now." A massive force instantly blasts the crowd away in all directions. Ye Bei mutters in embarrassment, "If I knew she was finishing her training, I would have just stayed inside my mini-world." Ye Bei stands next to the glowing orb, guarding the portal to other dimensions. He sighs to himself, "Looks like I have to stay here and protect her until she finally wakes up." Meanwhile, a grand trial is taking place in a massive plaza, centered around a giant yin-yang symbol, packed with lines of eager candidates. A loud announcement echoes through the plaza, declaring that the Immortal Lord has sent me here to revitalize the Tian La Holy Land and select elite young geniuses for the Upper Realm sect. Someone in the crowd whispers, "The Upper Realm has endless spiritual energy and infinite resources, so anyone who makes it there is basically hitting the jackpot." Another person agrees, "Absolutely. And look at that immortal leader. So young, and yet he is already a mid-stage Emperor Realm expert." Up on stage, Fu Zheng announces the major event, stating that a grand breakthrough ritual will take place here in 2 days. The Immortal Lord's divine grace will bless the entire clan with a golden future, triggering a wave of pure excitement through the massive crowd. They all chant their gratitude to the Immortal Lord. As Fu Zheng turns to leave, wondering about the Vice Realm Master, a mysterious hand slowly creeps up from behind him. He instantly freezes when that unknown hand suddenly rests on his shoulder. Glaring back, he snaps, "Who dares to sneak up on me like this?" Standing behind him is Cho Tianli, who sneers and says, "For a realm master handpicked by the Immortal Lord, you sure took your sweet time reacting to my touch. Maybe I am just a rare genius." Fu Zheng's face flushes red as he realizes he truly failed to detect her presence. Shocked, he asks, "Who are you anyway?" Leaning close to his ear, she whispers, "My name is Cho Tianli, and I am exactly the kind of person you need in this Tianla Holy Land." She teases, "Do you want me?" Seeing her act this way, his guards get absolutely furious, snapping that it is that witch again. They shout, "What do you think you are doing, witch? Let him go right now. If you want to fight, come face me instead." She intimately leans forward and hugs Fu Zheng. He clears his throat uncomfortably, telling her to take a step back first, but she immediately refuses, demanding that he agree to her right now as she rests her head right on his shoulder. "Realm Master, in this entire Tianshuan plain, how many people do you think could sneak up on you and hold you like this?" Fu Zheng is forced to admit, indeed, not many. She coos coquettishly, "Exactly, so why are you still hesitating? Just agree to it, choose me right now and let me join your side." Fu Zheng's loyal followers scream in absolute rage, "Let him go, you shameless witch." They demand to know how much trouble she wants to cause, but look at her wrapping her arms over his chest to confess everything. She sighs that those useless juniors are just jealous of her, before whispering that she is actually the disciple of Ye Bei. Revealing that she has never actually respected Ye Bei, she promises that by letting her tag along, they will easily extract crucial intel about that man. Without hesitation, Fu Zheng places his hand on her shoulder and nods, "You have a point. What you say actually makes a lot of sense, so let us head inside and discuss everything about Ye Bei." Meanwhile, back with Xusheng, she sits cross-legged, completely focused on absorbing the massive torrents of brilliant energy that swirl fiercely around her. Slowly opening her tired eyes, she turns to see Ye Bei standing right beside her. As he gently asks, "You are awake, how do you feel?" She spots him and instantly calls out, "Master!" She raises her clenched fist with pure excitement, proudly telling him she finally broke through to the absolute peak of the Emperor Lord tier, and her Tao of Destruction even upgraded by 2 whole levels. He is absolutely thrilled for her. "That is wonderful." He says, "This time your master used the power of the Immortal Pavilion and the Double Heaven Leaderboard rewards to fuse them and evolve a completely new Great Tao, the power of the world." She stares at him as world power, really that legendary ability to create and destroy the heavens and the earth? She suddenly looks down at herself in total shock. Floating inside the glowing circle, she asks, "Where are my clothes?" Ye Bei chuckles and says, "You were cultivating up in the sky. You almost ended up flashing the entire world." She screams, "Ah! Stop talking, please stop talking." She grabs onto his robes while Ye Bei gently rests his hand on her back, teasing her, "I was just kidding. How could your master ever let anyone else peek at you?" Answering softly with a yes, the scene shifts to a dark room where silk robes are slowly discarded. Sothian Liert sits on the bed, sounding pretty annoyed, as she asks, "Why am I not the one taking the Heiwan pill first?" With his shirt still completely unbuttoned, Vice Leader Fo Chin lies back on the bed, reminding her that she is currently only ranked 2nd in the Tianla Holy Land. Even the Holy Lord hasn't taken it yet. She quickly asks the Vice Leader, "So if I swallow it first, wouldn't that make me the Holy Lord?" He sighs and replies, "The Immortal Master and our Holy Lord are old friends. If you swallow that pill first, you are practically declaring war on the Immortal Master." There he is, sitting on the bed with his robes completely open. She looks right at him. "Hey Vice Leader, here is a secret. The person you slept with last time was actually the Holy Lord of Tianla." He freezes, asking, "Could this really be?" She smiles, "Yes, exactly what you are thinking. I am the real power pulling all the strings behind the scenes." Back in bed, Tianlai casually holds her pipe, looking incredibly seductive in a thin nightgown. She purrs at Fu Zheng, asking if he would still have agreed to her terms if he knew her connection to the Holy Lord. "Wait, look at this." A pale hand suddenly grabs a wooden yin-yang talisman. She giggles, saying they got distracted too long and almost forgot the Vice Leader. The talisman works like a phone, with a loud voice suddenly blaring out, "Leader, I am at the Heavenly Pool Holy Land, only to find that Ye Bei has completely looted the entire place. I just slaughtered every single person Ye Bei left behind here. I will wait to personally execute him, then alert you so your forces can prepare to cross over together." Tianlai instantly perks up at the mention of Ye Bei. Staring intently at the talisman, she realizes his destination, while Fu Zheng curses him out. "That absolute bastard. The Heavenly Pool Holy Land is the sacred homeland of our former lord. Ye Bei, you have got serious nerve." Seductively scanning him, she senses this man's burning rage. She coyly asks, "So your plan is to actually murder Ye Bei?" Fu Zheng growls out, "He destroyed our former lord's sacred homeland, so I will make him suffer." Tianlai slithers closer, whispering that she actually wants to take that guy down too. "So do we not share the same goal?" Surprised, Fu Zheng asks if she also has a grudge against Ye Bei. Tianlai giggles, "Leader, among the 108 disciples under Ye Bei, absolutely nobody is stronger than me, except for his top disciple Luo Shuashuang. But despite all my talent, Ye Bei has never once acknowledged me. For years, I have traveled across this entire Tianshuan plain, All for the day I finally crush Luo Shuashuang and defeat Ye Bei himself. I already have a plan. If I swallow the Union Yuan pill, I will break through my current realm in just 2 days. Me defeating Ye Bei is basically helping you guys out too, is it not? Fu Zheng nods, admitting he would gladly accept her help to finish off Ye Bei. But what about the Tian Luo Holy Lord? Tian Lai smoothly reassures him, do not worry, I will easily convince him to let me use the Union Yuan pill first. Inside a vast palace hall, someone shouts out in disbelief, what did you say? Does the Haiwan pill actually need a poison test, and you want my Tianli to test it? Fu Zheng holds onto the pillbox, joking that instead of a person swallowing this Heiyuan pill, it is much more likely that the Heiyuan pill itself ends up swallowing the person. Tianli throws her arms around the Holy Lord, acting ready to sacrifice herself for their sacred land. She begs the Holy Lord to let her test it first, claiming she is willing to die for their Tianla sacred land. He looks at Tianli, determined not to let her sacrifice herself. With deep affection, he asks how he could ever let the brightest star of the Tianla sacred land poison test this herself. That is his outward act, but deep down, he is suspicious since they already agreed the sect lord would bestow the Heiwan pill on him first. But now they are pulling this stunt to cause chaos. Could this elder have made some sort of secret deal behind his back with Chu Tianli? Fu Zheng keeps persuading the Holy Lord, arguing that since she is their brightest star, her chance of being consumed is extremely low. But the Holy Lord fires back, would not my own risk be even lower? Why not just let me test it directly? Tianli quickly stops him, asking if he forgot their sacred vow. She presses herself against the Holy Lord, drawing playful circles with her finger, her sweet, spoiled voice melting hearts instantly. Back then, I told you I would share absolutely everything with you, and you kept promising you would do the exact same. Her eyes flash a deep purple as she asks him once more, this time, you will still agree with me, right? The sacred master's eyes shift color as he mindlessly agrees. But suddenly, his gaze snaps awake, and a blinding light erupts from him. Gathering raw energy in his hand, he snarls, so you actually tried to bewitch me. I only tolerated your schemes before because your body was still useful, but I never expected a woman like you to be so utterly shameless and disrespectful, plotting to steal the Origin fusion pill. What shocks me even more is that even the Realm Master got seduced by this vile witch. Fu Zheng steps up to hand Cho Tianli the pill, scoffing, since you have already seen through us. I have absolutely nothing left to say. Blood drips from the corner of Cho Tianli's mouth, leaving her looking utterly miserable as she softly mutters, Sacred Master, over the past 3 months, I have proven that I am the true leader of this Tianla sacred land. Facing her, the Sacred Master snaps, so you are finally dropping the act? Cho Tianli, everyone knows about your twisted ambition, but you really should have kept yourself in check. He calls out his personal guards to step forward. Instantly, 4 fully cloaked figures materialize, holding deadly pills in their hands. Still trying to buy some time, Cho Tianli appeals to him. Sacred Master, I came here today to negotiate with you, not to escalate things to this point. After all, when we first started living together, I did have genuine feelings for you. Back when Ye Bei underwent his tribulation, I told you my ultimate goal was to reach his level of absolute power. I wanted your help, but you never shared the secret techniques of our sacred land with me. Since you do not care, just go ahead and order your men to attack. She swallows the pill and brace yourselves, because her eye flares with a terrifying violet light. Fu Zheng grins with delight, shouting it worked, and she is not being consumed. An explosion rips through the air, sending him crashing into a glowing magic circle. He screams, where are you? Chao Tianli is about to seize total power. A hand thrusts forward, and Chu Tianli suddenly appears, throwing a powerful punch straight at the glowing magical barrier. Bound tightly by the runes, he is consumed by pure terror. Over at the meeting point, Fu Zheng designated, his men gather, but they grow suspicious when the doors remain shut. It has been 2 days. Is the breakthrough ritual not supposed to happen today? Another follower mutters in confusion, why are the main representative doors still sealed shut? A mysterious footstep echoes. Back with Chu Tianli, dark magic radiates fiercely from her body as she uses her spells to torture the trapped sacred master inside the magic circle. Under her terrifying influence, the magic binding circle grows even stronger and more agonizing. He gasps out, Cho Tianli, if you take my place, they will never accept you. But she sneers, if I expose all your dirty secrets to the world, they will not respect you either. And if we just end your life right here, I will easily find a way to make them bow to me. Gliding over to her side, Fu Zheng adds, Sacred Master, her intentions are perfectly clear. It would be wise of you to cooperate. Just perform a simple abdication ceremony to hand over your power. I have plenty of valuable treasures I can give you in return. After all, we have no real desire to kill you. Gritting his teeth in agony, he groans, I should have never let you into this sect. But since there is no turning back, I will give you what you want today. Cho Tianli and the defeated master step outside. Standing before the gathered crowd, he announces, "I declare Cho Tianli as the next sacred master of the Tianla Sacred Land. Today, I am officially stepping down to retire. Thank you all for supporting me over the years. Our new leader will rebuild everything and lead us to glory." Now, you can bet the crowd is incredibly confused by this sudden change. Did something happen? Another disciple chimes in, "Well, the sacred master is getting old, and Cho Tianli definitely has the strength to lead us." With her heart consumed by a burning hatred for Yi Bei, Cho Tianli mutters darkly, "I am not the weak girl I was yesterday. Ye Bei, just you wait." Meanwhile, a brilliant beam of energy, wrapped in glowing rings, streaks across the sky, sailing swiftly through the clouds like a sudden gust of wind. Ye Bei and Luo Shuixiang fly together. She looks over and speaks, "Master, I often think back to when Cho Tianli first joined our sect. She was always so cheerful, constantly bouncing around with joy." Yi Bei sighs. "Not every disciple is as reliable and comforting as you." She asks again, "But remember when you said she had a stubborn spark? Someone who refused to ever lose?" Shaking his head, Ye Bei replies, "Unfortunately, I feel that spark of hers has completely turned rotten by now." Arriving at the Tianla Sacred Land, the duo touches down. The moment they land, a freezing frost radiates from Ye Bei's feet. Luo Shuixiang walks forward, deeply confused. How did this sacred land end up like this? Yi Bei notes that the temperature here is normally twice as hot as the outside world. Suddenly, the rocks beneath her feet begin to tremble violently, forcing both of them to brace themselves to avoid falling. "Watch out, master," she screams. As the ground ruptures and hurls massive boulders upward, Ye Bei and Luo Shuixiang instantly leap into the air. Looking around, something feels incredibly off about their surroundings. She asks, "Is this a barrier?" With a sharp gaze, Ye Bei shoots down a beam of his inner energy. The ice-like barrier instantly shatters into a million pieces. He warns her, "If we enter this barrier recklessly, the sheer pressure will definitely crush us to death." Floating between massive rocks, Luo Shang speaks up, "Master, this ambush here is honestly way too intense." Ye Bei immediately replies, "If they claim I destroyed over half of Tianla Holy Land." And just like that, Tianla Holy Land is completely wiped out. But wait, look over there. Something's rushing straight towards them. It is the administrator Ye Bei previously appointed to govern this place. Ye Bei reaches out his hand, and the figure silently slumps forward, completely motionless. Watching this, Luo Shuixiang asks in confusion, "Is he dead?" He explains to her first disciple, "This is the guardian I left behind to manage things. The others have probably been slaughtered as well." Extending his hand toward the corpse, Ye Bei asks, "Was this done by Shu Tianli?" Hearing this, she asks in disbelief, "No way. Is she already capable of creating a massive barrier like this?" Ye Bei looks at her and says, "First disciple, whether Cho Tianli did this or not, only someone at the Emperor's Supreme Realm could ever set up an expert ambush of this level." Which basically means, I can use this opportunity to farm points and upgrade my world power. Ye Bei lifts the kneeling man and mutters, "Look at that. A strong enemy just brought me some free experience points." Standing proud in the sky, Zhengfu glares down and barks, "Ye Bei, you destroyed my Tianqi Holy Land. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" Hearing this ridiculous threat, Ye Bei scoffs, "Consequences? Does one worry about consequences when stepping on a roadside ant?" Luo Shoushang immediately chimes in, "Of course not." Clutching a paper talisman in his hand, Zhengfu sneers, "This lower realm rarely produces anyone decent. That is why a total fraud like you gets to run things. But now someone is going to open your eyes, so you learn who you should never dare to offend." Ye Bei strokes his chin thoughtfully, then calmly speaks, "Is that all you have? You want to teach me a lesson, Luo Shushang? Go take care of him. Ever since your breakthrough on the Double Heaven leaderboard, you haven't found a worthy opponent. So this is the perfect training opportunity for you." Luo Shuashang complies. "Yes, master." Zhengfu raises his hand and roars, "Rise." Instantly, a horde of bloody, skull-faced undead creatures is summoned into the sky. Ye Bei turns to her thoughtfully. "Luo Shang, can you tell where these guys came from?" She raises an eyebrow, examining them closely, and replies, "Actually, they look quite similar to junior sister Zhongli Mo's undead path." He nods indeed. "They don't just look similar, they share the exact same root. You never got to spar with Zhongli Mo before, so this challenge is a great start. Go." Luo Shushang nods. "Yes." Zhengfu sneers arrogantly, "Your sheer arrogance will only bring you to an early grave." Suddenly, glowing runes and bright light erupt from his talisman as he chants, "Resurrect, souls of the dead." Immediately, the corpses growl as a dark light flares in their eyes. Zhengfu commands surround and destroy, and the undead horde charges forward like mindless beasts. Luo Sheshang swings her long whip, unleashing a massive wave of power to block them. In a flash, two bloody-fanged corpses lunge right above her head. She glances over thoughtfully as they swarm her, trapping her inside a massive circle of 1,000 undead. Believing she is finished, he laughs maniacally. "Your precious disciple's skull is probably being crushed to pieces right now. Yebei, do you regret your big words yet? Kneel and kowtow to me right now, and I might leave you with an intact corpse. But Yebei shows no fear at all. He calmly replies, you actually got one thing right. Arrogant fools only die faster, so why don't you take a much closer look? And then, out of nowhere, bright beams of golden light start bursting right through the massive pile of monsters. A split second later, an explosive shockwave sends the entire horde flying in all directions. Zheng Fu remains completely unfazed, speaking with absolute confidence. I definitely underestimated you, but I only used 1/10 of my strength just now. The real show is only beginning. Standing high atop a giant mountain of skulls, their dark energy surges instantly, and their hollow eyes flash with a brilliant light. He sneers, the real secret of my soul talisman is that as long as these corpses exist, I can resurrect them endlessly. The stronger the opponent, the more they kill, making me even more powerful. Zheng Fu chuckles evilly, Ye Bei, it's time to say goodbye to your precious disciple. But in a sudden flash, something sharp pierces straight through him as Luo Shoushang impales Zheng Fu with her weapon. She states boldly, Master always said to eliminate the bandits. We must strike down the leader first. Besides, did you really think I'd just stand here and watch you summon this massive army of corpses? Zheng Fu gapes in total disbelief. Right here, she cracks her whip, sending a bright flash of light forward. Tuet Thung looks back at Ye Bei and laughs, Master. I really thought those Heaven Realm guys would be tougher, but he went down on my very first strike. Suddenly, a dark, gloomy energy surges as a voice echoes out, injuring my origin chi. This badly means I definitely underestimated you pests. Her eyes widen in shock, seeing the zombie completely intact with formidable power remaining. Tuet Thung grits her teeth and snaps, damn it. She unleashes her Tao of Destruction technique while the zombie counters head-on, creating a massive beam of blinding, destructive light. The corpse opens its jaws wide to spew a wave of pitch-black mist, but Tuet Thung stands completely fearless and reaches out her hand. Yu Bei calmly speaks up, besides aiming for the boss first. There is another clever trick I can teach you right now. It is called using the enemy's own tricks against them, as he triggers their Tao resonance. The Tao of Spirits flashes brightly as a skeletal hand rises to grab the skull, just before another zombie slams it to the ground. Tuet Thung is stunned seeing him control them, but Ye Bei just tells her to stay calm because he has one more trick. A smirk plays on his lips, time to take their life while they are down. Up next is the Tao of Destruction resonance, and as the skeletons clash, the glowing figures of both master and disciple appear inside a massive magic circle. Watch this purple blast light up the entire arena. As the energy fades, she sighs, I am sorry, master, I let you down. But Ye Bei gently consoles her, saying that holding her own against a celestial is already impressive. He adds that her strength was equal to his, but she let her guard down at the end. A total defeat. She bows her head. Suddenly, a golden bead of immortal energy appears, glowing brightly as Tuet Thung gasps, this is genuine immortal chi. Looking away, she calls out, Master, there is another surprise over here. Ye Bei nods, realizing the shattering of Trinfa's soul must have forced this immortal chi to gather. This is basically a celestial elixir. Eager to help, Tuet Thung leaps into the air and reaches out to grab the floating energy bead. She promises to retrieve it for him, but just as her fingers brush the bead, it suddenly darts away in another direction. Another hand easily snatches it away, prompting her to glare at the thief and demand to know who they are. Fa Qin arrogantly sneers, celestial treasures are not something you lowly, lower realm trash could ever hope to touch. Tuet Thung frowns deeply. Just then, Thien Liert appears right beside Fa Qing, mockingly greeting her as senior sister and saying it has been a long time. Ye Bei asks if it is her, while Tuet Thung angrily spits out the name of that snake, Thien Liert. She raises her hand to summon a massive surge of dark power, bitterly asking how her former master could possibly forget her and if this triggers any memories. With that, a giant snake opens its jaws and blasts a swirling vortex of energy straight at them. Ye Bei effortlessly disperses the blast with a single wave of his hand, his face darkening as he coldly tells her that he could never forget a traitor, and she no longer has the right to call him master. Thien Liert responds with pure, bitter venom, did I really betray the sect first? Or did you all turn your backs on me first? Seeing her state, Tuet Thung asks how she could have fallen this far. She snaps back in fury, what state? Who I am today is exactly what you monsters forced me to become. Back then, Master pulled out a golden elixir and secretly told me he would give it only to me because I was the most obedient. I was the most talented and hard-working disciple. Remembering how happy she felt seeing that golden elixir back then, she admits she genuinely believed his words. Only later did I realize that you gave every single one of them that exact same special treatment. The rare treasure I begged for was treated like mere candy to the others. She cries while charging another dangerous ring of energy, declaring she is no longer that gullible girl. Every single thing you owe me, I am going to make you pay it back, piece by piece. Things are officially getting dangerously out of hand. Tuet Thung tries to explain that her boundless greed made her unfit, but Ye Bei cuts her off. telling her to stand back because the traitor is completely blinded by hatred. Since she was his disciple, he insists on handling this himself, while Tuet Thung looks at him with deep worry. Yibei looks at her and offers a final chance, once a master, always a father. So if you repent now, I can still treat you as my disciple. She screams in bitter denial, mocking his plea and declaring that he no longer has any authority or right to lecture her. With those words, she unleashes a terrifying blast of raw power straight at him, forcing Ye Bei to manifest his own defensive energy. He warns her coldly the Tao of greed despises bottomless greed, and rushing blindly will only lead to your downfall. But in that instant, a tiny serpent wraps around his wrist and bites his hand, suddenly binding his entire body in tight coils. Sweating from the sudden, sharp pain, Ye Bei realizes this is the serpent of greed, a parasitic creature he cultivated long ago. Once it binds its prey, it drains their power completely until they wither away into nothingness. Then, massive jaws snap shut one after another, putting him in a terrible spot. Thenliert sneers, you might have escaped before, but now I have the ultimate power boost from the Union Core Pill. Even if you are in the Emperor domain, escaping is pretty much impossible. Not a chance. Master, this is the very last time I will ever call you that. Suddenly, a deafening blast erupts as blinding pillars of light and massive shockwaves burst into the sky. Watching from above, Fa Qing barks out, this Ye Bei guy actually managed to kill Trin Fuke. I thought he was some legendary monster, but a nobody like Thenliert already took care of him without me even lifting a single finger. Lower realm trash really cannot do anything. Clean up the rest. Thenliert leaps down with a cold nod. Strutting over to Tuet Thung with a terrifying shadow serpent coiled tightly around her body, she mocks her in a loud, snide voice. Well, senior sister. Trying to run now is a bit too late. Tuet Thung subtly activates her weapon. Do you honestly believe a traitor like you could ever kill Master? Without wasting another breath, Tuet Thung fires her weapon straight at the traitor with lethal force. As the smoke clears, Tuet Thung gasps in shock to find Thenliert standing right behind her already. The traitor whispers, senior sister, you are strong, but I am on another level now. She whips her head around, frowning deeply as a shadowy, creeping force begins wrapping around her body. Slithering up from her feet, a giant serpent tail wraps tightly around Tuet Thung, completely crushing her in its grasp. Watching her struggle, Thenliert sneers, Luo Sheng. Is this really all you have got? You were pretty arrogant back when you crushed the Great Tao, but you are actually weak. She stretches out her hand as dark energy surges from her palm, her face twisted in a smug grin. Your destruction Tao is completely useless against me now. I wonder if our dead master down in hell will still accept a failure like you. Suddenly, a brilliant light explodes from Tuet Thung. She grinds her teeth in pure rage, as the clear blue sky turns eerily quiet. This catches her completely off guard. Meanwhile, up above, Fa Qing frowns with a sudden, sinking feeling in his gut. Right at that moment, a massive beam of light crashes down. Thenliert looks up, spitting his name in pure hatred, Ye Bei. And just like that, our boy is back. He catches a falling Tuet Thung in his arms, saving her just in time. Tuet Thung looks up at her savior and whispers, Master. Behind them, Thenliert gasps in absolute disbelief. No way, how are you still alive? Trapped by my greed serpent. You should have withered away to nothing by now. Ye Bei fixes a cold stare on her. I gave you so many chances to redeem yourself, but you crossed my line over and over again, betraying your master, your friends, and harming your own sect members. With her monstrous serpent glaring maliciously beside her, Thenliert snaps back with a dark, bitter face. Save your breath. If you want to kill me, just do it. You won't get lucky enough to survive a second time. Instantly, the beast opens its massive jaws to swallow him whole, but he casually raises a glowing spiritual barrier to block the strike. She panics internally. Wait, why has my massive serpent suddenly stopped moving? I have never seen anything like this before. Could Ye Bei's raw power actually be a perfect counter to my serpent? Furious, Thenliert wipes blood across her face and screams out, tear him apart. The giant beast roars, lunging forward once more. Ye Bei slowly closes his eyes before speaking calmly. You really thought you were strong, but you are actually nothing. An overwhelming pressure erupts from his body, piercing straight through the beast as dark smoke pours out from its wounds. He looks down coldly. The thing you are most proud of is stealing the power of the greed Tao from other people. And yet, this very greed Tao is what led you astray step by step, so now, I am taking it back. Unfazed, she swings her heavy chains and laughs. Then go ahead and try. Ye Bei murmurs, Tao resonance activated. Greed Tao. When his eyes snap open, glowing purple runes swirl in his pupils. Instantly, a massive purple serpent materializes, charging straight at her beast. Its razor-sharp fangs sink deep into her beast, tearing its flesh and making it shriek in agonizing pain. Shaking and sweating, Thenliert panics. No, my greed Tao is actually getting devoured. Above her, the purple serpent opens its jaws wide to swallow everything. Honestly, you have just got to love to see it. Pinned under those massive fangs, the traitor completely loses her mind, screaming, "How could I possibly lose like this?" Those massive jaws clamp down, swallowing her serpent whole. Instantly, a system notification confirms the recovery of the Greed Dao, rewarding him with a Great Emperor skill card. Yi Bei glares down at the girl kneeling before him. Conjuring a protective shield, Fa Qin watches her defeat and mutters in disgust, "What a completely useless waste of space. Even with my Union Core pill, you could not even touch Yi Bei. What a joke. I am done playing games with you people today." Just as he turns to escape, Tuithung intercepts him. "You used Tianlirt as a human shield, and now you want to run. It is not that simple." Fa Qin snarls back, "I might not be able to handle Ye Bei, but I can easily take care of you." But suddenly, his face turns pale. Ye Bei has already materialized right behind him, coldly shoving the arrogant fool into a dimensional rift. "Get inside." As the portal slowly seals shut, Tuithung points at her fallen sister and asks Master, "Do we really have to execute her?" He strokes his chin, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a massive vortex opens in the sky above, and a booming voice echoes down. A figure with completely blank white eyes suddenly appears, demanding to know where her disciple is. Tuithung thinks to herself that this arrogant tone sounds familiar, likely meaning this immortal lord is the master of Fo Qing and Tring Fuk. Meanwhile, Ye Bei casually asks, "What is your disciple's name?" Ye Bei claims he cannot remember, making her furious enough to summon a massive hand to crush him. She sneers that a tiny ant like him actually dares to challenge her, completely seeking death. He calmly replies that since he has died a few times already, maybe she can help him remember. With a wave of his hand, Ye Bei unleashes a massive blast of energy to clash directly with her. Tuithung speaks up, suggesting she should join the fight since this immortal lord is quite tough to handle alone, but he declines, pointing out that this immortal lord's power is actually pretty weak and cannot possibly trouble him. The immortal lord realizes that causing too much of a commotion here will trigger divine punishment. Her time in this lower world is running out, but she notices this kid has pretty incredible talent, even surpassing Sothian Liert. He would make the perfect vessel if she can force him to submit. So, she pulls out a mysterious book and lowers her voice to call out to the young man. Calling him a promising talent, she offers to overlook the past and give him all these treasures if he simply calls her master. Surprisingly, the cover of the book reads, "Imperial Women Art." "You can't make this up." Ye Bei stares in absolute shock while Tuithung blushes, forcing the embarrassed immortal lord to quickly swap for the actual book. This ridiculous mistake leaves both master and disciple completely speechless. Ye Bei rejects her, saying that unfortunately, he only ever enjoys being the master of others, so she is out of luck. Furious at the rejection, she warns him not to push his luck, but she suddenly freezes mid-sentence. Sensing immediate danger, she panics, knowing that staying any longer will cost her 300 years of cultivation. She quickly retreats, shouting back that although she is sparing him today, he killed her 2 disciples, meaning their next meeting will surely be his funeral. Tuithung wonders why she gave up so easily, but then she gasps in shock and hurriedly alerts Ye Bei that Sothian Liert is gone. She shares her theory, asking her master if that immortal lord caused such a scene just to take Sothian Liert away. He explains that she had no choice but to grab her and run, otherwise she would have faced death herself. Tuithung is still pretty confused about what actual use Sothian Liert could possibly be to that immortal lord. Ye Bei begins walking away, saying that the captive Fa Qin should know the answer, so they need to go question him now. Inside this barren pocket world, there is absolutely no secret that can be hidden from his godlike sight. He wants to know everything about Fa Qin from birth to death, including how he colluded with Sothian Liert and their goal in the lower world. He explains he can uncover the truth with a simple gesture, as they both approach the prison where Fa Qin is held captive. He channels a strand of energy directly into the prisoner, causing his hidden memories to play out right before them. In the memory, Sothian Liert laughs sinisterly, boasting that Ye Bei will never guess his precious disciples are already fully under her control. Hearing this, Tuithung gasps in sheer shock. She cannot believe it. Meanwhile, Sothian Liert's memory continues, claiming that no matter what happens, she can never truly lose this game. Even if she dies, those loyal disciples of Ye Bei will remain completely trapped under her dark influence. They will avenge her, forcing their master to feel the crushing pain of betrayal and deception, which is far worse than death. But get this, Ye Bei merely scoffs, stating that if his disciples were that easily corrupted, they would not be feared as legendary female overlords. She turns to him with deep concern, asking if her junior sisters are in grave danger right now. Ye Bei ponders, stating that since Sothian Liert's wild claims are still completely unverified, their only option to uncover the absolute truth is to track her down. Tuithung worriedly points out that the passage to the upper realm is sealed, meaning they must wait for the next person to ascend. Once that happens, nobody else can ascend for another 100 years, leaving their junior sisters in an incredibly dangerous position for far too long. Ye Bei simply smiles and says he actually knows someone who can help, But first, she needs to handle a quick task for him. A short while later, under a crystal-clear sky, we see a towering, jagged, rocky mountain. Deep inside a dark cave, the powerful demon venerable GMO sits in deep meditation when he suddenly senses a disturbance coming from outside. Opening his eyes, he angrily demands to know who is there, noting that anyone able to reach the 9th floor of this time tower must be formidable. Step out and face me. Tuet Thung calmly steps into view, making the furious demon venerable warn her that since she lacks respect for her elders, he will show no mercy. As he unleashes a powerful strike, she effortlessly counters it, leaving GMO completely stunned by how incredibly familiar her martial arts style looks to him. His stone seat shatters, forcing GMO to leap back and glare down from above, demanding to know her true identity. He demands to know how she possesses this ancient technique, but she stays completely silent under his sharp, heavy gaze. Silent, are you? Shifting into his true form, he charges. Don't blame me for this. In this entire world, there are barely 2 people who can dodge my divine return strike. As he speaks, his massive energy swirls together, forming a truly terrifying hurricane of pure force. Luo Shushang summons her path of absolute destruction, and the 2 massive forces immediately clash. In his giant beast form, he lunges straight at her. Suddenly, a calm voice calls out, "Please show mercy, Elder Jia." Yebei instantly appears right beside her, effortlessly blocking the crushing wave of energy. Jiamo stares in shock. Yebei grins, saying, "Long time no see, Elder Jia." The old man quickly lands right in front of him. "Young friend Yebei, it is really you," Jiamo says in surprise, then asks, "Who is the girl beside you?" Yebei introduces her, "This is my disciple." Luo Shushang politely smiles and greets him. Yebei glances over, casually saying, "Actually, I was the one who sent this girl to assassinate you." The old man freezes, his face darkening. "What did you just say?" Yebei patiently repeats, "I said, I sent her to kill you." Furious, the elder explodes with a blinding, powerful burst of golden light. GMO throws a massive punch, shouting, "Was saving me from that poison all just a setup?" Yebei casually blocks it, replying, "You guessed right. I can't believe I trusted you and saw you as our savior. What a massive mistake." GMO grates his teeth in pure anger. Letting out a furious snort, he suddenly pulls his fist back. "Fine, just go. Out of respect for saving my life before, I won't fight you today." Yebei chuckles, trying to smooth things over. "Don't be mad, Elder Jia, I was only joking. I actually came to help you ascend." He snorts, "Helping me ascend? Or are you trying to kill me?" Guiltily, Yebei scratches his head. "Well, wasn't I just trying to test your current strength? Besides, killing you doesn't bring me any real benefits anyway." Seeing his reaction, Yebei sighs inwardly. "Okay, maybe I took that joke too far." GMO turns to leave. "I'm already at the peak Emperor stage, just one step away from ascension. It will only take me a century. I don't need your help." Yebei has no choice but to reveal his true goal. "Look, I have a vital reason to reach the immortal realm, but someone has to ascend first. Only by using your ascension can I finally force open a passage to that world. I thought it over, and you are currently the closest person to ascension in this entire world." Hearing this, the old man sighs, "You should have just said so." GMO turns back around. "But even though I am at the very peak, breaking through that final step might still take several hundred years. By then, it will be too late." Yebei replies, "Look at this confidence." Yebei tells him not to worry, because he can trigger that ascension right this second. GMO is completely struck dumb by his words. What? How on earth could achieving cosmic ascension be that simple? At the Heavenly Pool sacred grounds, swirling energy envelops GMO. Yebei looks over, asking, "Are you ready for this?" The old beast replies confidently, "No one in my demon race has ascended in 100,000 years. Win or lose, I am definitely going to give it a shot." Nodding with approval, Yebei clasps his hands, summoning the 4-9 heavenly tribulation source energy. Beams of purple light shoot up, creating a massive barrier that leaves GMO in awe. Not bad. The Ascension Lightning Tribulation really is something else. After 100,000 years, I've finally met you. Sudden purple lightning tear across the sky. Luo Shushang asks anxiously, "Master, are we about to say goodbye?" Yebei gently pats her on the head to comfort her. "Silly girl, your master is just going up first to find the way. Once everything is clear, I will come back for you. Once I break the restrictions of the realm rules, I'll bring everyone up." Luo Shushang nods, but a trace of sadness fills her eyes. If only she were stronger right now, she could have ascended to the immortal realm alongside her beloved master. Sooner or later, a day will come when she stands right by his side, serving as his absolute shield instead of being left behind like this. Yebei then gives her one last task, whether what Chu Tianli said is true or false. I can't tell. Stay here and gather news of your junior sisters. I'll head up to search for her. You manage things down here while I handle the upper realm. We will work together. She obediently replies, your disciple understands. Suddenly, a desperate voice echoes from inside the barrier, "Friend Ye Bei. Help me, I can't hold out much longer." Glancing over, Ye Bei calmly mutters, "Tribulations have their weak moments too." With a casual wave of his hand, a massive surge of power erupts upward. As his energy crashes into the lightning, a brilliant light flashes. Ye Bei scoffs, "Humph. Is that all the heavenly tribulation has got?" Now back in his true form, GMO says reluctantly, "Friend Ye Bei. I've heard rumors about you smashing the Ascension Gate before. Not gonna lie, seeing this with your own eyes is absolutely mind-blowing. Truly, the younger generation is terrifying." Suddenly, a massive gate appears from above, making GMO gasp. The immortal pavilion. Luo Shoushang asks, "Why is it black?" Ye Bei remains silent, deeply lost in thought as a mysterious light shines from behind the gate. The three of them now hover before a massive city entrance, a glowing orb shining right above them. Elder Jia can't help but marvel. "I never expected the heavy pressure of the immortal pavilion to be this intense." Ye Bei thinks to himself that this immortal pavilion looks exactly like the ones he saw before, except for its strange color. Unless, of course, Jia Lao is actually a beast, which would explain why the Ascension Passage mutated like this. He raises his hand, gathering a swirling vortex of yin and yang energy. "Hang on, Jia Lao. I'm coming to help." Since this is just another gateway leading straight to the upper world, the weakest spot in its barrier should be exactly the same. Practice makes perfect. Combining his Purgatory Reincarnation seal with his raw power Dao, he locks onto the weakest point of the immortal pavilion. Time to move fast. With that, he hurls his Purgatory Reincarnation seal straight at the massive gate ahead. Jia Lao watches in utter shock, realizing that ascending alongside young friend Ye Bei is infinitely better than trying to fly up there all by himself. The more the elder calculates, the brighter his eyes shine with sheer excitement. Divine elixirs, priceless treasures, immortality, our beast clan is finally going to rise up and take over. Slapping his fist hard into his open palm, he prepares. "Young friend Ye Bei, let me help you." But suddenly, Ye Bei notices something wrong. The bright point of light hovering right above their heads begins expanding wildly in every direction. Moments later, a massive spatial rift tears wide open, its violent gravitational pull forcing him to quickly grab onto Tuet Thung standing nearby. Damn it, that blast was too powerful, and it completely ruptured the ascension channel. Unluckily, poor Jia Laun gets instantly swept directly into the violent vortex inside the rift. He screams out in pure terror, "Young friend Ye Bei, save me." Obviously, our main character cannot just stand by and watch. Before diving in, he quickly yells to his disciple, "Listen, girl, I'm leaving the rest of your martial sisters in your hands." The very moment his body disappears into the dark rift, the gateway begins snapping shut. A blinding flash pierces the darkness, followed by a sudden freefall, ending in a heavy thud. Groaning, Ye Bei quickly gets up and starts looking around his new surroundings. So this is the upper world. There is absolutely no sign of Jia Lao anywhere, meaning that massive shockwave must have thrown him to some completely different location. Just then, a loud commotion erupts nearby, and you know we're in for trouble when thugs start yelling to move faster or they'll break some legs. What are you staring at? You lost, which means you're now slaves for our South Heaven arena. Do not even dream of escaping this place for the rest of your lives. Suddenly, a few of the guards spot our main character. "Hey, you over there, the new face. Someone go grab him." Let me handle it honestly. The quality of these newcomers has been so trash lately. Barely any of them can even meet our basic standards. The rabbit beastman sizes him up, wondering which dirt-poor lower plane this guy could have possibly ascended from. "And you even transformed what race? From what plane are you? Speak up." Ye Bei completely ignores the guy's arrogant attitude. Furious, the thug raises his elbow to smash him down, yelling that he asked a question, but a swift foot suddenly sweeps both his legs away. Spinning completely out of control, the beastman goes flying like a broken toy. Seizing the moment, our main character stomps his foot straight onto the guy's face, casually grinding his heel while throwing out a savage provocation. "A tiny rodent beast like you dares to question me? You must really want to die." Terrified, the creature squeaks out, begging for mercy and pleading for his miserable life. "Please lift your noble foot and spare my worthless life. I can lead you straight to the arena and the reception hall." This offer catches his attention. An arena? The thug quickly explains that there is something he does not know yet. Every single beast that ascends to this place is forced to fight in the arena just to earn basic cultivation resources. The strong survive, while the weak are eliminated. Hearing this, Ye Bei rubs his chin in deep thought. It seems this whole heavenly Dao and ascension system is not meant to reward people, but rather to balance out the power levels across the different planes. Once people ascend here, they probably lose all the high status and respect they worked so hard for below. With such a massive gap in power, he wonders how Jia Lao is holding up. Soon enough, they arrive at the arena gates, just as promised. He bows down respectfully, saying this is the place. Once inside, you just need to register to receive your combat token. But do not let his submissive act fool you. Deep down, this rodent is scheming a pretty nasty trap. The arena is definitely no paradise. He secretly gloats that the newcomer will suffer soon, as the two of them slowly walk inside. Shouting loudly, the guide tells the staff that a fresh target has arrived. But Ye Bei is far too sharp, having already seen right through their schemes. Honestly, he is actually eager to see what pathetic tricks they try to pull. A loud clap echoes through the room, followed by a dark voice welcoming them. Don't worry, we will take great care of this newcomer. The rabbit beastman stands beside a giant demon, eagerly boasting that this catch has some decent power. He has already reached the peak of the Emperor Sovereign tier, so once he is fully tamed, he will fetch a killer price. Meanwhile, as other demons surround Ye Bei, the massive leader tosses a heavy sack of gold coins directly to the traitorous rabbit. Here is your reward. Absolutely thrilled, the rabbit thanks the boss, happily leaving the rest of the dirty work to them. He clicks his tongue, realizing the immortal world is actually pretty corrupt. Cracking their knuckles, the demons warn him that being sold to the immortal lords is actually a blessing, so he should not be ungrateful. Ye Bei just smirks. A blessing? When you betray your own kind and sell them off like common goods, no demon in their right mind would ever want a blessing like that. The demon leader barks out an order, cut the chatter and attack him. His underlings yell out in agreement. Ye Bei does not hold back either. He unleashes his aura, deciding this is the perfect time to end them all at once. A massive, colorful serpent appears, coiling through the air. This legendary technique is known as the Devouring Great Path. Just look at them squirm. They scream in terror, what is this? I am stuck. I cannot even move. He is draining our power. Ye Bei sneers in disgust. You think this pathetic level of strength is enough to run a demon trafficking ring? You are an absolute disgrace to the demon realm. He mocks them, pointing his staff forward. Disgraced, you say? Do not celebrate too early, boy. Let me see what kind of monster you actually are. Suddenly, Ye Bei flinches as he senses a trap. A massive spell circle has formed right under his feet, spawning countless chains that warp around him. The demon leader laughs, watching Ye Bei get completely trapped behind the heavy iron chains. This is the soul trapping array. It has been sealed for ages, so it is quite bloodthirsty. You better watch yourself. Ye Bei sighs, finding this whole situation pretty annoying. Why make a fuss? A dark purple energy starts gathering in his palm. I only came here to register myself, yet you insisted on forcing me to stay and completely destroy your entire business. Ye Bei's eyes flash with a deadly sharpness as he begins chanting the supreme demon bone spell. A blinding, multicolored fire erupts from within the chains. The demon leader drops to the ground, trembling in sheer terror. Impossible. You are clearly just a weakling at the Emperor realm. The massive energy orb behind him swells rapidly. Human or demon, anyone who dares to traffic living souls deserves nothing but absolute, total destruction. From afar, a massive explosion rips through the ancient streets. When the dust finally settles, only a giant black crater remains, with Ye Bei standing proudly right in the center. He taps his chin, lost in thought. Since this is a major trafficking hub, there must be tons of captive demons locked up here, perfect for upgrading my desolate, miniature world. Suddenly, a noise from a distant door catches his attention. As he steps inside, the captives cowering in the dark are utterly shocked. So this is where you are. He grins, unable to hide his highly mischievous, sly smile. The caged crowd feels a cold shiver run down their spines. Screams echo through the streets, drawing curious onlookers to run over and check. What is that noise? Let us go check it out. Above the massive gate hangs a terrifying, horned skull. Ye Bei walks inside with an imposing stride. The guards gasp in disbelief. This is the monster who just wiped out all the demons. The captain quickly calculates. This kid wiped out the entire demon trafficking guild with casual ease, an enemy that gave our master a massive headache for years. He is definitely no ordinary fighter. And get this, the captain actually steps forward to block him, desperately hoping to recruit this absolute monster. Wait, Ye Bei shoots him a lethal glare. Get out of my way if you want to stay alive. The captain bows respectfully. Please do not misunderstand. I am the captain of the Southern Heaven Enforcement Squad. We mean you absolutely no harm. Ye Bei scoffed, completely unconvinced. No harm? I just slaughtered hundreds of your precious demons out there. The captain quickly explains they were nothing but worthless trash. Our Southern Heaven battlefield has plenty of those. Why would we hurt a noble prodigy like you? In fact, we are absolutely dying to recruit someone of your caliber. Ye Bei raises an eyebrow arrogantly. So what are you getting at? The captain finally reveals his true intentions. I want you to become the boss of our Southern Heaven battlefield. Ye Bei looks at him, totally confused. Wait, what? The captain lists Ye Bei's insane feats. You took down the entire rebel demon guild single-handedly. You even killed their chief, a powerhouse near the void immortal realm, in one single blow. If a true genius like you leads the Southern Heaven battlefield, we will definitely strike absolute terror into those bastards from Senluo. To his shock, Ye Bei just cold shoulders him and walks away, not interested. Do not block my path. A nearby subordinate curses furiously. Damn it, this guy is way too arrogant. Let me handle him and teach him a real lesson. The other guard quickly holds him back. Even our captain did not dare touch him. Are you completely stupid? But the captain refuses to give up, shouting out that countless fighters beg to join Southern Heaven. Rare treasures, secret cultivation manuals, top-tier intel, just name it and it is yours. But none of those riches move Ye Bei. No thanks, he replies, before coldly issuing a lethal warning. I have someone to find. If you keep stalking me, do not blame me for showing no mercy. But the captain plays his final card by wiping out the rebel demon guild. You offended the entire Tianla sacred land. Even if you leave here today, do not think you can just stay silent, and with that, he violently grabs the captain by the neck, lifting him straight into the air. He coldly repeats the captain's words. So you are from the Tianla palace. Seeing this, the subordinates panic, shouting for him to release their captain immediately. Even though the captain is struggling to breathe, he still desperately tries to explain himself. We never dared to touch the anti-demon hall because they are closely colluding with the Tianla Immortal Palace. Now that you destroyed them, only the protection of our Southern Heaven battlefield can keep you safe. Hearing this, he angrily throws the man to the ground. Gasping for air, the captain wheezes out that today they really got incredibly lucky with the Tianla Immortal Palace. After a rough coughing fit, the captain asks again if he will join their Southern Heaven battlefield. Ye Bei rubs his chin, thinking why face the Tianla Palace alone when he can use this Southern Heaven battlefield as perfect leverage. He can systematically destroy them step by step, so he finally agrees. The captain struggles to his feet and promises to take him to the old pavilion master first. Ye Bei does not act polite, telling him to lead on. Just look at this massive crimson building. We are finally outside Kangyun Pavilion, where the guards are already gossiping away like absolute crazy. One guard doubts the newcomer, but the captain immediately snaps back, asking if the guard could do any better. The captain explains that in this four-way battlefield tournament, 3 of their main teams have already collapsed, leaving only one struggling group left. If this last team loses, the Senluo battlefield rookies will steal their glory. That would drag their Southern Heaven battlefield to the absolute bottom of the 4 great battlefields, and none of them would ever walk with pride again. As they keep murmuring, the captain admits that this newcomer's power is absolutely unfathomable. He has a strong gut feeling that this guy will bring earth-shattering changes to the upcoming tournament. Listening closely from inside, Ye Bei finally understands why they recruited him. Apparently, the Southern Heaven battlefield literally has nobody else capable of winning this fight. Inside the massive hall, 2 powerful figures stand face to face, each of them enveloped in a completely different aura. The master asks if he is Ye Bei, and he casually admits it. The Emperor Realm Master opens his mouth to let out a massive roar as a brilliant halo erupts all around him. The dazzling light gathers boundless power, unleashing an intense wave of pressure that violently blows Ye Bei's hair and clothes straight back. Outside, the captain and his men shield their eyes, while Ye Bei looks at the cracked floor beneath his feet and quietly marvels at this incredible force. This Void Heaven Realm expert is stronger than expected. If they fight, he only has a 40% chance to win. The Emperor Venerable is equally shocked, wondering if this kid is truly just an Emperor Realm fighter, since he took that pressure completely unharmed. The old man keeps questioning him, asking which demon clan he belongs to and how many times he has broken his limits, prompting Ye Bei to scheme quickly. Since humans and demons have always been bitter enemies, letting this master know he is human would definitely ruin everything. So he decides to make up a quick lie, claims he comes from a distant ape clan, and asks what on earth physical limits even are. The old master actually believes him, giving him a friendly pat on the shoulder. He asks if that means Ye Bei has not broken his physical limits yet, and in a sudden panic, Ye Bei remembers a clever trick. Closing his eyes to deeply focus, he quickly chants the Genesis Dao transformation technique, causing a giant, faint image of a massive gorilla to appear right behind him. Can you believe he actually falls for it? Fully convinced our guy has never broken his limits? A cold sweat breaks out on Ye Bei's face as he realizes just how close he came to getting caught. Luckily, his Genesis Dao kept his mental power stable, and the old master laughs, praising him for being incredibly blessed. Acting humble, Ye Bei asks the master to forgive his ignorance as a backwater boy and explain how these physical limits actually work. The old master explains that the physical body is a vast treasure trove of infinite potential. He explains that while humans focus on cultivating the soul, their demon race relies far more on their physical forms, meaning any powerful demon reaching the Emperor realm can easily break through those physical limits. A small orb of energy begins to gather in his hand. For the first breakthrough, you must find gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 elemental spiritual treasures harness the power of the 5 elements, allowing you to use a secret technique to break your physical limits. Breaking through the limit successfully for the first time will double your physical strength, prompting a very curious Ye Bei to ask if breaking it 5 times would let him literally tear through heavenly tribulations. The master bluntly answers that out of 5 times, Breaking through 4 times is already completely defying heaven. Smirking confidently, Yebei says he will just break it 4 times first, which completely shocks the old master, causing his eyes to widen. With a gasp, the old master reveals a brutal reality. He explains that even with outstanding talent, breaking through a single limit takes massive time, at least half a year, and often up to several years. For some, breaking through 4 times takes a lifetime. That's why Yebei asked him, totally stunned, "Do you really think I can't make it?" Old Wentun quickly explained, "It's not that I don't trust you, but in 16 hours, the final fighter from our bracket has to step onto the battlefield. We are simply out of time." Yebei didn't hesitate, he just turned and walked away. 16 hours is plenty of time. If you don't believe me, I am leaving. Seeing this, the old man rushed to stop him. "Wait, hold on." A warm, glowing energy gathered in the old man's palm once more. "Take this, don't be shy. Any of these will do, though they are hard to refine on short notice." A spatial storage pouch materializes from thin air, and the old man speaks up excitedly. "No need to feel discouraged. I'll personally guide you after the fight." Hearing this, Yebei snatched the pouch right out of his hand. "Thanks for the concern, Pavilion Master Shang. Now, I will head off to prepare for the match." The old man just stands there, completely speechless and utterly helpless. This kid really has no manners at all. Right now, inside the 9th floor of the Time Tower, Yebei sits before a giant, glowing furnace. And get this, time in here actually runs 2,000 times faster than the outside world. 8 hours in the outside world translates to nearly 2,000 years here. Refining his body and breaking the first limit now will give him plenty of time for the match. It is time to start. But as he reads carefully, he finds a few torn pages. Seriously? Bootleg books in the immortal realm? Some pages are missing, but whatever. It won't stop me from refining these items. After the legendary 81 days of intense training, the furnace erupts with blinding light. Right on cue, Yebei opens his eyes. Success! But suddenly, the rookie king in a female form emerges from the illusion. He is completely speechless. Dumbfounded, he blurs out, "Lin Feng. What on earth are you doing in here?" Lin Feng smiles. "It is not just me, master. All of your disciples have been waiting for you." And right then, 3 other girls appear. "Master, master, master. This is way too many beautiful women." Yebei instantly gets a massive nosebleed. The gorgeous disciples crowd around him, crying out, "Master, Cho Tianli captured us and locked us in here. We missed you so much." Still, he forces his mind to stay calm. Something about these disciples feels incredibly off, as his supposed disciples keep throwing themselves at him, whispering, "Master, master." Yebei suddenly smirks. "I get it now. Those missing pages hold the true secret to breaking your limits. Refinement is not just about the physical body, it requires testing your mental strength too. No wonder." He clasps his hands to chant a spell, and the illusions behind him instantly reveal their true, monstrous faces. "Master!" Suddenly, a brilliant gold light flashes through his eyes. The Bagua furnace begins to violently shake. Finally, he lets out a satisfied smile this time. "I actually succeeded." Meanwhile, high up on a fortress roof, 2 figures stand side by side. The captain speaks up anxiously. "Pavilion Master, there is less than half an hour left before the match starts. We searched the entire Southern Heaven battlefield, but cannot find that kid. Did he really run away with your treasure?" The Lord Emperor calmly replies, "Do not worry." Just then, an announcement echoes through the arena, counting down 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The Rookie King of the Senluo battlefield wins. The crowd in the stands cheers wildly. Rookie King, the absolute best of the Senluo battlefield." The captain turns to ask again, "Pavilion Master, what do we do now?" The old man is anxious but remains absolutely firm. "I trust him. He would never run off with mere gold. All we can do is wait." Down on the field, the referee is eagerly pushing to start the next battle. The 4th round of this major tournament is about to begin. First, let us welcome our Southern Heaven fighter. The captain is sweating bullets. "This is entirely my fault. I brought a thief here, and he just slipped away right under our noses." The referee's voice blares across the arena, urging them, "Southern Heaven fighter, please report to the stage immediately. The sand inside the hourglass has almost completely run out. Time is up. It is over. Our very last hope is officially gone." The referee raises his hand to make the final call. "I hereby declare the Southern Heaven fighter." Suddenly, a loud voice cuts them off. "Wait! You will not believe this." But Yebei has already stepped onto the arena, right before the Rookie King. The Rookie King stares in absolute shock at what is happening. This is Yebei, and it seems he suddenly realized something. The Rookie King finds it stranger the more he looks. It feels way too familiar. The two silently pass each other without saying a single word. He activates a special technique to see through the other guy's disguise. Yet Yebei just walks right past him with total composure. He still cannot figure it out. Just who on earth is this guy? Using a soul search technique does not even scratch his disguise. His very presence on the stage immediately triggers absolute fury throughout the entire crowd. Who is he? Bold move, touching the rookie king. He is definitely the newcomer from Southern Heaven, so he is a last-minute substitute. Typical. One look at him and you just know he is some privileged brat. The Southern Heaven battlefield originally has a sliver of hope, but now that this privileged kid is in charge, we can brace for a total wipeout. Once the crowd quiets down, the referee shouts out and officially starts the match. Yao Li and his woman swagger around, trying to provoke him. I absolutely despise people like this, who have zero of our king's true grandeur. You only get here by relying on yourself. So the boys are about to teach this young master a brutal lesson about the real world, telling him not to embarrass himself anymore. At his command, a swarm of demons bare their sharp fangs and charge straight at Ye Bei. He only responds with a cold chuckle, crossing his arms as he gathers 2 dark energy spheres of supreme devil flame. Chanting in a low voice, he doubles the impact, sending an overwhelming wave of dark magic surging out to cover the entire arena. By the time Yao Li's group realizes what is happening, it is far too late. Countless massive magical slashes are already raining down on them. When the dust clears, only Ye Bei remains, standing perfectly still in the center of the arena amid a thin veil of smoke. The entire crowd goes absolutely wild, like seriously, what just happened? Where did those demons go? Was that an instant kill? They haven't seen such an exciting spectacle in hundreds of years, as countless hyped-up voices echo and overlap across the stands. Those demons are all in the Emperor realm, yet he wipes them out instantly. Damn, that's so cool, I need to get his autograph. The referee raises his hand to signal the end, starting to announce that he hereby declares the winner of this battle, only to be abruptly cut off by Yao Li whimpering on the floor. Please don't kill me, the top 3 can all advance. You already won. Ye Bei counters, demanding why he should let him live just to fight him in the next round. So Yao Li scrambles to explain. I'm just a spoiled rich kid trying to experience the real world. How was I supposed to know everyone here is this brutal and actually kills demons? His ears droop like a terrified little puppy as he begs Ye Bei not to kill him, promising to let him win the next round. Plus, my family is filthy rich. I can give you absolutely anything you want. Ye Bei strokes his chin with a smug look, saying it is not entirely impossible to spare his life depending on how he behaves, which is all Yao Li needs to hear. He proudly announces to the crowd that from now on, this man is his boss, and the great benefactor of the Qingqiu clan. Anyone who dares offend him is officially making an enemy of their entire clan. The crowd boos in absolute frustration, annoyed by this untouchable privileged kid, but Yao Li completely ignores them and politely guides Ye Bei towards the exit, gesturing for him to follow. Pointing politely, the young master explains that he has already messaged his people to arrange a luxurious private VIP room so his new boss can rest up and prepare for tomorrow's big semi-final match. Ye Bei quietly praises him well done. This leaves the newcomer king watching them with deep resentment in his heart. Soon after, a captain stands before Ye Bei and Yao Li, holding a floating ring that glows with mysterious power. He addresses him as Lord Yi, saying the pavilion master knew he was not wrong about him and ordered this item to be delivered. Yao Li leans down, whispering that this legendary Wu Yuan ring is incredibly rare. With only 5 of them in the immortal realm, there must be something amazing inside. Pavilion Master Kang is incredibly generous. Ye Bei then tells the captain to pass on his thanks. His last secret treasure was a massive help, he says, as the captain bows respectfully. The captain takes his leave, and as soon as the door slams shut, Yao Li quickly turns to warn him. He urges his boss not to be fooled by that enforcement captain and Pavilion Master Kang, leaving Ye Bei quite confused about how they are tricking him. While the ring and the items inside are indeed valuable, the grand prize for winning this tournament is on a whole different level. Ye Bei shoots him a sharp glare, telling him to speak up and reveal what this grand prize actually is. Yao Li hesitantly reveals that Pavilion Master Kang is only after this prize because it contains a new immortal realm, making Ye Bei scoff in pure contempt. I have absolutely no use for a basic ring like this. Under a clear blue sky, the competitors line up in the arena before the referee, as Ye Bei realizes he is already up for the very first match. Yao Li curiously peeks at the paper in Ye Bei's hand, asking what number he drew, but Ye Bei just grunts as Yao Li's face suddenly twists in total shock. The only thing written on the paper is a giant number 7. He can't help but gasp, "Boss, you gotta buy this round. We are seriously so lucky." Everyone nearby grinds their teeth in pure jealousy, like, seriously, how did this guy get so lucky? But wait, is it really just luck? Even if he skates into the finals on a free pass, if he can't win the championship, the newcomer king will definitely slaughter him anyway. The referee steps up to explain the rules of this round. Even though this promotional tournament officially had 12 open slots, only 7 of you standing here actually earned your way to the grand finals with your own raw power. Congratulations to you all. Yao Li leans in close, whispering into Ye Bei's ear that the competition this year is absolutely insane and these guys are monsters. Out of the 4 group matches, not a single one has more than 2 survivors advance, which is downright terrifying. especially that newcomer king who appeared out of nowhere a year ago and remains undefeated. This match is pretty intense, like they are risking their lives. It seems like they absolutely must win. They both silently look over at the human king standing in the distance. Ye Bei says that although the championship reward is quite ordinary, it is not worth risking their lives. He also senses this guy is not normal. Going all out like this means he is either a martial arts fanatic, or there is something in that reward he desperately wants. The referee raises his hand high, announcing that the semifinals are up next. Except for the one who drew the lucky number 7 bye, the other 6 fight 2-on-2. But before this round starts, the human king suddenly interrupts. He boldly makes a proposal. Hold on, I have an objection. 6-3, plus the bye, 4-2, then 2-1. It is way too troublesome. Why don't you guys just all come at me at once? The crowd in dark clothes immediately starts mocking him. 1 against 6, does he think we are just minor lackeys? He is the strongest here, so if we all team up to crush him, we can actually fight for the top 3. If we go 1 by 1, you idiots probably won't even make it to the finals. One of them agrees. If they can take down the human king, they win. They could easily win the championship. The rest are absolutely thrilled, knowing that without the new human king, the crown is up for grabs. They quickly agree, shouting that they are all in. The referee looks around, saying that if everyone is on board with this, then they will settle the match this way. Now look at this. Ye Bei suddenly speaks up, saying, "Wait, I have an objection." He waves the slip of paper held between his 2 fingers, asking why on earth he should fight when he drew the bye. He does not agree. The crowd behind him mutters, calling him an idiot who only relies on cheap tricks because he lacks real power. Seeing this, the human king immediately makes a proposal. Since this brother was lucky enough to draw the bye, he should sit this round out. He can go straight to the finals and face the winner of this chaotic round. The referee asks if anyone has an objection. Ye Bei has no interest in staying, saying he has no complaints and they can have their little game, before turning to walk away. The referee explains the rules, changing this match into a massive free-for-all battle now. Only the last 2 standing will secure a spot in the finals. Let the battle officially begin right now. The stage erupts with raw Parosta warriors clash, including one who uses massive ice magic for wide area attacks. Huge sheets of ice rapidly spread now, and the summoner is aiming straight for the human king. But he is not the only target. 3 other fighters instantly team up, closing in while he is frozen solid. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire battle arena to its core. Ye Bei calmly stands on the sidelines, watching the good show unfold. As the thick smoke clears, his target is already gone, and a sudden flash of light strikes right at the black-clothed squad. That terrifying strike slices right through their bodies, cutting them in half. Holding his microphone to commentate on the match, the referee stands there completely speechless. Over here, Yao Li is struggling against the Scorpion King, asking if he can please retreat now. The Scorpion King tightens his grip on his collar, saying that is not his choice to make. Using all his strength, the Scorpion King hurls Yao Li straight at the unguarded human king. Yao Li screams out helplessly, but luckily, Lin Feng reacts in a flash and barely dodges. Immediately after, another ice attack is launched at him, but he casually stops it using only one hand. He coldly tells him that he has already lost, but the opponent just smiles smugly, showing zero fear. But wait, check this out. The block of ice Lin Feng is holding suddenly sprouts sharp and deadly thorns, piercing directly deep into his flesh as he stands there. The Scorpion King conjures another ice weapon on his arm and confidently charges straight forward. Laughing maniacally, he boasts that he got him, his face twisting into a terrifying expression as he claims the championship is his. But Lin Feng just breaks free from the ice, a source of pure blue energy slowly gathering in his hand. Using his momentum, the human king unleashes a heavy palm strike to block the attack. Watching this, Ye Bei is stunned, recognizing the legendary Void Great Palm Seal. The pressure is so terrifying that rocks shatter everywhere, and his opponent is completely swallowed up by a blinding flash of light. He calmly declares the match is over, while the sweating referee points nervously toward the corner. Wait, there is still one demon left on the stage. The human king snaps his head toward Yao Li, causing the referee to run away as fast as he can. As the match continues, Yao Li backs away, pleading with him to stay away and thanking his whole family. Suddenly, a mental voice speaks inside Lin Feng's head, startling him with a command to spare him. Otherwise, everyone here will realize you are not a demon. Lin Feng calmly walks past him, telling Yao Li to consider himself lucky someone saved his life. Although completely confused about what just went down, the referee quickly gathers himself to carry out his job. He declares the semi-final winners are Yao Li and new human king Lin Feng. He bursts out laughing with absolute glee. Haha, who would have thought? My grandpa literally slept his way straight into the finals. Right after leaving the arena, Ren Wang walks over to some bushes and quietly orders come on out. He instantly demands, who are you anyway? How dare you insult me by claiming I am not a demon? But Ye Bei is just as sharp, replying if you felt insulted, you would not have come here. Desperate to negotiate, he quickly asks, tell me what you want, and I can give it to you. He gets straight to the point, forfeit the match so I can easily win. And just watch how Renwang's gaze instantly darkens in pure rage. Sure, sure. He immediately points 2 fingers forward, ready to unleash his devastating raw power. Then let's see if you can actually take it. With a cold smirk, Ye Bei lets a massive wave of energy explode from the bushes, triggering a terrifyingly loud blast. Thick smoke billows all around Renwang, forcing him to acknowledge his opponent's terrifying level of strength. This guy is way too strong, damn it, with my current condition. I probably only have a 30% chance of winning. Still, he refuses to just back down. Secretly, plotting his next move, a wise man avoids a losing fight, so he will wait until he recovers to settle the score. Realizing force won't work, he tries negotiating again. I can let you have the championship, but I want the slot to the Longevity Realm prize. Ye Bei flashes a wickedly charming smile, backing down so quickly already. Are we? What if I say no, and I want absolutely everything? In an instant, his eyes turn hollow and menacing. If you are dead set on fighting me for it, you will have to step over my dead body first, because I will never let anyone else lay their hands on it. To understand why Renwang is being this incredibly stubborn, let us travel back 6 hours ago inside a quiet room to find out what really happened. Yao Li quickly explains to him, Boss, did you know the top prize winner gets a ticket into the Longevity Realm? This mysterious realm is actually the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Inside, there are endless opportunities, rare magical treasures, and countless lost inheritances waiting to be claimed, including high-grade divine artifacts and the power of laws, with some people even jumping straight from the Great Emperor realm to the Void Immortal tier. Ye Bei rubs his chin in deep thought, realizing why so many are willing to risk their lives in bloodbaths just to enter, as Yao Li continues. But there is more to it, boss. The most shocking prize is the legendary Great Tao of Life and Death, which can resurrect anyone below the Great Emperor realm. Ye Bei frowns, deep in thought, resurrecting the dead, resurrecting myself. All the puzzle pieces finally fall into place. It really is you, my third disciple. Lin Feng. Exactly. The Renwang he is about to face, and the figure from his illusion are indeed the exact same person. The referee's loud voice echoes across the stadium, instantly capturing the massive crowd's full attention. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the highly anticipated final showdown of our Four Directions arena. After countless brutal rounds of combat, only 3 elite warriors have managed to survive and stand upon the final stage today. First up, standing with his arms crossed in absolute majesty, is the undefeated prodigy, our reigning new Renwang. Next is Ye Bei, looking incredibly relaxed and calm, the ultimate dark horse who suddenly rose up from absolute obscurity. And finally, happily waving his hand to the roaring crowd, we have Yao Li, the eccentric Tibetan fox demon. As the referee looks at the 3, he raises the big question, which of these final 3 will seize the legendary crown today? Get ready to lock in your final bets on the fighter you are rooting for. But surprisingly, Yao Li is the very first one to speak up. Wait, what is happening? You can feel the crowd's shock as they whisper, is this guy seriously trying to pull a crazy 1 versus 2 fight? But his next words completely catch the referee off guard, even before the highly anticipated battle can even begin. I just want to tell everyone that I am incredibly sorry, but I surrender. Shrugging his shoulders casually, he admits, I am serious. I only got this far through connections just to join the fun, so how could I ever win a fight against monsters like you? I might be filthy rich, but I am certainly not stupid, so I am forfeiting. After speaking, he playfully winks at Ye Bei. Boss, my hope is all on you now. Not wanting to waste any time, the referee quickly steps in. Since our young master Yao Li has wisely decided to withdraw from the tournament, we will now head straight into the ultimate title fight between the new Renwang and Ye Bei, who will ultimately claim the legendary crown and take home the glorious grand prize. Let us sit back and watch. Both fighters lock eyes, sparks flying instantly between them. The atmosphere inside the arena becomes heavier and more suffocating than ever before. Frowning, Renwang thinks to himself, I was heavily injured fighting Yi Ziwang yesterday. Though I have recovered quite a bit, I am only at 70% power. I must go all out to silence this guy for good. Clasping his hands together, he gathers all his remaining energy into a single focal point. I must finish this battle quickly. Ye Bei confidently holds up 3 fingers. Listen up. New Renwang. If you can defeat me in 3 moves, then the champion title and all the secrets will be yours. Internally cursing his foolish disciple for not realizing it was just a joke, Ye Bei smiles while the human king's expression turns completely and utterly frustrated. What? He calmly asks back, what is it? You do not agree. With that, he chants a quick spell, summoning a massive, roaring phantom dragon. If you are so eager to die, then I will gladly fulfill that wish for you. He immediately commands the phantom dragon to charge right at Ye Bei. The attack slams directly into the target without any resistance, leaving a massive crater and a plume of mystical green smoke on the stage. But before he can even celebrate, he senses something is terribly wrong. Where did he go? A faint figure slowly emerges from the smoke, startling him as the human king grits his teeth in sheer frustration. Looks like I underestimated you. Let us see how you handle this move. Once again, he conjures a colossal hand, channeling his entire reserve of strength to unleash a devastating palm strike. Gently rotating his palm, Yebei sighs, how many times did I teach you this back then? Yet you still make the exact same mistakes after all these years. Instantly, a brilliant halo of dazzling light erupts all around his body. In a single instant, his opponent's powerful attack is completely neutralized. Can you believe this? The arena crowd goes wild with excitement, while the human king stands frozen, wondering how his ultimate move was just deflected. Smug and amused, Yebei silently laughs, pretty shocked. Aren't you, foolish disciple? Becoming extremely alert, the human king realizes this guy is far too bizarre. How can he effortlessly read every single move? The familiar aura he radiates is almost unsettling, but Yebei simply reminds him with a calm smile that is 2 moves already, and after your last one, it is my turn to strike. Lightning crackles around his fist. He is forced to use that deadly skill his master once spoke of. He mutters softly, Master said, never to use this unless facing absolute death. But right now, I do not care. Casting all caution aside, he growls the name of his ultimate technique, Grandao Warrior, as a massive magic array forms above his head. The stronger you get, the stronger I become. Let us see who will be left standing when this is over. Stroking his chin in amusement, Yebei is pretty impressed knowing the Grandao Warrior technique can perfectly copy any opponent's exact move and power. The stronger the opponent's power, the stronger the copied attack becomes. Is that so? Yebei asks nonchalantly, before preparing to unleash his own powerful counterattack instead of just standing still. Then try this move, he yells, but the human king's eyes quickly widen in absolute shock. Now check out this move. A colossal green hand erupts from the magic array, completely obliterating everything as it sweeps forward. It violently collides with the massive hand summoned by the new human king, sending thick clouds of dust billowing into the air. Walking calmly out of the thick smoke, Yebei asks gently, Xiaofeng, have you seriously still not recognized your own master? Shocked and completely frozen, he finally stares, before whispering with tears welling up in his eyes, Master, after 300 long years, you have actually returned to life. Reaching out a hand as his disciple slowly approaches, Yebei smiles, won't you come closer and let your master look at you? Xiaofeng tightly closes his eyes in anticipation. Overwhelmed by sheer emotion, the human king simply cannot contain himself anymore. But his way of expressing it involves a sudden, violent burst of physical force. He throws a sudden, hard punch right into Yebei's stomach, looking incredibly satisfied with the painful result. It really is, Master, so I am not dreaming, Xiaofeng cries, while Yebei clutches his aching stomach and groans, is it a dream or not? Why did you have to hit me to find out? And did you really have to treat your master like this? Slowly pulling himself back up, Yebei grumbles at his disciple that actually hurt. You definitely used a secret technique back there. Xiaofeng quickly defends himself. I just honestly could not believe it, but please do not be upset. We are still mid-match here. Instantly deciding to forfeit, Xiaofeng realizes that since his master is alive, winning this championship holds absolutely zero meaning. Raising his hand high, the human king loudly declares, I concede. The stadium instantly erupts into complete chaos like a beehive, with everyone screaming, what is going on? Is this a total scam? Where is the referee? Panicked, the ref rushes forward, desperately asking the new human king if he is truly serious. You are the most promising fighter of this entire year, but Xiaofeng firmly asserts that is absolutely correct. As the human king, my word is absolute, he says, but the referee desperately warns him if you forfeit, all the audience bets will crash spectacularly in an instant. Waving his hand in complete indifference, Xiaofeng retorts that has nothing to do with me, I conceded, so you deal with the rest. And just like that, master and disciple calmly walk out of the arena under the shocked gaze of countless spectators. While the championship prize ceremony is set for this afternoon, Xiaofeng suggests they go rest, and Yebei agrees, wanting to know how his disciple lived all these years. Meanwhile, the crowd is absolutely boiling with rage, screaming that they lost all their hard-earned money and that this match was totally rigged. They shout that the new human king and Yebei plotted together to play them, demanding that they get their money refunded immediately. Behind the scenes, an angry hand slams onto a desk, shattering metal pieces that go flying in every direction. Gritting his teeth, the hall master of Senluo is absolutely furious that they were so close to winning the championship, only to witness this ridiculous forfeit. Do you honestly think you can just hand over the championship title like that? Think again. Growling, he immediately summons his personal subordinates. Within a second, the old leader sees a shadow appear on the wall. He growls out a harsh order since they dared to defy my wishes. Go show them what we are capable of. Meanwhile, inside another room, Ren Wang carefully closes the door before turning around to speak. Looks like no one will dare to bother us this time. Yi Bei strokes his chin with a gentle smile. Are you not going to show your master your true face? And here comes the big reveal. She chants a spell, transforming from her male disguise into an incredibly gorgeous, stunning woman. Sitting back to relax in a large chair, Bei asks her to explain how she got up here and why she changed her appearance. Wang happily rushes over to sit right beside him. But suddenly, her foot trips on the hem of her long dress, almost sending her face planting onto the floor. Staring at her incredibly massive, bouncy chest, Bei cannot help but erupt with a wild nosebleed. He quickly covers his face to hide his cheeky smirk. Seeing you after 300 years, you have certainly grown up. Wang awkwardly pulls her skirt back up, clearly unaccustomed to it, before finally getting down to explain her story. Back then, after your death, all of my senior and junior sisters were completely heartbroken. Everyone tried absolutely every possible method, but still could not find any way to resurrect you, forcing all of my fellow disciples to eventually give up. I was also right on the verge of giving up myself, until the day I met someone. To fully answer your question, Master, I was fighting a massive flood dragon in some desolate wasteland when that mysterious person suddenly appeared, advising me to spare the beast. He promised to grant my deepest wish if I shared my story with him. He then fused that flood dragon with me, allowing me to ascend straight to the demon immortal realm. Choosing to accept that vast power, she arrived there as a weak newcomer with absolutely no connections, suffering countless brutal hardships in those early days. Wang happily finishes her tale, explaining that once she learned about the existence of the longevity realm, all her past suffering finally faded away. Bei gently pats his disciple's head. You all must have suffered so much during my long absence. She happily replies that as long as you return, everything was worth it. But their both master and disciple look completely clueless, and honestly, their blank faces are pure gold. They look in the same direction, faces darkening, as the human king slowly stands up, taking a stance representing the Senluo arena. Once again, she casts her transformation magic to shift back into her male form. Master, please rest up for now, and let me handle this annoying crowd. Bei naturally wants to team up with her disciple, since the enemy has literally knocked on their door, so not teaching them a lesson would be their own mistake. A towering figure stands right at the massive crack in the wall, accusing him of forfeiting mid-fight and completely ruining the reputation of their Senluo arena. According to the agreement, once you lose the match, you must surrender all your documents, return to face punishment, and fight for Senluo. The human king boldly declares that it is indeed them, and he wants to void their entire contract. Tangzi scoffs in disagreement, saying the hallmaster already figured he would try something like this. Suddenly, countless crimson arrows erupt from his position, shooting forward at an absolutely terrifying speed. Once you step inside the gates of the Senluo arena, you lose all control. Human king, do not just stand there. Do you really plan on blocking this storm of arrows with only one hand? But she quickly notices something pretty strange. These are not simple arrows at all. They are actually binding ropes. They bind her tightly in a split second. What is this? Tangzi sneers with absolute contempt. I completely forgot to tell you. Once you sign the tournament contract, you are tightly bound by the absolute power of its rules. No matter how strong you are, there is absolutely no escaping this bind. If you admit your wrongdoings now and hand over that dragon's soul on your body, I might just spare your life. These threats do not faze the human king at all. Dream on. Furious, Tangzi launches his attack, screaming, "You are courting death." With one hand, Tangzi summons an endless tornado of lightning. Bei quickly creates a solid barrier of defense, wrapping both master and disciple safely inside. He is extremely confident in his own ultimate technique, calling them mere bugs who just reached the Emperor realm, winning a championship, and already forgetting how vast the heavens are. These red ropes do not deal direct damage, but watch this, because almost nobody has ever been strong enough to break free from them. Suddenly, crimson light floods the space. He mutters a quiet word right before breaking past his physical limits. I might not stand a chance against someone in the void immortal realm, but right now, you are absolutely no match for me. Bei's eyes suddenly flash with a sharp purple light, the Tao of destruction. Infinite lightning begins to gather beneath his feet. A shockwave expands right beneath their feet as Tangzi grips those ropes tight, commanding them to bind her even tighter. Dark energy grows incredibly thick around them, and the floor itself begins to crack. But Bei is totally relaxed. Is that all? I haven't even used any strength yet, he says, leaving his opponent staring in absolute disbelief. What? His opponent gasps. But Bei simply snaps his fingers. Instantly, a massive magic orb rushes forward with a deafening screech. Too slow. Dongtu takes the full hit head on. Standing nearby, the human king praises him. Master, you have gotten so much stronger. He falls. Shaking in fear, he collapses to the ground. How is this possible? How could anyone defeat the power of the contract? Bruised and battered all over, he still struggles to ask the one question that matters: who on earth are you? Bei doesn't care. He instantly summons a swirling, deep black hole. If you want to know, why not go inside and see? With the youth's fate sealed, The master and disciple calmly walk forward together toward the light. Time to go. They head out to claim the champion's reward. Meanwhile, outside, the crowd's raging anger shows no signs of slowing down. Where's the new human king? Tell him to get out here and apologize. Is this arena pulling a scam on us? Did you run this match just to steal our hard-earned bets? Tell us who this Yebei is, or we won't accept this. Honestly, you can't blame them for losing it. Get out here. Surrounded by the raging spectators, the poor referee completely panics, looking for any way out. How should I know? Nobody expected Yebei to be this terrifying. He literally beat the new human king to tears. The crowd erupts in anger. This is definitely a scam. But referee Kothan Min pleads, I am not lying. I bet on him too and lost everything. One angry spectator grabs him by the collar, demanding answers. I don't believe you. Spotting a lifeline, the frantic referee points toward the two who just walked out, shouting, Look, Yebei and the human king are right there. Go ask them. Just like that, all eyes immediately shift over to Yebei and the human king standing in the distance. Kill him. The mob charges forward. If we kill him, there is no champion, and that grand champion prize belongs to us. Yebei doesn't say a single word. He simply casts a cold, silent glare in their direction. Their charge freezes, dead in their tracks. Terrified, they start backing away, pushing each other forward. His pressure is way too scary. You go first. No, we should all rush him together. I can't do this alone, they whisper. Their leader finally raises his hand, shouting on my count of 3, everyone charge. Too late. Yebei doesn't waste time, instantly ripping open a completely different dimension. In an instant, they are sucked inside. He then condenses the entire pocket dimension into a tiny marble in his hand. System notifications ring out. Wilderness subworld upgrade successfully completed. Current level is now level 1. Checking current level reward. Level 1. Life and death control unlocked. The host can now freely kill or resurrect any living being inside this wilderness world. Lumfong just stares at the tiny sphere in absolute shock. The master is thrilled with this massive win. Not only can he extract memories from anyone inside, but he also holds absolute power over their life and death. So once they enter my world, doesn't that make me completely invincible? He asks, and the system quickly responds. Theoretically, yes, but the host's cultivation must be higher than the target's to drag them into your pocket world. Hearing this, Yebei falls silent. Heading outside, he casually tells her to go collect the prize, and she immediately obeys. Yes, master, she replies. To him, this only proves the eternal truth: the strong will always dominate the weak. Meanwhile, the referee is frantically pushing through the crowd. Excuse me, make some way, he yells, desperately squeezing through to fulfill his official duty of delivering the champion's reward. He stands proudly in the center, as the referee makes the grand announcement. The champion of this Tufeng arena is Yebei, the ultimate pride of our Namthian arena, he shouts, holding a special card as glowing stones suddenly appear. Champion Dar, this is all yours, the referee says, as the surrounding crowd begins whispering in pure envy. 100 spirit crystals. Just one of those is enough for us to live on for 6 months. But that is nothing. The Longevity Realm Jade plaque is the real treasure. Just as Yebei reaches out to take them, a booming voice suddenly interrupts. If you want that reward, you must ask if our Samla arena agrees first, he yells. You colluded with our outsider, killed my top fighter, and still expect to walk away with the prize. Gazing coldly at the old man, Yebei replies with absolute indifference. Today, I am enforcing the heaven's will and helping them collect this prize. The elder, who is the Samla Hall master, lunges forward, but before he can even touch Yebei, a sudden sword strike forces him to leap backward. His face twists in fury upon recognizing his challenger, the majestic Emperor Realm Pavilion Master Thung, who warns him, Hall Master Hung, you are losing your composure. As the leader of the Samla arena, you cannot even handle a single loss. And now you resort to robbing a junior. Refusing to lose face, the old man provokes him. Only the strongest gets to decide. The Emperor Realm Master retorts, go ahead and try then. An explosive battle is about to erupt as their murderous auras reach a boiling peak. Back with Yebei, Lamfong watches the high-stakes confrontation in absolute shock. Is this the terrifying might of Pavilion Master Thung? To think this is the true power of a Void Star Realm cultivator. The Hall Master frowns in complete disbelief, asking if he really wants to make an enemy out of the Senluo arena for this kid's sake. But Daytone doesn't hesitate to fire back that if they choose to be enemies, even though our Southern Heaven arena is not what it used to be, if we are challenged like this, we won't hesitate to fight a life-or-death battle. Hearing that, the enemy leader just snorts in anger and walks away. Daytone turns to Yebei, assuring him that everything is fine now, and the young man smiles back, offering his deepest thanks to the Pavilion Master. He takes the jade token to hand over to Lam Fong. On your way here, you got bullied. Sign this Overlord contract, and I will handle Senluo Arena for you. She never expected him to know about this, but she quickly waves her hands to turn it down. Master, "You know why I wanted this token, but I really do not need it anymore," she says. But he simply explains its incredible benefits and forces it into her hands anyway. He tells her that it holds more than just a life and death path opportunity, as the other secrets inside will immensely help her grow. "Take it," he insists. Stunned, she immediately bows and thanks her master. And check this out, when she calls him master, Dayton is completely shocked to find out Yebei recruited this insane talent back in the lower realm. The old man is deeply shocked, realizing their home realm is truly a land of hidden dragons, since a single master and disciple lineage is already this terrifying. He admits that when the law enforcement captain suggested making Yebei the boss, it felt highly unrealistic. But now, he officially declares Yebei as the second elder of their Southern Heaven arena. Yebei merely smiles and downplays the praise, though secretly amused by how fast this old guy pushed him into such a high position. That pavilion master sure knows how to play his cards. The elder then points out that their arena has not seen a genius like this in ages. "You defeated the monster chief, bringing home the absolute champion title for our arena." As their second elder, every single resource belonging to the Southern Heaven arena is completely at his disposal. Hearing this, Yebei gladly accepts the offer, noting he cannot possibly refuse such a deal, before the elder continues explaining the token's true functions. He mentions that although this jade token is incredibly precious, it is actually not the only one in existence. No need to feel guilty. None at all. There are 100 entry tokens to the longevity realm in total, though very few reach the demon immortal realms. But with enough effort, they can still be found. Yebei is intrigued, asking him to explain. The elder reveals that Xianxia City sits right at the border between the demon territory and other races, completely free from any faction's control. Finding another jade token there is definitely not impossible. He also points out that the city houses the Jiao Pavilion, where anyone recognized as a top genius can easily claim a massive, life-changing opportunity. Visiting that place before the longevity realm opens will be highly beneficial. Cut to a quiet, lush forest under the clear blue sky, where a voice echoes out. They say the grand auction in Tianzhou City always features countless rare, legendary treasures. Maybe it even has another longevity realm token up for grabs. Once they arrive in broad daylight, a loud voice suddenly echoes through the busy streets. Private duels, flying, and property damage are completely banned here. Any violators will face severe punishment. Ye Bei and Lam Fong calmly walk through the bustling market as she breaks the silence. She notes that with so many different races gathered in Tianzhou City, she expected endless conflict. But wait, just as she's appreciating the peaceful vibe, a robbery happens right in front of them with someone screaming to stop and return their ring. A furious Yuluk unleashes his skill, yelling that the thief has brought this upon himself. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt strikes him down, leaving him charred black and completely unconscious on the street. As he groans about being the actual victim here, Ye Bei instantly recognizes his follower and calls his name, leaving Yoluk stunned to see his boss. Acting like he found his savior, Yoluk immediately clings to his leg, only for a disgusted Lam Fong to kick him away. With the issue settled, she cracks her knuckles in annoyance while Ye Bei asks what he is even doing here. He explains that after his arena match ended, his family ordered him to Tianzhou City to auction off a highly valuable item. But right after arriving, someone stole his storage ring, leaving him entirely broke with zero cash. Ye Bei chuckles, silently calling him a rich fool. Luckily, they are also heading to the auction. Since they are both going to the auction, he invites him to join. Overjoyed, Yo Lurk gets ready to leap in for a tearful hug. He cries out that he definitely chose the right boss. But before he can even touch him, Lam Fong sends him flying with a solid kick, warning him to stay away from her master. Soon, they arrive. Yu Luk shares what he knows. He explains that this is the premier Tianzhou City auction, and despite its simple exterior, the inside is incredibly luxurious. The floors are paved with processed high-grade spiritual stones, and even the mounts are crafted from the rarest spiritual wood available. Longfong wonders what kind of conditions they need to get inside. He scratches his head nervously and says before entering, "We need a spirit card. It costs quite a lot of spirit stones, but unfortunately, both my card and stones were stolen." With pride, he tells him, "Master, I have saved up quite a lot of spirit stones over the years. If you need them, they are all yours." The master does not care much and walks ahead, saying, "Your master has this small amount of money. Let us go." Nearby, a clerk looks down on them, wondering where these poor guys came from, wanting to finish quickly and leave. And get this, the price he drops next absolutely floors both of them. The lowest is a red card, costing 100 low-grade spirit stones. If you cannot afford it, leave quickly and stop wasting my time. Yuluk slams his hand onto the table in anger, yelling, "Are you looking down on us?" But the clerk just sits there, answering calmly, "I am not looking down on you, but you cannot even afford a decent outfit. Stop wasting both of our time." Longfong punches a pillar and cracks it, demanding to know if they can enter now. The clerk remains unfazed and sneers, "I do not care how strong you are. Without money, you cannot enter." Hearing this, an angry Long Fong rolls up his sleeves to beat him, but the master stops him and asks, "How much is your highest grade card?" The clerk does not mind revealing the prices once again. Red is 100, blue is 10,000, purple is 100,000. Yuluk is surprised, wondering about the black card. The clerk admits, yes, the black card is 500,000. Buy it if you can, otherwise, get out of the way. The master confidently places something on the table, asking if this is enough. The clerk has no idea of its true value, raising his eyebrows in mockery. What on earth is this weed? Suddenly, a woman walks over and asks what is going on, causing the clerk to quickly stand up and greet the manager. The manager looks at them and asks what happened, and the clerk quickly responds. "Manager, this person brought a common spiritual herb and wants to exchange it for an entry card." Seeing the glowing herb, she hesitatingly gasps, "Is this the legendary snow ginseng flower?" It is rumored to be a rare item brought directly from the immortal realm. It looks pretty much like dry grass, but it is filled with heavenly spiritual energy. If an emperor eats it, they can break through instantly. The manager snatches it up immediately, saying, "Forget a purple card. This is more than enough for a black card." Hearing this, the clerk panics. She warmly invites them inside, wondering if these esteemed guests came because they heard about today's exciting final auction item. Guiding them this way, the master cannot help but wonder about her power, as she seems even more formidable than an immortal jade plate. Inside a room marked with a nameplate, Ye Bei Oi Fong sits comfortably on a chair. While bowing gently, the manager introduces the place. "This is the premium VIP hall of our auction house. You have the best view here, and we even prepared 4 great Emperor Realm guards to ensure your safety." But he flatly refuses. "I do not need guards," he says. She agrees, telling him that if he likes any item, he can just press this button and the amount will be deducted directly from his black card. The master smiles and replies, "Thank you." Hearing this, she cannot stop praising him in her mind. He is handsome, rich, and so polite. She reminds him that he can call her any time. "I will leave you to it, but send a transmission if you need anything." With that, the manager finally walks out of the room. Yuluk feels like they got ripped off, telling his boss, "I have seen many rare treasures, and that snow ginseng is worth way more than 500,000. That manager made a massive profit." But the master calmly replies, "You get exactly what you pay for in this world." As a pretty smart businesswoman, she definitely knows the value of making a good deal. Meanwhile, Longfeng wonders if the jade plate they are looking for will even appear in this auction. Yuluk reassures him, saying, "Do not worry about the jade plate. It will show up when the time is right. My father said this auction is pretty massive, so it will definitely be here." Get ready, the auction gavel slams down, starting the show. Standing proud before the massive crowd, the manager loudly announces, "I declare that the 9th grand auction is officially starting right now." Down below, the audience begins whispering among themselves, wondering what kind of items they are planning to bid on. Someone whispers that some pretty huge figures are arriving today, so they are only here to watch the exciting chaos unfold rather than spend anything. Others nod. Not wanting to keep them waiting, the manager gets ready to pull the cover off. "Great items speak for themselves," she says. "I will not beat around the bush today. This item is easily one of the rarest treasures we have ever featured across dozens of auctions this year." The cloth is pulled back to reveal a glowing set of armor, shocking everyone in the room. What is that? Its aura is terrifying. The manager introduces it as the legendary Asura armor. Known as the legendary Asura armor, a mysterious client retrieved this supreme relic hundreds of years ago from a desolate and highly forbidden wasteland. Our top appraisers verified it. This is a true divine artifact. In the VIP room, Yo Luke screams in shock. A divine artifact like this lets you defeat stronger opponents easily. Yebei rests his chin, analyzing the armor. "Wear it, and you are invincible in your realm, overpowering stronger ranks. It is truly the ultimate armor for close combat attacks." Then, the three of them say in unison, "My junior sister would look pretty amazing in this." As the bids start rolling in, the head manager loudly announces the legendary Asura armor. The starting price is 100,000 spirit crystals. Let the bidding begin. Below, people wonder, will you buy it? That is enough for low-tier demons to live on for several lifetimes. Let me see how it goes. It is probably meant for those wealthy VIPs on the second floor. We should not even bother with this. Suddenly, a voice echoes 150,000. Everyone is shocked. Room 3 is the Tianluo sect, and damn, they are seriously loaded. Yu Li turns to ask him, "Should we bid?" Without any hesitation, he calls out a higher price, 200,000. The auctioneer beams, announcing room 4 bids 200,000. Any other takers? 200,000 going once, but the other room refuses to back down, bidding 250,000. Frowning, he immediately doubles it to 500,000. Furious, the other room slams something. Crash. In his room, they chuckle. They just smashed a cup, meaning they are absolutely livid and out of cash to bid. Finally, the auctioneer announces the price with some clever praise. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Sold to room 4. Who on earth is that? Going head-to-head with the Tianluo sect? Spending 500,000 for just one armor? That is wild money. Just look at them, everyone is losing their minds. And this is literally only the very first item. If they really fight it out later, it will get even better. Coming here today was the best decision ever. Outside, the auctioneer's voice drones on. Up next, please welcome our second item of the day. Meanwhile, the clear blue sky slowly fades into a golden sunset. Inside, Yu Li is busy praising his boss, Ye Bei. You are seriously legendary. Room 3 wanted that item so badly but could not get it. Hearing how furious they sounded is honestly hilarious, but Lin Feng is still sitting there, feeling pretty puzzled. They have auctioned off so many items, but there is still no sign of the longevity realm token. Could it be a bust? Ye Bei figures that is highly unlikely. The auctioneer continues bringing out new items, announcing the owner of this next item had to summon immense resolve to put it up for auction. If you want to seize a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity filled with legendary treasures and endless paths of cultivation, then you absolutely cannot afford to miss this. She holds up the token high, shouting, "It is the entry jade token for the longevity realm, starting at 100,000. Seeing this, Lin Feng instantly blurts out 200,000. Room 3 quickly retaliates, making a massive leap to 500,000. Below, the crowd gasps, 500,000. The Tianluo sect is completely losing their minds. And here is where it gets wild, seeing they are not backing down. Ye Bei smirks and throws down a massive bid. He mutters, "Since I ran into the Tianluo sect today, I will not let you take a single thing." 800,000. Over in room 3, they scream out in rage. 800,000. Does that guy really think that just holding a token guarantees you will make it into the longevity realm? Yeah. An annoyed woman in their room mutters, "Who on earth is this guy to dare go against our Tianluo sect?" The servant beside her quickly replies, "To protect the privacy of all our customers, these VIP auction rooms are reinforced with a pretty thick layer of magic, making it impossible to hear their real voices." Tianlai grinds his teeth, calculating they only brought 2 million spirit crystals today, and if they keep fighting him, they will lose the final grand prize. The auctioneer shouts 800,000 for the longevity realm token going once, 800,000 going twice. The woman narrows her sharp eyes. If they cannot buy it now, they can always wait. Once the longevity realm opens, they will simply hunt down someone else and steal theirs. The gavel slams down as the auctioneer calls 800,000 going thrice. Sold. She raises her hand, happily announcing congratulations to the VIP in room 4 on winning the item. Ren Wang finally relaxes with a relieved smile, while Yu Li grins. "See, I told you they would have it." But then, he scratches his head. "Boss, do you actually still have cash left after paying for my item too? You have already burned through millions of spirit crystals." But folding his arms, Ye Bei calmly replies, "Buying out this entire auction should not be a problem." Suddenly, Ren Wang gasps, pointing, "Master, look at the final item." Pointing to a massive box, the auctioneer introduces this final item is of a pretty unique origin, so we decided to just set a random starting price. The starting price is 10,000 spirit crystals. The crowd is completely stunned. A random price? They expect us to bid on something without even telling us what it is? Only an absolute fool would bid. Others sneer, claiming that the items nobody dares to touch are always the real treasures. Some get reeled in fine. I will bid 20,000 just to join the fun. If you do not bid now, the rich folks will just skyrocket the price. 50,000, 100,000. Ren Wang turns to ask Master, "Can you feel that strange aura coming from the item?" Ye Bei frowns. "It is the aura of my second disciple." Rubbing her chin, she deduces my second senior sister is definitely connected to this item, and I can somehow feel a massive opportunity hidden inside. He calmly instructs her, "Do you still remember the Chaos Samsara art that I taught you? Give it a little push." Ren Wang obeys immediately. She closes her eyes, focusing to form hand seals. Suddenly, the box on the auction stage shakes violently, catching the shopkeeper's attention. Down below, the crowd gasps in shock. What is going on? The auction item is shaking like crazy. Ren Wang opens her eyes and reports, "Master, this auction item and my chaos reincarnation technique share the exact same origin." Yu Bei strokes his chin, feeling the energy. He is right, they are definitely resonating. She continues, explaining that the opportunity hidden inside is massive, and if they can secure it, their entire sect will gain an unimaginable boost. Yao Li gives a clueless laugh, muttering that he understands every single word, but the whole thing still makes absolutely zero sense to him. Meanwhile, back in VIP room 3, Tian Li smiles excitedly while looking out the window. The moment has arrived. Everyone gasps as she bids 1.5 million, and the smiling shopkeeper makes an announcement. The guest in private room 2 has just placed the highest bid in our entire history, making today an unprecedented event in our history. The shopkeeper narrows her eyes, asking if anyone is willing to bid higher than 1.5 million. Right then, private room 4 bids 3 million. The crowd below is completely stunned. He bought so much today. Does he really have 3 million? He must be bluffing. Someone from the crowd shouts, "Shopkeeper, you need to verify how many spirit stones he actually has on him." Normally, an entire sect only earns about 700 to 800,000 spirit stones a year. I refuse to believe he can casually throw around millions in a single auction. Who could possibly be that rich? A skeptical man mutters. Throwing cash around like that. A nearby guest agrees, pointing out he already grabbed so many treasures by himself. If his card actually holds that much money, I will shut my mouth. But if his card is actually empty, the shopkeeper should carefully inspect it. Swayed by the crowd, she gets nervous and falls deep into thought. Although that young man did bring out a legendary treasure, it is worth 1 million spirit stones at the absolute best. Such rare treasures are incredibly hard to find, so there is no way he can pull out 2 or 3 more. Maybe I really should go inspect him. The crowd starts shouting in unison toward room 4, verify his funds. Check him, check him, check him. Inside, the shopkeeper flashes a polite business smile, my apologies. But could you perhaps let us verify your 3 million spirit stones first? Of course I trust you. But since everyone is watching right now, we are both in a tight spot, so I must trouble you. Yibei looks over calmly, sorry, but I really do not have 3 million spirit stones right now. Her face twists in absolute fury. What? Yao Li jumps up, screaming at the top of his lungs. What? We do not have 3 million spirit stones? Ren Wang cries out in utter disbelief. Quiet down, everyone outside can hear you. Down below, the crowd starts whispering, what? They actually do not have 3 million spirit stones? The shopkeeper grinds her teeth, absolutely furious. Is this some kind of sick joke? Yibei stands up, calmly asking, is the blood ginseng I gave you not worth 3 million already? She raises her hand with a cold look, of course it is. But your total bidding amount today has already exceeded 3 million spirit stones. If you can produce 1 more blood ginseng, we can clear all your debt today. Yao Li rolls his eyes and screams, another one? You think these are just common vegetables? Who could possibly produce so many at once? But wait, watch this. Yibei instantly tosses out 4 entirely different legendary treasures. The shopkeeper stands completely paralyzed, her jaw dropping as if struck by lightning, while Yibei calmly looks at her and asks if this is enough. She clenches her fists tightly before instantly switching back to her usual warm, welcoming attitude. Of course it is enough. She then winks at her servant behind her, snapping, hurry up and bring the items over. Ren Wang raises her chin defiantly. You dare insult our master, and yet you still want to take our precious treasures? She freezes in shock, eyes wide. Instantly, she bows deeply at a 90-degree angle. My deepest apologies, esteemed guest. I have been in this industry for years but got fooled today by those blind fools. Sweating coldly, she continues as an apology, we will cancel the final auction for today and hand the item directly over to you at standard market value. Does that sound acceptable? The shopkeeper peeks up, thinking to herself, I have made such a massive concession. Can you please say something? Yibei does not hold back, asking, is that all? She looks up quickly, then what do you need? Please tell me. As long as it is reasonable, we will absolutely make sure you are completely satisfied. He raises an eyebrow, crossing his arms. I do indeed have a certain matter. Let us see if you can help me with it. Nearby, Yao Li frowns with a slight grunt. The shopkeeper looks surprised, urging him to speak. Yibei points upward, asking directly, do you have anything that can help someone rapidly ascend to the immortal world? She stands up straight, whispering to herself, normal ascension naturally relies on one's own rigorous cultivation, but if you want to take a quick shortcut, you would definitely need rare pills or find some miraculous opportunity. But speaking of ultra-fast ascension, a light bulb suddenly goes off. Yes, there is actually one item that can do just that. The shopkeeper holds up 4 small blue lightning bolts, introducing them simply as the crests of the upper world. When someone from the immortal realm dies for whatever reason, they leave behind an upper realm mark like this. It is a critical symbol of the heavenly Tao, used to identify those from other worlds. Having this allows you to avoid the watchful eye of the heavenly Tao, Yibei explained, reaching out to take it. Is the heavenly Tao really that easy to trick? She mentioned that he was right, but this was only temporary, lasting 3 months at most, or as little as 3 days before being cast back down. He clenched his fist and offered his thanks. The door closed right after the shopkeeper promised to bring him the final auction item shortly, leaving everyone else utterly shocked by the sudden news. Wait, hold on, no more auction? The rumor is that the 4th room bought everything out just to target the Tianla Holy Land. Since we could not get anything today anyway, why care? The Tianla Holy Land has been arrogant for so long, it is about time someone put them in their place. 2 beast servants began carrying the chest away, as Tianlai's furious, arrogant voice came echoing out of her room. Who out there dares to steal from our Tianla Holy Land? Vudiep bowed her head and answered that she could not say, only mentioning it was a mysterious stranger who recently ascended. She frowned in disbelief. How could a newly ascended cultivator possess such massive wealth, or were they just trying to play her? Offering a respectful bow, Vudiep insisted they would never dare offend the Tianla Holy Land, as Tianlai anxiously bit her nails while pondering the situation. Such incredible financial power, not to mention this strangely familiar vibe. A familiar silhouette flashed in her mind as she gasped, "Ye Bei, no way, how could he break through so fast?" Frustrated, Tianli demanded to know who was in the opposite room. Vu Diep only stammered. Frustrated, Tianlai declared that if she would not speak, she would go check herself. Thinking to herself, she vowed that she would find out right now if it was actually Ye Bei. Staff members outside tried shouting to stop her, but Tianlai forcefully pushed the door wide open, only to find that the room was completely empty with no one left inside. She gritted her teeth. How did they escape so fast? Vu Diep exhaled in relief, glad they had departed, knowing that offending either this VIP or the Tianla Holy Land would have created an absolute mess. Before she calmly spoke up, "You saw it yourself, it is definitely not that I refuse to tell you. That esteemed guest just comes and goes in a flash, so how could ordinary people like us ever interfere?" Vu Diep kept explaining, noting that since the wealthy guest was highly active, she would gladly pass along any future news to her, even as her own eyes narrowed in quiet disdain. She sneered inwardly, mocking the Tianla Holy Land. They relied on the Nine Great Immortals Alliance to offend everyone in the immortal realm, so there was no way in hell she would ever help them. Tianli pondered, realizing that someone with such immense wealth could never be Ye Bei, and she was likely just being overly paranoid from her past defeat. After all, given the pathetic spiritual energy in the Tianquan plane, it should take him hundreds of years to even dream of ascending. Suddenly, an urgent transmission came through, ordering her to bring the treasure back to the Holy Land immediately. Shocked to hear her Holy Lord's voice, Tianlai turned to Vu Diep and demanded that since they got nothing from this auction, the shopkeeper had better hand over some items as a sign of respect. And before she even finished speaking, a bottle of medicinal pills instantly flew from Vu Diep's robes directly into her hand. Vu Diep's face darkened, furious that she was stealing from them again after never paying for the previous Origin Consolidation pill. Forcing a highly polite smile, she told her that her personal happiness was all that mattered, while silently cursing the Tianla Holy Land to wait and see. Out in the dark night, Yao Li cheered happily, thanking his boss because without him, he would have failed his father by missing the auction item. Ren Wang immediately cut in, suggesting they head back quickly now that they had the treasure, ignoring his rambling. "Boss, once I deliver this, I will come find you right away." She folded her arms with a smirk, warning him to never return since that single item had already cost their master tens of thousands of spirit crystals, though Yao Li vowed to repay it all. Curious, she asked her master why they did not just attack when their enemies stood right across from them. "They are just a bunch of defeated trash, not worth our time here, so we should head straight to the Tianjiao Pavilion instead," though she suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Master," she reported quickly, "someone is currently tailing us." He smiled, replying that he already noticed 3 separate groups tailing them since the auction ended, leaving Ren Wang quite puzzled since private fighting was strictly banned in Tianjiao City. "Do they actually think they can rob us of our items?" Yi Bei explained that while open combat was forbidden in the city, that did not stop people from resorting to sneaky schemes or underhanded kidnappings. As long as they avoid using spiritual energy, keep it quiet, and do not trigger the city rules, they can essentially do whatever they want. Annoyed, Ren Wang asked if they should just let them follow, to which Ye Bei calmly replied that they could follow all they wanted since they could not harm them anyway. She nodded in agreement, and right then, an arrogant old man approached them, asking if these distinguished guests were also heading toward the Tianjiao Pavilion. He smugly suggested that since he was a longtime local, they should give him a handsome tip so he could personally guide them there. Ye Bei glances with utter indifference and tells her, "Let's go." As they walk, the old man explains that ever since this world began, everyone from Genius City visits the Pavilion of Geniuses. If the pavilion recognizes you as a true genius, endless opportunities and fortunes await you. If you are not a genius, you will immediately burn to ashes inside, which is why ordinary people never dare try. Soon, a grand building appears with a swirling vortex of energy right in the doorway, making Lamfong gasp. "So this is the Pavilion of Geniuses." Suddenly, the old man reaches for Ye Bei's waist, sneering that since they are here, he is just going to take his bounty right now. Ye Bei frowns in irritation, dodging a blinding bolt of lightning that strikes his spot and illuminates the whole area. Landing gracefully on his feet, Ye Bei stands beside Lamfong at the entrance, telling the old man, "I knew you had bad intentions." The smoke clears, revealing a hidden mob as the old man grins, mockingly noting that they managed to dodge his trap. He points at Ye Bei, ordering his men to charge the supposedly drugged kid who can no longer use any spiritual energy. Ye Bei just smirks at their absolute foolishness, amused that they are even trying to rob the sacred heaven's wrath. With enemies and lightning crashing down, Ye Bei orders a retreat as both he and Lamfong leap directly toward the swirling energy vortex of the pavilion. She agrees instantly, and their figures vanish into the swirling energy, while the angry mob outside starts arguing about why they forced them in. "Ah, well, great. Since ordinary people who enter are instantly turned to ash by the forces of heaven and earth, he is dead for sure, and his precious ring is gone forever too. Damn it. They growl as the energy vortex lets out a deafening, thunderous roar. Right from the center of the vortex, two massive pillars of light shoot straight down. Ye Bei and Lum Fong appear, and he asks Lum Fong, "Did you change back to your female form?" She sighs, explaining that this place is incredibly strange because her transformation technique was forcefully dispelled. Ye Bei notes that not only is this area completely desolate, but there is also not a single trace of spiritual energy, suggesting they look around to see what is going on. The immortal world is always full of spiritual energy, yet this place has absolutely none, making them wonder if it even deserves the name. Rubbing his chin deep in thought, Ye Bei suddenly gets an idea and tells her Lam Fong, "Try releasing all of your spiritual energy right now." Surprised, she quickly obeys, replying, "Yes, master." She closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and presses her hands together to channel every bit of spiritual energy left inside her body. But to her utter shock, all of her spiritual energy instantly vanishes into thin air. Frustrated, Lam Fong grumbles that this place is more like an empty prison than a genius pavilion. But right as she says that, the brilliant light shining right above her head suddenly goes completely dark. Hovering right above them is a massive, ancient bell, which Ye Bei immediately recognizes as the fabled Heaven Treasure Mystic Bell. Lam Fong quickly chimes in, explaining that once this mystic bell rings, it signals that a legendary genius has finally been born. Strange phenomena will then occur across the land to welcome them. Looking up at the light, Ye Bei explains that seeing the mystic bell here means anyone who steps inside has already proven they have what it takes to be a genius. Ringing this bell is the ultimate proof. Lam Fong says excitedly that she thought the bell was just a milestone of victory, but it turns out to be the ultimate test to achieve it. Clenching her fist, she asks, "Without any spiritual energy, even reaching this bell seems absolutely impossible. Master, what are we supposed to do now?" He ponders, noting that since this is a test for geniuses, it must require extraordinary strength, brilliant wisdom, or sheer luck to activate. Her eyes widen in confusion as she admits she is still lost. Ye Bei patiently explains that they do not actually have to strike the bell directly, since vibrating the surrounding air can also make it ring. But shaking a massive bell like this is not going to be easy at all. He smirks, suggesting they either suck out all the air or flood this place with rich spiritual energy to force the bell to move. Her eyes light up as she remembers their second-to-last auction prize, quickly pulling out a large wooden box and placing it on the ground. Ye Bei touches the treasure, telling her to channel her chaos reincarnation art immediately. Without a single doubt, she closes her eyes, places her hand on the box, and sends waves of power rippling through the wood. Feeling the reaction, she excitedly shouts that it is working, while Ye Bei urges her to circulate her purgatory reincarnation art even faster to ignite the final spark. Right then, a massive wave of energy explodes outward, sending rings of brilliant light crashing directly into the giant bell, causing it to shake violently. Lam Fong gasps in shock, "We did it." Ye Bei smiles, satisfied that his plan actually worked as the bell swings harder, releasing powerful shockwaves and a blinding light that bursts right out of the building. Deep tones echo outward. A massive sound wave sweeps across the neighboring streets, forcing the crowd outside to clutch their ears in agony, screaming about what that terrible noise is. It is so loud their heads are about to burst. While up on a nearby roof, two figures recognize the sound as the Heaven Treasure Mystic Bell. They explain that once the sacred bell rings, a legendary genius is born, with the second figure sighing that he has not heard this sound for hundreds of years. Deep in a forest filled with chirping birds, Tuyet Thung also hears that mysterious sound echoing in the distance. Surprised, she looks up at the sky and whispers to herself, "What is that sound?" A massive, brilliant bell is glowing in a blinding aura. The human sovereign murmurs in awe, realizing this is the true form of the Thian Bao Huan Trung clock. As energy swirls all around them, the human sovereign stands next to Ye Bei and whispers that something there seems to be calling her. She turns to him with hesitant eyes, calling him master. Without hesitating, Ye Bei smiles warmly and nods, telling her she can go if she wants. She has sacrificed far too much for him already. Overwhelmed, she rushes forward to hug Ye Bei tightly, thanking her master. Looking up at him, the human sovereign has a slightly sad look. She praises his kindness, promising to find him once she breaks through to the next realm. Gently holding her face, he bids her farewell. Without hesitation, she flies into the space of the Thian Bao Huan Trung. Watching her, Ye Bei smiles with pride. He notes how much his disciples grew during his hundreds of years of absence. Suddenly, the system rewards him with a sovereign skill card for reuniting with disciple 62 out of 108. Looking down at the prompt, he scoffs that the system only rewards him now. Stroking his chin, he wonders if there are any new exchange events available since he already has 2 sovereign skill cards. And look at this, the system displays a brand new event, linking planes to the desolate mini-world. Ye Bei deeply contemplates this method of traveling between two different planets, wondering if this truly binds the actual planes. He wonders if it directly connects the plane to the entrance of the mini-world. Before he can finish, the system keeps updating notifications. Binding the Tianhuian plane requires 100 half-emperor skill cards, and binding the Zerg plane also costs 100 cards. Binding the upper realm takes 1,000 half-emperor skill cards. Looking up, he decides it is time to bring Lack up here since they have not met in ages. The opportunities within the Pavilion of Geniuses should easily help that girl ascend. He quickly commands the spatial portal to open, instructing the system to bind with the Tianhuian plane immediately. Accepting the order, the system begins linking them together as a faint light pierces through the deep night sky. A familiar voice echoes through the air, causing the girl below to frantically search for the source. Seeing absolutely no one, she feels puzzled and whispers to herself, wondering if missing her master for so long is making her hallucinate. Suddenly, Ye Bei appears behind Tuet Thung and smiles, calling her a silly girl and reminding her he promised to return. Shocked, she gasps out "Master," while he leans in close to playfully ask what she was just whispering about. Blushing with embarrassment, she pushes him back with both hands, asking why her master is suddenly standing right there. He widens his eyes, saying he simply missed her, prompting her to look up with wide eyes and ask if he was supposed to be in the immortal realm. Wondering how he got back, she listens as Ye Bei calmly explains. He explains that he linked the desolate mini-world with this entire Tianhuan plane to bring her to the immortal realm, though it does require a few special tricks to pull off. With a smile, he taps his fingers on her forehead, sending a wave of energy that makes Tuet Thung widen her eyes in shock. Once finished, he explains that this energy will allow her to temporarily bypass the heavenly laws and enter the immortal realm safely. Rubbing her forehead, she nods in gratitude to her master, who then reaches out, inviting her to go see something amazing. In an instant, they vanish into a spatial portal, reappearing moments later right beneath the glowing clock of the Tianbao Huain Trung floating high above. Two figures step forward. Looking around at the dense spiritual energy, she realizes she can easily ascend by absorbing it, while Ye Bei turns to suggest she start cultivating right here. She eagerly agrees and sits cross-legged, her entire body radiating a bright blue energy that forms a protective shield around her. Now things are getting crazy. The sky turns pitch black as violent lightning bolts tear across the heavens. Frowning with determination, she mutters to herself that for her master and their future, she absolutely must succeed. Fierce lightning strikes rain down as if to obliterate everything, sending shockwaves that make nearby structures tremble under the intense pressure. In the distance, two mysterious figures watch in shock, marveling at how quickly another top-tier genius has suddenly emerged. Standing behind Tuet Thung, Ye Bei smiles proudly, thinking she truly is his top disciple for achieving ascension so quickly. Now that she is officially recognized as a peerless genius, he smiles with a calculating look, deciding it is finally his turn. Raising his hand, Ye Bei gathers energy into a massive sphere using his chaotic reincarnation technique, locking his sharp gaze onto the target and casting it forward. The sphere shoots straight toward the Tianbao Huan Trung, causing violent tremors and massive energy waves that force Tuet Thung to struggle against the crushing pressure. Gritting her teeth, she raises her arms to form a barrier against the hidden pressure radiating from the divine clock. She knows that if it were anyone other than her master, a normal person would have exploded instantly. Suddenly, a sparkling crystal-like skeletal armor wraps around Ye Bei. But before long, a tiny crack appears on the surface, spreading rapidly like lightning. She stares in absolute shock at the scene master, your Supreme Devil Bone. His eyes darken as he frowns slightly. It seems the Supreme Devil Bone is completely uncontrollable now. Realizing this, he quickly clasps his hands together. Unbelievable pressure radiates from Ye Bei as his skeleton glows a dark purple. He begins chanting a mantra to refine the Supreme Devil Bone. Cold purple light flashes in his eyes, the Burning Heaven Unity technique. The bone melts into pure energy, flowing directly into his body. Energy erupts. It worked. Tuet Thung runs over to him, her voice filled with deep worry. Master, but the sudden blast of energy forces her back. Still focusing, Ye Bei warns her that this thing is nothing like the Supreme Devil Bone. This Burning Heaven Unity technique burns through an opponent's soul and spiritual energy. It is pretty terrifyingly powerful. Even if you see it, do not get close. She bows her head, answering yes. After circulating his energy, the process is finally complete. Taking Tuet Thung's hand, he asks her directly, "Lack girl, did you actually reach the Void Immortal Realm?" She nods, saying yes, master, while happily thinking that this breakthrough finally brings her one step closer to her master. Without wasting any time, he takes her hand and leads her toward the portal. "Let us see the upper realm." She gratefully thanks him. But the moment they step through, countless shocked eyes lock onto them. You can hear the crowd whispering in sheer disbelief. Are those two the top geniuses? Could they be from the Thien La Land? No, if they were from the Thien La Land, they would have made a massive, loud scene about it ages ago. Looking around with clear curiosity, Tuet Thung wonders why these upper realm cultivators look pretty ordinary despite being stronger than those below. Yebei glances over to explain they are not ordinary, Lack Girl. You just do not realize your own strength yet. He then points his finger straight up. Even in this upper realm, you are still a pretty elite, top-tier genius. So of course, they are going to look at you with deep respect. Suddenly, a strange voice calls out from behind, asking them to please stop. He turns to find a familiar face. The shopkeeper happily congratulates him, saying she knew she was not wrong about him. In just 2 short days, he has already become a certified genius. She then shifts her gaze to size up Tuet Thung. Their eyes meet while he casually brushes it off, saying it was nothing. Tuet Thung frowns, muttering to herself with deep suspicion. Calling her a shopkeeper makes the woman break into a cold sweat, wondering if he has really changed partners this quickly. Sensing the awkward vibe, Yebei quickly cuts in, asking if she needs something. Smiling, she replies that she wants to give him a gift. Elsewhere, crash. A teacup is slammed down, shattering into a million pieces on the floor. The Xianxia Immortal Lord roars in absolute fury. Take a good look at this pathetic mess of a mission. Kneeling down, Thienliert frantically explains that right after she left the Nam Thien arena, that mysterious guy suddenly showed up and completely wiped out our branch, which was honestly impossible to predict. She frowns, adding that during the auction, that guy somehow had an insanely massive mountain of wealth. Hearing this, he snaps, leaping to his feet to scream, "You useless trash! We are the Thien La land. Do we actually have to pay to take what we want?" Taking a breath to calm down, he glares down to assign a new task. "Forget it. Your new mission is to return to the Nam Thien arena and capture the guy who destroyed our branch. I have a special use for him." Terrified, she begins to panic, wondering if her lord is planning to abandon her. No way. There is absolutely no chance she can bring that guy back alive. She quickly nods, replying understood. Back at the auction house, a hidden trapdoor swings open, revealing a dark flight of stairs descending into the deep shadows. Quiet, rustling sounds echo down through the cramped wooden passage, fading into the completely black darkness below. And check this out inside the secret room. She proudly reveals her pretty mysterious gift to him. Yebei replies that he hates beating around the bush, so she should get straight to the point. She then gestures toward a stone coffin. This man was the grand leader of the Huithon Haktio sect, a true immortal who was brutally hunted down and killed hundreds of years ago because of your special sculpture. She smiles at Yebei, adding another detail. You can actually use that sculpture in your hand to resurrect him, meaning you will instantly gain a powerful, true immortal subordinate to serve you. He rubs his chin, his deep voice sounding pretty cold and completely skeptical of her words. "A true immortal at my complete command, what exactly is your auction house plotting?" She nods, not holding back her true motives. "To be completely honest, because no one in our association can control his spirit, we want to hand him over to someone who actually can." His face fills with clear doubt as he asks why it has to be him. Taking a deep breath, she replies with absolute determination, "I want you to help me destroy the Thien La land." The usually silent Luo Sheng suddenly speaks up that place again. The shopkeeper frowns, her eyes burning with pure anger. The Thien La land has crossed the line for far too long. Backed by their alliance of 9 heavens, they bully everyone, and our auction house has suffered pretty heavily because of them. She slowly regains her composure, taking a deep breath to let her rising anger settle down. She desperately hopes to find someone who can help them seek revenge, but he just smiles softly and interrupts her right then and there. It turns out he is also looking for the Thien La sacred land. Her voice is soft and seductive as she asks if he accepts her request. The person resting in that coffin is a subordinate that countless people are desperate to possess. Having that carved statue is the only way to control her, but then he suddenly drops a bombshell that shocks her to the core. He already smashed that statue. Her eyes widen in complete and utter disbelief as she gasps, "What did you say?" Yebei then holds out a broken shard of the statue. She gasps out in shock, and the trembling shopkeeper holds up the piece. She curses, "Damn it, are we really letting them get away with this?" He gently touches the stone coffin and mutters that he only said the statue was broken, not that Huk Tiu could never be resurrected. Clutching her chest, she urgently asks him what he just said, and he looks back at her with absolute certainty. He confidently declares that he can easily resurrect Huk Tiu himself and accepts her invitation. Suddenly, a glowing purple magic circle erupts right from his palm on the coffin. The shopkeeper is overcome with deep gratitude, absolutely thrilled that they finally have his legendary help on their side. But mid-celebration, he, Luo Shuesheng, and the heavy stone coffin vanish into thin air, leaving the confused shopkeeper looking around in panic. Where did they go? Meanwhile, let's follow them to a strange, colorful dimension filled with jagged rocks scattered across a desolate wasteland. Transported instantly from the shop by his magical array, they arrive in this unknown territory as Luo Shushang looks around curiously. Yibei snaps his fingers, explaining that the power of this level 2 desolate small world controls life and death, allowing him to resurrect anyone his heart desires. With that single gesture, the massive stone coffin in front of them suddenly begins to shake. Harsh, screeching sounds of cracking stone echo repeatedly through the desolate air. Suddenly, inside the dark void, a pair of eyes ignite, like burning flames piercing the heavy shadows. Suddenly, right from inside that heavy stone coffin, a brilliant pillar of golden light erupts, shooting straight into the heavens like lightning slicing the dark sky as they both watch in stunned silence. Even as debris rains down around them, they barely blink. A girl with snow-white hair and a striking crimson robe emerges, raw energy radiating from her body like a blazing fire. "Am I actually back to life?" Hucktu mutters, looking down and instantly frowning at the Tianla presence. Her face darkens as she thrusts her hand forward, her razor-sharp nails stretching out like monstrous, bizarre claws straight toward Ye Bei. "Die," she screams. But he does not even flinch, simply giving a cold, brief command kneel. Suddenly, look at this, she is locked mid-air by a massive, invisible pressure, and her entire body is forced to kneel down, shattering the stone ground beneath her. Trembling, Hucktu struggles with all her might, but her body cannot budge. What on earth is happening? Why can she not move? Ye Bei slowly approaches her with an imposing posture, his voice dripping with warning. Since he is the one who brought her back, her life and death belong completely to him, so she better start listening to his orders right now. She grits her teeth, snapping that a mere mortal could never rule her blood soul sect. Without wasting any words, he simply stomps her head straight into the dirt. Looking down with a mocking smirk, he casually asks her how she likes the taste of defeat right now. Knowing she has absolutely no chance against him right now, she quickly swallows her pride and addresses him as master. She claims she only respects absolute strength, promising to follow his every order as long as he remains stronger than her. But inside, she is secretly plotting, thinking that if he ever shows a moment of weakness in the future, she will make him pay. Ye Bei looks down at her, shifting the topic to ask if she even remembers how she died back then. Still pinned under his foot, she reveals that the Tianla sect master teamed up with 9 sacred lands to ambush her just to steal that statue. She was simply outnumbered, though they still failed to seize the relic in the end. Hearing this, he strokes his chin, telling her to go handle a task for him. Understanding her role, she firmly accepts the command with a respectful tone. Sometime later, warm sunlight washes over the bustling streets of the Tianla sacred land, packed with crowds of busy people. High atop a tower, a striking figure in crimson stands against the blue sky as Hucktu looks down with a cold expression. She recalls their secret strategy meeting, remembering how Ye Bei explained the classic tactic of making a feint to the east while striking the west. Facing the 9 allied sacred lands head-on is suicide, but sending Hucktu to sow chaos and terror makes it incredibly easy to drive a wedge right between them. Her job is to launch surprise hit-and-run attacks across the Tianla sacred land, making an absolute example out of them to terrify the rest of their forces. Luo Shoshang points out that while they are distracted defending the east, the group will strike from the west. They can bypass the defenses and march straight into the enemy alliance's main headquarters, and he nods in agreement. Ye Bei turns to Hucktu, advising her that striking their sacred lands and spreading wild rumors is their absolute best move, and she readily accepts the mission. Ready to put an end to the past, she raises her arm high, absorbing a massive, burning ring of light. Dyeing the sky in a violent storm, she smiles coldly, muttering Tianqi sacred ground. "Let's start with you." And she hurls it down. On impact, the orb explodes and tears space apart, creating a massive, churning storm of raw energy. It crashes into the ground, sending the panicked crowd screaming, "What on earth is happening?" They scream about an enemy raid, a traitor, pointing to the blast site to catch him, while elsewhere, someone is calmly sipping tea. Luo Shuishang asks Ye Bei master, "What now?" A waiter walks over and asks if Ye Bei and his lovely cultivation partner are here to join the recruitment assembly of the 9 sacred grounds, surprising him. "Now get this," the waiter sighs and starts explaining everything he knows. Isn't the longevity realm already open because the Alliance previously failed to recruit enough talent, losing many geniuses and forcing them to start this draft? If anyone can actually pass their strict test, they will get a free longevity realm jade plaque and rare treasures, making Luo Shuishang wonder if it is really that simple. The waiter nods, explaining they must pay back everything they find over 5 years, but suggests the 2 of them should absolutely give it a try. Amused, Ye Bei suggests, since Luo Shuishang just ascended and needs to test her strength, he will take her along, making her happily thank her master. Soon, they arrive at the crowded testing grounds, where a booming announcement echoes across the massive arena. Late Great Emperor, Strength 34, Spiritual Energy 40, fail. Mid-Emperor Venerable, Strength 45, Spiritual Energy 40, fail. Another failure, and the examiner calls for the next candidate while the crowd mutters in disbelief that even powerful experts fail. Getting into the longevity realm requires absolute peak talent, since it is way harder than basic ascension. Not a single person passes today, and they whisper that this year, only Cho Tianli has actually managed to succeed. Hearing that traitorous name, Ye Bei looks over at Luo Luo Shushang, who is visibly disgusted and muttering to herself. Chao Tianli joined Tianla. Ye Bei gently squeezes her clenched fist, telling her to relax because that traitor is just a minor nuisance they will crush later anyway. The entire Tianla sacred ground is their real target, so he urges her to go test her current strength. As they step forward, the examiner points at the stone tablet, praising their incredibly extraordinary presence. Offering a free trial, the examiner coaxes them, but Ye Bei plays dumb, saying they only wanted to join the fun. He quickly explains. The examiner urges them to just punch the stone, prompting Ye Bei to step up and ask if that is all. Clenching his fist, Ye Bei gathers his strength and strikes the massive purple stone block directly in front of him. Instantly, the number 93 flashes, and Ye Bei turns around, casually asking if that was all. The examiner stands frozen, and wait for this, the crowd goes wild, seeing a history-defying strength score of 93. Quick, report this genius. Ye Bei wonders if the machine is broken since he barely put any effort into it, leaving Danzi sweating and denying it. Glancing at Luo Luo Shuisheng, the master happily tells her to give it a shot. Assuring her that the stone works, he watches as she silently nods and delivers a soft punch, asking if she did it right. Looking up, Ye Bei realizes the machine is indeed working, but Danzi stands completely paralyzed, eyes popping as the screen flashes 89, quickly stopping the duo before they can walk away. He begs the two geniuses to wait because their sacred leader is on her way and will surely favor them. The two exchange knowing looks, realizing they might have to fight their way out very soon. Pulling Luo Luo Sheshang close by the shoulders, Ye Bei flatly rejects the desperate invitation. He claims they are just a married couple having fun and have zero interest in meeting any sacred leader, but Danzi quickly tries to bribe them. Begging them to stay, Danzi insists that scoring over 60 on the test guarantees their spot. With talent like theirs, entering that sacred realm would guarantee them a legendary rise. They would harvest countless rare treasures and emerge as highly respected VIP guests of the 9 sacred grounds. Noticing Luo Shueshang blushing furiously, Ye Bei simply repeats that they are not interested. Seeing them unmoved, the desperate examiner offers to give them absolutely anything if they stay, causing Ye Bei to frown in suspicion. He sweats bullets, completely flustered, and asks, "You will agree to anything? Just say the word." Ye Bei coldly drops a hint. "My wife has always been in fragile health, too weak to take care of herself. So for years, I have been searching for legendary treasures to restore her health." Hearing him call her his wife, Luo Zusheng completely ignores the crowd, her heart utterly melting with joy. Did he really just say wife? The crowd watching them below instantly gapes in total shock. Her power level is 89 and she is weak? Meanwhile, Danzi happily thumps his chest to promise. "No problem. I get it. I will arrange it right away." Ye Bei was just waiting for this and immediately makes his demands. "I need 10 spirit ginseng, 10 celestial fruits, 10 earth flames, 100 bottles of immortal nectar, and 200,000 premium spirit crystals." Hearing those outrageous demands, his eyebrows twitch in sheer disbelief. Thinking he misheard, he turns to his subordinates and asks, "Did my ears just play tricks on me?" The lackeys angrily shout back, "Boss, you heard right. This guy is clearly just playing with us. Do not waste your breath. Let us just grab him and hand him over to the Celestial Lord." Right away, he orders his club-wielding guards to charge and capture them. Luo Shoshang glares at these fools who dare to move against them, cracking her whip without a word to send them all flying. She pulls her weapon back, turning to confirm with him. Master was right. These people from the celestial realm are just a lawless mob with a bit of strong spiritual power. Gripping her weapon, she eagerly shares her thoughts. "Master, after passing the trial, the power of this golden whip is 10 times stronger than before." He smiles and suggests why not try destroying their grand path then. "Anyone below the late stage of the Void Heaven realm is no match for you." Seeing this, Danzi drops to his knees, desperately begging for mercy. "Two great heroes, this is all a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. We have all the rare treasures you mentioned. We will deliver them to you shortly, so please spare us." Ye Bei looks down at him with a chilling, terrifying glare before speaking. "A misunderstanding?" Danzi frowns, completely flustered, and softly mutters, "Of course it is. I only ordered them to test your spiritual energy, but those absolute fools totally misread my instructions. They dared to attack you, but deep down, he is secretly plotting. Just you wait. Once my celestial lord arrives, you are both dead." Still kneeling, he looks up and politely gestures toward the testing stone. "Please, try testing your spiritual index once more." Ye Bei places his hand on the stone to examine it. 60 is considered a passing score. Danzi quickly replies, "Yes, with your supreme power, passing this will be an absolute breeze." Ye Bei channels a bit of his spiritual energy into the stone, withdrawing his hand with a smug, calculating smile. The result flashes instantly. Exactly 60. Danzi stares in absolute jaw-dropping shock. To manipulate the results like that, his control must be on a whole different level. Truly legendary. Now, watch as Luo Shang steps up to try it herself. Once again, the exact same number flashes on the screen. 60. The crowd below bursts into wild whispers while Danzi stands completely frozen in silence. Looking up at her score, she mutters with mock embarrassment, "Oops, my bad. I really tried my best." Suddenly, a panicked voice echoes, drawing everyone's attention. "Emergency. We are under attack. The celestial territory is breached. Spread the word immediately." A guard rushes in, clutching his chest and panting heavily, desperately trying to deliver the urgent update. The sect master of the Blood Soul sect has returned for revenge. At the main gate, a furious crowd appears, screaming out, "Is that the monster who slaughtered our entire sect? Damn it. Was he not supposed to be dead? Hurry and inform the Celestial Lord, now." One young man wonders why the Blood Soul sect master did not resurrect, while another snaps back, who cares about his resurrection? He is definitely here for bloody revenge. After how the Celestial Lord treated him back then, there is no guessing. "Let us move." Standing flanked by two heavy guards, Danzi bellows at the panicked crowd, "Everyone, calm down right now." Grabbing his guard by the shoulder, he demands to know the situation. What on earth is going on? The guard explains that our forces suffered catastrophic losses. The Blood Soul sect master hit us and ran. His movements are totally unpredictable, and our voice transmission array is completely down. That is why the Lord sent me to warn headquarters to prepare. Danzi narrows his eyes, sinking into deep thought. The Celestial Lord ordered us to make sure none of these people escape. I must secure the formation core and contact him immediately. Turning to his men, he commands, "You guys, guard the formation core. Do not let a single soul leave. I am going to report to the Lord." His loyal men quickly salute. Meanwhile, Ye Bei and Luo Shang calmly walk up behind him, with the master offering a quick reminder. "Hey Proctor, are we not going to meet Celestial Lord Tian Luo anymore?" Danzi replies coldly, "My apologies, but a sudden emergency has come up. I must deliver this message first, and then I will schedule your meeting with him." In a flash, Ye Bei is right next to him, no need for that. Startled, Danzi stammers, "What?" Ye Bei calmly explains there is absolutely no need to report, because the enemy has already infiltrated their inner circle. Hearing this, Danzi gullibly starts looking all around. Where are they? Ye Bei remains silent, his lips curving into a cold smirk as bright blue energy begins erupting from his body. He points, "Right here." Instantly, his hand flies up to the man's forehead, a swirling sphere of rainbow energy condensing in his palm. Ye Bei opens his hand right in front of Dan Tu, unleashing a massive surge of power that completely covers his head. His voice is cold and arrogant, "I am your enemy." Under that absolute death blow, the man's limp body crashes down. Guards charge after seeing their leader fall. Yet he just stands there, calmly, completely untroubled by their pathetic attacks. Ye Bei sighs with deep contempt, trying to break a rock with an egg. He conjures a dark, purple vortex of crackling lightning. His cold command echoes right in the ears of Luo Shushang, "Order her to trap the remaining survivors in the barren miniature world," and she instantly obeys. The robotic system chimes count is 5,142 out of 5,000. Complete. Emperors, 20 of 50. Void Immortals, 1 of 20. The heavy, patterned iron gate is raised up high, where a fair-skinned hand is tightly squeezing and bruising a neck. Southien Liet lifts the rabbit beastman by his throat, snarling, "Where is the one who destroyed the anti-demon hall?" "Beaten bloody," he gasps out the answer. "Xianxia City. I saw them heading there with my own eyes." She pauses, thinking Xianxia City, what a strange coincidence. Pressing further, she demands to know his name. Trembling in absolute terror, the man squeals out his name is Ye Bei. Oh, she's absolutely stunned. Her mind completely explodes, leaving her frozen. Southien Liet pieces the clues together. Ye Bei, Xianxia City, the auction. Could that mysterious bidder be Ye Bei himself? A bit later, a whisper echoes from a dark tiled rooftop. That VIP guest has already left for the Xianxia Pavilion. Standing before the massive, highly luxurious tower, the red-haired woman faces a swirling, glowing portal. Her eyes burn with absolute fury as she curses, "Damn it. I am late again. Where do I find him now?" Suddenly, a rectangular golden slip emerges from a swirling five-colored rift, its glowing characters shining brightly. She snatches it up, studying it carefully for a long moment. A voice transmission talisman. It speaks with desperate urgency, "The sacred land is under attack. Return immediately if you hear this." Southien Liet snaps out of it, but her mind is still completely consumed by Ye Bei. Luo Shishang glances at the bodies scattered across the ground and asks, "Master, we are almost done here. Should we go find Southien Liet and the Lord of Heavenly Law now?" He suddenly glances toward the side, answering her calmly, "There is no need to look for them." Right behind them, Southien Liet descends from the sky, shouting, "Ye Bei, Luo Shuishang, I have finally found you." Her clenched fists tremble with uncontrollable rage, but he merely smirks, teasing her what is wrong. Are you scared of me now? Your hands are shaking so badly. Her face turns pale as she laughs maniacally scared. No, I am just incredibly excited. This is not your lower world anymore, Ye Bei. Today, I will finally get my revenge. Ye Bei curls his lips. What a coincidence. I was thinking the exact same thing. Moving like lightning, he channels his spiritual energy, aiming a strike straight at her face. Xianxia is no amateur. She immediately ducks her head back to dodge his sweeping blow. Seizing the opening, she grabs his arm, gloating proudly. Ye Bei, back then you stole my greed path, leaving me completely powerless and in agonizing pain. Leaping up with agile grace, she uses his arm as leverage. She prepares to strike with her legs, continuing, even though I absolutely hate you. It is thanks to you that I abandoned those trash techniques and followed my master to cultivate the dual cultivation path. She puts all her strength into her legs, kicking down at Ye Bei's head. But with a solid thud, he effortlessly blocks her attack. Glaring from beneath his hood, he murmurs dual cultivation. Secretly, he queries his system, can we replicate this path? His thoughts begin to wander. If he could share this dual cultivation path with his top disciple, Luo Shushang, he can already imagine himself doing it with Luo Shueshang. But the robotic system cuts his fantasy short path resonance features are currently not yet unlocked, but given her special status, the host can absorb it completely. Grabbing Cao Tianli's ankle, he smiles, knowing this is going to be incredibly easy. Puffing her cheeks, she weaves complex hand seals and blows out a thick cloud of glowing pink gas, completely enveloping her opponent. You can tell something is seriously wrong here. Slowly, Ye Bei's eyes grow heavy in the fog. Covering her mouth, Luo Shang warns him, Master, watch out. There is something evil in this pink mist. Soon, her own face flushes bright red. Master, I feel so hot. She collapses weakly onto the ground, while Ye Bei just stands there frozen. Cao Tianli cackles with absolute triumph. Haha, he is probably lost in some sweet dream with a beautiful girl from his hometown, completely ignoring you now. Ye Bei, I have conjured a beautiful dream just for you. Manipulating the pink mist around her fingers, she gives him a cold, deadly stare. Go sleep in hell. His five-colored golden core begins to violently vibrate within him, targeting his chest with a heavy, crushing impact. Ye Bei slowly collapses, completely unconscious, his eyes pitch black and devoid of any emotion. She watched the entire thing unfold, happily adding goodbye, Ye Bei. He lay face down in a pool of blood, his body swallowed by darkness, his eyes staring wide open. As the aura of death lingered without fading, Cho Tianli threw her head back, laughing like an absolute maniac. Haha, Ye Bei is finally dead. I did it. But suddenly, a voice behind her whispers, are you happy? Every emotion on her face instantly froze. She tried to steady herself, turning around to scream, who is there? And since when was he standing there so casually? Ye Bei smirked, raising his hand, was that dream nice? She felt like she had been hit by lightning, gritting her teeth to confront him. How is this possible? As transparent spots erupted across her body, Cho Tianli was engulfed in searing flames, clutching her head in absolute agony. Ye Bei, you cannot kill me. Your own disciple is still in my hands. He sneered at the recycled lie, trying to fool me twice? Just die. With a squeeze of his hand, she exploded into nothingness. So, you killed my vessel again. Suddenly, a bitter, resentful voice echoed through the air as a surprise attack blasted directly toward a startled Ye Bei. The attack covers a massive area, but guess what? He still effortlessly dodges it. An old man steps forward, his hands drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy to form a glowing purple pill. Staring at the purple pill, he growls in anger. How could a vessel I nurtured for so long be destroyed? Fortunately, her immortal essence was not wasted. It was entirely absorbed by your world bead. Ye Bei still remains completely expressionless. Chu Tianli really chose a fine master, but now she is completely dead. Irritation flashes across the old man's face as he growls, you keep ruining my plans over and over again, and now you even dared to kill my disciple. Today I will teach you the price of crossing me. Since you killed Cao Tianli, he releases a massive, wild surge of spiritual energy. You can take her place and become my new vessel. Without him realizing, something had silently slithered right to the ground beneath his feet, and the sudden sneak attack catches him completely off guard. Just as the darkness surges to swallow him whole, Ye Bei quickly executes a hand seal to defend himself, while the old man bursts into a smug, triumphant laugh. He frowns, unable to grasp the meaning of that smile. Then, Ye Bei suddenly realizes, wait, his real target is not me. He whips his head around to find Luo Shueshang completely swallowed up, yelling out, girl Luo. Having achieved his goal, the old man gloats, haha, did not expect that, did you? My real target was never you. Now he is genuinely furious, his eyes flashing a terrifying aura of death. There is a path to heaven you ignored, yet you barged straight into hell. The old man sneers at Ye Bei. Haha, a newly ascended brat dares to talk so big? You truly do not know your own limits. Shattering the ground beneath his feet, he charges forward with insane speed. Spiritual energy surges in his fist as he winds up a punch. The system chimes 60-fold Tao resonance under Realm King power. The old man raises his arm to block, instantly sensing the terrifying impact. This strength is definitely not from some late Emperor realm. He was tricking me. The force hits the old man's arm so hard it feels ready to snap in half. The brutal strike sends the old man flying straight into the wall, leaving a massive, deep crater. But the old man staggers back to his feet, clutching his broken arm, thinking something is wrong. This is not just divine energy, this is pure physical strength. Could his body be that legendary physique? I have to test him. If that is true, this is absolutely perfect. His face turns incredibly serious. To test his theory, he condenses his energy into a massive 10-foot spear, hurling it directly at Ye Bei with all his strength. The attack triggers a massive, violent explosion. But as the dust slowly clears, Ye Bei is still standing firm, without a single scratch on his body. Ye Bei scoffs with pure contempt. Is this all the ability you have? The Immortal Lord is utterly shocked it is real. Look closely, he really is a true dragon immortal physique. My power contains the worldly strength of the world bead. The only thing that could remain completely unscathed under this attack is the true dragon immortal physique. This is incredible. Getting what I wanted without any effort, found so easily. On the other side, Ye Bei radiates a fierce aura. This is the heaven burner I recently obtained at the Tianzhou Pavilion, specifically designed to incinerate both your spiritual power and soul. Today, I will test its power on you. The old man scoffs. I might have underestimated you, but do not think killing me is going to be that easy. Ye Bei does not care in the slightest, simply commanding He Xiao, grab him. Startled, the old man quickly whips his head around, but there is absolutely nothing there. At that moment, he realizes Ye Bei has already teleported away. Only then does the old man realize he has been tricked. Ye Bei teleports in, slamming a fist into his stomach while unleashing the deadly heaven burner spell. The spell draws in surrounding spiritual energy, channeling it directly into the Immortal Lord's body. Feeling his spiritual energy completely blocked and stagnant, the old man curses inwardly. Despite the agonizing pain, he still tries to seize this moment. This is my absolute best chance to seize the true dragon immortal physique. I cannot let it slide. Without a shred of hesitation, he shoves a crimson pearl into his mouth, forcing the surrounding spiritual energy to warp into a dark, heavy shade of red. Ye Bei's eyes snap open in shock. He didn't expect this pearl to help him absorb the world's spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the sect lord's body balloons, but it is still not enough. A dark dread creeps over him. If this keeps up, Sect Master Tianla will suffer chi deviation. He won't even need to lift a finger because the Tianla Palace is going to destroy itself. Right now, the only thing that actually matters is finding where Luo Shoushang is being hidden. Channeling massive power into his palm, the old man sneers as if victory is already his. He yells, "Die, and your body will be mine." Ye Bei completely ignores the threat, his mind racing only for his disciple. Where on earth is Luo Shang being kept? Both of them clash at once, their raw killing intent matching each other blow for blow. The collision triggers a massive explosion, but Ye Bei only grows more anxious. This entire realm depends on spiritual balance to hold itself together. Now that Sectmaster Tianla is consuming all of it, this entire space is on the verge of collapsing. He has to locate Luo Shang fast. Blinded by rage, the old man swings a heavy kick right at him. He screams that Ye Bei is dead, but the young man calmly murmurs, "Hey Xiao, you finally made it." The old man's aura flares like wildfire as he snarls that he won't fall for any more tricks. Suddenly, a barrage of green light beams strikes out of nowhere, leaving him with no time to react. The attack slammed directly into him, unleashing a shockwave that rattles the entire dimension. The smoke clears as He Xiao bows to her master. Ye Bei praises her work, ordering her to capture the sect master first. The old man is still conscious, letting out a wild roar as a wave of dark, violent energy erupts from his body. Ye Bei and He Xiao merely raise an eyebrow, their expressions remaining completely cold and unfazed. His face twists in anger as he tells Ye Bei that he is full of surprises, first the true dragon body, and now these pathetic weaklings. He sneers that he has wanted to harvest their immortal cores for ages, but never had the chance. Activating a forbidden art, he rips their power away as a massive black vortex tears open above them. Realizing things are getting out of hand, Ye Bei barks a sharp order. He commands He Xiao to buy some time since something is wrong with the sectmaster, while he goes to search for Luo Shengeng. She nods in obedience, and Ye Bei pauses to think. The old man couldn't have taken her far in such a short time to keep leverage over him. She has to be hidden nearby. Then, a sudden realization hits. What if he used a spatial barrier? Raising his hand, Ye Bei prepares to activate his own spatial tearing technique to test his theory. Boom! The system confirms the spatial tear, and the sky shatters as Luo Shang falls right out of the rift. Yibei leaps to catch her as the surrounding space shatters. Clutching his disciple, he feels a deep surge of panic. Damn it, they are trapped inside another of the sect master's arrays. With the entire realm tearing itself apart, one wrong move could send them plunging into the endless spatial void, trapped for eternity. Time is running out, and his panic grows as the sect master screams while massive fragments begin to rain down. He mocks Yibei, telling him to rot in that void forever in absolute, eternal loneliness. Yibei dodges the falling debris, thinking that the old bastard has completely sealed off the immortal realm's boundary. If they cannot find a way out, they will be lost in the darkness forever. Just as panic starts to set in, a tiny glimmer in the chaos catches his eye. Glimpsing Chuxing and Chuxin, Yibei realizes he has just locked onto Earth's coordinates. Since the sect master has completely ruined the passage back to the immortal world, going back right now is out of the question. If that is the case, they might as well head back to Earth, find Chuxing and Chuxin, and claim that sweet system reward. It might actually help them pinpoint the immortal realm's location. They can return later and settle the score with the sect master then. Gritting his teeth, Yibei dives straight into the rift. Earth, here we come. Hold on tight. They blast through space in a flash of purple light, and just like that, Earth's massive skylines appear. Standing in his sweeping robes, he takes in his surroundings and whispers that they are finally back on Earth. Luo Shuishang looks around in awe, asking if this is the homeland he always talked about. It is surprisingly rich in spiritual energy, and she can feel powerful signatures all over the place. Almost everyone here is at least at the half-emperor level. Yibei frowns. How does Earth suddenly have spiritual energy? Something is seriously wrong here. Nearby, a massive crowd is pushing and shoving in complete chaos. Someone grumbles if elbowing people will somehow help them get the divine inheritance. Another agrees, yelling for everyone to stop pushing since nobody has actually claimed the inheritance yet. But their Yan Huang guild barely managed to secure 3 inheritance items, so the place is bound to get packed soon. A youth shoves an elderly lady to the ground, snapping at her to stay out of the way. He sneers that it is her own fault, but a passerby helps her up and scolds the rude punk. Exactly. Is the Emperor realm really that big of a deal? Go apologize to the old man right now. The punk sneers in this world. Living this long without cultivating means you deserve to be bullied. Suddenly, Yibei appears, casting a quick spell that traps the guy inside a floating, glowing purple sphere. Trapped and furious, the punk screams out, "Who the hell are you? How dare you capture me? Do you even know who my father is?" Yibei stares back blankly, throwing his own words right back at him in this world. Does cultivation mean carrying your dad everywhere? So doesn't he deserve to be bullied as well? With that, Yibei immediately triggers a soul search. The guy clutches his head, screaming, "How dare you? My father will absolutely..." Yibei couldn't care less, saying, "Then let your father join you." And just like that, the guy instantly explodes. Tuet Thung quickly asks Master, "What did you find in his soul?" But his answer is pretty vague. Turns out, after I left Earth, a massive shift occurred. He explains that once he departed years ago, the planet's spiritual energy completely recovered. Disasters struck, and demon portals began appearing everywhere. Skyscrapers crumbled under relentless attacks, leaving entire cities covered in heavy smoke and raging fire. Human soldiers teamed up against the giant beast, but standard firearms were useless. Watching his memories, Yibei pictures the rampaging monster growing stronger by the day. Standing right before the beast is a woman holding a battle axe. He continues, "Luckily, heaven is fair, and humans began awakening special abilities and receiving powerful ancient legacies. 3 massive temples were built, each marked with a unique crest. As gifted geniuses awakened their power to bring back hope, humanity ended up building 3 grand legacy temples: the Thunder Temple, the Snake King Temple, and the Sea Temple. These 3 factions finally held back the demonic beasts, securing a fragile peace for human society. But get this, almost all these temples are in the west, while the east only has 1 Snake King Temple in the island nation. A swirling crest stands out. Yibei looks heavily annoyed our homeland Vim Huang is looked down on because we have no legacy. Tuitung asks in confusion, "Master, now that you're back, who would dare bully Vim Huang?" He nods. She has a point. They must not only find So Tiern and So Hun, but also bring absolute justice to Vim Huang. But she asks, "Earth is massive now. How will we ever find out where So Tiern and So Hun are hiding?" He replies confidently, "Your master has his ways." But noticing something off, Tuet Thung whispers, "Master, your hand is shaking." She gently touches his hand. Yibei observes it, replying something nearby is directly resonating with my body. She suddenly remembers those punks mentioning some kind of sacred legacy artifact being kept nearby. Yibei smirks mischievously. Inheriting a divine relic lets someone awaken unique powers. They can even absorb public faith to bolster their own soul. Looks like this new world just handed us a massive welcoming gift. Under the blue sky, the scene shifts to a house. Tuet Thung is wearing a pretty tight, revealing dress, blushing hard in embarrassment. She asks Master, "Is this really okay?" Yibei calmly responds, "Do as the locals do. Besides, didn't you want to show your master?" Blushing deeper, she stammers, "Master, we should really focus on business first. Were you able to find out anything about this legacy artifact?" He casually replies, "I already probed it with my energy, and it feels quite similar to the treasures inside the Genius Pavilion. They probably originate from chaotic energy." Tuet Thung smiles, eyes locked on him. "If you can inherit this divine energy, you will definitely break through several cultivation realms." Suddenly, a streamer barges in with his phone, laughing mockingly, "Hey guys, come check out this absolute joke of a scene. The Vietnam government found some useless old rock to trick citizens, and these two fools actually believe it's real." He points the camera right at them, mocking the useless rock the government claimed was some sort of legendary legacy relic. "People from Vietnam are seriously so brainless, ha ha ha." Meanwhile, hate comments flood his screen, saying everyone knows Vietnam is the only nation without a temple or a legacy inheritor. The Western temples are the absolute peak. Ha ha ha, I can't believe fools still fall for this crap. Hey bro, do us a favor and teach those two idiots a quick lesson. People watch in shock as Yebei casually lifts the protective glass cover. Wait, look at those two. What are they doing? Now watch. Yebei activates a magic array, commanding reveal yourself. A vibrant mix of blue and red light erupts, and the spirit of a woman floats out from the relic. Shining with a brilliant green glow, the spirit declares, "Defeat me to claim this legacy, or face your doom." Her eyes flash with pure killing intent. Surprised, Yebei opens his eyes wide, instantly activating his Dao resonance and calling forth a massive shield for defense. With her attack completely blocked, she looks down on him with absolute arrogance and sneers. "For a human to summon me and block my strike is impressive," she says, "but too bad you are still lacking." She glances down as she finishes speaking, but the ground is completely empty. Yebei and his companion are gone. Suddenly he appears right behind her. Grabbing her neck, "What is the rush?" he whispers. The real show has not even started yet. Shocked, she cannot believe he snuck up on her so silently. He calmly continues, "Since you and the mystical treasure were both born from the energy of heaven and earth," he says, "then the primordial power of chaos can refine you as well." Yibei unleashes his ultimate purple flames, radiating a terrifying pressure from the small cabin. Slowly, the blinding light begins to fade. Yibei floats high in the sky as she bows respectfully, saying that her true successor has finally arrived. He stares down at his hands, feeling an incredibly massive surge of power flowing through his body. Below him, Luo Xianxia celebrates his incredible success. "Master, you actually did it." She cheers, completely unaware that a hidden camera has just recorded everything from the shadows. Suddenly, 3 brilliant streaks of light cut sharply across the city sky. It is the deities Loithon, Haithon, and Zathon. They whisper that the ancient land has not had a successor in eons, and they cannot let him claim the power of belief. Only we can rule as the true gods here. All 3 share the exact same goal, which is to eliminate the rising deity. As they fly across the sky, their expressions grow increasingly vicious and bloodthirsty, and right there they finally spot Yebei hovering in the distance. Since his inheritance is not fully complete, they shout, "Kill him now." From above, Yebei sneers at the mere clones trying to disrupt his ascension. He unleashes an earth-shattering palm strike, forcing all 3 of them to raise their defenses in absolute panic. Zathon warns them that his fusion is basically complete, meaning their clones are likely no match for his power. Loi then decides to target his soul, knowing that a master is weakest during an inheritance transition. With a confident smirk, Loithan says, "I know." Narrowing her eyes, she calls him a brat. "Too bad you are from this land and met me, or you could have lived as our loyal dog." Yibei replies with pure disdain, "Has no one told you that others only serve as dogs for me?" Loi then attacks instantly as purple lightning crackles around her, launching a massive soul strike, but Yebei casually closes his eyes. "Too bad for you. My soul is already at the true immortal level, making me completely invincible." Blinding golden light erupts from his eyes, shocking Loi, then as her own lightning attack violently rebounds right back onto her body. Zathon and Haithon quickly catch her as she sweats in agony, realizing he just absorbed their entire assault. Golden light gathers on Yebei's fingertip as he tells them it is his turn, unleashing a devastating energy blast that surges toward them. Terrified, Loithon, Zathon, and Haithon instantly open a spatial portal to escape, leaving only their echo behind. "Do not celebrate yet," they scream, but Yebei coldly replies that this land has no need for Western gods. Watching this, Luo Shueishang happily realizes her master has become unbelievably powerful. She vows to train even harder to keep up with him. Yebei lands on the cliff and asks Lak what is wrong. She shakes her head, simply wondering why. So Tin and Sohan traveled all this way. As they walk, Yebei calmly tells her that they can find out in 7 days. Curious, she asks if he will truly have news of them by then. Deep inside the snake temple, Hai Than demands to know the background of this mysterious youth, having never heard of him before. Loi Than agrees, noting that his soul, strength, and divine abilities are at a terrifying level she has never witnessed. Hai then points out that a powerful god emerging like this is dangerous. He must want to steal the faith of the people, so what should we do? Zathan sneers that fighting this brat head-on is out of the question. Confused, Hai then tilts his head and asks what he means by that. Zathan explains that even if all three of them fight him, a victory is not guaranteed, and being injured would only leave them vulnerable to others. That would be troublesome, Hai then agrees. Loi Than rests her chin in thought, asking if they remember their other major enemy. Both Zathan and Hai Than freeze in shock at her sudden realization. The powerful leader of the magical beasts, she sighs, recalling how they easily controlled those monsters 20,000 years ago when spiritual energy first returned to Earth. Who could have guessed? Visionary flashbacks show burning cities as she explains how a terrifying new leader emerged 3 years ago, constantly shattering their defensive lines while brutal battles erupted across the region. We barely clashed a few times, but every single encounter ended with us getting completely wrecked. Every attempt to negotiate with them was instantly shut down. And now, another overpowered kid with similar strength just showed up. The Demon Lord is already our enemy, and this young punk is just another thorn in our side. Lothun grumbles with a frustrated frown. Her icy voice echoes all across the sacred temple. If we lure this brat out to clash with the Demon Lord, they will rip each other apart while we sit back and reap the ultimate rewards. Hai Thun ponders the catch. How do we actually lure this kid out? But Sa Thun is already smiling with absolute confidence. I already sent an invitation for a fake negotiation, she boasts. And when Lothun asks if the kid will actually fall for it, Zathun shrugs without a single worry. He is just a naive little brat. There is no way he has seen how cruel the real world is. We just dangle some bait, hook him, and execute him, she plots. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yebei lazily reviews the invitation, mocking their incredibly pathetic attempt to lure him into a trap. They are seriously brain-dead, he scoffs. While Tuet Thung leans in to ask if they are actually going, since it is obviously a trap. Of course we are going, he casually replies. Because why on earth would we miss this? A free show is waiting, and his eyes glint with amusement. They will soon learn that inviting a god is easy, but getting rid of one is impossible. 2 streaks of light land in front of the temple, where Zathun eagerly welcomes them, claiming it is an absolute honor that they did not hold past grudges. She smiles and bows politely, skipping the useless pleasantries to immediately lead them inside to check out her sacred treasure vault. Standing before a literal mountain of glittering gold and jewels, Tuet Thung notes that this treasure chamber is quite impressive. You surely have great taste, Zathun praises, boasting that every single item here was handpicked by her over thousands of years. When these divine treasures are stored here, the spiritual energy they emit actually multiplies over time. She adds with pride that if any ordinary cultivator trains inside this room, their cultivation speed would instantly increase tenfold. Yibei steps up and asks if she plans to use this hoard to compensate for the emotional damage she caused him last night, while she plays nice. These are all rare heavenly treasures, and since you are so young, you probably have never even laid eyes on them before. Go ahead and choose whatever you want, she says, secretly planning to slaughter them later, while Yebei raises his hand and says since she is so generous, they will happily help themselves. And you know he is already plotting to transfer every single treasure into his own pocket dimension. Zathun sneers secretly, confident these treasures are already bound to their owners. If you cannot take them, do not blame me, she mocks. But then Yebei raises his hand, creating a vortex that starts vacuuming up the treasure, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Staring wide-eyed like she was struck by lightning, she stammers at him, while he casually asks what she is staring at. Sweating bullets, Zathun forces herself to say take as much as you like, though veins pop on her forehead as she internally curses this absolute brat to hell. The entire room is stripped completely bare, leaving only the bare golden floor as Yebei turns to the completely traumatized goddess. Thanks for the wonderful hospitality, he smiles, saying they are basically one big happy family now, and she desperately tries to agree. He grins back playfully, adding that since they are family, he has a tiny favor to ask and wonders if she can satisfy him. No matter how furious she is, Zathun forces a smile and tells him to speak, mentally repeating that she just needs to endure. He casually mentions that when he arrived, he noticed her majestic snake god temple looked incredibly grand, and since he now holds a divine legacy too, he asks if he can build his own temple right opposite hers. He rubs his chin, suggesting it doesn't need to be too lavish, just slightly larger than hers, completely wiping the fake smile off her face. She grits her teeth in sheer rage, snapping that the two of them are taking this bullying way too far. But he simply grabs her scepter, and no matter how hard she struggles, she cannot pull it back, realizing his power has grown even stronger than yesterday. Both Tuet Thung and Yebei flash their pearly whites. You just have to love their absolute audacity. Zathun instantly forces an apologetic grin, stammering that they are wonderful and it is her fault, promising to build their temple immediately with a dark, furious face. She vows to endure his arrogance for now, swearing that she will make him suffer a fate worse than death. Standing outside the freshly built temple, Yebei praises her incredible speed, causing Zathun to quickly reply with a strained smile. Of course, and besides this, I have a special grand gift prepared just for you, she says. And when he inquisitively asks what it is, she claims he has likely never heard of it. The only reason our divine legacy has preserved its massive status and spiritual energy for so long is all thanks to a secret realm. Visualizing the ancient ruins, she further explains the mystery. That hidden realm holds endless treasures and cultivation opportunities. In fact, everything in the vault he just emptied originally came from there. Yibei shoots her a highly skeptical look, asking why she would ever willingly share such an insanely powerful place with him. With your incredible power, having you join us in the secret realm is our supreme honor, she smoothly replies, prompting him to instantly order her to lead the way. Standing before the tower in the forest, the snake goddess warns them that this is magic beast territory, and their leader is exceptionally savage. Brother Yibei, we are counting on you this time. Luo Shuishang observes the quiet beast den with a serious face, asking if they are being tricked. The snake goddess just laughs, asking how that could be. She raises her eyebrows in confusion, wondering why it is so quiet when normally battles would have already broken out here. Suddenly, a massive roar echoes from the deep forest, scattering birds as the wind whips the leaves. Her eyes widen as she realizes they have arrived. She flashes a sly grin. Brother Yebei, it is all up to you. Her scheming eyes show her true plan. Once they provoke the beast leader, and both sides are heavily wounded, she will strike. Just then, a footstep snaps a branch nearby. Startled, the snake goddess glances back in panic, dreading that the beasts have found them already. Is it really happening this fast? But when she spots the sea god and thunder god standing on the branches, she sighs in relief. As the sea god leaps down, he speaks up. Of course we came. We agreed to watch that guy together and capture their entire group. The thunder god agrees, while the snake goddess turns her back, mentioning that their silence made her think they were beasts, completely unaware of the sharp teeth rising right behind her. She tells them to follow her, noting they still have plenty of preparations to make. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the entire forest, but luckily, the quick-thinking snake goddess conjures a protective barrier just in time. Unleashing her green energy, she demands to know who they are, and why they are pretending to be the sea god and thunder god. Emerging from the purple mist are Chu Xing and Chu Xin. Chu Xing mocks her, asking if she was not just desperately searching for the beast leader. How could she fail to recognize them now? Just then, Ye Bei and his companion walk up, carrying a heavy sack. He asks if she is looking for these two, revealing their bound, motionless bodies, and man, the look on her face is priceless. Seeing both the sea god and thunder god captured, Chu Xing and Chu Xin kneel before Ye Bei. Chu Xin and Chu Xing pay respects to their master. The snake goddess scowls, realizing they are actually working together with the magic beasts. She notes that explains why she never heard of him in Yanhuang. He calmly replies that it is all thanks to her that he could reunite with his disciples so quickly. Her face darkens as she grits her teeth, realizing she was completely set up by them from the very beginning. Raising 2 fingers, he mockingly thanks her for helping them reunite ahead of schedule. He offers her 2 choices, either take her own life, or they will end it for her. In response, the snake goddess raises her staff, activating a summoning array. She warns him not to think his inheritance guarantees victory, declaring herself as one of the only 3 legacy inheritors on this entire continent. Suddenly, a blast of purple energy strikes her right in the waist, sending her crashing hard into a massive tree nearby. The soul maw hovering behind Chu Xin glows with residual light. She raises an eyebrow, completely bored of listening to her speak. Gripping her staff, she prays for the faith of her Snake Island nation. She implores them to offer their faith to their deity to banish all threats. Watching calmly, Chu Xin invokes her beast taming Dao, ordering her beasts to strike. The red gem on her staff flashes, triggering her petrification spell. Facing the giant purple soul's claws, a colossal wave of energy erupts and traps it, while a blinding green light completely halts its movement. Ultimately, the dragon is turned directly to stone. Seeing this, Chu Xin and Chu Xing charge forward, with Chu Xin aiming to snatch the staff from her grasp. The snake goddess raises her staff, saying that magic beasts used to shield them from danger before. It made them arrogant enough to forget their limits, but without those shields, she doubts they can ever hope to defeat her. The red ruby glows once more as she unleashes her petrification wave, prompting a grim Ye Bei to call out for Chu Xing and Chu Xin. Both girls are instantly frozen in stone, matching their exact combat poses and shocking him. Seizing the opening, the snake goddess strikes him from behind, calling him a foolish brat. A burst of green light illuminates the forest. Wait, did they actually get frozen solid too? Touching his stone body, the snake goddess is amazed to find the true dragon's celestial body. Caressing his cheek, she admits he looks quite handsome. If he were just a bit weaker, she would have honestly considered keeping him for herself. Too bad men like him never submit to anyone, meaning he would eventually become a threat, so she bids him a final farewell. Suddenly, a piece of stone cracks open, revealing Ye Bei's eye. The snake goddess's pupils slit in absolute shock and confusion. He says he has barely even started. Breaking his hand free, he praises her ability to hold him for 3 whole minutes, admitting he underestimated her. Grabbing the snake goddess by her throat, he leaves her struggling to breathe as she gasps, wondering how he could break free so easily. Trapped and completely paralyzed, she stares at him in utter disbelief, repeating that this is simply impossible. As the stone around Luo Shoushang shatters, Ye Bei mentions he forgot to tell her that he also possesses the primal chaos celestial body. Clinging to his hand, she asks how having 2 celestial bodies and an inheritance is even fair. Ye Bei asks if things she has never seen are automatically unfair. She regrets it now? He asks with a cold smile, is it too late to beg? You hurt my disciple to death. Regarding So Tin and So Hun, Tuet Thung feels relieved as Ye Bei reassures her, I care for them deeply, and I will never let them suffer any harm. Summoning a dark portal, he opens up his desolate pocket world. After leveling up, this pocket world unlocks a second-tier ability, absolute control over life and death. The domain shrinks as Ye Bei explains, anyone weaker than me, or any object bound to this world by contract, has their life and death in my hands. 2 beams of light strike the stone statues of Sahan and Sotin as Ye Bei commands them to wake up and live again. Cracks spread across the stone until they break free, wearing brand new robes as they both leap forward to hug Ye Bei tightly. So Ting smiles through her tears. Master, I thought we would never see you again. Sahun clings to him saying she missed him, while Ye Bei secretly loves it but acts shy, telling them to stop. Tuet Thung smiles, resting her chin on her hand. Aren't you going to hug your big sister? So Han immediately throws herself into her arms. She gently smiles. Ye Bei hands over 2 coats, asking why they even came here and almost got killed by the snake god. So Han claims it is a misunderstanding, but he just tells them to put on the spare clothes he prepared for them. Thanking him, they dress quickly. So Han shares how after their parents died, the 2 sisters lived a pretty brutal life with only wild beasts for company. Big sister and master saved them back then. So Tin chimes in, adding that they taught them survival and gifted them the legendary Tao of Beasts. Ye Bei listens thoughtfully as Tuet Thung explains their brutal, relentless training to reach the Saint Realm. Putting her hands on her hips, So Han explains they wanted to help their master, so they traveled to Vim Huang to protect his homeland. Protect my homeland in Vim Huang, Ye Bei murmurs. She smiles and explains how 3 self-proclaimed gods ruled this land when they first arrived. They bullied anyone without divine inheritances, so we stepped in to teach those arrogant gods a lesson. So Tin clenches her fist, but we couldn't defeat them directly, so we built our own secret forces in the shadows instead. Get this, they've actually built secret forces inside every single nation across the entire Earth. Now that you are back, Master, we can easily conquer the entire planet together. Ye Bei gives a thumbs up, well done. You both deserve a major reward. Crossing his arms, he quickly lectures them, but you both let your guard down just now. You easily could have been killed by that snake god. If I had not arrived in time, the consequences would be catastrophic. So Hun hangs her head, arguing that since he absorbed the enemy's cultivation, it was not completely a bad thing. He promptly knocks both of them on the head for talking back to their master. Holding their sore heads, the sisters quickly apologize together. So Tin excitedly chimed in, asking if his body felt any different after absorbing the snake god's high cultivation. Examining his hands, Ye Bei notes his power has jumped a level, leaving him just 1 bottleneck away from the Void Realm. Everything else remains the same, but suddenly, his body shudders violently as he is pulled into a strange black and white space. Looking around in confusion, he wonders where he is, guessing it might be a prank by his 2 mischievous disciples. Wai Jiangbia suddenly appears and makes a wild offer, mortal. Are you willing to become my slave and accept my legacy? Narrowing his eyes, he remembers the staff. This woman is the spirit of the snake god. She smiles seductively, telling him to just take her hand to claim immortality and unlock endless, boundless power. He immediately hurls the staff at her, pointing out the last legacy nearly killed him. Is it really this simple? He does not buy it. Dodging quickly, she screams in anger, asking why he wants to kill her, and if his brain is made of wood. We all know nothing is ever free, so Ye Bei decides to take what he wants by pure force instead. Smirking as he raises his fists, he tells her to shut up and fight. Wai Jiangbia waves her hands frantically, begging him to wait. She literally begs him to accept her inheritance. His eyes turn razor-sharp as he demands to know her true identity. Why force people to take your legacy? She smiles, introducing herself as an ancient deity named Wai Jiangbia. Sealed in this staff for thousands of years due to an ancient crime, she was finally freed and desperately needs a way out. All she wants is to find a pretty reliable host. Ye Bei rubs his chin. A host? You probably just want to possess my body and make my soul vanish forever. She puts on a shy act. Is sharing your body with a gorgeous girl like me so bad? We can live in peace, and I can even materialize to warm your bed sometimes. No way. He turns away instantly without a second thought. My sect does not feed useless freeloaders. Why Jiangbia slides closer, placing her hands on his shoulders and whispering that she has other uses. Come over here and I will tell you, she says, as a brilliant seven-colored light suddenly flashes between the foreheads of Wai Jiangbia and Ye Bei. He widens his eyes as she holds her arms and explains that the chaos energy inside her body has completely flowed into his own. That desolate pocket world of yours has probably evolved. He happily looks at his hands, feeling his new power, while she proudly beats her chest and asks how it feels. Are you finally ready to accept me now? If you are willing to give me the celestial energy of the true dragon inside you, I can gain a real physical body to stay by your side. Ye Bei instantly agrees, saying that is fine with him. Out of nowhere, Wai Jiangbia suddenly kisses his lips, forcefully pulling out a stream of green energy. He awkwardly rubs his mouth, wondering why girls these days act like this. Do they not know that taking without asking is stealing? She smiles, asking what is wrong with stealing, before thanking him. Then she snaps her fingers, declaring that the job is done and it is time to go back. Instantly, both of them appear before an ancient tower. He looks up, noting their return while she floats right behind him. Suddenly, Tuet Thung and the So sisters appear, with So-han demanding to know who she is. How did this stranger even get in here? Terrified, Wai Jiangbia hides behind Ye Bei, begging him to explain everything as they sit under the starry sky 10 minutes later. So-hun nods in understanding, while So-tin strokes her chin, asking why their master does not just take the girl in as his new disciple. It could easily fill the void left behind after the tragic death of So-tien Lirt. He considers it a decent option, but Wai Jiangbia instantly shakes her head in protest, refusing to agree. Facing their indifferent gazes, she stands firm. She proudly declares that a goddess like her will never serve as anyone's disciple, even if they decide to take her life. That is completely impossible, she says, while Ye Bei merely rests his chin. They are completely blindsided when he makes a wild offer. He can help her find a body to possess, but only if she stays by their side to protect and aid both sisters forever. Hit by sudden shock, So-han and So-tin ask in unison if their master is planning to leave them behind. He calmly replies that he came back to Earth partly because he missed home, and partly to visit them. Since they are doing so well with their massive influence everywhere, his mind is at ease. He explains that he must travel to other places now to search for their fellow disciples, bringing everyone back together for a grand reunion. Clinging to him, So-han softly says that they will miss him terribly. So-tin urges him to make sure he lets them know once he successfully finds their martial sisters. Tuet Thung widens her eyes as if sensing something, while Wai Jiangbia bites her sleeve and weeps, realizing having a master might actually be nice. A master can shield you from any storm, remaining a reliable pillar of support like real family even after thousands of years have passed. Tears pour from her eyes as she cries out about how much she regrets her choice. As she wails, Ye Bei hugs his two young disciples, noting that it is too late now, but he will help her possess a body next. Her jaw drops in shock on an empty road. Riding in a convertible, Tuet-thung asks her master a question. She wonders if putting Wai Jiangbia's soul into the body of the Za-thun is truly a good idea. Steering the wheel, Ye Bei answers that one wants to restore her cultivation while the other needs a physical body, making it a perfect match. And honestly, if those two ever start fighting, we are definitely in for one hell of a show. Pulling up to a luxury hotel with a pool, he suggests forgetting about them since they rarely get a chance to visit Earth. They have not had any fun yet, so today is all about enjoying themselves. Bystanders whisper in admiration, staring at the beautiful girl and the sleek sports car. One guy wonders how much a room costs per night, learning it is 9,000 spirit stones. While Tuet Thung stands there jaw-dropped, Ye Bei reveals that since his desolate pocket world has leveled up, they can travel anywhere they want now. Underneath the large glowing sign of the hotel, he tells her to enjoy themselves to the fullest before they journey to the next dimension. She happily nods in agreement. Outside the freezing extreme north, a dark cave opening sits high up on a cliffside, leading into a deep, pitch-black abyss. Inside, a pair of sharp eyes suddenly snaps open as a voice whispers that the target has finally arrived, ordering guards to block the entrance and prepare for guests. Leaving deep footprints in the thick white snow, Tuet Thung looks around with confusion. She mentions that several of their martial sisters came to this place, yet they have been wandering around in circles for over an hour. With absolutely nothing but endless ice and zero signs of life, she questions if the entrance is even here. Ye Bei calmly tells her not to rush, asking if she remembers his guidance when helping Forkney comprehend the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. She recalls the flow of the 5 elements: wood in the east, fire in the south, metal in the west, water in the north, and earth at the center. Watching the falling snow, she points out that there is no wood, fire, metal, or earth here. Even liquid water is missing, everything is frozen solid. How does this connect to the formation? He simply smiles, asking if she truly failed to notice the mysterious energy flowing beneath the frozen surface after walking for so long. Tuyet Thung looks down in surprise as Yebei kneels on one knee, explaining that while a deadly aura coats the ice above, vibrant life flourishes underneath. Just because a formation cannot be placed above the ice does not mean it cannot exist below. Once we locate the formation core, we will finally be able to enter the true extreme north. Realizing this, Luo Shoushang adds the core of this array. Since water is the only strong element here, the weakest must be fire. If we strike that fire core, we can definitely shatter the entire formation. Yebei rests his hand on the snow. What a fast learner. The glowing magic circle cracks the icy floor right under their feet. The core completely shatters, sending both of them plunging down into the abyss. Startled, Luo Shoushang screams out, "Ah!" The massive pit is incredibly deep, but they finally land hard on a thick sheet of ice. Breath condensing in the freezing air, Luo Shoushang marvels at this hidden world. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes, catching her and Yebei off guard. "Welcome to the far north realm." Looking up, they spot a suspended figure, and Luo Shang screams out, "Jia Lam." The girl hangs limply with zero response, but suddenly her lips move to whisper something. Luo Shoushang watches in pure, wide-eyed dread. "Who on earth did this to you, Jia Lam?" As the girl's pupils spin from some dark spell, Yebei grabs her shoulder to calm her. "Calm down, Luo Shoushang, you've walked straight into a trap." Snapping out of the trance, she clutches her head. "What's happening to me?" Yebei explains that a ray up on the ice was just an appetizer. This place holds the true 5 elements 8 trigrams array. It feeds on human desire and resentment, turning them into deadly spells. His voice echoes through the cavern. Anyone who enters and fails to keep a clear mind will either end up as the core of this magic, or wind up as a tasty snack for the local beasts. Closing her eyes, Luo Shoushang whispers, "Forgive me, master. I should have stayed calm, but that strange blood-red sound wave was directly manipulating my deepest desires and my inner rage." Yebei's gaze turns sharp as he replies, "Your concern for your fellow disciples makes you an easy target, but we must be incredibly careful from here on out, because they are already here." Suddenly, the snow beneath their feet begins to violently shake. Looking down, they see massive, razor-sharp teeth lunging up to swallow them whole. Luo Shoushang instantly fires a powerful electric vortex, blasting the giant shark directly in the face. She and Yebei quickly leap away to safety. Landing, she looks up and gasps. There really are terrifying monsters down here. Suddenly, an idea hits her. Luo Shoushang turns, "That's right, master. Jia Lam whispered a message to me earlier. She said to find some man to break the array." Meanwhile, a mysterious figure is watching Yebei and his disciple through a crystal ball. Now check this out from the shadows. A mysterious, faceless figure with long hair is closely watching their progress. These intruders are actually pretty interesting. Back with Yebei, the duo dashes forward while slicing through flying sharks that infest the frozen sky. Luo Shang yells to her master, "These beast attacks feel completely intentional, like they have a specific purpose. They want to separate us." That mysterious man Jia Lam mentioned is likely the mastermind controlling this entire horde of sharks. She quickly lays out her theory. Suddenly, a massive swarm of flying sharks surrounds them, their numbers multiplying. Someone is definitely pulling the strings here, but Yebei just smiles, the more the better. "Let's see if this puppet master can survive my real power." Leaping high into the air, Yebei crosses his arms and triggers his Beast Dao resonance technique. A glowing magic seal erupts, terrifying the flying sharks into a frantic retreat. Yebei smirks, whispering, "Well, it seems this place is pretty dangerous after all." Cupping her hand over her ear, Luo Shoushang strains to listen. "Master, can you hear that? Someone is crying just ahead of us." Approaching a dark corner, Yebei calls out, "Who are you? Why are you sitting here sobbing?" Huddled on a cold rock, a long-haired, red-headed girl weeps, "My master is gone. He is dead." The duo freezes in surprise. Yebei steps forward, his voice turning dead serious. "Tell me, who exactly was your master?" She slowly begins her tragic tale. "Back when I was a child, a rampaging beast terrorized our village, demanding a young maiden to appease its hunger." As she recalls her painful past, a vision of cruel villagers mocking her flashes on screen. "My own parents accepted 10 spirit stones from the village chief, completely ignoring my survival just to banish me from the village." She closes her eyes, trembling at the memory. Powerless and unable to defend myself, I had absolutely no way to escape, leaving me entirely at the mercy of that terrifying monster. Bloody flashbacks flood her mind. But then, my master descended from the heavens, slaughtered the beast, and rescued me from that living nightmare. Though fear still lingers in her eyes, we see a beautiful flashback of them standing together beneath romantic cherry blossoms. "He taught me how to cultivate, guided my path, and showed me what real love and family actually meant. But 300 years ago, I watched helplessly as my master died right before my eyes." She collapses, sobbing in front of his wooden coffin. Keeping her blind eyes shut, she weeps. I cried for 300 years, losing my sight entirely, yet I still couldn't save him. Stunned, Luo Shoushang asks Jia Lam, is that really you? Her expression turns incredibly dark as she keeps begging senior sister, please, you have to save me. Filled with pity, Luo Shang asks Jia Lam, how did you end up like this? Let me take you home. But Ye Bei suddenly grabs her weight. She looks back, master, but Ye Bei warns her, did you forget? Jia Lam is still trapped in that first array at the entrance. We need to rescue her ourselves. As the red-haired girl's figure begins to distort, Luo Shueshang gasps, asking her master, is Jia Lam an illusion or a real person? Her eyes turn suspicious. Did they step right into a trap the moment they entered the extreme north? Ye Bei wears a strange expression on his face as he calls out to her Luo girl. What absolute nonsense are you talking about? Come over here quickly, he says. But she clutches her head and groans, no, you are just illusions born of my desires, and I will be trapped forever if I fall for this. Luo Shoushang firmly closes her eyes and declares, master, I will definitely break out of this illusion, so please wait for me. No response. Ye Bei just keeps shouting her name over and over. He strokes his chin in deep thought. Ever since they cleared that 5 elements 8 trigrams formation, she has been completely missing. It seems someone is trying to split them up for a sneak attack. His eyes narrow. Too bad they messed with the wrong guy. Standing right between 2 massive doors, Ye Bei yells out, hit me with everything you have got. Do not drag this out unless you are totally terrified of me. One gate is labeled in white, while the other is painted bright red. He stares at the gates of life and death, smirking. Whoever built this place must feel pretty confident, playing God and thinking they can easily control everyone's fate. Do you really think everyone will just follow your little rules? If you are so sure you can actually kill me, then I will gladly choose the path of death, just to prove you wrong. Without another word, Ye Bei marches straight through the gate of death. Let us see who truly gets to decide my ultimate fate in here. Suddenly, a mysterious voice praises him for his courage. But then, a heartbreaking sob echoes from deep inside the cave. He steps closer, completely shocked to hear a weeping girl cry out that her master is dead. Ye Bei gently reaches down to stroke her hair. It is Jia Lan, sobbing bitterly. But when she turns to look at him, her eyes light up as she cries, Master, you are finally back. Before he can react, a sudden force knocks him backward. Ye Bei curses as a massive spectral beast materializes right in front of his eyes. His gaze sharpens. Another ancient beast. This extreme north place really is full of wild surprises, isn't it? He throws a heavy blow right at its skull, following up with a brutal uppercut before unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes directly to its face. The monster releases a massive blast that forces him back. He quickly leaps out of the cave to keep his distance. Ye Bei examines his hands, realizing something is off after exchanging blows with this Qilin beast. His physical strength, speed, and raw striking power have somehow received a massive upgrade. His eyes gleam with excitement. This place is actually a prime cultivation ground, a deadly trap for the weak, but a golden gateway for the strong. As the beast's eyes glow with rage, Ye Bei channels energy into his fist and punches it straight down. He unlocked his physical limits before, but struggled with the 5th breakthrough. Now, he just achieved it. What a pleasant surprise. Looking closely at the fallen beast, he notices tears in its eyes. Wait, are you begging me not to finish you off? But wait, something else is coming. A pair of glowing red eyes appears from the deep, terrifying darkness. Sensing a presence behind him, Ye Bei spins around defensively. Suddenly, a heavily muscled, bare-chested man emerges from the shadows of the ravine. Little friend Ye, you finally made it, a gray-haired old man calls out. Ye Bei freezes. That voice sounds incredibly familiar to him. He gasps in disbelief. Elder Jia, how are you even here? Before he can recover, the old man rushes forward, crying and grabbing his legs. Little friend Ye, I have suffered so much. I just want to go back to Tianshuan and rejoin my demon clan, he wails, leaving Ye Bei completely baffled. Once the old man finally calms down, Ye Bei asks what on earth happened to him, prompting the elder to explain his tragic story. It all started when they ascended together. Elder Jia recalled how he got trapped here. Back then, after Ye Bei smashed the immortal pavilion, he had assumed he was heading straight to the immortal realm, but unexpectedly, the immortal gateway suddenly snapped shut. A massive void tore open and dragged the poor old man inside just as he was about to cross over. Instead, a bizarre spatial turbulence pulled him backward, dumping him straight into this desolate land. He only had time to scream in despair before falling. Hearing this, Ye Bei instantly feels a bit guilty. He might have used a tad too much force during that battle. Shattering the immortal pathway accidentally threw Elder Jia into this place, though the old man has absolutely no idea as he keeps complaining. He begs to know if they can escape now that Ye Bei has arrived after those long 5 years. But this whole situation sounds incredibly bizarre. Elder Jia, you are in the void immortal realm now, right? How are you stuck here? The elder sighs, admitting it is quite a long story. There are secrets to this place that Ye Bei does not know yet. The most terrifying threat here isn't the monsters at all, but rather the highly bizarre formation surrounding them. There is no sky, no ground, and absolutely no end in sight. He spent 5 long years searching but never found a single exit. But the weirdest part of all is how spiritual energy flows here, Ye Bei mutters, trying to make sense of the flow. Sensing his doubt, the elder conjures a tiny sphere of pure energy and beckons him closer to test it out for himself. He tosses the glowing orb into the air. Ye Bei watches closely, only to witness the energy slowly dissolve into nothingness before his very eyes. Ye Bei senses a strange light from behind, rapidly closing in on his position. He steps aside as a snowball flies past, landing right in the elder's hand. But because it came from a different angle, he realizes the attack vanished and re-emerged from another direction entirely. The elder agrees that is right. Skills in this space cannot even attack directly. Spiritual energy inside your body does not flow like the outside world. Sometimes it suddenly drops, and other times it surges like a raging flood through your meridians. If you are lucky, you break through. If not, your channels rupture and you die. The elder explains helplessly that the laws of cultivation they always knew are completely turned upside down here. Everything is completely unpredictable, and staying too long will even cause your memories to become horribly scrambled. For instance, I actually feel like you shattered the gateway to the immortal realm before falling here. Hearing this, Ye Bei is utterly shocked. Panicking slightly, he forces himself to stay calm. Well, he thinks this place is definitely pretty bizarre. Look at how scrambled your memory is. How could I ever do such a crazy thing? He asks, trying to gather more clues to find an escape. Then why did my energy and skills act so weirdly the moment I stepped in? The elder sighs, explaining that the longer you stay, the worse it gets. You just arrived, so the effect is still small. But honestly, this whole situation is just hard to believe. Elder, you have been here so long, have you really not discovered a single pattern or rule? Hearing Ye Bei's question, the elder confesses that is not entirely true. Close-range attacks still work exactly like they do in the outside world. Ye Bei rubs his chin in deep thought. The closer the distance, the more normal the rules. This place really is unpredictable. He suddenly realizes something big. This feels exactly like a mind-bending theory he heard back on Earth. Just imagine putting a little goldfish inside a round glass fishbowl. To our eyes, the world looks perfectly normal. But to the goldfish, because of the curved glass, the entire world outside appears completely warped and distorted. You could say everything we humans believe to be correct laws are actually completely false from their distorted perspective. Ye Bei frowns in deep thought. What if we are actually trapped in a giant fishbowl right now, with some unknown entity watching us jump around from above? Hearing this, the elder is totally lost. Fishbowl? Goldfish? They are clearly not on the same wavelength. Never mind, Ye Bei tells him. He then explains further. My point is, if we want to escape, we either shatter the fishbowl, which is the barrier of this space, or we must fully master the distorted rules of this world. The elder looks visibly worried. That is too difficult. We cannot even find where the barrier is. But looking at Ye Bei's confident grin, he clearly has a plan. Do not worry, I have a way. Ye Bei turns with a smug look, demanding the elder hand over all his cultivation, life force, and destiny to blow this place up. The elder's eyes widen in shock. Trying to stay calm, the elder asks, all my cultivation, life force, and destiny given to you? Do you want me to die? He smiles casually. Exactly. That is the only way we can escape. The elder grits his teeth, asking if Ye Bei would give him his own cultivation to destroy this place. Ye Bei smirks. No, definitely not. Now watch this. He doesn't hesitate for a single second, blasting the elder back with a sudden heavy strike. He chuckles. Elder, you are hiding someone else's energy signature deep inside your body, so how could I ever trust you? The elder's face darkens, realizing his secret is out. Ye Bei's eyes turn deadly sharp. Since long-range attacks do not work, let's settle this up close. With an earth-shattering blast, the elder is blown hundreds of meters away, buried under a massive pile of collapsing stone ruins. Brushing the dust off his clothes, he calmly walks out with pure pride. Just as he reaches the exit, a mysterious voice echoes at last. We finally meet face to face. Startled, Ye Bei looks up at the top of the towering stone stairs, where a figure stands looking down at him. He speaks warily. You must be the man the elder kept talking about, the mastermind who orchestrated this entire situation. Standing at the peak is a white-haired old man in a strange robe, surrounded by blinding halos of radiant light shining behind him. Correct. I am indeed the king of the far north, Ming Xuanchen. Ye Bei speaks up. Since you clearly do not want to fight, just hand over my disciples and we can end this peacefully. The old man slowly descends the steps. Before you arrived, I had already calculated that a rare genius would find this place, but I never expected you to bring me such a massive surprise. He continues, supreme talent, unmatched comprehension, and even the true dragon immortal body. Crucially, you are the very first person to see right through my mysterious array. Are you willing to become my disciple and take over the far north? Yi Bei replies mockingly, not interested. Now hurry up and release my disciples. Xuanchen reaches out and grabs a pearl from the necklace draped around his neck, each pearl seemingly representing a specific coordinate in the vast universe. He tells Ye Bei, your disciples and that stubborn old elder are safe and sound, do not worry. Are you really not willing? Yi Bei puts his hands in his pockets, stands tall and replies, not chasing Xinghe but guarding this rundown place instead. I just do not get it. Ming Xuanchen chuckles. Haha, I definitely did not misjudge you. Ming Xuanchen says bluntly, whether you agree today or not, I will absolutely pass this ancient technique to you because you are indeed the perfect successor for it. Yi Bei looks pretty puzzled. Did you really waste all this time testing me just to hand over a technique? He channels his energy, and a faint galaxy somehow begins to shimmer around him. I do not look down on you, nor did I want to test you. Your steps here? Destiny. Pure and simple. But let me warn you. A bigger destiny means a bigger tribulation. Stand resolute, and you will surely succeed. Yi Bei frowns. Tribulation? You are not tricking me, are you? Staring at the pearl, Ming Xuanchen patiently explains. This technique requires gradual comprehension. At its absolute peak, you can destroy worlds, create heavens, and rule over every living thing. He holds the tiny pearl, quite suspicious. The inner universe is massive. Yet, somehow, it is too easy to comprehend. Exploding and dying is a real risk, so following Ming Xuanchen's guidance slowly is safer. But wait, he already vanished. Watch this, the dimensional rift at the top of the stairs fluctuates, and Ye Bei quietly steps inside to investigate. Suddenly, he spots something. He literally freezes. Then, a bright voice calls out, Master. Why are you out so fast? He casually crosses his arms and asks what is going on. Jialan rushes over, hugging him tightly while sobbing out an apology. She cries out in absolute agony. Master, I can no longer be your disciple. Yi Bei stands there, having absolutely no idea what is happening. Jialan wipes her eyes, sobbing even harder. Master, I am sorry. Ming Xuanchen forced his technique on me, so I am not worthy anymore. Yi Bei sighs with relief. He actually thought another Chao Tianli had emerged. It really gave him a scare. His face darkens as he replies, leaving her wide-eyed. I already know, his power is immense. Even I would struggle in a fight. It is completely understandable that you were forced. Even I was forced to accept his secret technique just now. Jialan quickly wipes away her tears. Master. Being able to stay your disciple is honestly so wonderful. Ye Bei gently pats her head. All right, if you keep crying, I will not accept you anymore. She sniffs, promising to stop crying. After calming her down, he asks in a serious tone when I entered, there were you and 7 other disciples, so tell me, what happened? Awkwardly, she stammers. Forcing a tense smile, sweat literally pours down her face. Well, about that. Just bring them out so everyone can explain together. After finding the other 7 tied up, he releases them, prompting a hilarious chorus of complaints about sore heads, backs, and chests. Kneeling quickly in the small room, the 7 disciples greet him. We pay our respects to Master. A girl with long purple hair says emotionally, Master, the 8 of us originally lacked proper skills. It took forever to break through to the Saint Realm, leaving us helpless to watch you perish. She bows her head in deep grief. Once you passed away, we decided to travel across the 3,000 worlds, searching for ancient magic to somehow bring you back. But unexpectedly, right after stepping into the far north region, we got trapped here and could never escape. She happily continues. He told us that if we just waited here for 3 years, we would meet you, and he did not lie. We actually found you. Yi Bei strokes his chin thoughtfully. That man predicted events 300 years into the future. Combine that with this far north region and those strange arrays. His capability is extraordinary. He is truly terrifying. Jialan eagerly chimes in from the side. Master. Although he is incredibly powerful, he is actually not a bad guy. She blushes deeply. He only tied us up to punish us for stealing his rare spirit fruits, hoping to distract you, but I knew my awesome master would never lose his cool. Yi Bei playfully pinches Jialan's cheek. You certainly have a way with words. Tearing up from the pain, she quickly explains, but it is true. Ever since I was little, you saved me from wild beasts and hostile villagers. I always knew you were the strongest cultivator under heaven and would never fail easily. He decides not to argue. Fine, I will accept your pretty sweet flattery for now. Since I am here, you no longer need to be trapped, and you can leave this place whenever you want. Jialan blinks, holding her flushed cheek that is still stinging from his pinch. We get to go with you, Master? He chuckles softly. No. You all have your own paths to walk. You do not need to follow me. The choice is entirely yours. She mutters with a hint of jealousy. Then why does senior sister always get to follow you everywhere? Yi Bei ruthlessly elbows her head, leaving a massive bump on her forehead. Who gave you permission to look at me like that? Right now, she is not just your senior sister. She might very well become your master's wife soon. The remaining disciples think it over, then speak up one by one, telling Master Ye Bei that they have lived here for 300 years and quite like it. Crucially, they believe no other place is more mystical, so they want to stay and explore its hidden secrets. Hearing this, Master Ye Bei smiles very warmly and gladly agrees, saying since that is indeed their path, their master will completely grant their wish. The 8 disciples rush forward to embrace him, warming up the air as they thank their master, leaving him barely able to gasp. On cue, the system rewards him for locating disciple 73 out of 108. With 24 Imperial Master cards and 200 Emperor cards, even we have to admit this system is being incredibly generous today. He can almost return to the immortal realm. He gently tells them it is time to say goodbye. As their master leaves, he asks if they have seen their eldest senior sister. One disciple replies that her willpower is incredibly strong. With a mind as tough as that of their master, she will easily find her way out of any exit soon. Once master leaves, he will surely see her. Before parting, Ye Bei asks if they saw any other disciples, but she quickly replies they have not. From behind them, the others chime in with no's. But suddenly, one disciple excitedly raises her hand, claiming she might have seen someone. Thoughtfully, she looks back and continues to share her memories. While out training, Qingji passed by the demon cave and spotted someone. She looked like their second senior sister, or maybe Hong Yue, but she is not entirely sure. Hearing this, Ye Bei frowns. The demon cave is a notoriously dangerous place where survival is almost a miracle, so it makes perfect sense if one of his disciples is trapped inside. Locked in, his next destination is finally set. He will head to the demon cave first, hoping to stumble upon some lucky opportunities there. Once he activates the pearl from Ming Xuanchen to return to the immortal realm, no one will stand a chance. In Sand City, their voices echo on the mountain. Luo Shuishang says according to the map from Jialan, they are quite close to the demon cave. Ye Bei calmly decides they should rest. Looking ahead, Luo Shuishang spots a nearby tea shop and asks if he wants to grab a drink to quench his thirst. No hesitation. He eagerly replies, "Let us go, let us go." But wait, out of nowhere, a terrifying scream for help breaks the silence. Chasing 2 young boys is a hideous beast with a massive tongue and terrifying fangs. It wide opens its mouth, letting out a series of bone-chilling roars. The helpless children panic completely, crying out in absolute terror as they run. Right then, a bright flash of light zips by, and in a split second, the head of the monster is cleanly severed. Still not realizing the threat is gone, the kids hug and sob, crying out to their sister that they are dead. One laments that he never said goodbye, never saw the grasslands, and never drank a big bowl of water. Seeing their eyes shut in terror, Ye Bei speaks up. He tells them they are alive. Hearing this, they embrace again, crying out of pure joy. They sob happily that they survived. But before they can even celebrate, they choke back fresh tears, realizing they are alive. They are gone. Looking incredibly stern, Ye Bei speaks with a cold, serious voice. He warns them that tears are completely useless, as they will never save your family or your friends. They only turn you into a coward who can do nothing but drown in misery. But the boy, sniffling, explains that his sister and the general always said water is the most precious thing here. Tears are no different, but seeing everyone leave makes it impossible not to cry. Hearing this, Ye Bei tells them to let it out, as crying is their final farewell. Only by letting those tears fall can the spirits who have not departed yet hear their voice. Look back. At his words, the children weep loudly. Soon, they are resting inside an inn. Ye Bei and Luo Shuishang sit down with the young boy. The boy speaks first, offering water meant for his sister and the general, pleading with them not to waste a single drop. Ye Bei nods. Once the kid calms down, Ye Bei curiously asks who this sister and general are. Asking if they are cultivators from another land here to train, Ye Bei replies they could put it that way. The eyes of Xiaoliang go wide as he explains that many cultivators actually come here to train, because once they cross this land, the next stop is the dangerous demon cave. They say that place is packed with incredible treasures to help with cultivation, but all he knows is that it is filled with man-eating demons. The boy points to a deep red apple to illustrate his grim story. Those demons treat us like cattle, hunting us down for our flesh, blood, and spiritual energy. Ye Bei listens closely, asking why they do not just leave. Xiaoliang looks down slightly, his eyes full of worry. It is not that we do not want to leave, we simply cannot. Those demons love setting up magic arrays here, and unless we slay them to break the barrier, we will be trapped in this place forever. Since the day I was born, I have never stepped outside or seen the green plains and small streams my sister always talked about. The young boy's voice grows louder with clear frustration as he explains how their families are constantly slaughtered, and even the growing children are ruthlessly killed. Even the immortal cultivators who passed through could never defeat those vile demons. While groups of outsiders came and went, only the general stayed behind, making Ye Bei wonder about this mysterious hero. Just who is this general? Xiaoliang proudly explains that the general is the most courageous woman under heaven. using her bow to fight with all her might to protect their territory and save them from being eaten. Hearing this, Luo Shoushang immediately recognizes the name of Hong Yue, while the boy continues his tale with absolute respect. The general is the beacon of hope for everyone in our distant city, teaching us how to protect ourselves and showing us the true meaning of resilience. I came out here today just to wait for her and my older sister. But I never expected a massive beast to slip into the general's array, which is why you saw me in that desperate situation just now. Xiao Liang warns the master and disciple. You saved my life, so I told you everything. Now, please, run. You must leave this place immediately. These demonic beasts are terrifying. But what if I say no? Ye Bei calmly asks, leaving the young boy utterly terrified by his response. I am serious. You must leave now because I am not lying to you. Yet the master shows no fear, merely smiling with deep amusement. Well, things are getting pretty interesting, and now our main character wants to meet both this general and the demons. Suddenly, a loud, rapid alarm shatters the peaceful silence, and Xiao Liang instantly recognizes the signal, warning them in absolute terror that the sound transmission bell means trouble. Such frantic ringing can only mean a massive wave of demonic beasts has broken through. The general and her forces must be in grave danger, so Ye Bei gets ready, stands up, and tells the kid with a resolute look to lead the way. We would love to join the chaos over there, and who knows, we might even lend your esteemed general a helpful hand. Furious, Qing thrusts her spear forward, yelling at the filthy beast to go to hell, as strange jade-green bands of light erupt around her body. The monster swings its massive arm to hurl her away, shattering the ground beneath into flying debris. Coughing up blood from the brutal impact, Qing collapses, while Hong Yue draws her grand bow, launching a powerful arrow straight at the demonic beast. A blinding light explodes, leaving them standing firm, as Qing clutches her heavy wounds behind Hong Yu, frowning and murmuring in pain. Hong Yue deeply suspects that there is something highly unusual about the beasts attacking today. Not only are they far more numerous, but their strength is 3 times greater than normal, as if they consumed some power-boosting elixir. What do we do now? Qing asks in panic. We have already lost too many people today. If this keeps up, they will be overwhelmed and the city will fall. But the general firmly tells her that panicking on the front lines will only hasten their defeat. Qing obeys her command immediately. Knowing her combat power is the highest, she decides to draw the brunt of the enemy's attacks while instructing the others to focus on support and hold out for as long as possible. But she hesitates. They have been fighting for 3 days and nights now. Charging forward again terrifies her. Hong Yue firmly declares that hesitation only leads to defeat, and if they do not fight with everything they have, they can never protect those who rely on them. Not far away, 3 figures stand atop a massive stone pillar as Xiao Liang points toward the distance, showing them exactly where the battle is taking place. Look at that, he immediately recognizes his old friend down there and can't help but smile. She curiously asks her master if they should head over, while he instructs Xiao Liang to return and tend to the wounded in the city. He promises to help them win this battle, prompting the grateful boy to bow deeply and offer his thanks. Luo Shoushang suddenly calls out, telling her master to look ahead as countless towering beasts stand in massive rows right before them. Their eyes glow with a menacing red light as they prepare to strike, while Hong Yue encourages Qing to hold firm and defeat them. Expressing her complete trust in the general, Qing nods, but a monster's sinister laugh and surging energy catch her completely off guard. Suddenly, an incredibly arrogant voice echoes through the battlefield, demanding to know who dared to try and harm his precious disciple. Hong Yue's eyes widen in shock as massive bolts of purple lightning rain down on the beasts, causing them to scream in agonizing pain. Curious, Luo Shueshang asks her master if these terrifying beasts are actually real or just illusions. Ye Bei calmly explains that while humans and demons both rely on spiritual energy to cultivate and grow, monsters are born from malice and desires, meaning their paths of cultivation are completely different, and their internal auras share absolutely nothing in common. He states with absolute certainty that the aura on this demon is clearly spiritual energy. So they are definitely demons, not devils. She is totally confused. Is not that place supposed to be a ghost nest? Why would there be demons? Suddenly a voice calls out from behind them, Master, senior sister. They spin around in shock to find Hong Yue kneeling, holding an unconscious Qing as she respectfully says, Your disciple greets you, Master. Ye Bei reaches out his hand, asking little Hong Yue, Is this meeting gift to your liking? She bows her head, saying, Thank you, Master, for helping me chase these demon beasts away. She happily says, But Master, your resurrection is the greatest gift of all. Ye Bei then notices the person in her arms and asks, My good disciple, who is this? Hong Yue introduces her. Her name is Qing, my dear friend who has fought by my side, and she was heavily injured protecting me. Master, please save her. He gently pats her head to comfort her. She helped my disciple, so of course your master will save her, but you have worked so hard yourself. Looking sad, Hong Yue says she does not mind the hardship, only begging him to save her. Ye Bei examines her for a moment, and realizes she is too heavily injured. You see, only an immortal-grade spirit pill can save her life now. Hong Yue quickly pulls out a pill. I have one, the one you gave me years ago. She then feeds it to Ah Qing without a second thought. She swallows it down, and her pale face immediately regains some healthy color. Ye Bei frowns slightly. All right, lay her down to rest. Tell me, why are you so incredibly kind to her? You would not even use that precious pill on yourself, yet you gave it away instantly. Dropping to one knee to apologize, she begs her master for punishment. Luo Sheng immediately smiles and steps up to support her. Hong Yue, stand up quickly. Do you not know our master by now? If he wanted to punish you, he would have done it long ago instead of waiting. She nods quickly in agreement. Then, she calmly explains after you passed away, Master, I wanted to wander the world, never returning to that place of heartbreak, Tianshuan. I occasionally ended up here, constantly looking back on those days, and seeing the innocent, lovely children here always reminded me of how you used to care for us. I just could not bear to watch them get devoured by demon beasts, so I stayed. Hearing this, Luo Shang is surprised and looks at Ah Qing with deep pity. Ah Qing is someone I have raised since she was little. Her parents were brutally killed by demon beasts, leaving her to survive alone with her younger brother. She has a strong spirit and is fiercely loyal, so I have always seen her as my own sister. She still has not woken up, leaning against the cold cliff wall with soft, steady breaths. Hong Yue explains you saved all of us, Master, so I wanted to follow your path and save others too. Ye Bei sighs helplessly at her words. You silly girl, he says, closing his eyes in defeat. Never mind. Let's not speak of this anymore. I did not come here to blame you, but I must warn you about one thing. Those beasts you found are actually demons, not devils. She also shares what she found. I knew they felt strange, but I could not pinpoint why. Ye Bei commands with interest, tell me about it. Hong Yue explains seriously, although these demon beasts are incredibly powerful, their reactions are always a bit sluggish, as if they are being controlled. Plus, they do not eat humans, they just kill and carry them away. That is why I suspect there is a mastermind pulling the strings. Ye Bei rubs his chin in deep thought-controlled demon beasts. That sounds pretty familiar to us, right? He concludes that this legendary cave is a total fake. She confirms, yes, I secretly investigated it before, but the layout there is just too crude, and there is only one type of beast, unlike the legendary caves. Ye Bei falls into deep thought, finding this highly interesting. Who could possibly be spreading these rumors about a devil cave? Since they have no answers, he declares that they will track down the controller and expose their tricks. Raising his finger, he instructs Hong Yue, get a good rest tonight, because tomorrow the three of us will go destroy this fake cave's nest. She happily agrees to the plan. Yes, she says. Their shadows stretch across the golden sand as the three of them march into the cave. Ye Bei tells them I have already broken their barrier, so the rest is up to you. Show me what you can do. They both salute, replying understood. Hong Yue happily suggests senior sister, let's do this like the old days. Whoever finds the cave leader first is the winner. Luo Shuesheng accepts without hesitation, saying all right. They instantly charge forward, and Hong Yue draws back 3 glowing arrows at once. Counting down from 3, she releases them, and the arrows instantly pierce clean through the beasts as explosions echo all around. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kills. Luo Shuesheng is not falling behind either, harvesting countless lives in a flash. She announces with a proud smile that she got 10, prompting Hong Yue to tease, do not underestimate me, sister. They continue competing to wipe out the beasts, as she replies in a highly playful tone. Little Hong Yue, you have always been our sect's fierce little war god, so your senior sister would never dare to underestimate you. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly erupts, shaking the entire area. As smoke and dust fill the air, the two land gracefully on the ground. Hong Yue points out the leader of the devil cave right there, a red-skinned demon beast shrinking into the corner. With 2 pearl-like horns, it backs away in terror. Fueled by hatred, Hong Yue draws her bow, remembering how they hunted her people, toyed with them like cattle, and even hurt poor Ah Qing. She grits her teeth, coldly declaring that they are absolutely unforgivable. Her sharp arrow flies instantly, heading straight for the frozen demon beast. Terrified out of its wits, the creature bursts into tears. It looks like curtains for him, but at the final second, a sudden blast of power knocks the deadly arrow off course. The arrow thuds harmlessly into the dirt. Hong Yue turns, asking her senior sister what she is doing, but Luo Xuesheng points behind them. Ye Bei steps forward, telling her not to let anger cloud her judgment. He calmly asks what point there is in killing him when the secrets of this cave are still left unanswered. Realizing her mistake, Hong Yue apologizes to her master for being too reckless. Meanwhile, the tiny cave leader, who barely reaches Ye Bei's waist, has the nerve to try and bargain, holding the secrets of the cave over their heads. He says they must spare his life first, otherwise he will never talk. But look at our main character, he just asks if the little monster really thinks he has any leverage. Unleashing his raw power, Yebe scoffs at the hollow threat, sending a wave of absolute dread that makes the beast break out in cold sweat. This human is a monster. In that split second, the cave leader feels a chilling pressure far worse than death itself. Immediately dropping to its knees, it begs for mercy, admitting its foolishness and promising to spill every single detail if they just spare its life. Yibei commands him to speak. Mustering his courage, the beast explains that Lord Tianluo sent them here to domesticate wild beasts and build a massive demonic army. Yibei frowns in annoyance. It is that Lord Tianluo again. Hong Yue raises an eyebrow, questioning why he would choose a desolate place like Sand City for this. She asks if he is lying, but the leader quickly explains that Sand City has not seen rain for years, making its spiritual energy highly unique. Its energy is extremely pure yang force. Using Lord Tianluo's secret technique, they can easily refine normal beasts into demonic monsters. The creature desperately tries to distance itself, crying out that he was just a chosen puppet and had absolutely nothing to do with the master plan. Yibei strokes his chin, connecting the dots. The beast fighting arena in the Celestial Realm, the auction house in Heavenly Bridge City, the 9 great alliances recruiting celestial talent, and now Sand City. It seems like an invisible thread is tying all of these events together, and that thread is Lord Tianluo, who went to all this trouble just to monopolize resources like spirit beasts, cores, celestial treasures, and demonic soldiers. Having figured it out, Yebei lets out a cold smile. The guy wants to become the supreme ruler of the 3,000 worlds. Previously, Yebei and Girl Luo almost shattered his plans by tearing down those 9 alliances. That clash threw him into another dimension, only to run right into the Lord's demonic forces again. It seems fate brought them together. Yebei coldly orders his disciple to finish the beast off, and Hong Yue eagerly prepares to strike. Panicking, the cave leader slams his hands down. He screams out that they cannot kill him since he already told them everything. Suddenly, a glowing teleportation array with strange patterns lights up right beneath where he is kneeling. Before anyone can react, the glowing circle erupts into pink energy. Talk about a slick getaway plan. Hong Yue curses herself for being so careless. She feels terrible, blaming her own slow reflexes for letting the slippery cave leader escape right under their noses. Yebei calmly tells her not to worry. Looking closely at the array, the coward had probably set up this escape route long ago. He was just playing dumb to buy time. Hong Yue bites her lip in worry. If he reports back to Lord Tianluo and brings an entire army here, what will they do? Sand City would be in serious trouble. But Yebei is completely relaxed, pointing out that the beast is heavily injured. Plus, after spilling so many of his master's secrets, he wouldn't dare return to Lord Tianluo right now. Luo Shoshang asks if they should pursue, and Yebei instantly decides to chase him down to see what else he has planned. Both girls nod and agree. Luo Shoshang smiles, telling Hong Yue they should follow, and the girl happily nods. But suddenly, the old array flashes with a blinding light, catching them both completely off guard. Hong Yue gasps, realizing it is a trap. Meanwhile, Yebei finds himself standing in the center of the array, surrounded by a field of brilliant red flowers. Looking at these eerie spider lilies, he wonders how the beast's presence vanished so quickly. His eyes narrow in deep thought. What kind of trick is this place playing? Suddenly, the flowers beneath his feet rustle, releasing a strange, swirling mist. It makes Yebei sneeze, and he rubs his nose, wondering what kind of bizarre plant this is. How could pollen bypass his physical defenses? Before he can think, the entire cavern begins to violently shake. The very foundations of this space are tearing apart. Up above, fragments of the dimension shatter and fall, opening up dark, gaping voids. Yebei can only sigh in pure disappointment. What kind of trash-tier dimension is this? It literally crumbled just because he sneezed. A tiny winged fairy nearby screams at the top of her lungs, warning the others about a human invading Manhwa High. "Help! We have an intruder! Someone save us!" Suddenly, countless tiny fairies swarm and circle around him. Tu Hong puts her hands on her hips, trying to look threatening. "You cannot take another step, human," she warns, "or else you will face consequences you cannot handle." Around her, tiny fairies raise their spears, ready to strike. Yebei rubs his chin, wondering what these little creatures even are. Their spiritual energy is unbelievably weak, and honestly, they do not seem very bright either. He decides to tease them, asking if this tiny bit of spiritual energy is really supposed to overwhelm him. Tu Hoang confidently snaps back, "That is right, arrogant human. Do not assume a high spiritual realm automatically makes you actually strong. Even though your level is incredibly deep and mysterious, and we are clearly no match for an expert like you, if you dare to harm even one of our kind, it will completely destabilize Manhwa High, and you will be completely destroyed along with our entire world." Yebei chuckles, completely ignoring her little warning. When you think about it, this really is the simplest and most effective survival strategy for these weak, low-tier creatures. These tiny things are so incredibly fragile, That one flick of my finger would probably shatter their bones, so how can I find my disciple without accidentally hurting them? Meanwhile, Tu Hoang smirks triumphantly, mockingly asking him if the scary human is finally terrified. Just hand over 3,000 drops of spiritual liquid as a toll, and we will let you leave safely. He blinks in surprise at their demand. Spiritual liquid? He smacks his palm as a brilliant idea strikes him. Ye Bei activates his magic, conjuring up a large pool of vibrant, jade-colored liquid. The liquid rains down from above, scattering all over the place. The little fairies scream in pure joy, "Oh my god, there is so much spiritual liquid." This hilarious reaction is exactly what Ye Bei anticipated. These naive little things have zero life experience, only demanding 3,000 drops when they could have asked for way more. Just releasing a tiny bit of the unharvested liquid from the deep zone is enough to drown them. Plus, he secretly added a little extra ingredient to the mix. Go ahead and enjoy, little guys. The massive downpour of spiritual liquid drenches the entire spider lily forest. Once the sky clears, Ye Bei notices a strange object resting not far away. He slowly approaches to investigate a mysterious flower coffin. Let us see who is sleeping inside. Sleeping inside is a girl with stunning white hair. It is Van Ku, Ye Bei's 27th disciple, currently in her cute lowly form, super lively, adorable, and possessing a massive heart. Sometimes goofy, sometimes adorable, she dedicated herself to studying the grand Tao of charm. But she was always stuck in a bottleneck. After falling into a sudden deep cultivation state, she vanished for 300 years. Seeing her now, Ye Bei is absolutely stunned. Van Ku, he calls out, attempting to wake her. Wake up, Van Ku, it is time to open your eyes, but she still shows zero response. Confused by her silence, he wonders if she is still acting just like 300 years ago. Suddenly, a certain memory flashes in his mind, making him blush with excitement. Deciding to test his theory, he leans down and kisses Van Ku's lips. Her eyes instantly snap open, and she gets incredibly excited. It worked! My grand Tao of charm has finally succeeded. As their lips remain locked, Van Ku looks up, filled with curiosity. Let me see who actually fell for my grand Tao of charm, she thinks. Ye Bei speaks up, so you are awake. I knew this would happen. She flinches in embarrassment, stammering out, Master. Meanwhile, he flashes a highly mischievous smirk. Were you not looking for someone to help you master your grand Tao of charm? Well, it is me. Realizing the truth, Van Ku pouts in disappointment. Oh, why does it have to be master again? Under Ye Bei's bewildered gaze, she immediately flops back into her coffin. This is bad, my grand Tao of charm is still incomplete. I need to lie down quickly and wait for someone else to come kiss me. His mouth twitches in utter disbelief. Van Ku, my sweet disciple, we have not seen each other in 300 years. Are you not going to greet your master? She peeks with one eye and puts a finger to her lips, whispering, Shh. Master, do not ruin my focus. She sighingly recalls that back then, because of her master, everyone kept calling her a little lowly. Consequently, everyone just treated her like a little sister, leaving her Tao of charm completely useless. While all her fellow sisters successfully formed their own Taos, she was the only one stuck in a bottleneck. It was not easy to place this special restriction on herself to force a breakthrough, but her master completely ruined the plan. Ye Bei frowns, furiously pinching Van Ku's cheeks. So this ridiculous restriction of yours is just pretending to be some sleeping beauty, waiting for someone to kiss you? If you can successfully trick someone into kissing you, only then will you master your grand Tao of charm. Are you seriously still playing around? Get up right now. She whines in pain, complaining that she was so close to succeeding before her master ruined it. Gritting his teeth, he asks, is this really my fault? She loudly insists that it absolutely is. Ye Bei huffs and turns away. Fine. Let us just pretend I never took you in as my disciple. He glances back at Van Ku, who is tightly grabbing his sleeve, and asks, what is it? Wanting your master back now? She begs pitifully, Master, I am sorry. I just lost my cool for a second. She quickly explains that 300 years ago, she left the sect, solely to complete this exact breakthrough. Yet the moment she finally opens her eyes, she still sees his face. How could she not get frustrated? Ye Bei is still pretty annoyed. So according to you, did your master do you dirty by waking you up from this sea of Manhwa? Van Ku quickly denies it while putting on a sweet act. No way, Master. I should be thanking you for waking me up. You always told me that understanding the great path really comes from within, deep in our hearts. Embracing the path makes it whole, not a simple kiss. Look at that. Master, your disciple remembers every single word. Ye Bei nods in satisfaction. She is quite teachable after all. She stretches and sighs, pointing out that even after hundreds of years, her master looks exactly the same. Right as she speaks, her body curves out, growing far more voluptuous in an instant. Taken aback, Van Ku checks herself out and squeals in joy. My chest, my legs. It actually worked. The little kid has fully transformed into a stunning, beautiful woman. I knew that forbidden cultivation method would work. Thank you so much, Master. Ye Bei facepalms, realizing she still never takes him seriously. Von Ku strikes a playful pose. Come on, do I not look absolutely gorgeous? Ignoring her completely, Ye Bei asks what she is even doing here. She points a finger upward, starting her story. Well, I was studying the secrets of female charm with these ladies, but I accidentally breathed in some pollen and fell asleep. Thanks to them watching over me, I slept for many years completely unharmed. Ye Bei sighs in relief. She then beams with curiosity, by the way. What brings you all the way out here? Master, did you come here just for me? Ye Bei flatly replies, nope. His mind immediately flashes back to the ghost cave leader. Have you seen a man around here? I followed him inside. Von Ku pouts at him with a pretty sassy look. Are you silly, Master? I was fast asleep the whole time, so of course I did not see anyone. This naturally annoys him. She then summons a glowing golden pearl. But if you share some of your memories of him, I can use this pearl to track him down. Whoa, look at his reaction. Ye Bei freezes and instantly begins probing. Where did you get this pearl? This belongs to Lin Veer. It holds her memories, and without it, she will lose everything. He grabs Von Ku by the shoulders, shaking her. Where did you find this? His intense panic completely startles her. I took it from some guy managed to trick him for it. She quickly shoves the pearl into Ye Bei's hand. I am so sorry, Master. I had no idea it belonged to senior sister Lin Veer. He looks at it with a dead serious face. When Lin Veer was just 3 years old, her entire family was brutally slaughtered, and every single sacred treasure they owned was taken. To make her suffer or prevent her from seeking revenge, her enemies completely wiped out her spiritual root and her memories. The pearl glows softly. Ever since that day, she has suffered from constant memory loss. Back on the Thien Huyen continent, I fought like crazy to snatch this memory pearl from a massive beast on a spiritual island to help her. He cannot help but worry with the pearl in your hands. It is terrifying to think what Lin Veer is going through right now. Ye Bei thoughtfully analyzes the situation you mentioned. This pearl can track locations through memory. That means the technique Lin Veer was developing actually succeeded. If we tap into this technique, it could lead us straight to the ghost cave leader and Lin Veer. Von Ku quickly reassures him since Lin Veer is insanely strong, she has got to be totally fine. Master, can you use your own memories to sense where they are? He closes his eyes and agrees. After a brief moment, a vision of a sand city and an ancient battlefield appears. Ye Bei orders, I see it, let us go. She respectfully bows and replies, yes, Master. The teleportation array beneath them glows, instantly transferring them to another dimension. Both Ye Bei and Von Ku land right in the center of the array. And check this out, right ahead of them are Hong Weert and Tuet Thung, surrounding the helpless ghost cave leader. She steps right on his head, warning him, try running again, and I will snap your legs. Ye Bei calls out to Hong Weert. She reports, Master, we captured the ghost cave leader. Von Ku pokes her head out, waving cheerfully. Long time no see, sisters. Tuet Thung is utterly shocked. Wait, Von Ku? She asks Master, what on earth happened down there? Why is she tagging along with you? He calmly replies, it is a pretty long story. First, tell me how you guys managed to find this guy. She explains the whole thing. Hong Weert went out to clear her head since she was in a bad mood, and bumped right into him at another exit. Points to her he was already hurt, so she captured him easily. The ghost cave leader gasps in sheer terror, how could you possibly recognize me? No way. Ye Bei simply stretches his hand forward, summoning an intense soul-searching array. An energy bubble wraps around him, making him scream in pure agony. He panics and begs, please do not kill me. I will tell you everything. But he clenches his fist with cold eyes too late. With that, the leader instantly explodes. Boom. Tuet Thung asks with a dead serious expression, what did you find? Master Ye Bei shares his shocking discovery about the heavenly realm, the true, dark intentions of the Thien Law Immortal Lord. Ye Bei reminds them that they can discuss the heavenly law Immortal Lord later, because they have a much more pressing matter right now. They need to find Lin Veer. Tuet Thung asks what exactly happened to Lin Veer, all while curiously eyeing Von Ku and wondering how on earth her figure managed to become so stunningly curvaceous. Thrilled, Von Ku pulls her head into a tight embrace, boasting about her new body, and asking if she thinks it looks absolutely amazing. Hong Weert smacks her rear in annoyance, giving her quite a shock. She warns Von Ku to explain properly instead of teasing others. Feeling completely helpless, Ye Bei lets out a dry cough and suggests they talk while they walk. They quickly agree and set off. Once they reach Sand City, Von Ku finishes recounting her story, leaving Tuet Thung looking completely lost and bewildered. This means they still have no idea if their junior sister Lin Veer is alive or dead. It seems highly likely. Ye Bei notes solemnly that since it has been so many years since Lin Veer lost her soul jade, worrying won't help them now. Once they finish wrapping up their business here in Sand City, they will head to the ancient battlefield to track down her location. Suddenly, a young boy runs over, shouting that the general made it back alive. Hong Weert gasps in surprise, asking what young Teal Leung is doing here. Holding up a small flask, the boy eagerly offers the water he painstakingly saved from trees, but she gently declines his sweet offer. She appreciates it, but explains her little sister won't drink it. The boy, assuming she is just being polite, quickly asks her why. He asks if she is just trying to save precious resources for them, insisting that he can easily find more water in the sand. Yibei chimes in to get his attention, asking if he remembers what he wished for when they first met. Tielung sighs with a sad look. He remembers wanting to see a beautiful green grassland, drinking fresh water from giant bowls, and watching real trees grow. Believing it is impossible, the boy closes his eyes. But Yebei confidently tells him that he can make that exact dream come true right now. While Hongwirt stares in sheer shock, Yebei gently snaps his fingers. Get ready, because he is about to transform this harsh desert forever. A metallic system alert echoes, confirming the link to this barren world. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black as heavy clouds gather and bright lightning crackles all across the dry desert. Stunned by the sudden change, the boy watches rain pour onto the dry sand as green grass sprouts from bare rocks. He screams out that it is a real grassland. Clear, flowing rivers wind through lush green banks. Turning to the kid, Yebei asks if he still needs to search for water from dried-up trees. Deeply moved, the crying boy wraps his arms around him, saying he does not need them at all. He knows this powerful man brought their general back, slaughtered the vicious monsters, and saved his little sister. He cannot thank him enough. With a gentle smile, Yebei dismisses the praise. Overjoyed, Hongwirt offers her deep gratitude to her master for saving everyone in Sand City. Yibei waves his hand, complaining that he is tired of hearing those formal words, begging Hongwirt to stop teasing him. She smilingly agrees. Yebei then warns her that he has officially broken the seal placed on this land by the heavenly law immortal lord. She can choose to lead her people away or stay to guard them, but as for him, he has to depart immediately. Unable to let him go, she calls out to him. Yebei turns away to avoid her gaze, wondering if Linvir is still alive. As her master, he must journey to the ancient battlefield to find any traces of Linvir, telling her to stay behind without worry. Pointing to herself innocently, Vanku asks what she should do. He coldly tells her that she is staying behind with her older sister Hongwirt. If the heavenly law immortal lord returns, she must fight alongside her sister and send a distress message to him right away. Asking if she understands, she obediently hugs him tightly, promising to do exactly as he says, and that she will miss everyone dearly. Tuet Thung flatly warns her that she better not get distracted by some handsome guy and end up completely forgetting about all of them. Pretending not to hear, she tells her eldest sister she can leave now, while Hongwirt chuckles and agrees that it is time to go. At the ancient battlefield, a massive beam of light shoots down from the sky. Standing near a cliff, Tuet Thung asks her master if he senses it. Frowning cautiously, she warns that a thick, deadly aura is creeping up right behind them. While Yebei focuses his gaze, a strange object suddenly flies straight at him. Startled, he quickly shifts his look and catches it. It turns out to be a baby spirit beast, which he recognizes instantly. Suddenly, 3 strangers appear, their one-eyed leader shouting at them to stop. Both Yebei and Tuet Thung look at him. Pointing arrogantly, the blonde punk threats them with a cocky smirk. He demands that the blind brat return his spirit beast immediately, threatening to slice him in half if he refuses. Infuriated, Yebei glares with cold, lethal eyes, challenging him to repeat those words, while the little beast whimpers in fear. It whimpers softly, and the 3 thugs instantly go pale, cold sweat dripping down. The scared lackey whispers, asking if they should even attack someone that terrifying. Huang Mao immediately smacks his head, shouting that they are only bluffing to scare fools. Once Linvir arrives, they will beat them up together and show everyone who the real king of this territory is. His lackeys eagerly nod in agreement. But Tuet Thung is left completely stunned, asking her master how these fools even know Linvir. Yebei warns her that something is off, telling her to wait. Suddenly, the spirit lion senses a familiar aura and starts whimpering. A girl with blue hair descends, landing as light as a gentle breeze. Yebei is stunned to see it really is Ling Wei. Luo Shuishang is shocked, calling out to her junior sister. Huang Mao pipes up, saying she is finally here. She immediately asks them if they have captured that spirit lion yet. With backup now, Huang Mao gets a surge of confidence, pointing at Yebei to snitch. He orders her to kill the guy who dared steal their spirit lion. Ling Wei glares, demanding to know who dares steal her things. Yebei and Luo Shuishang just greet her with a rather sly smirk on their faces. Misunderstanding their look, she grits her teeth in sheer anger, asking if they are actually mocking her. Flying into a rage, Ling Wei charges with a warning to drop the spirit lion, or die. Yebei does not even flinch, letting her sword plunge straight into his chest. She is horrified. Her blade cannot leave a single scratch, making her wonder what is going on. He stands completely still, glaring back. Yebei asks if she dares draw a sword against her own master, then delivers a hard flick right to her forehead. The other 3 are still cheering enthusiastically, telling her to kick his ass. but she just clutches her head, swaying as she asks what he did to her. Smiling slyly, Ye Bei says he is only helping her retrieve something. She frowns, struggling to endure a massive headache as her mind begins to throb. In the flashback, Ling Wei was all alone in a separate pocket dimension, surrounded by an eerie, dark red light. Her eyes were hollow. She remembered her name was Ling Wei, but she had no idea when she began losing her memory. Every morning felt like a completely new world. No memories. The only way she could protect herself was to kill. Behind her lay countless monster carcasses, her cold blade dripping crimson. Blood and death were the only things that truly defined her entire existence. Yet the very next day, she would forget everything again. Her expression remained cold and heartless, just like a grim reaper. Then came the day the scheming Huang Mao told her she was one of them, and that her name was Ling Wei. Dazed, she simply repeated that name. They started feeding her a pill, claiming it would help stabilize her short-term memory. Those thugs convinced her that to cure her condition, she had to keep slaughtering others to find a miracle cure. That blue pill of theirs looked incredibly shady. Just look how easily they manipulated her back then, offering a sketchy soul-stabilizing pill while she innocently thanked her captors. She regularly pushed her powers to the limit, kicking up massive dust storms. Time after time, she nearly died, believing it was all for her own sake. Sometimes she tried to refuse, but she would always black out, waking up with a splitting pain in the back of her head. Every single time she came to, she was trapped in a monster den, forced to fight off massive, vicious beasts all on her own. Suspicion had definitely crossed her mind, but whenever they called her senior sister, a deep, comforting sense of familiarity instantly washed over her. That warm feeling completely shattered her doubts. Meanwhile, those three sinister thugs kept calling her their beloved senior sister. But as the spirit beasts in the ancient battlefield dwindled, the way they looked at her changed, turning dark, like they were tracking some prey. They wanted to devour her. Greasy hands reached out for her unconscious body. Huang Mao just smirked, declaring that after countless brutal battles, both her body and soul had finally reached their absolute limit. Since she was no longer useful, he ordered his lackeys to move fast and make absolutely sure she was dead before recovering all of their loot, and they eagerly complied. Out in the woods, Ling Wei lay bleeding and motionless. The loyal spirit lion stood guard, shielding her heavily wounded body from harm. In reality, that brave little spirit Xieswar lion had saved her life during her desperate escape, though she could never remember a single thing back then. It walked beside her like a loyal bodyguard, while those traitors simply waited for her memory to wipe again, plotting to make her kill her savior. Huang Mao had pointed at the beast, ordering her to execute it for causing her amnesia. The poor creature could only tremble, crying out for her to remember. Ling Wei's eyes snap wide open. She finally remembers everything. She exposes their entire scheme, shouting that they repeatedly tried to kill her and even tricked her into attacking the spirit lion that saved her life. Huang Mao just rubs his chin with a smug grin, laughing that even if she finally remembers, it is already way too late. Before she can even react, a box-shaped barrier drops from above, trapping her, Ye Bei, and Luo Shuishang inside in a flash. Now check this out. Ye Bei is actually thrilled, noting that bringing out a high-grade soul-trapping cage makes this ancient battlefield pretty interesting. Hands on hips, Huang Mao sneers. She had outlived her value. He tells her to blame her own uselessness for her fate, making her grit her teeth as she curses them in pure rage. She yells that they only wanted a brainless killing puppet from the very start. He smugly agrees, mocking her and saying that in their world, the strong always devour the weak. He laughs that she was just too naive, and getting fooled is her own fault. Ling Wei draws her sword, her aura exploding with raw power. She coldly declares that she no longer has any reason to hold back against them. She unleashes a massive, decisive slash directly at the barrier. But the sword energy simply brushes harmlessly against the cage, leaving it completely unscathed. Ling Wei is completely shocked. No reaction at all? How is that even possible? Could she have targeted the wrong spot? Suddenly, a dark red dimensional void opens right beneath her feet. Sensing immediate danger, she gasps as dozens of spectral souls surge upward, trying to drag her down. Huang Mao laughs hysterically and mocks her, haha. Ling Wei, you did not expect this, did you? This is the soul-snaring cage forged from 3,000 vengeful spirits, capable of shredding a cultivator's spiritual energy layer by layer until their soul is torn apart. You are the one who snatched this treasure for me, and now it is specially prepared to crush a weak, fragile soul like yours. Hearing this makes her so furious she can barely breathe. Stammering you. He fake sighs with pity, do not be sad. Once your soul is ripped apart, I will absorb your spiritual energy. That way you will never be used by anyone else again, and you will not have to fight for your life every single day. While the tension here is suffocating, Ye Bei and Luo Shuishang have just been casually watching the whole show. Hold on, look at his face. Huang Mao panics, stammering, wait, why are you completely unharmed? Ye Bei sighs coldly, complaining about the constant chattering. saying, "I have tolerated you for quite some time now. If you had shown even a shred of kindness to Ling Wei, I might have spared your life. But unfortunately for you, Ye Bei unleashes a sudden burst of raw power, effortlessly shattering the soul-snaring cage to pieces. The three scoundrels stumble back in absolute terror. Huang Mao still cannot process this. How on earth could something so ridiculous happen? Ye Bei glares down with an icy stare, commanding, "Kneel before me. Right now." Without a second thought, they instantly drop to the ground, faces pale with despair. As a minion stammers in fear, his cultivation realm is far above a true immortal. "We stand absolutely zero chance. Boss, what do we do?" Huang Mao looks on with a pale face, completely terrified. "No, this is impossible. I have so many magical treasures and sacred pills. How can I be suppressed so easily? What are you going to do to us?" Ye Bei's eyes flash dangerously. Casting a ruthless spell, Ye Bei declares, "You kept Ling Wei locked up here for 100 years, using her memory loss just to manipulate her. Today, this master will personally exact vengeance for his beloved disciple. I will make you suffer the exact same agonizing pain that Ling Wei endured. First, I am going to completely destroy your cultivation. Then, I will cast you into the ancient battlefield to be tortured for eternity, with no hope of reincarnation." Huang Mao desperately begs, "I am sorry, I was blind, but I never physically harmed your disciple." But Ye Bei does not give them any more time for useless excuses. Blood-curdling screams echo through the air. Luo Shuishang grabs Ye Bei's arm and smiles warmly. "Junior sister Ling Wei, this is our master. He just avenged you. And I am your senior sister. Come over here. Let us help restore your memories." Once bitten, twice shy, Ling Wei looks at them with deep suspicion, asking, "I put all my trust in those three, only to be ruthlessly used. Are you two just even more skilled scammers?" Honestly, you can't even blame her for being paranoid. She decisively turns her back and walks away, declaring, "I will never trust anyone again." Luo Sheng quickly calls out to her. Turning to her master, she asks, "Master, Ling Wei is running away. Should I go grab her and bring her back? Why do you not just force the memory orb into her mind to restore everything?" Ye Bei frowns, deep in thought. "Ling Wei is extremely unstable right now. Forcing it would only make things worse. I only wanted to gently nudge her willpower." Luo Shusheng asks curiously, "But what if she completely loses her memory again and vanishes?" Ye Bei calmly reassures her, "No need to rush. Let us just rest a bit. She will definitely come back on her own." Luo Sheshang is baffled, stammering, "What?" Ye Bei asks, "Think about it, you silly girl. If you were Ling Wei, what would you do?" She rubs her chin, pondering, "If I were her, with absolutely nobody to trust and constantly facing the threat of losing my memory at any second, first I would," she suddenly gasps, "realizing I would search for a sacred medicine to stabilize my mind." "Exactly," Ye Bei nods. "Those three possess that exact pill, and since I already took it from them, she will definitely come right back." Luo Sheng praises him, "Master, you are truly a genius." Ye Bei smirks proudly while acting modest. "No need to flatter me. If I did not have this level of insight, how could I be the master of 108 disciples?" Before long, night falls over the desolate forest. Under the bright starlight, Ling Wei stealthily reappears, cautiously scanning the area, whispering to herself, "Those two must have already left this place. Those three scammers are probably still knocked out, meaning the soul-guiding pill should still be on them. I will just grab it quietly and slip away. Nothing could possibly go wrong." But suddenly, Ye Bei calls out from a nearby tree branch, startling her half to death. "Are you looking for this?" Ling Wei looks up at him, questioning him warily. "Not only did you not leave, but you also stole the soul-stabilizing pill. What exactly do you want?" Ye Bei does not explain, saying, "You will understand soon enough." Then, he commands, "Do it, Luo Sheng." Like a silent ghost, Luo Sheng drops down behind her, instantly pricking a needle into her neck. Grasping her neck, a dizzy Ling Wei curses, "You treacherous snake." Before she can finish, she collapses, and Ye Bei swiftly catches her. Luo Shuishang smiles in admiration. Sister Xingchen's sleeping needle is incredibly potent. This stuff is powerful. It instantly knocks out even a supreme heavenly emperor-level expert. He gives out orders, "Luo Shushang. This ancient battlefield is incredibly dangerous. Guard the perimeter while I restore Linvir's memories." She respectfully agrees. "Yes, master," she says. A golden barrier quickly expands to seal off the area. Ye Bei closes his eyes to focus his power. He tells her this memory orb holds all her past experiences. Once she absorbs them, she won't have to worry about amnesia anymore. He points his hand at her forehead to transfer the spell, but an unexpected barrier around her blocks it. She grits her teeth, crying out that her head is splitting open. Ye Bei is startled, turning quite pale. This shouldn't be happening. Luo Shusheng is shocked. "Master, how could this happen?" He examines her closely. His diagnosis is pretty grim. Her spirit is heavily damaged, making her unable to absorb the orb's high-level spiritual power, so her body automatically rejects it. Standing behind him, Luo Shuosheng begs Ye Bei to help her junior sister, who is clearly in agonizing pain. Green light glows from his hand first. Then, a bright golden shine erupts from his palm. Golden feather purification. Linvir opens her eyes, calling out to her master and eldest disciple. Luo Shushang immediately asks if her memories are finally back. Helped up by Ye Bei, Linvir says she saw scattered memory fragments flashing before her eyes. She actually saw both of them in there. They are her master and senior sister. Luo Shuang is thrilled, telling their master that Linvir has successfully regained her past. But get this, he calmly explains that because the memory bead forced its way in, her amnesia will unfortunately trigger all over again. Left speechless, Luo Shueshang is suddenly hugged by Linvir, who softly tells her senior sister not to feel so sad. She remembers her as incredibly strong. Turning to Ye Bei, she adds that once dawn arrives, she will inevitably forget them all over again. She begs for his forgiveness for forgetting him, saying she never meant to. He simply smiles and gently pats her head. Calling her a silly girl, he promises they will fully restore her soul and memories. She bows deeply, thanking him. Just then, brilliant light cuts through the towering rocks. The sun is rising. The three of them stand in quiet silence as the wind blows. Linvir closes her eyes as a soft blue light glows. When she opens them, she looks at them and asks who they are. Ye Bei chuckles, telling her they are her master and senior sister. If she doubts them, she can spar with her senior sister. A quick fight will prove their words are true. Luo Shang can only sigh, pretty tired of his usual antics. She complains about him instigating fights again. But surprisingly, Linvir refuses to spar, saying she believes them. This leaves Luo Shang pretty confused. She asks why she is so trusting now when she was so hostile yesterday. Linvir explains that they are far stronger than her. Since taking her life would be effortless, they have zero reason to lie. Besides, their familiar faces somehow give her a deep sense of trust. Luo Xushang sighs. If only she knew it would be this easy. She would have just waited for her memory to reset first. Ye Bei then suggests she tag along with them to find the treasure needed to restore her soul. Linvir politely thanks her master and senior sister. Meanwhile, somewhere on the ancient battlefield, the early morning sun begins hitting the steep cliffs. Following beside him, Linvir curiously asks if this place is really supposed to be an ancient battlefield. Why is it so desolate that not a single divine beast is anywhere in sight? Ye Bei responds that he had thoroughly examined her soul right before her memory reset. She was manipulated by a group of people who ended up destroying almost every treasure spot on the outskirts of this ancient battlefield. You've gotta love her cheeky grin as Luo Shang calls her a pretty useful lackey who left absolutely nothing behind. Linvir chuckles awkwardly, apologizing for her past actions. Ye Bei continues, explaining that those cowards only dared to raid the outer regions of the battlefield. The core battlefield is where the real treasures lie, and they surely left something highly valuable waiting there. Luo Shueshang agrees. They begin making their way deep into the core battlefield. Luo Shueshang is amazed, noting that this clash site of ancient gods truly lives up to its reputation. The area is thick with spiritual energy and chaotic qi, with divine herbs and weapons scattered everywhere. Linvir agrees, calling it a perfect training ground. Ye Bei warns Luo Shuang and Linvir that despite the peaceful appearance, deadly danger is constantly lurking around every corner. He announces he won't assist today, tasking them with defeating a divine beast from the immortal realm themselves. Only then will the beast willingly offer its soul energy, allowing them to truly absorb its power. They both eagerly agree in unison. Right on cue, a massive bird sweeps right past the three of them, flying straight ahead. Watching the creature fly away, Ye Bei tells Luo Shushang to go after it, and she quickly obeys. Linvir then gasps as she realizes her own opportunity has arrived. She spins around. A giant white wolf stands there, roaring with massive spiritual energy. Undeterred, Linvir wonders if the wolf is calling for backup. Just then, a monstrous bird begins diving down from the sky. Its deafening roar completely shatters the peaceful silence of the surrounding forest. The giant bird charges straight toward Luo Shushang. It unleashes a massive blast of green fire to turn her into ash, scorching the entire ground while leaving her completely untouched. Luo Shueshang stands dead still, calmly waiting for the blazing heatwave to hit. She murmurs that since she possesses the chaos immortal physique and a destined opportunity at the Injiao Pavilion, fire is useless. Her spiritual energy surges as she activates her arts, absorbing every single flame before staring directly at the massive phoenix. "It is over, little phoenix," she whispers, launching a beam of light straight through its throat with ease. The creature completely evaporates into thin air, leaving behind a single falling feather which she quickly catches and grips tightly in her palm. She is finished. Now, she waits. Nearby, two vicious white wolves let out terrifying, bloodthirsty roars, absolutely ready to spring and attack at any moment. Facing them alone, Lingwei activates her Universe Great Dao, unleashing lightning-fast sword strikes as she charges directly toward the wolves, sending them both flying dozens of meters away. One wolf howls in terrible agony, driven absolutely insane by the pain as it charges blindly toward her. kicking up a massive cloud of dust. No hesitation. Ling Wei delivers a clean slash right through its neck, spraying blood everywhere. One down. Seeing its partner fall, the remaining wolf charges in a blind rage, but she easily dodges the strike. At that pathetic speed, the wolf has absolutely no chance of touching her, prompting her to mutter with pure disdain, "Too slow." Suddenly, she freezes in place. Clutching her head in sudden, agonizing pain, she remains completely unaware of the razor-sharp fangs closing in to crush her. Just as we think she is done for, Luo Shushang rushes in, panicking. Luckily, Ye Bei arrives just in time, sending the massive beast flying with a single punch and saving Ling Wei at the very last second. "Master, what do we do?" Luo Shushang cries out in panic. Ling Wei cannot fight these giant wolves anymore. The poor girl is still clutching her head, screaming that her mind and soul are burning in absolute agony. Ye Bei frowns. This seems to be the severe backlash from forcing the integration of the memory bead. The intense battle clearly shattered her fragile mind and soul, so lifting the unconscious girl into his arms, he tells Luo Shang they must flee immediately. "Yes," she replies instantly. Suddenly, a massive spatial rift tears open right in the middle of the rocky cliffs. It leads directly to his desolate pocket world, where he quickly carries Ling Wei to begin treating her severe injuries. Ye Bei explains that her soul is too heavily fractured and her wounds are far too deep, meaning she will not be able to wake up or talk to them anytime soon. He can only ease her pain for now, prompting an anxious Luo Shoushang to beg him, "Master, please, is there really no other way?" He is deeply worried but helpless, explaining that since her soul is completely fractured, she must now heal her spiritual core by merging her energy with another compatible soul. To do that, she must subdue a spirit beast to heal herself. But in her current unconscious state, that is completely impossible. Ling Wei lies slumped against the stone, eyes shut tight as sweat pours down. He adds that within this pocket world, he has stored countless rare, heavenly treasures that he accumulated over the years. Using these treasures should help Ling Wei stabilize and make her condition much better. Raising his hand, Ye Bei attempts to summon his blood spirit ginseng and weeping spirit pills, but absolutely nothing appears. His fist clenches tightly, as his face darkens in absolute confusion. Why is none of his treasure appearing? Seeing his expression warp, Luo Shushang rushes to his side to ask if something is wrong. "Can you believe this?" He stares at his empty palm, realizing all his precious herbs have completely vanished. She gasps in shock. How could they all just vanish into thin air like this? Could someone have actually stolen them? She wonders. But then again, this entire pocket world was created by him. So who would ever dare rob his personal vaults? Ye Bei falls silent, his mind racing back to the little lion from before. Could it be? Before he can dwell on it any longer, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes suddenly emerges from the darkness, startling both of them. Along with a sky-shaking roar, they brace for yet another giant monster. Luo Shueshang stares at it in utter shock and amazement. Her eyes widen as she realizes it is just a tiny lion. But Ye Bei calmly reveals that the beast ate his entire hoard. Hearing that this little cub devoured all of her master's priceless treasures, she angrily rolls up her sleeves. "Master, I will kill it and feed its meat to Ling Wei," she growls. But Ye Bei stops her, noting that the beast has something to say. After hearing its soft growls, Ye Bei nods as if he understands, prompting Luo Shueshang to ask him what the creature just said. "Is it begging for its life?" she asks. Ye Bei gently answers. "It says it is willing to sacrifice its own sacred soul to help Ling Wei fully recover her mind and shattered memories," leaving Luo Sheng both utterly stunned and suspicious. Ye Bei clears his throat, turning to address the whimpering beast that lies groaning on the ground. "If a stroke of pure luck had not brought you to this barren world to feast on immortal-grade treasures, a beast of your status would never have this chance. It would take 10,000 years of cultivation to reach your current level. Are you really ready to sacrifice your divine soul just to save Ling Wei?" The little lion nods and growls softly. Quietly closing his eyes, he thinks as you wish. The moment Ye Bei finishes speaking, a purple flame erupts in mid-air, igniting the divine soul sacrifice ritual. A powerful purple aura surrounds Ling Wei, roaring softly as it spins. As Ye Bei speaks, the ritual finishes successfully, prompting a deeply confused Luo Shang to ask her master. Giving up 1,000,000 years of cultivation and sacrificing one's own soul is a massive price. What exactly is the connection between this beast and Ling Wei? Ye Bei smiles softly. He explains that the creature was born to an ancient divine beast but was abandoned by its family because of its poor talent and lack of interest in cultivation. Its family achieved immortality after many years of training and long ago departed this place. Only this beast remains in its basic form, sleeping peacefully on Ling Wei. Ye Bei sighs. An abandoned spirit beast is at the bottom of the food chain, usually preyed on by stronger monsters. Yet somehow, it survived disaster after disaster for over a century. And when Ling Wei arrived on this ancient battlefield, she happened to rescue the poor thing every single time it was in danger. Ye Bei continues recalling what he learned with every memory reset. Ling Wei would completely forget the little creature. But no matter how many times she forgot, she would always end up saving and befriending the little lion all over again. Later, three brothers helped her stabilize her mind, so the beast just followed her. Watching the little lion cuddling affectionately against Ling Wei, Bei realizes that the beast finally figured out why she was losing her memory, and that she was currently facing extreme danger. Imagine that, sacrificing everything just to save the one who kept forgetting you. Hearing this, Luo Sheshang blushes with emotion. Master, if you ever end up in a situation like this, I would gladly sacrifice my own soul for you. He raises an eyebrow. I am incredibly powerful. Why on earth would I ever need you to sacrifice yourself? She looks down, shyly twiddling her fingers. I know you are strong, she mumbles. Just saying if. Bei nods. Got it. Slowly, Ling Wei starts waking up, holding her head as she tries to shake off the lingering pain. Her master and senior sister Luo Shozhang rush over to support her. Ling Wei immediately drops to her knees to pay her respects, expressing her deep gratitude for helping her successfully regain all of her lost memories. Remembering the past makes her wince. It is all my fault. Back then I sensed a plot of betrayal, but they stole my memory shard before I could act. If you had not arrived in time, and if this little lion had not sacrificed its own soul to save me, I probably would have been gone forever. She pauses. Looking extremely hesitant, she wants to ask a difficult favor from her very understanding master. Since I am your master, you can tell me absolutely anything. She stammers. Master, I think I need to stay in this place for a while to help this little lion cultivate, repair its damaged soul, and guide its growth. Bei nods approvingly. You are a loyal and righteous disciple, setting a great example for the others, so of course I agree. He then reaches deep inside his robes to pull something out. But you just recovered. And this ancient battlefield is still incredibly dangerous. He opens his palm to reveal a small box, inside of which lies a glowing purple medicinal pill that radiates a very gentle warmth. Keep this pill safe. It will save your life in a crisis. Ling Wei tightly hugs the little lion, tears in her eyes as she thanks him. Luo Shueshang leans in and whispers, Master, I thought that greedy little lion ate every single pill you had. How is there still one left? Bei laughs heartily, pointing out that a clever rabbit always has 3 hidden burrows. As your master, my treasures are not that easy to steal. He cheerfully turns back to Ling Wei. We are going to head out now to track down the rest of your fellow disciples. Suddenly, Ling Wei remembers something important. Master, this is a special cultivation technique I found deep within the ancient battlefield ruins. But the text was always too complex for me to understand, especially after I lost my memories of everything. Now get ready for this. She pulls out an ancient, weathered manuscript, and the moment Bei holds it, his jaw drops as he recognizes the legendary manual of ancient techniques. The very same ancient martial arts secrets that Ming Xuanchen once handed down to me. Bei flips through the pages and smiles knowingly. Just by reading these 2 pages, his body manages to condense the dragon-devouring light, raising the spiritual aura of his previously split soul. Suddenly, he freezes in shock, noticing torn edges on the paper. He turns to Ling Wei. Wait, was this page ripped out? She awkwardly explains that this ancient book is highly mysterious, having passed through tens of thousands of hands across 3,000 dimensions, which is why she could only secure these few surviving pages. Ling Wei's cheeks turn bright red, and she quickly looks away, unable to meet his gaze. As for those missing pages, rumors say they are hidden on Dongwu Island. Luo Shueshang notices her strange reaction, asking why her face is as red as a tomato and if she is still feeling unwell. Ling Wei waves her hands in a panic. No, it is something else. This only makes Luo Shueshang more curious. Unable to escape, Ling Wei blushes deeply and stammers. Finally, making up her mind, she yells out that the people on Tosumi Island have absolutely no sense of shame. Right on cue, an illusion flashes before them, showing a couple passionately locked in a heavy embrace. Luo Shueshang gasps in surprise, while Ling Wei nods, saying yes, that is it, before turning away blushing. Master, let us go search for the missing pages of that ancient martial arts style right away. He notices his disciple acting a bit strange, but just as he turns, she spots yet another couple openly wrapping their arms all over each other. Not wanting to disturb them, Luo Shueshang quickly turns away. But wait, this side is even crazier, she screams in shock. Squeezing her eyes shut, she yells out, what is wrong with everyone here? Seeing his disciple lose her cool, Bei bursts into laughter. Haha, you are pretty adorable, Luo girl. Suddenly, a merchant walking by bumps into her, shouting out to please make way. Stumbling, she falls straight into her master's arms as he holds her. Resting in his arms, Luo Shueshang stammers out an apology, saying she did not mean to do that at all, master. Bei gently reassures her, saying physical desire is just a normal mortal trait, so she does not need to be so panicked. The merchant turns to apologize, saying he is deeply sorry since he was carrying a heavy load and not looking. She gently replies that it is totally fine. Although she acts polite, Luo Shueshang secretly smiles inside, thanking him for bumping her right into her master. It has been ages since she last hugged her master. To apologize, the merchant offers her a glowing jade stone. He says he is deeply sorry and begs her to take this spirit jade to make up for his clumsy mistake. Just like that, the merchant vanishes. Here is where the mystery thickens. She turns to her master, admitting she has a really bad feeling about this town. Holding up the jade, she can barely believe her own eyes. For a simple street peddler to casually hand over an indestructible spirit jade? Yes, something is definitely off about this entire place. Yi Bei calmly turns to Luo Shang and tells her to look closely at the faces of the crowd. Something is definitely off. Everyone here is laughing. Realizing this, she gasps, noting that it is incredibly weird how every single person is smiling. Old men, young kids, everyone is just grinning. Seeing her clueless look, he gently taps his disciple on the forehead. How is this even possible? As she speaks, her eyes suddenly flash with light, enhancing her vision. Now check this out. Ye Bei suggests testing whether they are laughing or crying, which soon reveals a truly terrifying and bizarre sight. Her jaw drops as she asks her master in sheer shock if these people are actually evil illusion spirits. Is everything an illusion? Ye Bei remains calm, explaining that both are real. The tears come from the heart, but the smiles are just a mask. It is a strange setup to keep everyone in this state. Let us find out what is actually going on here. Without wasting any time, he raises his hand and unleashes a soul-probing spell, wrapping spiritual energy around an old man. Ye Bei frowns in confusion, wondering why his spell is not working. He cannot see the past of these people at all. Hearing this, Luo Shoshang wants to give it a shot. She channels her own spiritual energy directly toward the old man. Her spell fails as well. She cannot find any trace of their past lives, except for their recent memories of living on this very island. Who took away their memories? And what exactly is this person planning? Suddenly, the scenery shifts as she looks up at drifting flower petals. Ye Bei realizes something, declaring he finally gets it as he catches one. He explains to Luo Shuishang that someone is using these cherry blossoms to suppress their sorrow, wiping their past memories so they just keep on smiling endlessly. With that, he falls deep into thought. If they can trace the source of these petals, they can uncover the deep secret of Tosumi Island, making it easy to locate those ancient martial arts ruins. Looking ahead, a massive building suddenly comes into view. She asks doubtfully if that is their destination. Ye Bei tells her to go check it out, but they both stop in their tracks as a wild, noisy place appears ahead. Luo Shang realizes it is a brothel. He calmly suggests going inside, but before they can even step in, a crowd of women surrounds them. One swoons over how handsome he is, wanting to bed him, while another adds that the girl next to him is gorgeous too. These ladies certainly know how to please clients, asking the handsome guy if he wants to buy a service card. They boast about having both boys and girls, offering a 50% discount for his first time with just 2,000 coins. Handsome guys get extra discounts. If there are two of them, they can get free services and even bigger deals. Two women rush forward and grab Luo Shuishang, making her scream for her master to save her. But they do not. No need to rush, we actually offer services for men. You and this hot guy here can get a much better deal. Ye Bei quickly throws the spirit bead high into the air. It floats up, glowing brightly toward the local girls. After tossing it, he boldly announces that this is a heaven-grade crystal, and it belongs to whoever catches it. The girls immediately start fighting over it, screaming that a heaven-grade crystal can last a lifetime, and they absolutely want it. With this, I will never have to work again. Meanwhile, Ye Bei turns to her, suggesting they head to the back. Feeling utterly relieved, she softly agrees. But as they walk, a highly familiar figure catches their attention from behind. Luo Shushang calls out, asking Ye Meng what she is doing here. But the girl turns around with complete confusion, asking who they are. This girl is definitely Ye Meng, so Luo Shuishang quickly grabs her hands, explaining that he is their master and she is her senior sister. Don't you recognize us? But Ye Meng panics, insisting they have the wrong person because she does not know them at all. She immediately tries to run, claiming she has urgent business and needs to leave right away. Watching her flee, Luo Shuishang yells out in pure disappointment, then turns to anxiously ask Ye Bei if their junior sister has somehow lost her memory. Calm and completely unbothered, Ye Bei replies that he has already probed deep into her soul. He reveals that she definitely does not have amnesia, but is intentionally avoiding them, leaving Luo Shang totally stunned as she gasps out in utter disbelief. She notes that even though Ye Meng was not as close to him as her other sisters, she always deeply respected and admired him. All it took was one word. She even pushed her limits to break through to the King Spirit realm, so why on earth would she pretend to be a stranger now? Ye Bei analyzes the situation with a serious look, noting she left Din, pretended to be a stranger, and then ended up right back here. It seems she has some incredibly deep connection to this place, so he decides they should head further inside to find out the truth. Luo Shang obediently follows her master inside, where a heavy, suffocating silence immediately hangs in the air. Morning light hits their faces, highlighting just how incredibly on guard both of them are right now. Suddenly, Luo Shushang accidentally trips over a hidden wire set up to stop intruders, making her panic and cry out, right before a booming voice suddenly echoes from the shadows. The voice warns that anyone trespassing into the inner courtyard will never find a way back out alive. A massive explosion erupts right beneath their feet, trapping them in a strange light and thick smoke as Luo Shang covers her nose in panic. She coughs that it is an illusion trap, but Ye Bei holds his breath and signals her that they can play along to see what secrets are being hidden. Both Ye Bei and Luo Shuang immediately pretend to pass out on the ground. Look at this. Two pretty girls slowly creep up to them, whispering to each other as they scheme whatever sketchy move they are planning next. They note he is clearly no ordinary mortal, making him the perfect lackey for their mother, and decide to drag him over to her. The girl in green drags Ye Bei to a bizarre tree, while he continues faking unconsciousness, realizing they have already separated him from Luo Shueshang. Wondering what they are up to, he watches as the strange girl bows deeply in front of the giant tree. She greets the mother tree, reporting that this handsome newcomer to the island possesses an incredibly shocking amount of physical power. Believing he is the exact lackey she has been searching for day and night, she asks if the mother wants to personally test this promising new recruit. Incredibly, the giant tree actually speaks back, telling her that she is dismissed as the girl bows and takes her leave. While faking sleep, Ye Bei is baffled that they want to sacrifice him to a basic tree, wondering if everyone on this island is completely brainless. No wonder they act so incredibly bizarre. Suddenly, a swarm of rustling wooden tentacles erupts from the trunk, rushing straight toward him to bind his body while he lies perfectly still. Ye Bei snaps his eyes open, refusing to play along anymore, and easily slices the incoming branches in half with a quick swipe of his arm. He points at the canopy, asking how a basic tree could possibly possess such bizarre power. It makes absolutely no sense. So he decides to personally teach this overgrown plant a lesson in manners. He raises his hand to cast a powerful heavenly fire spell, unleashing a brilliant five-colored light that triggers a massive explosion and wraps the giant tree in thick golden smoke. Through the rising dust and haze, a gorgeous, stunning woman surrounded by a swirling storm of falling autumn leaves gently steps out. They stare at each other in silence, with Ye Bei noting that she is completely unscathed, meaning she is definitely no ordinary opponent. If they actually end up fighting, his victory is not guaranteed, meaning he has officially run into a highly dangerous heavyweight foe. Smiling mischievously, a wild plan pops into his head that if she is attracted to his looks, he might just seduce her. The peach blossom deity floats down as light as a falling leaf, leaving him totally stunned as she asks if he truly wants her to become his servant. She unexpectedly bows deeply to Ye Bei, joyfully greeting him as the legendary and immortal sovereign. She quickly apologizes for her earlier disrespect, admitting she had absolutely no idea of his true, legendary identity until this very moment. Please forgive my sins. He stands frozen, staring in absolute disbelief at the figure kneeling before him. Wait, did she just say, Undying Monarch? With a million questions racing through his mind, he asks skeptically, is there another title of mine I don't know about? The once lush green trees suddenly transform into a dreamlike pink, scattering delicate petals on the wind as the peach blossom deity bows politely. I never dreamed I would actually meet the reincarnated form of the Undying Monarch. Well, I guess fate is playing its hand here. He thinks to himself, could this legendary reincarnated Undying Monarch she keeps talking about have something to do with my immortal dragon physique? Ye Bei asks in confusion, why on earth do you think I am this Undying Monarch anyway? And what is the purpose of this island? She bows her head softly. Oh, Undying Monarch, please do not worry. This humble one will not hide a single thing from you. But before I answer your questions, could you grant me one small favor? Ye Bei does not hesitate for a single second, replying instantly, what exactly do you want? She suddenly lunges forward, caressing his chin. I want to dual cultivate with you. Once we do, I will tell you everything I know. Ye Bei calculates the risks. Dual cultivation merges yin and yang, meaning both of them must combine their energies to train together. She is actually an incredibly talented cultivator, so dual cultivating with her might boost my own power level significantly. He smirks devilishly, thanking the heavens she is in human form right now instead of being a literal tree. If she turns back into her original tree form, things would definitely get weird during our training. Still, my intentions are completely pure, not driven by any dark, dirty thoughts. I only want to boost my cultivation energy and uncover the secrets of this mysterious place. Besides, I am doing all of this for my disciple, Ye Meng. He glances down at her incredibly curvaceous figure, which is perfectly highlighted by her tight-fitting dress. The sweet scent of Hong Ye makes the air grow even hotter. Fine, I accept. The moment he speaks, she happily grabs his hand. She stands perfectly still, closing her eyes to focus. I will activate the technique right now, leaving him completely stunned. Shocked, he pulls his hand back and yells, wait, is this seriously how trees cultivate? She just smiles back, completely carefree. Exactly. Our branches are the most vital parts of our bodies, and they must intertwine to connect. This process binds two separate entities together, making them feel completely inseparable. This is exactly how we perform our cultivation training. He stands speechless, with nothing left to say. Without wasting any time, they hold hands tightly and begin the dual cultivation process. Wait for it, a sudden burst of green light erupts as legendary energy surges through his veins. Massive energy spreads wildly throughout his entire body. In a split second, the divine spiritual power of Dongwu Island flows rapidly from her into him. During this brief moment, she whispers, "Undying monarch, you really do not need to thank this humble one. Your determination will not only benefit you, but the entire Dongwu Island will share in this great blessing." Once the process is complete, the gorgeous woman pulls her hands back, all done. He asks urgently now, "Answer my questions. Why did you call me the Undying Monarch? And on top of that, I want to know every detail about this island." She coyly explains, "The reason I call you the Undying Monarch is a massive secret, and I would suffer heavenly punishment if I explained it to you. For now, I must keep this hidden, but I believe your majesty will uncover the truth when the right time comes." He glares back, completely annoyed. "You cannot just break your promise right after using me like that." She calmly reassures him, "I can still reveal the truth about this island to you, your majesty." He sighs in frustration, "You better be telling the truth this time." She begins to reminisce. See, it all started with a simple dream 1,000 years ago. Her memories drift back a full millennium. Having grown up, she started wandering through the vast mortal world, observing humanity, and gathering some incredibly valuable life experiences along her journey. She realized that even when mortals work tirelessly day and night, most of them still end up failing due to a lack of talent or just plain bad luck. There are countless sad reasons that break her heart. They fall deep into a silent, painful despair, losing their loved ones along with their dreams. Because of this, their lives only become increasingly miserable and painful. She continues seeing their misery, urged me to create a safe haven for those broken souls. In this place, they can forget their pasts and live fully in the present. Everyone is free to chase whatever their heart desires. Even if they fail, their spirits remain completely unharmed. There are always new doors opening, allowing them to start everything over from scratch. If they have no grand ambitions or grand desires, and simply want to spend peaceful time with their loved ones, enjoying the fine things in this world, that is completely fine too. They can just enjoy a quiet, leisurely life here. Seeing the happy faces of those she saved, she realized this paradise is the ultimate sanctuary she built for them. Ye Bei rubs his chin, nodding thoughtfully. He gets it now. No wonder everyone here is always smiling, like blooming flowers. You wiped away all their memories and channeled your spiritual energy through these petals to help people who lack the talent to cultivate. She nods in agreement. But Ye Bei questions her, "Is this really what you wanted? To let them toss their history away and get lost in a fantasy of blissful ignorance?" He tilts his head. "You have a much bigger goal than that, do you not?" Realizing she is caught, she closes her eyes and sighs. This beautiful dream is just a temporary refuge for those who have already suffered too much pain in their real lives. Here, they can become whoever they want to be and find success in everything they do. Later, if they find the strength to leave this perfect illusion behind, I believe they will have the courage to face whatever hardships and grief they left behind in the real world. Only then will they stop clinging to the beautiful life they had here, a world built entirely from their forgotten memories. Meanwhile, the midday sun climbs high, illuminating the entire courtyard. Turning slowly, he drops a truth bomb. Yemeng never actually wanted to stay in this paradise. Being too discouraged to face her past, she gave up. But is it really possible for her to find any genuine, lasting joy in a fake world? She explains. She begged me not to erase her memories, but after all this time, she still lacks the courage to leave. The deity looks up at him, her bright eyes suddenly sparkling with hope. "But now that you are here, your majesty, I know your help will guide her back to fulfilling her true destiny." Ye Bei tilts his chin up. "I truly hope she can recover her spirit, but to make that happen, I need your help." Her expression instantly brightens with excitement as she asks what he has in mind. A gentle breeze sweeps across the garden, weaving through the branches with a soft, soothing rustle. Bowing deeply, she says that the eternal monarch does not need to thank her. His resolve will benefit not just him, but the entire Dongungung Island. She promises to help him with all her power. He smiles, pleased. Tuet Thung stares at the building ahead. "Master," she says, "they captured us without doing anything, and now they just let us go." She is completely baffled by how respectful they were to him. What on earth is going on here? Ye Bei calmly asks where the highest point on Dongungung Island is. She instantly replies that the top of the Hoandu Pavilion looks over everything. Standing among the beautiful falling cherry blossoms, he tells her to follow him up there so she can see for herself. Oh, look at this. The cherry blossoms suddenly shift to yellow, sending shockwaves through the entire crowd. What is going on? A single petal drops into a cup of water. Ye Meng watches it, completely startled. Panic spreads through the crowd. These are the sacred petals of our protective peach blossom deity. They should never wither or turn yellow, unless the deity has been hurt and her energy is fading. What could have caused this? Villagers scatter in terror, shouting that their mother is hurt. Invaders from the He Huan sect are attacking Dongngung Island. An explosion suddenly rocks the village, unleashing thick clouds of purple smoke. From behind her protective barrier, Ye Meng recognizes the He Huan sect. A century ago, her mother crushed their entire sect when they tried to invade. Why are they suddenly launching an assault now? She flinches as a voice calls her name. Floating in the sky with his minions, Hoshich sneers that they meet again. Snapping back, she asks if he forgot his lesson from 100 years ago, or if he just came back for another beating. He snarls that back then, they stole his dual cultivation partner and completely destroyed his martial arts. Fortunately, he spent years draining vital energy to rebuild his strength while plotting his revenge. Now, his perfect opportunity has finally arrived. Today, every single woman on Dongngung Island dies, and every man will be forced to join his sect. With that, he barks out a ruthless order to slaughter her and seize the island. His minions charge forward. Calling them suicidal fools, she casually waves her hand. Massive blocks of ice erupt from her frost path, freezing the soldiers inside glaciers larger than any building. Ho Shik watches, admitting her power is just as deadly as it was back then. Yi Meng challenges him next, but he only sneers, "You have already fallen into my trap." Instantly, heavy chains bind her limbs. Shocked, she gasps. He grabs her chin, mockingly asking if she really thought he would fall for the exact same trick that beat him a century ago. How naive. Today is the day I get my sweet revenge. He gloats, mocking their desire to play hero and protect this pathetic little island. Now, he will tear it down right in front of them so they can feel his old agony. Desperate screams echo through the streets. People beg for help, wondering if their home is doomed as raging fires throw everyone into absolute chaos. The peach blossom tree is on fire. Everyone, put it out, now. What? Hurry, douse the flames. Without that sacred tree, everyone here will regain their agonizing memories and suffer. Ye Meng fiercely warns Hechi if he dares destroy it, she will drag him straight to hell. A smirk plays on his face if she says so, he has to destroy it. With that, he sends a blast of purple fire flying straight at the sacred peach blossom tree. A massive explosion rocks the area. Desperate cries echo everywhere, "Save the tree! Someone save our god!" Yi Meng's expression darkens as she summons her ice domain, but those glowing purple chains instantly tighten, shattering her spell completely. Hechi laughs arrogantly. "These are the immortal lock chains, sealing all your spiritual energy and leaving you as defenseless as a chicken." Watching Dongyu Island face total destruction, bitter tears of regret begin to well up in her eyes. "I was wrong," she screams to the heavens. "I should not have hidden here, pretending everything would be fine. Master, I was wrong." Her desperate voice rings out with all her might. "Please save your disciple and rescue Dongyu Island." Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes from a brilliant light shining from above. "Anyone who dares harm my disciple must die." Hechi flinches in shock as Ye Bei and Shushang descend, demanding to know who they are. "How dare you block my path?" But before he can finish, a brutal kick hits him. He crashes into the ground, causing a massive shockwave. Clutching his swollen face, he growls, "Who dared hit my face? I will definitely make you regret this. Get ready." Ye Bei erupts with spiritual energy and stomps his head, leaving Hechi pinned flat against the ground. He looks up to curse the bastard, but instantly freezes with wide eyes as he meets Ye Bei's chilling, indifferent gaze. That imposing build, the suffocating spiritual pressure, a strikingly handsome face, and a presence that feels absolutely overwhelming. Hechi immediately changes his tone, reaching out with an offer. "Respected hero, your talents and wisdom are truly peerless. You are perfect for our dual cultivation. Join my Hehuan sect, and you can skip at least 500 years of tedious training to reach the peak. Plus, I will personally ask our sect leader to completely overlook your rude behavior just now." Ye Bei tilts his head in confusion. Why does everyone want to cultivate with him? Now even men are doing it. Zhu Shang steps up. "Furious master, he dared insult you. Let me end him." Ye Bei answers, "Luo girl, do not kill him yet. Keeping him alive is still useful," he says. Zhu Shang nods, generating a pulsing sphere of purple energy. "Understood, master." Her strike unleashes a massive explosion that tears through the sky, but she flinches as a sphere of glowing chains blocks it. Hechi stands arrogantly amidst his red chains. "I am the second master of the Hewan sect. How dare you reject me and even attack me? Look at this." Hechi launches his deadly chains straight at Shushang, but she does not even flinch. The chains freeze mid-air before her piercing, glowing purple eyes. Hechi gasps in utter disbelief. "What?" Radiating sheer killing intent, her spiritual energy surges, causing his chains to disintegrate into a blinding wave of raw power. Sweating in sheer panic, he realizes her power is off the charts. It looks like he kicked a massive hornet nest today. Time to run. he thinks, but Xushang smiles coldly, declaring there is absolutely no escape for him. Moving at blinding speed, she instantly catches him, slams his head hard into the dirt, and drags his beaten body right back to Yebei. I caught him, Master, she says. How should we handle him? Hechi desperately warns them that his powerful sect leader will seek bloody revenge on Dongyu Island. Yebei calmly replies, so there is still a sect leader. That means you are completely useless. Luo girl, end him, he commands. Xueshang raises her hand, but Hechi frantically screams for them to wait. He points toward 3 bright white streaks approaching in the sky. Look over there, Master. The cultivation realms of these intruders are all above Emperor level. She notes, let your disciple go and sweep them away. Yebei nods solemnly, go ahead. Xushang promises to clean them all up. Suddenly, a shower of peach blossoms mysteriously drifts down right behind Yebei. She stares in absolute confusion. Wait, did he just call those powerful Emperor-level cultivators mere lackeys? Yebei casually replies, Peach Blossom God. Do not worry. My disciple will easily handle these weak little lackeys for you. Lackeys. She gasps in total disbelief. Those are legendary Emperor-level experts who have slaughtered countless people in their wake. You are sending a young girl who has not even finished her training to fight them? Are you her new master? Yebei replies, calmly guaranteed to be her real master. The Peach Blossom God presses her temples in worry, thinking that even as the reincarnated Immortal Lord's disciple, she shouldn't be underestimated. Let's trust them. If anything goes wrong, she can still step in to save them anyway. She raises her hand to ask him, what about our original plan we discussed? I was supposed to act weak and show vulnerability, luring everyone targeting Dongyu Island into our trap so we could wipe them out. Yebei simply scoffs. That was your plan, not mine. His words leave her absolutely fuming. So all my array setups, the traps in the pleasure pavilion, and the extra actors we hired, are they all totally useless now? He speaks softly, making her freeze. Do not rush to conclusions, just look over there. On the other side, Tuet Thung delivers a heavy kick, throwing her enemy back. She launches consecutive cold strikes, leaving them no time to react as others watch in terror. They beg her not to approach. Her eyes flash with a lethal purple light, unleashing a devastating blow that shakes the entire village. She lands gracefully right in front of Yebei and Hoa Dao. Hoa Dao quietly gasps, noting this incredible power is almost on par with a war god. Disciples of the immortal sovereign are terrifying. Tuet Thung runs over to report, Master. I might have gone a bit too far with them. He replies, those trash are not worth showing mercy. Yebei highlights the main issue. Now that the island is safe, the most urgent task is helping your junior sister Ye Meng. She explains junior sister Ye Meng was pierced by a soul lock, damaging her foundation. Master, please let me transfer my spiritual energy to heal her. Hoa Dao cuts in, wait a minute. She adds that the disciples of the sovereign are incredibly reliable, taking care of these guys in an instant, so she will naturally take full responsibility for Ye Meng. Tuet Thung asks her, Master, can we actually trust her? Hoa Dao raises her hand to explain, I will absolutely do everything in my power to keep Ye Meng safe, but first, the sovereign must help me with one more little task. She secretly plots, since you are already here, you might as well finish the job. Your disciple is in my hands, so you have to help. Tuet Thung whispers, is she really the island guardian? She looks totally unreliable. She does not seem reliable at all. But watch this, Ye Bei ignores the talk, raising his hand to form a powerful seal of light. He blasts the light straight at the unconscious girl. She slowly wakes up as Hoa Dao watches in total confusion. She gasps in shock. She is totally fine. He gently reassures her that she is safe now. Ye Meng approaches him. Master, thank you, and I am so sorry. She remembers something troubling, Master. When I was captured by the Joyous Sect, Second Master, I sensed the presence of my 41st junior sister, Su Lingling? Ye Bei is stunned. Ye Meng explains, yes, so I suspect they captured her. Tuet Thung panics, realizing that since Su Lingling is the weakest disciple in their sect, they are in serious trouble. She declares, I will save her. But then, an invisible cage traps her instantly. Terrified, she asks, what on earth is this? Hoa Dao steps forward with open hands. This is the barrier of our island, and your inner demon. Anyone who cannot conquer their inner demons can never leave. Ye Meng, tell me, what are you still so afraid of? She looks down at her hands in deep disappointment. Why is this happening? I thought I was ready. Ye Meng clenches her fists. I am completely unworthy of being Master's disciple. I lost my master once, lost absolutely everything, ended up beaten and bruised, and could not even defend our beloved island. Realizing the harsh truth, she asks herself how she could ever think leaving would be so easy. A warm voice suddenly snaps her back to reality as Ye Bei gently approaches her. My girl, we will be waiting for you. He smiles and extends his hand. We will wait for you at the sect. She smiles back. Ye Bei and Tuet Thung arrive at a massive stone tablet. Right ahead lies the Joyous Sect, a dark cave serving as their entrance. He steps forward. Let us head inside. Suddenly, two figures appear high above, silently watching them make their way in. A subordinate behind her asks third sect master, "That man killed the second master. Are we really just letting him walk in like this? You have to love a villain who is this delusional." She calls her guards stupid, explaining that someone who clears their enemies is a guest they should welcome with open arms. He mutters nervously, his tear is high. She covers her face in pure excitement, cutting him off. The stronger he is, the more useful he becomes. No man alive can ever resist my beauty. Once I control him, we will forget about the second master, and even the first sect master will respect me. Walking up the mossy stairs, Tuet Thung asks in confusion, "Are we trapped in an illusion array?" Ye Bei remains calm, "Do not worry. Someone is coming." A desperate cry echoes. "Help!" A hired guard is acting like a cheap thug, pretending to harass the third sect master. As she screams for someone to save her, a sudden flash of light blasts the thug far away. Ye Bei steps forward, telling her she is safe now. She cries out dramatically, "Thank goodness you two saved me. You are both so strong. If not for you, I would have been doomed." Tuithung asks coldly, "Who are you, and why are you here?" Playing weak, she answers, "I live at the mountain base and came looking for my brother, but I never expected to run into that thug." Her eyes reveal her caution, realizing the girl is too sharp to handle. Deciding to target the man instead, the third sect master approaches Ye Bei to seduce him. "Oh, big brother, I am so incredibly lucky to have run into you, or things would have ended pretty badly for me. You both seem so kind. Could you do me one more favor and help me find my own brother?" He cheerfully replies, "Sure, but we don't know the way around here, so we have no clue how to even look for him." She says it is fine because she knows the layout, so she will lead while they protect her, and he confidently agrees it is no problem. As Tom Tong Chu starts leading them this way, Ye Bei remains completely alert and quietly instructs Tuet Thung, "This woman is definitely in league with that man from earlier targeting us, so we need to split up right now. Follow that man's trail to investigate, while I tail this woman myself to see what kind of game she is actually playing." She secretly gloats to herself, "Once you step onto my home turf, an inescapable trap awaits you both, turning you into my prey. I really cannot wait." "Haha." Tam Tong Chu looks back only to get a sudden fright, wondering in her mind where his companion could have vanished to so quickly. Did that other person sense danger and run away? Tam Tong Chu smugly tells herself to forget about it, since they are on her turf now, and catching this handsome man is already a massive win. Once she subdues him, why should she fear any schemes? And look at this, she starts playing her cards by leaning right onto Ye Bei. "Big brother, my back is so itchy, can you check if an insect bit me?" Ye Bei just fake smiles, thinking if Herpon Tong only has these cheap tricks. He answers sure. Meanwhile, Tam Tong Chu pulls out a poison needle, thinking that men are always so incredibly easy to handle. "Once hit by my secret poison, no matter how strong you are, you will have to obey my every single command." She raises the needle to strike, but Ye Bei instantly unleashes his power, leaving her completely shocked. "What?" Preparing her next move, Tam Tong Chu snarls, "So you actually noticed. But this is my territory. Let us see how you escape." He calmly replies, "Is that all? I really thought Herpon Tong was actually capable of something." He instantly blurs forward, grabbing Tam Tong Chu right by her throat. She panics too fast. Ye Bei coldly demands, "You have exactly 3 seconds to tell me why you are valuable to me, or I will end your life right here." Tam Tong Chu is terrified as a heavy mountain of pressure crushes her body, making every breath feel like she is about to explode. Even her soul is writhing in extreme pain. One more second of this, and her body will burst. Terrified, she begs, "I can take you to our sect leader." Clutching her throat and coughing violently, she pleads with everything she has for him to stop. "Ye Bei, I am Tam Tong Chu of Herpon Tong. I can help you meet her." He coldly responds, "Take me there." She says it is impossible right now, provoking a furious glare from him. Shaking with fear, Tam Tong Chu quickly explains, she is not lying. "Please do not kill me." She explains that their sect leader is immensely powerful, someone who strikes absolute terror across the entire Dongngung realm. But she spends every year cultivating in the back mountains, heavily protected by a high-grade array and barrier. That is why ordinary people can never see her, and why I told you we cannot go there right now. He simply raises 3 fingers. You have exactly 3 seconds to make sense. 1, 2. Tears of pure terror stream down her face. All right. Stop counting. I will tell you everything." Although our sect leader rarely steps out, she holds a grand sect assembly once every 3 months. She handles inter-sect matters there, and the next one happens to be tomorrow morning. Only then can I actually take you to see her. Whatever grudge you two have, please just leave me completely out of it." Ye Bei turns away, your tiny life is temporarily spared. She lets out a massive sigh of relief as he commands her to lead him to rest. She quickly agrees, but a dark scheme is brewing in her mind. You must have a massive grudge against her. Once you and our sect leader destroy each other tomorrow, I will easily deal with you myself. The next morning at a massive hall, she leads the way. Everyone arriving today is extremely influential, so make sure you do not provoke any of them. If you do, even I cannot save you. And man, look at this guy, Ye Bei just scoffs, asking how these pathetic weaklings could ever hope to touch him. She grits her teeth, swallowing her rising anger. Luke Dong Chu steps forward to mock her. Tam Tung Chu, I heard your raid on Donggo Island failed miserably, so how do you even have the face to return? Another hallmaster chimes in, look at that. She even brought back a decent-looking man. Are you planning to use him to redeem yourself? Tam Tong Chu snaps back a piece of trash like you dares mock me. Did everyone on Dong Ngong Island die? Do you want to test me? The hallmaster channels her energy, shouting, you arrogant fool. Since our sect leader has not arrived yet, let me teach you a harsh lesson. Both women charge at each other to fight, causing a stray energy orb to fly straight toward Ye Bei. Ye Bei stares coldly with a confident smirk seeking death. Are we? He casually waves his hand, effortlessly deflecting the hallmaster's stray attack. The deflected blast strikes the hallmaster directly, sending her flying backward. Suddenly, his cold gaze shifts to the other side. Luke Dong Chu gasps in pure terror, sensing his intent to kill, but she is shocked when Ye Bei simply turns his head away. He narrows his eyes in absolute fury, thinking that the guy doesn't even take him seriously. He won't even bother to kill him, which is just pure humiliation. Hallmaster Lu schemes in anger. Damn it, that guy has to be the helper brought by the third sect master. If a powerhouse like him joins the Acacia sect, he'll drain all our resources dry. No way, there is absolutely no way I can let that happen. But look closer out of the corner of his eye. He catches a glowing statue. He instantly remembers that ever since the sect master took charge, this broken statue has been her most prized possession. It's basically a sacred treasure, so if the newcomer destroys it, the sect master will execute him without Lu even lifting a finger. He lets out a wicked sneer, secretly glancing over at Ye Bei. There is a path to heaven, but you refuse it, and now you are barging straight into hell. Wait to die, rookie. A second later, Lu smugly tosses the statue, telling the rookie to try and handle this. The third master panics, recognizing the statue, but Ye Bei just glares at the cheap trick with absolute disgust. He shoots a light beam. The relic shatters. As smoke rises from his finger, everyone stares at the debris right at their feet. They are paralyzed with fear. Total panic. How could he destroy that sacred relic? Everyone holds their head in absolute terror. The leader's favorite statue is broken. We need to run, right now. She is going to kill us. Is it too late to grab our mounts and escape? This life went by way too fast. See you guys in the next incarnation. Right then, Lingling appears at the door with a pitch-black face, asking with terrifying venom who dared to smash her precious statue. The disciples of the Acacia sect tremble. The leader is back. Instantly, Hallmaster Lu points a finger right at Ye Bei. He yells that it was him, not them. Lingling glares, demanding if he broke her sacred statue. Ye Bei casually turns to her, asking what if it was me. Meanwhile, the third sect master breaks into a freezing cold sweat. It is over. They have truly offended the leader. He realizes he never should have brought this guy here. Forget about the second sect leader seat. He will be lucky to survive this alive. Lu wears a sinister, triumphant grin. Let us see how arrogant you can act now, rookie. A bystander whispers that the rookie is dead meat. But check this out. What happens next completely defies everyone's expectations. The moment Ye Bei turns around, she drops to her knees, kowtows deeply, and cries out, Master. Everyone gasped in utter disbelief, yelling out, what? Lingling looks up, asking what wind could have possibly brought her master all this way. He tells her to stop bowing and just stand up. Instantly, she barks at the crowd, asking what they are still standing there for. She orders them to bow to their grandmaster. Instantly, the entire sect drops to their knees in respect, while Hallmaster Lu stands there in complete shock, thinking this is absolutely impossible. Lingling points right at him, ordering him to wipe the seat for their grandmaster. Clenching his fists in rage, he snaps back, telling them that they are pushing him way too far. The Acacia sect leader's eyes glow with red fury as spiritual energy swirls around his fist. He screams out in sheer rage. He roars that they are pushing him too far and he will kill them all. Su Lingling barely looks, instantly spotting his murderous strike. Her eyes turn sharp, narrowing as she coldly tells him to just go die. With those words, she spins around in a blur, her robes fluttering as her long leg sweeps out in a devastating kick. The lightning-fast kick connects squarely with his face. The impact sends him stumbling backward, his head whipping back from the pure force of the blow. Dropping to his knees, he clutches his bloodied face and spits that Su Lingling is fundamentally unfit to lead their sect. She stands tall, glaring down at him with nothing but pure, unbothered contempt. This is survival of the fittest. I am standing here because I have the power, and if Lu wants to challenge that, he is welcome to try. Clutching his swollen cheek, he snarls that she might be strong, but her arrogance will be the absolute ruin of their entire sect. They have struggled for years to keep the sect alive, with only one hallmaster holding things together. Then he points at the man beside her, demandingly asking why they should kneel to some random newcomer just because she claims he is their grandmaster. What right does he have? Growing even more furious, he threatens that they have already found a much better leader for the Acacia sect. He is the supreme master of the skies, Lord Tianluo, and we have invited him. Once he gets here, none of you will escape. Hearing this, Ye Bei folds his hands behind his back and bursts out laughing at their pathetic delusion. He gently strokes his chin, asking if a pathetic coward who gets chased around like a dog is actually worthy of leading the Acacia sect. Hallmaster Lu just smirks, telling him to go ahead and laugh, because once Lord Tianluo arrives, begging on his knees won't save him anyway. Suddenly, the front doors slam open as blinding light and a booming pressure fill the entire hall. He cheers in delight, shouting that Lord Tianluo has finally arrived. Lingling narrows her eyes, demandingly asking who the heck he is. Luo Shueshang stands backlit in the doorway looking incredibly majestic as she announces she is late. Hearing her voice, Su Lingling gasps in surprise and immediately rushes over to greet her. Before she can even call out to her senior sister, Luo Shueshang strides inside without a word and violently slams someone onto the floor. Watching this, Luke Dung Chu gapes with wide eyes and instantly spits his drink right out in complete disbelief. "Did you actually catch the messenger he sent?" she asks. But the two of them completely ignore him. Su Lingling squeals in delight to see her sister, while Luo Shueshang asks what kind of crazy scheme she is cooking up. Her eyes go wide. Excitedly, she says her years of hard preparation have finally paid off on this glorious day. Luo Shueshang stands there in utter shock, while a deeply emotional Su Lingling begins rambling on without a single breath. Her voice cracks with gratitude. Back then, she was easily the most troublesome brat in their entire sect. And yet everyone constantly spoiled her, always stepping in to clean up her messes whenever she ran into trouble. Then she just ran away. Alone. Staying gone for years. They never blamed her, and even searched to bring her home, making her deeply grateful. Smugly snapping her fingers, she proudly announces that her years of hard work will now deliver the ultimate surprise. She yells for them to enter, while Ye Bei and Luo Shueshang watch her eagerly waiting like a child wanting praise. She proudly presents her gift, asking if they love it, which prompts a warm, approving smile from Ye Bei. He praises her thoughtfulness, but an outraged Luo Shuang immediately grabs Su Lingling in a tight headlock. She demands to know how bringing a crowd of stunning beauties to their master counts as a pleasant surprise, prompting Su Lingling to quickly explain these are the elite dual cultivators of her He Huan sect. Cultivating with them makes your power soar overnight, and she refused to share them with anyone else but her beloved master and senior sister. Seeing her genuine good intentions, Luo Shushang's angry expression gradually softens. Gleefully pleased with herself, Su Lingling adds that this is nothing compared to her next surprise, which she guarantees will make her master and sister praise her to the heavens. Luo Shueshang's eyes instantly flare with rage as her terrifying killing intent suddenly explodes. Wait, can you even believe this girl? She demands to know if this next surprise is another betrayal, while Su Lingling just tilts her head playfully. She playfully asks if her sister dislikes the arrangement, driving Luo Shueshang absolutely wild with hilarious, face-twisting frustration. Luo Shueshang fumes that if she ends up single forever, it is entirely Su Lingling's fault, leaving the younger girl tilting her head in total confusion. She asks what her sister could possibly mean, while Ye Bei watches their chaotic banter and cracks up laughing. Luo Shueshang glares at their master, demanding he stop laughing and explain, while Su Lingling tilts her head, completely lost. She asks what needs explaining since she has not understood a single word from her sister, while a blushing Ye Bei lets out a nervous cough. After clearing his throat, he hesitates before leaning close to whisper the shocking truth directly into Su Lingling's ear. Her jaw drops in absolute shock as she stutters in disbelief, before covering her face and whispering back with a mischievous, teasing look. She cheers that her sister finally succeeded, while an embarrassed Ye Bei awkwardly scratches his face. He sheepishly declines her generous offer, admitting that with her senior sister watching, he would not dare step out of line. Feeling guilty, Su Lingling quietly shuts her mouth while Luo Shushang grumbles about her terrible payback, prompting the younger girl to sigh and wave her hand to dismiss the beautiful women behind her. Once they all depart, Luo Shang brings back the topic and curiously asks about that other massive surprise she mentioned. She gestures playfully, telling her master and sister to follow her so they can see it for themselves. Now look at this view. The towering cliffs open up to a breathtaking sky filled with floating purple clouds and a mysterious, magical aura. They arrive at the stunning Heavenly Spirit Lake behind the He Huan Sect Mountains, where a majestic waterfall cascades down like shimmering blue silk. She proudly reveals her ultimate surprise, leaving them to wonder if this is just some kind of ordinary spirit liquid. Smiling, she shakes her head to clarify that this is no ordinary lake, but the ultimate sacred treasure of the entire He Huan sect. Ye Bei looks at her thoughtfully, realizing that the giant statue in the main hall was merely a distraction to hide this place. Su Lingling beams with absolute joy, cheering that her beloved master always knows her better than anyone else. That main hall statue was just a fun little trick to scare off outsiders, while this lake is their sect's true, priceless treasure. As the waterfall roars, she explains that this legendary lake has existed since the very dawn of creation, packed with the primal, chaotic energy of the universe itself. It looks pretty ordinary, but cultivating inside is truly different. It amplifies your mind and body's pleasure 1,000 times over, which is exactly how the founding master of He Huan sect secured a legendary foothold in the eastern region. She then decides to generously share a hidden secret, revealing that the previous leader told her a massive mystery lies deep at the bottom. If you can dive in, it would instantly transform a cultivator, like a fish leaping the dragon gate, completely rewriting their sect's future, which leaves Luo Shuizhang deeply curious about what she found down there. Su Lingling freezes. She gives an awkward smile, completely dodging their questions. She blushes in pure embarrassment, admitting she was pretty lazy with her training at first. Sure, she can fake it for outsiders, but deep down, she knows her own limits. She quickly points away, trying to change the subject. Honestly, she has never even seen this secret lake, let alone explored it. She was just waiting to bring her master here. Luo Sheshang rubs her chin, muttering thoughtfully. Su Lingling might not be a void immortal yet, but her perception is top-notch. Yet, even she cannot see through this place. What is actually hidden down there? Yibei steps forward and says they should just go down and see. With that, they both dive straight in. Su Lingling cups her hands and yells from the shore, telling them to make sure they train hard down there. Do not waste this perfect opportunity, she shouts, promising to wait for them on the dry shore and hoping they bring back something good. Deep under the water, faint sunlight filters down, creating shimmering patterns as glowing bubbles slowly drift past them toward the surface. Blushing, Luo Shuishang hugs herself. She grumbles about that mischievous Su Lingling. A great training spot? Yeah, right. This is clearly just a massive aphrodisiac pool. Behind them, a crab drifts past. Yibei whispers that dual cultivation is still training, so they should not waste Su Lingling's kind intentions. The little crab pauses, then crawls away. Well, talk about one polite crab. Fast forward 3 days, and the two of them are still down here. She speaks up, sounding incredibly excited. Master, with your guidance, I have finally broken through to the void immortal tier. Her eyes drop. Sadly, she admits she already searched twice but found absolutely nothing unusual at the bottom. Yibei clasps his hands. He mutters that you cannot see the mountain when you are standing on it. He frowns. The mystery is actually right here, meaning it is themselves. Luo Shang looks over, totally confused, asking what he means. They stand in the clear water. Suddenly, the entire lake shakes, sending massive ripples outward. Both of them look down, confused, eyes filled with deep suspicion. A massive tremor explodes as a giant spectral hand and a violent whirlpool form right beneath their feet. Instantly, an oppressive, heavy pressure slams into Luo Shushang, locking her body in place as an invisible force begins to drag her down. Panicking, she reaches out, screaming for her master. He lunges forward, trying to grab her. He yells her name. Luo Shuishang spins completely out of control. Save me, master. This thing is draining my energy. Gritting her teeth, she turns pale, completely unable to move. She has no strength left to fight back. Yibei darkens, immediately launching himself forward like a howling wind to reach her. He channels his raw strength and strikes the vortex, unleashing a massive shockwave of blinding golden light that tears through the deep water. It did absolutely nothing. He frowns in utter disbelief. He mutters that he used at least 60% of his total strength, yet the vortex did not even flinch. What kind of ancient secret or trap is actually hidden down here? As a faint, ancient shadow begins to take shape inside the swirling water, he realizes this whirlpool behaves with absolute invincibility. Worse, it is greedily draining Luo Shang, making the vortex grow stronger by the second. A head-on clash would be risky. But look closely, here is where his eyes flash with shock. A massive, ancient structure is slowly rising inside the vortex. Clasping his hands, the pieces finally click for him. This is the lake's legendary secret, the force that supposedly reshapes heaven and earth. A direct gateway connecting to the divine stairways and pavilions of the immortal realm. But as he squints at it, he notices something is seriously off. The pavilion looks completely ruined. Could this vortex be some kind of automatic repair system? Is it draining Luo Shushang to rebuild the immortal gateway? Yibei looks at her, his heart breaking. If this continues, she will be completely drained of life. No way. He must save her, instantly gathering all his power. Blazing golden beams crash directly into the swirling vortex, attempting to shatter the barrier, but they only leave minor ripples across the surface. Flashes of blue light pulse as the vortex feeds on his attacks, keeping the ancient gateway perfectly shielded and unbroken. Yibei grimaces. This barrier must be some kind of divine relic. Ordinary attacks might cause a tiny dent, but there is no way they will stop this terrifying drain. The only option is to take her place, letting the vortex drain him instead. Sensing his plan, Luo Shoushang screams, but he completely tunes her out, placing his hand on the barrier. She frowns in deep worry. Master. Ye closes his eyes, raising 2 fingers as a golden magic circle manifests. He tells Luo Shoshang to stay calm and trust him. A little whirlpool like this is nothing to her master. Tears fill her eyes as she whispers that she trusts him. He glances aside, preparing his next move. Where is my system? Get out here right now. Hearing the shout, the system instantly appears, greeting its beloved host. But Yebei's face immediately darkens with anger. He growls in fury. System. We've traveled realms and gathered plenty of disciples. So we should have accumulated tons of skill cards and rewards, right? In an instant, Yebei makes a bold choice, deciding to sacrifice every single one of them to repair the immortal ladder inside this massive vortex. Acknowledging the command, the system delivers the skill cards, asking its host to inspect them. Yebei stands tall, forming hand seals as a majestic aura floods the area. Golden runes float and gather around him, weaving together into an array. The vortex grows larger, swallowing the radiant golden light as Yebei mutters softly. He roars, eyes blazing as he commands the power to get stronger. Spiritual energy explodes from his body, surging with raw force. A solid cube begins to form at the center of the vortex, surrounded by glowing rings like stellar orbits, creating a massive, shocking formation. She watches, heart trembling in shock. She cannot help but gasp. You see that, right? A sudden blue light flashes, returning the quiet lake to undisturbed silence. Yebei looks at the scene and softly tells his disciple it is time to return to the immortal realm. Luo Shoshang quickly nods, obeying her master. The water violently thrashes as 2 figures soar upward, leaving faint trails of light behind as they dash toward the floating gate in the sky. 2 streaks of blue light crash into the barrier, instantly setting off a massive tremor that sends waves of brilliant golden magic rippling. The 2 lights shoot down from the sky into a massive gray palace. Luo Shoshang excitedly turns to him, celebrating their return. But as she looks around, she freezes in confusion, wondering if this ruined place is actually the welcoming hall. Why is it completely destroyed? The shattered walls surrounding them make her wonder if a massive, catastrophic battle had just taken place. A sharp cough. Spitting blood, Yebei stumbles, making her cry out in panic. Fresh crimson drops drip from his lips. Clutching his chest in agony, Yebei realizes that clashing with the divine vortex took a heavy toll on his soul. He tells her not to worry, but she anxiously supports him. A heavy footstep. Someone crushes a stone tile nearby. Hearing the noise, both Yebei and Luo Shuishang spin around, alert. They demand to know who is there. Clutching a flower branch and a green bag, Xingchen steps forward with a bright smile, overjoyed to have found them. Luo Shuishang gasps in disbelief, asking Xingchen how she ended up here. Without hesitation, Xingchen pulls Luo Shuishang into a tight, joyful hug, crying out that she has finally managed to find them. Yebei stares at Xingchen with deep suspicion, questioning why she is in this realm. She gently explains in a soft, steady voice. Master, did you not tell me to stay and focus on training? But once I heard you ascended to this world, I pushed my training to the limit so I could follow you. She excitedly adds that many of her fellow sisters ascended too, even building their own powerful faction in this vast realm. But after arriving, they could not find their master and senior sister, leaving them completely lost. Seeing her confusion, Yebei sighs, explaining that it is a long story. Xingchen glances over and immediately panics upon noticing the blood on his split lip. Master, your injuries. She rushes to check him, but Yebei gently tilts his head, trying to remain completely calm. He asks Xingchen if she really built a faction, and she nods. Once she steps back, he suggests heading to her place first and wait until you see what happens next. She nods. Later, inside a quiet room, Xingchen stands respectfully and offers a red medicine box, calling out to her master. She notes that despite his heavy injuries, his unique physique and internal power are already working to naturally heal him, so there is no need to worry. Taking this rare pill will restore you. Yebei waves his hand and speaks in a low tone, telling her he wishes to recover his own power first. Xingchen bows respectfully and steps back. She shuts the door, leaving her master completely alone to recover his strength in peace. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, saying he has finally found Yebei. Looking back, he recognizes Pavilion Master Thuong Van. The old man drops to his knees, begging Yebei to save their realm from an absolute crisis. Yebei frowns, his sharp glare cutting through him. Old Thuong, it is not that I do not respect you, but I've barely just returned. How on earth did you bypass the medicine hall spies to locate me? Looking up, the old man is thrilled, realizing that in just a few months, Yebei's power already surpasses his, proving he definitely chose the right savior. Bowing humbly, he begs the young man to calm his anger, explaining he was desperate and had to use a small trick to meet. With Yebei staying silent, the old man quickly explains that back at the Southern Sky Arena, he saw he was far from ordinary. He secretly left a tracking mark on his body during the cultivation transmission. This is just so I can trace your location when necessary. Don't worry, it won't do you any harm, otherwise you would have detected it a long time ago. After a brief silence, Yebei frowns and mutters, "Spit it out. What exactly do you want?" Hearing those words, Lord Kang eagerly stands up immediately. Lord Kang hopes Yebei can return to Nantian Arena and take over the demon immortal realm for him. Yebei rubs his chin in amusement, repeating the word takeover, while Lord Kang anxiously explains the situation in a low, tense voice. Now get this. Ever since Yebei vanished after his battle with immortal Lord Tianla, that tyrant experienced an insane power spike. He kept taking over other factions across the immortal realm, and is now closing in on our demon immortal realm. Our demon immortals have always faced harsh discrimination in this realm. Now things will get far worse under his ruthless methods, so I beg you, Brother Yi, to save our demon immortal realm. Yebei crosses his arms with a skeptical look. I recall your strength, Lord Kang, was always above mine, so why are you asking a junior like me for help? The old man sighs heavily, revealing the painful truth without hiding anything. I fought a fierce duel against immortal Lord Tianla recently, but I suffered a devastating defeat. My core spiritual energy is severely damaged, making it impossible to defend our realm. So Yebei asks what kind of help he expects. Should I lead a demon army into battle? Lord Kang shakes his head, explaining that the Grand Alliance Conference will begin in 15 days. Every major faction will gather there to test their strength against one another. The ultimate rewards are a supreme spiritual artifact and the title of Alliance Chief. Desperately, the old man urges Brother Yebei. You were already the rookie king of our Nantian arena, so replacing me now is the absolute perfect choice. If you represent our demon immortal realm, I believe this venture will bring you endless benefits. Lord Kang asks what he thinks, while Yebei rubs his chin thoughtfully, wondering if immortal Lord Tianla will show up. The old man replies immediately. No hesitation. He won't. For some unknown reason, his minions are expanding territory, but he has been in secluded cultivation for half a year, and won't appear yet. Hearing this, Yebei ponders if I represent the demon immortal realm and secure the leadership, I will be able to easily wipe out immortal Lord Tianla with minimal effort later. He then looks over at Lord Kang and accepts the heavy request. All right, I accept. The old man is absolutely thrilled. He quickly turns to leave but pauses to say, I will return now to prepare a guard squad for your protection. Yebei declines firmly. No need. I have my own plans. Lord Kang sighs and reluctantly gives up. He sighs and hands over a crimson item. Check it out. This is the sacred seal of their entire realm. Whoever holds this is the supreme ruler of our realm and can summon our entire army at any time. Please accept this. Yebei smiles. Why trust me so much? Lord Kang replies with resolute eyes. Just like our very first meeting at the Nantian Arena, I believe my judgment of you is absolutely correct. Gazing at the seal, he nods very well. I, Yebei, will definitely keep your realm safe and secure. Hearing his promise, the old man bows deeply in gratitude, while Yebei glances over to signal Luo Shushang. Luo Shushang, pack your things. It is time for us to depart again. She bows her head in obedient agreement. 14 days later, Master and disciples hold a serious discussion. Yao Xingchen speaks up first. The conference starts in 2 days, but the top-tier Lingxiao Palace has already booked every single inn in town. Sitting opposite him, Luo Shanxiang scoffs at their arrogance, while Yao Xingchen continues with an annoyed expression. They deliberately left only one tavern for all other visiting groups to share. This move will definitely provoke infighting among the rivals before the event even starts, allowing Lingxiao Palace to easily reap the benefits when they exhaust each other. Luo Shueshang is furious. For a top faction, their methods are pretty cheap. Yebei rubs his chin. The most effective way is always the best way. She asks in surprise, Master, are you defending them? Just then, Huang Mao struts in demanding 20 rooms. The owner apologizes deeply, let alone 20 rooms. We have absolutely nothing left. Even the last 2 rooms were just booked a moment ago. He points toward Yebei's group. Those folks over there took them. Maybe you can negotiate with them for a place to stay. A heavy sword slams down. Clang. Instantly, the sharp sound draws everyone's attention. Resting one leg on the chair, he looks at Yao Xingchen and Luo Shushang, jumping up and speaks calmly. Relax. I only want to negotiate. Hoang Mao points a thumb arrogantly at them and says, you guys look pretty unfamiliar, so you must be from some tiny backwater sect, right? So it is pretty normal that you do not know our Van Kiem sect. After all, our Van Kiem sect is the second strongest power in the entire immortal realm, right below Tianla Immortal Land, boasting countless disciples and an absolutely unmatched sword Dao. Anyone we meet on the outside has to show us some real respect. Then he sneers arrogantly, hand over your 2 rooms to me, and this young master might just let you live until the big tournament actually begins. Yebei just closes his eyes and laughs. This idiot does not even know how to book a room, yet he calls himself young master. Taking a sip of his tea, he tells her that this master will not interfere, lack girl. Go handle this guy. Luo Sheng glances over and nods, yes, master. Hoang Mao's face darkens, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Before he can even react, she swings her weapon and completely shatters his sword, sending metal shards flying everywhere as he stares in utter fury at what is left of his weapon. How dare you break my precious sword? I will take your life for this. Luo Shushang slashes her lightning-charged sword straight ahead, forcing Hong Mao to stumble back in shock as his face turns completely pale while he still tries to grit his teeth. You bastards. Yi Bei calmly steps forward with a smug grin, so, do you still want to keep going, young master? He turns around to flee, but still throws out a desperate threat. Just you wait. We are backed by the Tianla Immortal Land, and I will be back with reinforcements to crush you. Luo Shang looks puzzled, master. Are we really just letting him leave like that? Ye Bei is not worried at all. Did he not say he would find the Tianla people for us? I am actually hoping he brings their top leader right to our doorstep. His face lights up with pure excitement. Heavenly Lord of Tianla, our war starts right now. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark, endless cave, the Heavenly Lord of Tianla opens his glowing eyes and orders his men to investigate someone immediately. Standing in front of two massive towers, Xingchen can't help but praise the master of Longtu Palace is truly brilliant, using this simple scheme. In just a few days, he baited several rival factions into attacking way ahead of schedule. He is totally crushing the enemy's morale, while subtly showing off our own true strength. Yi Bei calmly replies he has some brains. But these are just minor tricks. We will see who is real. Narrowing her eyes, she promises, master, I definitely will not hold you back. Look at the size of this arena as the announcements start echoing. The Lu Lai sect and Van Kiem sect have officially entered the stage, now calling for the demon immortal realm to enter. As they are announced, the Van Kiem sect disciples start mocking them. A low-tier faction like the demon immortal realm should not even bother showing up. Another disciple chimes in, hey, do not say that. They are technically a second-class force. Even if they are just faking it. Another one sneers, those beasts are already bottom tier in the mortal realm, so trying to act proud in the immortal realm is just laughable. They laugh as the Lu Lai sect joins in. Are they even showing up? If they do not, we will just take all their spots. A Van Kiem disciple sneers, haha, they are probably too terrified to show up. As Ye Bei, Luo Shuishang, and Xing Chen step inside, the announcer calls their name, prompting a nearby cultivator to mock them straight to their faces. Oh, you actually showed up. Must have been tough. Yi Bei responds with a direct punch to his face. Get lost. The guy screams, but the crowd ignores him. Look, the Langtu Palace has arrived. Let's go see it. Luo Shushang repeats the name, her eyes wide. Xing Chen is already drooling over the Langtu Palace name, muttering that their giant flying birds would make excellent ingredients for his pill refining. A massive red bird carrying a carriage flies into view. Ye Bei narrows his eyes, quite a grand entrance, putting massive pressure on everyone the moment they arrive. Luo Shuishang is surprised. Looks like this tournament will be way more exciting than we thought. Things are getting interesting, but Xing Chen is still staring at the bird, repeating how much he wants it. The carriage door opens, and two servants bow respectfully. Lord Ninthan too, your grand seat is over here. Suddenly, the Lord notices Yi Bei standing on the wall, looking down at him. Yi Bei mutters, is that all? While the Lord wonders who he is, he actually shows zero fear of my overwhelming pressure. He just closes his eyes and turns away. Whatever. Probably just another mindless fool. The announcer continues, will all contestants please check the numbers on your tokens and step into the barrier ahead to begin the tournament. Floating high in midair, the host declares that the Grand Immortal Land Alliance tournament has officially begun. He spreads his arms to explain the rules. This tournament consists of 3 rounds, starting with a disciple battle where each sect sends 10 of their best fighters to secure their advancement. For the final showdown, the last one standing will claim first place for their sect. Round 1, Demon Immortal Realm versus the Van Kiem sect, starts right now. Instantly, a crowd of fighters leaps onto the arena. Leading the pack, Hoang Mao laughs mockingly. Has the Demon Immortal Realm run away out of fear after hearing our great sect's name? The crowd joins in his laughter, but suddenly, a golden whip slashes through the air, slamming down and shattering the stone beneath them. Standing in mid-air, Luo Shang sneers, what is the rush? Still want to come up here and fight? Hong Mao freezes in a cold sweat. It is you. Above Luo Shuishang's head, a glowing halo shines as she gathers energy, asking if they went to get Tianla Fairyland to punish them. So why is there no sign of them these past few days? Hong Mao grumbles, his teeth gritting in anger. Do not get too cocky. I reported you to Tianla Fairyland. They will teach you a lesson soon. Did you show up alone because your realm has nobody else? She mocks, unleashing her energy and charging the Van Kiem sect crowd. I will defeat everyone here, she declares. But they yell enough. He furiously rallies his allies, screaming that she is all alone so they will easily win and to kill her now. But her golden whip slaps his face and blocks the rest. Luo Shushang lands gracefully. Those guys are already sent flying by her golden whip, crying on the ground in total pain after just one single strike. She coldly declares it is over, but Huang Mao stands firm and laughs, raising his hands to gather energy and saying she is the one who is finished. Too bad for her. Because he secretly laid a trap beforehand, thousands of glowing swords appear, aimed right at her as he screams to die. Look at this. The formation beneath her feet glows brightly as the blades charge right at her. Xingchen cries out in worry for her sister, but Ye Bei is perfectly calm, asking if she is still doubting her senior sister's power. The smoke clears to show Luo Shoushang bursting with energy, mockingly asking if this weak trap is all they have. Huang Mao stares in pure terror, unable to believe she hijacked his sect's fire formation, while she casually creates a massive energy sphere. Seeing the terrifying blast rushing right at him, he desperately screams for his young master to save his life. A massive boom. The violent blast sends dirt and rocks flying high. Another disciple tries to flee, muttering that it is impossible and must be witchcraft, swearing to report her to the Thien La sect master. But he is too late. Her rope suddenly hardens and pierces straight through him. Luo Shoushang keeps her hand raised, calling them trash, while the horrified survivors realize she just wiped out 10 of their elite disciples alone. They shake in utter terror, wondering what kind of monster they are even dealing with. Remembering her threat to crush everyone in the arena, he desperately wonders if it is too late to run away. Watching from above, Ninthan frowns and orders his men to sabotage all of this woman's future matches. His subordinate bows, but on the next day, her whip still sends everyone flying, and the third day is no different. By the 7th day, she merely waves her hand. They immediately drop and surrender. The referee announces the first round has ended, with our demon fairy realm taking first place. As they announce the runners-up, Luo Shueshang lands beside Ye Bei, who warmly praises her for a job well done. Xingchen's eyes sparkle with excitement as she praises her senior sister for single-handedly taking down the entire arena. She admits she was worried during those scary moments, but her sister won easily without a single scratch. They happily tease each other, with Luo Shueshang teasing that if Xingchen practiced martial arts instead of alchemy, she would be just as deadly. Xingchen blushes and tells her sister to stop teasing, but Luo Shueshang suddenly remembers something important and turns to her master. She tells Ye Bei that she noticed something incredibly strange during her fights over the past few days. Counting on her fingers, she explains that in every single round, someone had clearly prepared traps for her. They wanted her dead. But Xingchen laughs, saying it is normal to target someone so strong. She rubs her chin, muttering that standard traps are fine, but these were far too deadly. Her opponents did not have the power to pull this off, meaning a major sect or a massive alliance must be pulling the strings. Ye Bei smiles, explaining that the enemy is getting impatient, and the sooner they make their move, the better. They will expose their own weaknesses, so they just need to wait, and she nods in agreement. She tells Xingchen that since the disciple rounds are over, the second phase testing sect strength is starting. This round compares their treasures, so the rarer and more valuable their goods, the higher their score, asking if she can win. Wait until you see this. Xingchen proudly puts her hands on her hips, saying her specialty is crafting top-tier pills. She claims that, as the realm's premier alchemist, no one in the entire world can even compete with her. A single pill from her pocket is worth more than the entire net worth of those tiny sects. Ye Bei smiles at her bragging, secretly loving her confidence as she giggles and playfully scratches her cheek. Meanwhile, a thief sneaks into their room and steals her medicine bag, escaping across the rooftops without realizing they watched him. Xingchen asks her master if they should really let him get away with those precious ingredients. Ye Bei calmly smiles. A well-set trap is only fun when someone actually steps on it. Luo Shueshang speaks up. Tomorrow, we will finally know our hidden enemy. If it is a fair fight, she is not worried, and luckily he still has a secret weapon. Hey. The next day arrives, and the host announces that the grand tournament will be split into 3 distinct rounds. Round 1 tests disciple strength. Every single sect here is free to participate. Next, Round 2 tests sect strength, limited only to the top 20 on the talent board. Then, Round 3 is a chaotic battle to seize divine weapons that everyone can join. Whichever sect secures the most victories across these 3 rounds will walk away victorious, and their leader will become the chief of our entire immortal alliance. Right on cue, 2 massive stone tables rise up as the host makes his grand announcement. The second round officially begins. He calls for the contestants to place their immortal treasures right onto the jade tables. This preliminary stage judges talent board rankings and the rarity of each treasure to determine which sects advance to the final showdown. Epic treasures are continuously brought forward. Red Star Ganoderma, Golden Flamestone, Mysterious Ice Flower, World-Crossing Incense, and Star Marrow, Star Worms, and Marble Jade. The watching crowd whispers, pointing out the Red Star Ganoderma and Golden Flame. The Mysterious Ice Flower and World-Crossing Incense are top-tier immortal items. Some are such legendary treasures that you probably could not find them even on an ancient battlefield. No joke, this year's competition is getting crazy. One observer closes his eyes, muttering about how tough the choice is between the mind-controlling star marrow worms and the golden flamestone taken from the Chongyang temple. His neighbor raises an eyebrow. No contest. Obviously, they must choose the Tianhun Rongshu pill from Lingxiao Palace. Back then, Lingxiao Palace built their entire empire using that very same medicinal pill. Others in the crowd nod along, agreeing that while the other treasures are incredibly precious, regular sects can obtain those with enough effort. But this blood-melting pill requires legendary immortal herbs and an incredibly skilled master alchemist to even stand a chance of creating it. Yes, another agrees. I am voting for Lingxiao Palace too. Count me in for Lingxiao Palace. It is incredibly rare and precious, so they easily get my vote. The host smiles to himself, noting that it looks like Lingxiao Palace is going to secure first place yet again. Yao Xingchen suddenly approaches carrying a strange pouch, asking if she is allowed to join the competition. He raises his hand to stop her, apologizing and explaining that, since this round is strictly limited to the top 20 on the talent board, she cannot join. She immediately pulls out 5 identical master-tier treasures, asking if bringing these out would qualify her to enter the tournament. The host stands frozen like he just got struck by lightning. He rushes over to examine the Red Star Ganoderma, Golden Flame, and Ice Flower, along with the Star Marrow and Worms. The crowd gossips, wondering how she has every single rare treasure. Could they be fake? Yao Xingchen confidently waves her hand, inviting them to test the authenticity however they want. The host picks up the Golden Flame Stone, completely shocked to his core to find that every single item is genuine. Looking up at the sky, the host announces that the young girl has successfully passed the round. But some competitors grind their teeth, angry that this random kid just slipped right in. The host glares back with a dark expression, telling them that if they can produce these same treasures, they can jump to the finals too. They immediately shut up. Yao Xingchen grins, pulling out a glowing red pill to show off. Oh right, she says, I quickly whipped up this Tianhun Rongshui pill last night, so add this to my score too. The onlookers stand there with their jaws on the floor. I mean, who wouldn't be terrified of her background? Right away, the host raises his hand to announce that Lingxiao Palace, the Demon Fairy Realm, and Lu Li sect are moving on. Yao Xingchen clenches her fist, whispering that this is way too easy. Ning Chen and the rest of the Lu Li sect glare, their faces dark with pure frustration. The host speaks up again, announcing that the remaining contestants will now enter the final round. This final showdown will be decided based on both the absolute rarity and overall value of the treasures presented. Contestants are also free to bring out brand new items to secure their victory. Yao Xingchen happily steps forward to go first, and the host politely gestures for her to proceed. A tiny, glowing spirit beast appears on her palm. The onlookers just shrug, muttering that a simple beast spirit is nothing special. She calmly replies that she was the one who actually created it. The crowd gasps, screaming in absolute disbelief. Creating living beings from scratch is completely unheard of. Yao Xingchen holds it up, inviting them to inspect its body with spiritual energy if they do not believe her. Its body is forged from immortal watergrass stones, entirely different from the physical flesh and blood of normal humans. One quick scan will prove it. She gently channels her spiritual energy, sending the glowing sphere floating toward the judges. The host and 2 sect leaders scan it together, realizing it is indeed an artificially refined creature. The Lu Li sect members break into a cold sweat. This secret technique is beyond belief, and she is casually outclassing every single sect here. Truly a terrifying opponent. If they keep going, they'll just end up completely humiliating themselves. So walking away now is definitely the smarter move. He raises his hand. Our Lu Li sect withdraws from this round. Shichmao starts panicking. The palace master is watching closely. If I lose this match, I'm absolute toast. There's no way I can fail here. He pulls out a glowing red orb and boasts proudly. This is the ultimate treasure of our Lingxiao Palace, the very source of spiritual energy for everyone in our sect. I refuse to believe anything can compare to our top-tier divine artifact. Show me whatever else you've got. The crowd's jaws drop in absolute shock, whispering and buzzing with excitement. This is easily the best treasure today. It's definitely securing the championship win. So that's how Lingxiao Palace became the strongest power around here. But wait, are they really so desperate they had to show their hand? Showing off their secret technique like this is a major slip-up. Xingchen smirks, realizing she played him perfectly. Now she finally knows their deepest secret. She turns away with a totally indifferent shrug. My little spirit beast might be rare, but next to that, it's basically worthless. So congratulations on the victory. It is just one match. We really don't mind taking the loss. Cold sweat drips down Shichmao's face as the truth hits him. Wait, I've been played. Xingchen walks back and raises 3 fingers. Master, your disciple's mission is fully complete. Yebei nods in approval, telling her she did a great job. Meanwhile, Ninten completely shatters his chair's armrest, releasing an explosive wave of furious spiritual energy. Those 3 from the Yao Xian realm, I seriously underestimated them. How dare they steal my glory? I'm going to make sure they don't survive to see tomorrow morning. Under the dark night sky, inside the quiet Xianmin Inn, Ye Bei and Luo Shuishang are fast asleep, while soft moonlight streams through the window. Zhichmao cracks open the door to spy on them, then flies up to meet his master in the air, reporting directly to Nin Than. I checked on them. Those three fools have no idea our grand formation is active. They are sound asleep. Nin Than orders with absolute bloodlust in his eyes, kill them all. 3 massive fireballs begin spinning violently right above the inn roof. And then boom! Look at that massive explosion rocking the entire area, lighting up the sky as the building is completely swallowed by a blazing inferno. Fire! Everyone run! Why won't these flames go out? Help us! Meanwhile, Ninthan watches the chaos with cold indifference. Not a single soul gets out of this inn alive tonight. Zhichmao bows deeply, replying with a submissive yes, Palace Master. The next morning, everyone is gathering at the arena, whispering about how that massive fire looks exactly like the previous disaster. Bakvu glances over at the leader, realizing Lingxiao Palace is definitely behind this. Is there really no sect strong enough to put them in their place? Lam Duong speaks up, wondering about the Yaoxian realm crew. Their guys this year are definitely something else. Maybe they can slowly chip away at Lingxiao Palace's arrogance. Hu Yetvu rests her chin on her hand, adding that they were apparently staying at that exact inn. That fire was absolutely massive, so they probably didn't survive. But the Thien La Immortal Lord chimes in, urging sect masters Bak Vu and Lam Duong to stay strong, reminding them of their powerful backer. Ninthan is still incredibly arrogant. Looks like our Lingxiao Palace is still ruling the roost this year. The host stands before the space portal, announcing that due to some unexpected circumstances, only a few select sects will be participating in the final round of the Tiandian Alliance Grand Conference. This final round is the most critical event of the entire year, awarding the highest possible points out of all 3 stages inside the secret realm. Whichever sect manages to seize the divine artifact from the terrifying guardian beast inside the realm will win it all. Under the clear blue sky, he continues. Just a quick warning, once you enter the secret realm, it is strictly life or death. If you want to elevate your sect's rank, you absolutely have to grab this chance. And get this, one group is already deep inside starting the game. Ninthan and the 3 sect masters are completely frozen in shock, yelling out, "Wait, what?" The host calmly reveals it's the Yao Xian realm. Cutting to the secret realm, we see a massive wolf beast slumped right in front of Ye Bei, completely covered in fresh blood. He reaches out, mocking how this guardian beast got utterly wrecked without even putting up a fight. Glancing back as someone yells to hand over the Shen Huang cauldron, he just smirks. They're finally here. Be warned, today is the ultimate showdown between my Yao Xian realm and Lingxiao Palace, so you guys better beat it while you still can. Lam Duong, Hu Yetvu, and Bak Vu exchange glances. Ninthan points aggressively, barking orders, "Kill Ye Bei. Once I become the leader of this alliance, I'll help every single one of your sects rise up to the 2nd rank. All you have to do is align with my Lingxiao Palace." But those 3 instantly step behind Ye Bei, shouting together, "Sect Master Da, we stand with you." Ninthan gnashes his teeth in absolute fury. "You are asking for death." With his massive firebird summon soaring above, he unleashes his aura and takes flight. "You rejected the path of mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless." The sheer shockwave forces Lam Duong, Huet Vu, and Bak Vu to stumble backward. His face goes dark with rage as he bellows, "Firebird, kill them now." The beast prepares to breathe massive flames, but suddenly, its throat gets completely choked up. Ninthan glances back, completely stunned. "Firebird, what's wrong with you?" The massive creature plummets straight down, leaving its master totally dumbfounded. Frowning in pure anger, the Lord wonders what on earth is happening. Standing behind him, Luo Shoushang reminds him that she warned him not to take too much medicine, but he just wouldn't listen. The Lord whips around, shocked to see they are still alive. Xingchen raises an eyebrow in judgment, pointing out he first framed her senior sister in the tournament, then sent thieves to steal her elixir. If we just sat there waiting to die, we would be absolute fools. But Luo Shuishang shrugs it off, telling Xingchen not to waste breath on him. "The Firebird ate the poisoned elixir he stole from you. While it's still weak, let's kill him." She immediately obeys the command. "Right away, senior sister." This time, Ning Chen is absolutely furious, lightning crackling around her. "How dare you poison my Firebird now? Prepare to die." 3 massive forces clash, sending out violent waves of crackling lightning energy. Even in a 2-on-1 fight, Luo Shushang and Xingchen are clearly struggling. But here is the crazy part. A massive magic array appears behind Ning Chen, blasting them back. Unable to hold on, she crashes hard onto the ground. Yi Bei steps forward with an offer. "Xingchen, if you kill Ning Chenzi, this divine phoenix cauldron and that raging firebird on the ground are all yours." Instantly, Xingchen's eyes turn into literal hearts. This divine phoenix cauldron isn't just the ultimate tool for refining pills. It can multiply my refining speed, and even double as a weapon for both attack and defense. It is absolutely perfect for me. Re-energized, she charges right back into the battlefield, screaming that Ning Chenzi is going to die today. Our Lord frowns as he realizes something is wrong. She activated the Divine Phoenix Cauldron. Once again, Ning Chen has to block 2 different incoming forces alone. The Lord screams as his body swells from absorbing too much power. Yeah, this is going to end badly. Then boom! He explodes in a massive blast of rainbow light. Xing Chen and Luo Shoushang land safely, while the once mighty Lord is reduced to a bloody puddle on the floor. She happily hugs the cauldron, purring that the Divine Phoenix Cauldron and the Firebird are all hers now, leaving Luo Jushang totally speechless. Suddenly, the 3 sect leaders look incredibly sinister. Shui Yu grunts that the Divine Phoenix Cauldron has actually fallen to some little brat. The sect leaders leap forward, blocking Ye Bei's trio. Ye Bei's face darkens, yet he keeps smiling. Oh, so you 3 are still here? Lan Yang fake laughs, greeting sect leader Ye Bei and sincerely thanking him for stepping in. Otherwise, Ning Chenzi would have definitely slaughtered them all. Shui Yu quickly agrees it is all thanks to sect leader Ye. Ye Bei gets straight to the point. If that's true, you 3 wouldn't dream of biting the hand that fed you, right? Lan Yang quickly reassures him with a smile, saying it was just a misunderstanding and they would never do that. Since your trio won this tournament and claimed the divine weapon, we came to invite you to take office as the alliance leader of the Immortal Alliance. Ye Bei radiates a dark aura with a warm smile. Is that so? Lan Yang squints, confirming it. Lan Yang secretly thinks that when Ye Bei fought Ning Chenzi, they only pretended to side with him. They wanted him to drop his guard, but the guy remained extremely cautious. Lan Yang breaks into a cold sweat, knowing their trio is strong enough to slay Ning Chenzi. Even if the 3 sect leaders team up, they probably stand no chance. For now, they must play along to stay alive. His eyes widen. The Immortal Lord ordered them to steal that cauldron. Since the cauldron is in their hands, why not lure them to Tianla Immortal Realm and let the Immortal Lord handle them? That way, they can claim the credit without lifting a single finger. So, he bows deeply with clasped hands, pleading with sect leader Ye Bei to accept the position of alliance leader, as it is what all the people desire. Ye Bei calmly responds. Sure, he says, while secretly thinking he wants to see what they are really planning. Back at the arena, the announcer declares the champion of the Immortal Alliance Grand Tournament is the Demon Immortal Realm. The host gestures toward Ye Bei. The new alliance leader will be represented by the Demon Immortal Realm, specifically Ye Bei. Our crowd is buzzing in shock. They actually took down Ning Chenzi. He definitely deserves the title, but they belong to the Demon Immortal Realm. Since this Grand Alliance was first founded, how could a demon possibly lead us? Exactly. And since no one else from their realm showed up, can these 3 even carry that weight? Is not the leader supposed to protect all the other sects? Can they really convince the other dozen factions to follow them? Bai kneels first, paying respects to the new alliance leader. Soon, the other 2 sect leaders follow suit, pledging their allegiance. With that, the crowd falls silent as Bai steps forward with a serious expression. The Demon Immortal Realm is a major powerhouse here, and everyone already knows the sheer strength of our alliance leader. If anyone objects, you can answer to my Bai sect first. Besides, the Tianla Immortal Realm has been completely out of control lately, and only leader Ye Bei has the power to stop them. He bows respectfully, inviting Ye Bei to lead them straight into the Tianla Immortal Realm to capture their lord and restore true justice to the land. Ye Bei darkens, calculating his next move. So you guys are actually the lackeys of the Tianluo Palace Master. Let us see what tricks you can pull off. Different sects are finally united under one goal. The Tianluo Sanctuary has run rampant for too long, and if anyone can destroy them, I will gladly name them my boss. Yes, our leader must defeat the Tianluo Palace Master for us. Defeat the Tianluo Palace Master? Releasing his majestic spiritual aura, he proudly declares that from today on, I, Ye Bei, am the Immortal Alliance leader. The demon realm is supreme, but I will seize Lingxiao Palace myself, and honestly, their minds are completely blown by this. Ye Bei spreads his arms like a divine god, promising that since you have suffered under the Tianluo Sanctuary, I will deliver absolute justice, but if anyone dares to challenge my authority right now, I will not hesitate to establish my dominance on the spot. Any more objections? They only avert their eyes in silence as he smiles in satisfaction. Very well. You all seem to support me. In front of the massive arena crowd, he delivers his final decree. So go back and prepare, because in half a month, you will follow me to strike down the Tianluo Temple. Immediately, everyone roars in unison, strike down the Tianluo Temple. The entire arena erupts with thunderous cheers. Destroy the Tianluo Temple. Destroy the Tianluo Temple. Destroy the Tianluo Temple. Standing behind Ye Bei, Bai Yu listens to the roaring crowd. Destroy the Tianluo Temple. He sneers triumphantly. They fell for it. I must inform the master that the fish has finally bitten. Behind the Ryu Medicine Hall lies a towering cliff. Ye Bei swallows a golden pill and meditates, his body glowing with massive spheres of spiritual aura. With his eyes closed, a glowing stellar matrix map manifests behind him, then his eyes snap open with blue light as a massive lightning storm suddenly crashes down around him. After the destruction clears, Yebei observes the floating constellations, raising his hand to feel the energy. The pill refined by Xing is truly impressive, especially with the Divine Emperor Cauldron. My cultivation has leaped to the mid-stage of the false immortal realm in just 10 days. This power is more than enough to deal with the Tian Luo Palace Master. Suddenly, a soft rustling sounds from behind the trees, instantly catching his attention, but as he turns, there is nothing except rising dust. He frowns, but suddenly a lethal fist aims right for his face. Did you expect a sneak attack? He dodges, and the ground explodes. Landing with a cold face, he sneers, too bad. You are too slow. From the shadows, 2 intersecting energy beams strike at him, but he casually sweeps his hand, creating a spiritual blade that easily blocks the attack. Yebei raises his hand. That is the second strike. You lost again. Now it is my turn, so do not complain if you cannot take it. His projected palm grows massive, containing a tiny universe that showcases his absolute mastery of the Shield Dao. The giant hand smashes into a defensive wall that suddenly appeared, crushing it to pieces instantly. A group of Yebei's disciples hold their aching wrists and groan. Master, you used way too much force. That really hurts. You do not show us any mercy at all. Yebei folds his arms to lecture them. It is rare to see such filial piety. You all try to kill me the moment we meet. How can I love you? Wu Xiao pouts pitifully. Master, we were only playing around. Do not take it so seriously. Tai Bai looks up with a sad sigh. Exactly. We only wanted to test Master's current strength. Xun Wu begins to weep. My precious Shield Dao is ruined. The girls enthusiastically swarm him as Wu Xiao whines. Master, we missed you to death. Lin Feng adds with worry. Have you lost weight? And can you still find us a beautiful mistress? Luo Xueshang steps out from the crowd with a fake cough cough cough. All right, back off everyone. Do not delay our official business. They sigh in admiration as expected of the eldest senior sister. She remains as cold and majestic as ever. Wu Xiao notes that the eldest senior sister is very gentle with Master, only to be scolded. You idiot. How can Master be compared to us? Yebei raises his hand to change the subject after ascending. You all established your own factions across the immortal realm. During this time, did you uncover any weakness of the Tianluo Palace Master? Lin Feng answers back when you left. The Tianluo Palace Master was completely unstoppable, aggressively taking over countless immortal factions. Once Tianluo Temple rose to become the supreme sect, even our own allied factions suffered heavy losses whenever we clashed with them, putting us at a major disadvantage. Just when we thought Tianluo Sanctuary was about to completely dominate the entire immortal realm, the Tianluo Palace Master suddenly halted his aggressive expansion altogether, retreating into the secret cultivation grounds of Tianluo Temple. Despite his greedy nature, especially with his arrogant personality, how could he just stop right there? The whole situation is incredibly suspicious, so junior sister Zhuge Fu and I investigated in secret, uncovering a truly terrifying secret. Yebei immediately asks, what secret? Lin Feng calmly drops a shocking bombshell. It seems he wants to turn the entire immortal realm into a giant array, sacrificing and destroying the entire immortal world. While Yebei and Luo Xueshang remain calm, Tai Bai and Wu Xiao gasp in shock. What? Tai Bai asks Lin Feng in confusion. Destroying the immortal realm would literally mean destroying his own power and legacy. Is the Tianla sovereign completely insane? Shui Song asks, resting her chin in her hands. Unless. She quickly turns to ask, unless what? Yebei calmly chimes in. Unless destroying the immortal realm brings him an even greater reward. The Tianla sovereign is incredibly greedy. He is selfish to the core. And unless there is a bigger prize, he would never throw away his lifetime of effort. Lin Feng agrees. Master is right. My junior sister and I had our doubts about our own judgment. After all, destroying the immortal realm does him no good. But when we went to investigate, we discovered the power absorbed by the Tianla sovereign can combine into a massive primordial heavenly array. Once this array is activated, absolutely everything, both people and objects, will dissolve back into primal chaos. Raising a finger, she shares her thoughts. That is exactly why we suspect the Tianla sovereign wants to erase the entire immortal realm. Wu Xiao gasps, that is terrifying. We have to stop him. Yebei just smiles calmly. Do not worry. He has not acted for this long, meaning his array definitely ran into a major problem. Besides, the immortal realm has existed since the dawn of creation. He cannot just destroy it on a whim. Yebei waves his hand, ordering Lin Feng, lead your junior sisters to dismantle the array layout. She cups her hands in obedience. Yes, master. Facing his other disciples, Yebei announces Tai Bai, Xing Chen, Wu Xiao, and little Luo as well. Follow me to meet the Tianla sovereign. They immediately answer in unison, yes. You are going to love this next part. 5 days later, Shui Song channels her purple energy technique, while Tai Bai unleashes his spectacular green glowing sword style. Wu Xiao's eyes flash with emerald light as he activates the tenfold Realm King power. These three distinct forces strike simultaneously, causing a massive, earth-shattering tremor. On the other side, Bai Yu gestures forward, welcoming them Alliance Leader Ye. Behind me lies the restricted zone of the Tianla Sacred Land, where the Sovereign is currently cultivating. He then bows respectfully Alliance Leader Ye. Since you are our great Alliance Leader, why do you not lead the way inside? Ye Bei steps forward without a single trace of hesitation. Very well. The path ahead is dangerous, so this leader should enter first. But the moment his foot stomps down, a series of arrays instantly materialize right above their heads. Instead of worrying, Ye Bei simply lets out a sinister smirk. His terrified followers panic. Everyone watch out. There is an array here. Someone yells. What is happening? Total shock spreads as they realize the truth. Elder, my spiritual energy is completely gone. I cannot use my power either. Who set a trap here? Bai Yu narrows his eyes with a smug grin. The Sovereign has made his move. A moment passes, leaves rustle, yet absolutely nothing happens, leaving him utterly baffled. Wait, where is the Sovereign? Suddenly, Ye Bei speaks up. Do not bother looking. This array was actually laid by me. Bai Yu freezes in shock. What? Ye Bei gives him a mockingly playful stare. Sect Master Bai Yu, I really must thank you. Not only did you help me secure the Alliance Leader position, but you also rooted out the small-time traitors trying to deceive us, allowing us to smoothly infiltrate right into the Tianla Sacred Land. Bai Yu points an angry finger directly at Ye Bei. So you knew all along we belonged to the Tianla Sovereign. You used us. Ye Bei turns around, waving his hand with a cold sneer. Once I eliminate the Tianla Sovereign, you will get all the credit, and I will personally reward you with a beautiful tombstone. Bai Yu threatens him. Ye Bei, if you dare kill me, the Sovereign will make you pay. Suddenly, a massive wave of spiritual energy slams directly into him, triggering a violent explosion. Bai Yu grits his teeth in deep hatred. Damn it, inside his array, my energy is completely gone, and I am no match for him at all, especially with another massive beam of spiritual power rushing right at me. Sweating, he screams, I am finished. A powerful beam of light crashes down, blocking the attack just as Bai Yu screams, Sovereign, save me. Letting out a sigh of relief, he looks at the Sovereign. You finally came to save me. The old man steps forward, declaring, Ye Bei, we finally meet. I have been waiting for you a very long time. Ye Bei nods in agreement likewise. Wu Xiao cracks his knuckles. Master, are we about to fight now? I cannot wait any longer. Tai Bai's sword gleams brightly. Your disciple is also fully prepared. The Sovereign raises a hand to stop them. No need to rush. I did not come here today to send you to your graves, but to offer a partnership. Ye Bei looks confused while Sui Sang frowns. A partnership. The old man starts praising them. Ye Bei, despite our past conflicts, I have actually always held quite a high level of admiration for you. You are the most talented person I have ever met, with endless potential, mastering so many grand paths at such a young age, and even passing them down. Folding his arms in satisfaction, Ye Bei admits that much I can agree with. He is not wrong. Wu Xiao grins. Totally true. The old man casually states his true goal. If I were to choose a worthy rival in the immortal realm, only you are worthy of partnering with me. Ye Bei indifferently asks, what kind of cooperation do you want? The Sovereign suddenly widens his eyes, questioning back, do you know what lies above the upper realm? Wu Xiao places his hands on his hips, completely impatient, stops speaking in riddles and spit it out. His eyes flash, thinking of that massive tree, of the upper world where the gods rule. Mortals spend their miserable lives chasing nothing more than a handful of magical weapons. Throw them a few scraps, and they will tear each other apart for it. But when it comes to the cosmic creator, he says gods operate on a whole different level. Gods transcend both realms. They are the supreme creators, holding absolute, unmatched authority. Life and death are decided with a simple snap of their fingers. For elite geniuses like us, ascending to godhood is the only true end goal. Tianla reaches out his hand, inviting Ye Bei to join forces. He claims he found the path to godhood and only needs one final piece. With Ye Bei's help, success is guaranteed, but Ye Bei only responds with a mocking smile. Asking if that method means sacrificing the entire immortal realm just to open the gate, Tai Bai looks horrified. Sacrificing everything? Ngor Tiu grits her teeth. He is literally trying to slaughter everyone here. Tianla sneers, declaring that using this realm and their pathetic lives to pave his path to heaven is actually their greatest blessing. Realization hits Barkvur hard as he confronts the master. He trusted him to protect the Barkvur sect, but it was all a filthy lie. Every sect that surrendered is just a pawn to him. Enraged, he charges forward, screaming that Tianla is no better than Lung Tio Palace, but the old master just watches with cold indifference. A giant purple hand manifests, responding directly to the old man's gesture. It crushes Barkvur, spraying blood everywhere. He snaps the life right out of him, just like that. Snap! As the hand vanishes, Blood scatters over the terrified onlookers, but Ye Bei remains totally unfazed. He mocks the master, admitting he has some strength, but pointing out he hasn't improved even a single bit in hundreds of years. As the old man looks back, Ye Bei continues his insults, noting he controls the realm's peak power, yet he remains completely stagnant. He asks him on what grounds he believes he can become a god, let alone stand as his equal. Tianla frowns, realizing the truth. It seems the boy has absolutely no intention of working with him. Glaring through the darkness, he decides he has to kill him. Tuet Thung cracks her knuckles, asking her master to let them take the lead. Narrowing his eyes, the master threatens to make an example out of his disciples first. After all, they won't be the first of his students to die by his hands. Ye Bei's eyes widen in sheer horror. What? And here's where he drops a massive bombshell laughing. He mentions how during their last battle in the spatial void, a random girl showed up claiming to be Ye Bei's disciple. She called herself Tu Han, and her power was even weaker than theirs. He claims he easily dispatched her with a single wave. Hearing this, Ngor Tio explodes with rage, pooling energy into her fists. She swears to kill him, but the old monster effortlessly dodges her strike, casually noting that her power is decent but still lacking. A massive magic array flashes behind her, but Tianla easily slips past the beams and charges. Ngor Tio freezes in disbelief at his extreme speed as he lands a heavy blow, sending her flying back, spitting blood despite her guard. Tuet Tung and Tai Bai scream her name in panic. He sends two massive serpents to attack them, but they both leap back to safety. The twin serpents weave around each other as Tuet Thung warns Tai Bai to stay calm and look for an opening, which she acknowledges. Agreeing, Tuet Thung analyzes the gap their foe is at the true immortal stage, while they are not even mid-stage void immortals yet. Winning a head-on clash is impossible unless they rely on some special, high-risk tactics. Reaching out, she quickly shouts to Xing Chenan for the pills. "Oh, you are going to love this power-up." Xing Chenan throws a red pill, and the moment she swallows it, her aura erupts violently, instantly vaporizing the giant serpent. Tai Bai shreds the other serpent on her side. With zero hesitation, both girls charge straight at Tianla. The old master frowns, surprised that two early-stage void immortals could actually threaten a peak true immortal. Ye Bei's disciples are truly full of surprises. Suddenly, he releases a web of red threads, mocking them for forgetting they are standing right inside his territory. Spotting the danger, Tuet Thung screams a warning that these thin threads are designed to drain their spiritual energy. They get instantly trapped like fish in a net. Tai Bai screams in panic. The glowing threads immediately tighten, trapping them inside two separate energy spheres. Tianla looks back, asking Ye Bei if he regrets his choice after seeing his students suffer, but he turns to find nothing but empty space. Where is he? Looking up, he spots Ye Bei channeling violent lightning. Tianla freezes in shock, wondering if he intends to summon a tribulation to shatter his formation. He calmly charges up a massive spark of electricity, leaving Tianla absolutely stunned. No way. This lunatic is actually calling down a tribulation to force a breakthrough. The gap between void immortal and true immortal takes hundreds, even thousands of years of cultivation. It took even me 100 years. Forcing a breakthrough like this is nothing short of pure suicide. Thick lightning bolts crash down, and Ye Bei frowns, dodging them narrowly. The true immortal tribulation is absolutely terrifying. It is lightning fast, and every single strike feels like walking through death's door. Gritting his teeth, he mutters, "If I did not possess the true dragon immortal body, and had not broken past my physical limits so many times, my body probably would have exploded by now." Lightning tears the entire sky apart, with every single bolt slamming directly down on Ye Bei's protective barrier. Tianluo watches and sighs at such a genius falling like this, but then his eyes go wide in absolute shock. Look closely, what is he actually doing? Ye Bei is like a monster now. He grins, "If I can't run, I'll swallow you whole." Shrugging off the lightning, he dares it to hit harder. A purple array flares up behind him. Ye Bei has fully mastered the Tao of Greed. Tianluo blankly watches the raging vortex. When it clears, Ye Bei has literally turned into a sphere of pure static electricity. Completely unharmed, he casually grabs the sparks. The old man breaks into a cold sweat. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone just swallow a heavenly tribulation? Not only did he swallow the tribulation, but he turned the lightning into his own weapon. Is he even human? Ye Bei conjures a massive orb, unleashing the heaven and earth lightning law. Lightning bolts of all sizes rain down, instantly gathering to strike straight at Tianluo. Crouching down, he channels his spiritual energy into a massive dome. His eyes glow purple as he roars, waving his hand to completely halt the attack. But anyone thinking he is exhausted is dead wrong. Ye Bei's talent and strength are definitely insane, but he is still just an early true immortal. Sure, he can threaten me, but he is still not strong enough to win. In fact, if I defeat him and absorb his power, I might just activate the Array Eye. That would trigger the primordial array, finally opening the gateway to the upper world. But in a flash, Ye Bei is right in front of him. Terrified by his speed, Tianluo grits his teeth and blocks a palm strike. Their clashing forces unleash massive shockwaves across the field. Tianluo grimaces. He suddenly realizes something. Pulling back his hands, he is the only one stumbled backward. Clutching his chest, he gasps that lightning is too overbearing. It actually bypassed his chest and directly attacked his meridians. If my cultivation realm wasn't superior to his, I probably would have been vaporized. Infuriated, he barks, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Bei just brushes off the dust. He chuckles, "I'm laughing because you've already lost. I only used half my strength just now." Tianluo scowls. "The battle isn't over yet. Kid, don't get too ahead of yourself." With Ye Bei's raised arm acting as a lightning rod, you can just feel the sheer panic. Can the old man even survive the next strike? You can summon the tribulation? The immortal lord screams out. Why does he get this? Frantically casting spells, he rages, "How did you break through to the true immortal realm in just half a day? How can you just steal the heavenly lightning so easily and claim it as your own?" A massive orb of energy gathers in the old man's palms as his raw power explodes outward. He screams at the heavens. Meanwhile, Ye Bei simply states the cold, hard truth. If your talent and luck allow you to stand above others, then someone else can easily stand above you. And it just so happens that person is me. With cold eyes, Ye Bei says you fully enjoyed the glory of standing above others, treating them like worthless dirt and sacrifices. The only difference is that the one standing above everyone else now is not you. So do not be quite so greedy in your next life. Right now, I will let you experience what it feels like to be crushed. Ye Bei lowers his hand, unleashing the tribulation. With him at the center, a wave of terrifying, destructive energy ripples outward. The massive blast shoots straight up, paralyzing the immortal lord. Ye Bei calmly mutters, "It is over." Once the smoke clears, his charred, motionless body is revealed, still sizzling on the ground. Staring down, he warns him to not be so greedy in his next life. He turns and walks away, trying to claim everything only leaves you with nothing. Next, he raises both hands, summoning a powerful orb of energy. The light fades to reveal Luo Shoushang and Tai Bai kneeling respectfully. They thank their master for his crucial help, and Ye Bei calmly tells them to rise. Tai Bai asks what they should do with the sect members, but Ye Bei just crosses his arms expressionlessly. They fled. Ye Bei shrugs. "And the immortal lord?" He replies, "I killed him." Suddenly, a group approaches from behind. The lead girl, Shui Yu, gasps in utter shock, making the other two stare back at her in confusion. She asks who exactly got killed, and Lan Yang, looking just as bewildered, answers Immortal Lord Tianluo. He asks again, "What on earth happened to the Immortal Lord?" Looking completely stunned, Lan Yang whispers he got killed. Dead silence fills the air. Shui Yu looks completely devastated, stumbling backward as Lan Yang has to step in and hold him up. He asks in panic, is the top power of the true immortal realm being sacrificed along with the Tianla Immortal Lord? Lan Yang nods and confirms yes, they are. Shui Yu grits his teeth, terrified. To think a single man took down the Tianla Immortal Lord all alone is just incredibly horrifying. Ye Bei stands with immense majesty, prompting everyone in the room to drop to their knees in submission. The two turn back in surprise, quickly kneeling down to pay their respects. This subordinate greets the alliance leader. On cue, the crowd roars in unison. Alliance leader Yi is unrivaled under heaven. Alliance leader Yi is unrivaled under heaven. Over at the majestic Immortal Lands Alliance Palace, warm sunlight bathes the grand, towering architecture. A hand gently taps on the table. He asks, "What brings Elder Kang to see me today?" The sovereign smiles warmly and explains Alliance leader Ye, ever since that battle in the Tianla Immortal Land, where you took down the Tianla Immortal Lord and saved the realm. All the major sects now consider you the absolute number one. He showers him with endless praise, noting that the Yi demon sect has now become the most powerful sect, with everyone begging to join. Ye Bei casually sips his tea. He smiles, "So, did Elder Kang come all this way today just to join my Ye demon sect?" Hearing this, the sovereign laughs heartily, "Haha, no, not at all." He then offers his absolute sincerity, saying that thanks to Ye Bei, the demon immortal realm has been saved. Now they can finally walk tall and proud. Because of this, he must personally thank him on behalf of the entire demon realm. Ye Bei just shrugs, saying that day, "I borrowed your influence, and you put your realm's fate in my hands. It was just a fair trade." Telling Elder Kang not to worry, the old man still insists it is not just me, our whole realm is grateful. The sovereign then adds, "I originally wanted to bring a grand treasure to present to you as a token of thanks, but then I learned your Yedemon sect is searching for Zihan. Now this is exactly the massive lead we have been waiting for, which is probably far more precious than any treasure." Ye Bei leaps up, demanding, "Where did you see her?" The old man quickly replies it was with Sovereign Chen Shu of the Longevity Realm, after the chaotic war among the 9 immortal lands. Since your whereabouts were unknown, I went to check out that battlefield in secret. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon a young girl on the verge of death. The old man recalls the tense moment they met. He says I wanted to save her, but she was extremely defensive and flatly rejected all my help. Zihan warily clutched her wounds and left. After swallowing 2 pills, she headed toward the longevity realm all by herself. With a serious look, the sovereign explains that after seeing the Ye demon sect search posters, he realized that dying girl was actually Ye Bei's disciple, and rushed over to inform him. Ye Bei clasps his hands in gratitude, Elder Kang. From now on, if the demon realm ever needs aid, I will help with everything I have. The old man smiles and bows back. That is wonderful then. Since my task is done, I shall take my leave. Ye Bei bids him farewell as the old man turns and leaves. Ye Bei then frowns, deeply worried. Zihan, the longevity realm is incredibly dangerous. I hope you are holding up. Just wait for me in 3 months. When the realm opens, your master will save you. At the entrance of the longevity secret realm, 4 figures stand before a spatial gateway radiating a mysterious, profound energy. Tai Bai asks in confusion, is this longevity realm not famous for being a holy land of opportunities? Why is it so quiet, with not a single soul around? Luo Shushang wisely explains that while it offers grand fortunes, it is also extremely lethal. Countless people have entered and never made it out. So of course, no one dares hang around here. Moreover, anyone wishing to step inside the secret realm must carry a special longevity realm jade tablet, otherwise, the realm's array will instantly vaporize them. Tai Bai gasps, finally understanding. Ye Bei urges them forward, let us move. Zihan is still waiting for us inside. She replies, yes, master. Once inside the rocky cliffs of the longevity realm, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly tears through the area, shattering rocks into flying debris as one massive blast quickly triggers another in a chain reaction, with their destructive force never wavering. Seriously, just look at this chaos. They barely step inside, and the realm already wants them dead. Tai Bai is deeply terrified, muttering, even we are struggling this much just to stay alive, let alone the injured Zihan. How could she possibly survive in a hell like this? Suddenly, countless bursts of elemental energy target them, triggering another massive explosion that pulverizes the rocks. Ye Bei scans the chaotic area, thinking to himself, Zihan, where on earth are you? Wu Xiao shouts in panic, master, what do we do now? Forget finding Zihan, we are barely holding on to our own lives here. Right then, a deadly rain of fireballs pours down, aiming straight at Ye Bei as fierce flames erupt, unleashing terrifying heat. Calmly forming a hand seal, he instantly deploys a protective barrier that shields everyone from the blast. Wu Xiao grumbles, what a terrible dump, trying to kill us the second we arrive without giving us any prep time. Scanning the barren area, Tai Bai mutters, looking ahead, there is nothing but open wasteland and falling meteors. Even grass cannot grow in this desolate place. How can they call this the longevity realm? Suddenly, Luo Shushang spots an object on the ground nearby. She bends down to pick it up and calls out, look, a purple jade pendant, before handing it to Ye Bei. Master, take a look at this. Ye Bei is startled. He looks closely and confirms this is indeed the jade pendant he gave to Zihan years ago. Zihan must have passed through here. Wu Xiao pumps her fist in pure joy. But Zihan is nowhere in sight. She must have escaped safely. Thank goodness this is not a dead end. Luo Shuishang frowns in deep confusion. Still, this meteor shower is pretty brutal and dense. Even Master had to struggle with it. How did Zihan get past it? She wonders if the meteor shower is going to stop soon. 2 hours later, the meteor shower still continues, with overwhelming force, showing no signs of weakening at all. Everyone stands there in silence, feeling the constant, heavy shocks. Wu Xiao offers a cheerful guess. Wow, I've got it. Zihan must have smashed a few meteors and found a way out. She naively suggests that Master should try doing the same. The other two stare back in utter disbelief. Luo Shuishang angrily scolds her, with so many meteors. Do you want Master to work himself to death? Tai Bai blankly suggests that maybe senior sister should go out and try instead. Wu Xiao awkwardly waves her hands. Just kidding, just kidding. She asks curiously, Master, what are we even waiting for? What are we supposed to do now? Ye Bei calmly speaks up, look closely at these falling meteors. Do you notice anything strange about them? Tai Bai rubs his chin in thought they are dense, while Wu Xiao adds they emit electricity. Only Luo Shushang spots the real anomaly. Something is wrong with so many meteors falling. We should have been crushed, but we are completely fine. Ye Bei confirms that the Luo girl is absolutely right. The meteors completely vanish upon hitting the ground, meaning this floor is pretty strange. Tai Bai wonders, but we already scanned this place with our own spiritual energy, and it seemed completely normal with no secret mechanisms at all. He calmly explains, this place itself is the mechanism. Our key is simply wrong. Luo Shushang happily realizes that spiritual energy is not the key, the falling meteors themselves are. Because of this, we must fall together with the meteors. Check this out. They are literally seeking life through death. Wu Xiao puts her hands on her hips, complaining angrily, this is a total scam. Weak people with low spiritual energy who cannot resist the meteors, they actually get through here faster, while the stronger experts end up overthinking everything. That is why we have been stuck here for so long. Impatient, Tai Bai suggests they quickly disable the barrier and let the meteors crush them. Zihan is still waiting. Ye Bei gently snaps his fingers, and the barrier instantly vanishes into thin air. A massive meteor plummets directly toward the center of their group, reaching their heads in the blink of an eye. But nobody moves. Ye Bei leaves their fate to destiny. A massive explosion erupts, sending violent shockwaves and fiery sparks flying in every direction. Shards of shattered rock rain down from the sky like a storm. Below them lies a strange area packed with massive, towering mushroom plants. Someone groans about a brutal fall, while another is completely convinced this place is a literal paradise. Xingqian's eyes sparkle with pure excitement. That is the celestial thorn vine. Not far away, a coiling vine covered in brilliant jade-green thorns twists and turns. She rants excitedly about how it can cure any poison, especially since this celestial vine has at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If she can use it to refine pills, even reviving the dead would be a piece of cake. She quickly summons a cauldron, performing a hand seal. No matter how fierce this vine is, she has the divine phoenix cauldron her master gave her. No matter what, she is absolutely getting her hands on it. But before she can even move, the vine violently knocks her cauldron away. She gasps in disbelief. What? The aggressive vine just keeps wrapping tighter and tighter around Xingqian's entire body. As she struggles, the grip only gets tighter. Wu Xiao immediately charges in, yelling, "Hang on, junior sister, I've got you," as she furiously strikes the vine from every side. But get this, the vine acts like it is completely invincible, charging straight forward as she crosses her arms to block. Yi Bei suddenly appears behind Wu Xiao to catch her. She looks up in worry, calling out to her master. This celestial vine gets stronger against tough attacks. If this keeps up, we will never save Xingqian. Hearing this, Xu Shang rubs her chin, deep in thought. She points out that in this longevity realm, the creatures are far from ordinary, and normal attacks definitely will not work to rescue Xingqian. Wu Xiao gets a sudden realization, punching her palm as a bright new idea hits her. Since it is a plant, it must fear fire, so they should just burn it down. But Ye Bei quickly interrupts, stating it is not that simple. Zhu Shang adds that their master once taught them that refining a celestial object requires a highly pure, specialized flame. Since Xingqian could not refine the vine even with her divine phoenix cauldron fire, their own flames stand absolutely zero chance. Hearing this, Wu Xiao looks confused. She anxiously asks Master, "Are we really just going to stand here and watch junior sister Xingqian die?" He stays completely silent. Suddenly, another massive explosion erupts in the distance. She looks on in sheer confusion, wondering if she remembered wrong, since her junior sister has not even made a move yet. Yi Bei and Tuitung warily stare in that direction. A woman walks toward them, carrying the unconscious Xingqian inside a protective barrier. This is Nin Butler, and she looks incredibly cold and completely unapproachable. She hands Xingqian over to Ingortio, warning them that this longevity secret realm is no place for them. Leaving now is their only choice. Meanwhile, Ye Bei frowns, finding this mysterious woman strangely familiar. Tuiet Thung bows in gratitude, thanking her for saving their junior sister. Nin Butler just coldly turns away, telling them to stop here and turn back immediately. Wanting to know their savior's real name, she asks for her identity. The woman answers without even looking back. It is Nin Butler. Hearing this, his disciples gasp in shock, while Yi Bei suddenly remembers everything. Ning Butler is actually the sister of Ning Thuntu from Lingxiao Palace, whom Yi Bei killed not long ago, making Tuithung frown in pure tension. She is indeed Nin Thuntu's sister. Now everything clicks for Ye Bei. No wonder she managed to tear through those deadly immortal vines with such effortless ease earlier. Using the 9 yang intense flames of Lingxiao Palace is the perfect counter for those things. Nortio whispers to her master, "We killed her brother. But now she saved our sister, so what do we do, master?" Yi Bei logically separates the issues. Nin Thuntu was a ruthless tyrant who deserved to die. As for his sister, we will repay her kindness. But if she opposes us in the future, she is our enemy. They all agree immediately. But suddenly, a distant shout echoes from afar, "Nin Butler, let's see where you can run now." Ngortio immediately gasps in shock, reporting that the sound is coming from Butler's direction, prompting Ye Bei to dash forward to check. Look at this. Over in a nearby clearing, a large group has completely surrounded Butler on all sides. Butler grits her teeth, realizing she already left the Divine City, posing no threat to her rival's position, yet they still won't let her go. Their armored leader laughs arrogantly, declaring that their lord ordered them to cut the grass by the roots to ensure total victory. He sneers that she only has half her strength left and stands absolutely no chance against them, ordered to surrender quietly for a painless death. Butler angrily summons her ice sword, cursing her lack of power for letting her family's legacy fall into enemy hands. "I accept my weakness. but expecting me to surrender is pure delusion. My strength might be drained, but taking down a few small fries like you is still easy. The enemies immediately charge forward, but Lair swiftly dodges to the side, gracefully parrying their incoming strikes with her blade. A spear thrust from behind, but she blocks it in time. A fierce clash erupts as she takes on two enemies at once. Crouching low, she unleashes her ultimate technique, Nine Yang Intense Flames. The massive blast lights up the entire clearing. Seeing his men struggle, the captain steps in, mocking her exhaustion as Butler barely raises her sword to block his powerful strike. He smiles smugly, boasting that this special talisman from his lord was made specifically to counter her fire technique. She leans backward, narrowly dodging the blow with graceful agility. The captain sneers at her as she sits injured on the dirt, mocking her past power since she still fell before him today. Raising his blade, he prepares to end her life. Having no strength left, Butler simply closes her eyes and awaits her fate. And just like that, a sudden, extremely powerful energy beam shatters his weapon, leaving a deep, bloody slash across his chest. Before he can even react, blood sprays everywhere. Butler looks up, her eyes wide in complete shock. Standing right behind her, Yebei calmly tells her that their debts are now even. She struggles to her feet, remarking that she has never needed saving before today. She thanks him, but he shrugs it off. No need. Butler narrows her eyes, analyzing his power. His presence feels incredibly faint at first glance, yet he just instantly killed a high-level Emperor Venerable fighter with a single blow. His strength is clear. If she joins forces with him and guides them to the Divine City, she might actually reclaim everything that was stolen from her. Making up her mind, she respectfully proposes that since fate brought them together, they should travel alongside her. Having lived in this dangerous secret realm for many years, she promises to help them find precious treasures using all of her vast knowledge. Tuitung is on guard. She wonders why this strange woman is staring at her master like that, silently vowing not to let her get away with it. Both Ye Bei and Tuitung speak up at the same moment. He happily agrees to her offer, while she immediately shouts a flat refusal. An awkward silence fills the air. He nervously shrinks back under her sharp glare, his survival instinct quickly forcing him to reconsider. Clearing his throat, he asks if she has ever crossed paths with a man named Tu Han. Butler eagerly explains that there are only 3 types of people who ever reach the longevity secret realm. First are the dead. Second are those with just enough luck to return to the demon immortal realm. And finally, the ones who make it into the city of God. As for this Tu Han, we must see which category they fall into. They are all stunned to hear about the legendary city of God. She pictures its majestic walls in her mind, knowing the greatest fortune here is the path of longevity itself. Right inside, that legendary path lies directly inside the city of God. To set foot in there, they say you must have a direct connection with the ancient gods. Entering it means escaping, leaving the 3,000 worlds behind to reach unexplored, higher domains. Butler wraps it up by saying it is their only hope for eternal life. This gets Ngortio pretty curious. Has anyone actually managed to walk that path before? No one. She shakes her head, keeping her answers pretty vague to build up the mystery. That city of God is this domain's ultimate secret. Countless powerhouses have tried over the years, falling one after another with no success. But recently, I have had this strange, lingering feeling that the ancient secret is finally about to be cracked. Suddenly, her expression turns quite gloomy. I ruled here. For years, I held a massive amount of power, but not long ago, someone took advantage of a weakness and completely stripped my authority away. Now I am forced to hide out in the shadows. But look, she says I want revenge, and you want to cultivate and find your friend. So why don't we just join forces? Tuet Thung strokes her chin, thinking it over. Even though Butler looks at her master with a pretty weird gaze, she is incredibly strong and knows this place inside out. Teaming up clearly brings more benefits. But watch this, we are about to see a hilarious repeat of earlier. No way. Yibei flatly refuses, while she immediately agrees. He looks at her awkwardly, covering his mouth to whisper that teaming up with someone whose powers are sealed and hunted will only ruin their plans. She snaps. Butler gets instantly furious seeing them whisper. I literally just risked my life to save you, she fumes. And this is how you treat me? Yibei coldly warns her that outside of his disciples, he only cares about raw benefits. Besides, they already repaid that little favor of hers. Total agreement. Tuet Thung crosses her arms as Butler breaks into a cold, embarrassed sweat. She clings tightly to Yebei, crying pitifully. She begs them to please team up with her. Yebei is completely flustered, while Ngortio speaks up to snap them out of it. Hey, Ngortio asks, wasn't your whole character supposed to be unyielding? Why are you suddenly on your knees? She laughs sheepishly, claiming she is just trying to survive. To sweeten the deal, Butler promises that collaborating with her will definitely pay off big time. Once they enter the city of God, she will use her remaining forces to quickly secure a solid foothold for them. She even promises rare treasures never before seen in the immortal domain. Intrigued, Ye Bei carefully weighs his options. Butler has been in this domain for years. If they can leverage her remaining influence, they might track down Tuhan much faster. Plus, entering the City of God would be a fantastic opportunity for his other disciples. He changes his mind, agreeing to the deal. Hearing this, Nortio gets super excited, eager to see this mysterious City of God. But as they prepare to leave, Butler stops them, reminding them that her cultivation is currently sealed away. It is suicide. She wants to fully restore her raw power first before leading them anywhere. Twithung wonders how long that will take, but Butler tells her to relax, asking if they have heard of Ningthun II of Lungtil Palace. Her very own big brother. Once she contacts him and gets him to use their family's secret technique to break the seal, they can set off. The group instantly falls silent, feeling incredibly guilty. She quickly pulls out a transmission talisman to contact him right away, but a hand suddenly reaches out and snatches it, yelling to wait a minute. Butler is completely dazed. Shaking nervously, Xianxia awkwardly explains that there is absolutely no need to bother her brother, because she can easily restore her powers. She forces a fake smile. Even though she just got beaten by that nasty purple thorn vine, she is actually a master alchemist. Healing is her absolute specialty. So if Butler is willing to trust her, she can help. Imagine that. Just picture the absolute chaos if Butler found out her brother was actually already dead. That would have been a massive mess. Butler is genuinely grateful, thanking her, while Xianxia quickly replies that she should thank her for saving them earlier too. Butler falls deep into thought. It really has been a while since she last heard from her brother, so she decides she needs to visit him soon. A cauldron hovers above the glowing vines, refining a bright jade-green pill that slowly floats out. Xianxia reaches out to catch it. Handing it to Butler, she explains this pill was directly refined from those deadly immortal vines. Since she had to rush the refinement process, it probably won't be powerful enough to bring the dead back to life. But if she only uses it for healing, it is more than enough. Without a single doubt, she takes it, saying thank you. She swallows it right down, and instantly, a wild surge of power explodes through her body, leaving her completely shocked by the feeling. As the energy swells, blinding light bursts out, and mystical purple clouds begin to gather. Butler cannot help but praise them. She gasps, "My power is completely restored. This is incredible. I really underestimated what you all are capable of. Not only did you defeat an Emperor Realm expert with just a single strike, but you can also brew a pill with such devastating power. Your talents are truly on par with the legendary Heavenly Chosen." Ye Bei calmly urges them onward. "Since you are healed, let us get moving," he says, and Nortio quickly agrees, "Yeah, who knows where Tuhan is waiting for us." Over there, Butler yells as she leaps away, "Follow me." At the massive gates of Divine Will City, the architecture looks incredibly grand. The four of them line up, poking their heads out to spy. She explains that to enter Divine Will City, everyone must pass a strict gate inspection to get a special seal before turning to give them orders. But since I already have this mark on me, walking straight in will immediately trigger their alarms, so you guys need to cause a massive distraction to hold them back. Xianxia makes a quick hand sign, "No problem." Twithung ponders silently, "So you want us to cause trouble? Maybe I should charge in first, beat up some guards, and smash the gate array, or Tonung Ortio can go since she is the absolute best at drawing attention." And here is the absolute best part. A hand suddenly pushes Butler right off the wall, leaving her completely dazed on the ground. Two guards spot her immediately and shout in alarm, "Nin Butler is back. Get ready to kill her and report this to the king now." While the disciples watch the chaos in sheer panic, Butler screams at the top of her lungs, "Ye Bei, you absolute bastard." But he just casually tells them, "Let us go in. Act as if none of this is our problem," leaving the others smiling awkwardly. Nortio gives him a big thumbs up. "Master, you are incredibly brutal." Meanwhile, inside a cozy inn in Divine Will City, the doors are shut tight. Ye Bei is casually sipping tea with Twet Thung standing respectfully nearby, when suddenly Butler kicks the door wide open, screaming in fury. "Ye Bei," she demands. "Why did you set me up like that?" He calmly takes another slow sip of tea. "Did you get in or not?" Butler completely freezes up. Before she can answer, Ye Bei asks, "Did we get in too?" She blinks, answering on instinct, "Yes, we did." He chuckles softly, "Well, if you got in and we got in, then what are you even complaining about?" Still absolutely furious, Butler slams her hand onto the table. "Who on earth does things the way you do?" Ye Bei coldly warns her, "Stop wasting my time. If you still want to work together, then sit down." And she cannot say a single word back. He probes her, asking if she gathered any info after entering. Butler just crosses her arms confidently, "You do not need to worry about that. I have already contacted my former subordinates, and by tomorrow, I will have the location of the person you are searching for." Nortio cheers happily, "That is great." But Butler cuts in, "You must agree to one condition first." She places a small box on the table, revealing a glowing jade blue pill inside. "Swallow this. Only then will I believe you actually want to work with me, and only then will I reveal where your friend is hiding." Tuetung frowns deeply. What? Ngortio grits her teeth, slamming both hands onto the wooden table. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to poison us? But then, Xing Chenan notices something. Wait. That is not poison. It is a contract sigil. As she stares in shock, Butler places her hands on her hips. Correct. This is a soul contract. I have no intention of harming any of you, she says. I just want to make an honest deal. Nortiu blinks. A deal? Get ready for a massive twist. She explains that she was once a supreme genius of the celestial realm, leading the charge into Divine Will City to gather valuable resources and build our powerful Lingxiao Palace faction. And during that time, I saved a man named Thum Thien Koi, who was badly wounded by a massive ascension tribulation. Xing Chenan deduces, is he the great king those guards were shouting about, the one who put bounty hunters on your tail? Butler's eyes burn with pure hatred. Exactly. After I saved his life, he pretended to be absolutely loyal to me, but secretly began stealing away my influence bit by bit until he finally ambushed me, leaving me severely wounded and stripping away everything I had built. Ngortio scratches her head. But what does his betrayal have to do with us? Butler explains, my personal strength is completely restored now, but all of my former allies have been wiped out. Taking on Thum Thien Hoi alone is suicide, so I need reliable allies. Ngortio gives her a sideways look. We are not exactly the good guys, you know. The rest of the group can only stare at her, completely speechless. But Butler insists you possess unmatched power, and more importantly, you never abandon your comrades. Ngortio grins proudly. Well, master, she is not wrong about that. Yebei nods in agreement. She calmly lays out the cold hard facts, agreeing to share her immense cultivation on the sole condition that they help locate Zihan's whereabouts, forming a solid alliance to officially become partners. Swallowing this contract pill seals the deal, but any betrayal triggers the wrath of heaven and earth, making your body instantly explode into pieces. He is actually quite impressed. A true immortal realm cultivation level, paired with the supreme divine power of the 9 yang blazing flames, is an absolute dream for both ordinary mortals and powerful cultivators alike, the ultimate shortcut to ascending to heaven. Using this as a bargaining chip? Now that is exceptionally bold. Bu Li confidently speaks up, quite daring indeed. When I set my mind to something, I always go all out, so what do you say, will you accept my trade? No, Yibei says with a faint smile, picking up the pill. While your cultivation level holds absolutely zero appeal to me, it represents a truly massive, life-altering opportunity for my beloved disciples. If any of them are willing to swallow this golden pill, I will agree to your terms. Wu Xiao immediately steps forward with a bright grin. Let me do it. That 9 yang firepower is a perfect match for me. Without a single second of hesitation, she tosses the pill right into her mouth as ancient purple runes instantly flare to life. Watch this. She instantly feels a wild surge of raw energy rushing through her veins. This is incredible. But suddenly, a frantic blue butterfly flutters in, catching Bu Li's attention. She quickly announces, we have news of Zihan. Yebei urgently asks, what is the situation? She listens intently to the message the butterfly brings, her face growing incredibly serious. Not only did Zihan somehow enter the city, but she was captured and is now locked in the imperial prison. Inside a damp, dark dungeon, a young woman hangs chained by her wrists to the stone wall, while 2 ruthless guards stand watching over her. Holding a glowing purple spirit orb, one guard warns the king ordered us to completely absorb her spiritual consciousness. The timid guard beside him speaks up, visibly nervous. Draining someone's spiritual consciousness is basically destroying their entire cultivation foundation. He feels a pang of sympathy, knowing this is a fate worse than death for any cultivator. Meanwhile, Zihan sits there completely unconscious, entirely at their mercy. The senior guard violently slaps him across the face, furiously snapping, you absolute idiot. For hundreds of years, our generations have sacrificed everything for the path of longevity. Her giving up her consciousness to open that path is her absolute honor. Rubbing his sore cheek, he quickly nods in agreement. The leader frowns, adding, this woman is exceptionally powerful. Capturing her in the first place cost us 3 Emperor Venerable experts. Her spiritual core is bound to be incredibly stubborn and resilient. Use these 5 soul-locking nails to completely shatter her spiritual veins first. Once her energy is shattered and her consciousness is in chaos, I will drain her. Clutching his swollen cheek, the crying guard whimpers, yes, sir. He summons the soul-locking nails, looking apologetic as he whispers, sorry about this. Then, a single nail drives brutally into Zihan's shoulder, tearing through flesh. The agonizing pain snaps her awake, her eyes flying wide open. Her agonizing screams shatter the dark silence of the dungeon, echoing with pure horror. The remaining 4 nails ruthlessly pierce her other arm, both thighs, and straight into her chest. The long, pitch-black corridor of the prison fills with these terrifying, spine-chilling sounds of pure agony. Suddenly, boom! A guard gets punched so hard in the gut his eyes bulge out. Wu Xiao single-handedly wipes them out without breaking a sweat, leaving the guards piled on the ground. One of the disciples says with worry, Master, with this damp prison seals completely blocking her spiritual energy and her massive injuries, she might not survive this. Luo Shoshang scowls in absolute fury if they dared to touch her, Shen Tianquei, and this entire place will be buried with our junior sister. Suddenly, a huge explosion echoes up ahead, and they rush forward to find the ground completely shattered. Shouting through the dust, Luo Shoshang calls for her, and Wu Xiao quickly follows junior sister. We are here to rescue you. A girl holds two guards by their throats, sending raw lightning through them as they scream in agony. She says in a low, cold tone, if you had shown me even a shred of mercy, this would not be your end. The other three just stare, completely dumbfounded. Sensing their presence, Zihan turns around with an innocent look, saying, Master, senior sister, junior sister, you finally made it. The group just stares at her, completely lost for words. Walking over to her, Ye Bei asks care to explain what exactly happened here. Zihan greets him with absolute joy. Master, you all are finally here. Your disciple has been waiting for you for so long. Zihan rubs her head, explaining I was heavily injured when entering the longevity realm and was quietly healing. Suddenly, a massive mob chased after me for some reason, and because they completely outnumbered me, I ended up getting locked in here. He asks, so how are you doing now? What did they do to you? Flexing her muscles proudly, she says, I am your disciple, Master. What could they possibly do to me? Wu Xiao looks at her with deep suspicion, while she just waves her hands, looking completely innocent. I originally planned to fake being injured just to see what they were plotting, but they immediately tried to murder me. Left with no choice, I had to deal with them like this. Xingchen asks with concern, Senior sister, are you really okay? Zihan confidently thumps her chest, insisting that she is perfectly fine. Before she can even finish her sentence, she freezes and coughs up blood. Ye Bei panics, shouting for that silly girl, while the others gasp in shock as Xingchen screams, Senior sister! Just then, an arrogant voice echoes from the shadows, Ha ha, Ye Bei, I have finally waited long enough for you all. Ye Bei frowns in annoyance and waves his hand, stop hiding like a coward and get out. The blast collides with something in the void and explodes. Shen Xiangqui laughs in approval, not bad. You are indeed the one I chose. Ning Buli fiercely asks what Shen Xiangqui did to her. He casually replies, no need to worry. I only took her spiritual consciousness. Ye Bei states with absolute certainty you lured us here on purpose, leaking that exact intel to Ning Buli's former followers. He gladly confirms it, saying, Ye Bei, ever since you killed the Tianluo Immortal Lord, I have been watching you. Ning Buli demands in absolute rage, Shen Xiangqui, what is your ultimate goal? Shen Xiangqui calmly explains Ning Buli. You have been in this longevity realm for so long, so you surely know that its greatest secret is the path of longevity. For years, countless cultivators have fallen, yet others kept pushing forward. Yet, not a single person could ever unlock it. At first, I thought it was you, then myself, but we both failed, until I laid eyes on you. Ye Bei. As Ye Bei's face darkens in absolute silence, Shen Qiangqi continues, a newcomer who recently ascended, who not only survived the chaotic void, but also crushed the Tianluo Immortal Lord. And more importantly, the crucial thing is, since you appeared, the long silent city of deities has suddenly started showing signs of life again. He tries to tempt him, so, Ye Bei, team up with me, and we will surely unlock the secret path of longevity, transcending the entire immortal realm for good. Ye Bei speaks darkly, a dangerous aura erupting. He sneers, I will find my own way to that path. No partnership with your kind needed, and besides, I already warned you. His eyes turn razor sharp as an array appears behind him, coldly declaring anyone who harms my disciple dies. Now watch this. As Ye Bei lunges, Shen Qiangqi still has time to casually remark, this strike is indeed pretty impressive. Red light flashes in his eyes as a protective barrier materializes, and Ye Bei slams hard right into it. Rebounding from the massive shockwave, Shen Qiangqi boasts, Ye Bei, let me see what you are truly capable of. Ye Bei forms hand signs with a solemn face as an array glows behind him, darkening the sky as violent lightning bolts rain down. Shen Qiangqi persistently coaxes him, you completely destroyed the arrays I set up in the prison. You truly are something else. Ye Bei, I will give you one last chance. If you agree to work with me, we can share absolute power over this realm. Summoning a menacing orb, he threatens, reject my offer, and I will have to extract your consciousness and destroy you. Ye Bei coldly tells him to shut up, driving Shen Qiangqi to rage as he unleashes a strike, showing no mercy. Massive, giant skulls open their jaws, charging forward to swallow him whole. With a simple wave of his hand, Ye Bei shatters them instantly, scoffing, stop playing with these cheap tricks. Did you really think this could ever hurt me? Suddenly, a voice screams out, Master! Startled, he whips around to see a beast right in front of Luo Sheng, as countless phantom shadows swarm them, forcing the three of them to stand back to back on high alert.